Chapter 1: The Contest for Class Leader. As the sun rose, vitality surged forth out on the Douluo Continent. Within the Tiando Empire lies the Xiangjia sect, one of the lower four sects. In a modest courtyard situated on the eastern side of the sect, a group of children, aged around 5 or 6, stood in anticipation. These youngsters had all undergone the awakening of their martial souls, confirming their possession of soul power, and displayed a certain degree of talent. Some were children of the sect's disciples, while others were orphans taken in by the sect that, at this moment, they awaited the arrival of their instructing soul master. Being children, and having recently experienced the exhilarating and intense martial soul awakening ceremony, they could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly sharing details about their martial souls and innate soul power levels with one another amidst a chorus of chatter. Amidst this cacophony, a round-faced boy, slightly plump and standing taller than his peers, made his way to the forefront. He was Hao Heng, the grandson of the current sect leader, a prodigious talent with the martial soul of a diamond mammoth, boasting an innate soul power level of 8. Standing before the crowd, he cleared his throat several times, signaling for everyone to focus their attention on him. Yet his attempts went unnoticed, drowned out by the surrounding din, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. As he gazed at the raucous assembly, Hao Heng recalled his grandfather's words. "Little Li, remember that you are destined to become the leader of the Xiangjia sect. Therefore, your studies must encompass not only the knowledge of soul masters, but also the art of commanding others." Unsure of what this art entailed, he inquired, "Grandfather, what is this art of commanding others?" His grandfather, stroking his head, replied, "The art of commanding others is to make them heed your words. But grandfather, how can I make them listen to me? Naturally, you must conquer them with your formidable strength. Once you demonstrate your power, others will naturally heed your commands. Is that really true? Of course, I don't believe it." Upon uttering this, his grandfather said nothing further, but promptly seated him and delivered a series of firm spanks to his backside. Even now, reflecting on that moment, Hao Heng could still feel a faint ache. He gently pressed on his rear, inhaling sharply a few times before regaining his composure, preparing to cough again in an effort to draw the attention of these unruly little brats. However, the noise around him showed no signs of abating, rather, it grew louder. "This will not do," Hao Heng thought to himself. With determination, he squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and puffed out his chest to its limit. With wide eyes, he unleashed a thunderous proclamation. "Enough! Silence! Everyone!" As he gasped for breath, his goal was achieved. All eyes were now upon him. Hao Heng coughed several times, and this was no mere pretense. He had genuinely choked. He patted his chest, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and upon lifting his gaze, he found nearly 50 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, causing a wave of self-consciousness to wash over him. However, recalling that he was destined to become the future leader of the Xiangjia sect, he steeled himself against any trepidation. Thus, with his chest puffed out and his eyes wide open, he spoke in a low yet commanding tone. "Our teacher will be arriving shortly, and he will select a class monitor for our small group. I hope you will cast your votes in my favor." The effort to project authority only deepened the redness in Hao Heng's face. The children below began to murmur amongst themselves after hearing his words. "What is a class monitor?" "A class monitor is someone who leads us a big shot." "Ah, then I want to be the class monitor too. Not with your scrawny, fragile frame. If anyone should, it should be me." I can't do it, but why should he? Just because he is chubby? Exactly, why should he get it? Right. Hao Heng absorbed their chatter and stepped forward, raising his shoulders and widening his eyes, nearly shouting, "Why should it not be me? It is because my strength is unmatched among us. We should elect the strongest as our leader. Is that not reasonable?" "You're the strongest, huh?" As soon as Hao Heng finished speaking, several previously indifferent gazes turned toward him, and one voice scoffed derisively. He recalled his grandfather's teachings and contemplated demonstrating his prowess. Upon hearing the laughter, his gaze settled on the source. At the back of the crowd stood a tall, slender boy with long hair tied in a small braid at the back of his head, arms crossed, and a look of disdain directed at him. Hao Heng's temper flared, and with a cold retort, he said, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" As Hao Heng aimed his challenge at him, the boy uncrossed his arms, parted the crowd, and approached Hao Heng. With his height towering over Hao Heng, he looked down at him with a tilted chin and said, "So what if I am?" Hao Heng, regarding this individual who looked down on him, suppressed his indignation and grinned. "Then let's settle it with a match. Let's compete. Who's afraid?" The boy replied defiantly, Clear out, run." Upon realizing that a fight was imminent, the other children hastily retreated to the edges of the courtyard, forming a loose circle around the two. Ignoring the mixed reactions of joy and concern from the onlookers, they each took 5 steps back. Aha! Suddenly, Hu Yanli let out a loud roar, and a surge of fierce energy erupted from within him. His physique abruptly enlarged, transforming from a height of over 1 meter to nearly 2 meters. His previously soft and flabby flesh was replaced by well-defined, muscular form, and a crystalline sheen glimmered over his skin. His head morphed into that of an elephant, complete with a long trunk and a thick mane of fur. Humph, what do you think? Are you frightened? I am an 8th-level soul master with the martial spirit of a diamond mammoth. If you surrender now, I shall grant you the position of my first subordinate, considering you possess a modicum of courage. Not question, this is merely the method of subjugation taught by my grandfather. After Hu Yanli boisterously proclaimed his superiority, he anticipated that his fearsome stature and commanding presence would compel the boy to bow in submission. However, to his astonishment, the boy, after a brief moment of surprise, merely adopted a more solemn expression. A milky white aura enveloped him, and as the light dissipated, the lanky youth had grown to a stature comparable to Hu Yanli's. His previously thin frame was now adorned with robust muscles, and atop his nose sprouted a thick, curved horn measuring nearly 20 centimeters, while a layer of substantial white hide covered his body. How shameless! Only those who acquire soul rings can rightfully call themselves soul masters. How dare you, an 8th-level miscreant, claim such a title? Hu Yanli's face flushed with embarrassment at the boy's scornful mockery. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. State your name." "I, Hu Yanli, do not engage with nameless individuals. Baiyu, the 7th-level soul scholar with the martial spirit of a white-armored rhinoceros," Baiyu declared proudly, raising his head high. "You, of all people, should not presume to boast, as you are still one rank below me. Levels do not define everything. If we are to fight, let's do so without further ado." After exchanging banter, both combatants shouted in unison and charged at one another. They were both newly awakened soul masters without any soul skills. Their battle was straightforward. You strike me once, I return the favor. You deliver an elbow strike, and I counter with an agile maneuver. Thus, amidst the cheers of onlookers, Hu Yanli delivered a punch to Bai's nose. With his martial spirit of the diamond mammoth and possessing a higher soul power, he certainly proved to be more formidable. Baiyu was struck squarely in the face, stars dancing before his eyes as he collapsed to the ground. Faintly, he perceived Yanli raising his arms in triumph, laughing heartily as he circled around him before halting in front of him. "Well, how do you feel now? Are you ready to submit?" Hu Yanli, brimming with delight, grasped Baiyu by the collar and bellowed, "Will you support my bid for class leader?" This inquiry was not solely directed at Baiyu, for he considered the boy merely a pawn. If he eliminated the pawn without causing alarm to the monkey, then the pawn's demise would be in vain. However, upon casting a glance at the crowd, he noticed their heads bowed in silence, a clear indication of their reluctance to contest him, which only heightened his elation. "I refuse to submit." Baiyu grasped Hu Yanli's hand, speaking in a slurred manner. Hu Yanli furrowed his brow and looked at him, displeased as he asked, "What? Do you still wish to be beaten?" With that, he raised his massive fist, feigning a strike. Baiyu, in a flurry, raised his arm to shield his face. After a brief moment, he realized Hu Yanli's fist hung suspended in the air, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Hu Yanli, with a cold smirk, released his grip on Bai's collar and turned to walk toward the crowd. He needed to devise a proper plan to persuade the teacher to appoint him as the leader of this group. He had no time to waste on a useless individual devoid of value. Though you have one, I still refuse to concede, for you are not the strongest." Hu Yanli took a few steps. He heard Bai's voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw Baiyu gradually rising and scanning the crowd, then remarked, "What? Are there still masters among you? Perfect. I have not yet had my fill of fighting. If there are any, step forward quickly." Those who met his gaze hastily averted their eyes. Baiyu, feeling disheartened by their response, recalled the individual in his mind, and his demeanor stiffened with newfound resolve. "It is not them. The person I speak of has yet to arrive." "Oh, not yet arrived? Then where is he?" Hu Yanli inquired, directing his gaze into Bai's eyes. Baiyu was about to respond. A flurry of urgent voices echoed from outside the courtyard. "No, don't be late." No sooner had the words been spoken than the door was forcefully flung open. A youth clad in brown linen and black trousers burst through the entrance. His expression was frantic, but upon noticing the group frozen in place, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Realizing there were no others aside from these children, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the door, patting his chest. Thank goodness, that moment, Baiyu, eyes alight with excitement, stepped forward and grasped the youth's sleeve, tears brimming in his eyes as he softly called out, "Brother, You have finally arrived. Chapter 2. Do not come near. Hu Yanli approached the doorway, surveying the boy whom Bai Yu referred to as brother from his elevated position. He scrutinized him carefully, pondering, this fellow is extraordinary. As the young master of the Xiangjia sect, he was not devoid of insight. Though the boy stood merely around 123 centimeters tall, slightly taller than his peers, and donned a simple linen robe, he appeared unremarkable. Yet, Hu Yanli recalled his grandfather's teachings. One must not judge merely by appearances, but must look into the eyes. Gazing into the boy's eyes, which still retained the aura of a martial spirit, Hu Yanli noted that, unlike an ordinary person who would display panic or fear, this boy's gaze was calm and unwavering, exuding confidence. You're the master he spoke of. Although aware that the other party might be formidable, Hu Yanli could not possibly concede in front of everyone. He tentatively spoke up. The boy furrowed his brows, glancing at Bai Yu, who had returned to his normal appearance and was cautiously lingering nearby. He quietly inquired what happened. With reddened eyes, Bai Yu recounted the events that had just transpired. Thud. Once he finished speaking, the boy raised his hand and tapped Hu Yanli on the head, sternly admonishing, "Didn't I tell you not to stir up trouble? Why did you get into a fight as soon as you arrived?" Bai Yu covered his head and squatted down, tears welling in his eyes. Hu Yanli listened intently to their exchange, sensing that this boy was not one to seek conflict. "Then this should be manageable," he said with a smirk. "Since that's the case, you all have no objections to my becoming class leader, right?" The boy turned his head to face him, his eyes still as stagnant as a still pond, and replied, "Naturally not." "That's good to hear." Hu Yanli nodded, adopting an adult-like demeanor as he sheathed his martial spirit and turned to stride back towards the crowd. However, after taking only a few steps, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, pinning him in place and preventing him from lifting his feet. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he turned. Once again, locking eyes with the boy, a calm voice whispered in his ear, "I have no interest in whether you become class leader, but how do you intend to address the fact that you struck my brother?" Hu Yanli swallowed hard. The unhurried tone of that voice bore down on him with immense pressure. After a deep breath, he cautiously asked, What do you want?" "What do I want?" "Naturally, I want a rematch," the boy replied evenly. "However, I shall take your place as the opponent. As a man, one cannot retreat from a challenge." Hu Yanli brushed aside the hand on his shoulder and swiftly stepped back a few paces. The recently subdued Diamond Mammoth martial spirit was summoned once more as he raised his fists, earnestly introducing himself. Hu Yanli, Level 8 Diamond Mammoth Spirit Master. Seeing his seriousness, the boy reciprocated with respect and introduced himself, Hao Heng, Level 1. Just as he finished speaking, a gruff voice boomed from behind them. "What are you two doing?" Everyone in the courtyard turned towards the entrance, where a large, burly man with a round belly, disheveled beard, bald head, and a fierce countenance stood imposing at the doorway. The man strode forward with purpose, eyeing Hu Yanli, then glancing at the boy who introduced himself as Hao Heng. He growled, "What's this? Just awaken your martial spirit and can't help but want to throw a punch. Should I be your opponent?" A menacing expression crossed his face as a ferocious aura surged from him like a tidal wave. Hu Yanli was directly pushed back, stumbling 2 meters before regaining his footing, while Hao Heng remained unperturbed, standing tall and meeting the man's gaze. As the man observed Hao Heng's unwavering stance against his imposing presence, his eyes narrowed slightly to a fierce gust of wind, akin to a tempest of magnitude 5, swept through the courtyard, swirling dust and causing the onlookers to stagger and sway. Yet, Hao Heng remained as if rooted to the ground, steadfast and immovable. After a minute had elapsed, the wind gradually subsided, and a look of satisfaction emerged in the man's gaze. He cast a sidelong glance at Hao Heng before addressing the crowd with indignation, exclaiming, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools who cannot even withstand a mere aura." With that, he disregarded the onlookers and strode towards the house. Upon reaching the door, he produced a set of keys, unlocked it, and after stepping inside, called out, "What are you all lingering outside for?" His voice jolted the crowd awake from their stupor, prompting them to hurriedly scurry into the house. In the blink of an eye, only Hu Yanli, Hao Heng, and Bai Yu remained in the courtyard. Hu Yanli, having been the closest to the bald man apart from Hao Heng, had been knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force of the man's presence. As he rose to his feet, the crowd had already entered the house in succession. He hastily prepared to follow suit when Hao Heng approached him, casting a brief glance before remarking, "Do not forget our contest." Hu Yanli paused, unhurriedly brushing off the dust from his attire, and replied, "Of course not. I shall see you after class." With that, he strode confidently into the house, his chest held high, an inexplicable self-assurance gracing his features. He had distinctly heard the fellow mention that he possessed only a rank 1 soul power. Bai Yu approached Hao Heng, intending to speak, but Hao Heng raised his hand, prompting Bai Yu to hastily make his way into the house. Hao Heng observed the figure departing and shook his head, subsequently entering the room. The three of them arrived last, necessitating their seating at the rear. Once they settled, the bald man at the front finally spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hu Yanming, and you may address me as Teacher Hu Yan or Teacher Ming. For the next 3 months, I will oversee your training and impart foundational knowledge about being a soul master. I suspect you may be wondering why the duration is set for 3 months. Let me ask you, do you not consider your admission into this class as an initiation into the Xiangjia sect?" He smiled as he surveyed the crowd below, then abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What a naive thought. Our class comprises over 20 individuals, and there are several similar classes, totaling more than 300 students. After 3 months, a rigorous assessment will be conducted, which will eliminate 80% of the participants, meaning only around 30 will remain within the Xiangjia sect." At the conclusion of his words, a tumult of unrest erupted below, with every individual gazing at him in trepidation. However, Hu Yanming swiftly shifted his tone, adding, "But fret not, those who do not make the cut will be sent to the Xiangjia Academy for further study, where you will have the opportunity to apply for sect membership." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, yet he continued, "Although the standards and requirements will be significantly more stringent." Silence enveloped the room as everyone found themselves at a loss for words, staring blankly at him. Unfazed, Hu Yanming proceeded. "Now let us discuss the specifics of the examination after 3 months. The first hurdle is the soul power requirement. You must elevate your soul power to level 10 within this time frame. Failure to achieve this will result in dismissal. Apologies, but you will be sent on your way." He then elaborated on the second stage. Upon passing the first hurdle, the sect will organize an expedition to the soul hunting forest for the soul ring acquisition assessment. The soul beasts you capture, the age of the soul rings, and the abilities you acquire will all contribute to your score. Naturally, the fiercer the soul beast and the older the soul ring, the greater the effectiveness of the abilities, resulting in a higher score. The top 20% in ranking will be congratulated for officially becoming members of Xiangjia sect. It is important to note that collaboration is permitted during this stage. Upon successful completion of the second hurdle, you will be recognized as outer disciples of the Xiangjia sect. The sect will also provide you with an opportunity to attempt the third hurdle. By passing this final challenge, you will ascend to the rank of inner disciples, enjoying enhanced privileges. As for the specifics of the third hurdle, sharing them would be futile. Now that I have conveyed all necessary information, it is time to appoint a class leader to assist me in teaching. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanli felt a surge of determination and was about to raise his hand to volunteer, but before he could move, Hu Yanming pointed at him, declaring, "You shall be our class leader." Hu Yanli gazed at the finger, pointing to the back row, a surge of joy swelling within him as he contemplated rising to express his agreement. However, as he followed the trajectory of that fingertip, he discovered that it was not directed at him, but rather at his companion, Hao Heng, seated beside him. Hao Heng appeared equally perplexed, yet after a brief moment of silence, he rose to his feet, nodding in affirmation, "Very well, teacher. Now, please take your seats. We shall commence our lesson. First and foremost, you must comprehend the essence of a soul master." On the platform, Hu Yanming began to eloquently expound upon the knowledge of soul masters. Below, Hu Yanli, with reddened eyes and a countenance ablaze with fury, glared at Hao Heng, grinding his teeth in silent rage. Hao Heng sensed the intensity of his gaze and turned to look. He heard Hu Yanli emit a muffled groan, softly uttering, "Don't leave after school." Caught off guard, he glanced back at Hu Yanli, who had already returned to a normal sitting posture, fixated on the teacher. Observing this, Hao Heng couldn't help but smile inwardly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The duration of this lesson felt interminable, stretching from the early morning until noon, devoid of any break. When sunlight finally streamed through the windows, Hu Yanli glanced at the sky outside and addressed the class, saying, "Practice on your own in the afternoon. Class dismissed." With that, he strode out with purpose, and the others followed suit, departing one by one. Only Hao Heng, Hu Yanli, and Bai Yu remained in the classroom. "Let us go outside and talk, class monitor," Hu Yanli said, rising from his seat and speaking to Hao Heng through gritted teeth. Hao Heng rose to respond, "Indeed, that is my intention." The three of them then sought an uninhabited clearing within the woods. Standing opposite the two, Hu Yanli summoned his martial soul, addressing Hao Heng. "You are Hao Heng, correct? I want you to know that I am determined to become a class leader. After this battle, I expect you to approach the teacher and relinquish the position of class leader to me. Let's see if you can win first." Hao Heng declared. Then summon your martial soul, and let us engage in battle. Hu Yanli roared in fury, but the next moment, his expression froze. This was because Hao Heng was visibly growing in size, and within approximately 10 seconds, he transformed into a colossal figure towering over 10 meters high, robust, and formidable. Resembling a small mountain, Hu Yanli watched as Hao Heng's clothes tore apart, revealing well-defined, powerful muscles beneath. And the sight of this giant clad only in black shorts made Hu Yanli's scalp tingle with apprehension. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from above. Well then, let us commence. The thunderous footsteps reverberated, startling Hu Yanli awake from his daze, as he frantically waved his arms and cried out in panic, "Do not come any closer." Chapter 3. Self-discipline leads to strength. The battle concluded swiftly. Hao Heng unleashed a powerful punch. His fist, imbued with a tempestuous force, struck Hu Yanli. As anticipated, he was sent hurtling backward, colliding with a tree before gradually sliding down to the ground. Observing Hu Yanli sprawled helplessly on the earth, Hao Heng returned to his normal form. At that moment, Bai Yu, who had been watching the spectacle, expertly handed him the garments he had previously discarded. After donning his attire, Hao Heng approached Hu Yanli's side. Hu Yanli's martial spirit had been forcefully retracted by Hao Heng's strike, leaving him a mere puddle. Limp on the ground, his eyes rolling back in a daze. Hao Heng cast a knowing glance at Bai Yu, understanding his intent. Bai Yu stepped forward and seized Hu Yanli's collar, delivering 2 or 3 sharp slaps. Who struck me? Where am I? In a daze, Hu Yanli stood upright, gazing vacantly around. Hey, what are you looking at? Over here. A voice reached his ears, prompting him to turn his gaze and focus on a man's visage. As his mind began to clear, a wave of panic surged within him, born from a sense of helplessness. Hu Yanli instinctively clasped his chest and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Enough with the shouting, came the reply. If someone truly intended to harm you, no one could come to your aid. Hao Heng gazed in silence at the round-faced, plump figure, whose cheeks glistened with tears, resembling a bashful young girl, and spoke softly, What do you wish to do?" Realizing that this was a place he had discovered, a nearly deserted realm where few ever returned. Hu Yanli struggled to hold back his tears, and, with a quivering voice, inquired. Hao Heng shrugged and said, "What does it matter? Aren't we in the midst of a battle? No more fighting, no more fighting. You're deceiving me. I refuse to continue." Hu Yanli waved his hands, expressing his grievance. "How have I deceived you?" Hao Heng inquired. You hardly resemble a level 1 soul power user. With such a robust physique, you must be lying." Upon hearing this, Hao Heng sighed and earnestly replied, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My soul power is indeed only at level 1. As for my imposing stature, it is simply the manifestation of my martial spirit, a giant. Is it not natural for a giant to be larger? Regardless, I don't care. I'm leaving," Hu Yanli declared as he rose from the ground, enduring the pain. He bit his lip, secretly vowing to speak to his grandfather upon returning, insisting that this despicable trickster be expelled from the Xiangjia sect. Hao Heng and Bai Yu did not impede his departure, which allowed Hu Yanli to breathe a sigh of relief. He quickened his pace to leave the area, oblivious to the discussion occurring behind him. "Brother, are we just going to let him go? What else would you have us do? What shall we do now? What can we do?" "We shall return to our meals and duties, and then proceed to train." What do you mean, Hurry up." In the afternoon, under the brilliant sun, the back mountain of the Xiangjia sect revealed an area encircled by a high wall constructed of solid wood. This was the beast garden, where the Xiangjia sect raised soul-eating beasts. 3 days prior, after awakening his martial soul, Hao Heng found himself relegated to labor in the beast garden due to his meager soul power, which was a mere level 1. Although he was allowed to remain, his lack of aptitude resulted in this unfortunate assignment. Within the class, he attended as an auditor, which meant that if he failed the assessment in 3 months, he would be barred from entering the academy and condemned to a lifetime of toil in the beast garden. However, if he were to forego that opportunity, he lamentably felt that a life of labor here might not be so unbearable. After all, the people were amiable, their words were pleasant, and he could indulge in ample food. He found solace in this environment. Yet, bound to that peculiar item, he recognized it as a chance to ascend. Who would willingly choose to dwell in the depths? Indeed, he was a transmigrant from Earth, and that item served as his golden finger, the self-discipline to strengthen system. This system unexpectedly bound itself to him during his martial soul awakening, extracting 9 layers of his soul power to activate itself, resulting in his paltry level 1 soul power during the assessment. Nevertheless, it subsequently presented him with a novice gift pack, bestowing upon him 2 remarkable items, leading him to forgive its initial transgression. The first item was an extraordinary pair of underwear, specifically the black shorts he donned during his transformation. Endowed with the unique qualities of automatic size adjustment, self-cleaning, and indestructibility. The second was a technique called the slumber recovery breathing method, which in simpler terms, allowed for enhanced sleep, accelerated recovery from injuries, and improved cultivation through its prescribed breathing pattern. This very technique caused him to oversleep that morning, nearly leading him to tardiness. Yet, due to its efficacy, he managed to elevate his soul power by 5 levels within just 3 days. It is crucial to note that this was not a restoration. His innate soul power had been drawn away, leaving him with an innate level of merely 1. In the morning, he expressed to Hao Heng that he possessed only level 1, fearing the awe it might inspire. The self-discipline to strengthen system was straightforward. As long as Hao Heng completed the tasks it assigned daily, he would be rewarded with distributable attribute points. He could then allocate these points among 4 aspects: strength, speed, constitution, and spirit, thereby enhancing his prowess. However, the distributable attribute points were not the most significant aspect. The paramount advantage lay in the fact that if Hao Heng completed tasks in the form of a giant, each task accomplished would result in a 0.1 meter increase in the height of his giant martial soul. One should not underestimate this seemingly trivial increment of 0.1 meters. In the past 3 days, Hao Heng has accomplished over 50 tasks. Originally standing at a mere 10 meters, he has now transcended to an impressive height of 15 meters. It is noteworthy that with every 10 levels of soul power he attains, his stature can increase by a single meter. Thus, even upon reaching level 100, he would ordinarily not exceed 20 meters. However, this recent reward has bestowed upon him the potential to aspire to heights of 10,000 meters, or even 100,000 meters, provided he maintains sufficient self-discipline. Even more astonishing is the impact of height on physical attributes. For instance, under normal circumstances, Hao Heng's strength would measure a modest 20. Yet, with his martial spirit activated, his strength skyrockets to 300, an astounding 15-fold increase. And this is merely the beginning, as his current strength far surpasses 20. Leaning against a 1-meter-high earthen wall, he accesses a translucent blue screen visible only to himself, revealing his status panel. Host, Hao Heng Martial Spirit, Giant, Height, 15, 3 meters, Soul Power Level, 5 Soul Power Reserve, 530. 530, Regeneration, 10 per second, Stamina, 100, Regeneration, 1 per minute, Note. Once stamina is depleted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing tasks. Strength, 52, standard for an average adult male, 10, Speed, 30, standard for an average adult male, 10, Constitution, 30, standard for an average adult male, 10, Spirit, 30, standard for an average adult male, 10, Distributable attribute points, 0 special ability. Sleep Restoration Breathing Technique, Level 1, Passive Effect, enhances stamina recovery, 1 per minute. Soul Power Reserve Recovery, 10 per second. Active Effect, Rapid Assistance in Falling Asleep, Soul Power Recovery, 100 per second, Stamina Recovery, 1 per second. And increases maximum stamina by 10 per hour. Equipped Item, Indestructible Underwear Skills. None Hao Heng cast a few glances and resolved to set a modest goal for himself. He must elevate his strength to 80 today. He then accessed the daily task system, which remained unchanged from previous days. Task 1. Complete 20 push-ups, reward. 1 assignable attribute point, repeatable. Task 2. Complete 100 squats, reward. 3 assignable attribute points, repeatable. Task 3. Complete a 1-kilometer run, reward. 5 assignable attribute points, repeatable. Over the past 3 days, he had only undertaken Task 1 and Task 2, predominantly focusing on the latter. Although completing Task 3, while maintaining his giant form, seemed relatively easier and could yield 100 attribute points in a day, the resultant commotion would make it quite troublesome for him. At present, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, developing quietly without drawing undue attention. The system also featured a self-discipline partner function. If the partner was willing to train with him, they too could complete tasks, albeit with restricted point allocation. The system would allocate points based on the tasks completed by the partner. For instance, running would enhance speed or stamina, while push-ups would bolster strength or stamina. This function offered a slight advantage to Hao Heng, as a small portion of the attribute points gained by his partner would be credited back to him. However, this minuscule amount was negligible, akin to the flesh on a mosquito's leg, and thus he paid it little mind. Baiyu had trained with him for 2 days and exhibited remarkable results. Those familiar with Baiyu were aware that 3 days prior he had been a frail and sickly boy. Yet, after 3 days of rigorous exercise, he appeared revitalized. His physique robust, and he could even hold his own against diamond mammoth soul masters. Such a transformation was astonishing enough to leave onlookers agape. Regrettably, like Hao Heng, he was an orphan, often overlooked, and save for Hao Heng, no one had noticed his remarkable change. Hao Heng closed the task list and raised his gaze to the pen, whereby he was grimacing as he scrutinized the excrement of the spirit beasts. After disposing of the waste into a container, Baiyu approached the edge of the enclosure, inhaled a breath of the fresh air outside, and turned to Hao Heng, saying, "Brother, I still have the pen of the red flame cattle to tend to. Please wait for me a moment." Hao Heng said calmly, "Let us hurry. Time is of the essence." After their brief exchange, Baiyu nodded, grasped the broom and dustpan, and departed through the grand entrance, moving away into the distance. Once he had walked far enough, Hao Heng heard a series of coughs emanating from behind him. Chapter 4. "So you are Hao Heng. Grandfather, I have returned." Stepping into the opulently decorated, sophisticated living room, Hu Yin Li, with tears glistening in his eyes, approached an elderly man seated in a position of authority. The elder, with his silver hair gleaming and slicked back, boasted a robust upper body clad in a black long-sleeve shirt, topped with a leather jacket. He held a teacup, sipping delicately. Upon hearing Hu Yin Li's voice, he smacked his lips, his brow furrowing slightly. After placing the teacup aside, his sharp gaze fell upon his grandson, who appeared disheveled and aggrieved. "What is the matter?" Hu Yin inquired in a deep, authoritative tone. The unyielding quality of his voice caused Hu Yin Li to tremble slightly. He then recounted the events of that morning, embellishing his own achievements while exaggerating Hao Heng's misdeeds. "Grandfather, although that fellow Hao Heng managed to defeat me after several exchanges, he does possess some skill. However, he is a liar. Such a morally corrupt individual should not remain within our sect, as he would only bring calamity." Hu Yin spoke with indignation. "What do you propose?" Hu Yin asked, maintaining his calm gaze. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Hu Yin replied, "Grandfather, allowing such a morally bankrupt troublemaker to linger within the sect will only tarnish our reputation. It would be best to expel him." He looked at Hu Yin with eager anticipation. Yet he soon noticed that Hu Yin's fist had unconsciously tightened. Sitting back, Hu Yin recalled the lessons imparted by an old friend regarding raising grandchildren. One must refrain from resorting to force, and instead employ love and communication to enlighten them. Yet, the more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He picked up the teacup and gestured for Hu Yin to approach. When Hu Yin reached him, the elder extended the cup toward him. "Take it," he commanded. Confused, Hu Yin extended his hand to grasp it, but as his fingers brushed against the cup, a sharp pain coursed through his mind, causing him to retract his hand swiftly, blowing on his fingers as tears began to spill. "Grandfather, it's hot." Hu Yin rose, towering over him with eyes wide as saucers, and in an unwavering tone, commanded, "Take it." Faced with such intensity, Hu Yin had no choice but to cautiously accept the teacup. Cradling it with both hands, he watched in shock as Hu Yin retrieved a long black whip from behind him, its presence ominous. Hu Yin's eyes widened in horror as the whip descended, striking precisely upon his rear. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, about to spring into action, when the stern voice of Hu Yin resonated beside him. "Stand straight. Bring me the cup properly. Today, I intend to impart some serious lessons to you. If you dare to spill even a drop of water from that cup, just try me." Upon hearing these words, Hu Yin immediately froze, suppressing his agony, his face flushed, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he stood rooted to the spot. Hu Yin took a deep breath, his aged, wrinkled face revealing a hint of disappointment and a fierce anger born from unfulfilled expectations. "Firstly, have I not told you that morality is meant to regulate oneself, not to be wielded as a weapon against others? Have I slap?" Cried Hu Yin in pain as the whip lashed down. "Secondly, as the young master of our Xiangjia sect, how is it that you fail to consider the sect's interests? When you encounter a talented disciple, your first instinct is not to nurture him, but to drive him away. Are you not mistaken?" Hu Yin raised his hand, and Hu Yin, in a state of panic, hastily cried out with a trembling voice, I was wrong, grandfather." Humph. Ultimately, the whip did not descend. Hu Yin cast it aside, took up the teacup, and sighed deeply, his disappointment palpable. Thirdly, after being defeated, instead of cultivating a sense of shame and determination, you wish to rely on your grandfather's power for revenge. Alas, my grandson, I'm growing older. While I can assist you in driving that boy away today, what will you do when you encounter someone I cannot handle in the future? At that moment, Hu Yin looked at his grandfather with wide eyes, feeling a wave of unease wash over him, as if something was lodged within him. Gazing at his aged grandfather, his young heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly by a hand. He choked back his emotions, sincerely saying, "Grandfather, I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" Hu Yanjin inquired. I, I don't know," Hu Yanli replied anxiously, biting his lip, his fingers clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Well, think it through and come back to see me. And remember, a man should not cry at every turn. If you dare to shed tears upon leaving this door, do not ever claim to be my grandson, Hu Yanjun." Hu Yanjun waved his hand with a sigh. "Grandfather, Hu Yanli wanted to say more, but was silenced by Hu Yanjun. "Go now, reflect on it, and return when you have clarity." Fearing to provoke Hu Yanjun's anger further, Hu Yanli wiped his tears and, with his head bowed, walked out. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Hu Yanjun straightened his back, a sudden vigor surging through him, the earlier signs of frailty vanishing. He gazed at Hu Yanli's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, inwardly affirming, "Indeed, a child must not be left undisciplined, yet neither should they be chastised indiscriminately. The union of discipline and love is the true principle." However, that lad named Hao Heng possesses a giant martial soul. Quite intriguing. After emerging from his thoughts, Hu Yanli walked along the flagstone path with his head bowed, his expression filled with vexation as he pondered where he had gone awry. He sensed that his actions seemed somewhat amiss, yet articulating his feelings proved to be a challenge for his 6-year-old self. Is that not our dear younger brotherly? What a sight he presents! A mocking voice echoed from ahead, and as Hu Yanli lifted his gaze, he discovered that he was encircled by 6 children, age around 9 or 10, whom he recognized as his nominal cousins. However, given their older ages, they frequently bullied him, albeit never excessively, leaving Hu Yanli with a rather unfavorable impression of them. "What do you want, Hu Yanba?" Hu Yanli inquired, frowning at the leader of the group, a boy named Hu Yanba, who sported a mohawk hairstyle. Hu Yanba wore a feigned, friendly smile, yet his heart brimmed with resentment as he thought, "You little brat, were it not for your fortunate parents and grandfather, would you dare speak to me in such a manner? If it weren't for your awakened martial soul, being a diamond mammoth with an impressive spirit power of level 8, I would teach you a lesson. If not for my parents insisting I be nice to you." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hu Yanba stepped forward, draping an arm around Hu Yanli's shoulders in an overly familiar manner. "What can we do? We merely noticed our little cousin seemed to be in distress and wanted to check on you." I recall you started school today. Did someone bully you? Tell your brother, and he will stand up for you." Hu Yanli furrowed his thick, dark eyebrows and shrugged off his hand in dissatisfaction. "I don't need your help. I can seek revenge myself." Upon hearing this, Hu Yanba's eyes lit up with excitement. He grasped Hu Yanli's hand, preventing his escape. And when Hu Yanli turned to face him, Hu Yanba wore a sincere expression as he said, "Little brotherly, in the past, we bullied you out of ignorance. Now that we have matured, we wish to make amends. Just tell me who has wronged you, and we will avenge you." Children are easily swayed. Witnessing the seemingly genuine faces of his cousins softened Hu Yanli's heart. The grievances he had felt earlier that morning erupted within him, and he restrained his emotions, tentatively asking, "Really? Of course. Just tell us, and we will help you." Hu Yanba patted his chest and spoke with unwavering confidence. His thoughts were meticulously crafted. By this morning, the only individuals capable of bullying Hu Yanli were likely those from their own class, and certainly not the offspring of the esteemed disciples of the sect. Thus, it could only be the orphans taken in by the sect. If one could overpower Hu Yanli, it would indicate that the orphan possessed some degree of strength. Yet, how formidable could they truly be? The awakening ceremony for martial souls had occurred merely 3 days prior, and in that brief span, could they possibly contend against those with an average soul power of 15 or 16? Furthermore, even if such an individual could withstand one of them against all 6, surely they would not suffer defeat. Consequently, Hu Yanba was bold enough to assure that they would undoubtedly elevate Hu Yanli's favorability. Hu Yanli gazed up at their towering figures, and his mind conjured an image of Hao Heng, whose size could only be described as immense. Comparing himself to such a figure, he shuddered and shook his head, proclaiming, "Perhaps it is best I seek my own solutions." As he attempted to depart, Hu Yanba and the others, unwilling to relinquish the favor they had so eagerly sought, pursued him with questions. Eventually, Hu Yanli, growing impatient with their persistence, divulged the events of that morning, albeit concealing the details of Hao Heng's martial soul, only revealing the level of his soul power. Upon hearing that the individual who had bullied Yanli possessed merely a rank 1 soul power, Hu Yanba and his companions were momentarily taken aback. In ordinary circumstances, they would have wasted no time in ridiculing Hu Yanli, hurling insults without a second thought. However, the situation demanded caution. Upon learning the name, They disregarded Hu Yanli's protests and insisted on accompanying him to investigate the whereabouts of the orphans. Finally, after lunch, they gleaned from a reticent boy named Yi Qing that Hao Heng was employed at the beast garden. Without delay, they hastened their steps towards the garden, where the overwhelming sense assailed their senses, causing them to cough incessantly. Hao Heng turned around to glance at the group behind him, who were coughing and sputtering, contemplating whether he should isolate them. After scanning the crowd, his eyes landed on Hu Yanli, who was anxiously staring at him. A sense of certainty washed over Hao Heng. He was certain that this confrontation was intentional. Therefore, he asked without a hint of courtesy, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Hu Yanba, suppressing his discomfort, approached with a pale and menacing expression. He stood before Hao Heng, glaring with fierce eyes, and pointed a finger at Hao Heng's chest, leaning forward with a contemptuous demeanor. "So you are Hao Heng." Chapter 5. Boss, we were wrong. The noonday sun blazed down, scorching the earth. In a corner of the beast park, Hao Heng found himself encircled by 6 boys, each towering a head above him. "Li, why are you hiding so far away? Come here and recognize if this is the one who has been bullying you." Hu Yanba turned to see that Hu Yanli had somehow retreated to a corner of the wall 100 meters away, crouching down. Upon hearing his call, Hu Yanli showed no intention of approaching, shaking his head vigorously instead. "What a coward! How can we have such a timid leader in our sect?" He spat on the ground, muttering under his breath, before turning back to face Hao Heng. Hao Heng maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze serene, as if he were an observer detached from the scene, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as if he were amused by the unfolding drama. Nimao Yan, unable to contain his fury, advanced with wide eyes, fixating intently on Hao Heng, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "You will explain yourself. Did you bully him?" Hao Heng followed his finger's direction and caught sight of Hu Yanli, who was stealthily peering from the corner. A chuckle escaped his lips, and he quickly added, "I apologize. I couldn't help myself." Hu Yanba, somewhat bewildered, questioned the behavior of this young man. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? With 6 individuals encircling him, was he not expected to immediately prostrate himself, fervently bowing his head and pleading for mercy? Just as his confusion deepened, Hao Heng spoke again. "I was the one who bullied him, so what?" Hu Yanba snapped back to reality, glaring at Hao Heng and responding, "Very well, your admission suffices. Now, you must bow your head and apologize to my younger brother. A man's knees are said to possess gold. My knees cannot bend, nor can I bow my head. Perhaps you might demonstrate for me?" Hao Heng chuckled lightly as he gazed at Hu Yanba, saying, "Do you truly believe that we are merely jesting with you?" Hu Yanba rolled up his sleeves, advancing menacingly with clenched fists, exuding an air of imminent violence. However, just as he was about to unleash his fury, an urgent, aged voice echoed from behind them. "This is bad, this is dire." Hao Heng turned at the sound, only to behold a frail, diminutive old man, running with an awkward gait, as if he might topple at any moment. This elderly figure was a long-standing employee of the beast park, endowed with spiritual energy yet devoid of innate talent, assigned by the sect to this establishment for a lifetime. Ahai! Hao Heng pushed aside the people blocking his path and stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Master Hai, what troubles you so urgently?" Panting, Ahai halted and anxiously grasped Hao Heng's hand, exclaiming, "Hao Heng, your legs are swifter. Quickly notify the Soul Master. An incident has occurred in the realm of the Red Flame Bulls. One of the bulls has gone mad, rampaging about, and it seems poised to break through the enclosure." "What?" Hao Heng's expression changed in alarm as he shook off Ahai's grasp and attempted to leave. He recalled that Baiyu had mentioned that only the area of the Red Flame cattle remained uncleaned. Just as he had taken a few steps, Hu Yanba caught up to him, seizing his arm and admonishing in a low voice, "Do not think you can escape. Our matters remain unresolved." Hao Heng turned his head calmly to gaze at him, softly uttering the words, "Let go." His tone was unremarkable, and his eyes lacked sharpness. Yet, for some unknown reason, Hu Yanba felt as though a colossal mountain was erupting from the earth, towering ever higher before him. The violent gusts of energy swirled with sand and dust, causing him to feel a sudden unease, sapping his strength and compelling him to release his grip instinctively. "Boye, boye." After his companions called out to him several times, Hu Yanba was jolted back to reality, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Wah, what is happening?" he asked, suppressing the discomfort within. "The kid has run far away. Are we still pursuing him?" One of his companions pointed towards the distant silhouette of Hao Heng, who had unknowingly sprinted 100 meters away. Hu Yanba clenched his jaw, recalling the imposing aura that had emanated from Hao Heng moments ago. He swallowed hard, intending to suggest that they would return another day. But upon turning around, he was met with the teasing gaze of Hu Yanli. We chase him. Today. That kid will not escape without an apology. Let us go. After muttering this, Hu Yanba turned once more and hurried after Hao Heng's retreating figure. I, watching the group of young men dash away before him, was filled with anxiety and began to stomp his feet in frustration. At that moment, Hu Yanli, who had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time, approached him bewildered. Old man, what is the matter? Why do they run off? Upon seeing another presence, Ahai seized Hu Yanli's hand desperately, lamenting, Young one, you must help me. A red flame bull has gone mad. If we do not swiftly inform the spirit master, it will lead to great calamity. Hu Yanli, perplexed, inquired, what is this red flame bull? Is it very formidable? The red flame bull is merely a cow clad in red hide, typically lazy and gluttonous. Aside from its larger size, it poses no real threat. But today, for reasons unknown, it has suddenly gone berserk, crashing into everything. Oh, young one, where are you going? Help! Ahai's frail hand reached out helplessly as Hu Yanli slipped away from his grasp. Hao Heng sprinted with remarkable speed, and in less than 5 minutes, he heard a series of resounding, thunderous noises. Raising his gaze, he saw ahead a circle enclosed by 4 towering earthen walls, each standing 5 meters high. The walls trembled incessantly, with clumps of earth occasionally tumbling down. Observing this scene, Hao Heng quickened his pace and dashed through the entrance. Once inside the enclosure, he cast a swift glance around, first spotting a large bull with a crimson hide and faint yellow stripes, standing 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, violently battering against the walls. A moment later, he quickly located a cluster of trembling staff members huddled in a corner. Spotting Baiyu nestled among them, unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief. With the safety of the personnel assured, it was time to address the pressing issue. Should this furious bull escape, the staff of the Beast Park, himself included, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Upon seeing Hao Heng enter, Baiyu's initial panic vanished, as he believed in Hao Heng's formidable capabilities to subdue the rampaging bull. He promptly approached Hao Heng and caught the clothing he tossed over. The raging bull crashed violently against the earthen wall, and as it strained, a fist-sized crack appeared on the wall's surface. It then retreated a few steps, preparing to charge once more. Suddenly, a chill swept over its flank, followed by a resounding thud as its massive body was hurled away, crashing into the adjacent wall. Remarkably, this impact left a mark far greater than the previous collisions. After a brief pause, the bull shook its head and regained its footing, turning to face the source of the attack. Upon seeing the towering figure before it, the bull felt a flicker of trepidation. It recognized the appearance of a human, having coexisted with them for decades, yet this was the first time it encountered one of such immense stature. However, this was no time for contemplation. The bull quickly recalled that this giant had just ambushed it. Snorting out a plume of vapor, it charged forward with all 4 hooves, its colossal frame and astonishing speed resembling a war chariot, stirring up a cloud of dust as it barreled towards the giant, its formidable black horns slicing through the air and creating whirlwinds. At that moment, several individuals, including Hu Yanba, burst through the door, instantly captivated by the thunderous stomps of the bull. Upon lifting their gazes, they stood transfixed, staring at the 2 colossal beings before them. Hao Heng remained unperturbed as he gazed at the rampaging bull charging towards him. He subtly shifted his right leg, adopting a bow stance, and braced his shoulders. Raising his arms, the bull quickly approached, its eyes wide with fury. With a thunderous shout that echoed like a clap of thunder, he forcefully brought his arms down, seizing the bull's horns and, with a resounding crash, drove it into the ground. Behave yourself, he commanded sternly, pinning the frenzied beast firmly to the earth. The bull struggled relentlessly, attempting to shake off the immense force bearing down upon it. Yet, Hao Heng remained resolute, his body leaning forward like an immovable mountain, pressing down, rendering the creature powerless. Soon after, whether from exhaustion or asphyxiation, the bull succumbed and fell unconscious. After confirming that the bull lay still, Hao Heng finally released his grip and returned to his original stance. He accepted the garment offered by Baiyu and donned it. Baiyu proceeded to attend to the colleagues managing the bull, while Hao Heng noticed the group of Hu Yanba standing at the doorway. Approaching them, he observed their dazed expressions and, with a grin, remarked, "Ah, you followed me here. What is this? Do you wish to perform a kowtow for me?" The sound of his voice jolted Hu Yanba and his companions from their stupor, their gaze fixed intently upon him. Although the earlier struggle between Hao Heng and the bull lacked the intense shockwaves, explosive air currents, and dazzling soul techniques, the palpable display of strength, the rippling muscles, and his towering stature provided a visual impact rivaling that of any soul technique clash. At that moment, Hu Yanba seemed to grasp why Hu Yanli harbored such fear of the young man before him. Hey you! Upon observing their frozen stances, Hao Heng began to speak. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the six of them, as if choreographed, simultaneously dropped to their knees, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, fear had filled their minds to the brim. They were terrified that if this individual were to lose his temper and transform into a giant, delivering a single blow to each of them, it could very well spell their demise that day. When life and death hang in the balance, what significance does dignity hold? Boss, we were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please, show us mercy and spare our lives, Hu Yanba pleaded, clutching Hao Heng's leg in desperation. Hao Heng was taken aback by their suddenness, gazing at them in silence. With a look of disdain, he pried apart Hu Yanba's hand and took a few steps back, saying, all right, you all should leave quickly. I do not wish to see you again. Upon realizing that Hao Heng bore no ill will towards them, the six individuals hastily rose to their feet and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from his sight. Their speed was such that even Hao Heng could hardly register their departure. Chapter 6, Training What a Bunch of Rascals. Hao Heng stood with his hands on his hips, observing their retreating figures with a smile and a shake of his head. He then turned to approach Bai Yu, intending to inquire if any further assistance was required. However, as he pivoted, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shadowy figure. Hey, what are you hiding for? Hao Heng halted his steps and called out to the figure lurking in the shadows, observing discreetly. Hu Yanli emerged, a flicker of fear evident on his countenance. The mere sight of a few individuals witnessing Hao Heng's prowess instilled trepidation within him. After all, he had been sent flying by a single blow from Hao Heng. The fact that he dared to stand there now spoke volumes of his courage, a sentiment echoed even by Hao Heng himself. Approaching Hao Heng, Hu Yanli fidgeted with his fingers, a picture of unease. Hao Heng could not endure the girl-like expression on his face, which seemed somewhat bashful. He took a few steps back in disdain and inquired, what is it? Do you wish to seek revenge as well? No. Hu Yanli hastily waved his hand in explanation. They insisted on dragging me here. I had no choice but to follow them. After Hao Heng listened to his explanation, he nodded and said, I understand. Do you have anything else to address? Hu Yanli stammered, and when Hao Heng's brow furrowed slightly, he took a deep breath, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and sincerely said, I apologize. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Why are you apologizing to me? Hu Yanli straightened up and replied earnestly, I have come to realize my mistakes. My overwhelming desire to become class leader and prove myself to my grandfather led to the conflict between us and Bai Yu. After you defeated me, instead of reflecting on my own shortcomings, I foolishly sought to leverage my grandfather's influence to expel you from the Xiangjia sect, even going so far as to incite trouble from those individuals. I sincerely apologize for my actions. With that, Hu Yanli bowed once more. Hao Heng widened his eyes, contemplating inwardly. Is there truly such a matter? Who is this fellow's grandfather, that he possesses the authority to expel us? Wait, what was this guy's name again? This morning, in his fury, Hao Heng had forgotten even the name of Hu Yanli. Now, feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched the back of his head a couple of times, cleared his throat, and extended his hand towards Hu Yanli. Very well, I forgive you. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Hao Heng. Hu Yanli felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly grasped Hao Heng's hand, shaking it vigorously before replying, I am Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli? Is this not the young master of the Xiangjia sect? My goodness, I have just beaten up the young master. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while his heart raced in disarray, Hao Heng silently mused, observing the excited Hu Yanli. He took a discreet, deep breath and deliberated. However, judging by his expression, it seems his grandfather did not acquiesce to his request. This is fortuitous. Staying even a single day within the Xiangjia sect is advantageous. Nevertheless, I must handle my relationship with this young man carefully. Otherwise, should any further discord arise, my days within the Xiangjia sect may be numbered. Hao Heng is not yet inclined to depart from the elephant armor sect. He has recently awakened his martial soul, which happens to be that of a giant. Despite the imposing and majestic appearance he displays when summoning his soul, the daily consumption of meat far exceeds what he can provide for himself. In the elephant armor sect, however, there is an abundance of food and drink. Such a splendid place is hard to find elsewhere. As he pondered how to deal with Hu Yanli, Bai Yu approached after finishing with the rampaging cattle. Brother, I'm done. Let us go. Hey, aren't you that foolishly plump one from this morning? Bai Yu remarked, eyeing Hu Yanli with suspicion. What foolishly plump? You're the one who has foolishly plump. I have a name, it's Hu Yanli, you know? Hao Heng immediately interjected, and Bai Yu looked at him in astonishment, questioning, elder brother, isn't the foolishly plump one you? Enough, enough, do not say more. Hao Heng hastily waved his hand to interrupt him, then turned to Hu Yanli and inquired, Hu Yanli, we are about to go for some training. Would you care to join us? Hu Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hao Heng, stammering, Can I? Of course, let's go together. Hao Heng replied, draping an arm over his shoulder with enthusiasm. I assure you, our training is quite enjoyable and will make you stronger. You will surely love it. At that moment, Bai Yu, now comprehending the situation, approached them. Although he was unaware of why his elder brother had suddenly taken such a liking to Hu Yanli and invited him to train, he knew that following his brother's lead was always a wise choice. He stood on the other side of Hu Yanli, grinning foolishly, and nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, training is quite delightful and will bolster your strength. Just look at me. He flexed his arms, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his bulging muscles, and with a serious expression declared, in the past, I had a constitution so frail that even a gentle breeze would make me catch a cold. Ever since I began training with my brother, my waist no longer aches, my legs no longer hurt, and I have even developed muscles. Is it truly that remarkable? Hu Yanli asked, bewildered. Hao Heng and Bai Yu exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter in unison, responding, of course. You will undoubtedly enjoy it. Observing this, Hu Yanli, anxious about being ostracized by this newly formed camaraderie, hastily joined in the laughter. His exuberant mirth even overshadowed that of Hao Heng and Bai Yu, radiating a palpable joy. However, not long thereafter, deep within the bamboo groves on the back mountain of the Xiangjia sect, in a secluded clearing, the giant form of Hao Heng stood before Bai Yu and Hu Yanli, his arms crossed behind his head. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, 499. Immediately after, he crouched down, his muscles visibly engaging as strength surged through him. Witnessing the perfectly sculpted muscles of the giant before him, akin to finely hewn stone, Hu Yanli shed tears of regret and joined in the chant, 499. Subsequently, his knees, long devoid of sensation, slightly bent and lowered. Hu Yanli, what are you doing? Crouch down a bit more. As the moon ascended in the sky, at the entrance of a lavish and opulent hall, Hu Yanjun frowned, gazing towards the doorway, awaiting Hu Yanli's return. Although he understood that Hu Yanli would likely encounter no danger within the sect, an undercurrent of worry persisted. Stroking his stubbled chin, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he mused, this wretched boy has been gone for far too long. Truly, the notion of love and education is mere nonsense. A good thrashing is what he needs. Wait, where's my whip? He turned back inside, retrieving the whip he had carelessly discarded in a corner earlier that day. Giving it a sharp tug, the crisp crack echoed, eliciting a satisfied smile on Hu Yanjun's aged face. Suddenly, a faint rustle of footsteps reached his ears, prompting Hu Yanjun to swiftly alter his expression to one of fiery ferocity as he approached the doorway. However, upon seeing Hu Yanli, who appeared as if bereft of his very soul, dragging his legs forward with great effort, a pained expression occasionally crossing his face, Hu Yanjun's heart sank. The clothing clung to Hu Yanli as if drenched, dripping incessantly. Hu Yanli, Hu Yanjun thundered, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. The sight of his grandson, clearly subjected to unimaginable torment, left Hu Yanjun seething with rage. Hu Yanli's sweat-drenched visage had lost considerable weight. Who, he wondered, could dare inflict such cruelty upon his beloved grandson? Upon hearing his name called, Hu Yanli straightened, hoarsely responding here. Yet almost immediately his countenance faltered, and he helplessly lowered his head, pleading with tearless desperation, Boss, I truly lack the strength. Please, let me rest for a moment. Boss, lacking strength? My poor grandson. What on earth have you endured? Hu Yanjun knelt beside Hu Yanli, supporting his frail form, shaking him gently, and remarked, Wretched boy, do you not recognize who I am? Hu Yanli slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar old man before him, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, upon seeing a loved one, he completely forgot the years of imposing authority the old man had held in his heart, and he embraced him tightly, crying out, Grandpa! That heart-wrenching cry reverberated through the air, attracting the attention of passers-by who paused to glance and lament, pitying him and expressing a morbid sense of glee, saying, The sect master has beaten his grandson again, but today it seems particularly severe. The child is crying like this. Oh dear. Half an hour later, in the hall, Hu Yanjun crossed his arms, observing his grandson, who had just bathed and changed clothes, sitting beside him and devouring food as if he harbored a grudge against it. In disbelief, he asked, "So, you mean to say that you maintained your martial soul manifestation for half a day and accomplished 1,000 squats?" Hu Yanli swallowed the food in his mouth, coughed a few times, and trembled in fear as he nodded towards Hu Yanjun. Then, as if recalling something even more terrifying, his voice quivered as he said, "Grandpa, the eldest is even more frightening. He maintained the giant martial soul form and did 2,000. Hu Yanjun's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Although the beast martial soul's manifestation could enhance a soul master's physical capabilities and recovery, the soul power consumed in maintaining such a manifestation would accelerate its depletion alongside physical exertion. The mere thought of Hu Yanli completing 1,000 squats in martial soul form was already astounding to him. The giant martial soul, although unseen, could be imagined by Hu Yanjun based on Hu Yanli's description. Such a colossal physique would make even a single squat's energy expenditure unfathomable. Yet he managed to perform 2,000. This lad is truly remarkable. Hu Yanjun, he thought to himself, then addressed Hu Yanli, saying, "Find an opportunity to bring that boy to me." "No, Grandpa." Hu Yanli immediately protested. Why not?" Observing his grandson's rare defiance, Hu Yanjun unusually refrained from reprimanding him. Hu Yanli set down the food in his hands and spoke earnestly, "Grandpa, the eldest seems unaware of my position as the minor sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, which is why he trains me so rigorously. I still wish to train with him to become stronger. If he were to discover my identity, I fear." Hu Yanjun looked at Hu Yanli, chuckled heartily, and grasped his hand, saying, "You mischievous little rascal. That boy's training methods are so simple and ineffective. How could it possibly suddenly?" He was struck by a thought. If the disciples of other sects were to witness the current expression of Hu Yanjun, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Moments ago, Hu Yanjun had infused his soul power into Hu Yanli's body to assess his physical condition, fearing that such a terrifying ordeal might leave him with lingering effects or hidden injuries. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Hu Yanli's physique seemed transformed. As if he were a different person altogether, the primary muscles that influenced strength had significantly strengthened. Could this truly be the result of just one day's training? Hu Yanjun found himself perplexed. Was such a rudimentary and brutal regimen truly so effective? After a moment of silence, he retracted his arm and, with a pained expression, queried Hu Yanli, "But my dear child, with 1,000 squats in a single day, coupled with maintaining your martial soul, won't you be too exhausted?" Hu Yanli shook his head and replied, "Grandfather, I fear not fatigue. I yearn to grow stronger." Internally, he reveled in the validation of Hu Yanjun's earlier exclamation. He believed in the words spoken prior to parting ways with Hao Heng. To prove himself to his grandfather, he must dedicate himself to rigorous training. For only through relentless effort could he earn his grandfather's approval. Hu Yanjun sighed and conceded, "Very well, then it shall be as you wish. However, should you feel any discomfort in your body, do remember to inform your grandfather." "Understood," Hu Yanli affirmed, then resumed his seat, voraciously consuming meat. After contemplating for a moment, Hu Yanjun suddenly recalled something and addressed Hu Yanli, "By the way, you mentioned that today Hu Yanba and those boys were not seeking trouble with that lad named Hao Heng. Tomorrow, take them along and say it was my suggestion. Instruct them to adopt a more respectful and earnest demeanor." Hu Yanli's eyes sparkled with excitement. He nodded eagerly even before swallowing the morsel in his mouth. His imagination began to conjure images of those fellows lying helplessly, wailing in despair. Chapter 7. 3 months later, 1998. 1999. 2000. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a rosy hue upon the clearing in the bamboo forest at the back mountain of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yanli, dripping with sweat, completed his 100th training regimen of the day. He rose and glanced at Hu Yanba and the other 6 individuals he had brought along 3 months ago, who, despite their somber expressions, had obediently finished their 1,000 repetitions. Observing their diligent completion of the training, Hu Yanli felt a sense of relief. They were his responsibility, and failing to meet the training objectives would bring him shame before the leader. Fortunately, although they did not fear him, they still respected the leader and grandfather, and thus dared not slack off. "Hey, Baiyu, would you care to give it a try?" After observing them, Hu Yanli shifted his gaze to the other side, where not far away stood the boy who had just completed his 2,000 squat. Baiyu, hearing the sound, turned to look at him, his expression darkening. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. When he first joined their small team, he appeared rather easy to bully, clumsy and dazed, yet as familiarity grew, he audaciously began to usurp the affection that his elder brother had for him. Baiyu harbored a strong dislike for Hu Yanli. "Let's see what you've got." Bai Yu said in a deep voice. He maintained the form of the white armor rhinoceros martial spirit as he approached Hu Yanli. The rigorous training over the past 3 months had significantly strengthened their physiques. Hu Yanli, empowered by his martial spirit, now stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, his body more robust than ever. With his skin glistening like crystal, there was a palpable solidity about him, his features becoming more pronounced, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of mammoth as he charged toward Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu was no weakling himself. He stood at 2 meters and 3 centimeters. Although slightly shorter than Hu Yanli, he possessed his own advantages. With arms more muscular than Hu Yanli's, encased in white leather armor that concealed immense strength, they locked eyes, neither willing to concede. The rules were simple: slap each other, and the first to fall would lose. The loser would then address the winner as second brother, which served as the prize for the competition. They had engaged in this contest numerous times, so no further words were necessary. After a brief game of rock, paper, scissors determined that Bai Yu would strike first. A sinister grin spread across his face. He then slowly raised his arm, aiming at Hu Yanli's obnoxious visage, and with a swift motion delivered a resounding slap. As the wind from his hand dissipated, the quivering flesh on Hu Yanli's face finally settled. Shaking his head to regain focus, Hu Yanli inhaled deeply and raised his hand. Although his arms were not as thick as Bai Yu's, they carried considerable force. With a resounding clap, Hu Yanli evidently employed a better technique. His strike stung Bai Yu's cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bai Yu fell, stars dancing before his eyes, while the onlookers, including Hu Yanba, eagerly began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Bai Yu exhaled deeply, propping himself up with his arms before gradually rising to his feet. After shaking his head a few times, he finally steadied himself. Hu Yanli furrowed his brows, gazing at Bai Yu, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that after all this time, his powerful strike had failed to bring him down. It took Bai Yu a full minute to regain his composure. Instead of immediately raising his hand, he reflected on the technique Hu Yanli had employed with that slap, understanding that through mutual struggle and learning from one another, they could only grow stronger. After 3 minutes, he began to grasp a hint of understanding. Just as he was about to lift his hand, a tremor from the ground halted him. He turned his gaze toward a broad path beside the open space. All eyes were fixed upon that rugged road. Before long, an imposing figure, whose size was beyond comprehension, appeared on the path. Completing today's training task, Hao Heng had grown to an impressive height of 50 meters, empowered by his giant martial spirit. His attributes seemed almost inhuman. Host, Hao Heng martial spirit, giant, height, 50 meters, soul power level, 10 soul power reserve, 1000, 000, regenerates 10 points per second, stamina, 100, regenerates 1 point per minute. Note: 1 stamina is depleted. The host will no longer receive rewards for continuing training tasks. Strength, 14, 600, standard for an average adult male is 10. Speed, 6, 500, standard for an average adult male is 10. Constitution, 6, 500, standard for an average adult male is 10. Spirit, 6, 500, standard for an average adult male is 10. Available attribute points, 0 special ability. Sleep recovery breathing technique, level 1, passive effect. Increases stamina recovery by 1 point per minute. Enhances soul power recovery by 10 points per second. Active effect, rapidly induces sleep. Soul power recovers at a rate of 100 points per second. Stamina recovers at a rate of 1 point per second. And increases the cap by 10 points per hour. Equipment, indestructible underwear skills. None regular attributes. Strength, 292, standard for an average adult male is 10. Speed, 130, standard for an average adult male is 10. Constitution, 130, standard for an average adult male is 10. Spirit, 130, standard for an average adult male is 10. Available attribute points, 0. Hao Heng found himself unable to locate anyone to test his prowess, leaving him uncertain about his current standing. However, he was acutely aware that he could not be considered particularly powerful, despite the seemingly impressive nature of his quadruple attributes. The essence of a soul master lies predominantly in their soul power and soul skills. At present, devoid of any soul skills. Even if he were to entirely disregard his height constraints, he would merely appear as a larger target in the eyes of true champions. Thus, it became imperative for him to swiftly seek a soul ring and advance to the 11th level. Yet, he remained without a clear objective for his first soul ring, which was undeniably disheartening. As he walked, Hao Heng meticulously controlled his body to shrink incrementally, a unique method of honing his soul power control. He could manipulate his soul power to either elevate or diminish his height, though this required an exceptionally precise command over his abilities. Upon reaching the side of Huyen Li and his companions, Hao Heng had returned to his normal stature. Boss, Big Brother, Bai Yu, Huyen Li, and Huyen Ba, among others, all exited their martial soul manifestation forms and lined up, eagerly calling out to Hao Heng as he approached. Hao Heng observed their spirited demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. Over the past 3 months, the diligent training of this group had yielded him a modest accumulation of attribute points. Though not abundant, they amounted to several dozen, saving him considerable effort. Well then, let us conclude for today. Disperse, each to your own. Hao Heng simply uttered a brief remark and gestured for everyone to depart. However, today was unusual. They surprisingly remained motionless, while Huyen Li and Bai Yu exchanged puzzled glances with the 6 individuals beside them. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Hao Heng inquired. After exchanging glances among themselves, Huyen Ba stepped forward, retrieving a book from behind him and presenting it respectfully to Hao Heng. He said, Boss, did you not mention yesterday that you would commence the soul power test tomorrow? Given your exceptional aptitude, we believe you need not worry about this challenge. Therefore, we have prepared a gift for you for the second round. Please take a look. Hao Heng took the book, and upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. The pages contained both illustrations and text, detailing the names of various soul beasts, their characteristics, the types of soul masters suited to them, and the corresponding scores attainable at different age milestones. What is this? Before Hao Heng could voice his query, Huyen Ba interjected, Boss, this is the information we gathered over the past 3 years from various academies that participated in the assessments, documenting their encounters with soul beasts. Although we are uncertain of its utility, we hope it conveys a token of our appreciation. Please don't think poorly of it. At this point, Huyen Ba sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Initially, the 6 of them had been reluctant to engage in training, deeming such crude and inefficient methods unlikely to enhance their strength. However, under Huyen Li's insistence, citing his grandfather's words, they had no choice but to comply. Yet, after 2 days of practice, they noticed a remarkable shift. Their inherent prowess, already superior to their peers, seemed to have widened even further. They had considered training independently, but after a few days of dismal results, they concluded that Hao Heng must have employed some undisclosed methods to facilitate their improvement. Thus, they felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng glanced at the book and then at them, smiling as he said, No, how could I possibly be displeased? Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall accept this book. Upon witnessing Hao Heng accept the book, Huyen Ba broke into a joyful smile. Hao Heng approached him with a smile, patting him on the shoulder and saying, All right, go back and enjoy a few days of rest. Upon your return, I shall permit you to increase your training intensity. What? Are you reluctant? No, I'm willing, ha ha ha. Chapter 8. The assessment begins at night. The bright moon hung in the sky. A slight chill emanated from the silvery glow that streamed through the partially open window, mingling with the cool evening breeze as it entered the room. Inside the Xiangjia sect, in the living quarters of a modest wooden cabin, Hao Heng sat at the head of the bed, a solitary red candle flickering beside him. The dancing flame cast a gentle glow as he meticulously perused the book that Huyen Ba had given him earlier that evening. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Bai Yu entered, freshly washed and taken aback to find Hao Heng still awake. Typically, at this hour, he would have long succumbed to slumber. Brother, why are you still up tonight? Bai Yu inquired, approaching his own bedside and drying his feet with a towel, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. Hao Heng glanced up at him momentarily before returning his gaze to the book in his hands, offering a casual response. No, it's nothing important. I'm merely perusing to see if there are any soul beasts suitable for us, to avoid wandering aimlessly in the forest like headless flies. He continued, You should rest now. Bai Yu nodded in agreement, pulled up the blanket, and before long, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the quiet room. Hao Heng quietly flipped through his book, stroking his chin as he pondered what kind of soul beast he should hunt to bestow upon himself his first soul ring. Generally speaking, the chosen soul beast should possess certain attributes that resonate with one's martial spirit. For instance, a soul master whose martial spirit is a monkey would likely opt for a monkey-type soul beast, while those wielding weapons such as swords, guns, or daggers would prioritize soul beasts with sharp and piercing qualities. Yet, what characteristics does his giant martial spirit embody? After a moment of contemplation, Hao Heng summarized 2 essential attributes, size and strength. Beyond these, he found himself at a loss for additional qualities. Relying solely on these 2 characteristics to select a spirit beast felt rather mundane to him. While he couldn't immediately think of any spirit beast that embodied the trait of size, He could easily find a dozen or so that exemplified strength by merely perusing through his books. However, he felt that absorbing their spirit rings would merely grant him abilities related to enhancing strength. Did he truly need to augment his already formidable power with spirit skills? Certainly not. If he were to abandon the notion of selecting spirit beasts based solely on their characteristics, there remained another approach, choosing them according to his needs. Much like auxiliary spirit masters, who select spirit beasts based on the abilities they require, hunting strength-type spirit beasts for strength enhancement or speed-type ones for increased velocity. Hao Heng pondered the capabilities necessary for his giant spirit. He required external defense, ranged attack methods, broad area offensive techniques, large-scale control mechanisms, explosive attack strategies, and precise striking abilities. These were the competencies he urgently needed. As a soul master poised to pursue an offensive path, his current methods of attack were woefully inadequate. He found himself relying solely on his fists. Though powerful, his imposing physique became a liability when faced with more agile opponents. Thus, he envisioned transforming his giant spirit into a versatile powerhouse capable of both close-range control and long-range strikes. However, this ambition was somewhat far-fetched. Achieving it would necessitate at least 5 spirit rings, which would require considerable time. Alas, why did acquiring a spirit ring have to be so complicated? Hao Heng, feeling restless, scratched the back of his head a few times, closed the book, and stepped outside. Standing at the threshold, he gazed at the bright moon and twinkling stars, allowing the gentle evening breeze to soothe his spirit, alleviating some of the turmoil within him. After taking several deep breaths of the cool night air, he returned to his room, preparing to sleep and defer his thoughts until morrow. He intended to extinguish the candle, but inadvertently knocked a book from the bed to the floor. Hastily picking it up, he brushed off the dust and, with a casual glance, was suddenly filled with elation. Indeed, this is it. I desire this. Hao Heng's eyes widened with excitement as he meticulously committed all the information about the soul beast on that page to memory. After a full half hour, he finally closed the book with satisfaction and extinguished the candle. Once he tucked himself under the covers, he practiced the breathing technique for restful meditation, and in less than 3 seconds, he drifted into dreams. As the night passed and before dawn broke, the empty classroom in the small courtyard on the eastern side of the Elephant Armor sect gradually filled with students. Once every desk was occupied, Hu Yanming, with his prominent belly and bald head, entered the room. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the crystal ball he held, a device for testing soul power. The expressions of the students varied. Some were anxious, others hesitant, while a few appeared self-assured, all of which Hu Yanming observed keenly. With a calm demeanor, neither sorrowful nor jubilant, he approached the center of the podium, placed the crystal ball down, and then stepped aside. He spoke succinctly and clearly, "Let us not waste time. Those whose names I call will come up to test their soul power. Those who reach level 10 will remain. And those who do not should return to your dorms to pack your belongings. Someone will come to escort you away this evening. Now let us begin. First up, Li Goudan." One by one, the students approached, and the classroom gradually became emptier. After all, those who could achieve level 10 soul power within 3 months were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Either they possessed a high innate soul power or they absorbed soul power at an exceptional rate. In short, such individuals were few and far between. Half an hour later, once everyone had completed their tests, only Hao Heng and 2 girls remained in the classroom. As the class leader, Hao Heng recognized them. One was named Lin Mingyun, whose parents were inner disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, and her martial spirit was the mystic water turtle. The other was Yang Yu, also an orphan, with a martial spirit of a flute, serving as a support-type soul master. Both of them possessed high innate soul power. Lin Mingyun had a level 7 innate soul power, while Yang Yu hovered between levels 6 and 7. After Bai Yu finished testing, Hu Yanming marked his name on the list and addressed the remaining students. "All right, you 5 stay here for a moment. Someone will come to take you away shortly." With that, he left without hesitation. Once he departed, Lin Mingyun stood up first and approached Yang Yu, looking down at her with an air of superiority. "Yang Yu, as a support-type soul master, you cannot obtain soul rings on your own. My brother has assembled a team of 10. Would you like to join us?" Lin Mingyun did not invite Yang Yu out of benevolence. Rather, the examination regulations stipulate that, due to the limited efficacy of support-type soul masters prior to acquiring their soul rings, any team assisting a support-type soul master in obtaining their soul rings will earn an additional 20 points for each member. Yang Yu, a bashful girl with a mushroom haircut, was taken aback by Lin Mingyun's sudden inquiry. She gasped softly, her gaze darting anxiously from side to side, before timidly asking, "Aren't we supposed to team up with the class president and the others?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Mingyun furrowed her brow, casting a resentful glance at Hao Heng and the others, who had shifted their attention towards them. Hu Yanli glanced at Hao Heng, then stood up, raising his right arm, with his left hand resting on his right shoulder, showcasing his well-defined biceps. Flashing a bright smile, he said, "Little girl, to join us, you must possess a robust physique. Do you have one?" Bai Yu also rose, placing a foot on his chair, defiantly rolling up his sleeves. Despite his seemingly slender frame, as he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulged impressively, surpassing the thickness of his thighs in an instant. Their formidable physiques indeed intimidated the two delicate girls, leaving Yang Yu with misty eyes. Observing this, Hao Heng could no longer bear the sight. He pulled the two showboaters back into their seats and, wearing a gentle smile, addressed Yang Yu. "I apologize, Yang Yu, if we frightened you. However, we genuinely have no intention of teaming up with others. You should proceed with Lin Mingyun to join her brother." Though the young girl was undeniably adorable, with an air of fragility that invoked a protective instinct, Hao Heng and his band of strong men could more swiftly and efficiently hunt soul beasts together. Carrying a burden was hardly a pursuit worth undertaking. Given Hao Heng's words, Yang Yu could only respond with disappointment. "Ah, well then, don't get too proud, Hao Heng." At that moment, for reasons unknown, Lin Mingyun let out a cold huff. Pointing at Hao Heng as she declared, "My brother said that in the soul-hunting forest, he must make you look good. Yang Yu, let us go." With that, she seized the astonished Yang Yu and exited the classroom. Both Hu Yanli and Bai Yu were left bewildered, exchanging glances before Hu Yanli asked, "Boss, who is her brother?" As the class president, Hao Heng had access to the personal information of the students within the class. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I think his name is Lin Qing. That scoundrel." As soon as Hao Heng finished speaking, Bai Yu gritted his teeth and exclaimed with indignation. Both Hu Yanli and Hao Heng looked at him in confusion, prompting Bai Yu to clarify, "Boss, have you forgotten? It's that peculiar individual who, relying on his parents being disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, often comes here to put on airs. He used to bully me, and you gave him a thorough beating." That strange fellow. Upon hearing this, Hao Heng recalled the individual, realizing that he had indeed forgotten him after their encounter, perhaps due to the fact that the person was not much younger than himself. Hu Yanli slapped his hand, suddenly enlightened, and remarked, "I remember now. 3 months ago, this rascal named Lin Qing was the one who informed Hu Yin Ba and the others about your whereabouts in the Beast Garden. Thinking back, he certainly has a shifty look about him. He doesn't seem trustworthy at all." Bai Yu, with concern etched on his face, turned to Hao Heng and asked, "So what should we do now, brother? It appears he has come prepared. Should we also make early preparations?" Hao Heng chuckled lightly, saying, "What preparation is necessary? If he dares to trouble me, I shall simply give him a good thrashing. Now, let us not concern ourselves with that buffoon any longer. It is time for us to depart." Hao Heng rose, accompanied by Bai Yu and Hu Yanli, making their way toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyun led Yang Yu to a small courtyard, where after a few knocks, the door swung open and they stepped inside. Within the courtyard stood a group of around 10 individuals, encircling a boy in their midst. The boy, with long golden hair and an effeminate visage, was of slight stature. His eyes were small and slightly squinted, and a hint of blush adorned his cheeks, making him appear almost girlish at first glance. "How about it, sister? Has that young man been informed of our plan?" Upon seeing Lin Mingyun enter, the foam maiden, with a delicate gesture, inquired. Lin Mingyun, casting a worried glance at her brother, replied, "He has been made aware, but brother, might this premature revelation alert him and lead to unforeseen complications?" What complications could arise? Lin Qing stood up, his eyes narrowing slightly to reveal a menacing glint as he spoke through clenched teeth. "We have over 10 of us here. Acquiring soul rings means we will possess more than 10 soul masters. We can surround him and each deliver a punch that could very well end his life. I want him to know that he is being watched by numerous soul masters. I intend to rob him of his peace and render him sleepless." A chilling, maniacal laughter erupted from Lin Qing as he gazed skyward, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. Were it not for the generous rewards he offered, many would have considered fleeing at that moment. Chapter 9. A fierce tiger? Merely a kitten. Clop, clop, clop. The sound echoed as the sun reached its zenith. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, a line of horse-drawn carriages came to a halt. Young men and women, donned in the attire of the Elephant Armament sect, disembarked one after another, their curiosity evident as they took in their surroundings, likely for the first time beyond the confines of their sect. However, there was little of interest to behold. Passing through the grand gates established by the Spirit Hall, they were met with towering, verdant trees that reached towards the heavens. "Everyone, gather around. A middle-aged man bellowed once all had alighted from the carriages, capturing their attention. You must remember, while the dangers of the soul-hunting forest may not rival those of the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, vigilance is paramount. Shortly, you will each retrieve one of these items and a token to enter the forest. Should you encounter insurmountable peril, remember to pull this cord. The opening should face the sky. Do you understand? He brandished a red tube and a token before the crowd. Understood. A cacophony of responses echoed among the group. The middle-aged man, unfazed, continued. Now, quickly gather your belongings and enter the forest. Remember, you have only 10 days. After that, regardless of whether you have acquired a soul ring, you must return. Having spoken, he handed the 2 items in his possession to the person standing closest beside him. 10 minutes later, within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, Hao Heng and his companions, clutching their acquired belongings, did not linger, but promptly ventured into the heart of the forest. As the crowd gradually receded, they pressed onward, plunging headlong into the dense thicket. Breathing in the invigorating air of the woodland, Hu Yanli cautiously surveyed their surroundings and inquired, "Boss, where shall we proceed from here?" Hao Heng raised his gaze, peering through the dense layers of verdant leaves to catch a glimpse of the sun, estimating its position. After recalling the information he had retained from the previous night, he replied, "To the east of the soul-hunting forest, there resides a group of copperbone monkeys whose abilities are well suited for both of you. Currently, we find ourselves at the southern edge of the forest. Thus, we shall proceed towards the right front." Hao Heng gestured towards the right ahead. Hu Yanli nodded in response. The 3 of them hastened forward. The dangers lurking within the forest were not solely the ferocious soul beasts. They also included the insidious venomous insects and toxic plants, along with the intricate terrain that demanded their utmost attention. However, given their current physical resilience, ordinary venomous creatures and toxic flora posed no threat to their protective layers, allowing them to proceed without concern. After Hao Heng confirmed the direction, Hu Yanli and Baiyu summoned their martial spirits, forging a path through the underbrush with determination. The trio charged ahead with reckless abandon, yet fortune smiled upon them, as they encountered no unforeseen mishaps. After a considerable time, they arrived at the edge of a tranquil pond. Hao Heng observed Hu Yanli and Baiyu, both of whom were beginning to breathe heavily. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that they had entered the forest around midday, and now it was already evening. "Let us rest here for the night," he suggested, "and continue our journey tomorrow." Hao Heng glanced around and expressed his thoughts to the 2 of them. Hu Yanli and the others had no objections and nodded in agreement, casually settling down in place. After sitting, an unexpected rumble resonated from the bellies of both Hu Yanli and Baiyu, prompting them to sheepishly scratch the back of their heads. Hao Heng chuckled. "It's time for a meal. You should gather some firewood and create a bonfire while I search the vicinity for something edible." "All right. Thank you, boss. Be cautious, brother." Amid their cheers, Hao Heng ventured once more into the jungle. He wandered aimlessly, for he was hardly an expert in wilderness survival. The art of tracking beasts by their footprints or droppings was a mystery to him. Fortunately, after half an hour of searching, he spotted a creature resembling an antelope. Its head elevated 2 meters above the ground, adorned with a brown hide and rocky protrusions along its back. Hao Heng concealed himself in the shadows, cautiously surveying the surroundings while contemplating a gradual approach towards the antelope. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality soon became apparent. During his advance, he inadvertently stepped upon a branch, the sharp crack resonating through the air, prompting the antelope to glance in his direction. To his astonishment, the creature emitted a bleat, lowered its head, and charged towards him. Hao Heng surmised that the antelope, perceiving him as a 2-legged being of insignificant stature, deemed him no threat. Hao Heng found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. However, as his adversary approached with a reckless intent, he resolved to forego any semblance of courtesy. When the antelope was a mere half-meter away, he swiftly extended his hands, grasping 2 straight, sharp horns with remarkable precision and strength. With a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed the power within him, channeling it into his palms. A resounding thud echoed as the antelope, having underestimated its opponent, was firmly subdued by Hao Heng, pressed forcefully against the ground. A sharp crack followed. Hao Heng felt as though his chin might be shattered. Nevertheless, he dared not relax. This antelope was undoubtedly the first formidable adversary he had encountered. Although it appeared relatively weak, he exerted every ounce of his strength to subdue it. When it finally reached the brink of exhaustion, he freed one hand and struck its head with fierce blows until its skull caved in, blood seeping forth. Hao Heng rose to his feet and exhaled a breath of frustration, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sheep. Although this antelope was not insignificant in size, it would scarcely suffice to satiate the hunger of the three of them. He glanced around once more, hoping to spot any of its companions lingering nearby, but there were none. Well, having this one was better than nothing. As Hao Heng consoled himself and prepared to lift the sheep's carcass, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow enveloping both him and the corpse. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he swiftly glanced at the outline of the shadow. Before he could discern its form, a wave of warm, putrid air accompanied by a deep, rumbling growl emanated from the side of his neck. Hao Heng immediately lowered his head as a shadow of a claw swept past the spot where his head had just been. The wind sliced through his hair like a razor. Hao Heng steadied his composure and rolled on the ground a few times, managing to distance himself 5 meters away before hastily rising to gaze at the owner of the shadow. The setting sun crowned it, illuminating a regal black pattern resembling the character for king. Its dark hide bore gray markings, and its tail resembled that of scorpion, culminating in a swollen flesh sac from which protruded a 20-centimeter-long curved needle. Its head towered 3 meters above the ground, revealing sharp teeth stained with traces of blood, while a pink tongue flicked and licked the edges of its lips. Standing there in a daze, Hao Heng felt an aura of the king of the forest emanating from the creature, fierce and brutal. Were an ordinary beast to stand before it, it would likely lack the courage to flee, resigning itself instead to stand still, awaiting its fate. The creature seemed indifferent to Hao Heng, casting a scornful glance before dismissively refraining from even a roar to intimidate him, lowering its head to bite into the antelope on the ground. Hao Heng observed the creature's movements, narrowing his eyes slightly. He instantly recognized this fierce beast from the book given to him by Huyan Ba. It was known as the black scorpion tiger. For every meter its head was above the ground, it represented an additional century of age. Not only was it endowed with immense strength and lightning-fast speed, but its scorpion-like tail also bore a potent venom. Just a single drop could fell a soul master within 3 seconds, leading to certain death. As the creature appeared, a chill ran from Hao Heng's heart to his limbs. At that moment, summoning his martial soul would spell disaster. However, after observing its actions, a glimmer of hope sparked within him, not merely because he might have evaded peril, but also because he might enjoy a hearty meal that night. Cautiously, he retreated into the nearby thicket. The fierce tiger paid him no heed. To it, the warm, delectable prey before was far more enticing than the relatively insignificant threat posed by the two-legged creature. With its mouth agape, it lunged towards the tender abdomen of the antelope, its sharp teeth swiftly piercing through the resilient hide. Just as it prepared to indulge in its feast, a tremor reverberated through the ground beneath it. The tiger's eyes widened in alarm as it scanned the direction from whence the tremor emanated. But all it could see was the dark expanse of the forest. Being a top predator, its acute sense of danger warned it that remaining there could lead to grave consequences. It needed to flee. But where could it escape to? The sense of peril surrounded it from all directions. Above and below, east and west, there was no avenue for retreat. The black scorpion tiger's fur bristled, its deadly scorpion tail raised high, while its sharp eyes meticulously surveyed its surroundings. Any subtle movement would be immediately detected. Should it encounter the creature that posed a threat, its taut hind legs would spring into action, propelling it towards the adversary at its utmost speed, injecting its lethal toxin into the foe's body. Yet, despite the ever-present danger, the source of the threat remained elusive. The tremors persisted, suggesting a formidable opponent was nearby. The black scorpion tiger, with its limited intellect, deduced this and remained on high alert, circling the carcass of the antelope, its head lowered, murderous intent glimmering in its eyes. It was not that it was reluctant to abandon its meal. Rather, it was genuinely at a loss for where to go. Night descended swiftly. One moment the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, and the next, the area where the tiger stood was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Strangely, the tremors ceased, leaving the tiger bewildered as it scanned its surroundings, its sense of danger momentarily abated. Furrowing its brow, it cast a glance at the carcass on the ground, contemplated for a moment, and decided to leave. Suddenly, a booming voice, akin to thunder, resonated from the sky. "Little kitty, look this way." The body of the black scorpion tiger suddenly froze, its senses of danger quivering violently at the sound that resonated. It turned slowly towards the source of the noise and beheld a colossal figure looming in the sky, which had appeared unbeknownst to it. The figure raised its arms high, wielding a stone that was 5 times the size of the black scorpion tiger itself. As the creature emitted a low whimper of fear, the figure moved, hurling the massive stone downwards. With a whoosh, the stone descended, cutting through the air, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris, and producing a thunderous roar. Upon impact with the ground, the earth fractured, sending soil flying in all directions, and the stone rolled twice before coming to a halt not far off. Once the dust had settled, Hao Heng transformed into a 10-meter-tall form and approached at a leisurely pace, as if plucking a weed, seizing a large tree to use as a makeshift club to clear the earth. Observing the black scorpion tiger, which had met its demise instantly under the weight of the rock, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Chapter 10. Hunting the Monkey. Although he had slain the ferocious tiger, the pressure from the stone had reduced both the tiger's carcass and that of the sheep to a grotesque mash. Hao Heng and his companions endured a dismal night of hunger. Fortunately, the following day, a lost wild boar charged into their camp. Hu Yanli and Bai Yu refrained from allowing Hao Heng to intervene, fearing that he might inadvertently ruin their opportunity for sustenance. The two summoned their martial spirits and engaged in battle with the formidable black-skinned boar, which stood 3 meters tall and measured 8 meters in length. For half an hour, they displayed remarkable synergy. One bore the weight of the beast while the other delivered powerful blows, ultimately vanquishing it in a scene of utter ferocity. At last, the trio feasted heartily before resuming their journey. By sunset, they finally arrived at the location described in their book, a grove of banyan trees, home to a troop of copper-skinned monkeys. Hao Heng and his companions concealed themselves atop a grand tree, gazing across a swift river towards the opposite bank. They had discovered their quarry, or rather, it was as if fate had guided them to it without effort. Hu Yanli, clutching the trunk, surveyed the sight of a vast congregation of reddish-brown macaques on the far side, swallowed hard, and remarked to his leader, Boss, "There seems to be an overwhelming number of monkeys. There must be over 100. Hao Heng gazed solemnly ahead, stroking his chin as he remarked, "Indeed. The book states that copper-skinned monkeys are social creatures, yet I did not anticipate such a multitude. Moreover, dealing with them requires more than mere confrontation. We must also contend with this river beneath us." The trio turned their eyes towards the vast river before them. Its width spanned 100 meters, stretching into the horizon. Its depths inscrutable, with shadowy forms seemingly drifting below. If they could not cross the river, any thoughts of hunting monkeys would be futile. "Bai Yu, bring me that pig leg." After their hearty breakfast, they had surprisingly managed to save a whole pig leg. Bai Yu, unwilling to let it go to waste, had secured it with a vine and slung it over his back. At the sound of his name, Bai Yu promptly unfastened the pig leg from his back and presented it to Hao Heng. Hao Heng ensnared the pig's leg with vines, then approached the branch's edge, which overlooked the river below. He lay upon the branch, gradually lowering the pig's leg. As the vines neared their end, the leg hovered 2 to 3 meters above the ground. At that moment, a single drop of blood oozed from the leg, cascading into the river. The water rushed tumultuously, yet for reasons unbeknownst to them, the trio sensed a peculiar tranquility in the river. Just as they began to doubt their perception, Hao Heng's eyes widened. He observed a shadow expanding within the water. Mere seconds later, the surface erupted. With a resounding splash, a column of water surged upward, reaching a height of 1 meter before dispersing. Through the mist, they beheld a formidable crocodile, adorned with golden scales and black markings, measuring 2 meters in width. As it gaped its massive jaws and swayed its body, wholly consuming the 2-meter-long pig's leg. Once the crocodile severed the vines and plunged into the water, the droplets stirred by its descent cascaded back into the river. As Hao Heng and the other two gradually regained their senses, they gazed fearfully at the river. "Boss," one stammered. The crocodile seemed to have barely revealed half of its body. Its full length must surely exceed 10 meters. Moreover, it appears there is more than one in the water. Bai Yu and the others observed several dark silhouettes beneath the surface, exchanging anxious remarks. Hao Heng descended from the treetop, his thick brows furrowed in concern. The crocodiles in the river were ferocious. Should he attempt to cross using his giant form, it would not only disturb the monkey troop, but also pose a significant risk to his own safety. "Big brother, perhaps we should reconsider and explore other soul beasts," suggested Hu Yanli, glancing at Bai Yu. "Indeed, the crocodiles in this river are not to be trifled with." They echoed in agreement. Hao Heng gently shook his head and remarked, "Although the copper-skinned ape is one of the finest spirit beasts within the soul-hunting forest suitable for your needs, it is also the easiest to locate. If we were to seek out others, our time would undoubtedly be insufficient. Yet, at this moment, we find ourselves at an impasse." Hu Yanli lamented as he struck the tree trunk in frustration. Bai Yu sighed softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "Let us descend first and discuss further." Hao Heng glanced at the two companions and guided them down to the ground. The trio walked along the riverbank for several hundred meters, only to discover that the nearest point across the river was a daunting 80 meters away, which left them feeling quite disheartened. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, they hunted down a goat-like beast and feasted heartily before Huyen Li and Bai Yu succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Hao Heng made his way to the riverbank. Gazing into the waters, his eyes seemed to penetrate the surface, revealing the savage crocodiles lurking beneath, and a frown creased his brow. Initially, he had anticipated that capturing a few monkeys would be a simple task, swiftly procuring soul rings for Huyen Li and Bai Yu, which would then afford him the time to seek out the soul beast of his desire. However, the formidable river lay before them, and each day it delayed them diminished his chances of locating a target by half. If he could not capture 2 suitable copper-skinned monkeys by the morrow, time would truly run short. Hao Heng bit his lip, his gaze profound as he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a cacophony of shrill cries erupted from the opposite shore. Rising to his feet, he cast his eyes across the river. In the darkness, he beheld a troop of monkeys, restless in the night, frolicking at the water's edge, chattering incessantly, some even shaking their rumps toward the river as if to mock the crocodiles. Hao Heng pondered this, shifting his gaze towards the river surface. Beneath the silvery sheen, several dark shadows swiftly approached. Moments later, a crocodile erupted from the water, its inverted, razor-sharp teeth bared as it lunged towards the troop of monkeys. The monkeys, seemingly forewarned, had already leapt aside as the water rippled, evading the crocodile's grasp. However, once the crocodile retreated back into the depths, they reconvened, shaking their heads and cheering, clapping and jumping, exhausting every method to entice the reptile. In response to their mockery, the crocodile surged forth again and again from the river. Though the crocodiles were not entirely unsuccessful, as some monkeys were indeed snatched and dragged beneath the surface, the monkeys remained undeterred. As soon as the crocodile submerged, they charged back, continuing their taunts. What a perplexing display of animal behavior this was. Hao Heng was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the actions of this troop of monkeys. Could it be that there were so many monkeys they intended to offer a few to the crocodiles as a feast? Such was his conjecture. Yet in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him regarding the monkeys' intentions. As his gaze shifted upstream, he noticed several robust bronze-skinned apes entering the water, 100 meters away from the raucous monkey troop. They occasionally glanced back towards the commotion before swiftly swimming toward the opposite bank. Goodness, these monkeys were capable of feigning a diversion. Hao Heng exclaimed in astonishment. He slapped his forehead, realizing that this was not the moment for such wonder. He hurried back to the camp and shook awake Bai Yu and Huyen Li. "What is it, brother?" They murmured sleepily, rubbing their eyes. "Do not linger in slumber. Your soul rings have arrived." Hao Heng promptly uttered a word, then rose to his feet, gesturing for the two to follow as he plunged into the thicket. Upon discussing this, the two felt a surge of energy, shaking off their drowsiness with a few slaps to their faces, and closely trailed behind Hao Heng. Bathed in moonlight, several reddish-brown monkeys, with elongated limbs and muscular frames, emerged from the water's edge. The first to ascend, a robust monkey adorned with a tuft of white fur the size of a fist upon its chest, stood still, surveying its surroundings before raising a hand to signal the others to advance. Subsequently, a troop of 7 monkeys cautiously ventured forward, entering the depths of the jungle. They treaded carefully through the underbrush, remaining acutely vigilant. However, unbeknownst to them, 6 eyes in the shadows were stealthily observing their every move. "Boss, shall we make our move?" Hua Yin whispered fervently, his gaze ablaze as he watched the monkeys intently. Hao Hengping inhaled deeply, gently shaking his head as he remarked, "There is no rush. Let's follow them and observe their intentions." Thus, the trio trailed behind the troop of monkeys, meandering through the jungle. As dawn approached, a single monkey call resonated through the thicket, promptly followed by a chorus of responses from several others. Hao Heng and his 2 companions concealed themselves within the thicket, gazing upward to behold 7 monkeys encircling a tree laden with pear-shaped fruits of a deep crimson hue. They danced with exuberance, leaping and cheering joyously. Huyen Li observed them, perplexed, and inquired, "Do they truly risk being torn apart by crocodiles to cross the river merely for the sake of gathering fruit? Is there an absence of such fruits on the opposite bank?" Hao Heng observed a group of monkeys nearby, deftly crafting containers from broad leaves, while others ascended the trees to dislodge fruits, which were subsequently gathered and packaged with remarkable organization. He shook his head and remarked, "It is unclear. We are not like them, and thus cannot comprehend their thoughts. What shall we do now?" Bai Yu inquired eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation. and his fists clenched so tightly that veins protruded from his skin. At that moment, all he needed was to hunt a copper-skinned monkey, for then he could absorb a soul ring and attain the status of a true soul master. Such a prospect stirred within him an uncontrollable surge of emotion. Hao Heng grasped his arm and exchanged a glance with him. Once he had calmed down, he said, "Wait for my signal. I shall return shortly." "All right," came the reply. Hao Heng retreated into the thicket, disappearing from sight. After a while, Hu Yanli turned to Bai Yu and exclaimed, "What the hell? The boss never informed us about the signal. How will we know if he has sent one?" Bai Yu, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure and shot Hu Yanli an exasperated glance. "There's no need for such alarm. The elder brother has his reasons for not telling us. Just wait and see. Spare us the unnecessary chatter." Indeed, the boss was always meticulous in his dealings, leaving no room for worry on their part. Hu Yanli nodded in agreement, murmuring his understanding. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing howl of wind echoed above them, followed by an ominous darkness enveloping them as a shadow soared overhead. When they turned to investigate, a thunderous crash resonated in the distance. A stone plummeted down, severing a fruit tree, while the monkeys atop it met their demise, some dead, some injured, with those below staring blankly, evidently still in shock. Unbeknownst to Hu Yanli and Bai Yu, a colossal foot descended before them, casting a shadow over their figures. A voice of immense authority boomed from above, commanding, "Up." Instantly, they sprang into action, summoning their martial souls and charging forward. Upon their arrival at the scene, a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, and, as the dust settled, the remaining monkeys were trapped beneath its palm, helpless against its might, regardless of their frantic struggles. Chapter 11. The thunderous golden armored giant bear. The first rays of golden light illuminated the horizon, with dewdrops clinging to the tips of leaves. Hao Heng plucked 2 purplish-red pears from a severed fruit tree, settled himself on the ground nearby, and wiped away the dust from the fruit with his clothing, unperturbed by its state before taking a bite. To his surprise, the taste was delightful. The skin was thin, the juice abundant, and each bite was crisp, accompanied by the exhilarating sensation of bursting flavor. The juice was sweet, yet not cloying, refreshing and invigorating. After devouring the fruit in just a few bites, he picked several more, treating them as his breakfast. Not far from Hao Heng, Bai Yu and Hu Yanli sat cross-legged, each in front of a copper-skinned monkey, its wide, terrified eyes unblinking in death. Above each monkey was a darker, yellow soul ring. This was the soul ring, and the white mist emanating from the 2 individuals entwined around the ring, attempting to draw it into their bodies. The ring swayed, resisting the pull of the soul rings, testing the soul power of the pair. When the rings entered their bodies, the lingering ferocity of the soul beasts upon the rings would serve as a trial of their willpower. According to the original master's theory, the maximum age for the first soul ring of an ordinary person should be around 400 years. However, the soul ring Bai Yu was absorbing was 700 years old, while Hu Yanli's was 800. Though there were soul rings of approximately 400 years on the ground, their prolonged training with Hao Heng had significantly enhanced their physical abilities, far surpassing the average 10th level soul masters. Even those close to becoming great soul masters, like Hu Yanba, were not comparable to them. Taking all factors into consideration, they dared to challenge the limits of the soul rings. Hao Heng did not intervene, for his ambitions were even more audacious. Nearly 2 hours later, the sun emerged in its entirety, casting a brilliant light upon the sky, which was a deep azure, unblemished by a single cloud. Hao Heng lowered his gaze towards the sky, directing his attention to the 2 individuals who were drenched in sweat and wore fierce expressions. He heard 2 soft murmurs emanate from within them in succession. A smile graced his lips as he rose to his feet and approached them. In less than 5 seconds, Hu Yanli was the first to open his eyes. He forcefully struck the ground with his hands, leaving 2 imprints before standing up and raising his trunk towards the heavens. Releasing a long, resonant cry, his body swelled outward as if filled with air, emanating a formidable presence akin to that of a mammoth, stirring the winds around him. Meanwhile, Bai Yu also opened his eyes, his expression returning to a calm demeanor. He gradually stood, the sounds of crackling emanating from within him as his muscles surged and shifted. His silvery skin armor expanded outward, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. When his stature increased by half, reaching a height of 3 meters, the transformation finally ceased. "Boss, brother." Upon fully awakening, the 2 colossal beings cast joyful glances towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng let out a brief chuckle, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, He stood before Huyen Li, his fist, charged with power, struck with ferocity. His fully unleashed punch, though its force was merely approaching 300, was something Huyen Li would have never dared to confront previously. However, in the present moment, he bellowed, bronze wall, iron shield. Raising his arms, the crystalline sheen of his skin radiated a flash of white light, appearing to grow thicker. The fierce punch collided with his arms, producing a muffled thud, after which Huyen Li staggered back 3 steps before firmly regaining his stance. Indeed, Hao Heng commented, then vanished from his original position, reappearing before Bai Yu. This time, he lifted his thigh. The force that a thigh can exert far surpasses that of a fist, with nearly 300 attribute points concentrated in his thigh. He could deliver a kick with double the impact of a punch. However, he chose to target the area with the thickest defense on Bai Yu, his chest. Bai Yu squared his shoulders and raised his head, bracing himself with arms wide open, exuding a demeanor of readiness. Just as Hao Heng's leg was about to strike, Bai Yu let out a muffled groan. His resilient armor, a silvery skin-tight suit, seemed to glisten as if coated in oil, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. With a swift kick, Hao Heng sent him flying, yet the impact felt as though he had struck a stone. Landing gracefully, Hao Heng assumed the demeanor of a grandmaster, arms crossed, smiling as he offered his commentary. Bai Yu, grinning foolishly, rose from the ground, reverting to his original form. How can one still smile after being kicked away? Huyen Li remarked disdainfully from the side. Bai Yu's smile faded as he cast a cold glance in his direction. Retorting, brother did not strike you with his fists because he deemed you weak. Had he used his legs, you would surely not be laughing, but rather lying on the ground, weeping pitifully. The two exchanged barbs, with Bai Yu consistently emerging victorious, for whenever Huyen Li faltered. Bai Yu would mock him with the memory of Huyen Li being sent sprawling by a single punch from Hao Heng. A gentleman does not engage in disputes with the petty. Huyen Li scoffed, turning away. Boss, what next? He promptly inquired of Hao Heng. Hao Heng cast a glance, his eyes ablaze with fury, prompting Bai Yu to hastily intervene, urging for calm. Enough, cease your quarrel. Upon hearing Hao Heng's voice, Bai Yu let out a cold snort, crossing her arms as she approached. Observing the two individuals who gazed back at him, Hao Heng's expression darkened. He refrained from speaking immediately, allowing a moment of contemplation to wash over him. When he finally met their eyes again, he spoke in a composed tone. You have acquired your soul rings. You may return now. What? Bai Yu and Huyen Li exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by Hao Heng's declaration. Huyen Li quickly inquired, Boss, what does this mean? Hao Heng gazed at him and said, The soul beast I am about to hunt is perilous, and I possess little assurance of success. Therefore, I must ask you not to accompany me, for it may lead to unforeseen calamities. Isn't it true, brother, that you once proclaimed strength lies in numbers? You are now soul masters, and even if Huyen Li cannot assist you, I am certain I can. Hey, you stubborn rhinoceros, what do you mean by that? Listen, just now you did not exert your full strength, so you could not gauge my current limits. Why not test it? Use your martial soul's embodiment to strike me once more, but remember, it must not exceed a 10-meter range. With that, Huyen Li raised his arms in a defensive posture. Bai Yu stepped aside, casting a disdainful glance at him, her eyes brimming with the anticipation of a spectacle. Hao Heng gazed at the two individuals and calmly declared, My objective is the thunderous golden armored giant bear. Upon the utterance of these words, the surroundings seemed to be suspended in time, enveloped in an eerie silence where not a single entity stirred. As a cool breeze swept through, Bai Yu and Huyen Li felt a simultaneous shiver ascend their spines. They exchanged astonished glances, then turned their heads in unison to look at Hao Heng, realizing he appeared to be quite serious. After a brief moment of silent understanding, Bai Yu spoke first, Brother. However, Huyen Li swiftly interjected, saying, Well then, big brother, we shall take our leave now. We shall meet again at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Hao Heng lightly nodded, acknowledging the unspoken agreement. Upon receiving a response, Huyen Li wrapped his arm around Bai Yu's, covering his mouth with one hand, and slowly led him towards the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Once they had distanced themselves, he finally released the struggling Bai Yu. Bai Yu glared at him, indignation evident in his voice. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from intervening with my brother? Huyen Li calmly met his gaze and inquired, Is it of any use? When has the leader ever swayed from his decisions due to our will? But we should go together. Bai Yu lowered his head, suppressing his anger. Huyen Li let out a cold laugh. The thunder golden armored giant bear, towering like a mountain, clad in indestructible golden armor, capable of summoning thunder from the heavens and possessing the strength to withstand mountains. This legendary creature of the soul-hunting forest, though a 1,000-year soul beast, possesses the combat power of a 10,000-year soul beast. It is said that even the soul kings fear it. If the two of us venture forth, it would merely be a death sentence. But my brother, the leader, is inherently cautious and meticulous in his actions. Since he has decided to go, he must have sufficient confidence. If we accompany him, we will only hinder him, forcing him to split his focus on caring for us. Does a leader need you to worry for him? Right now, we should consider not whether the leader will encounter danger, but rather whether we can safely return to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest without causing him any trouble. Hu Yanli analyzed calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Bai Yu clenched his fists, his expression filled with indignation. After a few moments, he finally relaxed his grip, exhaling a sigh despite the reluctance etched on his face. You make a valid point. Let us proceed. Indeed, Hu Yanli replied, and the two set off in search of the way back. Chapter 12. The treasure caught someone's eye. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, a woman in a flowing white garment stood by the edge of a crystal-clear pond. The water mirrored her graceful figure, yet her true visage remained obscured by a delicate pink and white veil. Beside her stood a petite girl, no taller than her waist, clad in a fitted lilac dress, her long hair cascading elegantly. Despite her youthful features, her bright eyes held an alluring charm that belied her tender age, captivating all who beheld her. Master, when will we find the soul ring? The girl squatted by the pond, tossing pebbles into the water, her impatience palpable. This query was clearly not her first, as it rolled off her tongue with ease. The veiled woman extended a slender finger, smooth as white jade, and gently tapped the girl's forehead. A voice, resonant and cool, emerged from beneath the veil. Have I not told you? The search for a soul ring is a form of cultivation. One must endure solitude and withstand trials. When the time is right, it will naturally reveal itself. But this is taking far too long. We've been searching for 3 days. Why doesn't he, the master, take me to the Stardo forest? I heard there are more soul beasts there. The girl pressed her forehead, persistently complaining. The woman feigned anger, prompting the girl to fall silent, lowering her head. After a brief moment, realizing that the woman was not truly upset, the girl refrained from further complaints and continued tossing stones into the pond. The woman's gaze, peeking through her veil, glanced at her, and with a soft sigh, she crouched down, embracing the girl and gently stroking her head. Master is currently facing a bit of trouble. It is merely by chance that I brought you to the soul-hunting forest this time, and the Stardo forest is far too perilous. I promise you, the next time I acquire a soul ring, I will take you there to explore. Is that all right? The little girl nestled in her embrace felt warmth and obediently nodded. She then looked up at the woman's smooth chin, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Then, Master, shall we go back and search again? All right, let us proceed. With a light chuckle, the woman stood up, taking the girl's hand as they prepared to walk into the dense forest behind them. Just then, a massive stone hurtled from the sky, landing directly where the two stood. The woman in white gazed at the boulder, raising her hand to unleash a dark beam of light that struck the stone. In that instant, the giant rock appeared to be immersed in a highly corrosive solution, emitting white smoke as dark green liquid dripped from its edges, rapidly shrinking until it was no larger than a lychee by the time it fell. The woman deftly intercepted the incoming stone, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light that even the veil could not conceal. She lifted the girl into her arms and gently leaped into the air. As they ascended, she murmured softly, I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. However, since you initiated the attack, do not blame me. An intense aura of killing intent radiated from her, causing the girl in her arms to tremble. The girl could not comprehend how her once sisterly master could transform into a fearsome entity in the blink of an eye. Yet, she seemed accustomed to it, carefully burying her head, too afraid to glance around. She knew that once her master's fury subsided, she would return to her former self. However, this time was peculiar. The killing intent dissipated the moment they soared into the sky, a surprised gasp escaping the girl's lips. She looked up at her master's face, noticing her eyes glimmering with the same fascination one might have for an intriguing toy, fixated on something ahead. Turning her head, the girl beheld a colossal giant, one foot planted firmly on the ground while its head brushed the clouds. The giant, with a face twisted in a menacing grimace, was raining down punches upon the earth, each strike exuding an aura of ferocity and violence that could be felt even from a distance. This is what you get for ambushing me, for sending my stone flying away for your audacity. Hao Heng sat upon the back of a soul beast, which initially bore a row of sharp spines, measuring 20 meters in length and resembling a porcupine with an elongated snout. One by one, he extracted the spines, blood gushing forth from the wounds. The soul beast was pinned beneath him, enduring the full weight of Hao Heng's 50-meter giant martial spirit, while also suffering the relentless blows of his fists. Continuous cries of agony erupted from its mouth, yet Hao Heng felt no pity. On the contrary, he intensified the force of his strikes. This was a consequence of the beast's own actions. Not long ago, Hao Heng had been following the direction indicated by the tree in his memory, seeking the dwelling of the thunder gold-armored giant bear, contemplating how he might successfully hunt the creature. To his surprise, the beast had disguised itself as a small mountain, suddenly roaring as he passed by and charging towards him. Fortunately, Hao Heng reacted swiftly, leaping aside and activating his giant martial spirit to counterattack, seizing a nearby stone to hurl at it. However, the soul beast had a trick up its sleeve. The spines that had been lying flat on its back suddenly stood erect, deflecting the stone far away. Finding himself without a convenient weapon, Hao Heng engaged in a prolonged struggle, eventually managing to uproot the spines one by one and gain the upper hand, pinning the creature beneath him. After delivering dozens of powerful punches, he paused to catch his breath. Upon seeing the soul beast's head, now battered and bloodied, embedded in the ground, he rose and withdrew his martial spirit. Gazing at the purple soul ring slowly ascending from the beast's head, he sighed in relief. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, the joy of conquering a 1,000-year soul beast suddenly began to fade. Hao Heng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. In his haste to summon his martial soul, he had neglected to remove his clothing, resulting in a chaotic mess around him. Not only was there a lack of suitable garments to be found, but even if you were to locate them, they would merely be a pile of tattered fabric. Frustrated, he approached the lifeless porcupine spirit beast and delivered a kick, venting his exasperation. Fortunately, he possessed a pair of indestructible shorts bestowed upon him by the system. Without them, he would truly be in a predicament. Alas, he decided to first seek something to cover himself. Hao Heng glanced around, preparing to create something akin to a grass skirt. However, quite suddenly, two figures materialized before him, a woman adorned with a veil and a young girl. They approached and halted a mere 2 or 3 meters in front of him, staring intently at Hao Heng, showing no intention of leaving. Hao Heng, maintaining an air of composure, discreetly covered himself in the appropriate manner, steadying his flustered and bashful heart. With a calm and unruffled expression, he inquired, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" "Hey, brat, how'd you end up here? Where did that imposing figure go just now?" "Speak the truth." The girl stepped forward, hands on her hips, exuding an arrogant defiance. "Brat." In Hao Heng's mind, a multitude of questions emerged, causing his brow to furrow as he cast a dispassionate glance at the little girl. He pondered how audacious, were it not for the presence of the individual behind you, whose strength I am uncertain of, I would not hesitate to silence your insolence. "Nar, please exhibit some decorum." The woman draped in white silk behind the girl interjected, her voice chilling yet tinged with curiosity and a hint of seriousness that compelled one's attention. "Yes, master." The petite girl, named Nar, responded, turning to glance at the woman before redirecting her gaze toward Hao Heng. Suddenly, her expression softened. Her eyes glistened with moisture and delicate, rosy ears emerged from her head. A fluffy tail sprouted from behind her, and her stature grew considerably, her form becoming more voluptuous. With an enchanting allure, she extended a beguiling hand from her captivating gaze and spoke in a sweet, delicate tone. "Dear brother, could you enlighten me as to what transpired?" Under normal circumstances, any reasonable person would find it difficult to resist such an endearing temptation. However, how utterly dismissive. Hao Heng turned his head aside, disdainfully letting out a cold scoff, and stealthily retreated a few steps. In his heart, he mused, a mere girl with such limited allure, daring to entice a great giant. How amusing. His actions left both his mentor and the apprentice astonished, particularly the young woman named Nar, who remained momentarily dazed, almost entranced. Noticing their bewilderment, Hao Heng glanced around. The left side seemed more favorable for an escape. His keen instincts warned him that these two, especially the veiled woman, were not to be trifled with, prompting him to slip away quietly. "Hey, you scoundrel, what do you mean by this? Come back and explain yourself." The girl erupted in an indignant roar, her eyes ablaze with fury as she clenched her fists and advanced towards Hao Heng step by step. "Stop," he commanded, raising a hand to halt her progress after she had taken just 2 steps. He then calmly addressed her, saying, "My dear lady, and to your sister behind you, we bear no animosity nor obligation towards each other. It is perhaps better that we remain strangers. You can see that I possess nothing of value. If you desire anything from me, feel free to take it without concern for my presence. I shall take my leave now, so please do not see me off." With that, Hao Heng turned to flee, but as he pivoted, his gaze fell upon a figure clad in white. As the wind swept forth, it lifted the veil, revealing an exquisitely enchanting visage that struck his mind with stunning force, instantly shattering his resolute will. He found himself momentarily spellbound. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his senses and hastily retreated a few steps, astonished and inwardly lamenting. Alas, I have encountered a siren. Even the will of a giant can be ensnared. How terrifying this enchantment is. Who claimed you bore no treasures? As Hao Heng was immersed in the recollection of the torment he had just endured, a voice, cool and laced with a hint of teasing, pierced through his thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. So, what must I do to secure my release? Hao Heng could no longer contain his emotions, his gaze evasive as he inquired. The woman slightly raised her chin and chuckled softly, saying, "Your shorts are quite intriguing. If you leave them behind, you may take your leave." Hao Heng tightened his trousers, a singular thought occupying his mind. It is over. The treasure has truly captivated someone. My fate is sealed. Chapter 13. The Unfortunate Bear. Dear sister, please do not jest. What significance does this tattered pair of undergarments hold? I beseech you, allow me to depart. Hao Meng's brow twitched uncontrollably as he took slow steps backward, just as he created a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the woman in white. His words came to an end. In a fleeting moment of silence, he abruptly turned his body, preparing to flee once more. However, as soon as his foot lifted, he gently set it back down, for the woman in white had once again materialized before him. The swiftness of her movement, so rapid that even her shadow was imperceptible, filled Hao Heng's heart with a flicker of despair. I do not jest. If you remove your shorts, you may leave, the woman stated in a tone devoid of emotion. Hao Heng pondered. How infuriating. This pretentious tone is unmistakably mine. Does your strength truly elevate you? He resolutely replied, I apologize, dear sister, but I cannot part with it. This is my family heirloom. Besides, if I were to give it to you, I would be left without any garments. And the embarrassment of being seen in such a state would be quite unfortunate. The woman in white remained silent, gently caressing her smooth chin. After a moment of contemplation, she waved her hand, and a beam of white light emanated from the quail egg-sized ruby ring adorning her index finger. The light descended upon Hao Heng's feet, transforming into a set of garments. Only then did she speak. I shall exchange this for you. Hao Heng raised an eyebrow, picked up the clothing, and upon unfolding it, he was immediately filled with rage. He flung the garment to the ground, his trembling finger pointing accusingly at the woman in white as he bellowed. I have tolerated you for long enough. If you were merely fixated on my underwear, that would be one thing, but to humiliate me with women's clothing is utterly disgraceful. I bear no grudge against you. Why must you force my hand in this manner? Indeed, the garment lying on the ground was a white dress, adorned with lace trim. How dare you toss my clothing onto the floor? The girl, who had remained silent for quite some time, was now seething with anger, raising her claw-like hands as if to strike. The woman in white swiftly intervened, and Hao Heng's fury seemed to amuse her. She smiled with satisfaction and said, It is simply because I am superior to you. You are weak, and I am strong. Whatever I desire, you have no valid reason to deny me. I believe you understand this as well, do you not? Hao Heng retracted his outstretched hand, forming a fist that he placed against his chest. Lowering his head as he murmured, You have forced my hand. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from within him, sweeping through the dust-laden ground and enveloping his figure in a thick shroud of earth and haze. The girl glanced up at the woman, her voice tinged with confusion as she called out, Master, do not rush. The woman remained composed, her gaze revealing an amusement at Hao Heng's actions. In an instant, a vortex formed amidst the swirling dust, drawing in the particles, and the following moment saw a dark silhouette burst forth from its center, a torrent of yellow sand surging behind it towards the two women. In the face of the impending colossal shadow, the woman leisurely raised a finger, simultaneously emanating a formidable aura that surged like an unstoppable flood. As it reached an impressive height, it cascaded downwards. The approaching dust failed to cling to her pristine white robe, while the fist, so powerful it left a lingering afterimage and generated shockwave, was effortlessly halted by her seemingly delicate finger. At this moment, Hao Heng profoundly comprehended the meaning of being unable to advance even a single step, transforming into a colossal giant towering 10 meters high. He possessed not only a tenfold increase in strength, but also the weight of his form pressing down. Yet, despite this formidable power capable of shattering the very earth, his devastating strike was effortlessly intercepted. You have yet to acquire a soul ring? A voice, tinged with confusion and a hint of astonishment, reached Hao Heng's ears. Hao Heng felt a sharp pain radiating from his fist as an intrusive energy infiltrated his meridians, brazenly probing his body. He swiftly retracted his arm and opened his fist, gazing at the spot where the woman had just pointed. There, a dark stain emerged, incessantly transmitting a throbbing sensation to Hao Heng's mind, and it continued to expand. Hao Heng retreated 2 steps, casting an indignant glare at the woman, and exclaimed, "Detestable! You still resort to poison." The woman let out a light laugh and replied, "Poison is my forte. How could I possibly refrain from using it?" With that, Hao Heng took several more steps back, and a radiant orb of milky white light surged forth from his chest. This white luminescence extended into hundreds of beams that enveloped his limbs, torso, and head, culminating in a dazzling burst of brilliance. As the light diminished, Hao Heng's form magnified 5-fold, reaching an imposing height of 50 meters. From his elevated vantage point, the white-clad woman appeared diminutive, and even the towering trees beside him resembled mere weeds by the roadside. With a casual motion, he uprooted one of these trees, soil and roots intact, and hurled it towards the woman. However, she reacted with remarkable swiftness, scooping up the girl beside her and deftly evading the oncoming projectile with a slight shift in her stance. Hao Heng appeared as if a celestial being, his pair of large, luminous, and imposing eyes, radiant and fierce like the sun, scanned the surroundings. While he found no person, he did encounter a massive dark red spider, its legs stretching an astonishing 10 meters and adorned with 8 limbs. As his gaze fell upon the arachnid, 9 soul rings surged forth from its being. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. These 9 rings, resplendent and captivating, left Hao Heng momentarily entranced. "My goodness, a tidal Douluo!" Hao Heng screamed internally, unwilling to linger any longer, and hurled the tree in his grasp towards the colossal spider. He swiftly turned and fled. However, despite his remarkable speed attribute of 6,000, his large frame hindered his agility. As he pivoted, the dark red spider unleashed a venomous spout, its surrounding purple soul rings shimmering ominously, casting a flurry of dark red shadows towards Hao Heng. These shadows dispersed in midair, weaving into an intricate web that ensnared his limbs and torso, leaving only his head exposed. With his balance compromised, Hao Heng plummeted to the ground, his massive body crashing through countless trees, creating a large, cocoon-shaped crater upon impact. Hao Heng's complexion turned ashen, and the toxins from the spider's web clung to him. Upon contact with his skin, it felt as though something were gnawing at his very being. Even more dire, within mere seconds, the poison infiltrated his bloodstream, sapping his strength and damaging his internal organs. Should this predicament persist, in half an hour, his viscera would dissolve into a sanguine liquid, and he would inevitably meet his demise. So what now? Will the fight continue? Before Hao Heng, the woman in white and the girl approached slowly. He turned his head to gaze at them, his expression darkening with displeasure. How infuriating! Hao Heng muttered a curse under his breath, then lifted his head to don a smile, addressing the woman. "Sister, let us cease this. Could you kindly release me? Your poison is exceedingly potent, and I feel I might perish." The woman stepped closer, pinched his cheek, and chuckled lightly. "Your resilience is quite remarkable. I estimate it will take at least half an hour for my toxin to claim your life, so fret not." "Damn, you truly are astoundingly accurate." Hao Heng inwardly cursed. "That, sister, as a title Douluo, is it not unbecoming to bully someone like me, a mere spirit master without even a single soul ring? Surely, it would not reflect well if this were to be made public. I implore you, with your esteemed status, to show mercy and spare me." Hao Heng chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the little girl accompanying the woman stepped forward, extending her tiny hand to pat Hao Heng's face, as solid as a stone wall, and laughed, saying, "Aren't you quite strong? Weren't you about to lose your temper? Now you know to beg for mercy." Hao Heng's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards the girl, his large eyes exuding an air of authority that momentarily subdued her. The little girl scurried back to the woman, clutching her hand with a pitiable look, and said, "Master, you frighten me. My dear, one may indulge in food whimsically, but one must not speak carelessly. When have I ever frightened you? You did. I did not. You did. Enough. Nar. Cease your clamor." The woman gently patted the girl's head to silence her, then turned her attention to Hao Heng and said, "Young man, I no longer desire your trousers. However, your earlier attack signifies your readiness to engage in battle with me. Now that you have faltered, it is utterly impossible for you to simply utter a request from me to release you. Sister, what do you wish for? Aside from my trousers, whatever it is you desire, I shall grant it if it lies within my capabilities." Upon hearing her words, Hao Heng felt a surge of joy within him. He promptly straightened his chest and spoke swiftly. Then I shall have you as my disciple. What does that sound? The woman replied. Huh. Hao Heng and the young girl beside the woman simultaneously expressed their bewilderment. How is it that, with my abilities, I am not deemed worthy to be your master? The woman inquired with a smile. Hao Heng retracted his smile, pondering seriously for a moment. His gaze shifted, and he remarked, Esteemed senior, your sudden proposition is rather unexpected. We are complete strangers. Do you not fear that I might be a treacherous scoundrel, tarnishing your esteemed reputation? Indeed, master, this fellow clearly does not seem like a good person. Why would you consider taking him as your disciple when you already have me? The young girl pouted, gently shaking the woman's arm in a playful manner. The woman pressed a hand to the girl's head, unveiling her exquisite beauty by drawing aside her veil. She addressed Hao Heng, saying, I am indifferent to your character. What intrigues me is the fact that someone who has yet to truly become a soul master can defeat a 1,000-year-old soul beast with such a unique martial spirit. If you cannot be of use to me, you may very well find yourself opposing me in the future. Tell me, would it be wiser to wait until you rise and stand against me, or to eliminate you now, while you are still unprepared? Hao Heng gazed into her fiercely radiant eyes, swallowed hard, and exhaled softly, hesitating to respond to her inquiry. During the moment when he was momentarily subdued, shrouded by swirling dust, he contemplated deeply. A spider, the title of Douluo, a crimson soul ring, a woman. He had unraveled her identity. Who, other than the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong from the original work, could possess such formidable grace? Yet it was precisely because he recognized her as Bibi Dong that Hao Heng dared not readily acquiesce to her, for doing so would signify his alignment against the original protagonist, Tang San. Although Hao Heng was not afraid of Tang San, seeking unnecessary trouble for himself was not the behavior of a rational individual. It is inherent in human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. With his head pressed against the ground, he contemplated calmly. Just then, a ferocious roar erupted from a distance. A colossal figure burst through the fallen trees, immense and robust, clad in resplendent golden armor that shimmered with divine light. Its mouth, agape, revealed fangs sharp as daggers, and its powerful claws crackled with arcs of lightning. The thunderous golden armored bear, the sovereign of this forest, had ventured out today with the intent to feast, its spirits high as it prepared to return to its lair for a well-deserved slumber. However, en route back, it spotted a towering silhouette from afar. Unable to withstand the provocation of a figure that dwarfed it, it charged forward, intent on a battle to determine who truly reigned as the forest monarch. Yet, upon confronting the figure, it suddenly realized it might have arrived at an opportune moment. If it could speak, it would surely have uttered, "Excuse me, please continue with your business. I shall take my leave." Alas, it could not, and to complicate matters, it heard an excited and joyful voice proclaim, "Master, leave it. I need it to be my first soul ring." Chapter 14. Crossing the Thunder Tribulation, System Upgrade in Progress. As dusk approached in the soul-hunting forest, the former ruler of the woods let out a sorrowful wail that would bring tears to the eyes of listeners and drool to the mouths of onlookers. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, Bibi Dong stood poised above its nape, retracting her 8 long and sharp spider legs back into her back. Hao Heng struggled momentarily and hastily exclaimed, "Master, please help me untie it. It is on the brink of death." He had not anticipated that fortune would arrive so abruptly. Instead of seeking out the thunderous golden armored giant bear, it had come to him of its own accord, accompanied by an extraordinary powerhouse to subdue it. Is this what it means to have a solid backing? Truly delightful. Oh, are you willing to accept me as your disciple? Bibi Dong leaped down, approaching Hao Heng. She had sensed a flicker of reluctance on his face and was ready to strike. Yet, the spirit beast had unexpectedly emerged, had it arrived a moment later. The spider behind Bibi Dong would have sunk its fangs into Hao Heng. Had Hao Heng been aware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, his gratitude towards the ill-fated bear would have undoubtedly deepened. Naturally, Master possesses unparalleled abilities and martial prowess. To have the honor of being accepted as your disciple is a blessing that might take me 10 lifetimes to attain. How could I ever refuse? Hao Heng also set aside his inner concerns, choosing to focus on the present rather than worrying about what the future might hold. Deceiver. Your earlier hesitation clearly indicated your reluctance to take the master as your mentor. The young girl, discerning as she was, unflinchingly pointed out Hao Heng's earlier indecision. Hao Heng cast a glance at her and chuckled. I was initially concerned that I might not be worthy to be your master's disciple, fearing that I would tarnish your esteemed reputation. However, upon reflection, The very fact that you are willing to take us as your apprentices signifies that we must possess unique qualities. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister? The young girl, feeling bashful, turned crimson at the emphasis on senior sister. She intertwined her fingers, shyly twisting her body, and murmured, yes, perhaps. Those who are perceptive to the times are indeed the wise. It is sufficient that you understand. Bibi Dong approached Hao Heng, lightly poking his face with her finger. In an instant, the sticky spider's silk binding him melted away like snow dissolving into water. He regained his normal appearance and respectfully bowed his head before Bibi Dong, exclaiming, Master. Though compelled, Hao Heng did not perceive this as an exploitation of circumstance. Even if he were titled Douluo, he would not dare deceive Bibi Dong, especially given his current limited strength. Having resolved to become her disciple, he was determined to demonstrate his sincerity. Bibi Dong slightly inclined her head and smiled, saying, Rise. Thank you, master. Hao Heng rose to his feet, casting a glance at Bibi Dong, exhaling a deep sigh. He then turned his attention to the colossal bear, now frothing at the mouth, and spoke, Master, then. Go ahead. Upon receiving the command, Hao Heng dashed towards the thunder gold armor giant bear, his expression brimming with excitement. That evening, when he first laid eyes on this magnificent creature in a book, he had already claimed it as his own. What it could bestow upon him was of utmost significance. The attributes of the thunder gold armor giant bear were indeed remarkable. It possessed immense size and strength, along with the ability to manipulate lightning. However, for Hao Heng, these factors were secondary. What truly captivated him was the golden armor adorning the bear. Despite having indestructible undergarments provided by the system, he found himself exposed each time his martial soul manifested. Hao Heng was far from being a pervert. Yet if he were to engage in battle while in such a state, who would believe him innocent, no matter how fervently he explained? According to Hao Heng's speculation, assimilating this giant bear might grant him 3 abilities. Ideally, the coveted golden armor. Next, a soul skill to wield lightning. And at the very least, a soul skill that enhanced strength. This sensation was akin to a lottery in his previous life. Who could remain calm before the results were revealed? Gazing at the head of the thunder gold armor giant bear, Hao Heng seized a large stone, raised it high, and with its sharp edge aimed precisely, brought it crashing down. Blood splattered as he discarded the stone aside, watching the purple soul ring ascend from the pool of blood. Hao Heng took a moment to calm his excited heart, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, channeling the soul power within him. A warm current surged through his meridians like a tidal wave, emanating from his forehead, transforming into an invisible hand that grasped towards the purple soul ring, pulling it into himself regardless of its willingness. Meanwhile, the young girl approached Bibi Dong, her brow furrowed with concern as she observed Hao Heng absorbing the soul ring. Master, didn't you say that the typical age limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring is around 400 years? Can my junior brother truly handle a 1,000-year soul ring? Bibi Dong gently tousled her hair and replied, Silly child, I was referring to ordinary individuals or prodigies. As for my junior brother, he is a monster. After an hour had passed, darkness enveloped the sky completely. A wave of energy suddenly surged, and Bibi Dong, seated by the campfire, raised her hand to disperse the energy wave, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they turned towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng opened his eyes, and a violet light emanated from the corners. As he rose to his feet, a sound akin to bursting beans resonated from within his body. He surveyed himself. Having absorbed a millennium-old soul ring, he had grown 10 centimeters taller, now standing at precisely 1 meter 30. Furthermore, his already sturdy physique appeared to have gained additional strength, with his muscles becoming more defined and his contours increasingly graceful. Did you succeed? Bibi Dong inquired as she approached with the young girl. I have not disappointed you. I have succeeded, he replied. Hao Heng smiled confidently and said, Let us see a demonstration. Hao stepped back a few paces, inhaling deeply as the soul power within him began to circulate. His body swayed momentarily before gradually expanding, ceasing its growth upon reaching a formidable 10 meters. At that moment, a resplendent purple soul ring erupted from within him, shimmering with brilliance. As the soul ring flickered, a layer of transparent armor materialized around his form, enveloping him entirely. Once fully encased, a radiant golden light burst forth from the armor with a resounding chime, radiating in all directions. From a distance, Hao appeared as a golden sun, an entity so luminous that none could gaze directly upon his true form. His first soul skill, thunderous golden armor. Hao Heng gently murmured with his eyes closed, absorbing the information emanating from the soul ring within. Thunderous golden armor. Passive effect, golden armor, bestows a radiant golden sheen upon the body, with its defensive capabilities determined by the amassed thunder energy. Active effect, domain of thunder, concentrates thunder energy to strike at objects or beings encroaching upon his vicinity. The moment he opened his eyes, Hao Heng could not suppress his astonishment and exclaimed, "Incredible!" It was no wonder he lost his composure. This first soul ring was astonishingly formidable, not only fulfilling his need for bodily concealment, but also providing a domain-type soul technique. Furthermore, he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength and physique, prompting him to instinctively call upon the system. A blue holographic screen materialized, yet it did not display his personal attribute panel. Instead, a box appeared at the very center of the blue screen. Beep. Detecting host to meet system upgrade requirements. Shall the upgrade commence? The system is to be upgraded? Naturally, he would initiate it. Hao Heng, without a moment's hesitation, focused his thoughts on the confirmation of the upgrade beneath the box. Immediately, another box appeared. Beep. The upgrade application has been submitted. Only 10 seconds remain until the assessment. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. As he watched the diminishing numbers, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. At that moment, he heard a small girl on the ground say, "Master, why has the sky turned dark?" He pondered, isn't it supposed to be night for the sky to be dark? Raising his gaze to the heavens, his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld dark clouds converging from all directions, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and the flicker of lightning. In a daze, he thought, could this be the assessment? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The assessment is about to commence. Host, please endure for 120 seconds. 119 seconds. Hao Heng had lost all desire to examine the system panel. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, descended from the heavens, striking him squarely on the forehead and coursing through his entire being, reaching the ground beneath. In an instant, he felt as though he had been stung by some unseen insect, his body tingling. Even his thoughts slowed to a crawl. Yet suddenly, he was gripped by a piercing pain, as if his flesh was being grasped and twisted by countless invisible arms, tugging and pulling in a relentless cycle. Only when the lightning dissipated did Hao Heng realize he had been struck. He sank to the ground, a few wafts of charred aroma wafting into his nostrils. Hao Heng raised his hand and struck his own head several times with force. After a series of resounding thuds, he finally regained his composure and glanced upward. The dark clouds had yet to dissipate, and the thunder was gathering ominously. Panic seized him. That last blow had nearly cost him half his life, and he could hardly withstand another. He cast a fleeting glance at the system panel. 99 seconds, 98 seconds, 97 seconds. How could there still be so much time left? Hao Heng had never felt time drag on so slowly as he did now. He propped himself up from the ground, preparing to grow larger, thereby enhancing his physical attributes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the golden armor adorning his body. The condition of the armor was beyond his expectations. He had assumed that, while intact, it would bear some signs of charred damage, yet it appeared unblemished. In reality, after being struck by lightning, the armor seemed to shine even brighter. Could this be the essence of thunderous energy? Hao Heng lifted his gaze, the violet light shimmering in his eyes as he directed his attention to the center of the ominous clouds above. The radiant arc of purple lightning filled him with delight, prompting him to bellow with fervor. "Ha!" His voice reverberated, startling a flock of crows into flight. He ascended to the utmost limit of his height, his golden armor clinging to his form as he thrust out his chest and raised his head, roaring defiantly at the tempestuous clouds. "Come." It appeared that the clouds heeded his provocation, as a thunderous sphere, 2 meters in diameter, descended with a ferocious intensity, crashing down upon his chest. The brilliance of the light upon his armor flared to its zenith in an instant. Hao Heng let out a hearty laugh. Although he had endured a portion of the thunderous energy, he felt predominantly the amplification of the golden armor enveloping him. The thunder once again dissipated. Hao Heng's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. A gash appeared on his forehead, yet before the blood could trickle down, it was seared into char by the intense heat. His entire face was scorched and smoking, rendering him a pitiful sight. Nevertheless, he was aware that aside from the superficial layer of skin, he had sustained little harm. He cast another glance at the system panel. 15 seconds, 14 seconds. At last, it was coming to an end. Hao Heng exhaled deeply and spoke. At that moment, a voice came from below, warning, "Disciple, be cautious." Hao Heng cast a glance downward at her, only to find Bibi Dong gazing at the sky with an expression of sheer terror. What could instill such fear in a titled Douluo? Hao Heng raised his gaze to the heavens, a chill surging within his heart. A vast chasm opened amidst the dark clouds, its walls illuminated by flickering lightning. with all the thunder coalescing at the center into an indistinct shape reminiscent of a great bird. Above its beak, a black arc of lightning shimmered ominously. The presence of that arc instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within Hao Heng. He felt that if it were to strike him directly, his golden armor might not withstand the onslaught. Chapter 15. System upgrade successful. Thunder, forging divine body. What to do? Hao Heng's scalp prickled, his eyes bloodshot with despair, as his mind raced through countless possibilities in that fleeting moment. He cast his eyes skyward, a flicker of ferocity igniting within them. Since I cannot endure it, then let it not descend upon me. With this thought, he stood tall, raising his arm. Master, what does junior brother intend to do? Below, the young girl clung fearfully to Bibi Dong's leg, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the giant slowly lifting his arm. Bibi Dong regarded Hao Heng with a grave expression and said, "He is gambling with his life. Master, please help junior brother." Bibi Dong sighed, replying, "I cannot assist him. I sense that if I intervene, the power of this heavenly tribulation may intensify. Not only would I be unable to save him, but I might also be ensnared myself. But do not speak, just observe closely." Hao Heng was on high alert, resembling a gambler who had exhausted all his resources and found himself with no way out. His eyes burned with intensity as he raised his arm, slowly approaching the stormy clouds. When he was merely 10 meters away, he halted his arm as ascent. With just a slight rise on his toes and a stretch of his arm, he could plunge his hand into the tempest above. Taking a deep breath, his expression transformed into one of profound calm. After several deep inhalations, his eyes widened, a divine light emanating from them. He lifted himself onto his toes and raised his arm as his soul power surged into the soul rings. The realm of thunder and lightning awaited. Hao Heng let out a long howl, and around his body, several flashes of lightning danced. The thunder clouds, disrupted by this unexpected intrusion, quickly gathered their fury, channeling the thunder into his arm. In an instant, his arm transformed into charred remains, with not only the skin, but also the blood vessels and muscles suffering grave damage. Fortunately, his strategy proved effective. The thunderous energy within the clouds was rapidly devoured by his realm of lightning, significantly diminishing the energy coalescing around the Thunderbird, thereby slowing its formation. Witnessing this scene, a sinister grin crept onto Hao Heng's face, yet his eyes were clouded with worry and agitation. What would become of his arm? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, beep. The system upgrade was successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Hope blossomed in Hao Heng's eyes as he gritted his teeth, contemplating the command to unleash. Open, he declared. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunder Cleansing Technique, a towering stature of 50 meters and the Sleep Recovery Breathing Method, Level 2. After swiftly reviewing the functionalities contained within the gift package, the worries that once clouded Hao Heng's face dissipated. Withdrawing his arm, he raised his other hand into a fist and let out a powerful roar. Scatter. The system upgrade was complete, and the ominous clouds above had parted. However, the Thunderbird remained unshackled from the clouds. It descended directly towards Hao Heng. Witnessing this, he unleashed a ferocious punch, his expression contorted with rage, his face reddening as if he might bleed at any moment. As his fist ascended, his body also grew taller. The 50-meter increase enabling him to finally rival a giant of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, his figure doubled in height, his physique becoming more imposing and muscular, while simultaneously closing the distance to the Thunderbird. Beside him, 6 purple orbs materialized, crackling with electricity. With a series of sharp sounds, 6 bolts of lightning shot forth from the orbs, striking the dark thunderbolt that rested upon the Thunderbird's beak. The half-formed creature disintegrated into a burst of energy. Its strength diminished significantly, and the black thunderbolt dispersed. Yet, the infusion of this dark thunderbolt rendered the storm cloud of thunder energy thicker and more concentrated, continuing its descent. At this moment, Hao Heng's fist surged forward, propelled by a howling tempest, colliding with a mass of thunder. The impact unleashed a brilliant explosion, casting radiant light in all directions, illuminating the sky as if it were day. The Thunder Cleansing Technique. The thundercloud shattered by Hao Heng's fist transformed into serpentine bolts of lightning that coursed through his body. Sensing that his golden armor had reached its limit, Hao Heng activated the techniques ingrained in his memory by the system. The golden armor dissipated, allowing his flesh to come into direct contact with the lightning serpents. The lightning surged unimpeded into Hao Heng's being, wreaking havoc within, yet he offered no resistance. Instead, he channeled them into his meridians and absorbed them into his dantian. After traversing through his body, The lightning serpents finally dispersed at his dantian. However, Hao Heng's body was left utterly ravaged, both internally and externally, devoid of any unscathed remnants. With his martial soul retracted, his form now cloaked in a charred blackness, exuding the scent of singed flesh, Hao Heng stood tall, gasping for breath. Each inhalation scorching his lungs, akin to needles piercing through. Eventually, he could no longer endure. His eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed to the ground. Host, Hao Heng. Martial soul, giant, height, 100 meters. Soul power level, 11 soul power reserve, 2,000. 200, regeneration, 100 per second, stamina, 100, regeneration, 1 per minute, note. 1 stamina is depleted. The host will no longer receive rewards for continuing tasks. Strength, 499, standard for average adult male. 10 speed, 399, standard for average adult male. 10 constitution, 599, standard for average adult male. 10 spirit, 400, standard for average adult male. 10 assignable attribute points, 0 special abilities. Sleep restoration breathing technique, level 2, passive effect. Enhanced stamina recovery, 5 per minute. Enhanced soul power recovery, 100 per second. Active effect, accelerated sleep, injury recovery capacity increased 100-fold. Soul power recovers 200 per second. Stamina recovers 2 per second. And soul power limit increases by 100 per hour. Thunder cleansing technique, using thunder as water, purifying the mortal body, forging an unparalleled divine physique. First layer, progress, 6 10-fold increase in constitution. Second layer, progress, 0 100-fold increase in constitution. Third layer, progress, 0 1,000-fold increase in constitution. Fifth layer, progress, 0 10,000-fold increase in constitution. Sixth layer, progress, 0 attain the indomitable body of the raging thunder. Equipment, indestructible underwear, skills, first soul skill, thunder golden armor, passive effect, provides a thunder condensed golden armor, current charge, 100, active effect, centered around the body. Generates a domain of thunder, capable of striking a chosen target once every 10 seconds, current charge, 100, minimum consumption of 500 soul power per strike. With controllable energy input limits, domain radius is a sphere with a radius 10 times the height of the host. In the depths of the soul hunting forest, amidst a clearing illuminated by a flickering campfire, Bibi Dong and Hulaina sat together, their gazes fixed upon a nearby figure, a bald man, clad in darkness, who sat there with a foolish grin after awakening. Master, do you think our junior brother has been struck senseless by lightning? How pitiable. Hulaina expressed her concern, clutching Bibi Dong's arm anxiously as she looked towards Hao Heng. Do not speak such nonsense, Bibi Dong admonished lightly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Hao Heng with an unusual intensity. Disciple. With a furrowed brow, Bibi Dong appeared exasperated, prompting Hulaina to pick up a nearby stone and hurl it at Hao Heng's glistening bald head. The impact was loud. Hao Heng, cradling his head, emerged from the system interface and turned to the two, laughing as he inquired, "What is the matter, master?" Bibi Dong let out a sigh before asking, "What was that thunder tribulation just now? Why did you have to endure such a trial?" Despite having achieved the rank of title Douluo, she had never encountered anyone who needed to face a thunder tribulation after absorbing a soul ring. Although she believed she could have easily withstood the power of that tribulation, any ordinary soul sect, or even a weaker soul king, would have perished under its might. Yet, this unassuming disciple of hers had somehow survived the ordeal. This revelation prompted Bibi Dong to reassess Hao Heng's innate talent. Upon her inquiry, Hao Heng immediately straightened his posture, his expression growing solemn. Were he to cleanse the soot from his body, Bibi Dong would observe his eyes spinning wildly, indicating that he was about to fabricate a tale. There was no way he could disclose the existence of the system. "Master, that thunder tribulation was likely triggered by my first soul skill," he claimed. "Oh." Bibi Dong regarded him with skepticism, her doubt evident. However, after Hao Heng elaborated on his first soul skill, thunderous golden armor, her disbelief transformed into outright incredulity. "Are you saying your first soul ring is a domain-type soul skill? How is that possible?" Bibi Dong's expression became increasingly flustered. For domain-type soul skills were exceedingly rare. One might not find 3 among 10 title Douluos. The revelation that Hao Heng possessed such a skill as his first was astounding. "Indeed, master, allow me to demonstrate," he replied, rising to his feet. After surveying their surroundings and contemplating for a moment, he added, "Master, could you please step back a bit? How far back should I go?" Bibi Dong inquired. Hao Heng pondered for a moment, realizing that his domain was a sphere with a radius 10 times his height. Thus, if he stood at 10 meters tall, his influence would extend to 100 meters in radius. At least, it would reach beyond 100 meters. Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment. She had encountered domain-type soul skills before, as she possessed one herself. However, a domain-type soul skill with a 100-meter radius was something entirely different. If she were to learn that Hao Heng could potentially expand his domain to 1,000 meters, she could only imagine the expression that would cross her face. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling Hao Heng to return. Never mind, you may display it later. Oh, very well then. Noticing Bibi Dong's lack of enthusiasm, Hao Heng did not press the matter further. After all, expanding his domain required considerable energy, which he could only replenish in one way, being struck by lightning. Having just endured such an experience, he was not eager to relive the sensation of his body tingling and his consciousness fracturing. Chapter 16. The absurd ambush on the fourth day of the Elephant Armor Sect's entrance examination. As the sun rose, Hao Heng traversed the woods alone, making his way toward the entrance of the soul hunting forest. The previous night, he had washed away the soot from his body in a pond, donned a white robe with golden trim that Bibi Dong had given him, and after enjoying a hearty meal with a lost sturdy ox, he had revealed his entire background without reservation. Remembering Hulaiina's astonished expression upon discovering that Hao Heng was of a similar age to her brought an involuntary smile to his lips. What puzzled Hao Heng was Bibi Dong's insistence that he return to the Elephant Armor Sect to complete the examination, despite her knowledge of his participation. He found it difficult to comprehend. However, he decided not to dwell on it. Who could fathom the schemes of such formidable figures? Knowing too much could hardly serve him well. As he hurried along, he reached his destination in less than half a day. Just as he was about to pass through a thicket on his way to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, Hao Heng! The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw a graceful young girl standing beneath a large tree, tilting her chin slightly and crossing her arms over her flat chest. You are Lin Mingyun? Hao Heng inquired uncertainly. Indeed, it is I. Lin Mingyun replied with a gentle nod, a playful smile gracing her lips. With mischief glimmering in her eyes, she stepped forward, tossed an object to the ground, and then turned on her heel, departing. Hao Heng picked up the object, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It was a soul master token. Before entering the forest, each of them was required to procure one. The back of this particular token bore the inscription by you. If you wish to discover its whereabouts, follow me. Lin Mingyun finally spoke, having distanced herself. Hao Heng clutched the token tightly, observing her silhouette with narrowed eyes that glimmered with menace. He lowered his head and let out a couple of cold chuckles before trailing behind Lin Mingyun, eager to uncover their true intentions. After wandering through the forest for over 10 minutes, Hao Heng found himself straying further from the entrance alongside Lin Mingyun. Upon passing through a thicket once more, the duo arrived at a spacious clearing. At first glance, Hao Heng spotted Hu Yanli and Bai Yu bound to a tree stump in the center of the clearing. Their mouths were gagged with white cloth, and their faces expressed urgency as they shook their heads frantically. Lin Mingyun stepped aside, crossing her arms as she regarded Hao Heng with a light laugh, saying, Your brother is right there. Do you dare to rescue him? Hao Heng scoffed with disdain, casting a fleeting glance at her before striding towards Hu Yanli and the others. Just as he had traversed halfway, two shadows emerged abruptly from the thicket beside him. One of them landed a short distance in front of Hao Heng, crouching low to the ground and shouting, Mud flow. A faint golden light glimmered in Hao Heng's eyes, and then he felt a sudden softness beneath his feet, as if his entire foot were ensnared by some unseen force. Looking down, he was astonished to find the once solid ground transformed into mud, his legs swiftly engulfed by the mire as he began to sink further. Another figure soared through the air, and Hao Heng heard a sharp cry. Thorns entwine. The figure waved a hand, a dark gray light flickering in their grasp, and a thorn-laden vine shot forth, spiraling around Hao Heng several times. As he descended, it yanked back with force, the thorns clinging tightly to his body, ensnaring him completely. A cacophony of eerie laughter echoed from the woods, and as Hao Heng turned to look, a grimace overtook his face. Emerging from the shadows was a garishly dressed figure, their face plastered with thick makeup, grotesquely unappealing, strutting with an exaggerated gait, fingers delicately poised like a flower. This androgynous child, flanked by a group of followers, approached him with a triumphant grin. Ha ha, Hao Heng, at last, you have fallen into my grasp. The androgynous creature cackled, halting a few meters before Hao Heng. Hao Heng stifled his disgust and inquired, Who are you? The man's laughter abruptly ceased as he clenched his fists, glaring at Hao Heng with fury, and demanded, Do you not recognize me? How could you possibly forget who I am? How could you erase from your memory the pain you inflicted upon me that fateful day? Hao Heng could no longer contain himself. Veins were visibly throbbing on his forehead as he stifled the impulse to strike. With great effort, he managed to muster a faint smile and said, "I would appreciate it if you could clarify how I have harmed you." The man let out a soft sigh, feigning a contemplative demeanor as he gazed skyward, reminiscing. "Do you recall that day? It was a sweltering afternoon. As was my routine, I was walking home when I encountered this fellow." He pointed at Baiyu, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented. "He had the audacity to covet my beauty, attempting to take advantage of me. I resisted fiercely, and fortunately, my strength spared me from indignity. Yet, to my surprise, you appeared and, without hesitation, dealt me several slaps. Do you have any idea what those slaps did to me? Sobi. Upon hearing this account, Hao Heng recollected the incident vividly. Indeed, it was a scorching afternoon. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he intended to return to his dormitory when he stumbled upon a peculiar boy cornering his roommate, Baiyu, against the wall. The boy's hands were indecorously roaming about, an unsettling sight for one so young, merely 5 or 6 years old. Seeing the helplessness in Baiyu's eyes stirred a sense of compassion within him, prompting him to intervene and deliver a few sharp slaps to the boy. However, he did not anticipate that those slaps would not alter the boy's perverse inclinations, but rather propel him further down a disturbing path. Enough of this idle chatter. Lin Qing interjected, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, concealing his mouth with a smile. "Hao Heng, I offer you a chance. Serve as my subordinate, and I assure you a future free from worry about food or clothing. Should you decline, I will have all 3 of you hanging here, rendering you unable to complete your assessment." Hao Heng currently has no desire to engage in conversation with him. He feels that speaking to this rather peculiar child would severely taint his mental state. With a soft exhale, Hao Heng opens his eyes, channeling all his strength into his arms. The loose sleeves of his robe suddenly revealed defined muscle contours, and with a powerful thrust, the thorns binding him begin to snap. Lin Qing is momentarily startled, lifting his delicate fingers in alarm as he points at Hao Heng, fear evident in his voice. What do you intend to do?" Hao Heng cast a cold gaze at him and remarked, "Your perversion is your own affair. But you ought not to involve me in this matter, nor should you threaten me with my brother." Lin Qing, still eager to voice his thoughts, was abruptly interrupted as Hao Heng lifted his garment, a brilliant golden light emanating from within him, causing all present to shield their eyes against the dazzling glare. As the radiance diminished, some turned to behold the source of the light. The earth had split open, revealing 2 enormous chasms, from which emerged a 10-meter giant clad in golden armor, casting a menacing glance upon them. "Were you all hesitating for? Charge!" Although Lin Qing sensed that he had provoked a formidable adversary, he summoned his courage and shouted at those nearby. Yet, who would heed his command? Was this behemoth something mere mortals could confront? "Run for your lives!" A group of children screamed in panic as they fled, leaving only Lin Qing and his sister, Lin Mingyun, who was paralyzed by fear and unable to move. "Do not come any closer. I warn you, my father is a senior elder of the Elephant Armor sect, a formidable soul king." Lin Qing attempted to intimidate Hao Heng once more. However, Hao Heng paid him no mind, smiling as he said, "Let me offer you a taste of something novel." With those words, the people in the vicinity heard a series of crackling sounds resonating in their ears. Hao Heng raised his arm and gently snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, a terrifying bolt of lightning manifested from thin air, accompanied by a blinding violet glow and a thunderous roar. "Ah!" Lin Mingyun, upon hearing her brother's anguished cry and witnessing the shadowy figure revealing skeletal outlines amidst the blinding light, rolled her eyes back and fainted instantly. Chapter 17, A New Mission. How did you find yourselves captured? Hao Heng retracted his martial spirit and approached the center of the clearing. He gazed at the astonished expressions of Hu Yanli and Baiyu, whose hair stood on end, electrified and emitting wisps of smoke. With a chuckle, he inquired, "Well, it seems we have fallen into an ambush, caught in a trap akin to yours, boss. However, despite the peculiarities of that individual, you shouldn't dismiss him so readily." Hu Yanli hesitated, his words trailing off. Hao Heng followed his gaze and turned to look at the char body behind them. He stepped forward to untie the ropes binding them. "Rest assured, I know my limits. I merely intend to teach this fellow a small lesson." "That's a relief. Truly a relief," Hu Yanli said, grasping his reddened wrist in gratitude. He was genuinely afraid that Hao Heng might kill Lin Qing outright. If that were to happen, and the sect sent someone to investigate, his complicity in concealing the truth would be a violation of the sect's regulations. Conversely, if he chose not to assist Hao Heng, Would he still be honoring the bonds of brotherhood? Enough of this. Let us depart. After Hao Heng untied by Yu's ropes, he did not linger, but promptly led the two away from the scene. A few minutes later, the unconscious Lin Mingyun cautiously opened one eye, quietly scanning her surroundings to confirm that no one was near. She then closed her eye again and, relying on her back muscles, began to wriggle across the ground, slowly making her way to the charred Lin Qing's side. The scent of charred flesh in the air made her want to sneeze, and her eyes glistened with tears. Without further confirmation, she came to the painful conclusion that her brother was gone. As she stifled her tears and prepared to leave once more, a hand, resembling a burnt branch, reached out and seized her hair. Please don't kill me. My brother forced me to do it. Don't kill me, Hua. Lin Mingyun cried out in panic, covering her face. After a few minutes, as her sobs began to subside, a weak voice whispered in her ear, "You foolish girl. I'm not dead yet." Upon emerging from the soul-hunting forest, after the disciples of the Xiangjia sect recorded the soul ring information they had acquired, they boarded the first carriage back to the sect. It was only by dawn the following day that they arrived. Hu Yanli was the first to disembark from the carriage, yawning and stretching. He turned back to Hao Heng, rubbing his eyes, and said, "Boss, if there is nothing else, I'll head back now." "All right, let us meet at the usual place for training at noon, and don't forget to call Hu Yinba and the others," came the reply. Hao Heng disembarked from the carriage and raised his gaze towards the grand and opulent mountain gate of the Xiangjia sect. Hu Yin Li's expression soured, and with a wry smile, he inquired, "Must we still train at noon?" "Indeed," came the response. "Training is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. It has already been 4 days since we last engaged in a proper and invigorating session. Do you not yearn for a thorough and exhilarating workout?" Hao Heng gazed directly into his eyes and inquired, I think. Hu Yanli managed to muster a faint smile and hastily waved his hand. "I'll take my leave then." With that, Hu Yanli dashed away at great speed. Bai Yu descended from the carriage, cast a glance at his departing figure, and disdainfully clicked her tongue. She turned to Hao Heng and remarked, "Brother, if this fellow has no desire to train, perhaps we should not impose upon him." Hao Heng shook his head and said, "Let us go." The two did not head towards the dormitory, but instead proceeded in the opposite direction towards the zoo. Having scarcely enjoyed a proper meal of meat for the past 3 or 4 days, the mere thought of the delectable dishes that awaited them made Hao Heng's mouth water with anticipation. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At the back mountain of the Elephant Armor sect, Hao Heng sat upon a stone, observing the graceful movements of Bai Yu not far away. He withdrew his gaze and silently intoned, "System, open the task panel." A beam of azure light swept before him, unfurling like a scroll to reveal a screen. The tasks remained unchanged from before: push-ups, squats, and running. Hao Heng furrowed his brows in contemplation when he noticed the movable gray vertical bar on his right. With a mere thought, the gray bar slowly descended, revealing new tasks as he had anticipated. Task 4. Maintain a plank position for 10 minutes. With a reward of 10 distributable attribute points, repeatable. Task 5. Hold a horse stance for 30 minutes, with a reward of 30 distributable attribute points, repeatable. Task 6. Complete 1,000 sit-ups, with a reward of 50 distributable attribute points, repeatable. Special task. Practice the thunder cleansing technique once, with a reward of 50 vitality points, limited to once daily. Note, this task does not require stamina consumption. Upon reviewing the newly presented tasks, a hint of frustration crossed Hao Heng's face. While these tasks were all quite ordinary fitness challenges with rewards that were acceptable, it was the special task that he found utterly unacceptable. To practice the thunder cleansing technique meant enduring a lightning strike, and doing so daily was akin to subjecting himself to this torment every single day. He was no villain. Why should he be made to suffer such a fate? After exhaling in exasperation, Hao Heng heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching from the entrance. Raising his head, he confirmed it was Hu Yanli and his companions. "Boss." Hu Yanli, accompanied by Hu Yinba and 4 others, stood before Hao Heng, standing tall and straight. "Let's begin with some warm-up exercises before we embark on our new training tasks." Hao Heng nodded and inquired about the new training task. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. Although the previous rigorous training had indeed strengthened everyone to varying degrees, the monotony of a prolonged endeavor inevitably breeds a sense of ennui. The mere mention of something novel brought forth an overwhelming joy among them. What it entailed would soon be revealed. They were urged to hasten. Hao Heng delivered a swift kick to Hu Yanli's backside, sending him off to warm up. Then, he remained alone, twisting his neck and moving his waist, indulging in his own warm-up routine. After approximately 10 minutes, sensing that the time was nearly right, Hao Heng gathered everyone together. As per tradition, the group began by summoning their martial souls. Hao Heng did not fully release all height restrictions this time, growing only up to 10 meters before halting. He is now capable of reaching a height of 100 meters, if fully expanded. This small area would undoubtedly be insufficient to accommodate him, and it would easily attract the attention of others. It would not be favorable to be the center of attention in such a situation. Let's commence. Everyone, please lie down. Hao Heng issued a command. The 8 individuals were puzzled, their faces reflecting confusion, until Hao Heng demonstrated, prompting them to mimic his actions accordingly. Hao Heng led them through the completion of 3 tasks. The plank exercise took 10 minutes, consuming 20 stamina points and yielding a reward of 10 points. The horse stance required 30 minutes, consuming 50 stamina points and offering a reward of 30 points. The sit-ups, performed at a brisk pace, lasted an hour, with a requirement of over 30 repetitions per minute, consuming 100 stamina points and granting a reward of 100 points. Overall, it appeared that the sit-ups provided the best value. However, after guiding them through all 3 tasks, Hao Heng opted for the horse stance. After all, not everyone possessed an ample stamina reserve, nor did they all have effective means to swiftly recover their stamina. If they were to continuously engage in sit-ups, it would inevitably lead to detrimental effects on their lower backs. Hao Heng, too, did not indulge in any special treatment. He crouched alongside them. Chapter 18, The Third Assessment. Beneath the setting sun, on the open ground, a remarkably tall figure, accompanied by 8 other towering shadows, remained motionless in a crouched position. The evening glow bathed them, and the sweat glistened, reflecting a dazzling radiance, as if each individual were adorned in a shimmering armor of crimson light. Well, that will be all for today. Hao Heng slowly rose to his feet, exhaling the stale air from his lungs. The afternoon's exertion had yielded him 320 allocatable attribute points, which he would need to thoughtfully consider how to distribute that evening. Furthermore, there was another cause for his elation. His height had astonishingly reached 110 meters. This meant that upon completing one more task, his height limit would exceed 1 meter. What a delightful revelation. Hao Heng thought to himself with satisfaction. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Today, remaining still feels more tiring than moving around before. Hu Yinba, supporting his waist, contorted his face in anguish and lamented. Upon hearing his grievances, Hao Heng deactivated the system and turned to him, saying, "Why complain so much? Just go home, take a shower, and enjoy a hearty meal. That should suffice." Hu Yinba, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and replied, "Well, boss, since there is nothing more to do, we shall take our leave." Hao Heng pondered for a moment and called out to them. "Wait a moment. Is there anything else, boss?" The 6 members of the team, who had just contemplated fleeing, froze in their tracks, their bodies stiffening as they reluctantly turned their heads to face Hao Heng, their expressions filled with trepidation as they inquired, fearing that in the next instant, Hao Heng would demand yet another round of training. Hao Heng is not a devil. He understands that their bodies have reached their limits and has no intention of forcing them to continue training. However, he is plagued by one question. What does the 3rd round of assessment entail? When Hu Yinmeng was their instructor, he had not elucidated this matter clearly, only mentioning the 1st and 2nd rounds of evaluation. He recalls, upon parting with his master, that Bai Dong solemnly instructed him to complete all the entrance assessments of the Xiangjia sect. Yet, now that they have returned to the Xiangjia sect, no one has informed them what this assessment actually involves. Thus, he calls out to Hu Yinba and a few others, inquiring, "Do not be anxious. I do not wish for you to engage in further training. I merely wish to ask if you know what the 3rd round of assessment consists of." Upon hearing that Hao Heng was not asking them to train again, Hu Yinba and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, as they comprehended the subsequent question, their expressions suddenly turned grave, and a flicker of fear entered their eyes. They exchanged glances for a moment, before Hu Yinba addressed the intrigued Hao Heng and the others with a serious tone. "Boss, after passing the 2nd round of assessment, you have truly become disciples of the Xiangjia sect, albeit as outer disciples. If you wish to ascend to the status of inner disciples, there are 2 paths. One is to attain the rank of soul respect, which would allow you to directly advance to inner discipleship, but this is limited to inner disciples only. The second method is to brave the Xiang tomb." "Xiang tomb?" Hao Heng softly murmured a phrase. At that moment, Hu Yanli, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "I know." The crowd turned to him, and he composed his expression, speaking with grave seriousness. It is said that mammoths possess the ability to sense their impending death. Upon feeling this, they return to their burial grounds, where they embrace the end of their existence. In human terms, this burial ground is akin to a cemetery, the resting place of elephants. Furthermore, there exists another legend, which claims that our ancestors in the Xiangjia sect forged a pact with the true diamond mammoth soul beast. The mammoths provided soul rings for the disciples of our sect, while we, in turn, safeguarded their burial grounds. But does this burial ground truly exist? As a young leader of a sect, Huyen Li had some channels of information, yet he hesitated to vouch for its accuracy. Indeed, my younger brother is correct. While the truth of the legend remains uncertain, the burial ground does indeed exist. Those who pass the second round of assessments can access that ominous place. Due to sect regulations, we cannot divulge much to you, but please be patient for a few days. Once all assessments conclude, someone will escort you to that location, and then you shall learn the truth. Huyen Li and his companions appeared to harbor a deep-seated fear of this place. The mention of it intensified the trepidation in their eyes, which only piqued Hao Heng's curiosity about the so-called burial ground. However, observing their reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing them further. Very well, let us disperse for today. Please return and rest well. Yes, boss. As night fell, on the western side of the Xiangjia sect, there lay a meticulously adorned courtyard. The courtyard was quite expansive, bordered by towering white walls and black tiles that shielded it from the outside world. The ground was paved with fine blue stone, and upon entering through the gate, one would find a small garden featuring a pond, a gazebo, towering trees, and clusters of flowers, all arranged with meticulous consideration. Following the flower-bed-lined path deeper within, one would soon encounter several orderly houses. At this hour, the night was tranquil, with a cool breeze whispering through the air. Beside the gazebo, overlooking the pond, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table. His face was lined with numerous wrinkles, exuding a solemn presence that commanded respect. His hair was graying, suggesting he was no longer young, yet his physique remained robust, showing no signs of frailty. Clad in a deep yellow robe, he wore a badge depicting the head of a curled-nosed mammoth, signifying his status as an elder of the inner sect. His name was Lin Yin, an elder of the Xiangjia sect. Sitting upright, Lin Yin held a wine cup, savoring its contents, while occasionally glancing up at the waning moon. Despite his serious demeanor, his eyes were filled with a tender longing. I wonder how Qing'er is faring. He sighed softly, expressing his concern as a father whose son was embarking on his first journey. Not even a day had passed before he felt compelled to inquire about any news from the person responsible for the assessment. Though he was aware that he had invested a considerable amount of soul currency and influence to secure a circle of reliable companions for his son, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at his heart, preventing him from finding solace. With a heavy heart, Lin Yin sighed deeply. As he filled his cup and was about to take a sip, a figure rushed into the courtyard, shouting across the pond, "Elder Lin, it's bad. Young Master Lin Qing. Alas, you must come and see." Startled, he released the cup, which shattered upon hitting the ground. His gaze, filled with shock and confusion, was fixed on the intruder. Half an hour later, in the main house of the courtyard, Lin Yin beheld his son lying on the bed, swathed in layers of white bandages, resembling a mummy. The pain in his heart was unparalleled, surpassing even the anguish he felt 3 years prior when he discovered his wife in betrayal and took her life with his own hands. It was akin to a series of needles piercing him, not with a single stab, but with alternating sharpness that elicited waves of agony. Fury ignited within Lin Yin's eyes as he seized his sobbing daughter beside him, coldly demanding, "Who did this?" Lin Mingyun, taken aback by her father's terrifying countenance, stood frozen. After being shaken and yelled at a few times, she promptly recounted everything she had witnessed without omitting a single detail. "It was Hao Heng. It was Hao Heng, right?" Lin Yin fixed a penetrating gaze into his daughter's eyes for confirmation. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his stare, Lin Mingyun, unable to contemplate further, nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Hao Heng, how dare you harm my son? I shall not let this go unpunished." Outside, in the inky darkness, crows perched on branches were startled awake by a roar filled with resentment and fury. They spread their wings and vanished into the night, leaving only a few black feathers behind, accompanied by a cacophony of cawing. Chapter 19. The Elephant Graveyard. Elder Lin, at such a late hour, you are here too. Lin Yin regarded the guard who obstructed his path with a calm demeanor, stating, "The first batch of disciples who passed the second round of assessments has returned to the sect. I have come to discuss tomorrow's third round of assessments with the sect leader." "Oh, I see. However, you must wait a moment. The sect leader is currently attending to esteemed guests and has instructed us accordingly. We ask for your understanding." Despite the guard's explanation, he did not move aside. "Understanding? Who will extend understanding to me?" Lin Yin raged inwardly, yet his expression remained unchanged. He lightly nodded and replied, "It's fine. I can wait." After speaking, he moved to the corner of the wall, remaining silent and standing there with an impassive expression. The guard was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing, returning to his post. Time passed without notice until the grand doors swung open, revealing 3 figures emerging from within. One was the esteemed leader of the Xiangjia sect, Hao Heng, accompanied by 2 others, one a veiled woman and the other a young girl. Surprisingly, the formidable Hao Heng, known for his unwavering authority within the sect, displayed a hint of reverence on his face. "Please escort our distinguished guests to their quarters," Hao Heng instructed the guard beside him. "Yes, sect leader, this way please." The guard replied with a bow, gesturing to the left. A melodious voice emerged from behind a veil. "You would do well to contemplate my proposition seriously. Once it is fulfilled, I assure you that I shall not neglect your interests." Although she did not specify whom she referred to, it was evident to all present. The guard feigned ignorance, while Lin Yin, concealed in the shadows, was consumed by hatred, oblivious to everything else. A fleeting look of awkwardness crossed Hao Heng's face, but he quickly regained his composure, respectfully clasping his hands. "Given the gravity of the matter, I kindly request some time to deliberate, and I assure you of a satisfactory response. Do not delay too long. Time waits for no one," the woman replied softly, taking the young girl's hand as they proceeded in the direction indicated by the guard. Hao Heng watched their retreating figures with a sigh, his expression a tumult of conflict. Sect leader Lin Yin approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Hao Heng snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow as he regarded him. "You are Lin Yin. What brings you here?" Under normal circumstances, Hao Heng's tone would have been gentler, but the recent conversation with the woman had evidently weighed heavily upon him, leaving little room for niceties. Lin Yin, undeterred by Hao Heng's brusque demeanor, continued, "Sect leader. The first group who passed the soul-hunting forest assessment has returned, and among them are 3 exceptionally talented children. I wish to petition for their early participation in the 3rd round of evaluations." Hao Heng's face hardened, his thick brows knitting together as he regarded Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, you are not new to this role as an elder. Surely you understand that the 3rd round of assessments can only commence once the 2nd round concludes, and only the top 10 scorers are eligible for advancement." "Indeed, sect leader," Lin Yin replied earnestly, "but the scores of these 3 are extraordinarily high. I firmly believe they will secure a place among the top 10. Their prodigious talents, if allowed to undergo the Xiangzong assessment sooner, may flourish even more rapidly." Hao Heng gazed silently at Lin Yin. His curiosity piqued regarding the 3 individuals whose scores were so extraordinary that they prompted this strict elder to break the rules in their favor. "Who are these 3? What are their scores? Bring me their report cards." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin swiftly retrieved 3 yellowed sheets of paper from his chest and presented them. As Hao Heng examined them, his eyes instantly sparkled with astonishment. Names: Hao Heng, score 1000. Name: Huyen Li, score 831. Name: Baiyu, score 763. Hao Heng understood that the highest scores were primarily determined by the age of the soul rings obtained. Previously, the highest score had been merely 500. Yet today, each of these scores shattered records, were it not for the fact that one of them was his own grandson, whom he had previously assessed. Hao Heng would likely suspect Lin Yin of jesting. Their scores. Hao Heng coughed twice, preparing to speak. However, Lin Yin, visibly anxious, stepped forward, exclaiming, "Sect Master, I stake my life on the authenticity of their scores. There is absolutely no." Observing Lin Yin's demeanor, Hao Heng chuckled softly and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I have no doubt regarding the validity of these results. However, given their exceptional scores, I trust they will not disappoint when competing against others. Why must they undergo preliminary assessments?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yin replied, "Sect Master, as you know, the rewards after passing through the Elephant Tomb are determined by performance therein. If they participate alongside others, I fear they may be influenced and unable to achieve their utmost potential." Hao Heng stroked his beard thoughtfully, the sound of his fingers rustling through the stubble filling the air. After a few moments, he spoke, "Very well, then you shall lead them in their preliminary assessments. You may determine the appropriate level of the Elephant Tomb for them and the suitable timing. I believe they can attempt the Earth-level Elephant Tomb. Tomorrow would be an opportune time," Lin Yin replied, seemingly already resolved in his decision. "Earth-level? Might that not be too perilous? Although the entities within pose no physical threat, the mental strain can be quite significant." Hao Heng expressed his concerns, muttering, "Absolutely not, Sect Master. Given their talents, I believe they could even consider the heavenly-level Elephant Tomb assessment," Lin Yin stated calmly. "Ha ha! Lin Yin, I never expected you to joke in such a manner. Very well, tomorrow it is." You shall gather them and lead them in their preliminary assessments. Huyen Zhen consented. Understood, sect master. I shall take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. After bowing respectfully, Lin Yin turned to leave. Yet as he did, a flame of fury ignited in his otherwise tranquil gaze. Hao Heng, you shall pay for the harm inflicted upon my son. As dawn broke and the roosters heralded a new day, Hao Heng opened his eyes punctually, and after donning his attire, he roused Bai Yu from slumber. The two then made their way to the dining hall of the beast park. This morning's freshly slain carnivorous soul beasts had yet to be properly prepared, and thus had not yet found their way into the pot. They chose a spot to sit, unburdened by duties due to their examination as disciples. The beast park had not assigned them any tasks, allowing them the luxury of remaining seated all day without concern. Hao Heng cast a glance at Bai Yu, who was snoring with his head resting on the table, and summoned his personal attributes panel. Host, Hao Heng. Martial Soul, Giant, height, 100 meters. Soul Power Level, 12. Soul Power Reserves, 3, 500, 350, regenerating 100 points per second. His sleep recovery breathing technique allowed him to cultivate while he slumbered each night, enabling him to break through to level 12 in just 2 days. He estimated that reaching level 20 would not take long either, although his rate of soul power recovery was rapid. Consuming all his soul power and restoring it to full vigor required merely 35 seconds. However, his martial soul also demanded a significant amount of soul power. To maintain a 10-meter giant form required 50 points per second, 20 meters demanded 100 points, and 30 meters, 150 points. Should he unleash his full potential and elevate to 110 meters, the consumption would soar to 550 points per second, necessitating a net of 450 points after accounting for his per-minute recovery. Utilizing soul techniques could further accelerate consumption, so despite the seemingly extravagant recovery speed, Hao Heng was acutely aware that it was far from sufficient. Frustrated, he deactivated the system and raised his head, just in time to hear a voice calling from the doorway. Who is Hao Heng? Bai Yu. Turning around, he saw a disciple from the elephant armor sect clad in a light yellow robe, who promptly lifted his hand and said, I am Hao Heng, and this is Bai Yu. The individual regarded him and gestured, You both, come with me. Quickly, the elder is waiting. Hao Heng felt somewhat bewildered, nevertheless. He roused Bai Yu and then followed the disciple out of the Beast Garden canteen. Chapter 20. Entering the Elephant Tomb. Hao Heng and Bai Yu followed the disciple of the elephant armor sect to a grand hall. The hall was exceptionally spacious, adorned with intricately carved dragons and painted beams. Its floor laid with gold and stone, exuding an unparalleled opulence that radiated magnificence. However, within the hall, there were not many objects. Aside from the colossal golden elephant statue at its center, there were no other superfluous items. Hao Heng and Bai Yu, guided by the disciple, approached the base of the statue. Huyen Li had been waiting there and, upon their arrival, turned around and exclaimed, Boss. Hao Heng nodded slightly and shifted his gaze towards the middle-aged man clad in a deep yellow robe, who stood before Huyen Li. Upon entering the hall, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the man's penetrating stare, which seemed to fixate upon him. The intent to kill is a sentiment that cannot be concealed. Noticing Hao Heng's glance, Lin Yin hastily diverted his eyes elsewhere. Although it was their first encounter, he had recited descriptions of Hao Heng's visage countless times, to the point of familiarity. At that moment, he yearned to summon his martial spirit and obliterate this man, leaving nothing but his barren skull as a grotesque trophy. However, Lin Yin's rationality held him back. He understood that should he act impulsively, his standing within the sect would be irreparably compromised. Furthermore, he had devised a means to eliminate his adversary without resorting to his own hands. Thus, there was no need to court danger. After a brief internal admonition, Lin Yin raised his gaze towards the trio standing in formation and spoke calmly. The purpose of summoning you here today is due to your outstanding performance in the second round. Consequently, the sect has decided to allow you to proceed to the third round of assessments. Do you have any objections? After exchanging glances, Hao Heng and the others shook their heads. Although they were perplexed by the sudden summons to participate in the third round of assessments, they were confident in their abilities and naturally would not decline. Very well, Lin Yin nodded, turning around. He crouched down and arranged several objects, smooth and white like jade, resembling bones, upon the ground. Hao Heng tiptoed and caught a glimpse of the intricate formations beneath the statue, discovering 3 arrays, each differing in size, yet remarkably similar in their fundamental designs. The leftmost array was the smallest, while the right was slightly larger, and the central one was the grandest of all. Once Lin Yin had placed the bones at each array, he turned to the trio and explained, The third round of assessment will take place within the elephant tomb, which serves as the ancient burial ground of the mammoth. You need only remain within the tomb for an entire hour to complete the evaluation. The array on the left leads to the human-level elephant tomb, and selecting this option will facilitate your passage. I recommend you choose this. No sooner had he spoken than Hao Heng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why was this stranger employing such a provocative tactic against them? Hey, do you look down on us? Hu Yanli stepped forward, visibly displeased. Lin Yin maintained his composure and calmly responded. You're the future pillars of the elephant armor sect. The assessment within the elephant tomb carries certain risks, and I worry for your safety. Any harm would represent a significant loss for our sect. Stop underestimating us. Since we have come to participate, we want the most challenging option. I've heard that those who succeed in more difficult assessments receive greater rewards, Hu Yanli retorted, fueled by hearsay. Very well then. Lin Yin moved behind the central array, a low growl emanating from his throat. Ethereal blue and white beams of light ascended from his form, coalescing in the air into the magnificent illusion of a colossal blue-shelled turtle. Once the illusion took shape, Lin Yin pressed his palms together, altering his hand gestures several times before pointing toward the center of the array. As he did so, the illusion above opened its mouth, releasing a surging tide of blue luminescence that poured into the array. A dazzling light erupted from within the formation, soon stabilizing. Lin Yin withdrew his stance, wiping the sweat from his brow, and addressed the trio. The entrance has stabilized. Step inside, and you'll be transported to the elephant tomb. Remain there for an hour to complete the assessment, after which the teleportation array will automatically return you. Boss, let us go, Hu Yanli exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he turned to Hao Heng. All right, Hao Heng replied. Hao Heng, lost in thought, responded absently, his gaze fixated on Lin Yin, sensing that something was amiss with the elder, though he could not articulate what it was. Without allowing him further contemplation, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu stepped into the formation, urging him to follow. The three of them took their positions, and 10 seconds later, a brilliant light erupted within the array, enveloping them. With a radiance dimmed, their figures had vanished without a trace. With a sinister grin, Lin Yin's countenance shifted dramatically as he released a chilling laugh, a wave of indescribable satisfaction surging from his chest. Father, did you not promise to aid me in avenging my wrongs? Where are those three? Just then, a soft sound echoed from the entrance, drawing Lin Yin's attention downward. He beheld a wooden wheelchair slowly approaching, pushed by his daughter Lin Mengyan, while his son Lin Qing occupied the seat. After seeking out Hu Yanjun the previous night, Lin Yin had consulted the most skilled healing soul master in the sect to aid Lin Qing's recovery. However, the injuries were grave, though the external wounds had nearly healed. The internal injuries remained unstable. Lin Yin hurriedly approached, jogging to the wheelchair and reproaching Lin Qing. Qing, were you not instructed to rest in bed? Why have you gotten up? At his sudden outburst, Lin Mingyun trembled in fear, retreating to the side and curling up. Father, please answer me. Where are those three? Lin Qing extended his still pale hand, grasping Lin Yin's with a fierce intensity as he demanded an answer. Lin Yin patted his hand and smiled. Do not worry, Qinger. They have only one path ahead of them today, a path to death. Lin Qing, bewildered by his father's unexpected confidence, opened his mouth to inquire further. But Lin Yin spoke first. I have sent them to the celestial elephant tomb. They have no chance of survival, not even the slightest. Father, what peculiarities lie within the celestial elephant tomb? Is it truly capable of ending their lives? Lin Qing furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns as he gazed at his father, who radiated confidence. How could they possibly escape death? Listen to me, my child. The tomb is divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, with man being the lowest and heaven the highest. Within the tomb are entombed countless mammoth corpses. Those of the human tier are the remains of beings who never surpassed a millennium in life, while the earth tier contains those over 10,000 years old. Within the elephant tomb, perhaps due to the multitude of buried corpses, the malevolence emanating from these remains coalesced into a guardian spirit of the tomb. It remains a mystery how the ancestors of the elephant armor sect communicate with this spirit. After we send our disciples into the tomb, the guardian spirit emerges to assail them. The assaults primarily target the soul, testing the strength of one's will. If one's resolve is sufficiently robust, they can exhaust the guardian spirit. Upon the conclusion of this trial, the elephant tomb rewards individuals based on the number of waves of attacks they withstand. More crucially, should one falter and be rendered unconscious by the guardian spirit, there is no cause for alarm. The most one would suffer is a few days of headache. The guardian spirit does not inflict true harm. Regrettably, each individual may only enter once in their lifetime. Otherwise, our sect would surely reign supreme on the continent. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing was overcome with emotion, gripping the armrest with such intensity that she almost rose from her seat, indignantly exclaiming, "Father, did you not promise to avenge me? Why do you not take action against them, but instead offer them opportunities? Have you lost your senses?" Gazing at his daughter's accusatory finger, Lin Ying remained unperturbed. With a composed demeanor, he pressed down on her finger and confidently replied, "Allow me to finish my explanation. What I just described pertains solely to the human and earth-level elephant tombs." "What do you mean?" Lin Qing inquired, puzzled. Lin Ying turned, his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk curling his lips like a venomous serpent. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he stated, "It implies that there exists a chasm of difference between the heavenly-level elephant tomb and those of the human and earth levels. Legends speak of formidable beings from the Diamond Mammoth clan interred within the heavenly-level tomb, with even the 10,000-year-old mammoths being the least among them. Perhaps due to their heightened intelligence in life, they refuse to succumb to death, manifesting as guardian spirits that yearn for rebirth. They are known to devour souls. Thus, should one fail to endure for even an hour within this heavenly tomb, death is inevitable. But father, what if they manage to withstand the guardian spirit's assault?" Lin Qing sighed in relief. Yet, recalling the imposing figure of Hao Heng, she expressed her concern. "There is no need for worry," Lin Ying reassured her, "for it is said that the guardian spirit serves merely as the first trial of the heavenly level tomb. There are other exceedingly perilous trials that follow, the specifics of which I am unaware, yet we need only recognize that these trials are lethal enough to claim lives." "Is it truly so formidable?" Lin Qing questioned skeptically. Lin Ying turned to face his daughter, a cold smile gracing his features as he replied, "Let me put it this way. Our sect's previous leader, the father of the current master, was a prodigy of the Elephant Armor sect. Not only did he possess innate soul power at level 9, but he also ascended to level 20 in a mere 2 years. Yet, he refrained from entering the tomb during his first acquisition of a soul ring. It is known that the rewards of the tomb primarily enhance physical potential, and the efficacy diminishes with age. Why did he choose such a path? Because he sought to challenge the heavenly level elephant tomb. At the age of 60, he possessed a soul power of 89 levels. In the prime of his life, he entered the celestial class elephant tomb. However, an hour later, not even a trace of his body was transmitted out. King Ye, do you think that after an 89-level soul Douluo enters, there will be nothing left? What about those 3 individuals? Will any of them emerge? With this, I felt reassured. Thank you, father. Lin Qing gazed at Lin Ying with heartfelt gratitude, his earlier outburst seeming a distant memory. Lin Ying, touched, gently patted his head and replied, "It's all right, my child. As long as you are happy, I would do anything for you." Standing to the side, Lin Mingyun observed this tender scene of paternal affection and filial piety, feeling a chill in her heart. Chapter 21. Guardian Spirit. As the white light gradually dissipated, Hao Heng opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. They were no longer in the grand hall. Instead, they found themselves in an enormous circular plaza, the size of 5 or 6 football fields. Positioned at the center, the ground was etched with various fierce and mighty beasts, alongside strange runes, resembling an altar. "Boss, look quickly," Hu Yanli exclaimed beside him. Hao Heng raised his gaze towards the direction he indicated and was instantly taken aback. Hao Heng's gaze traversed the periphery of the square, piercing through the broken and shattered railings. Surrounding the square were towering mounds of colossal, indescribable skeletal remains, casting a pallid hue over the landscape. Their immense presence elicited both awe and a chilling sense of dread, sending shivers down the spine. It was almost unfathomable to consider that any single one of these bones could serve as a support beam for a grand palace. They had once belonged to fearsome beasts of unparalleled strength and terror. The 3 individuals, dwarfed by the looming bone mountains, gasped in unison, their breaths hitching in their throats. "There is nothing to fear. They are all dead. Yes, nothing to fear," Hu Yanli murmured, as if attempting to console himself, or perhaps to reassure his own trembling heart. "Brother, over there," Baiyu exclaimed, standing beside Hao Heng, her eyes alight with urgency as she grasped his arm and tugged at him insistently. Hao Heng turned his head and beheld several peaks of bone mountains, from which erupted a dense, grayish-white mist, akin to a volcanic eruption. The mist spread into the sky, and within mere breaths, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was enveloped in this shroud, obscuring both sun and sky, rendering the world a blank canvas of white. The trio felt as though the circular plaza beneath their feet transformed into an isolated island adrift in a sea of mist. They found themselves pitiable souls abandoned by the world on this solitary isle. "Do not worry," said Hu Yanli, steadying his emotions and exhaling deeply. With a piercing gaze, he continued, "This is the trial of the elephant graveyard. Soon, we will be besieged by countless guardians forged from the accumulated resentment of the deceased mammoths. However, fear not. They can only assail our spirits. As long as we remain steadfast in our hearts and resolute in our will, these guardians shall hold no power over us." After conveying his knowledge of the assessment methods within the elephant graveyard, Hu Yanli scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. "Is the guardian spirit you mentioned that entity?" Hao Heng swiftly seized him, gesturing towards the dense white mist. Hu Yanli squinted into the haze, and before his eyes emerged a colossal grayish-white hand reaching forth from the clouds, grasping the edge of the square. Its obsidian fingers appeared as though they intended to plunge into the ground, exerting downward pressure that caused the sturdy stone slabs to fissure under the immense force. With a swift motion, as the fingers penetrated the stone, the three witnesses beheld a tumultuous stirring within the thick fog, and a massive shadow surged forth, accompanied by a howling tempest that erupted and spread as it touched down. Hao Heng gazed intently ahead. Before him stood an enormous figure, nearly 10 meters tall, with a broad and corpulent physique, its protruding belly marred by scars, clad in tattered black leather armor. Its limbs were thick-set, with elongated hands and short legs, and its massive palms were capable of enveloping any one of the three with merely a gentle grip. Perched atop its head was a tufted visage, with a severed nose and a missing ear, its eyes a dull gray-white devoid of pupils, reminiscent of the mindless zombies Hao Heng had once seen in films of a bygone era, appearing utterly devoid of consciousness and intelligence. As the creature fully emerged from the mist, descending upon the square, perhaps due to the considerable distance, Hao Heng and his companions merely felt a faint tremor. "WH. Why is it so large?" Hu Yanli swallowed hard, exhaling in astonishment. "Are you certain this creature is the same as the guardian spirit you mentioned?" Bai Yu inquired skeptically. "It should be, I suppose," Hu Yanli replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his martial spirit, transforming into a diamond mammoth, and then said, "Boss Sai, I shall." Hao Heng nodded slightly, watching as Hu Yanli approached the colossal figure. Hu Yanli moved at a leisurely pace, taking several seconds to advance a single step, yet after covering a mere 10 paces, he abruptly retracted his leg and sprinted back to Hao Heng's side. Neither Hao Heng nor Bai Yu uttered a word of mockery towards him, for within the shrouded mist, several colossal, beastly figures emerged, mirroring the initial silhouette. "It is all an illusion, a mere deception. They can only launch soul attacks. As long as we possess unwavering resolve, we shall undoubtedly persevere. Boss, we need only remain rooted in our position." Hu Yanli trembled with fear, seeking refuge behind Hao Heng, furtively observing the advancing figures that gradually approached the center. Hao Heng remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the square. At the periphery, 10 colossal beastmen emerged, which one might refer to as guardians. They approached the center from various directions, their movements deliberate and unhurried. Yet each step resonated with such weight and force, akin to mountains taking strides, reverberating with a thunderous impact, the tremors intensifying with their advancing presence. Hao Heng no longer believes a word that Hu Yanli utters. "Please step back a little." Hao Heng spoke softly. After Bai Yu and his companion took a few steps back, he removed his garments and tossed them to Bai Yu. Summoning his giant martial spirit, he raised his fists high amidst the golden radiance. His physique expanded incessantly, and within a matter of seconds, the golden light transformed into a golden armor that enveloped his entire body, save for his head. Standing at a height of 10 meters, he took large strides, swiftly advancing toward a guardian spirit. Upon his approach, the guardian spirit appeared visibly astonished, although its visage remained pallid, resembling that of a corpse. It halted its steps and gradually lifted its immense arms, forming a fist. Hao Heng could perceive the prominent veins on the back of that fist, resembling the gnarled roots of a great tree, causing an alarm to resonate within his heart as he raised his own fist. As he drew closer, Hao Heng let out a powerful roar, channeling his momentum into a thunderous strike. The force behind this punch possessed the capability to shatter mountains and crush stones. Even the swirling air wrapped around his fist was potent enough to pulverize pebbles. Yet, the guardian spirit retaliated with a fist of its own, causing Hao Heng's pupils to constrict into mere pinpricks. Calm, deliberate, and devoid of tempestuous winds, it bore an overwhelming weight of power, akin to a colossal truck gradually gaining speed. When Hao Heng's fist collided with it, a fierce recoil surged back through his arm, and in that instant, a cacophony of cracking echoed from his limb, the unmistakable sound of bones succumbing to injury. So remarkably solid, Hao Heng's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a liver's hue. He hastily withdrew his fist and took a defensive stance. The guardian spirit was not unscathed either. Hao Heng's ferocious strength had shattered its bones, rendering its entire arm immobile. Yet, despite this, he did not retreat an inch. "Come again," he bellowed, sensing that his assault bore fruit. With determination, he advanced, transforming his fist into a blade as he struck downward towards the guardian spirit's head. The guardian spirit, momentarily sluggish in its reaction, only remembered to evade when Hao Heng's hand was already upon its crown, tilting its head to the side. However, this very maneuver provided Hao Heng with a strategic advantage. He intensified his force, shifting from a vertical strike to a diagonal slash. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the spirit's neck. Without mercy, Hao Heng swiftly maneuvered his body to the rear of the guardian spirit. His arm encircled its neck, tightening with a forceful grip that caused his entire limb to swell ominously. The bones of the guardian spirit's neck were violently crushed, severing it in two. Only after sensing that it had ceased its struggles did Hao Heng release his hold, allowing its limp form to collapse onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that transformed into delicate specks of white light, drifting away into the ether. "Ah, there's still 9 remaining." Hao Heng gazed at the other guardians still advancing towards the center, suppressing the joy swelling within him. If only everything could be resolved so easily. He exhaled softly and spoke. Chapter 22, The Might of Thunder. 9, 8, 7, 3. Hao Heng wandered through the square, effortlessly dispatching one guardian spirit after another. Though these protectors were robust and towering, seemingly impervious to defeat if they concealed their vulnerabilities, their evident lack of intelligence and sluggishness rendered them rather cumbersome. This realization filled Hao Heng with delight. He had never envisaged a day when his agility would allow him to dominate others. With a powerful punch, he sent the 8th guardian spirit crashing to the ground. He then mounted it, unleashing a flurry of blows upon its head, the resounding thuds echoing through the air. As the creature dissolved into light, Hao Heng straightened and gazed into the distance. There, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu were entangled with their own guardian spirits. Witnessing Hao Heng's effortless triumph over several spirits stirred them to action, prompting them to select the weakest among the first and second and charge forward. Although they could not inflict significant harm upon the spirits, in turn, were unable to strike them, resulting in a somewhat balanced exchange. Observing their clumsy skirmishes, Hao Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, at that moment, a distant, resounding sound, reminiscent of an ancient trumpet echoing through the annals of time, emerged from behind him, compelling him to turn and confront the dense white mist. The sound rippled through the thick fog, creating undulating waves. As Hao Heng heard the sound, he felt as though he had succumbed to an illusion, being transported to another realm. There lay an endless expanse of grassland, populated by colossal mammoths, towering thousands, even tens of thousands of meters high, meandering slowly across the plains. They stood beneath the clouds, their massive feet grounded in the earth, their trunks reaching towards the heavens, leaving behind deep furrows in the soil. One of the mammoths trumpeted, sending forth sound waves that carried the essence of their might and dominance, a power that commanded the submission of all beasts, resonating through the air like an unstoppable force. Hao Heng felt a heaviness in his chest, letting out a muffled groan as he sensed something surging up his throat, spilling from the corner of his mouth. His expression became dazed as he touched his lips, a smear of crimson blood jolting him from his reverie and instilling a profound sense of terror. What is this force that can injure me merely by sound? He staggered back several meters, gazing in fear at the white mist, sensing something moving toward him, though obscured by layers of fog. The intense pressure he felt in his body was unmistakable. His heart raced violently. Was it fear? No, it was exhilaration akin to the thunderous beating of war drums, resonating deeply and fervently. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of Hao Heng's mouth began to curl upwards, revealing a hint of madness in his gaze. The white mist churned, and yet more entities emerged. They were warriors, each standing over 2 meters tall, robust in build, adorned with elephantine heads, clad in armored battle attire, wielding axes and polearms. They moved with remarkable speed, a vast multitude cascading forth like a relentless tide from the mist, brandishing their weapons and charging at Hao Heng. What on earth is happening? Boss, help me. Hao Heng's expression darkened as he turned and sprinted towards the center, shouting to Hu Yanli and Bai Yu to come to his side. The 3 gathered together, standing back to back, gazing at the overwhelming tide of warriors before them. Each of these individuals, adorned with elephant-like features, bore a resemblance to Hu Yanli, yet evoked no sense of familiarity in him. "Boss, what should we do now?" Hu Yanli asked, his voice laced with desperation. At that moment, his mind was consumed by fear, coupled with an overwhelming desire to crush the individual who had spoken of the trials within the elephant tomb. Hao Heng, maintaining his composure, instructed, "Do not panic. All of you, lie down and curl your bodies." His words were met with confusion. As the two looked up at him in bewilderment, they observed Hao Heng with his head bowed, arms crossed, legs slightly apart in a crouched position, while a radiant purple soul ring shimmered beside him. The golden armor he wore was intermittently illuminated by arcs of purple lightning, crackling audibly. Although they did not fully comprehend his command, they hastily followed his lead, crouching down and tucking their bodies in. The warrior tide, dark and overwhelming like a sea of ink, began to surge forth towards the center. Hao Heng lowered his head, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. The warriors brandishing their axes surged forward with a fierce roar, covering distances of 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. In an instant, they charged another 90 meters, and, as the monstrous foe loomed merely 10 meters away, Hao Heng remained motionless, though a smile began to grace his lips. A sound reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet, mingled with the ferocious roars of other wild beasts, such as tigers and lions, reached Hao Heng's ears. He beheld a warrior with the head of an elephant, who had raised his axe high and leapt forward, ready to strike. It was time. A flicker of electric brilliance danced at the corner of Hao Heng's eye. As the violet light swayed, he spread his arms wide, adopting the posture of an ardent embrace. With his chest held high, he unleashed a resounding roar, tempest of thunder. The sound reverberated across the vast expanse, and 9 colossal bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, their might unyielding and fierce. The elephant-headed warrior, caught beneath the onslaught, was instantaneously reduced to mere powder. The 9 pillars of lightning spun around Hao Heng's form, rapidly rotating and expanding outward. As they journeyed forth, each bolt voraciously absorbed the electric particles swirling in the air, growing ever larger. It resembled a colossal meat grinder. Within a radius of 100 meters from Hao Heng, the elephant-headed warriors were obliterated amidst the whirling lightning, leaving not a trace behind. Hearing the continuous thunderous roars of the tempest, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu, unable to suppress their curiosity, cautiously lifted their heads. They beheld the elephant-headed warriors being swept up by the storm, their forms disintegrating like ashes within the electric arcs that danced through the sky. They then heard a deep, resonant growl, and upon looking skyward, they beheld the towering figure of a giant clad in golden armor, wielding thunder in his grasp. In that moment, Hao Heng's invincible form was indistinguishable from that of a deity. However, this moment of grandeur was fleeting. Once the 9 divine pillars of thunder reached beyond 100 meters, they vanished, marking the boundary of Hao Heng's realm of lightning. This formidable display had drained every ounce of his soul power, rendering him incapable of sustaining his martial spirit. He collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber, with translucent bubbles of drool emerging from his lips. Hu Yanli and Bai Yu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the slumbering Hao Heng. The surrounding elephant-headed warriors, sensing the dissipating tempest, hesitated to charge forward. Instead, they cautiously advanced, testing the waters. "Boss, wake up, brother. This is not the time for sleep. They're about to rush us." Hu Yanli and Bai Yu felt their sanity slipping away, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt beside Hao Heng, fervently shaking his form. Had they not feared the consequences, they would have slapped him awake. Yet, no matter how vigorously they shook him, Hao Heng remained ensconced in his dreams, showing no signs of awakening. "This is it. We are truly doomed," Hu Yanli lamented, observing the approaching elephant-headed warriors, now emboldened by the absence of immediate danger, as he sank to his knees in despair. Chapter 23. The cycle Hao Heng's domain of thunder, for the time being, cannot be regarded as a formidable realm. Although this domain grants him the ability to manipulate thunder, such power necessitates the consumption of his stored thunder energy and soul force. His soul force was already insufficient, and this ability further strained his limited reserves. Nevertheless, Hao Heng did not abandon his pursuit of its development. Thunder, after all, symbolizes strength and destruction. Employing it as a means of attack ensures a potency beyond that of ordinary soul techniques. Moreover, it satisfies Hao Heng's desire for ranged assaults, particularly with the ability to freely control the investment of soul force and thunder energy. The stronger he becomes, the mightier it grows. One can only say that the future holds promise. Upon acquiring this ability, Hao Heng devised 3 distinct offensive techniques. The Divine Thunder from the Heavens, which consumes 5% of his thunder energy and 1,000 points of soul force. The Swift Thunder Spear, requiring 50% of his thunder energy and all of his soul force. And the Frenzied Thunderstorm, which exhausts all his thunder energy and soul force. These techniques encompass single target, ranged and wide area attacks, and in conjunction with his formidable physique and strength, Hao Heng sensed that he was inching closer to invincibility. However, these methods have a significant drawback. They're excessively taxing on his soul force. Fortunately, he possesses remarkable recovery capabilities. As his eyes fluttered open once more, Hao Heng swiftly rose, and within mere seconds, his soul force transitioned from depletion to fullness. He had grown accustomed to this transformation, feeling no discomfort as he summoned his giant martial soul. The kneeling Hu Yanli and Bai Yu were suddenly enveloped by a shadow, and upon looking up, they beheld the golden-armored giant reappearing. In that moment, despair was replaced by a blossoming hope in their eyes. "Boss, brother," they exclaimed, unable to contain their joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Hao Heng is currently preoccupied, grappling with a dire predicament. While he possesses soul power, the thunderous energy accumulated during the tribulation has been squandered. Now, even the golden armor adorning his body serves merely a modest purpose of covering his shame. What shall he do? In a fleeting moment, Hao Heng pondered a solution to the impasse. Yet, the onslaught of the elephant-headed warriors surged forth like a dark tide, leaving him no respite. They roared with fury, brandishing their axes and blades, charging relentlessly at him. With no time left to contemplate, Hao Heng ascended to a height of 20 meters, where the expenditure of his soul power perfectly counterbalanced its recovery. He reached down, grasping Hu Yanli and Bai Yu, enveloping them within his grasp, and strode forth, crushing the adversaries beneath his feet. The elephant-armored warriors stood no taller than 2 meters and possessed no extraordinary abilities. One could easily be dispatched with a mere stomp. However, he faced not a single foe, but thousands upon thousands. As his foot descended, a luminous glow flickered and then dissipated from the ground below. Simultaneously, the nearby elephant-headed warriors lunged at him, striking his body with their weapons, producing a sharp, metallic clang. Remarkably, he felt no pain. Looking down, he saw several warriors clambering upon his foot, wildly swinging their axes, but only sparks flew from the impact. Hao Heng felt a surge of delight at his newfound resilience. How have I become so impervious? Ah, this is quite advantageous. With a sinister grin, he embarked on his slaughter, lifting his foot to crush another throng. Repeating this gruesome cycle time and again, until the ground around him was carpeted with glowing specks akin to fireflies. Yet this method proved too sluggish. Hao Heng had already observed that no more elephant-headed warriors emerged from the mist. Only those present in the square remained. It sufficed to eliminate them. Yet to do so by stepping on each one individually, while as simple as crushing ants, proved to be inefficient and exhausting. With a swift thought, a brilliant idea struck him. He settled into a cross-legged position, cradling the 2 individuals securely within his hands, and allowed the elephant-headed warriors to swarm over him. His thighs, waist, and chest were soon engulfed, leaving only his head untouched by the tide of warriors. But it was time. Hao Heng was not inclined to grant them any further opportunity. Hao Heng opened his eyes, a flicker of dark violet light shimmering within their depths. The thunder cleansing technique. In the sky shrouded by white mist, several clusters of ominous clouds surged forth from the void, converging above Hao Heng's head. Lightning arcs flickered within the clouds, as a terrifying energy of destruction continued to accumulate. Thunderstrikes. Hao Heng lifted his head to gaze at the ominous clouds and bellowed. As if in response to his fervent desire, a thunderbolt, thick as a thigh, descended from the darkened sky, incessantly striking his bare crown. It then fragmented into several tendrils, weaving into the gaps of his muscles, coursing downward and traversing every part of his being. Hao Heng truly experienced the advantages of possessing a high physical constitution this time. Perhaps it was the weakness of the thunder S-mite. He felt merely a fleeting numbness as it swept past, quickly returning to his normal state. A stark contrast to the sensation he endured during the forced assessment when struck. While he emerged unscathed, the warriors adorned with the symbol of the elephant suffered greatly, each resembling a mosquito ensnared by an electric swatter, crackling and flashing in a cacophony of electric bursts, one after another, until they transformed into luminescent wisps enveloping Hao Heng. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. The thunder cleansing technique derived from the system operates without depleting soul power. It merely requires physical stamina. It bestows upon him the energy of thunder. Conversely, the three offensive techniques he derived from the domain of thunder consume both soul power and thunder energy. While the slumber restoration breathing method requires no resources, only the act of sleeping during its operation allows for the recovery of both soul and physical strength. Thus, he pondered, could he activate the domain of thunder while simultaneously performing the thunder cleansing technique during sleep? The mere notion startled him. If it were indeed feasible, the warriors within this square would hardly stand a chance against him. Moreover, this does not seem beyond the realm of possibility, as the thunder cleansing technique originates from the system, akin to how he can practice the slumber restoration breathing method, even in slumber. It should also function while he sleeps, provided he does not wish to cease its operation, allowing the ominous clouds above to linger. Would the soul rings cease their function simply because he fell asleep? Hao Heng harnessed the soul power within his body, infusing it with thunderous energy directed towards the soul ring. He endeavored to relinquish conscious control, allowing his body to acclimate to the manipulation of this soul power. Gradually, he truly sensed that the soul power and thunder energy flowed toward the soul ring autonomously, akin to a faucet left open, with the soul power cascading like water, his consciousness serving as the hand and his body as the faucet. As long as he did not will it to cease, the soul power would continue to pour forth. The outward flow of soul power led to the accumulation of thunder energy, which he meticulously regulated, ensuring that every 10 seconds, 5 units of thunder energy and 1,000 points of soul power were amassed within the soul ring. This precisely matched the energy required for a divine bolt to descend. However, a dilemma arose. Although the soul ring accepted the energy, it would not activate the soul skills without his guidance. It was akin to a car filled with gasoline that remained stationary until ignited, a conundrum that vexed Hao Heng, leaving him without a solution. Yet, he contemplated that the sleep recovery breathing technique allowed for the setting of a sleep duration. All he needed was to manage the timing, awakening once every 10 seconds. With this thought, Hao Heng focused his mind, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. He quickly closed his eyes, initiating the sleep recovery breathing technique. The giant bowed its head and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 24. The approach of the colossal entity after awakening approximately 50 times. The square was finally cleared of the elephantine warriors. Hao Heng opened his eyes, surveying the desolate surroundings, and glanced at his attribute panel. Soul Power, 36003600. Constitution, 799. Domain of Thunder, Thunder Energy Storage, 100. Thunder Cleansing Method. First Layer Completion Progress, 9. After enduring such a prolonged ordeal, he had only managed to increase by 3. Hao Heng pondered in dismay. Let be. He shook his head and gently placed Hu Yin Li and Bai Yu down, although he had perfectly shielded them. Several bolts of lightning had managed to seep through the gaps between his fingers, leaving them smoldering and unconscious. Fortunately, aside from a slight charred odor in their fainted state, they were largely unharmed. After ensuring their safety, Hao Heng contemplated his previous method of attack during his idle moments. Had he executed that maneuver correctly, he would no longer need to concern himself with the depletion of his soul power. However, upon deeper reflection, this tactic was not without its limitations. The idle attack bore 2 stringent restrictions. First, it necessitated that the opponent could not harm him. If the adversary were capable of inflicting damage while he foolishly remained stationary, it would be a just fate for him. Second, the number of enemies needed to be substantial. The greater the number, the better. This cyclical approach hinged on one principle: swiftness. He needed to awaken promptly, unleash his lightning, and then swiftly return to slumber, allowing his soul power to replenish in tandem with its expenditure. If the adversaries were too few, he would have to take aim. In summary, this technique could only be applied in scenarios akin to the previous encounter, somewhat impractical, but it also presented numerous avenues for exploration, such as mastering the timing of his awakenings to facilitate the restoration of his soul power. As Hao Heng was lost in contemplation, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu gradually regained consciousness. They sat up, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings, only to realize they were in peril. Boss, where are those people? Hu Yanli sprang to his feet, anxiously scanning the area, yet found no trace of anyone, leading him to look up at Hao Heng in confusion and inquire. Hao Heng chuckled and remarked, I struck them down. All of them? Indeed. Brother is formidable. Brother is unmatched, invincible. Bai Yu gazed at Hao Heng in admiration, his eyes sparkling, and said, not too bad, I also. Hao Heng intended to exhibit a semblance of modesty, yet unexpectedly, a powerful tremor surged from the edge, akin to the impact of a colossal entity colliding with it. Hao Heng abruptly sealed his lips, and the moment he felt a tremor in his posterior. He rose to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on a particular spot within the swirling mist, a location emanating a formidable aura he had only just experienced. The fierce howling of the wind approached, growing increasingly thunderous. Huyan Li and Bai Yu, rising from the ground, nervously circled about, scanning their surroundings in fear of an ambush from an unknown assailant. Yet, Hao Heng remained motionless, standing firm in his place, tilting his head upward, as a surge of intense battle fervor welled up in his eyes. It was here. Hao Heng spoke softly, and the soul energy within him began to circulate through his meridians. Below, Hu Yanli and his companion heard his words, looked up, and as they beheld the ever-enlarging figure of Hao Heng, they were still perplexed when, unexpectedly, a shadow descended from the mist, plummeting towards them. Hao Heng's height reached an apex of 110 meters. In the very instant the shadow descended upon him, he had already raised his hand to catch it. However, the force of that shadow was overwhelming. As soon as Hao Heng made contact, the ground beneath him cracked open, and the stone slab was shattered into dust by the terrifying power, burying his feet and pushing him backward. An elephant's trunk? The voice of Hu Yanli trembled, tinged with disbelief. Bai Yu stood in a daze, gazing skyward. It was a thick, brownish-yellow trunk. To illustrate its girth, Hao Heng's form resembled a towering mountain. Yet the width of his shoulders fell short of even half the trunk's thickness. Moreover, the trunk was extraordinarily long, extending from the edge of the square, emerging from the dense white mist and striking them in the very center of the square. Astonishingly, the tip of the trunk nearly grazed the opposing white mist. Hu Yanli lifted his gaze towards the end of the trunk, eager to glimpse the colossal creature that possessed such an elongated appendage, yet he could see nothing. Beyond the suffocating density of the mist, a horrifying thought took root in Hu Yanli's mind. There is still a segment outside. Hu Yanli murmured. What? Bai Yu gazed at him in disbelief. At this moment, Hao Heng was no longer preoccupied with the size and length of the elephant's trunk. In his peak physical condition, with his strength attribute value poised to surpass 20,000, he was unexpectedly crushed upon impact. This marked the first time he had been overwhelmed by sheer power in such a direct manner. The feeling of helpless despair he experienced was unlike anything he had faced, even in the presence of Bai Bai Dong. A few minutes later, the trunk retracted, slowly enveloped in a white mist, and a low, resentful roar resonated in the ears of the three, startling Huyan Li and Bai Yu into a paralyzed silence. Meanwhile, Hao Heng had reverted from his giant form and collapsed to the ground. His arms hung limply, his eyes devoid of life, and his breath had grown faint. His body was battered and bleeding profusely, resembling a mere specter of blood. Hao Heng did not undergo a medical examination, yet he was acutely aware that the bones in his arms and legs had virtually disintegrated. They were not merely fractured. Rather, under the relentless force, they had been reduced to a powder finer than flour, which subsequently infiltrated the torn fascia and muscles. Hao Heng collapsed onto the ground, yearning to swiftly succumb to slumber, believing that in doing so, his physical wounds might mend, alleviating the pain that plagued him. Yet, he resisted the urge to escape into unconsciousness. He wished to etch this agony into his memory, to remember this sense of helplessness. Throughout his life, he had sailed smoothly, untouched by turbulence. Though he diligently completed his daily tasks with unwavering discipline, only he knew the truth. Had he truly given his all? He had not. If he had genuinely exerted himself, his current prowess would far exceed this. Anger served as his most potent motivator. His eyes burned a fierce crimson, devoid of any emotion save for fury. But did he still possess the opportunity for vengeance? Boss, brother. After a few moments of waiting, as the impending threat did not return, Huyan Li and Bai Yu rushed over, each supporting one of his arms to prevent him from facing the earth. Boss, are you all right? Brother, your hand. Bai Yu immediately noticed Hao Heng's limp and powerless hand, along with his terrifyingly grim visage, prompting her to voice her concern. I am fine. Hao Heng spoke with a calm demeanor, yet it was evident to all that an undercurrent of resentment lay beneath his words. Boss, that colossal elephant is far too powerful. It is simply beyond our ability to conquer. The fact that you could withstand its trunk is already commendable. Indeed, brother. By all accounts, we should have completed the assessment, shouldn't we? Yes, logically speaking, we should have, replied Hu Yanli as he rose to survey the surroundings, only nodding in acknowledgement upon noticing no further disturbances. Hu Yanli. Hao Heng suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed. Hu Yanli crouched down and inquired, Boss, what is it? Hao Heng's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils transformed into a deep abyss of black, fixated intently on Hu Yanli, with every sound laced with fury. Is there any chance to return? Hu Yanli, somewhat troubled, gazed at Hao Heng and replied, "Boss, it is said that one can only enter the tomb of the elephants once in a lifetime. It appears that we cannot go back. Is there truly no way?" Hao Heng gasped for breath, his gaze sharp as he inquired. Hu Yanli lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. Baiyu interjected, "Brother, do not pay him any heed. His words are as insubstantial as the wind, utterly devoid of truth. Surely, there exists a solution." Upon hearing his brother's voice, Hao Heng took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing the fury within, closing his eyes as he steeled himself to seek vengeance in the realm of dreams. Just then, a voice, cheerful yet tinged with mischief, raspy yet vibrant, floated through the mist. "Oh, how intriguing. There are still living souls here." Chapter 25. The mysterious elder. The three of them stared intently at the source of the sound emanating from the white mist. With Hao Heng incapacitated, he was undoubtedly devoid of any combat capability for the time being. Should another trial arise, it was not that they underestimated Hu Yanli and Baiyu. With their current state, it was likely that tomorrow the grass atop their graves would reach a height of a meter. What should we do, boss?" Hu Yanli stammered, clenching his fists, his knuckles bruised, and his forehead slick with perspiration. Hao Heng gasped heavily, the fury in his eyes gradually diminishing, giving way to a flicker of fear. He yearned to avenge his injuries, yet this was not the appropriate moment. "Stay calm, steady yourself." Hao Heng spoke in a low voice. Baiyu supported him, and the three of them, with six piercing eyes, fixed their gaze intently on a single point. A ripple stirred in the white mist, and a foot clad in black cloth shoes emerged. To their surprise, it was an old man, short and hunched, wearing a tattered leather vest and long black trousers. His hair was disheveled, and his face was a map of deep wrinkles, presenting an appearance of frailty, as if he might succumb at any moment. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him, for the very fact that he could appear in this desolate place commanded respect. He seemed taken aback, his forehead wrinkling as his murky eyes widened, scanning the three of them with a swift glance. As he looked their way, they felt as though their clothes had turned transparent, leaving them utterly exposed. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, devoid of any speech. After a brief moment of scrutiny, the old man's gaze settled on the feeble figure being supported by two others, Hao Heng. A smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "I never expected anyone would venture into this forsaken place, and even more astonishing is that you have managed to survive. Truly remarkable." His voice was low, akin to a muttering, harsh and gravelly, as if something were lodged in his throat, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of the three, each word pronounced distinctly. "Who are you?" Hu Yanli summoned his courage to inquire. It was not a sudden surge of bravery. Rather, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the old man's visage. The old man turned his gaze toward him, retracting his smile, his expression abruptly chilling. In an instant, he flickered and vanished from his original position, reappearing before Hu Yanli, their eyes locking in a piercing confrontation. His words, like a chilling wind echoing from the depths of the abyss, were frostily delivered. "Child, has no one taught you the importance of manners?" "You." Hu Yanli felt a wave of icy dread surge from his bones, rendering his blood stagnant and his mind blank. As he took a few steps back, raising his arms in a defensive posture against the old man's potential assault, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, look at your foolish expression. It's evident that you lack intelligence. A mere fright renders you like this. How amusing. Truly amusing, ha ha." The three of them watched in trepidation as the old man, resembling a capering monkey, circled around them in wild laughter, sending chills down their spines. In such perilous surroundings, encountering a living person was profoundly terrifying, for one could not discern whether he was friend or foe. Even more alarming was the man's erratic behavior, which left his intentions inscrutable. This unpredictability suggested that one moment he might be smiling and conversing amiably, and the next, he could draw a knife and plunge it into your heart, only to crouch down, weeping in regret, and then erupt into laughter once more. At this moment, Hao Heng had exhausted all his energy to deal with him. Were it not for this old fellow's presence, he feared he might succumb to sleep and never awaken. His eyes remained open only as a testament to his last stubbornness. Baiyu glanced at Hu Yanli, who had been rendered speechless and stood frozen in place. Realizing he could no longer rely on him, gently placing Hao Heng down, he rose to his feet, adjusted his attire, and respectfully bowed to the elderly man, who was still laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. "Senior, greetings. We are disciples from the Shangja sect. I am Baiyu, and this is Hu Yanli. This is my elder brother, Hao Heng. We have come here to participate in the Shangzhong assessment. May I inquire about your esteemed identity?" "Liars." Before Baiyu could finish speaking, the old man appeared before him, roaring in indignation. He then stepped back a few paces, casting a scornful glance at Baiyu. When has the Xiangjia sect ever utilized the heavenly level Xiangzhong as an assessment method? Is it possible that the current sect leader of Xiangjia has lost his senses? You are the one who is senile. Upon hearing the old man insult his grandfather, Hu Yanli, though too timid to confront him directly, mustered the courage to mutter a complaint. However, the old man's keen ears caught the words, and while resting his hand on Hu Yanli's shoulder, he wore a benevolent smile. Young man, what did you just say? My hearing isn't what it used to be. Could you speak a bit louder? Startled, Hu Yanli's eyes rolled back in terror, his body stiffening as he nearly toppled over. Observing this, the old man quickly retreated, inwardly cursing. This lad lacks any sense of decorum. Baiyu swiftly stepped forward to catch the seemingly fainted Hu Yanli, gently laying him on the ground, then turning back to the old man with utmost politeness. Senior, I assure you that every word I have spoken is the truth. If there is the slightest hint of deceit in my words, may I be struck down by divine retribution. The old man approached, stroking his stubbled chin, circling around Baiyu before halting directly in front of him. With a contemplative expression, he remarked, "You don't seem like one who speaks falsehoods. However, it is indeed peculiar how you youngsters found your way here." Baiyu, observing the old man's puzzled demeanor, feared he might have missed what he had just said and reiterated, "Senior, the three of us advanced through the second round of the sect's entrance assessment, and due to our outstanding performance, we were selected to enter the Xiangzhong for the third round of evaluation." Impossible, impossible. The old man shook his head vehemently, gesturing dismissively. It is absolutely unthinkable that the entrance assessment would involve a heavenly level Xiangzhong. Do you believe you understand the sect's entrance examination better than I do? It is utterly impossible. Young man, the old man's unwavering confidence left Baiyu perplexed. Who exactly was this suddenly appearing elder? Meanwhile, the fallen Hao Heng seemed to have recalled something. He coughed up a pool of blood, and with a feeble voice, filled with resentment, he uttered, "We have been set up, brother." Upon witnessing his bloodshed, Baiyu hastily approached, fearing he might not endure, and assisted him to a standing position. With concern, he turned to the elder and inquired, "Senior, surely we have passed the assessment. Why are we still unable to exit?" The elder, upon hearing this, burst into a fit of laughter, wild and unrestrained, as if he had just encountered the most humorous jest in existence. He clutched his belly, rolling on the ground in mirth. Once he regained his composure, Baiyu heard him panting, coldly remarking, "You have yet to pass the assessment." "What?" Baiyu exclaimed, bewildered. "But we have endured that enormous elephant trunk. Could there be a more terrifying trial?" He struggled to fathom what could possibly be more formidable than that trunk and how one would confront it. The elder, with his left hand behind him, turned his back to Baiyu and stated, "Indeed, there is none. The assessment of the heavenly grade elephant tomb consists of merely 3 challenges: the divine armor guardian, the destructive warrior, and the wrath of the elephant ancestor. Nothing more." "Ah, that is a relief," Baiyu sighed, patting his chest in reassurance, only to hear the elder continue. "However, the conditions for passing the assessment extend beyond merely withstanding these 3 waves of attacks." "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Baiyu's lips trembled slightly, his eyes widening with confusion as he stammered his question. "Haha." The elder turned around, grinning wickedly, and addressed Baiyu. "While it is true that the assessment of the heavenly grade elephant tomb comprises only 3 waves, to truly complete the assessment, one must achieve a singular objective: defeat the elephant ancestor." The elder raised his hand, wiggling his index finger before Baiyu, and spoke solemnly. Baiyu, momentarily vacuous, gaped in disbelief before swallowing hard and standing upright, breathless as he asked, "Senior, the elephant ancestor you speak of is..." "Indeed, it is the master of that trunk," the elder confirmed, a shadow passing through his eyes. He then gazed towards the plaza's exterior, where the enveloping white mist had dissipated, revealing the chilling sight of colossal skeletons and towering bone mountains once more. With a sigh, he recounted, "This place is designated as the heavenly great elephant tomb, not only due to the rumors outside, which claim it houses the remains of powerful beings from the Mammoth clan who have surpassed the 10,000-year threshold, but it also serves as the resting place for the ancestors of the Mammoth lineage. That ancestor is truly remarkable. It is said that in its lifetime, it transcended the million-year threshold, its power unfathomable, rivaling that of deities. Alas, it was not a true deity, for it provoked a genuine god and was slain in the process. Even in death, it found no peace, for its soul is bound within its bones, eternally denied freedom. And must." At this juncture, the elders seemed to become wary, glancing skyward, sealing his lips as two thick jets of vapor escaped his nostrils. A million-year soul beast. We must defeat it. How is that even conceivable? Baiyu murmured, devoid of spirit. Indeed, it is impossible. The elder nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a thought struck Baiyu. He rose with fervor, raising his hand and exclaiming, the time. If we endure for just an hour, we can escape. Phew, what a relief. Observing his relieved demeanor, the elder sneered, Oh, is that so? What if I tell you that you may not even last an hour? A shiver ran through Baiyu as he cast a questioning glance at the elder. Does that mean the trials will continue throughout the hour? Not quite. Each wave of trials occurs after an interval of 90,000 breaths. 2 breaths constitute a second. Thus, 60 seconds yield 120 breaths. An hour comprises 3,600 seconds, equating to 7,200 breaths. And 24 hours? That spans many days. Baiyu counted on his fingers, a glimmer of hope lighting his face. So we only need to endure for an hour. The elder shook his head with a smile, beckoning him closer. Baiyu hesitated but complied, stepping forward, only to hear a sharp sound. Smack! He clutched his face, stumbling back in confusion, asking, Senior, what was that for? The elder stared at him, his expression impassive. Does it hurt? It does, Baiyu replied. Is it still painful? It still hurts. Is it worse than before, or has it eased? The elder pressed. Baiyu contemplated. The pain in his cheek seemed no greater than it was when the elder struck him, nor had it subsided. The elder chuckled lightly. What is this? Do you feel the same pain? Baiyu, bewildered, nodded. The elder turned away, exhaling deeply. In this place, there exists no concept of time. The injuries you sustain and the pain you endure remain with you, unrelenting and unchanged, as if time has come to a standstill. What? How can that be? Baiyu exclaimed, covering the struck area in disbelief. Does that mean indeed, young man, the hour you await may never arrive? The elder coldly interjected, delivering a final blow. A thud echoed behind him, startling him into a jump, and he turned to say, Hey kid, don't you dare faint. If you pass out here, you won't awaken. When the next wave of trials arrives, you will surely perish. I tell you, I shared this much only because I thought you could engage me in conversation. If you dare to faint, rest assured, I will personally send you on your way before the guardians even move. Baiyu, with a wry smile, sat on the ground, glancing at the unconscious Huyin Li before turning to Hao Heng. Senior, what shall we do about my elder brother's injury? Rest assured for the moment. Death is not imminent. Within this realm, as long as one is not torn apart by the guardian spirit, even the gravest of injuries merely inflicts pain, which one can eventually become accustomed to. The old man seemed to fear that Baiyu's endurance mirrored that of Huyin Li, often fainting at the slightest provocation. He added, In truth, you are not without a path to survival. What path? Baiyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The old man hesitated momentarily before revealing. The assessments will occur only 9 times. If you can endure all 9 without succumbing, you shall become a living dead. His voice was laden with gravity. This self-description left Baiyu at a loss for words. He sat in silence, arms weakly hanging by his sides, the fiery sting on his cheeks amplifying his despair. As he closed his eyes, thoughts of his promising life, which had yet to begin, being extinguished in this forsaken place, overwhelmed him, and tears flowed uncontrollably. The old man, observing Baiyu weeping on the ground, sighed deeply. He was not one to chatter, but after an extended silence devoid of conversation, he felt compelled to speak. Now that he had frightened one and brought another to tears, he felt an awkwardness in lingering further. Quietly, he departed, leaving Baiyu alone, engulfed in sorrow. Unable to stem his tears, time slipped away unmeasured until Hao Heng awoke from a long slumber. The tranquil, breathing exercises had finally demonstrated their remarkable restorative powers. With damaged organs, shattered bones, and ruptured muscles, all perilous injuries healed with but a single rest. He sat up, stretching comfortably, and upon observing his restored body, he noticed a faint weeping sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Baiyu and hurried towards him, asking, Baiyu, what troubles you? Where's that old man? Hao Heng cast a perplexed glance around, not spotting the old man's figure from moments ago. Brother, we are doomed, Baiyu said, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. Struggling to open them wide, her voice trembling with sorrow. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Hao Heng hurriedly inquired, while Baiyu shed tears, recounting the news she had just learned to him. After she finished her tale, Hao Heng silently examined his healing wound, contemplating for a moment, surmising it must be the effect of a system. Enough now. Cease your tears. Weeping will not resolve our predicament. Hao Heng had already formed a resolution in his heart as he patted Baiyu's back in a comforting manner. I understand, dear brother, Baiyu said despairingly. but I simply cannot stop. Hao Heng scratched his head, casting a glance at the unconscious Huyen, and then remarked, "Very well. You and Huyen shall remain here." With that, he rose and strode towards an open space in the distance, his eyes still ablaze with martial fervor. "So, you're the elephant ancestor, are you? I shall see just how formidable you truly are." With this thought, he crouched into a horse stance and let out a resounding roar to the heavens. "Thunder, come forth." Chapter 27. The battle with the elephant trunk surrounded by the Bone Sea and the skeletal mountains, the grand circular plaza was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, with thunder rumbling incessantly. A thunderous pillar, as thick as a barrel, descended from the stormy heavens. Beneath it, Hao Heng stood like a statue, eyes closed, firmly squatting in a horse stance, utterly motionless. Following his previous exploits in battle, he had developed a new technique, cultivating while idle. His desire to grow stronger had reached a fever pitch. The dark clouds had not dissipated from above his head for even a moment. Upon awakening once more, a radiant purple-white light shone from his eyes, and a formidable pressure emanated from within him, stirring the surrounding dust into a swirling dance. He accessed his personal panel. Host, Hao Heng Martial Soul, Giant, height, 180 meters, soul power level, 20 soul power reserve, 1,000,010, 000, regenerates 100 points per second, stamina, 100, regenerates 1 point per minute. Note: once stamina is depleted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continued training. Strength, 15. 000, standard for an average adult male, is 10. Speed, 10. 000, standard for an average adult male, is 10. Constitution, 20. 000, standard for an average adult male, is 10. Spirit, 10. 000, standard for an average adult male, is 10. Assignable attribute points, 50 special abilities, sleep restoration breathing technique. Level 2, passive effect, stamina recovery enhancement, 5 points per minute. Soul power reserve recovery enhancement, 100 points per second. Active effect, accelerated sleep induction, injury recovery capability enhanced 100-fold. Soul power recovers 200 points per second. Stamina recovers 2 points per second, and soul power limit increases by 100 points per hour. Thunder cleansing technique, utilizing thunder as water, cleanse the mortal body of impurities, forging an unparalleled divine physique. First layer, completion progress, 59 tenfold enhancement of constitution. Equipped item, indestructible underwear skills. First soul skill, thunder golden armor, passive effect, provides a thunder condensed golden armor, current charge, 100. Active effect, generates a domain of thunder centered around the body, capable of striking a selected target once every 10 seconds, current charge, 100, minimum consumption of 500 soul power per strike, controllable energy input limit. Domain radius is a sphere with a radius 10 times the host's height. Only 180? That is still insufficient. Hao Heng furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. It is important to note that his height of 180 is measured in meters, not centimeters. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for he understood that with his current abilities, overcoming the formidable foe was far from sufficient, let alone achieving revenge. After allocating his attribute points to strength, he closed his eyes, preparing to continue his training, with the aim of elevating his strength to at least 2,000. Boss, they're here. The white mist is approaching. Just as he shut his eyes, the urgent call of Baiyu reached his ears, prompting him to open them again. Baiyu had already dashed to his feet. Boss! Baiyu, panting heavily, was carrying the unconscious Huyen Li and pointed towards the edge of the square. Hao Heng raised his hand, signaling him to say no more. It was just in time, a perfect opportunity to test my strength. Hao Heng's expression was frigid as he maintained an altitude of 10 meters, propelling himself towards the edge of the square. Remarkably, his velocity allowed him to reach the periphery before the white mist enveloped the plaza, where he firmly planted his feet. Moments later, the mist, as before, shrouded the square, obscuring the sky and sun. In the following instant, a heavy tread resonated from within the white fog. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Hao Heng's eyes as he advanced with determined steps. Leading the charge was the colossal elephant-headed giant, whose massive strides emerged from the white mist. Yet, it could not advance a single step further, for Hao Heng's fist had already been unleashed. With an astonishing force of 15,000 points, the impact of his punch created a shockwave that cleaved a large opening in the mist, revealing the giant's form even before it reached the square. In less than half a moment, Hao Heng's fist collided with the giant's face. The terrifying strength unleashed upon contact caused a myriad of cracks to erupt across its visage. With a thunderous sound, under the pressure of the punch and the overwhelming force, The giant's head burst apart like a firework, transforming into a dazzling array of starlight that gradually dissipated into the air. Hao Heng's footsteps remained unceasing as he advanced toward his next target. The colossal elephant-headed giants that once posed a challenge had now been reduced to mere refuse, devoid of any intrigue for him. After swiftly dispatching the 9 elephant-headed giants, Hao Heng arrived at the center of the square, positioning himself before the 2 figures of white jade. Once again, the resounding trumpet of the giant elephant reverberated as one after another. The elephant-headed warriors emerged from the swirling mist. Hao Heng cradled Baiyu Huyin Li within the palm of his hand and settled into a cross-legged position, his form expanding to a staggering 100 meters. In this state, he expended 500 soul power points per second. However, with the deliberate activation of the breathing technique, this consumption was reduced to merely 300 points. His current soul power limit stood at 10,000, sufficient for a duration of 30 seconds. Yet, there was no need for such an extensive time frame. 10 seconds would suffice, as the thunder cleansing technique activated and the lightning serpents enveloped him. He deftly channeled half of his soul power along with all the accumulated thunder energy into the soul ring, a vast spherical domain of thunder, with a radius of 1,000 meters unfurled. Those unfortunate enough to venture into this realm of thunder, akin to hapless warriors, were shattered into fragments by the arcs of electricity that intermittently danced through the heavens, even before Hao Heng had truly commenced his assault. The violet soul ring beside Hao Heng radiated continuously as he awaited the arrival of all the elephant warriors into the realm of thunder. He mentally counted down, 10, 9. The speed of the armored warriors met his expectations. By the time he reached 5, tens of thousands had encircled him from all directions, with the nearest already within 10 meters of his position. He slowly closed his eyes as 9 pillars of thunder descended, swirling, expanding, and growing in ferocity. In mere moments, the thunderstorm transformed the multitude of elephant warriors into a dazzling display of luminescence. As the last of these warriors was obliterated, Hao Heng retracted the realm of thunder, released the 2 figures of jade, contracted his form back to 10 meters, and entered a meditative state to regulate his breathing. A great challenge was imminent. He needed to restore his full strength as swiftly as possible. Thunder energy charged to 5, soul power restored by 200 points. Thunder energy charged to 5. Soul power restored by 200 points. The system notifications he had configured echoed incessantly in his mind. Despite being in a dream, at last, after 20 seconds, the thunder energy was fully replenished, and his soul power was nearly half restored. A shadow began to materialize in the white mist of the sky, continuously expanding. At this moment, Hao Heng opened his eyes, his gaze fervently fixated on the shadow before him. He raised his arm and, as if collecting water, grasped the thunder that descended from the dark clouds above. The realm of thunder unleashed, and the energy surged, coalescing in the palm of his hand. Gradually, a spear of thunder, approximately 12 or 13 meters in length, took shape, radiating with dazzling electric light, its thunderous might palpable. The violent energy of the thunder was compressed within his grasp, akin to a coiled spring awaiting release. Suddenly, a white mist parted, and the shadow lunged forward once more. Simultaneously, Hao Heng tilted his head back, his fierce visage emitting a deafening roar of fury. Comme fort. He hurled the spear from his hand, launching it towards the shadow. The spear, enveloped in the grandeur of thunder, struck the shadow, piercing through its skin and detonating. Instantly, countless furious lightning serpents erupted, surging in all directions. Wherever they passed, the air crackled with thunder, and the ground was shrouded in smoke and dust, transforming it into scorched earth. Though the force of the thunder was formidable, it only affected a small area, resulting in a brief pause of 1 second in the shadow's advance. Yet, that single second was ample for Hao Heng to transform. Expanding his colossal form, he surged to an imposing height of 180 meters. Empowered by the thunder, his strength surged, accumulating in his arms. With sinewy veins stretching from the back of his hands to his shoulders, his massive muscles rippling like strings of a disturbed lute. The shadow descended, its trunk-like appendage crashing down upon Hao Heng's arm. With a resounding boom, the violent clash reverberated, and Hao Heng bellowed as the immense power of hundreds of thousands erupted forth from his arm. His feet anchored like ancient roots, he remained steadfast, enduring for half a minute this time. The earth trembled. Hao Heng was once again hurled through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. An elephant's trunk descended upon him, pressing him into the pit. After a few moments, a resounding trumpet echoed through the air as the trunk was drawn into the mist. At this moment, Hao Heng lay in the pit, gasping for breath, then erupted into hearty laughter, bold, exuberant laughter that reverberated through the clouds and mist of the heavens. Chapter 28. The Thunder Cleansing Technique Breakthrough. Hao Heng now resembles a thoroughly wrung-out sponge, desperately absorbing the essence of combat experience. His opponent is the elephant trunk. In their first encounter, he was utterly defenseless, crushed to pieces with no capacity for resistance. In the second bout, all his attributes surpassed 1,000. His height limit breached 180, and the first layer of the Thunder Cleansing Technique reached a completion of 59, allowing him to endure for half a minute. In the third confrontation, all 4 attributes exceeded 3,000. His height limit soared to 250, and the completion of the first layer of the Thunder Cleansing Technique reached 82, enabling him to stalemate with the elephant trunk for 10 minutes before succumbing. In the fourth clash, his attributes ascended to 5,000, his height limit reached 330, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique's completion reached 99. He battled the elephant trunk for half an hour, but ultimately exhausted his strength and spirit, leading to his defeat. In the fifth encounter, all attributes reached 7,000. His height limit extended to 500 meters, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique stood at 99. He faced the elephant trunk for an hour, only to lose. In the sixth round, his attributes exceeded 10,000. His height limit climbed to 700 meters, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique remained at 99. He engaged the elephant trunk for 2 hours, resulting in a stalemate, after which the elephant trunk inexplicably retreated. In the seventh bout, his attributes reached 12,000. His height limit reached 820, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique remained at 99. He again fought for 2 hours, with the elephant trunk at a disadvantage. Yet Hao Heng could not prevail, allowing it to withdraw. In the eighth encounter, his attributes rose to 15,000. His height limit reached 950, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique remained at 99, yielding no change in the outcome. Upon concluding yet another session of training, Hao Heng opened his eyes, maintaining his 10-meter-tall form. He crouched down, every muscle taut, as if he were a stone beneath a waterfall, smoothed and rounded by countless cascades, yet possessing a dense and robust texture. Allocating the attributes gained from this training session to his mental faculties, his 4 attributes now stood at Strength, 170,000, Speed, 170,000, Constitution, 170,000, Spirit, 170,000. Note: these attributes correspond to his 10-meter height. This evenly distributed allocation was born of necessity. He had previously contemplated enhancing his strength primarily, aiming for it to surpass the other 3 attributes. While such a strategy might not pose issues at lower attribute levels, complications arose as they increased. When strength exceeded constitution significantly, one risked shattering one's own body in battle. An excessive disparity between strength and speed rendered it impossible to strike an opponent effectively. If strength surpassed spirit too greatly, one would struggle to control their own body during combat. Focusing on enhancing the other 3 attributes would also lead to various challenges. Thus, he could only maintain a balanced distribution. This was also the reason he refrained from advancing the Thunder Cleansing Technique. He feared that a disproportionately high constitution compared to his other attributes could lead to severe problems, a source of considerable distress for him. Brother, Baiyu, with tears streaming down her face, rushed over, dragging Hu Yanli along. Hao Heng nodded, fully aware of what Baiyu was about to convey. The 9th round of the assessment was imminent, representing their final opportunity. Should they fail to vanquish the so-called elephant ancestor this time, they would likely be doomed to remain there for the rest of their lives, akin to that eccentric old man who occasionally emerged to amuse himself. He had no intention of succumbing to such a fate. Please do not approach just yet. Hao Heng did not summon Baiyu and the others to his side as he had previously. He halted Baiyu, who upon hearing his words, came to a standstill, remaining in place while gazing at Hao Heng. Hao Heng took a few deep breaths, lifted his gaze to the vast, white sky, and softly murmured, "Thunder approaches." The Thunder Cleansing Technique commenced, and the resounding thunder rolled forth once more. Crackling sounds filled the air. This time, the tribulation of thunder was unlike any he had encountered before. It did not strike immediately upon its emergence, but rather took form in the heavens first. Nevertheless, regardless of its formidable strength, it was of no concern to Hao Heng, for Hao Heng's stature surged to an astonishing height of 150 meters. As he gazed upwards, the thunderous clouds loomed before him. With his mouth agape, his body expanded to an impressive 300 meters. In an instant, the soul energy within him was completely depleted, yet he accomplished his intended task, devouring the calamity clouds as if they were mere cotton candy. Hao Heng reverted to his 10-meter stature, closing his eyes to practice his breathing technique. The thunderclouds within his mouth remained undispersed, continuously discharging bolts of lightning, attempting to strike down this detestable foe. Yet, Hao Heng not only refused to relent, but also swallowed him whole. Gulp! In that instant, as his throat moved, a purple orb, the size of a fist, materialized at the center of his chest, within which lightning flickered, gradually making its way toward him. When the purple orb touched his chest, thousands of bolts of thunder erupted from it, instantaneously enveloping Hao Heng in a cocoon of lightning, akin to a silkworm in its chrysalis. Baiyu, observing the immense cocoon of thunder and lightning outside, was at a loss. Meanwhile, outside the plaza, a dense fog had encircled them, and the muffled sound of footsteps resonated like war drums. 9 colossal figures with elephantine heads emerged from the mist, advancing menacingly. Baiyu's expression turned frantic. He was unaware of his brother's situation, but he understood that Hao Heng was at a critical juncture and must not be disturbed. Taking a deep breath, he lowered Huyen Li, summoned the silver-armored rhino martial spirit, and charged toward the elephant-headed giants. However, it seemed that with each encounter, these giants grew stronger. Though their enhancement was not overtly apparent in the face of Hao Heng's formidable prowess, for Baiyu, the 9 times augmented giants were no longer within his capacity to withstand. Alas, it was too late. As he reached the forefront of the giants, the speed at which they raised their fists made it clear to Baiyu that he was now facing a different adversary than before. No, the terrifying fist loomed larger in Baiyu's vision, his tears momentarily halted by fear, a profound terror reflected in his eyes. Just then, an arc of electricity flashed over his head, striking the giant's head directly. Crack! The giant's head exploded into a shower of sparks. Brother, Baiyu turned in surprise, gazing at the tall, handsome man clad in golden armor, whose face bore 5 black markings, yet retained the same appearance as before. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No, I wanted you to stay by my side." Hao Heng cast a reproachful glance at him. Baiyu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, only to then remember the towering figure of the elephant-headed giant beside him. However, Thunder's thoughts were swifter. Several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, striking the remaining 8 elephant-headed giants with precision, reducing them to a dazzling display of fireworks. Hao Heng retracted his steaming fingers and gently blew away the wisps of white smoke. Breaking through the first layer of the thunder cleansing technique not only amplified his physique tenfold, but he also sensed a remarkable enhancement in his control over the thunderous energy within him. He could summon it even without the aid of a soul ring or soul power. Initially, he thought it might be an illusion, but after the passage of 9 arcs of lightning, he realized that this was no mere figment of his imagination. It was indeed a profound reality. Hao Heng raised his hand, slightly clenching his fist as the thunderous energy concentrated upon it, with arcs of electricity entwining around his knuckles, bestowing an air of formidable power. Such were his musings. Then, casting his gaze upon the attributes panel, he was startled to see his constitution had increased by an entire digit. Previously, when his strength surpassed other attributes by 1,000, he would often experience muscle soreness. Now, his constitution had exceeded other attributes by a single digit. Could this portend something dire? Chapter 29. Battle against the elephant ancestor. Hao Heng was uncertain of the consequences of possessing an excessively high constitution. He meticulously attuned himself to the changes within his body, and soon a dilemma arose. He perceived his body feeling rather cumbersome. The thought of throwing a punch crossed his mind, yet it took a full 3 seconds from that notion to the actual lifting of his arm to strike. He reasoned that this delay stemmed from insufficient speed and mental acuity. As he unleashed his punch, the air reverberated with a thunderous roar, producing a humming sound that persisted for a full 5 seconds before finally subsiding. This revelation astounded Hao Heng. Prior to his breakthrough, he had been capable of producing sound with his punches, but it had only lasted 2 seconds. Now, however, the resonance of his strike had more than doubled in duration. It appeared that a heightened constitution indeed bore advantages for the manifestation of his strength attributes. At that moment, Baiyu returned to Hao Heng's side, whispering, "Brother, the second wave is upon us." Hao Heng raised his head, gazing towards the edge, a mysterious smile curving his lips as he spoke to him. "You should crouch down first. This time, let us try something different." All right then." Baiyu obediently crouched down, cautiously cradling his head. Hao Heng stood tall, exhaling heavily as his gaze sharpened. He could currently reach a towering height of 1,000 meters, embodying the essence of a true giant. However, sustaining such an elevation was beyond his capabilities. It required 5,000 units of soul power per second, allowing him to maintain it for no more than 2 seconds. Nevertheless, this augmentation in stature was not without its advantages. He chuckled softly, raising his arm high. Enveloped in a milky white luminescent membrane, his arm underwent a transformation. His skin vanished, muscle fibers disintegrated, bones expanded, and muscles restructured, all encased anew in skin. A second later, Hao Heng, now 10 meters tall, supported a colossal hand that reached 1,000 meters. With a hearty laugh, he brought his hand crashing down. He named this formidable technique the heavenly arm of support. In this state, his arm wielded strength, enhanced 1,000-fold from his base attributes, while the soul power expenditure was equivalent to only 1/5 of his full height, enabling him to sustain this for 10 seconds. Without delay, Hao Heng swung his arm, his shoulder rotating. Previously, he feared that this move might result in a fractured arm, but after his breakthrough with the thunder cleansing technique, the soreness and tearing sensation he had once felt vanished, a promising sign. As his enormous arm swung with vigor, it became a whirlwind of destruction, obliterating the charging elephant-headed warriors as if they were mere beans ground in a mill. After 10 seconds, Hao Heng retracted his arm, panting heavily. With a decisive step, he crushed the last remaining foe beneath his foot before collapsing to the ground, closing his eyes to focus on his breathing technique. His soul power rapidly replenished. Bai Yu, vigilantly guarding Huyen Li, watched the fallen Hao Heng with clenched fists, his palms slick with sweat, yet unwilling to loosen his grip. This battle was one they could not afford to lose or even draw. Otherwise, their brotherhood would face dire consequences. Time sped by. Half a minute later, perhaps due to Hao Heng's swift completion of the second round of assessments, the sound of the elephant's trumpeting arrived slightly delayed, as the white mist trembled and ripples surged. Accompanied by a resounding, invigorating roar, Hao Heng immediately opened his eyes. Though his soul power had only replenished a half, he remained unfazed, his mind steady and his expression grave as he fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound. As the trumpet reached its peak intensity, the elephant's trunk, having descended 8 times, broke through the clouds once more, this time with remarkable speed. By the time Bai Yu caught sight of the shadow, it was already midair. However, Hao Heng reacted swiftly. As the clouds parted, he crouched low, gathering strength to leap into the air, initiating their first clash with the trunk. Having engaged in 8 encounters, he had discerned the pattern of the trunk's assault. It would inevitably strike the ground. He understood that it would not depart until the enemy was entirely incapacitated or until 2 hours had elapsed. Furthermore, he had heard from a mad old man that if they could sever the trunk, they would claim victory over the being known as the elephant ancestor. This implied that as long as they could break the trunk within 2 hours, their escape was assured. Hao Heng, with his 10-meter stature, met the elephant's trunk with a punch. In comparison, his fist appeared as insignificant as a pebble against a mountain. Yet, empowered by a formidable strength attribute of 170,000, the impact was remarkable. The trunk was halted for a brief half a second by the force of his thunderous strike. Hao Heng did not express joy. Instead, he retracted his fist and swung with the other hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions erupted, and he leaped back utilizing the rebound force, while the trunk of the elephant crashed to the ground, creating a massive trench. After Hao Heng landed, he immediately soared into the sky once more, transforming into a colossal giant measuring 20 meters in height. His fists, though slower than before, reduced to half the speed, now possessed double the force. He relentlessly targeted the previously struck area, which had begun to show signs of cracking, continuing to hammer away and amplify the damage. The elephant's trunk stirred, rising from the chasm, sweeping through the air like a whip. Hao Heng retreated while maintaining a safe distance from the colossal creature's trunk. Bai Yu had long since pulled Huyen Li to a secure location, watching in horror as the two immense beings clashed before him. He pondered that if the square beneath their feet did not possess the ability to self-repair, they would likely have already plunged into the abyss of bones below. Hao Heng commanded the flow of time, observing as fissures resembling the thickness of a finger spread across the entirety of the elephant's trunk. He resolved to initiate the second phase of his strategic assault. Taking a significant leap backward, Hao Heng channeled his soul energy, transforming into a towering giant of 100 meters. The injuries inflicted moments ago were merely superficial to the elephant's trunk. Henceforth, he intended to deliver a truly devastating blow. The golden armor upon Hao Heng's body shimmered with arcs of electricity, coursing upwards along his form and converging in his elevated arm, taking shape as a spear. The Thunderbolt Spear. A cacophony of thunder reverberated as the tempestuous forces of lightning coalesced within his palm, shaking the very ground and raising clouds of dust. With 100-fold of power, along with all the energy of the storm, in that moment, everything was infused into the electric spear. Go! With a thunderous shout, Hao Heng hurled the electric spear from his grasp, swiftly transforming into a 10-meter stature. The spear soared through the air, aiming directly at the advancing trunk of the elephant. It pierced into the fissures created by hundreds of previous strikes, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through the gaps. Once the entirety of the trunk was saturated with the force of thunder, a resounding explosion erupted, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions. An acrid scent permeating the air. A mournful and anguished trumpet resonated from the tip of the trunk, as clouds swirled and the trunk instinctively recoiled. This was the most challenging aspect of confronting the ancestral elephant. The moment it sensed its own vulnerability, it would retreat with astonishing swiftness, leaving no opportunity for pursuit. Previously, Hao Heng had found himself helpless, having exhausted all his means. However, today was different. He would not allow it to escape this time. Hao Heng let out a thunderous roar. His colossal arms, resembling towering pillars, reached out to seize the elephant's trunk from both sides. The trunk retracted with remarkable speed. It was still ensnared by the grasp of the two approaching giant hands before it could vanish into the mist. Hao Heng leaned back, his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. He gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan, taking a step backward. A sensation of fracture emanated from the trunk of the elephant, and, as the trumpeting sounded once more, an external force attempted to pull Hao Heng outward. In a tug of war, "I fear you not. Come forth." Hao Heng roared in fury, retreating several steps. The resonant trumpeting from the elephant's trunk grew increasingly frantic, and the soul power within Hao Heng diminished rapidly. Both sides vied for supremacy, knowing that the one who could endure until the end would emerge victorious. Alas, as the last vestiges of his soul power waned, Hao Heng let out a heart-wrenching cry, his hands feeling utterly feeble. In that moment, as his arms shrank back, despair enveloped him. It was over. Hao Heng lay on the ground, his mind a blank canvas, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stared vacantly at the sky, his eyes devoid of luster. "Brother, look over there." Suddenly, Baiyu's joyful exclamation pierced through Hao Heng's consciousness, prompting him to rise and gaze into the distance. A vast expanse of clouds parted, revealing the colossal head of a giant elephant, its tusks reaching thousands of meters wide, raised towards the heavens as it let out a mournful trumpet, resonating with profound sorrow, as though it bore the weight of immense injustice. Amidst this lamentation of fate, it gradually transformed into a glow, and at that moment, a heavy object descended from the sky. Hao Heng turned his gaze toward it, and, as the dust settled, he beheld a segment of a luminous trunk. Have I succeeded? Have I triumphed? I have succeeded. Ah! Chapter 30. It has emerged. Hao Heng rose from the ground, steadied himself, and gazed at Baiyu, who was approaching with hurried steps. "Brother, did you succeed?" Baiyu stumbled forward, dragging Huyan Li's leg along, finally reaching Hao Heng. "By the looks of you, it seems you have succeeded." Hao Heng responded with a smile. "My appearance?" Baiyu seemed somewhat puzzled, as if recalling something. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and after a few seconds, she spoke vacantly. "No more tears." "Indeed, no more tears." Hao Heng nodded in affirmation. "Oh dear, my head." At that moment, a piercing scream emanated from beneath their feet. Upon glancing down, they discovered that Hu Yanli had regained consciousness. He clutched his slightly swollen occiput, his face contorted in agony as he cried out, "All right, now that you're awake, do rise quickly. The ground is rather uninviting." Hao Heng stepped forward and assisted Hu Yanli to his feet. Upon hearing his voice, Hu Yanli opened his eyes, initially filled with confusion and bewilderment. However, as he confirmed that he was still in the square, an expression of terror washed over him. "Boss, that old man." Whether it was due to overwhelming fear or excessive excitement, his words became somewhat incoherent. Hao Heng patted his shoulder and said, "Let's speak outside." Hu Yanli took a few deep breaths, swallowing the heart that leaped into his throat, and with a lingering sense of trepidation, he nodded. Yet, as if tethered to a painful spot at the back of his head, he reached up to cover it, his expression remarkably endearing. A thunderous roar echoed in the ears of the group, prompting them to look towards the source of the sound. There, from the sea of bones beyond the square, colossal bones soared into the air, cascading down to the edge of the square, forming a steep ladder that reached toward the clouds. Hao Heng lifted his gaze towards the pinnacle of the long ladder, where a small platform appeared to await. "Goodness, you all!" The peculiar old man suddenly leapt out from behind Hao Heng, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the lengthy ladder, greedily swallowing his saliva. Hao Heng cast a fleeting glance at him, then disregarded him entirely, addressing Baiyu and Huyan Li. "Let's be on our way," he declared. leading the two towards the long staircase. "Hey, wait for me," the old man exclaimed. "How did you manage to conquer Xiangzhu?" "You." Accompanied by the incessant ramblings of the elder, Hao Heng and his companions ascended the skeletal staircase, stepping onto a small platform in the clouds. In stark contrast to the vast square below, this petite platform truly deserved its designation of small, measuring scarcely 20 square meters. It was circular in shape, with a formation emanating a milky white glow at its center. "Allow me to go first," the old man called out, his anticipation evident after what felt like an eternity. He elbowed past the three, rushing to the forefront and stepping into the formation, only to vanish in an instant. "Hey, you!" Hu Yanli was about to express his irritation when he looked up to find the man had already disappeared, leaving him to clench his fists in frustration. "Well then, let us proceed outside," he suggested. Hao Heng gave him a gentle push, allowing Bai Yu and Hu Yanli to enter the formation ahead of him. He turned back to gaze upon this magnificent expanse. After a few lingering glances, he finally turned and stepped into the formation. The brilliance before him was somewhat blinding, prompting Hao Heng to close his eyes. After a few moments, he reopened them, only to find that the scene before him was not as he had envisioned. Instead of the grand hall leading into the elephant tomb, he found himself enveloped in an unfathomable darkness, devoid of any light. He floated aimlessly in the void, feeling neither gravity nor any form of energy. "Where am I?" Thoughts flickered through Hao Heng's mind, akin to a drowning person flailing their arms in desperation. Amidst this turmoil, he shifted his stance and turned around, only to behold an unforgettable sight. In the boundless abyss of darkness, countless iron-like silver chains extended, ensnaring a colossal figure of unimaginable proportions, estimated to be tens of thousands of meters tall. The giant's black hair floated wildly, its strands undulating like a fearsome serpent. Bowing its head in a meditative posture, its arms and waist were bound by iron chains, lifting it aloft. The giant was entirely bare, and upon its chest, where a normal human heart would reside, gaped a large black void, as if something sharp had pierced and hollowed it out. The edges of this gaping wound were surrounded by a mass of delicate flesh strands, resembling numerous writhing tendrils. Hao Heng stood at a considerable distance from the giant. Yet this proximity did not diminish the tremors coursing through his scalp. From the immense figure, he sensed a multitude of terrifying presences: destruction, death, despair, and curses. Almost every essence capable of inducing demise was palpable in the giant. It was as though the giant had only just succumbed to death. The potent auras emanating from it remained fierce and formidable. One could scarcely imagine the inhumane assaults it had endured in life to have been reduced to such a state. Just as Hao Heng found himself overwhelmed, his mind a blank canvas, the giant stirred. Its lowered head gradually lifted, and in that moment, Hao Heng discerned its countenance. A remarkably unremarkable face, square and devoid of distinctive features, yet it left an indelible impression. The spots where its eyes should have been were vacant, resembling two black whirlpools threatening to devour all light from the world. Whether it was a trick of his imagination, Hao Heng felt as though the creature was fixated on him, wearing a sinister smile. A sheen of perspiration began to bead on his forehead, an omen of impending dread. What filled him with greater terror was the next moment, when a beam of golden light erupted from the gaping chasm in the giant's chest, hurtling toward him. Hao Heng hurriedly raised his hand, preparing to confront it head-on. However, before he had the chance to summon his martial spirit, the golden entity arrived before him. Yet it remained still, as if waiting for him to take the initiative. He scrutinized the shimmering mass, which sparkled like water. No, it was blood. Hao Heng contemplated this, raising his gaze to the giant a few more times. At that moment, the giant's head dipped once again, leaving Hao Heng perplexed. Surely, it would not pose a threat to me, would it? As Hao Heng pondered this, he extended his finger and gently prodded the shimmering golden liquid. The moment his fingertip made contact with the substance, a radiant glimmer illuminated the air, and with a swift motion, it surged into Hao Heng's body. He could sense it coursing through his veins, following the pathway of his finger until it reached his heart, where it settled within the atrium, becoming still. What could this signify? Hao Heng pondered in silence, when suddenly, he felt a strong force pulling him from behind, as if he were plummeting rapidly. A circular portal of light materialized behind him, drawing him into its luminous embrace. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Xiangjia sect, Lin Yin and his son were sharing boisterous laughter. Abruptly, beneath the statue, the formation that had recently fallen silent reactivated. A brilliant beam of white light surged from the ground, piercing through the ceiling and soaring into the heavens. Immediately, a terrifying aura emanated from the formation, sweeping across the entirety of the Xiangjia sect. Father, what is happening? Lin Qing grasped Lin Yin's arm, his voice laced with panic. A myriad of emotions flickered across Lin Yin's face before he grimly turned Lin Qing's wheelchair, hastening their exit. We must withdraw. It is unwise to linger here. In a lavish courtyard, Hu Yinjun was contentedly trimming the flowers and plants with gardening shears when an oppressive force descended from the sky. He squinted towards the source of his pressure, a tear rolling down his cheek. Father, in another courtyard, Bai Bai Dong was guiding Hu Laina in her training. When the pressure fell, a glimmer of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, followed by a chilling demeanor. Her gaze shifted, as if calculating something, and after a moment, she broke into a smile, exclaiming, I hadn't anticipated that the Xiangjia sect harbors hidden experts. Inside the hall, after Lin Yin's departure, a resounding and exuberant voice emerged from the formation. Yabariba. Chapter 31. The hall's captured. Just one, please. Just one. At the entrance of a hall within the Xiangjia sect, several figures gathered, cloaked in deep yellow robes, nearly all notable elders of the sect, their strength undeniable. However, faced with the elder who had suddenly appeared in their sacred ground, they could only observe from the doorway, for his power was overwhelming. The mere force of his presence stirred their blood, nearly causing it to boil. None dared to approach, even the most loyal among them, who could only resolve to delay him at the cost of their lives should he choose to depart. Confronting such an elder was a folly no one would entertain. Fortunately, the elder seemed disinclined to leave. His spirit was exuberant as he began to dance within the hall, singing in a discordant tone. What a torment it was. The brilliance of the formation behind him did not fade upon his emergence. Moments later, two stout figures stepped forth simultaneously. Meanwhile, outside, Hu Yanzhen encountered Bibidong, who was accompanied by her disciple, at the steps leading to the hall. Master Hu Yan, it seems your Xiangjia sect is quite adept at concealing its depths. This time, Bibidong appeared without her veil, her exquisite visage illuminated by piercing eyes that radiated a sharpness akin to a blade ready to sever flesh from Hu Yanzhen. As if to assuage her own feelings of indignation from deceit, Hu Yanzhen, offering a wry smile, refrained from saying much and gestured toward the grand hall above. Sing. Your Grace, the origins of this matter are somewhat unclear to me. Perhaps we should ascend together and ascertain the truth. With a disdainful huff, Bibidong grasped Hua Laina's hand and took the lead up the steps toward the hall. Hu Yanzhen felt powerless to rebuke her domineering demeanor. He could not contend with her and could only lower his head and follow. Upon their arrival, someone shouted, "The Lord!" Other onlookers, upon hearing of the Lord's presence, hastily cleared a path and respectfully called out, "Lord." Maintaining the gravitas of his position, Hu Yanzhen waved his hand, instructing, "You all may go about your business. Do not linger here." Yes, no one dared to defy the Lord's command, and they swiftly dispersed, aware that a potential battle loomed ahead, which could jeopardize their own safety as mere soul emperors or soul saints. After dismissing the crowd, Hu Yanzhen turned to see Bibidong had already entered the hall. A fleeting shadow crossed his face, only to vanish the next moment as tears began to cascade down his cheeks. "Yay, I'm out. Oh yay, splendid. I have finally emerged." Hu Yanli looked disdainfully at the peculiar old man writhing and dancing, thinking to himself, when grandfather arrives, he shall certainly give you a sound thrashing for your bullying behavior. How contemptible. He still harbored resentment over being frightened into unconsciousness by this individual, contemplating that had it not been for that fright, perhaps his reward would have been more substantial. Lost in thought, a broad figure approached with quick, shuffling steps. Hu Yanli looked up to see his grandfather's familiar, aged countenance. Arriving just in time, he stepped forward joyfully, preparing to call out, but before he could utter a word, Hu Yanzhen lunged forward, collapsing onto the ground and clinging to the peculiar old man's leg, weeping. "Father, where have you been? Why have you only returned now? Your child has missed you terribly." Wah! The onlookers were taken aback. Even Bibidong stood frozen in place. "Who are you?" A voice inquired as someone clutched the old man's leg, interrupting his dance. The peculiar old man felt a surge of annoyance, poised to express his displeasure, but upon hearing the boy call him father and refer to himself as child, he paused, bending down to scrutinize Hu Yanzhen's face intently before finally speaking in a tone of uncertainty. "You are Xin'e?" Hu Yanzhen, tears streaming down his face, fervently nodded. After confirming, the peculiar old man exclaimed, "Goodness, you have aged even more than I." Upon the utterance of his words, the other individuals within the grand hall could not refrain from making comparisons. Surprisingly, despite the scruffy appearance of the eccentric old man, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest and an overall beggar-like visage that was hardly appealing, the wrinkles etched upon his face were indeed fewer than those on Hu Yanzhen's. Jin himself was momentarily taken aback, and, with a sudden emotional outburst, began to weep profusely. He could not fathom the trials his father had endured. He yearned for answers. Observing his state, the eccentric old man, visibly displeased, kicked him away with disdain, exclaiming, "You old fool! How is it that you regress as you age? At your age, you ought not to weep like a child." At this juncture, Bibi Dong approached, casting a disapproving glance at Jin, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Perhaps, master, it would be prudent to refrain from tears for now, and instead inquire about the elder's experiences and the events that have transpired." Her suggestion prompted a slight restoration of Jin's composure, and he hastily rose from the floor, wiping away his tears, and addressed the eccentric old man. "Indeed, father, where have you been all these years? Why have you only just returned?" "Ah, my son, that is indeed a lengthy tale." The eccentric old man scratched the hole in his tattered trousers, pushed aside the unruly strands of hair obscuring his face, and began to recount his experiences within the celestial elephant tomb. 10 minutes later, having narrated the tale of how Hao Heng triumphed over the elephant ancestor and emerged from the teleportation array, he grasped Jin's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Jenner, let me tell you, our sect has truly struck fortune. With my return, I feel we are on the cusp of reaching the 90th level. A brief period of seclusion should suffice for a breakthrough. At that moment, our elephant armor sect shall challenge the status of those 3 ancient factions." He continued, "Moreover, that young lad who brought me out, if we retain him within our sect once he matures, our sect will undoubtedly be on the path to producing a dual Douluo. His future is immensely promising. Ah, but where is that lad? How is it that only you 2 imbeciles are present?" Following the old man's gaze, Jin beheld Li, who wore an expression of awkwardness, alongside Bai, whose face was devoid of emotion, yet bore a hint of disdain towards his father. A wave of shock washed over him. "Lear, how did you come to be here?" "Lia, what connection does this faint-hearted fool have with you?" The 2 voices echoed in succession, leading to an exchange of bewildered glances among the 3. After a moment, Li, mustering his courage, introduced himself, which prompted the old man to frown deeply and left Bai in a state of astonishment. A brief silence enveloped the grand hall before it was abruptly shattered by a panic cry. "Ah!" Hao Heng did not emerge from a formation. Rather, he descended from the heavens. A circular portal of white light appeared on the ceiling, and in a state of panic, he flailed his arms, screaming as he fell. Upon crashing onto the ground, he created a substantial crater, but soon realized that his body was unharmed. It dawned on him that he was a man with a physique exceeding 100,000. What was there to fear? He waved his hand to disperse the dust before him, coughed a few times, and then noticed others present in the grand hall, cursing inwardly. How mortifying! As he contemplated how to explain the reason for his earlier outburst without embarrassment, a lecherous old man appeared before him. "Hey there, young man. Are you interested in having a titled Douluo as your master?" To his surprise, the sudden appearance of the old man startled Hao Heng, causing him to involuntarily shake and retaliate with a punch to the old man's eye socket. Ouch! The old man, clutching his eye, stumbled back several steps before being steadied by Jin. "Father, are you all right?" Jin asked with concern. The old man rubbed the stinging sensation around his eye, blinked, and then straightened up, casting a sideways glance at his son who was worried about him, scolding, "Foolish boy. I'm a defensive soul Douluo. How could I possibly be injured by this lad's punch? There is no need for your needless worry." Jin, taken aback by the cryptic reprimand, dared not retort and retreated to stand beside Li. Hearing a stifled laugh nearby, he shot a sideways glance at Li, furrowing his brow, and delivered a sharp punch to his head. Ouch! A collective gasp echoed in the grand hall. The old man, however, had no time to be concerned about his unfilial sons or the great-grandson. His singular focus was on taking this talented youth under his wing. After all, how could he worry about the future of the elephant armor sect? Rubbing his hands together, he approached with a smile, but after taking only a few steps, he halted. For unbeknownst reasons, a stunningly beautiful woman, whose beauty could not be aptly described by any poetic metaphors, had positioned herself between him and Hao Heng, casting an unfriendly gaze his way. "Old man, your opportunity has passed. He has already taken me as his master and is my disciple now." The old man squinted at Bai Dong, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he'd been confined within the elephant tomb for many years, he understood that the elephant armor sect should not have undergone significant changes, especially among the top-tier powerhouses, who were likely all defensive soul masters. Yet, how could a defensive soul master possess such extraordinary beauty? It was simply impossible. "And who might you be?" "This lad is a disciple of our elephant armor sect. How could he have taken you as his master? He retorted coldly. Bai Dong smirked. Prior to last night, he indeed was a disciple of your elephant armor sect. But the current sect leader has already entrusted him to me. Is that so? The old man raised his voice slightly, a formidable presence emanating from him like a colossal mountain. Before Hu Yanjun could utter a word to intervene, an even more powerful aura erupted from Bai Dong, hurling him backward and crashing him against the Grand Hall's supporting column. Sliding down from the pillar, the old man widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at Bai Dong and exclaiming, "Title Douluo? You are actually a title Douluo." He could not fathom how, after dedicating his entire life and being trapped in the elephant graveyard for many years to reach a level of qualification, this seemingly youthful girl before him could possess such power. "Father, are you all right?" Hu Yanjun stepped forward, intending to assist the old man. Upon awakening from his brief stupor, the old man seized his collar, squinting at him, and said, "You little rascal, you let that boy escape, didn't you?" It was me," Hu Yanjun replied. "If you don't bring him back today, I will not let this go." The old man spoke bluntly, shoving Hu Yanjun aside. With a bitter smile, seeing his father's serious demeanor, Hu Yanjun steeled himself and turned to Bai Dong, saying, "Esteemed saintess, that young man is, after all, a disciple of our elephant armor sect. It may not be entirely appropriate for you to take him like this." Bibi Dong smiled. "What is inappropriate about it? Did he not come into my hands courtesy of you, the esteemed Grandmaster, Hu Yanjun? Are you implying that your agreement with me last night was merely a jest?" As she spoke, 8 dark red spider spears sprouted from her back, their tips aimed directly at Hu Yanjun. Hu Yanjun found himself in a difficult position, feeling overwhelmed. "Useless fool, get away." The old man stepped forward, delivering a slap to the side of Hu Yanjun's head, sending him flying. He then stood in his place, boldly locking eyes with Bai Dong. "Young lady, although you are powerful, are you certain you can teach him? Our elephant armor sect is an ancient and prestigious sect, possessing both the strength and confidence to make this boy even stronger. What assurance do you have?" Bai Dong pondered for a moment, then glanced back at the composed Hao Heng before turning to the old man. "I hail from the Spirit Hall. Is that sufficient?" Chapter 32. I have an old grandpa for more recommendations. Esteemed saintess, we shan't keep you any longer. Please take care, and do come visit us often. At the entrance of the Xiangjia sect, the former leader stood alongside the current leader, with the latter's words echoing from the former's lips. Just half an hour prior, after Bibi Dong had relocated the Spirit Hall, the elder had decisively relinquished his position. There was no other reason. The adversary was simply too formidable. While the Xiangjia sect might consider challenging the upper 3 sects, daring to confront the Spirit Hall was akin to an elderly person hanging themselves, a fool's errand. Consequently, Hao Heng was swiftly expelled from the sect and handed over to Bibi Dong. Before departing, I must remind you, Master Hu Yanjun, should you hold any interest in my proposal from last night, please notify me promptly to avoid any misunderstandings that would be detrimental to both of us. Bibi Dong stood before the carriage prepared by the Xiangjia sect, gazing at Hu Yanjun, and spoke with calmness. Upon hearing her mention this matter, Hu Yanjun's expression turned serious as he nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest assured, holy maiden, I will discuss it with my father and provide you with a response soon." "That is reassuring," Bibi Dong replied, her gaze shifting towards Hao Heng, who was bidding farewell to his companions. "Uyenli, I shall depart shortly. After I leave, I ask that you look after Bai Yu for my sake." "Boss, what are you saying? Aren't we brothers?" "We will meet again someday," came the response. "Brother, can't I accompany you to that Spirit Hall?" Bai Yu inquired. "Sigh, Bai Yu, it's not that I do not wish to take you along, but that place is far too perilous. I cannot ensure your safety. Wait until I grow stronger. Then, wherever we gather as brothers, none shall hinder us. You must not slacken your training. Do you understand?" "Yes, I will," Bai Yu replied. After an unremarkable farewell, Hao Heng returned to Bibi Dong's side, nodded at her, and then entered the carriage. Bibi Dong cast a meaningful glance at Hu Yanjun before also stepping inside. The carriage began to move slowly. Hao Heng pulled back the curtain for one last look at Bai Yu, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he parted from the ever-present companion at his side. Yet, he also recognized that this individual was a troublemaker, and bringing him to Spirit City would likely lead to numerous complications. He was solely focused on quickly balancing his physical attributes, thus he had no choice but to leave Bai Yu behind. A pressing concern lingered in his mind. Should he need to undress in the future, who would assist him with his garments? This was indeed a significant question. Hao Heng drew the curtains, casting a curious glance at Hulaina, who was observing him intently. Hulaina felt uneasy under his gaze. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sect, the old man tapped Hu Yanjun on the chest, his voice brimming with indignation as he inquired, "You rascal. What clandestine dealings do you have with that wretched saintess? Speak the truth." Bu Yanjun rolled his eyes at his father, thinking that his demeanor before the saintess had been quite different. However, he chose not to delay, for the matter at hand was pivotal to the rise and fall of their sect. He stepped closer and whispered into the old man's ear, "Saintess, Pope." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed to pinpricks, and his mouth formed an O, as if he had stumbled upon a grave secret. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and before nightfall enveloped the sky, Hao Heng and his companions found a quaint town where they decided to rest for the night, planning to depart the following day. After finishing their meal, Hao Heng declined Hulaina's invitation to explore the night market, citing fatigue from the day's exertions, and retreated to his room. Once he was certain no one was following him, he meticulously secured the door and then flopped onto the bed. It must be said that having a wealthy master made a notable difference. The bed in this 100 gold soul coin room was neither too soft nor too firm, but just right. The quilt emanated a captivating fragrance, making him feel as though he had tumbled into a garden of blossoms, enveloped by delightful scents that even rendered his dreams intoxicating. Yet, this was not the time for indulgence. Hao Heng opened his eyes wide and sat up. He needed to promptly investigate the implications of his heightened physique. If he delayed, it could spell disaster. He calmly performed a series of warm-up exercises, throwing punches, shaking his legs, twisting his hips, and lifting his posterior. After completing the routine, he felt no sensation whatsoever. He was neither tired nor warm, and it had no effect at all. This was troubling. Not only had his limbs slowed, but in his usual state, he required a 0.5-second reaction time to control his movements. Summoning his martial spirit would take even longer, and with his body's sensitivity diminished. If someone were to ambush him from behind, he might not even realize it until it was too late. And falling victim to such treachery would be a most unjust fate. In a state of panic, Hao Heng hastily settled into a cross-legged position, activating the soul energy within him. At that moment, he realized a troubling predicament. Unlike previous instances where he could distinctly sense the flow of energy coursing through his body, he felt nothing now. This posed a significant dilemma. If he could not perceive the movement of his soul energy, how could he possibly continue his cultivation? Wait, he was in an automated training mode, so perhaps it was not a dire issue after all. However, this remained a grave concern. Without the ability to accurately gauge the flow of his soul energy, he would be unable to precisely control his body's transformation. And even the use of soul techniques could become problematic. This was indeed alarming. Moreover, without the ability to sense his soul energy, how could he conduct an internal examination of his body? Hao Heng pondered with a hint of frustration, unaware that the soul energy within him had diverged, penetrating into his heart. Fortunately, due to his exceptional physique, his heart was robust enough to withstand this surge of soul energy. However, this soul energy elicited a reaction from another entity. Hao Heng lowered his head, gazing inexplicably at his chest, specifically the region where his heart resided. There, a golden light emanated, piercing through the dense layers of muscle and skin. Goodness, what on earth is this? It even radiates light. Hao Heng pressed his hand against his chest, seeking to understand what was amiss when a deep, resonant male voice echoed from within him. "Kid, what are you doing?" "What is that sound?" Hao Heng exclaimed with excitement. The surroundings fell silent, and no one responded to him. Hao Heng furrowed his brows, lifting his gaze as he pressed down on his chest once more. This time, he felt as though his ribs were being compressed. "Press again, and I sincerely hope you burst my heart," he exclaimed with exasperation. "Where are you exactly? What purpose do you serve within my body?" Sensing the malevolent tone from within, Hao Heng did not hold back, unleashing a tirade of curses. However, once he released his grip, the voice fell silent again. "Ah, my temper is quite fiery," he muttered. "Just wait, I shall summon someone." As he stood from the bed and began to stride towards the door, the voice re-emerged from his chest. "What are you intending to do, young man?" It inquired with a hint of mockery. "What am I intending to do? Apologies, but my body cannot accommodate your grand presence. I'm going to seek my master to see if it is possible to expel you," he retorted with a scoff. The voice responded with a chilling laugh. "I assure you, that decision will lead to your regret." "Regret? What do I have to regret?" Hao Heng shot back defiantly. "You will forfeit an opportunity, the chance to ascend to divinity," the voice declared ominously. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he hastily inquired, "What? You can make me a god?" The voice fell into its customary silence for a brief moment, just as Hao Heng was about to press it with his finger. It haughtily declared, "You are far too weak at present. Only when your body has grown 100-fold in strength may we converse further." Upon the conclusion of its statement, the light in Hao Heng's chest dimmed. "Hey, you bastard, don't you dare walk away. Show yourself, damn it." Bang bang. Chapter 33. Night raid. The scene shifts back to the evening at the hotel where Hao Heng and his companions were staying, in a modest room on the second floor. Lin Qing, with a pallid complexion, sat in a wheelchair, gripping Lin Yin's arm as he roared. Father, did you not claim they had no path to survival? Why? Tell me, why is this happening? Lin Yin's face darkened, confusion and disbelief clouding his eyes as he murmured, this shouldn't be possible. How could they emerge so swiftly? He struggled to comprehend the situation. Lin Qing released his grip, cradling his head in anguish as he sobbed. Woe is me. It is all your fault. Were it not for your foolish plan, we would not have been reduced to this state of desperate flight. It's all on you and that scoundrel Hao Heng. Why is he still alive? How infuriating. Lin Yin, watching his son rant like a madman, felt a pang of guilt. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lin Mingyun stepped inside. Her complexion was ashen, her demeanor dazed, as though she had just encountered a specter. Before entering, she cautiously peered outside a few times, only closing the door swiftly after confirming no one was following her. Were you not instructed to fetch something to eat? Why have you returned empty-handed? Lin Yin questioned, suppressing his ire, should Lin Mingyun fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. He feared another tirade of reproach awaited her. Lin Mingyun turned, her expression filled with terror as she gazed at her father and brother, wiping the perspiration from her brow. Her voice trembling as she spoke. Father, I saw Hao Heng. Is he coming to hunt us down? How ludicrous. What audacity. A mere soul master dares to pursue me? Lin Yin scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Mingyun, stepping closer to grasp her shoulders with urgency. Where did you see him? Was he accompanied by anyone? Did he notice you? Lin Mingyun winced from his grip, pain flickering across her face, yet she refrained from crying out, hastily responding. On the first floor, he was dining with a tall sister and a little girl. When I spotted him at the stairwell, I quickly fled. He should not have noticed me. Lin Yin released her arms, a predatory glint igniting in his eyes as he suddenly grinned. My son, our opportunity has arrived. Lin Qing raised his head, staring blankly at him. As night descended upon the hotel, on the fifth floor, Lin Yin pressed himself against the wall, slowly advancing until he halted before a door marked VIP 6. He pressed his ear against the door, hearing a cacophony of thunderous snores emanating from within. Squinting his eyes slightly, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he took a few steps back. An icy blue light surged from within him, enveloping his entire being. After a few breaths, his body was encased in a heavy, deep blue shell. 5 soul rings appeared beside him, 2 yellow and 3 purple. Lin Yin lifted his hand and gently placed it against the door. The purple soul ring shimmered, and a wave of blue light radiated from his palm, freezing everything it touched in a layer of ice. Once the entire door was encased in frost, he retracted his arm and kicked at the door. But instead of striking the icy surface, he passed right through it, silently entering the room. Inside, the windows were tightly shut, shrouding the space in utter darkness. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, stealthily following the direction of the snores, taking exceptionally slow steps. Nevertheless, he still stumbled upon chairs, thresholds, night pots, and various other objects along the way, producing a fair amount of noise that sent shivers down his spine. However, as he approached the bed, the rumbling snores persisted unabated. Lin Yin let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the indistinct figure on the bed, his expression twisted in determination as he drew a sharp dagger from behind him, gripping the hilt with intent as he lunged toward the shadowy form. By sheer coincidence, just as he thrust the dagger forward, the figure rolled over. Lin Yin withdrew his dagger from the pillow, preparing to strike again, when suddenly, a dark shape lunged at him. Startled, he quickly reached out to catch it, finding it surprisingly soft. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pillow, which relieved him. After quietly setting the pillow down, he readied himself to strike once more. A ghostly voice then pierced the silence. Who are you? In an instant, Lin Yin felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face stiffening like that of a corpse. Yet, as a soul king, he swiftly steadied his emotions and aimed his dagger toward the source of the voice. He struck true, elated at the sensation of piercing something. His joy quickly morphed into horror. Just as he prepared to push deeper, he realized he had struck what felt like a steel plate, unable to penetrate any further, no matter how much force he exerted. How infuriatingly hard, he thought angrily. Just as he was about to withdraw, a shadow struck at his face. He raised his hand to catch it, the force behind it rendering his arm weak. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Lin Yin stumbled backward, leaning against the wall, watching in terror as his hand trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the lights in the room flickered to life. Hao Heng set down the matchstick in his hand and lifted his gaze, only to behold a humanoid turtle pressed against the wall. Shifting his focus to his other hand, he noticed it still gripped a dagger, its blade glinting ominously. As the reality of the menacing dagger registered, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, dispelling any lingering drowsiness, and he emerged fully alert from his slumber. Goodness! A turtle assassin! Hao Heng could not restrain himself from shouting. Humph! Hao Heng shall risk his life. Upon realizing that the situation had been exposed, Lin Yin cast aside the dagger in his hand. The yellow soul ring beside him flickered as he took a deep breath, his chest swelling and his cheeks puffing up. 2 seconds later, he expelled a chilling breath from his mouth, directing it toward Hao Heng. Hao Heng wished to evade, yet his body lagged behind, succumbing to the chilling gust that enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Observing this, Lin Yin intensified the frigid aura. Hao Heng found himself encased in a layer of ice, measuring a finger's thickness, which continued to expand relentlessly. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he hastily summoned his soul energy, intending to invoke his giant martial spirit to shatter the icy prison. However, he was unable to sense the flow of soul energy through any of his meridians, rendering him incapable of summoning his martial spirit, and his face turned pale with despair. How could it be that I might perish in such a manner? In a surge of fury, Hao Heng exerted himself, the advantages of his robust physique becoming evident. Although encased in ice, he merely felt a slight chill, as both his consciousness and body appeared unaffected. His gaze shifted, and he noticed a copper-skinned beast statue nearby, standing over half a meter tall. Previously, he had scoffed at its presence as an obstruction, but now it seemed to be a lifeline. He concentrated his strength and propelled himself towards the statue. Crashing down upon it, with a resounding thud, the statue instantly flattened, shattering the ice encasing Hao Heng. Hao Heng rolled on the ground and swiftly concealed himself behind a screen. Lin Yin retracted his cold aura and, with a mocking smile directed at the screen where Hao Heng was hiding, declared, "You brat, even a tidal Douluo could not save you today. Come out and face your demise." Hao Heng paid no heed to him. He was with his eyes closed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he fervently sought to perceive the flow of soul power within his being. The invocation methods for different martial souls varied significantly. For weapon martial souls, one needed to concentrate their soul power into the hand where the martial soul resided, while beast martial souls required the soul power to be gathered in a specific internal location, perhaps within the organs or a particular area of skin. His giant martial soul, however, was likely categorized as a corporeal soul, necessitating the guidance of soul power to envelop every part of his body during the summoning process. At present, he was unable to summon his martial soul due to his inability to precisely control the soul power. Nonetheless, he could still sense a fraction of it. After focusing his mind for several dozen seconds, Hao Heng finally grasped a surge of warmth and swiftly directed it toward his arm. On the other side of the screen, Lin Yin cast a cold gaze at it, extending his arms in a circular motion. Ultimately, his palms met in a harmonious union, causing a deep purple soul ring beside him to flicker. As he gradually released his grip, an orb of ice began to coalesce between his palms, rapidly spinning as it absorbed the pale blue light particles emanating from his hands. With the distance between his palms widening, the ice orb grew increasingly larger. Once the orb exceeded the size of a basketball, Lin Yin exhaled softly, bending his arms before forcefully propelling the ice sphere towards the screen. Watching the ice orb soar, a confident smile graced Lin Yin's face. He was convinced that under this assault, Hao Heng was destined for demise, or at the very least, would be rendered incapable of combat. Yet, he had perhaps envisioned the outcome too optimistically. When the ice orb was still halfway to the screen, the ground suddenly trembled violently. As if struck by some colossal entity, Lin Yin quickly steadied himself to prevent a fall. Upon regaining his footing and glancing up, he was met with a shocking sight. 6 of his 7 souls had been lost, and the screen had shattered, revealing a hand, fingers pointed towards the ceiling, advancing towards him. The ice orb landed upon it, the frigid energy within it erupting and encasing the massive hand in ice, yet it failed to halt its advance. As Lin Yin stood in a daze, the frozen hand bent its fingers, shattering the ice layer in an instant and seizing him firmly. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yin withdrew into his shell. The deepest purple soul ring beside him ignited, and a thick layer of ice rapidly formed atop his deep blue turtle shell. The giant hand tightened its grip, only managing to create a few harmless fissures in the ice layer. Observing Lin Yin's transformation into a timid turtle, Hao Heng wore a cold smirk. Concealing oneself was not as simple as one might believe. As he spoke, a crackling purple arc of electricity flickered on his shoulder. Flowing down his arm and concentrating his palm, Hao Heng, adept at manipulating thunderous energy, had progressed beyond merely initiating the realm of thunder. After mastering the first level of the thunder body cleansing technique, he could now command it with relative ease. This modest ability was sufficient to deal with the turtle before him. Though ice does not conduct electricity, the formidable might of thunder is not easily thwarted. Amidst the electric brilliance, the layer of ice armor gradually disintegrated, ultimately allowing the lightning to penetrate the turtle's shell. With a resounding explosion, a blinding white light illuminated the darkness, casting stark shadows of the turtle's shell and the human skeleton beneath. After an intense 5 minutes of electrifying assault, when the last surge of heat dissipated, Hao Heng's arm returned to its natural state, retracting from the encounter. He irritably shook his smoke-emitting hand and approached the charred remains on the ground. The turtle shell had retracted, revealing a charred, irregular mass that had been brutally crushed and scorched by the raging thunder, devoid of any human shape, suggesting that survival was no longer a possibility. Chapter 34. Untitled. On a moonless night, not far from the outskirts of a small town, in a desolate area, Bibi Dong unleashed her full power. The might of a tidal Douluo was unmistakable, her wild and formidable aura sweeping across the ground. 9 spirit rings floated around her, while 8 dark red spider spears extended menacingly behind her, aimed directly at a figure standing a short distance away. The person wore a white robe with a hood that obscured their face, revealing only the lower part of their nose. Tall and slender, likely male, he stood unflinching against Bibi Dong's threatening presence, his arms crossed before him, a faint smile gracing his crimson lips. "Why must the holy maiden act this way? I am merely passing through," he remarked with a light chuckle. "Passing through? Do you believe I would fall for such deceit?" Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with cold intent, her aura of death palpable. Her graceful form was taut, radiating the impression that she was poised to strike at any moment. "What does the holy maiden intend to do?" the man inquired, still unfazed, lowering his voice. I wish to see if I can eliminate you." Bibi Dong took a small step forward, her 8 spider spears parting. 4 on the left and 4 on the right, their connecting points slightly bending as they retracted. The man's smile faded. He spread his fingers, his palms transforming into 2 black, 3-fingered claws, igniting with a blazing golden-red flame, the temperature around him rising sharply. Surrounding him, 8 spirit rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 manifested outside his body. The 2 forces clashed in the air, and without hesitation, Bibi Dong surged forward, a direct assault aimed at the man. Just as the tension reached its zenith and Bibi Dong prepared to strike, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended, striking towards the city. The clear sky crackled ominously with thunder. Bibi Dong glanced in that direction, a flicker of concern crossing her features, then turned her gaze back to the man. "Consider yourself fortunate today. Follow me further," and she chose not to elaborate further, her figure flickering as she dashed into the city. Once Bibi Dong had moved away, the individual facing her staggered slightly, struggling to maintain his footing. He lifted his hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, a droplet of blood rolling from the corner of his mouth. With a finger, he wiped it away and glanced at the mark on his thumb, chuckling softly, truly worthy of the esteemed saintess. Subsequently, flames of golden red surged from his palms, evaporating the blood entirely. Before he donned his hood once more, his expression icy as he swiftly departed in the opposite direction of the city. Inside the hotel, Hao Heng wielded a stick, prodding at the charred corpse on the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted beside him, the door encased in ice shattering into numerous fragments that flew towards him. He hastily raised his hand to shield his handsome face. Once he lowered his hand, preparing to confront the adversary, he discerned, in the dim light, that it was his master, Bibi Dong. Dressed in a pink nightgown and exuding an aura that kept others at bay, she entered, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the surroundings before fixing her gaze on the bewildered Hao Heng. "What transpired?" Bibi Dong inquired. Hao Heng was momentarily struck by the intense aura of death emanating from her. After a few seconds of silence following her utterance, he gradually regained his composure. After a few moments of contemplation, he recounted the events of the day in detail. Finally, with a hint of concern, he inquired, "Master, will there be any serious repercussions for my actions?" Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon the charred remains on the ground, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly recalling something, she approached with a fierce expression, kicked the charred body, and then wielded her spider spear, which moved with such swiftness that the residual shadows of the spear shattered the remains into fine dust. Following this, she struck forth with her palm, the force of which shattered the window and blew all the dust outside. "Now everything is fine," Bibi Dong remarked calmly as she turned her gaze toward Hao Heng. Hao Heng leaned against the wall, observing Bibi Dong with a sense of awe as she deftly erased all traces of a crime. Unable to suppress a gulp, he snapped back to reality just as Bibi Dong spoke. "Let us go. I will arrange another room for you." With that, she swiftly exited through the door, and Hao Heng, not daring to delay, hurriedly followed suit. On the second floor, Lin Qing and Lin Mingyun awaited news in their room. Lin Qing sat on the bed, while Lin Mingyun lay sprawled on the table, soundly asleep. A gust of cold wind swept in from outside, jolting both awake as they turned to the window. "Brother, it's so cold. I'll go close the window," Lin Mingyun said cautiously. "MHM." Lin Qing nodded, closing his eyes again. With his approval, Lin Mingyun quickly approached and shut the window. In her haste, she failed to notice a swirl of black dust drifting in through the gap. After a night of uneventful rest, the following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Hao Heng was awakened by Helia. Following breakfast, he was ushered into a carriage bound for Spirit City. Meanwhile, the Lin siblings learned from a servant that a person had attempted a night raid to assassinate a distinguished guest, only to be killed on the spot, leaving no remains behind. 10 days later, at the headquarters of the Spear Hall, in the heart of Spirit City, within a grand and resplendent hall, a dimly lit chamber housed a middle-aged man with golden hair and a crown, dressed in an opulent white robe adorned with golden patterns. He exuded a benevolent aura as he settled comfortably in a plush chair, stroking a pure white, plump cat. His gaze, filtered through the drawn curtains, peered out into the bustling street below. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, flooding the room with blinding light. A strikingly handsome man with golden hair tied back in a ponytail, slender and tall, entered, habitually scanning the room. He hastened to a stop 5 meters behind the chair, knelt on one knee, pressed his left hand to his chest, lowered his head, and reverently addressed, "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man did not respond immediately. He withdrew his gaze, perhaps momentarily blinded by the intense light. After rubbing his eyes, he inquired, "Were you discovered?" "Yes," the man replied, disappointment evident in his voice. "Do not fret. Ultimately, sending you to follow her was perhaps too demanding. The fact that you have returned at this time is commendable. Now, tell me, where did my holy maiden venture?" Rising to his feet, the middle-aged man approached the man, looking down at him with a gentle gaze. "The holy maiden first visited the 3 sects of the lower 4 sects, excluding the elephant armor sect. She then took Miss Helia to the soul-hunting forest, where they encountered a peculiar young man with an extraordinary martial spirit. Subsequently, they made their way to the elephant armor sect. It appears that the young man is a disciple of that sect, and now the holy maiden is bringing him to Spirit City." A young man. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man, his hand tightening as it stroked the cat, having just grasped the neck of the unfortunate white feline. His gaze bore a resemblance to that of a collector admiring his most cherished figurine, observing the cat's eyes rolling back in distress. "Your Majesty," murmured the kneeling figure, lifting his gaze softly. The middle-aged man returned to his previous demeanor and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "The Lady Saint has been conferring privately with the leaders of the 4 sects for quite some time. Should we inquire with those leaders?" The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, returning to his seat. He gently caressed the frightened cat, which dared not meow, and said, "No need for that. Our saintess has her own little plans. Let her be, for it won't cause much chaos. You may leave now." After a moment of contemplation, the man nodded and exited the room. Once the light in the chamber dimmed, the middle-aged man cradled the cat, gazing into its anxious yet beautifully pure amber eyes, revealing a covetous smile as he softly remarked, "My little wildcat, why can you not gracefully accept the hand fate has dealt? Rinxue has awakened her martial spirit. As a mother, she remains so playful. Alas, why can't she be as obedient and sensible as you, Dong?" Chapter 35. Entering the city at dawn. The outside world was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Sitting comfortably in the carriage, Hao Heng opened his bleary eyes, rubbed them a few times, and upon clearer sight, he saw Bibi Dong seated cross-legged and Juliana nestled beside her. He lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. They found themselves on a spacious thoroughfare, flanked by vast plains adorned with flowers that shimmered with a golden hue. As the wind swept through, pollen swirled in the air, forming round whirls that danced gracefully. Hao Heng was awakened by a refreshing fragrance of flowers, and as he squinted to savor the scent, his earlier irritability began to dissipate. However, there are always those who delight in disrupting the tranquility of nature. "Master, are we almost there?" Hulaina inquired, stifling a yawn as she propped herself up and rubbed her eyes. Bibi Dong gently stroked her head, tidying her disheveled hair, and replied in a soothing tone, "Soon." Hao Heng, feeling somewhat superfluous as he cast a tranquil glance at the warm scene within the carriage, leaned slightly towards the window. Upon peering outside, he beheld a towering and majestic city wall. The throngs of people outside were densely packed, stretching from the city gate for hundreds of meters. Yet the horse-drawn carriages moved unhindered, no one daring to obstruct the vehicle adorned with the emblem of silver wings. As they approached the city gate, the carriage paused momentarily. A soldier clad in glimmering armor approached with a firm stride. After exchanging a brief glance, Hao Heng felt a gentle prod from behind and turned to find Julia holding a token. Without further inspection, he accepted the token and handed it to the soldier. The soldier's expression shifted upon seeing the token. He scrutinized it for a moment before respectfully bowing and exclaiming, "Let them pass." Thus, Hao Heng entered the illustrious metropolis known throughout the continent as the City of Martial Souls. It was indeed his first venture into a grand city. Although he had paused in numerous smaller towns along the journey, none could compare to the grandeur of Martial Soul City. The streets here were so spacious that 5 carriages could traverse side by side without feeling crowded, and they were impeccably clean, devoid of any dust. Flanking the streets were 2-story buildings, with the tallest reaching no more than 5 stories, and churches were plentiful. One could spot a new one around nearly every corner. The pedestrians exuded a distinct vitality, their faces adorned with smiles that seemed perennial, their complexions rosy and many of them pleasantly plump, indicating a commendable diet. As the carriage entered the city, it slowed slightly, but did not stop. Hao Heng observed a transition from less populated areas to more crowded ones, and then back to tranquility. With the diminishing number of pedestrians, the surrounding architecture transformed from congested single-story wooden houses to elegant small estates. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, the carriage came to a gentle halt. The coachman called out, "Your Grace, we have arrived." Bibi Dong opened her eyes, gazing at Julia and Hao Heng before saying, "Let us disembark." With that, she rose and stepped out first. Hao Heng descended last, jumping down as Bibi Dong carried Hulaina away. Upon raising his gaze, he was immediately struck by the sheer magnitude of his surroundings. Before him stood 2 grand iron gates, each a pristine white adorned with intricate cut-out floral designs. Towering at 5 to 6 meters with an arched top, flanking the gates were imposing walls that rose approximately 4 meters, stretching into the distance for 500 meters. Peering through the gaps in the iron gates, he beheld a vast garden. To his left, 200 meters away, lay a large pond, featuring a quaint pavilion perched upon its surface. Beyond the pond was an expansive garden, where vibrant blossoms in hues of red, yellow, blue, purple, and white swayed gently in the breeze, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air even from such a distance. To his right stood an imposing 3-story castle, its windows crafted from dazzling colored glass, while its exterior was adorned with tiles that shimmered like crystal, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Hao Heng was dazzled, yet not overwhelmed. He carried his luggage and followed Hulaina closely to the iron gate. Upon their arrival, 2 guards, clad in attire identical to that of the city sentinels, opened the door, granting them unhindered access to the estate. Amidst 2 resounding and respectful calls, they entered. Hao Heng handed the ceremonial greeting to the approaching guard, then followed Bibi Dong towards the grand castle. They had scarcely traversed half the distance when the castle gates swung open, and 2 figures emerged in haste. The first was a lady adorned in a maid's outfit, possessing a striking visage and an exquisite figure. The second was a charming little girl with golden hair and azure eyes, crowned with a radiant golden hairpin, clad in a pristine white lace-trimmed princess gown. Her polished black shoes gleaming, complemented by knee-high cotton socks. Her cherubic face, soft and round, boasted skin as smooth and radiant as milk, exuding a delightful charm akin to that of a little princess. "Welcome home, holy maiden." The statuesque lady paused 3 paces before Bibi Dong, her countenance adorned with a welcoming smile, as she placed her hands upon her abdomen and offered a respectful bow. Indeed, Bibi Dong nodded and then turned to Hao Heng, stating, "This is our housekeeper, Cly. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform her." Hao Heng assessed the lady with keen eyes, imprinting her visage in his memory, before nodding and affirming, "Yes, master, I have taken note." With that, Bibi Dong proceeded forward, passing the woman. "Mother." The little girl, trailing behind the lady, upon seeing Bibi Dong approach, exhibited a flurry of emotions, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade reminiscent of an apple. Mimicking the demeanor of the woman ahead, she performed a courteous bow. However, Bibi Dong remained utterly indifferent, seemingly oblivious, as she strode straight ahead without acknowledging the girl, simply bypassing her. Hao Heng, following closely behind Bibi Dong, cast only a fleeting glance at the little girl before being gently tugged by Hulaina, who whispered in his ear, "Let us go. Pay her no mind." Hao Heng hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up with Bai Bai Dong, yet his curiosity proved too strong to resist, prompting him to glance back. He observed the girl standing upright, gazing at Bai Bai Dong's silhouette, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, hands clutching her skirt tightly, lips pouting. Miss Kelly, the housekeeper, knelt beside her, gently stroking her back as if to offer solace. Hulaina tugged at Hao Heng once more, signaling him to refrain from staring. The trio then entered the house, followed closely by the housekeeper and the young girl. After instructing the housekeeper to prepare lunch, Bai Bai Dong ascended the stairs, while Hulaina guided Hao Heng to a chair at the dining table. The little girl, under the housekeeper's guidance, entered the dining room and settled across from Hao Heng and Hulaina. Her sapphire blue eyes, smooth and gleaming like precious stones, cast a resentful glance in their direction. The chair beneath him was soft, yet Hao Heng felt as though he were sitting on needles, uncertain of how to proceed as he looked to Hulaina for guidance. However, Hulaina appeared unfazed, casually playing with her fingers, exuding an air of calmness. Nevertheless, Hao Heng detected a slight tremor in her arms, indicating that she too was experiencing anxiety. It seemed that this seemingly carefree senior sister was not without her own troubles. Hao Heng contemplated, before finally raising his gaze towards the girl. Their eyes met in the air, exchanging an unspoken connection. Resentment and bitterness emanated from her, as if she had endured some profound injustice. Her innocent eyes were filled solely with these emotions, leaving Hao Heng feeling uneasy under her intense stare. He would rather confront a millennium-old soul beast in combat than endure this torment of sitting here. Hao Heng was the first to shatter the awkward silence, preparing to engage the young girl in conversation. To his surprise, she interrupted him with a frosty tone. "Who invited you to speak? You fat pig." Goodness. She launched a personal attack right from the outset. Hao Heng's impression of her plummeted instantly, yet he paused, perplexed as to why she would use the term fat pig against someone as handsome as himself. Just then, he noticed a clean, bright piece of glass nearby. Turning to glance at his reflection, he was met not by the familiar visage of a charming young man, but by the figure of a corpulent individual, reminiscent of the gluttonous Hu Yanli. Hao Heng felt a surge of frustration. It was no wonder his appetite had increased so significantly these past few days, leading to his unnoticed weight gain. Without further contemplation, he attributed it solely to his excessively high metabolism. Chapter 36. The Eruption of Qian Rinshui. After the young girl interrupted Hao Heng with her words, the room once again fell into a profound silence. Hao Heng felt indifferent. If she wished to observe, so be it. After all, her own physique would not suffer any detriment. Moreover, given her current form, if she truly believed that gazing upon herself could diminish her figure, Hao Heng would find joy in that irony. He sat there, contemplating the fact that he had been neglecting his exercise for over 10 days. A transgression indeed. As he pondered, Bai Bai Dong descended the stairs, adorned in a form-fitting gown of deep purple and black. Her hair was elegantly styled in an intricate updo, exuding an aura entirely devoid of the gentleness she had displayed when in the company of Hulaina and Hao Heng. Instead, she resembled a sharpened blade, poised to ascend, ready to wound any who dared to approach. Upon reaching the door, she cast a fleeting glance at the dining table, a brief furrow appearing on her brow, yet she uttered no words and promptly took her seat beside Hulaina. Hao Heng sensed that the air around him had grown a touch colder, tinged with a hint of acidity. Unable to resist, he cast a furtive glance at the young lady across from him, only to find her gaze steeped in resentment. If a mere glance could slay, Hulaina would undoubtedly have been subjected to 1,000 torturous fates by now. Stepping aside discreetly to distance himself from Hulaina, Hao Heng mused to himself. Before long, the housekeeper arrived, surveying the assembled guests at the dining table. With a soft sigh, she instructed her attendant to bring forth an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, to be laid upon the table. Hao Heng could no longer contain himself. Although he had just resolved to lose weight and restore his former handsome appearance, how could he muster the energy to diet on an empty stomach? Without anyone prompting him, he began to eat heartily, the sounds of his feasting slightly louder than intended. Bibi Dong and Hulaina had spent a few days with him and had grown accustomed to his ways. Yet there remained someone at the table who was still unaccustomed. "Have you never eaten before? Country bumpkin." The scornful voice rang out, causing Hao Heng to pause momentarily. He thought to himself that anger was of little consequence compared to the necessity of nourishment, and thus he resumed his culinary endeavors. However, Hao Heng's indifference only served to intensify the ire of the young girl, whose eyes blazed with fury as she prepared to utter even harsher words. At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice interjected, Here, have this. The girl turned to see Bibi Dong smiling as she offered food to Hulaina. The gentle warmth emanating from her was something the girl had longed for yet could never attain. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, lowered her head, and felt a mist forming in her eyes, her teeth grinding in frustration. The sound of Hao Heng eating was loud, effectively masking the noise of the girl grinding her teeth. Beside them, the housekeeper's attention was consistently focused on the young girl. She attempted several times to utter a few words of comfort, yet, reflecting on the value of her own employment, she swallowed the words that rose to her throat. 10 minutes later, Hao Heng comfortably caressed his slightly swollen belly, squinting his small eyes. The sensation of a satisfied appetite was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Bai Dong glanced at Hulaina and softly inquired, "Nana, are you full?" "Full, my foot." Hulaina fumed internally, as nearly all the dishes on the table had found their way into Hao Heng's stomach. She yearned to compete with him for the food. Yet the fellow beside her was persistently observing, making her hesitant to abandon her decorum and engage in such an embarrassing act. Although she had only consumed a few bites of the dish Bai Dong had served her, her stomach barely registered a third of fullness. Nevertheless, Hulaina managed to force a smile and replied to Bai Dong, "I'm full, master." "Well then, you recently obtained a soul ring, so let us proceed to test its abilities," Bai Dong said, affectionately patting Hulaina's head with a gentle chuckle. "Sure." Hulaina was eager to leave immediately and quickly responded. Bai Dong nodded, rising to her feet and addressing the ungainly Hao Heng, who was busy flossing his teeth. "You should come along too." A hint of disdain flickered in Bai Dong's eyes. She was perplexed as to why Hao Heng, since joining her, had become increasingly corpulent. The dashing youth she had encountered in the forest seemed to have vanished. Had it not been for witnessing his gradual weight gain, Bai Dong might have suspected that her apprentice had been swapped by the elephant armor sect. Hao Heng hastily rose to his feet and said, "Very well, master." As the three of them left their seats, preparing to head towards the door, a sharp, crystalline sound of shattering echoed from behind them. "Bibi non haltit in hurtrix." The butler, Kelly, felt a pang of anguish in his heart and exclaimed, "My dear ancestor, if you must break something, at least choose a more affordable item." This basin cost a fortune of several dozen gold soul coins. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxua, having dropped the item, lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks in heavy droplets that splashed upon the ground, creating a myriad of small puddles. Gritting her teeth, she cried out, her voice laced with sorrow, "Mother!" The two syllables resonated like thunder in the air. Hao Heng observed a slight tremor in Bibi Dong's hand as she clenched her fist, the veins on the back of her hand standing out prominently. He discreetly stepped aside to avoid any potential misfortune. Qian Rinxua lifted her head, her tears soaking her entire face, her cheeks flushed with emotion. She cried out, Why are you so unwilling to spare me even a glance? Mother, what wrong have I committed that you treat me this way? In what regard do I fall short of this individual? And what of this insufferable fatso?" As she spoke, her voice escalated into a roar, as if all the pent-up resentment she had harbored was finally unleashed. "Damn it, why drag me into this?" Hao Heng had already concealed himself against the wall, yet he was still caught in the crossfire of attention. Bibi Dong did not even glance back. Her tightly clenched hand gradually loosened, though the cadence of her breath quickened. Qian Rinxua wiped her tears and approached Bibi Dong, forcefully prying Hulaina's hand away and pushing her aside. She took Bibi Dong's hand, gazing up at her profile with a pitiful expression, and implored, "Mother, I am your daughter. Why do you treat me this way? Is it because I am not exceptional enough? Yet I possess innate soul power at level 20. Why must you act thus?" She could not fathom why other parents could reside together, joyfully holding their children's hands for a stroll. Each time she witnessed her peers grasping their parents' hands, their genuine smiles pierced her heart like a blade, and turning back to her own parents, who resembled adversaries, she observed their mutual disdain, as if they wished to annihilate one another. She simply could not comprehend. Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze to Qian Rinxua, who clutched her arm. She longed to embrace her daughter, to teach her to read, serve her meals, and lull her to sleep, like any ordinary mother would. However, each encounter with Qian Rinxua was a reminder of her origins, a memory that clung to her despite the passage of time, sometimes haunting her with nightmares. How absurd it was for a title Douluo to be awoken by nightmares. "Child, wait until I eliminate that old man and vanquish my inner demons. Then we may restore our mother-daughter bond," Bibi Dong declared, retracting her arm and coolly regarding Qian Rinxua. "Do you believe you are truly exceptional? Go, defeat him. If you can triumph over him, I shall grant you your desires. But if you cannot, do not ever appear before me again." Qian Rinxua stood in stunned silence, gazing at her empty hands, which she slowly clenched into fists. Raising her head, her eyes sharpened as she fixed her gaze on the person Bibi Dong had indicated. Hao Heng, crouched by the wall, bewildered and drawn into a situation that had nothing to do with him. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 37. The Angelic Martial Spirit. How terrifying. In the secluded and desolate estate of Seoul Master City, Hao Heng surveyed the barren land before him, his eyes drifting toward Qian Rinxue and then to Bibi Dong, who observed the unfolding drama with her arms crossed. His head felt heavy with the weight of the moment. Though Hao Heng was brash and a true man of steel, it did not imply he was foolish. He had witnessed everything clearly. His master was undoubtedly disingenuous. When she spoke harshly, her expression was strikingly beautiful, suggesting a desire for that young girl not to fail. Yet, Hao Heng remained uncertain and sought to discern any subtle indications from Bibi Dong. However, her face was as impassive as still waters, devoid of any emotion, leaving Hao Heng in a quandary. Never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands. Although I, Hao Heng, am not one to show mercy, that shall not hinder me from performing a good deed. Hao Heng contemplated deeply. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had made her preparations. She closed her eyes, and a radiant golden light gathered behind her. In an instant, 2 pairs of immaculate wings, each 2 meters in span, unfurled from her back. With a few powerful flaps, she ascended into the heavens. As she paused, a halo of sanctity emanated from her fair skin, and 2 spirit rings, one golden and the other purple, materialized beside her. Come forth, summon your martial soul. Though Qian Rinxue harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Hao Heng at that very moment, she still held a profound respect for the etiquette of soul masters, patiently awaiting his call to summon his martial soul. Hao Heng scratched his newly sprouted hair, feeling a slight itch on his head. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled with determination. He assumed a fighting stance and earnestly raised his fist, a spark of electricity arcing from it. With a mighty roar, he declared, "Come and fight." Bibi Dong frowned, while Hulaina looked on in astonishment, and Qian Rinxue wore a serious expression. In an instant, Qian Rinxue swept her right hand through the air, and a yellow spirit ring shimmered beside her. A blazing crimson sword, engulfed in flames, materialized from the void. As the blade's tip emerged, her wings unfurled behind her, transforming her into a fleeting shadow as she charged toward Hao Heng. Hao Heng narrowed his eyes. With his current state of vitality at 17,000, he could easily perceive Qian Rinxue's movements. If he so desired, he could effortlessly intercept her sword with bare hands and utter a few words that would pierce the heart. However, one must consider that she is, after all, the daughter of his master. As the melodious sound of Qian Rinxue's sword echoed in his ears, Hao Heng stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch filled with gathered might. The thunderous crack of his fist collided with Qian Rinxue's blade, intertwining flames with thunder, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the air in a dense white mist. Moments later, Hao Heng let out a pained cry, soaring from the mist, his rotund form spinning in midair before landing awkwardly, kneeling on one knee. His face etched with fear as he exclaimed, "What a formidable sword! An angelic martial spirit! How terrifying!" His exaggerated performance, however, failed to satisfy the audience. Bibi Dong spoke up, her tone cold and commanding. "Hao Heng, if you continue to hold back, you shall go without food for 3 days." At this, Hao Heng trembled. The prospect of starvation was unthinkable. He required 8 meals a day, each portion tenfold that of an ordinary person. To go 3 days without sustenance would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, not only was the audience dissatisfied, but his opponent appeared equally displeased. As the mist dissipated, Qian Rinxue flapped her wings, directing the tip of her sword toward him, gritting her teeth in fury. "You glutton, I don't need your leniency." "Glutton, glutton, did I consume your family's rice?" "Ah, it seems I indeed did, but that aside, your repeated personal attacks warrant a proper response from me today." Hao Heng, having transformed his mindset, adopted a solemn demeanor. He stood upright and beckoned to Qian Rinxue with a subtle gesture, urging her to continue. With a powerful flap of her wings, Qian Rinxue wielded the flame sword, tracing a dark arc through the air as she aimed to strike at Hao Heng's head from the side. This time, however, Hao Heng remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade the attack. Instead, he extended 2 fingers, gently making contact with the blade. A resounding clash ensued. Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming force of recoil emanating from the sword, nearly causing her to lose grip. Alarmed, she flapped her wings vigorously, retreating several dozen meters into the air. Hao Heng refrained from pursuing, allowing her to adjust in midair. Qian Rinxue firmly grasped the hilt of her sword, and after several tense seconds, the trembling of the blade finally ceased. She cast her gaze down at Hao Heng, utterly unable to fathom how her recent sword strike had been effortlessly thwarted by merely 2 fingers, and it appeared he had not even summoned his martial spirit. No, she could not engage him in close combat. In that fleeting moment, Qian Rinxue recognized her lack of advantage in close quarters. She lifted the sword blade, her hands firmly gripping the hilt, as her soul power surged towards the blade, with her surrounding purple soul rings flickering. Flames erupted along the sword, transforming into 2 fiery dragons that coalesced at the tip, evolving into a swelling crimson gold fireball. The fireball caused the temperature around her to rise rapidly, even generating waves of heat. When the fireball grew to a diameter exceeding 1 meter, Qian Rinxue swung her arms downwards, executing a downward strike. The fireball detached from his sword's tip and hurtled towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng cast a cold gaze upon the spinning fireball, descending with an air of seething heat. Qian Rinxue was diligently preparing, while he too remained engaged, earnestly attuning himself to the soul power coursing within him, seizing a surge of warmth that surged towards his mind. In the fleeting moment before the fireball struck, he suddenly opened his mouth, his head expanding to several times its original size. The fireball, appearing no larger than a small candy, was swallowed into his mouth, after which his head reverted to its normal dimensions. Hao Heng gently bit down, causing the fireball to explode, filling his mouth with a warm sensation akin to savoring a juicy meatball. The molten essence rolled within his mouth, but within a few seconds, the intensity faded. He lifted his gaze to Qian Rinxue and said, "The flavor is quite delightful. Is there more?" Qian Rinxue was taken aback. She had anticipated that Hao Heng might possess some counter-technique, but she had only considered the 3 conventional methods, the first being to rely on his formidable physique to endure, the second to evade, and the third to disperse the fireball with ranged attacks. However, to consume another's assault and inquire if there was more, what was his intention? With such strength, why not defy the heavens? Hao Heng gazed at Qian Rinxue, who was lost in thought in the air, before shifting his attention to Bibi Dong. He sensed a shadow of displeasure darkening her expression, and fearing that she might blame him for the delay, he quickly averted his gaze, contemplating how to bring Qian Rinxue down. After a few seconds, an idea struck him. He took a step back into a lunge, raising his right hand in a javelin-throwing posture while his left hand aimed carefully. Taking a few swift strides forward, he summoned a surge of thunder that coalesced in his hand into a diminutive thunder spear, its power diminished by more than tenfold, and hurled it towards Qian Rinxue. As the diminutive thunder spear lacked a soul power encapsulation, it fragmented into several weak arcs of lightning in midair. Qian Rinxue, suddenly regaining her senses and intending to evade, found it too late. The arcs struck her with precision. Although their power was limited, the paralysis effect they carried caused her to momentarily lose consciousness. Her body weakened instantaneously, and her martial spirit was retracted without control. As she fell, just before her face met the ground, she regained awareness, only to be startled into unconsciousness once more. Hao Heng did not anticipate that his seemingly insignificant strike would yield such an effect. He had no intention of causing harm and was just about to step forward to assist when 2 strands of spider silk shot in from the side, ensnaring Qian Rinxue's body and swiftly drawing her away. As Hao Heng looked again, he saw that Qian Rinxue had already been embraced by Bibi Dong. He jogged up to Bibi Dong and, with a sheepish smile, inquired, "Master, how is she? Is she all right?" Bibi Dong glanced at him and calmly replied, "Starting today, you are forbidden to eat for 3 days." After speaking, she carried the unconscious Qian Rinxue away, leaving Hao Heng in shock and Hulaina chuckling nearby. Chapter 38. Entrance examination. As the rooster crowed and the sun rose in the east, it marked the 7th day since Hao Heng had arrived in the Soul Master City. As usual, he awoke early, dressed, and, after a brief wash, he requested 10 pounds of optimally preserved soul beast meat from Butler Klee. After hastily devouring it, he made his way to the garden, found a suitable spot, and began his training for the day. He felt quite troubled. His excessively high physical attribute values were severely affecting his appearance. Perhaps due to this elevated physical attribute, his body incessantly demanded a substantial amount of energy each day to maintain its functions. However, his other attributes were too low to expend the energy absorbed, causing an accumulation that made his physique increasingly round. Having grown an additional 3 centimeters, he now stood at 153 centimeters, with a plump figure. While this did not hinder his mobility and even lend him a more formidable appearance, it was undeniably unappealing. Strength may be temporary, but handsomeness is a lifelong endeavor. Thus, even though he understood that enhancing his mental strength would allow him to regain control over his unruly soul power. Hao Heng resolutely allocated the 500 to 600 attribute points he acquired daily to his physical strength, hoping that one day, the upper limit of his internal strength would align with the lower limit of the energy his body could store. In the short term, this goal appeared to be a formidable challenge. Hao Heng was crouched with his eyes closed when suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils, a sensation both stimulating and overwhelming. He held his breath for 7 or 8 seconds, but ultimately succumbed and let out a forceful sneeze. Achoo! Ah! A voice tinged with feminine annoyance reached his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Hulaina, adorned in a flowing garment reminiscent of lotus leaves paired with form-fitting trousers of the same hue, her hair styled into 2 playful buns. She was disdainfully waving her hand to disperse the air before her, retreating slightly. Hao Heng cast her a glance and continued to squat, inquiring, "Senior sister, it is quite rare to see you up at this hour. Oomph. Do I strike you as someone who enjoys lingering in bed?" Hulaina retorted, hands on her hips. Hee, it's not that you merely resemble such a person. You are indeed one. Hao Heng unabashedly exposed the truth. You oomph. I won't stoop to your level. I'm leaving, so stop lingering here. What are you doing? Hey, why are you getting so physical? Did you not say you wish to attend the Soul Master Academy? Have you forgotten? Today is the day we participate in the entrance assessment. Oh, right. At her mention, Hao Heng recalled that 3 days prior, he had realized his soul power had already ascended to level 20 within the elephant graveyard. Although he could not yet perfectly control his soul power, it did not hinder his plans for acquiring his next soul ring. Thus, he sought out Kelly, inquiring if she had any books on soul beasts for his reference. To his disappointment, Kelly informed him that no one in her household had ever needed such materials, and therefore, she lacked the book he sought. However, she did direct him to the library at the Soul Master Academy, where he would likely find the desired texts. Coincidentally, Bibi Dong had come to ask whether the 2 of them would be willing to attend the Soul Master Academy. She had urgent matters to attend to and could not spare the time to instruct them, intending instead to drop them off at the academy for foundational learning. Had it been before, Hao Heng would have been reluctant to sit through the dreary classes, but with the promise of resources he needed, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Today was indeed the day for their entrance examination. Pulled along by Hulaina, the 2 arrived outside the grand estate and boarded a luxurious carriage. Before long, they reached their destination. Stepping down, Hao Heng was astonished. The Soul Master Academy was exceedingly grand. His first impression was one of vastness. Immense buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, with expansive playgrounds, gardens, and ponds, all enclosed by seemingly endless walls. His second impression was one of opulence. Approximately 10 meters inside the entrance, there stood a fountain adorned with a statue of an angel, a magnificent figure towering 5 or 6 meters high. According to the teacher who received them, the statue was crafted from solid gold, which made Hao Heng feel that the sunlight reflecting off it was somehow more radiant than elsewhere. Within the Soul Master Academy, in a room marked by a plaque indicating the Academic Affairs Office, stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, sporting a goatee and black-rimmed glasses. Dressed in brown and yellow plaid suspenders over a white shirt, he stood by the window, his left hand tucked into his pocket and a cigarette held between his right fingers, gazing sorrowfully at the students frolicking in the sunlight. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, skillfully exhaling a perfect smoke ring before turning to glance at the 2 disorganized files resting on his desk. His cigarette-clad fingers lightly tapped the corner of the desk, producing a faint sound. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A young man stepped in. Pausing 2 meters from the desk, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Director, the 2 children have entered the school. How shall we arrange their assessment?" The middle-aged man raised his gaze to the young man, inhaled a puff of smoke, and a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. He exhaled the smoke and inquired, "What do you think should be the criteria for assessment?" The young man hesitated for a moment, lowered his head in contemplation for a few seconds, and replied, "They were all sent by Her Highness, the Saintess. Perhaps we could allow them a pass with minimal requirements. However, His Holiness does not wish for them to succeed." The middle-aged man scratched his head, his brows furrowing slightly. A hint of surprise appeared in the young man's eyes, and his expression grew somewhat flustered. He quickly realized his lapse in composure, lowered his head even further, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if he had overheard something he should not have. His demeanor was one of palpable anxiety, his fingers trembling slightly. The room fell into silence for several minutes. The young man stole a glance at the cigarette in the middle-aged man's hand. The ember nearly burned to the end. The anxiety etched on the middle-aged man's face deepened, as his fingers pressed against the table, unconsciously digging into the wooden surface. The young man's eyes darted about rapidly, and after a few moments, he suddenly lifted his head, a spark of inspiration igniting in his gaze. He spoke quickly. What if we let Wu Yin assess them? Wu Yin? The middle-aged man paused, the cigarette poised near his lips. Softly repeating the name, the young man leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Wu Yin was sent here as a teacher by His Holiness a few months ago. She possesses strength at the Soul Master level, and is said to be the sister of Lord Wu, who is close to His Holiness. If she were to conduct the assessment, we would have an explanation for the Holy See. But what about the Saintess? The middle-aged man interjected. Director, we can set the assessment criteria such that they must not be defeated within the duration of an incense stick. I believe the children recommended by the Saintess should not be too weak. Although this condition poses some challenge, it is not insurmountable. If they cannot meet this requirement, it would merely indicate a lack of talent on their part, which has nothing to do with our academy. Would you not agree? The middle-aged man's furrowed brow relaxed as he took one last drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaling before discarding the butt into the wastebasket. He pointed at the young man and said, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Shall I go inform Teacher Wu Yin now?" "Yes, do so promptly. Do not delay." Chapter 39. The Firebird. The status has changed, brothers. Those wishing to invest should act quickly. Thank you for your continued support. Hao Heng and his companion were led by their instructor as they meandered around the academy. Their exploration continued until a young man approached them at a brisk pace, guiding them to an indoor arena. This place bore a resemblance to a gymnasium from a bygone era, featuring a vast circular stage with a diameter of 200 meters at its center, surrounded by spectator seating that could accommodate thousands if filled to capacity. After surveying the surroundings, Hao Heng's gaze settled on a young woman standing opposite him. She appeared to be in her 20s, her demeanor cold and indifferent. Clad in a long-sleeved black dress, her slender frame revealed little flesh, resembling a mere layer of skin draped over skeletal structure. Hao Heng harbored a disdain for this particular type of challenge, and, after casting a few more glances, he chose to disengage entirely. The young man guided them to the arena, standing opposite the woman in the black dress, and kindly addressed them. "You must remember this well. That esteemed teacher is named Wu Yin, a sensitive assault-type battle soul master who wields the Golden Crow as her martial spirit. However, there is no need for excessive concern. You simply need to endure under her prowess for the duration of an incense stick's burn, and you will have passed the assessment. Best of luck. When I light the incense, I will call begin, and you may summon your martial spirits. Keep this in mind." With that, the young man descended from the arena. Hao Heng gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure before him, then shifted his gaze to the cold-faced woman in the black dress across the arena. Golden Crow? The sun? How astonishing! His curiosity piqued as he observed the scene unfolding. Below the arena, a youth had already ignited an incense stick the thickness of a pencil and inserted it into the censer, proclaiming, "Let the contest begin." The woman, with her indifferent demeanor, regarded the two young challengers, a plump boy and a slender girl, with a detached gaze. She had initially been preparing her lessons in her dormitory when the youth approached her, catching her off guard, particularly when he requested her to serve as the examiner. She had thought him to be jesting. However, upon hearing that these two were introduced by the Holy Maiden, she began to comprehend the situation. 7 days prior, when the little Holy Maiden was returned in a state of unconsciousness, her brother had mentioned that the Pope was quite displeased. It was later revealed that a chubby boy accompanying the Holy Maiden had rendered her unconscious. It seemed that this was indeed the little rascal before her. In recent days, she had heard that the Holy Maiden intended to send 2 individuals to the academy, and she had been contemplating how to find fault with them, to trip them up and help restore the Holy Maiden's dignity. Perhaps in doing so, she might also gain the favor of the Pope, much like her brother. However, she had not anticipated that before she could take action, they would come directly to her. Truly, she felt remarkably fortunate. A slight smirk curled at the corners of her lips, and soon thereafter, vibrant flames of crimson erupted around her form. With arms extended, she waved them up and down, the flames adhering to her arms and shaping into feather-like formations. In moments, a pair of dark red wings, ablaze with fierce fire, unfurled from her back, lifting her gracefully into the air as the fiery wings crackled and sizzled, scorching the surrounding atmosphere. Hyena sensed a significant rise in the temperature around her. The smooth bangs on her forehead became damp, clumping together. She quickly focused her soul energy, a pearlescent glow shimmering at her waist, as 3 fluffy foxtails sprouted from the luminous aura. Her stature elevated, exuding a mature allure. She transformed into a captivating enchantress, her eyes shimmering with a bewitching charm. However, Hao Heng remained motionless. Upon hearing that his opponent was merely a soul master, He lost all desire to exert his soul power. After all, he could easily overpower them, even unarmed. Why expend the effort to tire himself? His gaze was fixed intently on the teacher clad in black, eager to discern the peculiarities of this golden crow martial spirit. Yet, when she summoned her martial spirit, disappointment washed over him. Is this it? He mused silently. He had anticipated that wielding the golden crow would reveal something extraordinary. At the very least, he expected a miniature sun to emerge. Instead, he was met with what could only be described as a slightly leaner firebird. Hey, why haven't you summoned your martial spirit yet? Hulaina, towering half a head above him, nudged his arm with her elbow, urging him to hasten the summoning. Senior sister, you know very well that I've encountered a setback in my cultivation. My soul power is currently unusable. Hao Heng shrugged helplessly and said, what shall we do now? Hulaina asked in a panic. What to do? It's up to you, senior sister. Just hang in there for the duration of an incense stick. Go on, enchantress. With a thunderous shout, Hao Heng circled behind Hulaina and forcefully pushed her forward. Hey you. Hulaina was taken aback by Hao Heng's brutishness, forcing a frail girl like herself to take the lead. Tears welled in her eyes, and when she glanced back, she was astonished to see Hao Heng munching on a chicken leg, seemingly unfazed. He even encouraged her with a fist pump. Fury bubbled within her, threatening to explode. Stay calm. I am the senior sister. I shall not succumb to anger, she reassured herself, adjusting her breath as her expression softened from stormy to serene. Her gaze turned skyward to the blazing phoenix, her eyes shimmering with determination. Come at me. The raven discerned her resolve. Although the scheme they concocted was perplexing, placing such a delicate girl at the forefront, there was no time for hesitation. With a mighty cry, she launched into the air, flames swirling around her. She soared high, tracing an arc before veering to Hulaina's side, retracting her wings and hurtling towards her like an arrow. A radiant yellow soul ring flickered beside her, transforming into two formidable talons, each sheathed in a metallic black sheen, aimed directly at Hulaina. The air sliced by the razor-sharp claws left behind streaks of white, suggesting that even a touch could rend iron asunder. Her movements were blindingly swift. By the time Hulaina was still mesmerized by the fiery trails left in the wake of the raven's flight, the talons were already upon her, singeing her hair with the heat. Yet, all of this unfolded before Hao Heng's watchful eyes, his brow furrowed and a spark of fury igniting within him. This teacher? Coming out with deadly intent right away. He brandished the cleanly gnawed chicken bone and bellowed, Teacher, receive my strike, a charge blow. With that, he hurled the bone like a dart. Lacking any finesse and concealed weaponry, he relied solely on brute strength. However, his formidable spiritual prowess made tracking the feeble soul master's movements a trivial task. A whistling wind echoed as the chicken bone pierced through 3 layers of air, leaving behind 3 circular misty rings. In an instant, it struck the raven precisely at the joint between her leg and claw. Although it did not penetrate deeply, the overwhelming force bent that joint at a sharp angle, shattering the bone into fragments. In that fleeting moment, the raven felt her leg devoid of strength, as if rendered powerless beneath a 100-pound hammer. The agony radiating from the impact point compelled her to unleash a sorrowful cry. Senior sister, now is the time. Execute the tail strike. Although Hulaina had yet to glimpse the figure of the black-winged creature, she could hear its voice. As one determined to become a control-type soul master, adept at commanding the battlefield, her mental fortitude was her greatest asset. Upon hearing the wretched cries of the bird and Hao Heng's voice, she crouched low, facing the earth, while 3 tails rose erect behind her. A luminous yellow soul ring flickered beside her. In an instant, her tails elongated to over 10 meters in length, resembling iron whips, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh towards the source of the sound, ultimately landing with a resounding thud. With a crack, a fiery bird soared forth, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. Looking at Hulaina, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that she had just sent a soul master flying. Chapter 40. Oh sister, how strong you are. Oof. Oof. Yu Yuan braced herself against the ground, her eyes bulging in disbelief as she stared at the floor, her breathing growing increasingly frantic, the veins on her forehead becoming more pronounced. She could not believe that she had been struck down by a mere soul master. Impossible. How could I possibly be defeated by such a lowly soul master? Yes, there was a sneak attack. Indeed, it was a surprise assault. Yu Yuan turned to examine the spot where she had been struck by a chicken leg bone. Her skirt had been torn, revealing bruised and darkened skin. And the pain was so intense that she had to resort to numbing herself. How infuriating. Gritting her teeth, she flapped her wings and ascended, her features contorting in fury as she fixed her gaze upon Hulaina, the flames surrounding her seeming to intensify. Feeling the weight of Yu Yuan's stare, Hulaina felt as though she were under the scrutiny of the fiercest predator, aware that an attack could come at any moment. An unsettling sensation causing her mind to itch with anxiety. Nevertheless, she steeled herself, controlling her breath as she met Yu Yuan's gaze, quietly swallowing the saliva pooling in her mouth. Sister, do not be afraid. You are the most remarkable soul master. Hao Heng quietly encouraged her from behind, instilling confidence as he softly asserted, yes, I am the finest soul master. I am unparalleled. Hulaina appeared entranced, her alluring eyes transforming into lifeless orbs, fixated intently on Wu Yan, fearing that she might vanish at any moment. Wu Yan, however, had no inclination to concern herself with the machinations of those two young ones. Her sole desire was to exact revenge. Standing tall, she unfurled her wings like a grand paper fan, a radiant purple soul ring illuminating beside her. In the next instant, a flurry of luminous projectiles erupted from her wings, launching in rapid succession. As the dazzling streams of light filled the air, Hulaina stood frozen, for, at her core, she was merely a soul master. Expecting her to withstand the onslaught of the soul sect was a formidable challenge. She even failed to react when Wu Yan initiated her attack. Hao Heng's expression darkened. This was a lethal move, merciless and devoid of compassion. He thought to himself, this instructor, how formidable. Sister, be cautious, he shouted deliberately, swiftly positioning himself in front of Hulaina, directly facing the cascade of luminous projectiles. Each shimmering plume was akin to a flaming feather. Yet Hao Heng did not underestimate their potency. With his chubby arms dancing in the air, a phantom-like motion ensued. And under the enhancement of a staggering 17,000 attribute points in mental acuity, his focus sharpened to perfection. In that fleeting moment, the world around him decelerated to a fraction of its usual pace. He rotated each fiery feather hurtling towards Hulaina by 180 degrees. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes of muffled explosions reverberated in succession. When Hao Heng finally lowered his hands, the feathers were sent spiraling back, and in the next instant, 3 plumes of explosive white mist erupted upon the arena, 2 flanking Hulaina, and 1 suspended in midair. The self-inflicted calamity bewildered the crow, who could scarcely comprehend why the feathers she had launched would now return to her. As the white mist dissipated, the crow plummeted from the sky. With a cold smirk, Hao Heng turned and seized Hulaina's arm, lifting her skyward as he shouted, Senior sister, unleash the tail strike. The echoes of the nearby explosion still reverberated in Hulaina's mind when Hao Heng's voice pierced her eardrums like a sharp blade, jolting her back to reality. Instinctively, her body reacted. She spun in midair, releasing 3 tails that shimmered with soul rings. The tails constricted tightly, resembling 3 elongated spears, aimed directly at the chest of the raven. With a sudden jolt, the raven opened its eyes wide, spewing a mouthful of blood. After tracing an arc in the air, it crashed to the ground, lying motionless. Hulaina, still bewildered by her actions, began to descend. Just as she prepared to scream, powerful arms grasped her thighs, dissipating her residual momentum and gently placing her firmly on the ground. Oh my, senior sister, you are truly remarkable, having defeated a soul sect member. Hao Heng applauded vigorously beside her, showering her with praise. Did I really defeat them? Hulaina asked, her expression dazed as she gazed at Hao Heng. Of course. Senior sister, your 2 soul skills were simply phenomenal, truly impressive. Hao Heng, with an unchanging expression, raised his thumb and declared, I have triumphed. I have vanquished the soul sect. Hulaina retracted her martial spirit, pressed her hand against her chest, and gasped for breath, striving to come to terms with the reality that she had defeated an opponent who was over 20 ranks above her. Hao Heng observed her excited demeanor and offered a faint smile, turning his gaze towards the youth below, whose jaw hung agape and whose eyes were clouded with confusion. He inquired, So, teacher, have we passed the assessment? The young man glanced at the billowing smoke emanating from the black crow and then at the incense burner placed on the table before him. Regaining his composure, he replied earnestly, Well, there is still half the incense left. You'll need to wait a bit longer. A fortnight prior, in a town adjacent to the Xianjia sect, a mournful wail echoed through the desolate hills. Approaching, one would find a small mound of earth, marked by a wooden plank. A girl knelt before it, incessantly wiping the tears from her eyes as she wept loudly. Enough, cease your crying. Beside her stood a rather flamboyantly adorned boy. his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the nameless grave, one that, even if dug up, would reveal no remains. Coldly, he addressed the girl. He is gone. Your lamentations serve no purpose. Brother, now that father is dead, what shall we do? The girl, upon hearing her brother speak, hastily dried her tears and looked up at him in desperation. That useless fellow is dead, so what? To take a life and lose oneself in the process, truly pathetic. Lin Qing spat disdainfully to the side, his eyes glinting with malice, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Mingyun dared not cry any longer, quickly rising to brush the dirt from her legs, peering anxiously at Lin Qing. What shall we do now? Lin Qing squinted, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile. Rest assured, I have a plan. 3 years ago, before our mother passed, she told me to remember to seek out an uncle named Wu Juehu from the Zhuiying sect, one of the 4 lower sects alongside the Shangjia sect. She said he is powerful and will protect us. We shall find him and ask him to avenge us. Lin Mingyun looked at her brother with concern. But brother, will that uncle truly seek vengeance for us? Turning to face her, Lin Qing chuckled softly and summoned a dark, spiraling dagger from his palm, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, with this, even if that uncle is reluctant to help us, he will allow us to remain there until we grow stronger. At that time, I will personally exact our revenge. He grinned, revealing a cruel and ferocious smile. Lin Mingyun gazed at her brother in confusion. She was aware that the dagger was his martial spirit. However, being twins, she wondered why her martial spirit was so different from their fathers, who possessed the Xianbing turtle, and their mothers, who had the ironback armor dragon. How could her brother's martial spirit be a dagger? Unable to comprehend, Lin Mingyun shook her head, pondering deeply. Chapter 41. Zhuiying Sect for Contract Renewal, Additional Content. The Absolute Shadow Sect, renowned alongside the Elephant Armor Sect as one of the 4 lower sects, wields considerable influence. The disciples of this sect are not held in high regard in the outside world, as they bear a dual identity. They are also affiliated with the largest assassin organization on the Douluo Continent. Few desire to encounter a disciple of the Absolute Shadow Sect, for such a meeting signifies that one has become a target. Legends abound of the sect's successful assassination of a soul-level powerhouse, a feat that solidified its standing in the martial world. Perhaps due to concerns over vengeful adversaries, the sect's location is shrouded in secrecy, hidden deep within the rugged terrain, rendering it nearly inaccessible. This concealed haven lies in the southernmost region of the Douluo Continent, within the southern expanse of the Star Luo Empire. Nestled amidst a labyrinth of mountains and forests in a dark and perilous valley. Outside this valley, a lush expanse of jade-green foliage thrives, perpetually cloaked in a miasma of poisonous fog. This serves as the first trial for any who seek entry, without antidotes or a knowledgeable guide. One who ventures into the forest will surely lose their bearings and succumb to the toxic vapors. Upon traversing the fog and reaching the valley's entrance, another challenge awaits. Here, a formidable wall, towering 100 meters, has been erected against the flanking mountains. Every 10 meters, a row of square windows, each measuring 20 centimeters per side, lines the battlements, where vigilant guards armed with longbows stand ready. Should an uninvited individual attempt to breach this stronghold, they would be met with a relentless hail of poisoned arrows, a most unpleasant fate. Beyond these 2 formidable barriers lies the true interior of the Absolute Shadow Sect. Behind the walls stretches an array of orderly dwellings, extending deeper into the valley. Yet, do you believe that entering this domain allows one to let down their guard? Mistaken. Even the disciples of the Shadowless sect dare not let their guard down within these grounds. Beyond the rows of dwellings lie trees, thickets, and shrubs concealing countless venomous serpents and poisonous insects. A single careless misstep could provoke them. Fortune might spare a limb through amputation or flesh carved away to purge the toxin, while misfortune would reduce one to a puddle of festering blood staining the earth. This is the stronghold of the Shadowless sect, the Valley of Vanishing Shadows. Today, the rare sunlight bathes the valley in its glow. Female disciples bustle about, airing damp quilts and garments beneath the blazing sun. Among them mingles a repulsive old man, his gaze lecherous, standing a mere 5 feet tall, hunched and pot-bellied. His swollen head resembles a gnarled walnut shell, creased with deep furrows. A black mole the size of a marble adorns the corner of his mouth, sprouting 2 or 3 grotesquely long hairs. His beady eyes, no larger than sesame seeds, glint above thick, broad lips perpetually twisted into a vulgar grin, exposing jagged yellow teeth that jut outward. Hands clasped behind his back, he shamelessly ogles the female disciples. drool dripping from his lips in a manner most revolting. Yet none dare protest, or even avert their gaze, for he is none other than the sect master of the shadowless sect, hailed as the foremost assassin of the Douluo Continent. The exterminator, Wu Juehu. Though his soul power ranks at the formidable 86th level, Wu Juehu's reputation is far from noble. He strikes not merely to kill, but to eradicate targets, their families, friends, all extinguished without mercy, leaving naught but desolation in his wake. Greed and lust further taint his name. And so, at the break of dawn, he emerges from his opulent palace deep within the valley, prowling the dormitories of ordinary disciples in search of prey to sate his appetites. After lengthy scrutiny, his finger finally points toward a comely female disciple. "You," he commands, "come with me." Trembling, the disciple bows her head, biting her lip in silent submission. She sets aside her task, clutches her robes, and follows in his wake without protest. Wu Juehu shoves her into the nearest room, shutting the door behind them. Rubbing his hands with obscene anticipation, he advances. "Sect Master, please, no." The disciple grips her collar, weeping in desperation. "No," he leers. "Come now, let your sect master examine you properly." Wu Juehu lunged forward, embracing his female disciple, rising on his toes, eager to plant a kiss upon her cheek. However, she was too tall. Even on tiptoe, he fell short, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him as he contemplated toppling her to commence the more serious matters at hand. Just then, a hand clad in black leather gloves reached from behind, grasping his shoulder and halting his advance. Startled, Wu Juehu had not anticipated the presence of someone so stealthily appearing behind him. Yet, as a seasoned assassin, his reflexes were swift. He quickly quelled the tumult of desire within his heart, and a glint of sharpness crossed his brow. He raised his hand, feigning a grip, and summoned a blade that shot forth from within him, entwined in black mist, gathering strength for a fierce thrust backward. His movements were executed with remarkable speed, relying on the element of surprise. Almost instantaneously upon the hand resting on his shoulder, he pivoted and thrust. He was confident that even a soul master of equal caliber could fall prey to his strike. However, he was met with failure, for the tip of his blade halted a mere 5 centimeters from the figure behind him. An insurmountable force seized his arm, penetrating his wrist and inducing a pain akin to needles piercing his bones. In that moment, Wu Juehu caught a clear glimpse of the intruder's appearance. Clad in a black robe, black attire, black boots, and a black mask, he would seamlessly blend into the darkness if adorned in such garb by night. Wu Juehu's expression shifted dramatically. His grip on the dagger slackened as he retracted his martial spirit, hastily kneeling and bowing his head, exclaiming, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. I beseech your forgiveness for my ignorance." Before he could finish, sweat poured down his brow, and his corpulent body trembled uncontrollably. A faint, almost imperceptible cold snort echoed, prompting Wu Juehu to bow his head even lower. The figure in black paid him no heed, their gaze, visible through the mask, fixated on the female disciple, who cowered in the corner, her face a mask of shock. The figure raised a hand, palm directed toward her. Suddenly, 5 shallow finger marks appeared on her fair neck, and she was lifted, floating toward the hand of the cloaked figure. Gripping her neck, the figure allowed her to struggle. As from the palm emerged a small mouth lined with sharp teeth, clamping down on her neck and voraciously sucking the life from her. Approximately 5 minutes later, Wu Juehu heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, his body trembling as he dared to lift his gaze, only to lock eyes with the hollow sockets of the once living disciple, now reduced to mere bones. Accustomed to death, Wu Juehu was not frightened by the skeleton, yet the thought of potentially meeting the same fate intensified his trembling. What a waste, he thought. Were it not for your remaining utility, I would ensure you share this fate. The figure cloaked in black spoke with a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, reminiscent of an elderly soul on the brink of the grave, yet bearing the innocence of a child just learning to articulate. The tone was frigid, akin to pouring a bucket of icy water upon Wu Juehu, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He was no fool. He immediately grasped the intent behind the words and hurriedly bowed his head in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed one, for sparing my life." Chapter 42, The Grand Conspiracy, an additional update for the forthcoming 200 recommendations. Unaware of the esteemed one's arrival, Wu inquired what assistance was required of him, beseeching clarity. Within a dilapidated wooden hut in Jueying Valley, Wu Juehu rubbed his hands together, a lewd grin plastered across his face. His posture slightly bent as he stood beside the figure in black. The cloaked individual stood by the window, observing the disciples of Jueying sect passing by, the sound of suppressed saliva escaping his robes, reminiscent of a person savoring a delectable meal. He seemed to be enduring a struggle, and after a brief moment, he exhaled softly and turned to Wu Juehu, calmly stating, "Wu Juehu, our plan is about to commence." Oh, could it be that plan? Wu Juehu's face registered shock, as if recalling a momentous scheme. Yet in truth, he was blissfully ignorant of any grand design. Although his prowess appeared formidable to outsiders, he was merely a lackey within that nefarious group. The figure in black likely discerned his ignorance. He let out a cold chuckle and continued, "Wu Juehu, the organization requires you to procure 1,000 young boys and 1,000 young girls, each possessing a soul force exceeding level 5, in addition to locating an individual embodying both yin and yang." What? Wu Juehu's countenance shifted to one of disbelief. Over the years, he had indeed captured individuals for this organization, yet this request seemed excessively demanding. With difficulty, he replied, "Esteemed one, it is not that I wish to evade responsibility, but this condition is far too stringent. You must understand that children with soul forces surpassing level 5, over the past year, the entire continent might not even have 500 such beings. Moreover, even if they exist, most are likely the cherished offspring of prominent families, who would be meticulously protected. How am I to find 1,000 boys and 1,000 girls of such caliber for you?" Oomph. The figure in black emitted a soft grunt, his gaze directed at Wu Juehu with a glint of menace. Wu Juehu's face turned ashen, retreating a few steps, his lips quivering as he continued, almost in a sob. "My lord, I assure you, it is not avoidance on my part. It is simply too challenging, nearly impossible for me to achieve, as I lack the requisite strength." Noticing Wu Juehu nearly on the verge of kneeling, the cloaked figure averted his gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, "I did not instruct you to gather all the individuals within a year. I merely require that the young boys and girls be under the age of 10. Wu Juehu felt faint, exclaiming, "I am referring to the time frame, not the difficulty." The elder brother was about to speak again when he was interrupted by the figure in the black robe. "Enough. Do not evade any longer, Wu Juehu. You must understand that you are merely a dog. Whatever the organization commands you to do, you shall comply. Should you fail to fulfill your duties, it signifies your obsolescence. A useless dog is destined to be devoured." The black-robed figure raised an arm, palm directed towards Wu Juehu, revealing a maw filled with sharp fangs, drool trickling forth, and a long, crimson tongue flicking out. Wu Juehu, upon seeing this grotesque sight, dared not utter another word, hastily silencing himself and bowing his head, pondering how to accomplish this life-threatening task. The black-robed figure nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Wu Juehu, do not harbor excessive resentment. Allow me to enlighten you. The preparation of these young boys and girls is intended for sacrifice to awaken the slumbering, otherworldly demon. Once this demon is roused, this continent shall fall into the hands of our organization. At that juncture, it may even assist you in breaking through your potential, offering you the chance to touch the threshold of the title Douluo. May the otherworldly demon awaken and devour you wretches first." Wu Ju seethed inwardly, yet his lips surrendered to compliance. "Then I thank you, esteemed one. Ah, and remember, you must also seek an individual who embodies the duality of yin and yang." The black-robed figure added. Wu Juehu was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed one, what does it mean to embody both yin and yang? What purpose does such a person serve?" The black-robed figure remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. "I am uncertain. Ancient texts describe those with female bodies but male appearances, and vice versa, as embodying yin and yang. But how could such beings exist in this world? I do not comprehend. Simply do your utmost to find one. As for the purpose, I shall share it with you. The corporeal form of the demon we have located has been destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul and divine power. Thus, a vessel is required. However, we do not know the demon's gender. If we misidentify the sexes, it could lead to the remnant soul spiraling out of control. Hence, we seek one who embodies the duality of yin and yang, for it is a safer choice. By the way, once you find such an individual, do not notify us immediately. Nurture them well. The stronger they become, the better. Do you understand? Female body, male appearance." Wu Juehu silently repeated the name in his mind, recalling 6 years ago when he was invited by the leader of the Xianjia sect and encountered that woman. She possessed a broad and towering physique, a resonant voice, powerful arms, and well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of masculinity. Despite her diminutive stature, she provided Wu Juehu with a sense of sanctuary, allowing him to experience genuine joy. In her presence, he even dared to question whether he had truly found love. Alas, she was a married woman, deeply devoted to her husband. Even when he resorted to coercion and forced intimacy, leading to her husband discovering their affair, she remained unwilling to leave her spouse, even to the point of threatening her life. He had attempted to seek her out again, but 3 years ago, he received the news that she had passed away shortly after he left that fateful night. What is the matter? The figure in the black robe noticed the change in Wu Juehu's expression and inquired. Wu Juehu wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, really. I believe that the coexistence of yin and yang must exist in this world. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to search." "Very well. This matter requires swift completion. Should you encounter difficulties, contact me through the usual means." With that, the figure in the black robe prepared to depart. As he turned to leave, Wu Juehu, unable to restrain himself, politely suggested, "Are you leaving so soon? Perhaps you could stay a little longer." I could gather a few individuals before he could finish his sentence. The black-robed figure halted and regarded him intently, stating, "In that case, I require 20 maidens, preferably those who still possess their purity." At that moment, Wu Juehu wished he could silence his own tongue. After exiting the wooden cabin, he lowered his head, his expression dark as he resolved to find those 20 pure maidens for the esteemed lord. However, as he turned a corner, he heard a disciple calling out from behind. "Master, please wait." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed across Wu Juehu's face as he turned to face the disciple, contemplating the consequences should the young man fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. The disciple hurriedly approached, panting, and after catching his breath, he bowed respectfully and said, "Master, we have received word from the Tiando Empire that 2 children wish to see you." "Children?" Wu Juehu raised his hand, poised to draw his weapon against this insolent fool. The disciple quickly added, "Yes, they claim to be the children of acquaintances from the Shanja sect. It is said that one is a girl and the other a boy adorned with heavy makeup. They instructed me to ask if you remember Wang Erniu, who bathed in the pond behind the Shanja sect." Wu Juehu's expression froze. His hand slowly descended, and he bit his lip, his breath quickening. Grasping the disciple's shoulder with bloodshot eyes, he shouted, "Hurry, bring them back." Chapter 43. A little conspiracy, in gratitude for the brother's support. An additional update. In the city of Wuhan, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the clouds above were set ablaze with crimson hues. Within the depths of the Pope's palace, in the dimmest chamber, the door creaked open. A golden-haired young man clad in a red and white robe entered, respectfully kneeling on one knee before the Pope, who sat with his back turned, observing the street while petting a cat. "Your Majesty," he greeted. The figure behind the chair, Xian Qi, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled before speaking. "Allow me to guess." He raised his hand, lightly swirling it before opening his eyes and smiling. "You must be bearing good news this time." Wu Yuanfei lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before replying, "One bad, one good." "Oh, 2 pieces of news?" Xian Qi chuckled. "Then let us first discuss the bad news and see if I can still be further enraged." Wu Yuanfei raised his gaze, his keen eyes catching sight of the white paper on the table beside the chair, which bore a simple phrase: "The Holy Maiden is meeting the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo." He hastily lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Your Majesty, the 2 children sent by the Holy Maiden to the Wuhuan Academy have passed the assessment." "Mm?" Xian Qi pursed his lips, his breath growing heavier, then replied with a smile, "Yuanfei, do you think I, as Pope, am merely a figurehead? Your Majesty's might reverberates across the continent. Who would dare claim you are a mere figurehead?" Wu Yuanfei quickly prostrated himself, eager to appease. "Then why is it that none have heeded my commands?" Xian Qi picked up the paper from the table, slowly crumpling it into a ball, his knuckles whitening in the process. Clearly, his anger was reaching a boiling point. "Your Majesty, the Academy did indeed follow your orders and increase the assessment difficulty for those 2 children who harmed the Holy Maiden. They have assigned my sister as the examiner." Wu Yuanfei bowed his head, recalling the image of his sister, unconscious and charred, akin to a broken puppet, her body marred with wounds as she was carried home. His fists clenched involuntarily, teeth gritted, his eyes fierce. "Oh, your sister. Ah, I remember now. The girl you recommended to me a few months back, right? I recall she should possess the strength of a soul master. How could she have aligned herself with the Holy Maiden?" Xian Qi remarked with a bemused smile. "Of course not, Your Majesty. The loyalty of the Wu family to you is as steadfast as heaven and earth." Wu Yuanfei was taken aback that Xian Qi would bring this up, realizing that the Holy Maiden's recent actions had garnered considerable attention and lacked any semblance of concealment. "Oof. Then tell me why my 2 disciples were able to defy my orders and enter the Wuhuan Academy." As he spoke, Qinshuan Ji abruptly rose to his feet, his countenance devoid of any semblance of a smile. He hurled the crumpled paper ball at Wu Yuanfei. The latter, taken aback, did not dare to evade and was struck. Raising his gaze to meet Qin Xuanji's, his eyes were ablaze with fury as he proclaimed, "My sister was ambushed by those two and ultimately succumbed, gravely injured. She now lies at home, unconscious. I implore your majesty to discern the truth." With that, he bowed his head once more, striking it against the floor with a dull thud, a sound that resonated upon the unforgiving marble beneath them. Qin Xuanji crouched before Wu Yuanfei, gently lifting his forehead, gazing intently at his handsome visage, and furrowed his brow. "What is this? A soul master bested by two soul cultivators, and you take pride in it? Do you expect me to bestow rewards upon her?" A glint of malice flickered in Wu Yuanfei's eyes as he muttered, "I seek an opportunity for vengeance from your majesty." "An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Do you intend to personally confront those two?" "I must inform you, my disciple's power has grown significantly. Should you dare to act against them, I fear for the security of my position as pope." Wu Yuanfei dared not act, yet he lamented, "Until my sister's grievance is avenged, my heart shall remain unsettled." Qin Xuanji observed as he once again struck his head against the ground, then rose, stating, "Speak of your plan." Wu Yuanfei exhaled slowly, "Your majesty, from the injury sustained by the holy maiden and my sister, it is evident that their assailant possesses extraordinary talent and the prowess to challenge those of higher ranks. That is self-evident. If he were ordinary, how could my disciple have taken him as her mentor? It is precisely due to his youth and formidable strength that I surmise he must be overly proud and dismissive of others. Thus, I earnestly request your majesty to decree a soul battle tournament organized by the Academy, allowing all faculty and students to participate, with matchups conducted regardless of soul power levels." Preposterous! That young man, no matter how arrogant, would never be foolish enough to challenge opponents with soul power exceeding his by 20, 30, or even 40 levels. Wu Yuanfei, I now question your intellect and whether you are fit to serve under my command. What if we were to entice him with a reward? What reward? A soul bone from a 50,000-year-old head. Qin Xuanji rose, silently observing the nape of Wu Yuanfei's neck, before erupting into laughter thrice. "Ah, you indeed. Very well. Since you harbor a desire for revenge and possess a strategy, I shall grant you permission to proceed as you see fit, given your long-standing service to me. However, let it be known that all actions are your own and bear no relation to me. Furthermore, that is still my disciple. Breaking a few limbs to keep him bettered in for a year or so should suffice, but do not take his life, understood?" Wu Yuanfei lifted his gaze to meet the Pope, who had returned to his seat, and nodded, "Yes, I comprehend. Well then, what is the good news?" Qiang Sun Yi inquired, extending a finger to gently scratch the chin of a nearby cat. Wu Yuanfei composed himself and calmly responded, "Your Majesty, I have gathered information regarding the whereabouts of Tang Hao and his wife, as you requested." "Oh!" A brilliant light exploded from Qin Xuanji's eyes as he rose once more, directing his gaze towards Wu Yuanfei. One could hardly blame him for his uncharacteristic demeanor. After all, this was a matter of a 100,000-year soul ring and the precious 10,000-year soul bone. How could one not be astonished? Qin Xuanji hurriedly inquired, "Where are they?" Wu Yuanfei responded, "According to my subordinates, they are making their way towards the encirclement of the Stardo Forest." Qin Xuanji pressed further, "Have you dispatched anyone to intercept them?" Wu Yuanfei replied, "Not yet." Qin Xuanji's brow furrowed with anger as he demanded, "Why not?" Wu Yuanfei looked up, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, and said, "Your Majesty, the intelligence received indicates that Tang Hao's wife has a slight bulge in her abdomen. Their actions are very cautious, as if they are protecting something. I suspect they might be expecting a child, and judging by the degree of her abdominal swelling, it seems to be around 5 months along." He paused, casting a glance at the pensive Qin Xuanji, and continued, "If we wait for 5 months, when the 100,000-year soul beast gives birth, it will undoubtedly be weakened. At that time, our attack would incur less loss. However, allowing them to escape into the Stardo Forest with its inhabitants." Qin Xuanji expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty is overthinking it. Remember, Tang Hao is but a man," Wu Yuanfei replied confidently. "Very well, let us proceed with your plan. Ensure you keep a close watch on their whereabouts. If you lose track, then my head shall be forfeit," Wu Yuanfei interjected. "Agreed, you may leave for now," Qin Xuanji said with a wave of his hand, preparing to return to his seat. Yet, Wu Yuanfei did not rise immediately. He glanced at a pile of papers nearby and, cupping his hands, inquired, "Your Majesty, the Saintess seems to be quite active lately. Should we remind her?" Qin Xuanji halted, turning to Wu Yuanfei with a smile. "And how do you propose we remind her?" Wu Yuanfei lowered his head, uncertain of how to respond. Qian Xuanji's expression darkened, and he erupted in anger. Her ambitions are as clear as day, known by all. You think I am unaware? She merely desires the position of Pope. Let her come and try to seize it. Do I fear her? Instruct those around her to cease following her. I wish to see what nonsense she conjures. With a resounding crash, the table shattered into splinters. Wu Yuanfei quickly bowed his head, saying understood. Is there anything else? After several moments, noticing that he remained kneeling, Qian Xuanji inquired, having regained his composure. Wu Yuanfei's eyes darted around before he spoke. Your Majesty, the little saintess has been behaving rather strangely lately. She hasn't spoken to anyone for several days. Should we check on her? Before he could finish, a hand pressed down on his head, driving him into the ground, cracking the marble floor and creating a face-shaped indentation. Qian Xuanji, holding Wu Yuanfei's head down, coldly asked, Are you teaching me how to do my job? Certainly not. With a booming voice, Wu Yuanfei hastily exclaimed, Humph. Qian Xuanji swiftly retracted his hand and replied, My father will take care of things regarding Run Shui. There is no need for you to meddle, just get lost. With that, she kicked him away. Upon landing, Wu Yuanfei quickly rose, bowed respectfully, and hurriedly exited the room, closing the door behind him. The room was plunged into darkness once more, with a solitary beam of light streaming through the gap in the curtains, illuminating one side of Qian Xuanji's body, rendering his face an eerie tableau of shifting shadows. Chapter 44, A Surprise Attack. I don't know why, but I feel compelled to add more. Within Bibi Dong's estate, at the highest point of the castle, there lay a balcony of approximately 10 square meters. Bibi Dong reclined gracefully in a white lounge chair, a selection of tea and pastries set before her. Her hair was elegantly arranged in a circle, and she donned a loose-fitting pink nightgown. Sipping red tea with poise while gazing down at the Soul Master City beneath the setting sun. Top, top, top. Clary endeavored to slow her pace, ensuring her footsteps did not disrupt the tranquil ambience. However, the silence was so profound that even the sound of a falling embroidery needle would resonate like a clear bell. She approached Bibi Dong and placed a plate of pastries on the table. Leaning closer, she informed Bibi Dong, Your Holiness, the Academy has relayed news that young Master Hao Heng and Miss Hulaina have successfully passed the admission assessment. However, Bibi Dong turned to her, astonished, and inquired what unforeseen events could transpire during an admission examination. Clary hesitated before responding. They severely injured the instructor overseeing the assessment, although the Academy has not pursued accountability. Should we intervene to reassure that instructor? Bibi Dong lifted her teacup, blowing away the steam, and replied with a smile. Those two children are quite astute. They understand the limits. If that assessment instructor had adhered to protocol, she likely would not have been harmed. Her injury merely testifies that there are those who do not wish for my disciples to enter the Soul Master Academy. Clary nodded in silence. After a moment, she added, It is said that the supervising instructor hails from the Jinwu family. Bibi Dong took a sip of her tea, her eyes gleaming with a sharp, icy light as she sneered. Unaware of the peril they face, they will inevitably meet their demise. Setting her cup down, she turned to Clary and inquired, What news from Shui? Clary replied, She has not spoken to anyone for several days and has ventured outside infrequently. Bibi Dong then asked, Well, that old fellow Qian Douluo, has there been any activity? Clary responded, The grand offering has remained in the offering hall and has not emerged in recent days. She added, The other offerings have been similarly reclusive. Well, it seems those old fools are wise enough, Bibi Dong remarked, rising with a smile. She approached the railing, resting her hands upon it, and, facing away from Clary, inquired, Is that item prepared? Kelly kept pace with her, casting a few furtive glances behind her, and replied in a hushed tone, I specifically sent someone to the Zhuiying sect to procure it. It is colorless and tasteless, dissolving instantly upon consumption. For a brief period, it poses no threat, yet with each use of soul power, its toxicity doubles. It may be utilized no more than 10 times. Beyond that, death is inevitable. Very well, Bibi Dong said, eyes closed, contemplating for a moment before sighing. Tomorrow, you shall visit Rushue and seize an opportunity for her to administer that substance to the scoundrel Qian Xuanji. Once he perishes, our plan shall commence in earnest. Gad, her expression tinged with concern, inquired, My lord, are you so certain that the young saintess will deliver it to the Pope? Even if she does, will His Holiness consume it? Bibi Dong's countenance darkened as she cast her gaze downward. Outside the estate, a couple strolled past the entrance, hand in hand with their daughter, sharing laughter. What child does not yearn for their parents to reconcile? Follow my instructions, and Schwerer will approach Qian Xuanji, she asserted. Her long, Delicate fingers pressed against the jade-carved railing, producing a soft, rasping sound as she continued. Each word squeezed out with intensity. That vile creature Qin Xuanji would not dismiss the bond he shares with Schwerer. Surely, he would not refuse what his own daughter offers. Enough with the idle chatter. If you find it difficult to carry out your task, then delegate it to someone else. Kelly hesitated, wishing to voice further thoughts. But Bibi Dong silenced her. She gazed at the setting sun, a hint of sorrow in her eyes, murmuring, "Do you think I desire to involve her? Yet, if she does not act, will that old fool, Qian Daolu, spare the one who caused his son's demise? Only by having Schwerer eliminate Qin Xuanji can we cleanse the Qian family of all but Qian Daolu, ensuring that Schwerer remains their sole bloodline. She will be safe, and Qian Daolu will have no grounds to trouble us. This way, I can seize the papacy from the Qian family and secure my position firmly. Isn't everything planned to perfection?" Bibi Dong's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, and only her last words did a fleeting ripple of emotion cross her eyes. Quickly replaced by an icy calm, Kelly spoke no more, stepping back respectfully before turning to leave. Alone on the balcony, Bibi Dong snapped a piece from the jade railing, feeling the chill of the evening breeze as she gazed at the fragmented moonlight. As night fell and the evening wind blew in, the Martial Soul Academy became markedly quieter. Students who had dined returned to their dormitories to review their lessons or meditate. Meanwhile, Hao Heng found himself unceremoniously ejected from the library. "Hey, don't pull me away. I just need a little more time, just a moment." "No, we're closing now. Come back tomorrow." "But it's barely dark, and you're already shutting the doors. Is this reasonable?" "Hey!" Hao Heng stood in stunned silence, gazing at the cold-faced senior who closed and locked the door before turning away. With a resigned sigh, he dropped his arms in defeat, casting a fierce glare at her retreating figure, thinking to himself, "If only you weren't a woman, I would have acted by now." Shaking the long sleeves of his freshly donned white robe, he turned and strode away with an air of nonchalance. That morning, after passing the assessment with Ulaina, he was assigned a dormitory in uniform, but he would have to wait until the following morning for class assignments. Thus, the young man who had guided them to the assessment allowed them to explore the school freely. Naturally, this delighted Hao Heng, who promptly inquired for directions to the library. Once there, he began to search for the Soul.Beast illustrated compendium. To his sheer joy, he discovered a plethora of entries, becoming utterly engrossed in the material, losing track of time and food. It was akin to delving into mythological tales. There were accounts of birds with wings spanning 100,000 meters, wild boars capable of swallowing entire cities, and colossal bulls that exhaled flames and inhaled tempestuous winds. The only disappointment was that he had yet to find a suitable soul ring. Though he stumbled upon several, each subsequent page revealed even more enticing options, akin to picking watermelons while discarding sesame seeds, leaving him empty-handed. However, he remained unperturbed, as time was still plentiful. As he made his way back to the dormitory under the canopy of stars, he suddenly heard faint voices emanating from the bushes nearby. "Ah, it's him, Nana's roommate. I saw him emerge from her dorm this morning. Well, what should we do now? What should we do? Didn't I tell you? We'll teach him a lesson. Make him aware of the rules, so he doesn't bully Nana. What kind of brother are you? But he seems quite strong. We might not stand a chance." "How can we not? You'll go up and put a sack over his head while I knock him to the ground with a single strike. It will be simple. Is that really feasible?" "Of course. Now, are you ready? Have you picked up the sack?" "Yes, approaching." Hao Heng slowed his pace, staring silently at the thicket, internally lamenting, "Your loud conspiracies are truly remarkable." "Em genuinely started." Chapter 45. The Soul Combat Competition in the Stillness of Night. Within the dormitory area of the Martial Soul Academy, a luxurious two-story villa stood. Having decided to settle into this new abode, it was only natural to tidy up the place, ensuring the floor gleamed enough to reflect the flickering candlelight, while the air was infused with the sweet scent of blossoms. Everything needed to be placed in its rightful position. Only then could it be considered somewhat habitable. With this thought in mind, Ulaina hired several servants to meticulously clean both the interior and exterior of the residence until it sparkled. After dismissing them, she turned back to survey the room. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, the walls a pristine white, and the furniture utterly spotless. Walking barefoot towards the living room, she surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as she retrieved a small iron bucket from the cupboard, filled with dried black tea sourced from her master. Although it was not particularly special to her, she could not help but be drawn to the stately manner in which her master savored tea, inspiring her to mimic his actions. Brewing herself a generous cup, Ulaina reclined on the plush sofa, her thoughts drifting to the earlier hours when Hao Heng had dashed out. Leaving her alone to contend with the mess of the previously chaotic room, She grumbled internally. That insufferable junior brother. I shall not allow him entry upon his return. How could he be so cruel as to leave me to clean up alone? Though she had merely observed, having not lifted a finger to assist. Taking a sip of her tea, the bitter flavor exploded in her mouth, gradually unfolding into a rich aroma as it slid down her throat. Her face initially scrunched in distaste, then slowly relaxed, culminating in a pleasant flush as she half closed her eyes, languidly sinking into the sofa. A sudden noise at the door caught her attention. The entrance swung open, and a gust of wind swept into the cozy home, bringing with it a chill. You're back. Hulaina intended to greet Hao Heng with a scowl, yet her voice emerged soft and slurred, akin to that of a drunken person. However, scarcely had she uttered these words when she was jolted awake. The cup of tea slipped from her grasp, splattering its contents and dampening the legs of her pajama bottoms. Fortunately, having cooled slightly, not long after she opened the door, a shadow darted inside, hurtling through the corridor and crashing into the wall of the living room before sliding down. This sight startled Hulaina considerably. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a burlap sack containing two boys. One had a fiery red buzz cut, a sturdy build, and was battered with bruises. The other had black hair obscuring half his face and bore an ominous demeanor, equally marked with injuries. At that moment, the door closed behind them, and Hao Heng entered, brushing dust from his hands. Addressing Hulaina, he remarked, "These two rascals ambush me on my way. They claim to know you. If they don't, I'll drag them outside and hang them from a tree to catch the breeze." Hao Heng's words were akin to the whispers of a devil, sending shivers down the spines of the two individuals in the sack. The dark-haired boy hastily straightened up and turned to Hulaina, exclaiming, "Sister, look at me. I am your brother, Xiaoyu. I am your brother." "Brother?" Hulaina leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she said, "Xiaoyu, how do you come to look so wretched?" Hao Heng approached the burlap sack and inquired of Hulaina, "Do you truly know them?" "Of course I know them. Just release them, ha." Hulaina replied, stifling a giggle with her hand. Seeing her nod in affirmation, Hao Heng decided not to further complicate matters for the two lively individuals. He seized the sack and with a vigorous tug, freed them from their confinement. "Ouch!" The two exclaimed in pain as they tumbled to the ground. Hao Heng tossed the sack to them, saying, "Remember to clean up the trash later." With that, he ascended to the second floor, preparing to take a shower. Hulaina approached to assist her brother and curiously inquired, "Hey, how did you provoke that fellow?" Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, then candidly shared their concerns and strategies. Xiaoyu stepped forward and addressed Hulaina, "Sister, although that individual is formidable, should he threaten you or attempt to coerce you into living with him and bully you, we will not stand idly by. If necessary, we shall inform the teacher." Hulaina shot him a disapproving look and replied, "What are you all thinking? He is my junior, and our living arrangement is sanctioned by our teacher." Xiaoyu and Yin were momentarily taken aback. Then, Hulaina began to usher them out. "All right, it's quite late. You should hurry along." However, Yin protested, "But, sister, we will come to find you again tomorrow." A night passed without incident. The following day, as dawn broke, Hao Heng concluded his morning exercises and walked back from the woods adjacent to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard voices inside. Why is he still not up? How lazy could he be? Indeed, Nana, while that fellow appears strong now, it is merely temporary, and Yin will soon catch up to him. Hao Heng silently pushed open the door, casting a disdainful glance at the two who stood in stunned silence. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Why have you stopped speaking?" Xiaoyu and Yin both averted their gazes, discreetly retreating behind Hulaina. She glanced at them briefly before addressing Hao Heng, saying, "Junior brother, we have been assigned to the same classroom as them. The teacher instructed them to escort us there. You should quickly freshen up, as class is about to begin." Hao Heng nodded. Although he had no intention of genuinely studying upon entering this school, skipping the very first class would be exceedingly audacious. He had yet to find a suitable soul ring and certainly did not wish to provide grounds for expulsion. After a thorough morning routine, Hao Heng and Hulaina followed Xiaoyu and Yin to a classroom adorned with the sign for Class 3 of the first year. Inside, approximately 30 children, all 6 years old and recently awakened to their martial souls, filled the room. However, these were the offspring of the citizens of Soul City, well-versed in decorum. Upon the arrival of Hao Heng and Hulaina, although their curiosity was piqued, they refrained from approaching to bombard them with questions or create a ruckus. Hao Heng sought tranquility and found a seat by the window, where he could gaze upon the playground from the last row, occupying the very last position. He settled down and succumbed to slumber. In contrast, Hulaina opted for a seat at the front. One may wonder why there were vacant seats in the front row. The answer lies in the fact that others had graciously yielded their spots to her. Although her charm held little sway over Hao Heng, it proved to be a formidable asset among the younger students, allowing her to swiftly integrate into the class, and she subtly emerged as a figure of authority. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, Hao Heng sensed a sudden stillness enveloping the surroundings. He lifted his gaze and squinted, noticing that everyone had returned to their seats. At the forefront, a slender woman adorned in a flowing blue dress stood at the podium, supporting herself against the table. Her expression conveyed excitement as she announced, "I have wonderful news for you all." She continued, "The Academy has decided to host a soul duel championship, open to all students under the age of 20, regardless of their grade or skill level. The ultimate reward for the victor will be a priceless soul bone. Although you are still young and may find it challenging to achieve notable results, participating in a genuine soul duel will greatly benefit your growth. Therefore, I encourage each of you to sign up enthusiastically. Those interested in competing, please see me after class." Outside the Pope's palace, Klee raised her eyes to the towering structure before her, then glanced down at the pastry she held in her hands as she approached the entrance. A guard standing at the door crossed his spear before her. With a calm demeanor, Klee stated, "I am Klee, the steward of the Saintess. Here, to see the young Saintess. Please inform her of my arrival." The spear was lowered, and a guard stepped forward, entering the palace to relay her message. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, another figure stealthily moved deeper into the palace. Before long, the guard returned to inform Klee that she could enter. Following him, Klee entered a spacious room adorned in shades of pink. As the guard closed the door, her gaze quickly settled on Qian Rinxu, who sat at the edge of the bed, staring vacantly out the window. Klee's expression darkened momentarily before she regained her composure, donning a gentle smile as she approached. Crouching beside her and gazing into her eyes, "Little princess, what troubles you?" Upon seeing a familiar face, Qian Rinxu instantly broke into tears, rushing into Klee's embrace. Klee set the plate aside and gently patted her back, offering comfort. Once Qian Rinxu's emotions settled, Klee leaned closer and softly asked, "My dear princess, would you like to experience the joy of going out and playing with your parents?" 5 minutes later, Qian Rinxu emerged, holding a plate with 2 pastries, one red and one green. She recalled Klee's words, "Little princess, these pastries were personally made by the Saintess. Soon, you will present them to His Holiness the Pope. If the Pope enjoys them, perhaps the two will reconcile, and you too will experience that happiness. But remember, the red pastry is the tastier one. So if His Holiness invites you to share, be sure to eat the green one." Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxu signaled the guard at the door to open it. As she stepped inside, a cheerful laugh echoed from the dim corner. "Oh, my adorable little princess, what brings you to me today?" Qian Rinxu turned her head and saw Qian, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and crowned, hastening towards her. In her excitement, she forgot all decorum, lifting the plate and exclaiming, "Father, Mother made me 2 pastries. Let's enjoy them together." Qian paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the 2 delicacies, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He crouched down and affectionately ruffled Qian Rinxu's hair, inquiring, "Oh, is that so? Which piece does the little princess wish for me to taste?" "The red one," Qian Rinxu replied without hesitation. "Ha, come, hand me the plate." Qian took the plate, selected the red pastry, and held it to Qian Rinxu's lips, saying, "Since the red one is delightful, let the little princess have the first bite. Shall I partake afterward?" Qian Rinxu glanced at the green pastry and replied, "Father, I am content with this one." "Not at all. You must first try this piece." Qian insisted, pressing the pastry closer to her mouth, compelling her to take a gentle bite. As she chewed, her eyes widened with a gleaming brightness. Qian chuckled softly, setting down the red pastry and picking up the green one, offering it to her again. "Now, will you taste this one for your father?" Reluctantly, she took another bite, chewed a few times, and then swallowed, stating earnestly, "The red one is still better." "Ha, very well, I shall indulge in the red one." With that, Qian placed the red pastry in his mouth, savoring it with a smile directed at Qian Rinxu. Then, "Father, Sister Kelly is still in my room. I shall return to find her." Qian remained silent, continuing to chew. Once Qian Rinxu departed, his expression turned impassive as he approached the trash bin, expelling the contents of his mouth. Meanwhile, in Qian Rinxu's room, Kelly embraced her, asking, "So, did His Holiness partake in the cake?" Qian Rinxu recounted the earlier events, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Kelly. "Sister Kelly, Father doesn't seem very keen on Mother's pastries. What if he regurgitates later?" Kelly smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, as long as he tastes it, all will be well." Here, have a candy as a reward. If the pastries are unpalatable, do not eat them. Oh, Chapter 46. Unlimited Soul Fighting. Junior brother, are you considering signing up for the soul fighting tournament? After class, Hyuna leaned closer to Hao Heng, her gaze fixed on the throng of eager participants gathered around the podium. Why not go? Hao Heng also fixed his gaze upon the podium and spoke resolutely. His intentions did not revolve around that so-called eternal soul bone. Rather, he pondered who it was that seemed to have targeted him. This was not mere vanity. From the moment he entered this institution, the teacher responsible for their assessments had instilled within him a sense of unease. Now, out of the blue, a soul battle tournament had emerged. According to the instructor, the rules for this competition would be unrestricted soul battles. In essence, unrestricted soul battles imply a complete absence of rules, where any method may be employed to achieve the ultimate goal of vanquishing one's opponent. On his journey to Spirit City, he had inadvertently been swept into a bustling bar nestled in a secluded corner, where an unrestricted soul battle was underway. The scene was chaotic. Although the two combatants on the stage possessed relatively low levels of soul power, they resorted to every conceivable tactic, employing underhanded tricks, taking drugs, and striking mercilessly, resulting in a bloody spectacle, with heads split open and innards exposed as blood gushed forth. They understood that if they did not eliminate their adversary, they would themselves meet a similar fate. In unrestricted soul battles, there are only two means to conclude the contest. One may surrender before the match begins, as a surrender during the battle is invalid. The other method is to incapacitate the opponent entirely, with the victor holding the authority over the vanquished's life or death. This is a true battle, brutal, primal, and sanguinary. Crucially, unrestricted soul battles do not, like formal competitions, match participants of similar strength. Rather, they are left to fate. The fact that such blood-soaked spectacles, designed to incite the emotions of patrons, could manifest within an esteemed institution like the Spirit Academy and be organized by the institution itself, seemed inconceivable. Hao Heng felt that the world had become utterly insane. Particularly, did that teacher truly not comprehend the implications of unrestricted soul battles? If he were aware, how could he possibly encourage so many children, barely awakened to their martial souls, to participate? Was he intending to lead them to their demise? Such actions are either foolish or malicious, or perhaps a combination of both. Hao Heng silently categorized this teacher in his mind, rising from his seat to approach the podium. Hyuna trailed beside him, but was halted by his gesture. You cannot go. Why not? I do not wish to encounter you on the arena. If I were to defeat you, my master would likely deprive me of meals. You. Very well. Hyuna, aware of Hao Heng's prowess, offered no resistance and settled into his seat, awaiting his roll call before departing the classroom together. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, within the administrative office of the Martial Soul Academy, a strikingly handsome blonde man lounged in the chair previously occupied by the academic director. He nonchalantly crossed his legs atop the desk, arms folded, eyes closed, his demeanor tranquil. Meanwhile, the academic director stood beside him, rubbing his hands nervously, his gaze darting about. At that moment, a voice resonated in the room. Found it. The academic director and the blonde man turned their attention to the corner, where a young man excitedly held up a registration document, surrounded by dozens of similar files on the table before him. The blonde man approached the youth, retrieved the document from his hands, and glanced at the names section. Name, Hao Heng. He smiled and remarked, excellent. He then turned and slapped the document against the academic director's chest, saying with a grin, Director Jean, the next steps are your responsibility. Director Jean promptly replied, understood, understood. Lord Wu, take care. That evening, all participating students received notifications that the competition would take place in 3 days, during which time those involved would be exempt from attending classes. Hao Heng was indifferent. He had no intention of returning to that classroom. Each day unfolded in a monotonous rhythm of exercise, reading, meals, and more reading and exercise. This routine persisted until the 3rd day. At dawn, a vigorous knocking resounded at the door of Hao Heng's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hao Heng cast a surprised glance, noting that he was already dressed and prepared for his workout at such an early hour. It astonished him that Hyuna could rise at this time. Upon opening the door, Hyuna swiftly grasped his hand, exclaiming in a hurried tone, Hurry, hurry. The Soul Fighting Championship is about to commence. We cannot afford to be late. In stark contrast to her frantic demeanor, Hao Heng remained calm and composed, his confidence in his own abilities unwavering. He replied leisurely, Senior sister, shall we have breakfast first? Without a meal, one may lack the strength to fight. Having already pulled him to the threshold, Hulaina released his hand upon hearing his suggestion, pushing the door open herself as she remarked, "Then wait at home. I shall fetch something for you." Hao Heng observed a retreating silhouette, smiling as he shook his head, then took a seat in the dining hall, patiently awaiting the arrival of breakfast. The sun had risen significantly by then. After indulging in a hearty meal, it was only at the urging of Hulaina that he made his way to the competition venue, which was the same arena as during the assessment. This place was vastly different from his first day at the academy, due to the hosting of the Seoul Dual Championship. The academy had granted a holiday to all students across various grades, drawing nearly the entire school to witness the event, with even some outsiders in attendance. The scene was a bustling throng, vibrant and lively. However, Hao Heng was momentarily shielded from this cacophony upon arriving at the entrance. He parted ways with Hulaina and was escorted by the event staff to the competitors' lounge. In a spacious yet stark chamber of over 200 square meters, nearly 80 individuals were crammed within, divided into two factions. One group huddled in a corner, comprising around 40 members, among whom over 20 were familiar faces from his class the previous day. The remaining 20 or so were younger participants, each appearing pallid and bewildered, their expressions revealing confusion and a sense of helplessness. The other faction consisted of older students, robust and imposing, with a few bearing fierce visages and menacing gazes that suggested a disposition more akin to ruthless thugs than academic scholars. They occupied most of the room's space, some seated, others standing or crouching, but as Hao Heng entered, nearly all turned their attention towards him, their mockery evident and unmasked in their eyes. Hao Heng could overhear their hushed discussions. Another foolish lower-grade student, and a chubby one at that. Do not be so hasty in your judgment. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent, capable of challenging opponents beyond his level, or even defeating a soul king with the prowess of a soul master. But be cautious, lest you face defeat. Ha ha! Your jest has utterly amused me. It is truly delightful. Hao cast a sweeping glance at the two individuals speaking, mentally noting their presence before seeking out a secluded spot to sit cross-legged, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. At that moment, two figures emerged from the junior cohort, Xiaoyu and Yan. They had heeded their teacher's advice and intended to witness a genuine soul combat match. Yet upon arrival, they found a reality far removed from their expectations. Approaching Hao's side, their faces pale with trepidation, they positioned themselves one on either side, casting furtive glances at the older students, their nerves on edge. In a hushed tone, Yin inquired of Hao, Nana's junior, what is happening here? Why do those seniors appear so unfriendly? It's merely a soul combat match, isn't it? Hao Heng opened his eyes, gazing at him as though he were a fool. After a brief silence, considering their relationship as the elder brother of his senior sister, he proceeded to explain the rules of the unrestricted soul battle competition to them. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly disheartened. What? How could this be possible? Are we really expected to battle against them under such conditions? How could we possibly prevail? Indeed, how could the school arrange such an unreasonable competition? This must be a deception. Are they not concerned about us juniors suffering serious injuries, or even losing our lives? Hao Heng listened to each of their remarks with a cold smile and said, if they were afraid, they would not have organized this competition. However, a question lingered in Yan's mind as he scratched his scalp in frustration. But why would they hold such a contest? What is their purpose? Hao Heng gazed at him silently, words escaping her. Beside her, Xiaoyu reached out, grasping Hao Heng's arm, tears brimming in her eyes as she whispered, "Junior brother of my sister. Oh no, elder brother, what shall we do? We do not wish to perish. Indeed, what are we to do?" Yin echoed from the side. Hao Heng gazed at them and spoke directly. "Surrender, do not hesitate. There is no shame in it." Chapter 47, The Onslaught. I surrender. I surrender. It seemed as if someone had deliberately orchestrated the events, as Yin and Xiaoyu were assigned to the first and second groups to battle, facing opponents who were, unfortunately, upperclassmen. Naturally, they dared not hesitate and promptly surrendered. Following their example, out of approximately 20 matches, only 5 or 6 truly escalated into real confrontations. Among these genuine encounters, only 2 adhered to the rules, exhibiting a fair exchange of blows. Hao Heng observed that these 2 groups likely consisted of actual students from the academy, as the victors refrained from employing lethal force. In stark contrast, the other 4 groups saw the victors resorting to unscrupulous tactics. They launched attacks before their opponents could summon their martial spirits, feigned surrender, and struck from behind when their adversaries turned away. Such tactics were not the cunning of the diligent scholars of the academy. Hao Heng stood at the entrance of the arena, his expression inscrutable as he gazed upon the 2 combatants engaged in a brutal struggle, employing every sordid tactic imaginable in their desperate bid to vanquish one another. A faint smile crossed his lips as he squinted towards the audience, whose fervor was palpable, with shouts and roars echoing as they bared their chests and flushed with excitement, revealing their most unrefined selves. Yet, who could have anticipated that, at the outset, a group of genuine fighters, upon witnessing the demise of their opponent, would display such trepidation, murmuring in disbelief over the brutality of the act? However, as the second and third casualties stained the ground with blood, the spectators seemed to succumb to a frenzy, raising their arms in fervent cheer, eager to join the fray themselves. Naturally, those who could not stomach the savagery had long since departed. In the audience, Hulaina clutched the armrests of her chair in terror, her gaze fixed vacantly on the battleground, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. When Xiaoyu and Yin surrendered, she had secretly derided their cowardice. Yet, after witnessing the relentless bloodshed, she found herself grateful for their sagacity. "Are you all right?" she inquired anxiously, turning to Xiaoyu and grasping his hand. "What could possibly be wrong?" "We surrendered the moment we entered," Yin mumbled, his head bowed in dismay. "That's a relief. Thank goodness you surrendered. Otherwise, why would the Academy host such a soul-harrowing competition? It's utterly terrifying, and yet they encourage students to participate. Are they mad?" The battle on the stage had concluded, with the victor extending his arms in triumph, a smile of victory gracing his face as he circled the perimeter of the arena, basking in the roars of the crowd. He then returned to the side of the defeated, stepping over his fallen foe's waist. Bending down to support his head with one hand while gripping his chin with the other, he lifted his gaze to the audience, who chanted, "Kill him! Kill him!" in a fervent wave of enthusiasm, compelling him to comply. With a sharp crack, the victor exerted his strength, mercilessly snapping the neck of the vanquished. He then strode towards the edge of the arena, and as the staff arrived to drag the lifeless body away, the audience's cheers reached a fever pitch. After another 5 minutes spent mending the bloodied arena and repairing the scars left by the battle, the host announced the next pair of contestants. Next up, Hao Heng versus Hammer. The announcement was hastily delivered before the host slipped away, unwilling to linger on the stage any longer. The audience, brimming with excitement, crowded the two entrances of the arena, and soon two figures emerged from the shadows. As they came into view, many spectators let out sighs of disappointment. "Oh, another child. What is the Academy thinking? If they're to hold such competitions, they should at least refrain from allowing these youngsters to participate. Indeed, surrender promptly. Do not squander time." Hao Heng disregarded the disparaging voices emanating from all directions. With a composed expression, he strode to the center of the arena, surveying the individual before him. The man was bald, towering over Hao by an entire head, with a round face and prominent ears, his body enveloped in excess flesh. Upon ascending the stage, he wore a smug grin, his right hand playfully pinching the edges of his handlebar mustache beneath his nose. "Little brat, surrender quickly. Don't waste time," he proclaimed. Hao Heng smiled calmly, remaining silent. When the referee glanced at him, he politely replied, "Shall we begin?" The referee paused for a moment, scrutinizing him intently, his eyes conveying a singular message. "Are you certain?" Hao Heng nodded slightly, prompting the referee to retreat to the edge. Witnessing this scenario, the audience was left in a state of disbelief. Was the young boy out of his mind? How dared he? Everyone harbored such thoughts, their bodies instinctively leaning forward. As the referee stepped back, he urgently shouted, "Begin." At that moment, Hao Heng observed the bald, burly man instantly wiped the smile from his face, his expression turning menacing. With his robust arms raised high, glinting silver in his grasp, the next instant, Hao Heng heard a thunderous sound slicing through the air, and he turned towards it. A large iron ball, bristling with spikes, hurtled towards him from the side. He retreated a half step, the spikes barely grazing the tip of his nose. "Well done, little one." The bald giant chuckled in approval. He yanked his arm back, drawing the airborne iron ball back with the iron chain affixed to his body. Gripping a 1-foot-long iron rod in one hand and the midsection of the chain in the other, he swiftly swung the iron ball, two rings of yellow and white spirit energy swirling around him. The residual image of the iron ball formed a circular arc, with the wind howling fiercely in the air. The giant raised the iron rod, using a free finger to beckon at Hao Heng. "Come, little one, let Grandpa see your strength." "Who are you calling Grandpa?" Just as his words fell, a mournful voice echoed beside him. In an instant, the giant's pupils constricted, and, as he was about to lift his arm, an irresistible force surged into his right ear. In that moment, he felt a sound reverberating within his head, akin to that of a shaken kettle, followed by darkness enveloping him, the world spinning chaotically. Hao Heng withdrew his fist from the air and, upon regaining his balance, delivered a swift kick to the inner sides of the man's knees, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He then circled to face him directly. The dull ringing in the brute's head began to subside, and his vision steadied somewhat. Yet, a dark figure loomed before him. As he lifted his gaze to discern the shadow, he was met with the sight of a jovial, plump face grinning at him. Hao Heng gazed at the towering figure before him and offered a faint smile. Gathering his strength, he lifted his right fist and unleashed a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the man's nose, which instantly crumpled under the force. Yet, the momentum of the punch did not wane. Hao Heng exerted every ounce of his strength, driving his fist deep into the man's face, causing a significant indentation. The nose flattened into a mere disc, while the facial bones, shielded by layers of fat, suffered grievous damage. Numerous gaping wounds emerged on the sides of the face and forehead, reminiscent of tearing open a steamed bun, with strands of flesh still attached. Fractured bones protruded ominously from these lacerations. The robust man let out a piercing scream of agony as his martial spirit fell to the ground beside him. He staggered backward, the back of his head striking the earth with a dull thud. Raising his hands in a futile attempt to shield his face only intensified the pain. Yet, to refrain from touching it was equally unbearable. In desperation, he lifted his hands above his head, flailing them aimlessly. Hao Heng leisurely approached the heavy iron ball that had been carelessly discarded on the ground. He picked it up, gave a tug, and then made his way behind the burly man. With deft precision, he fashioned the iron chain into a noose around the man's neck, pulling forcefully on either side. The man was rendered incapable of uttering a cry. His tongue protruded, his eyes rolled back, and foam began to seep from the corners of his mouth as his body trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, the iron chain in Hao Heng's grasp suddenly transformed into a luminous glow, dissipating into the air, leaving the burly man to collapse to the ground, utterly motionless. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned upon him, a smile crept onto his face. Maintaining the same calm demeanor as he had displayed when he first entered the arena, he brushed off the dust from his clothing and strode towards the audience. The spectators, confronted with the lifeless body in the arena, were plunged into a chilling silence. They had witnessed death before. Just moments ago, two had perished. However, this particular confrontation unfolded with such alarming rapidity that many were caught off guard. The burly man had collapsed, and before anyone could react, Hao Heng had seized him by the throat, silencing him without a single utterance until his last breath. In stark contrast, Hao Heng appeared utterly unfazed, as if crushing an ant underfoot, descending with a serene smile, unlike others who would unleash roars and cries to expel the guilt that accompanied taking a life. This incongruity between his chubby yet handsome, somewhat youthful visage and his actions was jarring, prompting thoughts to swirl in the minds of onlookers. How had a mere child become so adept at killing? Yet, did the act of murder truly elicit no feeling within Hao Heng? The reality was that he felt little to nothing at all. Influenced by the titan spirit within him, he embodied the essence of a giant, volatile and tempestuous, possessing immense strength, capable of traversing mountains and rivers, chasing stars and moons, and wielding power beyond comprehension. It was akin to a human recalling the exact number of slices of bread they had consumed. Hao Heng, at present, perhaps cannot bring himself to harm those who are benign or related to him by blood. However, when confronted by individuals harboring malevolent intentions or seeking to inflict harm upon him, he dispatches them with as little thought as one swats a pesky mosquito. Unless provoked to anger by the inability to vanquish his adversaries, he experiences no emotional turmoil. Ever since surpassing the 1,000-meter threshold, a voice within him has incessantly urged the embrace of destruction and slaughter, promising a sense of exhilarating release. Yet, he clings to the last vestiges of his humanity, exercising restraint over his burgeoning desires for carnage and annihilation. On one hand, he yearns to maintain his humanity. On the other, he acknowledges his insufficiency in strength. When the day arrives that he no longer wishes to remain human and possesses invincible power, he will become a calamity for the entire continent. Nevertheless, while he can suppress his inner cravings, prolonged repression will only lead to an accumulation of desire, and when the dam ultimately breaks, the resultant devastation will be tremendous. Thus, he enters this competition with the intention of utilizing those who harbor ill will towards him as an outlet for his frustrations. His sole sentiment regarding the act of slaying that brawny man is one of disappointment. Far too weak, lacking in satisfaction. Chapter 48. 3 Men. The pace of battle is swift. Shortly after Hao Heng's appearance, the second round of eliminations commences. The weak have been largely vanquished in the first round, leaving only those of considerable strength. Aside from Hao Heng and two fortuitous peers, no other lower-grade competitors remain. These two individuals, understandably terrified by the bloody skirmishes, promptly choose to surrender in the second round, unwilling to remain on the battlefield any longer. Their actions elicit a collective sigh of relief from the spectators, who muse that this is more befitting behavior for typical youngsters. Hao Heng then steps onto the arena once again, facing a yellow-skinned fox beast spirit, martial soul master. This opponent exhibits notable speed and cunning. Darting around Hao Heng in search of a moment to strike decisively, Hao Heng sees an opportunity to strike, capturing his opponent's arm and forcefully pinning it to the ground, mercilessly pounding his head into the earth. The impact created a half-meter deep crater, yet astonishingly, the man remained alive. Hao Heng, seizing the moment, wielded the individual's head like a hammer, driving it into the ground repeatedly, producing dozens of additional depressions in the soil. After this display of sheer brutality, he finally released his grip. The adversary, a soul master, astonishingly endured the onslaught, ultimately left in a shattered heap, yet still clinging to the fragile thread of life. After Hao Heng had vented his frustrations, he realized that he still had breath left in him. His original intention was merely to release his pent-up desires, with no intention of extinguishing the other's life. Thus he chose to spare him. "I am truly a benevolent soul," Hao Heng shamelessly mused as he observed the man being carried away. Following the conclusion of the second round, the host announced that the third round of eliminations would take place the following day, and with that, the crowd dispersed. Outside the arena of combat spirits, as Hao Heng stepped outside, he beheld Hulaina and Xiaoyu standing beneath a grand tree, accompanied by Yen San. Approaching them, Hulaina caught sight of Hao Heng and hurried over, grasping his arm. After scrutinizing him with concern, she anxiously inquired, "Junior brother, are you all right? Are you injured in any way?" To which he replied, "Elder sister, did you not watch the match?" Hao Heng retorted, "I have seen it, but having watched it, one would already be aware of the course of the match. They haven't even touched me. How could I possibly be injured?" Hao Heng raised his hand and gently tapped her on the head. It didn't hurt, yet Hulaina instinctively covered her head and said, feeling aggrieved, "I am merely concerned for you, you know? All right, no need to worry so much. You can always place your trust in your junior brother. Now, let us go and have a meal. I am quite hungry." Hao Heng, resembling a brother of the underworld, clasped Hulaina's shoulder and gestured towards the distant restaurant. "Oh." Hulaina, taken aback by his sudden embrace, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. Stealing a few furtive glances at Hao Heng, she softly replied. The two of them, accompanied by two glaring light bulbs, cast elongated shadows under the glow of the evening sunset as they hurried towards the restaurant. Their appetites were robust. However, within the confines of the Academy's administration office, someone was struggling to swallow. Director Jean incessantly gulped, occasionally lifting his trembling hand to adjust his spectacles, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks and soaking his garments. "Director Jean, your arrangements are rather unreliable." A nonchalant voice drifted from a chair positioned before him. Facing the window, Director Jin's body trembled, his hands instinctively clutching his throat, his complexion turning crimson. Just as Wu Yuanfei spoke, he had been attempting to swallow, and the sudden interruption nearly caused him to choke. Clearing his throat a few times, Director Jin finally exhaled, donning a woeful expression as he pleaded, "I had no choice. My lord, I never anticipated that lad would be so formidable. I have already hired seasoned veterans of unrestricted soul battles at great expense, assigning only the CR de la CR to face him. Who would have known he was so fierce that he dispatched them in mere moments? It truly isn't my fault." "Oh, so you're implying that it is my fault?" Wu Yuanfei rose from his chair, narrowing his golden eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. "And no, I dare not suggest that. It's just that lad is genuinely too powerful, and I find myself lacking in personnel for arrangements." Director Jean replied weakly. "Oomph." Wu Yuanfei scoffed, advancing towards him. Yet upon reaching him, he sighed and placed a few reassuring pats on Director Jin's hunched shoulders. "Very well. There are still a few matches remaining." Director Jean cast a glance at the hand resting on his shoulder and quickly responded, 5 matches remain, with 24 individuals left. We must filter out a group, then proceed to the 12-6, 6-3, and finally 3-2 elimination rounds leading to the finals. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanfei clapped his hands. Just then, the door swung open and 3 figures entered, standing side by side at the threshold. Wu Yuanfei leaned closer to Director Jin's ear and whispered, "Tomorrow, arrange it this way." The following day, early in the morning, after Hao Heng had exercised his body, enhancing his strength attribute to 20,000. He returned to his dormitory to take a shower. Just then, Hulaina brought back breakfast. Following their meal, the two made their way to the Soul Arena. Following yesterday's brutal match, it became apparent to the public that this competition was exceedingly bloody, merciless, and savage. Paradoxically, this only served to attract an even larger audience. While one could witness genteel and harmless competitions at the Soul Arena, such gruesome and terrifying contests, which could lead to fatalities, were a rarity. Consequently, the arena, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, was filled to capacity, with the corridors overflowing and the passageways crowded. The cacophony of voices rising to a crescendo that seemed poised to lift the very ceiling. Hao Heng entered the contestants' lounge, where only a few remained, just over 20 individuals. The room appeared particularly spacious, with each person occupying a small patch of space. As he stepped inside, all eyes turned towards him, their gazes tinged with a hint of wariness, and for some, even fear and panic. Yesterday, Hao Heng's simple yet ferocious and unrestrained combat style had exerted immense pressure, and now no one dared to underestimate him, for most were acutely aware that they were not significantly stronger than the two who had fallen to him the day prior. After finding a corner where others made way for him to sit cross-legged, Hao Heng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss in the room. To his surprise, there were 3 unfamiliar faces among the crowd. What? Could it be that he had overlooked them yesterday? Such a notion was absurd. Possessing a mental fortitude of 17,000 was no trivial matter. While he might not remember every detail, it was improbable that he could forget their general features overnight. Curiously, he scrutinized the 3 individuals who, though seemingly positioned on opposite sides, formed a triangular formation that cornered him against the wall. The first was a towering man, exceeding 3 meters in height, with a flat-top hairstyle and a square jaw. His expression was stern and his gaze steady. He wore a buttoned jacket that revealed a chiseled torso, boasting 16 well-defined abdominal muscles, a perfectly sculpted V-line, robust pectorals, and powerful arms and thighs. The second was a graceful woman, standing at 1 meter 70. Her long, fair legs were accentuated by a form-fitting qipao that showcased her impressive physique. With short, plum-colored hair and alluring eyes that sparkled with a captivating charm, her lips, adorned with a fan made of 7 colorful feathers, partially concealed her coy smile, revealing a delightful dimple that made Hao Heng's imagination wander. The final figure was a mischievous child, standing at about 1 meter 30 to 40. He had large eyes the size of walnuts, with a tuft of red hair atop his head, while the sides were shaved clean. Dressed in a fiery red short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he fidgeted restlessly, his eyes darting around, occasionally covering his mouth while letting out a cheeky grin. Yet, he was the one who exuded the most danger in Hao Heng's perception, not because the child posed a threat to him, but because he was astonishingly the strongest among the trio. Upon further examination, Hao Heng concluded that both of the other individuals were significantly stronger than anyone else in the room, aside from himself. In Hao Heng's eyes, a brilliant light sparkled as he picked up a small stone from the floor, with a foolish grin adorning his plump face. He pinched the stone between his fingers and gradually ground it into powder. It is indeed intriguing that there are formidable opponents. I wonder if this will allow me to indulge in a delightful experience. Chapter 49. The Axe Brother. The competition commenced swiftly, and today's matches were even more intense than those of the previous day, as all the weaker participants had been eliminated. There were hardly any who surrendered at the outset. Instead, the battles raged with blood flowing profusely. Yet, amidst the fervor for victory, the pace of the competition progressed remarkably quickly. Take Hao Heng, for instance. He advanced from 24 to 12, then from 12 to 6, participating twice in matches where the intervals scarcely exceeded an hour, each fight lasting merely a minute. His opponents charged at him headlong, only to be met with a flurry of blows. One fortunate soul even managed to survive. It was this rapidity of the matches that led to the commencement of a 3-player showdown just before noon. Hao Heng twisted his wrist and slowly ascended the stage. He was the first contestant of the group. His opponent, a robust man among the 3 whom he had keenly observed upon entering the lounge, was now gradually making his way up the stage from the opposite staircase. By the time he reached the midpoint of the stairs, his upper body was already fully revealed. According to the announcer's earlier declaration, his name appeared to be Wu Gang. The 2 competitors approached the center of the stage, maintaining a distance of 5 meters as they scrutinized one another. The eyes of both the audience and the judges flitted rapidly between the 2. If this were a bodybuilding competition, Hao Heng would have already lost. Standing only at the waist of his opponent, he bore a protruding belly, while the other showcased a chiseled physique with 16 sculpted abdominal muscles, pronounced pectorals, and sun-kissed skin. A singular word came to mind: formidable. 2 words: impressively robust. Yet, this was a contest of combat spirit. Hao Heng, consumed by jealousy, reflected on his own past experiences. The referee glanced at both competitors, noting their unwavering determination to fight. Quietly, he positioned himself at the edge of the ring and shouted for the match to commence. However, as he turned, he slipped and fell. Yet, no one noticed the referee's blunder. Everyone was tightly clenching their fists, eager to cheer for the 2 fighters in the arena. Contrary to the expectations of the audience, the 2 competitors refrained from launching into a hasty attack, instead locking eyes and engaging in a silent exchange. Hao Heng raised his head while Wu Gang lowered his. Their gazes intertwined in the air. At last, unable to contain himself, Hao Heng scratched the itch at his waist and then dug into his ear, saying, "I ask you, will you strike or not? I am not accustomed to initiating the attack. It deprives my opponent of the chance to showcase their abilities. Please make your move swiftly, for I am eagerly awaiting my lunch." Hao Heng's arrogance did not incite anger in Wu Gang. Instead, his expressionless face suddenly broke into a chuckle, and he remarked, "You are quite impressive. What is this nonsense?" Hao Heng's mind was filled with a flurry of question marks. Wu Gang retracted his smile, gazing intently at Hao Heng, and with measured words, he slowly articulated, "I previously watched your match. You performed admirably." "Oh, thank you." The experience of receiving such earnest praise from a formidable opponent was indescribable. Hao Heng felt a surge of exhilaration, and he responded politely. However, Wu Gang swiftly shifted his tone, his demeanor darkening as he remarked, "Yet, someone has offered 10,000 gold soul coins for your limbs. Thus, I regret to inform you that I shall spare your life, considering your youth." As he spoke, a resplendent golden light erupted from his palms, particles of light converging from all directions to form a long-handled, double-edged, ornate axe. The axe's handle alone extended to 5 meters, with 2 ebony blades, the thickest part exceeding an inch, and with a width surpassing 2 meters. Wu Gang stepped forward, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. He then raised the axe high, its descent echoing ominously, akin to the wailing of a malevolent spirit. Hao Heng steadied himself, and, upon seeing the axe swing towards him, swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. The axe grazed his body and struck the ground with a resounding clang, embedding half of its blade into the stone slab below. Hao Heng was enraged, not due to the opponent's ambush or their intent to harm him, but rather because he realized that he was only worth a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. He bellowed furiously, "You seek death." With a powerful kick, he struck the axe, unleashing such tremendous force that it not only propelled the massive axe out of the stone slab, but also caused the 2 burly arms gripping it to tremble uncontrollably, as if electrocuted, forcing the body to move with the momentum. By the time Wu Gang steadied his arms, Hao Heng had already soared before him, launching a devastating punch aimed at his face. Having witnessed Hao Heng's formidable strikes, Wu Gang instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Hao Heng's fist struck the stout arm like a cannonball, a blow powerful enough to shatter stone and rend the earth. Yet astonishingly, it merely caused the arm to tremble twice. Hao Heng felt as though his fist had collided with an immense slab of iron, a dull ache radiating through his knuckles. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly retracting his fist and preparing to unleash his left hand in a follow-up strike. Just then, a chilling breeze swept beneath him. Glancing down, he caught sight of a fleeting shadow lunging towards his lower body. This was perilous. He spread his legs, executing an aerial split, his hands intertwining as he pressed downward. Utilizing the upward momentum, he propelled himself into the air, performed a roll, and landed gracefully 10 meters away. Upon rising, he beheld Wu Gang lowering his thigh, swinging his arms to retrieve the axe that had been sent flying, holding it horizontally as 4 soul rings materialized from his body. Hao Heng licked his lips, secretly marveling. What an extraordinary individual, possessing a physique of such formidable strength at the Soul Clan level. Surely, even a Soul King would pale in comparison. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he propelled himself backward with great force, leaving a network of fissures in his wake. He sprang forth like a rubber ball, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Wu Gang, raising his fist, poised to deliver a delightful massage to his 16-pack abs. However, just as he charged forward, Wu Gang stepped ahead, lifting his arms. Hao Heng mused inwardly. Another trick, is it? Despite his derision, his movements were swift. As Wu Gang raised his arm, he prepared to sidestep. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, a flicker of gold caught his eye. Lowering his gaze, he saw a golden ripple emanating from Wu Gang's foot, sweeping across his thigh. After being brushed by the golden light, he felt as if his leg were shackled by immense iron weights, rendering him utterly immobile. Just as he contemplated lifting his leg, Wu Gang had already raised the axe to its zenith, issuing a thunderous roar. A radiant purple halo encircled him. As the curved blade of the axe gathered luminous particles from the surrounding air, coating itself in a golden sheen before hurtling towards Hao Heng's head. The veins in his arms, concealed beneath layers of skin, protruded like ancient tree roots, and the terrifying force of the axe disturbed the air into a swirling mist. Hao Heng, realizing there was no escape, resolutely raised his arms to block the impending blow. A resounding and crisp metallic clash echoed where his arms met the axe, accompanied by a burst of sparks. The shock waves reverberated through the air, so intense that even those seated in the front row, 100 meters away from the battleground, felt a ringing in their ears and a heaviness in their chests. Wu Gang, gripping the rebounding axe tightly, staggered back a few paces, his expression one of sheer disbelief, as though he had encountered ghosts. He could hardly fathom that his powerful strike had been effortlessly deflected by Hao Heng, who stood there unscathed. However, it would be inaccurate to claim he was entirely unharmed. At least in Hao Heng's mind, the tattered remnants of his robe, now reduced to mere shreds, along with the white mark left on his skin from the impact, were testament to the force behind Wu Gang's blow. He raised a hand to clear away the ragged fabric clinging to him. Due to his substantial girth, Hao Heng preferred to wear minimal clothing, which meant he was left with only his undergarments beneath the robe. Now, standing bare before tens of thousands, he felt a rush of blood to his head, his cheeks burning from a multitude of gazes fixed upon him. Embarrassment swiftly transformed into a fiery rage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he clenched his fists, causing the ground to tremble with each step he took. How infuriating, Wu Gang muttered under his breath, vowing to demand a raise after the fight. He then swung his axe once more, holding it parallel to his arms, and brought his legs together, pivoting around his toes as his ancient spirit ring activated. As Hao Heng approached within 5 meters, Wu Gang transformed into a towering whirlwind, over 3 meters high and 4 meters in diameter. Behold my invincible whirlwind, boy. Prepare to be reduced to mere shreds beneath its might. Boomed the triumphant voice within the tempest. Wu Gang was convinced that under the force of his invincible whirlwind, Hao Heng would be rendered utterly dazed. It remained uncertain whether Hao Heng could perceive the tumultuous surroundings, but the whirlwind surged forth, accurately homing in on his position, swirling up dust and debris as it advanced menacingly. A profound rumble emanated from Hao Heng's abdomen as he clenched his fists. His arms, thick and devoid of visible muscle definition, bore beneath their skin clusters of tension that surged towards his knuckles. With his head bowed and a vacant expression in his eyes, he leaped backward, retreating 10 meters and lowering his gaze. It seemed Wu Gang could perceive the triumphant laughter that echoed from the whirlwind as it continued its relentless pursuit of Hao Heng. The tempest approached swiftly, closing the distance in merely 3 seconds, while Hao Heng persisted in his evasive maneuvers, retreating and then advancing. This back-and-forth dance occurred over a dozen times until a voice, tinged with urgency, broke through the whirlwind. Kid, if you have the guts, don't hide. Face me head on. To be frank, the speed of the whirlwind was exhilarating, 10 meters in 3 seconds, but Hao Heng managed to time his dodges perfectly, leaving Wu Gang in a state of frantic exertion. Wu Gang grew increasingly anxious. This was his ultimate technique, and with half of his stamina already spent, if Hao Heng evaded him 10 more times, defeat was inevitable. Perhaps it was time to retract his attack. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hao Heng raised his head, a glimmer of violet light flashing in his eyes, and softly declared, "As you wish." The words reached the whirlwind, filling Wu Gang with delight. Then, to his astonishment, Hao Heng advanced instead of retreating, charging directly towards him, which only heightened Wu Gang's elation. However, what was this? Why did electric arcs dance upon his arms? By the time Wu Gang comprehended that purple lightning coiled around Hao Heng's limbs, it was too late. Hao Heng unleashed a punch infused with ferocious, tempestuous energy, propelling the chaotic lightning into the whirlwind, where it vanished without a trace. Yet Hao Heng did not cease, having prepared for this offensive for so long. He struck again and again, retracting and reloading his fists in rapid succession, delivering over 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The audience beheld and listened as the thunderous collisions merged with the whirlwind, igniting sparks, yet the tempest remained unperturbed by his strikes. Once more, Hao Heng executed a backward leap, but this time he did not halt. As his feet touched the ground, his legs sprang like coiled springs, launching him into the air. When he reached the apex of the whirlwind, he thrust his fist downward, his body following suit, unleashing a sphere of lightning that erupted forth in a frenzy of purple energy. Upon impact with the top of the whirlwind, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the entire venue, assailing the ears of all present. A blinding white light erupted from the arena, momentarily overwhelming the spectators, leaving them disoriented and scattered. It was as if they had been transported to a blank, soundless realm, devoid of color save for the blinding white, with no sounds to be heard. After what felt like an eternity, the void transformed into darkness, gradually giving way to a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. When clarity returned to the crowd's vision, the victor was already determined. Hao Heng stood tall, his gaze as icy as the winter frost. Beneath his feet lay a charred corpse, emanating a tantalizing aroma of sizzling flesh. No official announcement marked the conclusion of the match. Such was the nature of the unrestricted combat rules. Yet, it was universally acknowledged that Hao Heng emerged victorious, granting him the authority to determine the fate of his fallen adversary. Hao Heng turned around, lifted his foot, and aimed at the spherical object that had long ceased to resemble a head. Chapter 50, Sister Feather. The finals were set to commence after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Consequently, after stepping off the stage, Hao Heng sought out Hulaina and shared a meal with them. Fortunately, Hulaina, being astute, had sent Xiaoyu back to the dormitory for a fresh change of clothes after Hao Heng's attire was torn apart. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. They indulged in food and drink at the restaurant, while discontent brewed within the academy's academic affairs office. Useless, 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 Wu Yuanfei exclaimed, crushing the cup in his hands with palpable rage. Director Jean and his assistant, a young man, huddled together in a corner. Leaning against the wall was a girl in a purple qipao with long legs, her enchanting eyes slightly raised as she sipped water, leaving a faint trace of lipstick on the cup. She looked at Wu Yuanfei and smiled, saying, "Why the ire, my lord? That Wu Gang is merely a soul master. An outsider at that. Losing is losing. Is it truly worth such anger?" Wu Yuanfei turned to her, his gaze softening slightly, yet still laced with irritation. "Do you have confidence in handling that fellow?" The girl placed her cup on the table, covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped and captivating. She spoke softly. This junior indeed is an anomaly. To this day, he has yet to reveal his soul skills, nor even his martial soul. Based on his duel with Wu Gang, his strength rivals that of a newly ascended attack-type Soul King, with defensive capabilities reaching the pinnacle of a Soul King, possibly even beyond. His speed is decent, though likely slower than that of a nimble attack-type Soul King, and he wields the power of thunder energy. He is quite a formidable opponent. Had he not offended you, inviting him to our team might have ensured our dominance in this year's competition. I did not ask you to praise him. Wu Yuanfei slammed the table, his voice stern. The girl, unfazed, chuckled, "My lord, do not rush. Although this junior is indeed an oddity, he is still young. While his martial soul has yet to manifest, judging by his physique, he likely possesses considerable strength. His speed cannot surpass mine, a top-tier Soul King. My offensive methods do not require close proximity. He cannot reach me, yet I can torment him. Thus, this afternoon, I shall emerge victorious." With a gentle flick of her fan, a glimmer of cold light danced in her eyes as she spoke with confidence. Wu Yuanfei gazed at her, refraining from rebuttal, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. The extraordinary prowess Hao Heng had displayed in recent days left him unconvinced of anyone's capabilities. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved an item from behind and handed it to the girl. Upon recognizing what he had offered, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In the afternoon, as the sun shifted to the west, the Soul Arena opened its doors, drawing a swift gathering of people. Yawning, Hao Heng made his way to the players' lounge. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he had taken a brief nap, but was abruptly roused by Hulaina before he could fully awaken. He was now filled with a sense of frustration. Upon opening the door and glancing inside, he found it completely empty. However, he quickly recalled that only 3 remained, likely gathered at the entrance. After closing the door behind him, he proceeded towards the entrance. Indeed, there awaited the flamboyant girl with purple hair and the mischievous red-haired boy. As Hao Heng approached, both of them turned their gazes towards him, their faces adorned with smiles. Hao Heng greeted them politely, reciprocating their smiles. Witnessing Hao Heng's amiable demeanor, the warmth of their smiles deepened. Shortly thereafter, the MC announced that it was time for them to go on stage to draw lots. With only 3 participants remaining, one would be granted a bye. Hao Heng, unfortunately, did not draw the opportunity for a bye. His opponent was the girl in the qipao, seemingly named Ling. Once the drawing of lots was complete, the MC swiftly vanished with a box of lots, while the red-haired child energetically skipped towards the entrance of the competition. This time, even the referee was reluctant to take the stage, instead shouting indistinctly from the sidelines, his face obscured by bandages. The match begins. The cacophony from the audience gradually subsided, and the venue slowly fell into silence, with tens of thousands of eyes fixated on the two contenders in the ring. In this moment, the world was focused solely upon them. Hao Heng caressed his ample belly and chuckled. "Miss, would you like to make the first move?" Ling was momentarily taken aback, concealing her face with her feather fan, and replied with a light laugh, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, she gracefully turned her body, a radiant purple-red light unfurling behind her, cascading down from her neck. It was a cloak woven from feathers that transitioned in hue from deep purple to crimson. Grasping the cloak with one hand and the fan with the other, her eyes sparkled as she pivoted once more. With a flick of her wrist, 3 streaks of luminous energy burst forth from the fan, hurtling towards Hao Heng. The speed of these ethereal beams was astonishing. For the first time, Hao Heng could not discern the nature of his opponent's attack. Although he had the opportunity to evade as the lights shot forth from the fan, he chose not to. Instead, he stood rooted in place, watching in disbelief as the 3 luminous trails pierced into his abdomen. Hao Heng's expression shifted dramatically. Prior to the impact of the luminous strike, he had been smiling jovially, but once struck, the sensation emanating from his abdomen caused his demeanor to darken. He reached down to touch his belly, and upon inspecting his hand, he found it stained with a vivid crimson, though it was merely a superficial wound. It marked the first occasion he had ever been injured by another, a moment to be remembered. Hao Heng gently massaged his fingers, transforming the blood into powdery granules. He then concealed the calm demeanor from his face, directing a serious gaze towards his opponent. "Oh dear, I truly apologize for injuring you, dear boy," he remarked with a light chuckle, before unleashing several streaks of radiant light. Hao Heng, now acutely aware of the gravity of his situation, retreated with caution. His plump figure executed a remarkable series of gymnastic maneuvers, including bending backward, pivoting, and performing flips, deftly evading the oncoming beams of light. Upon glancing upward, he observed his complexion had turned ashen. At that moment, Ling soared into the air, her body spinning rapidly, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles that shot forth from her form, resembling a volley of bullets, engulfing his position in a comprehensive assault. Moreover, what sent a shiver of trepidation through Hao Heng was the sight of 5 soul rings encircling her, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Hao Heng swiftly took flight, evading the dazzling onslaught of beams. Each radiant streak that struck the ground created a gaping pit, a testament to the formidable penetrative power they possessed. After a brief span of mere seconds, Ling descended gracefully, her gaze fixating on the unscathed yet slightly breathless Hao Heng. A frown creased her brow as she coldly inquired, "Dear little brother, are you not going to summon your martial soul? If you delay any further, it may lead to dire consequences, and your very life could be at stake." Hao Heng steadied his breath and chuckled lightly, saying, "Sister, you can unleash a few more waves. I can still endure." "Humph, then here I come." Ling lightly scoffed, stepping forward to pursue Hao Heng with her shimmering strikes. Her speed surpassed his, and her reactions were swifter. Whenever he advanced, she retreated, and when he fell back, she pressed forward, maintaining a distance just within reach of her radiant attacks, rendering Hao Heng unable to touch her at all. The severe consequences of Hao Heng's body refusing to obey commands had arrived. After evading the first 5 waves of attacks, he felt his body slipping from his control. Each evasion required extreme adjustments, rapidly exhausting his mental stamina. Now, he found himself needing to issue commands a full second before raising his foot. From that moment on, he no longer evaded. Instead, he remained stationary, crossing his arms to shield several vital areas while allowing the rest to be struck. After all, these were merely superficial injuries. A short rest would suffice for recovery, likely within mere seconds. He relaxed his mind, granting his brain a brief respite. In a moment of clarity, he discerned the nature of the projectiles assaulting him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were feather-like shards sharper than daggers. To an outsider, his attire appeared tattered, drenched in blood, presenting the image of someone on the brink of defeat with no possibility of retaliation. His demise seemed but a matter of time. Chapter 51. Deceiving you, little brother. You seem to be on the verge of collapse, Ling remarked as she unleashed 3 more beams of light aimed at Hao Heng's eyes and groin. Though her words suggested confidence, her thoughts betrayed her. What a freak. How could he be so resilient? Hao Heng stood his ground, enduring her relentless assault for a full 5 minutes, withstanding over 100 of her strikes. Ling was certain that if a top-tier Soul King were to allow her such an opportunity, even a defensive Soul Master would be left riddled with wounds within this span of time. Yet, this individual remained steadfast, offering no resistance. Externally, he appeared somewhat battered, his body marred by numerous injuries. Blood oozing from his wounds had even begun to congeal, forming a dark red armor upon him. Nevertheless, he refused to falter. Ling found herself on the brink of frustration, her bangs dampened with sweat that dripped in rivulets. As Hao Heng closed his eyes and shielded his lower body with his hand, he effortlessly blocked the 3 streams of light. His expression remained unchanged, yet a distinct cracking sound resonated from within him. Witnessing this new development, Ling was almost driven to madness with excitement. Finally, he was about to summon his martial spirit for battle. Let it come. She gathered 3 feathers between her fingers, concealed behind her cloak, her feet firmly planted on the ground, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Hao Heng indeed made a move, seemingly weary from standing, as he chose to sit cross-legged. This scene left both the audience and Ling in a state of bewilderment, staring at him in a daze. Hao Heng opened his eyes and smiled at Ling, saying, "Sister, please continue. I shall take a brief rest." With that, he lowered his head and began to emit a steady rhythm of snores. Unnoticed by anyone, the wounds hidden beneath the scabs on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Ling relaxed her hands, causing the feathers she held to fall to the ground, creating 3 small craters. Her hands, veins bulging, curled into claw-like shapes as she grasped her hair, her once enchanting face contorting into a fierce grimace. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Do you think I am merely a technician here to scratch your back?" After a moment of furious shouting, she leaped into the air once more, her body spinning swiftly as another wave of radiant feathers rained down upon Hao Heng's position. However, this time was peculiar. 2 rings of soul energy flickered beside her. The feathers that fell to the ground did not vanish as one might expect. In a fit of rage, most of the feathers landed behind Hao Heng, with only a few striking him directly. After a full half-minute of unleashing nearly 1,000 feathers, Ling descended to the ground, her eyes gleaming with malice. She raised a hand that had been concealed beneath her cloak, extending it outward in a pulling gesture as the dark soul ring around her brightened, and a swirl of purple-red light shimmered around her fist. At that moment, the feathers embedded in the ground behind Hao Heng seemed to become animated, shooting up as if drawn by an unseen force, heading toward Ling's direction, with Hao Heng standing in between. In that instant, everyone understood Ling's intent. The power of a single feather was evident to all. It could pierce through the arena floor that had been reinforced 10 times by a soul master capable of manipulating stone and earth. If all those thousands of feathers were to strike Hao Heng, it would undoubtedly cleave him in 2. Even the spectators, seasoned by numerous bloody contests, found it unbearable to envision the scene of Hao Heng being bisected, covering their eyes with their hands. Ling's expression twisted into a cruel smile as the approaching feathers neared Hao Heng. Just as the situation grew dire, Hao Heng abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. "Oomph! It's too late to dodge now," Ling shouted with palpable resentment, adjusting the height of her arms to direct the feathers toward Hao Heng's waist. However, just as the first feather was about to make contact, the crowd was once again left in astonished silence. A blinding golden light erupted from the arena, specifically from Hao Heng's body, causing everyone to squint involuntarily. Within that golden glow, Hao Heng's form began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown to an imposing height of 10 meters. The torrent of feathers swirled beneath him, merging into the luminous orb in Ling's grasp. Ling, gazing up at the 10-meter giant clad in golden armor, found herself momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that her lethal strike had been so effortlessly evaded. However, Hao Heng now found himself in a state of deep frustration. He had not anticipated that summoning his martial spirit would require such an extensive preparation time. Moreover, after the summoning, he discovered that controlling his own body had become increasingly difficult. Yet, the moment was precisely right. He raised his arm high, and a faint surge of soul power flowed into the surrounding purple soul rings, gradually coalescing into a spear infused with both soul energy and thunderous might. Ling, hearing the crackling sounds, glanced back to see the brilliant flashes of lightning. It was impossible for her not to comprehend the imminent danger. Hastily, she began to retreat. However, with his mental and speed attributes amplified tenfold, Hao Heng was no longer the same as before, unable to let her come and go at will. As Ling's feet left the ground, Hao Heng let out a thunderous roar. The sound waves reverberated, causing her head to throb painfully. In a subsequent moment, he swung his arm down, hurling the thunder spear with precision. It plunged downwards, piercing through Ling's abdomen and pinning her to the ground. The thunder within the spear erupted, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her entire being. It was not until a minute later that the spear vanished, leaving only a few tattered strips of cloth to cover her modesty. Ling, charred in billowing smoke, collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolling back in her head. As Hao Heng's soul energy was entirely depleted, he reverted to his original form and slowly approached Ling. The soul energy within the thunder spear was exceedingly meager, and the amassed thunderous energy was insufficient to slay Ling. Thus, he intended to deliver a finishing blow. However, as he drew near, his face flushed crimson, and he bashfully turned his head away. "Please, do not harm me, Junior. I am your senior. I am Ling from the Martial Soul Academy's battle team. If you spare my life, I can recommend you for the team." Recovering from her stupor, Ling, now in a state of panic, waved her arms frantically, pleading with tears in her eyes. Her movement caused several pieces of fabric that concealed her chest to slip, prompting Hao Heng to cough awkwardly before coldly retorting. "Do not jest, senior. I do not harm women." Having uttered these words swiftly, he turned to leave this place of turmoil, wishing to avoid any troubles unbefitting his age. Yet, Ling, aware of her predicament, seemed unfazed. A fierce light ignited in her eyes as she picked up a golden dagger from the ground behind her. This was the item Yuan Feng had given her at noon, the Golden Crow Claw Blade, characteristic of the Jinwu family. Anyone pierced by the Golden Crow Blade would find their wounds ignited by an everlasting solar flame, which would grow stronger and expand, fueled by the blood, flesh, and soul energy of the afflicted, ultimately incinerating them to ashes before extinguishing. Thus, the only path for the victim was to despairingly scream as they were consumed by the flames. Ling had initially intended not to use it, as it was a consumable item and seemingly scarce within the Jinwu family. However, given that Hao Heng had humiliated her so profoundly, she could not let go of her resentment. With a swift step, she positioned herself behind Hao Heng and thrust the dagger forward, grinning maliciously as she inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Hao Heng felt a sharp pain in his back, his eyes widening in shock. He turned around to confront Ling, whose face was twisted into a cruel grin. He instinctively touched his back, realizing his girth prevented him from reaching the spot, yet he knew he had been attacked. With a sigh, he approached and gently caressed Ling's head. You said you wouldn't harm women," he remarked, his voice trembling as he swallowed hard. Glancing at the enormous hand hovering above him, large enough to envelop his entire head, Hao Heng chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her head, and whispered, "Of course. I was merely teasing you." Hao Heng's arm muscles tensed, evoking an image of him crushing a tomato with his hand. With a resounding thud, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, while Hao Heng nonchalantly descended from the arena. Chapter 52. Burns upon leaving the arena. Hao Heng made his way to the restroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. With a half-hour of respite ahead of him, he needed to quickly regain his strength. Of course, before he could rest, he must first remove the object that the woman had so skillfully embedded in him. He reached out, but despite his efforts, his broad physique hindered him significantly. Damn, how adept was this woman at finding the perfect spot? With a visage contorted by rage, Hao Heng turned around, unable to ascertain the location of his wound. In a fit of frustration, he splashed some water on his face, preparing to depart, resigned to the knife lodged within him. At this moment, he felt little sensation and presumed it would not lead to significant consequences. He surmised that Hulaina and the others were likely ensnared amidst the crowd, unable to extricate themselves. He resolved to endure the pain until the final contest concluded, after which he would seek their assistance in tending to his injury. As Hao Heng contemplated, he made his way toward the athlete's lounge, intending to take a brief respite within its confines. However, just as he pulled the door open, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "Don't move." The voice was frigid, unmistakably feminine, and he felt an eerie familiarity with it. As Hao Heng was about to turn and discern the identity of his visitor, a chilling hand pressed against his lower back. Almost immediately, he felt an itch emanating from the wound on his back, as if something were being drawn out. Upon realizing that the individual was there to assist him, Hao Heng stood calmly in place. The person's hand was steady, gently extracting the foreign object bit by bit. Remarkably, during this process, Hao Heng felt no pain whatsoever. Although his physique was robust, it was likely due to the meticulous care of the individual attending to him. Hao Heng could not help but ponder the identity of that person. Did I know them? The voice seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. At last, Hao Heng felt a sense of relief as the pain at his wound subsided. and he was about to turn to express his gratitude when the individual behind him suddenly emitted a soft gasp, as if they had encountered something astonishing. What was the matter? Hao Heng yearned to turn away, yet that hand held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile, and he dared not exert any force. Your wound is rather peculiar, the person behind him remarked coldly. Peculiar? Hao Heng furrowed his brow in confusion and chuckled. Could it be that fellow has smeared poison on the blade? Yet, I feel nothing at all. That seems improbable. It is not poison, the man continued, but fire. Fire? Hao Heng found himself increasingly perplexed. He listened intently as the individual elaborated. Your wound measures merely a finger's length, devoid of any bleeding. The area surrounding the wound is charred and blackened, with a flicker of golden flame igniting within the injury. Furthermore what? No, nothing of consequence. Remain still. Oh, Hao Heng responded with a sound, and in his ears he heard the distant footsteps receding. Subsequently, a low exclamation reached him, sending a chill racing down his spine. He shivered involuntarily as the person spoke again, their tone now imbued with greater astonishment. What is happening? Hao Heng hurriedly inquired. That fire, I cannot extinguish it. A fire that cannot be extinguished? Is that truly the case? Hao Heng sensed the gravity of the situation, swallowing hard as he spoke. He hastily accessed the system and navigated to the attributes panel. Host, Hao Heng. Martial soul, giant, height, 1,000 meters. Condition, fire injury, solar fire toxin, erupting once every hour. The first occurrence consumes 100 constitution attribute points, with each subsequent hour increasing consumption by 1 additional point. This effect is unextinguishable. Soul power level, 20. Soul power reserve, 1. 000000000 recovers 100 points per second. Stamina, 100, recovers 5 points per minute. Note, once stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards while continuing to engage in task training. Strength, 20,000. Speed, 17,000. Constitution, 169,900. Fire injury. Spirit, 17,000. Distributable attribute points, 0. Special abilities, sleep recovery breathing method. Level 2. Passive effect, stamina recovery enhancement, 5 points per minute. Soul power reserve recovery enhancement, 100 points per second. Active effect, rapidly induces sleep, significantly enhances injury recovery capability by 100 times. Soul power recovers 200 points per second. Stamina recovers 2 points per second. And increases soul power limit by 100 points per hour. Thunder cleansing method, utilizing thunder as water, purging the impurities of the mortal body, forging an unparalleled divine physique. First layer, completion progress. 100 constitution increases tenfold. Second layer, completion progress. 1 constitution increases hundredfold. Third layer, completion progress. 0 constitution increases thousandfold. Fifth layer, completion progress. 0 constitution increases 10,000-fold. Sixth layer, completion progress. 0 gains the indestructible body of the raging thunder. Equipped items, indestructible underwear. Skills, first soul skill, thunder gold armor. Unbelievable. How can that woman be so malicious? After reviewing his own status, Hao Heng's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in fury. If you had maintained your previous decisive and ruthless methods, you would not have encountered this calamity, mocked the figure behind him with a cold laugh. Hao Heng, feeling dejected, lowered his head, simmering with frustration. However, he reflected that the other person had just assisted him, making it unreasonable to direct his anger towards her. Ultimately, he recognized that the fault lay within himself. Suddenly, a flying dagger whizzed past the corner of Hao Heng's eye, embedding itself in the door before him. His nerves tensed as he turned around, ready to ascertain her intentions. Yet, the figure did not reveal her face. Leaving only a silhouette with cascading icy blue hair that cascaded to her waist, her stature tall and slender. Hao Heng recalled for a moment and soon remembered who this person was. It was that cold-faced senior from the library who showed no sympathy. He never imagined she would come to his aid. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, only to remember that she ought to express her gratitude, just as she prepared to speak. However, she had already turned the corner, her figure vanishing at the end of the corridor. Hao Heng pondered for a moment, deciding to seek her out later to express his gratitude. Shaking his head, he entered the lounge. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber within the combat arena, Wu Yuanfei slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming with exuberance, "Excellent, splendid work." Standing beside him, Director Jean wore a troubled expression and said, "My lord, Ling is affiliated with the battle team. If she perishes here, how shall I explain it to them?" Wu Yuanfei waved his hand dismissively, his gaze tinged with disdain. That incompetent fool. She boasted before the match, yet during the competition, that kid gave her every opportunity, and she still couldn't manage to die. Do not mention her again. Were it not for that stab she inflicted before her demise, I would relish in reducing her to ashes. He scoffed, then turned to glance at Director Jean, adding, If they inquire, let them come to me. I shall provide them with an explanation. A fleeting smile crossed Director Jin's face before he quickly composed himself, his gaze drifting to a plate on the table where a bone lay. My lord, what about this item? Wu Yuanfei cast a glance at it, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Despite the Jinwu family's considerable gains over the years due to the Pope's patronage, parting with a piece of soul bone to deal with that boy was still a bitter pill to swallow. However, he had no choice. With many instructors and elders from various academies reporting to the offering hall about the issues arising from this competition, any further complications in the rewards could jeopardize his standing. No matter how useful he might be, he was now caught in a dilemma. To give or not to give, both options fraught with difficulty. Gnashing his teeth at the corner of the wooden table, he declared with fierce intensity, Although that boy is as good as dead, I cannot allow him to easily take my possessions. He extended his hand, a shimmering white light emanating from it, revealing a chest of reddish-brown wood. He handed it to Director Jean, instructing, Deliver this to Yuan Yin and inform him to use it directly at the start of the match. I will ensure his affairs are taken care of after. Director Jean accepted the item, surreptitiously opening it for a glimpse, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. Swallowing hard, he stammered, My lord, once this is used, regardless of victory or defeat, he will certainly lose his life. Will Yuan Yin agree to use it? Wu Yuanfei frowned at him, his impatience palpable, yet he clarified, Do not worry. Yuan Yin is merely a pawn cultivated by our family. He knows well what he ought to do and what he ought not. Then, that is reassuring. I shall take my leave now. Director Jean sighed, holding the box along with the soul bone on the table. Wu Yuanfei glanced at the soul bone once more, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. Chapter 53. The fire ape at the entrance of the arena stood a slender figure, no taller than 1.5 meters, with a tuft of red hair atop his head. Leaning against the wall, his bulging eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, unbothered. Director Jean approached, casting a glance at the audience. Those needing to relieve themselves did so, while others munched on seeds. No one seemed to notice the peculiar scene. He then lowered his gaze, only to meet the round, lifeless eyes of the small man. A jolt of fear constricted his heart, prompting him to take a few steps back. From the moment he laid eyes on this individual, Director Jean sensed that he was far from ordinary. Just one look into those oversized eyes sent a chill through him, as if they were silently challenging him. What are you looking at? Are you provoking me? It felt like the man could spring into action at any moment. Thus, Director Jean kept his distance. But the thought that he would soon have to hand over the item to him gnawed at his mind. Would he, in a fit of rage, turn on him once he received it? Swallowing hard, Director Jean cautiously extended his hand, offering the item. This. Lord Wu instructed me to deliver this to you. Yuan Yin blinked several times before lowering his gaze to the object in Director Jin's hand. He took it, opened the box, revealing a crimson pill, the size of a walnut. Upon seeing this, Yuan Yin exuded an overwhelming aura, causing Director Jin's legs to tremble. Behind that frail figure, he glimpsed a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. Lord Wu asked you to give me this? It was the first time Yuan Yin spoke before him, his voice grating, laced with bitterness. His breath became heavier as he replied firmly, Yes. Yuan Yin gritted his teeth, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth, his large eyes now appearing somewhat terrifying, with blood vessels resembling writhing snakes snaking across the whites, converging toward the pupils. Oomph. Yuan Yin extracted the pill, his eyes narrowing into slits as his breathing gradually steadied. I understand. You may leave now. Tell the Lord I will surely satisfy him. I shall take my leave then. Director Jean held his breath, inching backward until he was completely enveloped in darkness before turning to flee. Yuan Yin gazed at the crimson pill in his hand, licking his lips. This was indeed a valuable treasure. In the shadowy underbelly of the market, a singular item, known as the explosive soul pill, can fetch an astounding price of 5,000 soul coins. Consuming it bestows the user with double the soul power, enhanced physical strength, and remarkable improvements in speed and defense. However, once the effects wane, the most favorable outcome could lead to paralysis of the limbs. Indeed, a remarkable item, Lord Wu. Yuan Yin clenched his fist, his lips quivering as he slowly began to smile. Hao Heng stretched lazily, yawning as he approached another arena entrance. His voice somewhat chilly. echoed as he remarked that one must cover oneself with a blanket while sleeping. Otherwise, one might catch a cold. Hao Heng felt an irresistible urge to sneeze. Yet he was unable to do so. Outside, the voice of the MC resonated. Below, the finals of the Soul Combat Championship were about to commence. With Hao Heng pitted against Yuan Yen, Hao Heng patted his chubby cheeks twice, blinked, and ascended the stage. Once on the platform, his gaze remained fixed on the slender figure approaching him, who was of equal height. A sense of vigilance began to stir within him. Hao Heng dared not underestimate him, unlike other spectators who judged him by his unremarkable appearance. Upon their first encounter in the lounge, Hao Heng instantly recognized that this individual was far from ordinary. Subsequently, after witnessing 2 of his matches, Hao Heng's initial impression was confirmed. This man was nothing short of a devil. Like Hao Heng, he had yet to summon his martial soul, seemingly emulating Hao Heng by employing overwhelming speed and strength to rend his opponents asunder. Quite literally. Each battle, he would use his own hands to tear his adversaries apart, relishing in the anguished cries that echoed from them. Hao Heng mused that, had this been a past life, there would be no need for any testing. The asylum would eternally be this fellow's abode. The other individual was also gazing at Hao Heng, his eyes wide open to an extreme, imparting a sensation that he might tear apart at any moment. The surrounding scara were veined with blood, while his pupils were constricted to the size of a sesame seed. The referee, having observed that neither party exhibited any inclination to concede, summoned his courage and shouted boldly between them, "The match begins!" With that proclamation, he swiftly turned on his heel, his face contorted by the biting wind as he rushed off the stage, leaving the battlefield to the 2 combatants. Hao Heng took a few deep breaths, assumed a stance, and earnestly declared, "Come." Yuan Yen smiled broadly, opened his hands to reveal a crimson elixir, tossed it into the air, and, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, caught it in his mouth before swallowing it down. Immediately, Hao Heng felt as if a volcano were erupting before him. Waves of scorching heat surged forth relentlessly like an encroaching tide. Dark red flames erupted from Yuan Yan's body, his limbs swelling as if inflated, his stature rapidly increasing. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he reached 20 meters. 20 meters. It was the first time Hao Heng had encountered such a towering adversary. A colossal ape, engulfed in flames, with long arms and short legs, its body cloaked in fur. Those eyes blazed like twin suns, casting radiant light upon Hao Heng. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the feelings of those who faced opponents like himself. Confronting a foe of such imposing stature, exuding terror, one could scarcely muster the courage to resist. The mere thought of soiling oneself in fear seemed a dignified outcome. Yet, this sensation was undeniably disconcerting. Hao Heng let out a low grunt, contemplating the situation. Yuan Yan's attack was imminent and straightforward. He raised one hand and brought it down with force. Facing an adversary with a significant advantage for the first time, Hao Heng found himself at a loss for a strategy and could only raise his hand to meet the assault. As the 2 forces collided, his expression shifted dramatically. He was overwhelmed and sent flying. With a cough, he felt a tickle in his throat and, unable to suppress it, expelled a mouthful of blood onto the ground. After rolling several times, he finally came to a halt. Quickly regaining his footing, he touched his mouth with his thumb, licking his lips as a fierce flame ignited in his eyes. He thought to himself, what a predicament. The opponent's strength was formidable. Although it did not evoke the complete helplessness he had felt during his first encounter with Xiangzu, he had to concede that he was indeed being crushed. This realization filled him with rage. No, an overwhelming fury. It was as if a fire burned within him, a searing heat more unbearable than the sun's blaze and the wound on his back. As if sensing his turmoil, the colossal fire ape prepared to strike once more. He raised both arms, and 5 soul rings appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. A purple soul ring flickered as flames erupted from the ape, coalescing in his palms, forming a swirling fireball that grew larger by the moment. Sensing the immense heat and volatile energy contained within the fireball, Hao Heng dared not underestimate it. He swiftly charged towards the giant ape, determined to interrupt the attack. However, halfway through his advance, the giant ape ceased to gather flames, unleashing a fireball, now the size of a soccer ball, that crashed to the ground as he braced himself with both hands. Hao Heng felt the ground tremble beneath him. Upon glancing at the colossal ape, he noticed that the previously dimmed soul ring had reignited, this time in a vibrant shade of purple. The earth quaked once more, sinking slightly, and then a towering pillar of fire erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky. Hao Heng stood at the center, his figure shrouded amidst the towering flames. Chapter 54. I have endured you for long enough. The heat surged like a tidal wave, the crimson inferno erupting to the ceiling, scorching a vast circular hole. After several long seconds, the flames began to recede slowly, and a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The colossal fire ape rose upright, its fiery eyes glaring fiercely, as if it could see through the haze and pin down the figure within. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the dust parted, and a dark silhouette lunged towards the fire ape's abdomen. The fire ape's face contorted in agony, its massive body swaying unsteadily before it staggered backward a few paces. Meanwhile, the shadow descended to the ground, revealing a figure to the onlookers. It was none other than Hao Heng, enveloped in darkness, clad solely in black shorts, emanating heat. Hao Heng currently feels utterly unwell, not solely due to the layer of charred skin on his exterior. Although the fire was intense, it primarily inflicted damage upon his flesh, while his internal organs were only minimally affected. With a night's rest, he is likely to recover. What vexed Hao Heng was the realization that, in the face of this colossal ape, he could not dominate his opponent as effortlessly as before. The adversary was merely a soul king, yet he found himself in such a diminished state, which was utterly unacceptable. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. As the fire ape regained its composure, it raised its massive hand, its soul rings shimmering. Flames surged around its form, coalescing into a gigantic fireball within its palm, which was then hurled towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng swiftly retreated to evade the colossal hand, which crashed down upon the ground, resulting in an explosion of fireballs. The flames transformed into fiery projectiles that erupted in all directions like a dazzling display of fireworks. Hao Heng had acted preemptively, yet he still fell victim to subsequent tactics, as two stones enveloped in flames struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward and creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Emerging from the pit, the fire ape rose once more, its other hand clenched into a fist, poised to unleash a devastating blow. Hao Heng, unable to withstand the attack, could only swiftly evade. The fire ape, relying on its immense strength, relentlessly pressured Hao Heng with throwable fireballs, preventing him from closing in while simultaneously forcing him to divide his attention to guard against the fiery projectiles. Hao Heng exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Yet as the attacks intensified, his mental fortitude swiftly waned, causing his body to gradually slip from his control. In a moment of distraction, he was struck directly by a fireball, engulfed in flames, and rendered momentarily frozen in place. Observing this, the fire ape's eyes blazed with fury as it pressed its arms against the ground. The soul rings shimmered, and the earth trembled, unleashing another pillar of fire that erupted from beneath Hao Heng's feet. This fire column was considerably larger than the previous one, indicating the fire ape's determination to ensure Hao Heng's demise with a single, lethal strike. However, fate would not align with its wishes. 5 seconds after the pillar ascended, a brilliant golden light burst forth from its core. A formidable aura descended like divine wrath, causing the audience in the arena to feel a tightening sensation in their chests, all eyes turning towards the fire column, anticipating an emergence. Suddenly, a colossal arm extended from the fiery column, seizing the fire ape by its head and forcefully driving it down into the ground. A thunderous boom resonated as an enraged voice echoed from within the column. I have endured you for far too long. As the fire column dissipated, a 20-meter giant clad in golden armor, wreathed in thunder, stood revealed. The giant glared fiercely, raising one massive hand to clench a fist. The audience beheld the muscles of the giant's arm undulating like a great serpent, each segment swelling with raw power, as if energy coalesced within the sinews, flowing toward his fist. With the fire ape's head pinned to the ground, its face pressed against the earth, it unleashed a furious roar, flames surging around it. As the giant released its grip, the fire ape braced itself to rise. But the giant's long-prepared fist descended with explosive force, targeting the back of its skull. The pent-up power was unleashed in an instant, creating a turbulent wave of energy that transformed into mist, the very space quaking with rippling distortions. The giant's punch drove the fire ape's entire head into the ground, splitting the thick arena floor open into a long fissure centered around the fire ape's cranium, dividing the stage into 2 segments. The spectators gazed in awe at the golden armored giant, half obscured by the swirling dust and mist, utterly speechless as the uproar faded into silence. A howl erupted. In the midst of swirling dust, the fire ape let out a thunderous roar, unwilling to endure humiliation. He raised his flaming fist and struck towards the giant's visage. The giant, unfazed, raised his hand to meet the blow. When their fists collided, a visible shockwave reverberated outward, causing the eardrums of all present to tremble as if someone were beating drums beside them. The giant effectively blocked the incoming strike and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at the chest of the fire ape, who was crouched low on the ground. The force was so tremendous that it sent the fire ape's massive form soaring several meters into the air before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. The spectators seated in the front row were thrown into a frenzy. When the fire ape hurtled towards them, they instinctively prepared to flee, but the sheer number of people rendered escape impossible. Fortunately, the fire ape halted just in time, revealing only half of his head. Otherwise, they would have been among the first casualties of the tournament. As the fire ape lay on the ground, not immediately rising, the giant refrained from pursuing, for their colossal bodies require a moment's preparation for each assault. In the ensuing combat, both adversaries were intent on eliminating one another with finality. Hao Heng's current situation is quite peculiar. He remains oblivious to the flow of soul power within him. Yet, inexplicably, his martial spirit has emerged. Moments ago, when enveloped by a column of fire, a chill gripped his heart, for he knew that another strike would inevitably lead to severe injury. In this critical moment, an intense anger erupted from within his being, not from his conscious mind, but from his body itself, which summoned forth his martial spirit. Now, his consciousness resembles that of an observer, watching the unfolding battle while it is his body that engages in the conflict. This predicament is dire, as a relationship between his consciousness and body mirrors that of an emperor and his subjects. The emperor issues commands, yet now the subjects deem their sovereign ineffective, revolting and casting him aside to act on their own accord. Hao Heng currently feels a profound sense of frustration. It is, after all, his own body that refuses to heed his commands. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realizes that the body is indeed a part of himself. Therefore, why should he feel constrained by his own being? After some reflection, Hao Heng concludes that the issue lies within his consciousness, which has been usurped of its dominant role, naturally leading to feelings of indignation. Nevertheless, he resolves to elevate his mental acuity post-haste, for if his body has lost control once, it is certain to do so again. Should such a loss of control occur in daily life, the consequences would be dire. The fire ape lay on the ground for half a minute before finally pushing himself up, roaring furiously at Hao Heng. The giant, unwilling to indulge him, returned the roar. The clash of their voices resonated, causing the entire arena to tremble, with Hao Heng's voice slightly higher than that of the fire ape. Unable to endure the encounter any longer, the fire ape pressed his arms against the ground and charged towards the giant. The giant prepared to strike. As the fire ape closed in, he leaped into the air, towering above, and swung his fist, only to miss. The giant sidestepped and countered with a powerful punch, landing squarely on the fire ape's face, crushing it inward. The fire ape collapsed. The giant loomed over him, delivering one punch after another. Boom, boom. The spectators, watching the increasingly chaotic ring, could no longer discern the forms of the two colossal beings. They could only hear the deep, resonant sounds of fists colliding, indicating that the battle raged on. After 5 minutes, the sounds ceased, the dust settled, and a beam of golden light pierced through the haze. The giant raised his fist triumphantly, letting out a long, victorious roar, while beneath him lay the fire ape, its head crushed. Chapter 55. Absorbing the soul bone, the sun relentlessly ascended from the east, casting its warm rays upon the vast expanse of the earth. Wisps of steam rose from freshly steamed buns, and Hulaina gazed at them for a moment before raising her head to address the burly owner of the bun shop. "Sir, I would like 10 of these buns, please." The owner furrowed his brow, glancing at the petite girl and then at his own buns, each the size of 3 fists. He questioned, "Little girl, can you eat that much?" Hulaina blinked, contemplated for a moment, and replied earnestly, "Perhaps that 1 tea even suffice." 5 minutes later, Hulaina emerged from the food street, struggling under the weight of 2 large bags, swaying as she made her way toward the dormitory area. "Sister." Just as she squeezed out of the crowd, she heard her brother's voice. Looking up, she saw the 2 of them jogging towards her. "Let's assist you." Xiaoyu and Yin each took one of Hulaina's bags, smiling as they did so. Hulaina regarded them with suspicion and inquired, "Such unsolicited kindness. Are you up to something?" "Sister, how can you say such a thing? As your brother, is it not my duty to sincerely help you? You are not that kind of person." Hulaina directly exposed the truth, which rendered both Xiaoyu and Yin with expressions of embarrassment as they exchanged awkward smiles. Yin, suppressing his laughter, turned to Hulaina and stammered, "Well, actually, we genuinely wish to assist you, and we were hoping you could inquire whether our master is accepting disciples, as we aspire to train alongside him." Prior to the commencement of the tournament, Xiaoyu and Yin had merely considered Hao Heng to be slightly older than themselves, having awakened their martial spirits earlier, thus possessing somewhat superior strength. However, after the tournament, if they failed to recognize that the disparity between themselves and Hao Heng was as vast as the heavens and the earth, they would be fools indeed. Therefore, influenced by their admiration for the powerful and encouraged by Hulaina's revelation that Hao Heng practiced diligently each morning, they contemplated the possibility of persuading Hulaina to speak to Hao Heng on their behalf, for who would not desire to grow stronger? Hulaina rolled her eyes at them, then, with a clever glint, replied, "First, assist me in returning these items. He is likely still asleep. Once he awakens, you can speak to him yourselves. Please, dear sister, just say a few kind words for your brother," they implored. Indeed. In the dormitory area, within a quaint villa, Hao Heng, clad only in trousers, lay sprawled on his bed, soundly asleep. As he breathed deeply, the charred area on his face began to regenerate flesh, transforming into fair skin. A night of restful slumber had nearly healed his wounds, save for the one on his back. His formidable healing abilities had continuously suppressed the spread of the flames. Yet no matter the method he employed, including the painful sacrifice of flesh, he could not extinguish the fire within that wound. Consequently, Hao Heng could only sleep bare-chested, which was rather bothersome. Sunlight streamed through the window, gradually inching closer until it touched his fingertips, prompting Hao Heng to awaken abruptly. Initially disoriented, he surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming he was at home, exhaled a sigh of relief. After rising and freshening up, he seated himself at the dining table just as the front door swung open, and Hulaina entered with Xiaoyu and Yin in tow. "Junior brother, you're awake. I prepared breakfast for you," exclaimed Hulaina as she swiftly snatched 2 bags from Xiaoyu and Yin and hurried to the table, placing them before Hao Heng. Hao Heng smiled at her and said, "Thank you, senior sister." He then began to indulge in his meal with great fervor. For the injuries he sustained the previous night had left him utterly famished. His body had visibly thinned, and if he did not eat soon, he felt he might perish. However, as he continued to partake in his feast, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. While he had grown accustomed to being observed by his senior sister as he ate, he couldn't help but wonder about the peculiar behavior of the 2 others present. Hao Heng cast a piercing gaze at both Xiaoyu and Yin, remaining silent. After a few moments of contemplation, Xiaoyu and Yin swallowed nervously before finally articulating their intentions. Hao Heng nodded in understanding, swallowing the food in his mouth, and inquired, "So, you wish to accompany me in my cultivation, correct?" "Indeed." Both Xiaoyu and Yin responded eagerly, nodding swiftly. Hao Heng picked up a freshly steamed bun, tearing it apart to reveal the succulent meat filling within. "It's not impossible," he remarked, "but I do need you to do me a favor." To which we readily agreed to assist him with whatever he required. Hao Heng swallowed the bun, turned to the side, revealing a grotesque scar, and said, "The fire within this wound is beyond my capacity to manage." Xiaoyu and Yan's faces turned pale, contemplating that if even this peculiar individual could not alleviate the wound, what hope did they have? They had witnessed Hulaina severing the flesh from the wound the previous night, and how the fresh tissue ignited anew, thus fully aware of the tenacity of this flame. Yet, Hao Heng continued, "Because of this, I am unable to wear clothing. If you can devise a means for me to don a shirt, I shall take you both along for practice. As for apprenticeship, that is unnecessary. Simply resolving the issue of the garment is straightforward." The 2 simultaneously had a thought, exchanged glances, and swiftly dashed outside, disappearing in an instant. Hulaina observed the anxious duo, rolled her eyes, and then looked back at Hao Heng's wound, expressing her concern. "Junior brother, this injury is quite troublesome. Perhaps we should seek master's assistance?" Hao Heng shook his head and replied, "No need, senior sister. There is no issue. My master has been rather busy lately, and there's no need to trouble him over such trifles. I can handle it myself." Although Hulaina was concerned, seeing Hao Heng so resolute, she had no choice but to relent. Then, as if recalling something, she stood up and departed. After a while, she returned, carrying a tray. "Senior sister, this is..." Hao Heng gazed at the contents of the plate, perplexed, and inquired. Hulaina replied, "You were gravely injured yesterday. Did you not leave immediately after the battle? Last night, after you had fallen asleep, the director delivered the prize to you. This is the eternal head soul bone." Hao Heng picked up the object on the plate, examined it thoughtfully, and remarked with a smile, "This item resembles a golden hoop. if one were to wear it? Would it not impose control over the wearer? Hu Laina set down the plate, her gaze filled with confusion and intrigue. Hao Heng refrained from saying much more, taking an object and placing it upon his head. To his surprise, it fit perfectly, resting just above his eyebrows. He then exerted considerable effort to summon a strand of soul power. Controlling his body had become increasingly arduous. As the soul power coursed through his bones, he felt the golden hoop atop his head grow warm, almost scalding, as if it were on the verge of melting his skin and merging with his very bones. From Hua Laina's perspective, Hao Heng's entire head was enveloped in a swirling cloud, radiating vibrant hues. She was bewildered by the unfolding events and dared not intervene. As Hao Heng felt an increasing warmth and pressure in his head, a sudden sensation of coolness surged from his mind down to his spine, permeating his entire being. It was akin to the frigid shock one experiences when a bucket of cold water is unexpectedly poured over them amidst the frigid winter while being engulfed in scalding hot water. It was nearly impossible for his senses not to awaken. With his eyes closed and his body trembling slightly, he became acutely aware of the concern emanating from Hu Laina standing nearby, as well as the sounds of the wind rustling outside and the chirping of insects hidden among the flowers. Although separated by walls, these sounds resonated as clearly as if they were right beside him. His consciousness seemed to sharpen significantly, and Hao Heng promptly recognized this realization. He summoned the system and glanced at the equipment item section. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear, head soul bone, from the 50,000-year-old soul beast, Ling Meng Yao Dai, accompanied by the skill. Dreamlight emits a beam of colorful light, instantly inducing dreams upon contact. The duration of the dream is influenced by the soul power input. 1,000 soul power equals 1 second. Content can be freely generated or altered. Note, the greater the disparity in strength between the subject and the host, the weaker the effect. Wearing the complete set yields the following effects. Mental, 1,000,000. Speed, 20,000. What a remarkable soul bone. Hao Heng's countenance was bright with joy, and a flicker of thought stirred within him. The majority of his soul power was mobilized, circulating through the meridians he could perceive in accordance with his intent. Although his spirit had yet to align with his physical attributes, they were already of the same magnitude. The few tens of thousands that remained would soon be replenished. However, a troubling issue arose. Despite his lengthy practice, his current strength was, rather disconcertingly, the weakest. Hao Heng, feeling helpless, thought to himself. Chapter 56, The Cold-Faced Senior Sister. After having lunch at noon, after Hao Heng acclimated to the changes brought by the soul bone, he sat on the ground, troubled by the wound on his back. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 2 figures dashed in. "Boss, we have found it," Xiaoyu and Yin exclaimed breathlessly as they rushed to Hao Heng, leaning on their knees as they spoke. Hao Heng scrutinized them for a moment, and then noticed the bag they were dragging behind. "What is that?" he inquired. Yin pulled the bag closer, and Xiaoyu unzipped it, retrieving an iron vest, a genuine piece crafted from steel, its dark surface glistening before Hao Heng's eyes. "Boss, what do you think?" Xiaoyu asked, shaking it with pride, clearly pleased with his own idea. Hao Heng rose to his feet and delicately examined the iron vest. Noting its considerable thickness, he looked up and remarked, "This should suffice." "Boss, your wound on the back is merely a small one. If you don this and then wear a coat over it, wouldn't that work? Give it a try." As he spoke, Xiaoyu began to unfasten the row of buttons on the front of the vest, preparing to drape it over Hao Heng. Hao Heng had no choice but to don the armor, and then he felt, not bad at all. He shook himself a few times and said casually, "This iron vest fits snugly. Externally, it appeared quite thick and heavy, yet once worn, it felt surprisingly light, almost to the point of discomfort." He turned around to allow Xiaoyu and the others to inspect his back. "How does it look? Is every wound concealed?" Xiaoyu and her companion stood up, approached him, and after a thorough examination, assured him, "Rest easy, boss. Not a single mark is visible." Hao Heng contemplated for a moment. The wound rested upon his scapula, and it indeed required complete concealment. With a surge of excitement, he exclaimed, "Quickly, bring me my overcoat." Before long, Hao Heng was fully attired, standing before the mirror to assess his appearance. He donned a pristine white woolen undershirt, a brown long robe coupled with a leather outer coat, complemented by black trousers and white cloth shoes. Hao Heng nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "You have done well in this matter. So, boss, when shall we commence our training?" Yin inquired, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Hao Heng cast a glance at him and said, "Tomorrow, come find me at dawn." After speaking, he squeezed past the 2 individuals and strode outside, leaving the bewildered Xiaoyu and the others staring at one another in confusion. In the serene and tranquil library of the Martial Soul Academy, silence reigned, devoid of any disturbances. Due to the ongoing class hours, few individuals occupied the space. At the entrance, there stood a large wooden table, upon which a stack of white papers was piled high, resembling a small mountain. Behind this mound, a rattan lounge chair was positioned, and a strikingly beautiful young woman with flowing blue and white hair held a book before her face, cradling her arms and resting her legs atop the table, seemingly indulging in a mid-afternoon nap. Hao Heng concealed himself behind a grand tree, distant from the entrance, peering stealthily within. Upon discerning the demeanor of the gatekeeper, a look of delight graced his countenance. He approached the entrance cautiously, deliberately steering clear of the wooden table by the door. As he passed a sign warning against the entry of open flames, he was on the verge of immersing himself in the sea of books when a chilling voice resonated from behind. Halt! Hao Heng's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of determination crossing his brow. Just as he prepared to stride forward, the person behind him spoke again. Should you take another step, I shall petition the Academy to formally prohibit you from entering the library. Senior, there is no need for such measures. I merely wish to peruse some books. Am I contravening any regulations? Hao Heng turned around helplessly, gazing at the approaching figure. The individual had long, flowing hair and skin as smooth as cream, pure as snow, with eyes resembling sparkling jewels, translucent and radiant. However, the slender physique appeared somewhat frail, and there was an air of excessive chilliness. The cold-faced senior walked up behind Hao Heng and gently pressed her fingers against the wound on his back, her brow furrowing. She then moved toward a nearby wooden sign and tapped it a few times, indicating, "No open flames allowed inside." Hao Heng, composed and unruffled, replied, "I haven't brought any open flames. Where are they?" He glanced around, shrugging in confusion. A cold chuckle escaped the senior as she seized Hao Heng by the collar, forcefully dragging him out. Hao Heng had contemplated remaining steadfast within the library, yet after his initial attempt, he dismissed the notion entirely. The prowess of this senior was truly unfathomable. Despite her seemingly frail and diminutive appearance, she possessed an undeniable strength. On his first endeavor to linger in the library, she had effortlessly created a substantial hole in the wall with her bare hands. It is crucial to acknowledge that the stone utilized in the library was as hard as diamond, and for Hao Heng to penetrate, it would require a strength far beyond a mere 100 meters in height. Moreover, it was impossible for him to summon his martial spirit to engage in combat with her. He could only resign himself to being unceremoniously tossed out of the library. Promptly rising to his feet with eyes wide in fury, teeth clenched in frustration. As the senior turned her head slightly, he quickly masked his expression. "Address your wounds first, then return," she stated before resuming her seat behind the wooden table. Hao Heng crouched before the wooden table, his hands interlaced, resting his chin upon his arms as he gazed at her intently. Perhaps Hao Heng's fervent gaze was too intense, for the cold-faced senior furrowed her brows, set aside her book, and with a hint of anger inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Hao Heng displayed a sorrowful expression and implored, "Senior, please save me." The senior took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions and replied, "I am not a doctor, nor do I possess healing soul skills. You have come to the wrong person. No, senior, please listen to me. You are aware of my wounds. I have tried all conventional methods, and the flames simply cannot be extinguished. If I cannot suppress this fire, I will eventually be consumed by it. There's a way. I need to find a soul ring that is suitable for me, one that can help me control it and transform this waste into treasure. Please, allow me to enter and search. I assure you I will be cautious." The cold-faced senior gazed at Hao Heng's face and asked with a hint of confusion, "Your martial spirit is not of the fire attribute. How could there be a soul ring that is suitable for you and can assist you in controlling the flames?" How did the senior know that my martial spirit was not of the fire attribute? Hao Heng retorted. The senior's sister was taken aback, her gaze faltering as she looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hao Heng, unaware of her unusual demeanor, mistakenly assumed she was merely upset. He quickly reassured her, "Rest assured. Senior sister, there are countless soul beasts. Surely one will be suitable for me. What do you say, senior sister? May I enter? Senior sister?" Hao Heng tilted his head and inquired, "Senior, may I ask?" The senior coughed a few times and replied coldly, "Just wait here." She then rose and walked into the library. After 10 minutes, she emerged, carrying a substantial stack of books, which she thumped down in front of Hao Heng. He flipped through the volumes, all of which pertained to soul beasts, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked up and asked, "Senior, may I take these home to read?" "No, you can sit there and search." The stern senior gestured towards the threshold. "Well, all right then," he acquiesced. Hao Heng, undeterred, picked up a book, and casually placed it on the threshold. As he flipped through its pages, he inadvertently remarked, "By the way, Senior, I've known you for quite some time, yet I still don't know your name." The aloof Senior lowered her head, her petite face no larger than a palm, blushing with a delicate hue that made one irresistibly tempted to take a playful bite. Luuli. Oh, what? Hao Heng lifted his head. Having been engrossed in his book, he had not heard clearly. "It's nothing." The aloof Senior let out a cold huff, turning back to her seat and concealing her face behind the pages of her book. Chapter 57. The Sun's Fiery Wrath. The aloof Senior pointed the way on a solitary morning. Hao Heng rose from his bed, donning the iron armor vest for the third time. His countenance bore no sorrow or joy, yet within his gaze lingered an indelible trace of melancholy. Today marked the first month after the conclusion of the Soul Combat Championship. As spring yielded to summer, the blazing sun hung overhead, compelling passers-by to seek refuge in the shade. However, even as Hao Heng sheltered within his room, the sunlight seemed to bend and invade, subjecting him to an unbearable heat. He opened his status panel to review his condition. Fire damage. Sun's blaze. 782 constitution points per hour. Hao Heng felt as though his head had swelled considerably. Over the course of this month, although the wound on his back showed no signs of expansion due to his extraordinary healing abilities derived from his breathing technique, the continuous depletion of 700 points from his physical attributes every hour was indeed a source of great distress. While he could momentarily counteract the onslaught of the sun's fire by relying on the second layer of the thunder cleansing technique, which granted him an increase of 1,000 attribute points with each strike of lightning, he feared that should this continue, there may come a day when even sitting beneath the relentless thunder would not spare him from being reduced to ashes by the searing flames. Throughout this month, he had not been idle in his efforts. He had specifically sought out Bibi Dong for counsel. However, she informed him that the sun's fire was not insurmountable. It merely required her to sever the connection between the essence of the sun's fire and the flesh of Hao Heng using spider venom, followed by the excision of the affected area for complete eradication. Upon examining the spider venom she provided, he noted that its use would result in a direct reduction of 80 points from his physical attributes. Such a prospect was unacceptable to him, as he had elevated his spiritual attributes to match his physical ones, both standing at 170,000. A sudden decrease of 80 points could yield unforeseen and potentially disastrous consequences. After considering several alternative methods recommended by Bibi Dong, he became resolute in his intention to harness a soul ring capable of controlling that accursed sun's fire. Consequently, he devoted countless hours each day at the entrance of the library from dawn until dusk. This extensive reading allowed him to acquire a wealth of knowledge regarding various soul beasts. Regrettably, none of the information aligned with his requirements. After dressing meticulously and completing his morning routine, Hao Heng stepped out of his house and made his way to the library. Upon his arrival, a graceful figure simultaneously reached the entrance. The two exchanged glances for a few moments before the aloof Senior, Luo, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She then produced a key and unlocked the brass padlock. Hao Heng assisted by pushing open the grand door, and without hesitation, he eagerly seized the book he had been reading the night before, a tome chronicling the ethereal beings of avian spirits. Hao Heng pondered that the sun was inextricably linked to the legendary Golden Crow. While the teacher he encountered during the assessment, who claimed to possess a Golden Crow martial soul, appeared somewhat comical, it was conceivable that such a creature might indeed exist on this vast continent. If he could hunt a Golden Crow to serve as a martial soul, the flames of the sun would undoubtedly become manageable. However, much to his disappointment, not only was the Golden Crow elusive, but even birds with fire attributes were exceedingly rare to find. The tome he perused contained records of over 1,000 species of bird soul masters, yet he had only examined half of it. The majority of these avian beings possessed either wind attributes or attributes of strength and speed. As for those with fire attributes, there were merely 2 or 3, and they were of a low grade, fundamentally incapable of surpassing the millennium threshold characteristic of powerful soul beasts. Hao Heng felt increasingly agitated, the wounds on his back growing ever more searing. Under ordinary circumstances, anyone else would have been on the brink of collapse by now. Fortunately, he had elevated his mental attributes. Otherwise, he truly wondered whether he could endure the overwhelming physical impulses. Luo observed Hao Heng, who sat on the threshold, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. She raised her hand, a sphere of chilling blue light emanating from her palm. As she lifted her arm, poised to help dissipate some of his heat, she hesitated and clenched her fist instead. "Is something the matter, Senior?" As Hao Heng wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, His peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Li, who stood there, staring vacantly at her own clenched fist. Out of concern, he inquired, but upon hearing his voice, Luo Li turned her head, shot him a bewildered glare, and swiftly pivoted towards the bookshelf. Why should I even care about him? Even if he were to faint from the heat, it bears no consequence to me. Blushing furiously, Luo Li hid behind a bookshelf, fixated on her own palm. Unbeknownst to her, she was already experiencing the stirrings of youthful affection. It was only reasonable, after all, having been appointed as the library manager due to her parents' significant contributions to the Martial Soul Academy. She had spent countless years in this tranquil library. Typically, it was a solitary place, and given her intelligence and her cold, reclusive nature, she seldom approached others. Thus, it could not be said she had friends. Rather, she had none at all. The only person with whom she exchanged a few words was Hao Heng. Yet, did she truly not yearn for interaction? That was implausible. Humans are inherently social beings. Therefore, Hao Heng's presence fulfilled a need within her, allowing her to converse daily while still enjoying her solitude, diligently pursuing her studies. Moreover, as he slimmed down from rigorous training under the sun, his handsome visage became even more pronounced, stirring emotions in her heart that had never before been influenced by affection. However, she remained oblivious to this fact, unwilling to acknowledge it. After all, she was perceived as the frosty little fairy. How could she possibly succumb to emotional temptations and descend into the mundane world? Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, Luo Li commenced her work for the day. Organizing the disordered books, her figure moved swiftly between shelves, but as she approached the section housing tomes on soul beasts, she slowed her pace. Like every day of the past month, she instinctively halted, picked up a book on soul beasts, and began to peruse its pages with haste. Indeed, it was merely her own curiosity, certainly not motivated by that fellow. Luo Li thought to herself, I have had enough. After turning over the final page of the book in his hands, Hao Heng closed it with a furious grip, his fists clenched tightly as he suppressed a roar. He found himself at a loss. Despite perusing countless tomes, while many soul beasts suited him, none could alleviate the torment of the sun's fire. He resolved that time was on his side. Following his master's advice, he would eliminate the fire, even if it meant reducing his constitution by 80%. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make, for with 130 strikes from lightning, he could endure the loss of over 2,000 points in vitality. Though the second layer of the thunder cleansing technique had begun to inflict pain during the lightning strikes, he was uncertain if his diminished body could withstand such punishment. Nevertheless, he had no time for further contemplation. By the time he finished reading, the sun had reached its zenith, and the intensity of the sun's fire had risen by 3 points, his constitution already diminished by over 2,000. If it continued to rise, the heat would surely consume him. With this thought, Hao Heng rose from the threshold, placing the book among the stack on the wooden table. As he prepared to turn and leave, a cold voice pierced the air behind him. What do you think of this? Hao Heng turned around to see Luo Li approaching him with a brisk pace, a hefty tome in her hands that unmistakably pertained to soul beasts. He took the book from her, scrutinizing the page she had turned to, his eyes widening in astonishment as he eagerly absorbed the information presented. The page featured an illustration in the upper left corner depicting a colossal frog, its body a fiery crimson, standing at the edge of a volcanic crater, adorned with rocky formations upon its back. The upper right corner, along with a substantial paragraph below, detailed the characteristics of this soul beast. Hao Heng swiftly skimmed through the information and summarized it. The flame-devouring toad resides within a volcanic cluster in the southern region of the starry forest, thriving in heat and shunning the cold. It sustains itself on magma, possesses a tough and resilient hide, and is capable of swimming through molten rock. Its skin may have the ability to absorb flames. It is essential to note that this soul beast is of colossal size and has the capacity to expel fire. Is that all right? Luo Li inquired, gazing at Hao Heng with anticipation. Hao Heng murmured to himself. The surface of his skin could absorb flames. It seemed worth a try. That's wonderful. Luo Li gently exhaled, and on her face, perpetually adorned with a refreshing chill, it appeared as if sunlight had broken through, revealing a captivating smile. Just at that moment, Hao Heng looked up, capturing that enchanting smile in its entirety, and couldn't he help but exclaim, Senior, you look truly beautiful when you smile. Luo Li's expression froze. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She furrowed her brows, snatched the book from Hao Heng's hands, and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Hao Heng was unexpectedly attacked and, caught off guard, was propelled several dozen meters away, landing outside the door and rolling several times before coming to a halt. From within the door, a furious yet bashful roar echoed, demanding him to leave. Hao Heng was utterly perplexed. Yet he dared not provoke any further misfortune and could only choose to discreetly withdraw. Chapter 58. The youngster seeks his master's assistance. But the master awkwardly confesses his inability to help. After enjoying a leisurely lunch, Hao Heng returned to his dormitory. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, suggesting that Hulaina and her companions had opted to dine at the nearby food street after their classes, instead of returning. He ascended to the second floor without hesitation, entered his room, and dragged out a small box from the corner. Upon opening it, he emptied its contents and selected 2 sets of clothing from his wardrobe, placing them into the box. After closing it, he proceeded downstairs, ready to depart. However, upon reaching the doorway, he contemplated that if his senior sister returned in the evening and found him absent, she might worry. Thus, he retraced his steps to the living room, retrieved pen and ink, and composed a letter, placing it prominently on the large table and securing it with a fruit bowl. Once he had finished everything, he surveyed the room one last time before stepping out and heading toward the entrance. As he passed the library, he recalled the earlier outburst from the senior sister, which had irked him slightly. Nevertheless, she had aided him, and he was not one to repay kindness with resentment. Therefore, he stood a good distance from the entrance and called out to the senior sister, who was engrossed in her meal. "Luo Li, I'm leaving." His voice resonated clearly, and immediately, Luo Li looked up, her expression laden with concern as if troubled by something. However, upon recognizing the figure of Hao Heng, who appeared to be fleeing with his suitcase, a slight smile flickered at the corners of her mouth, and she responded in a tone soft enough for only him to hear, "Travel safely." Having only visited the classroom once, and for reasons unknown to him, the academy had not troubled him further, allowing Hao Heng to bypass the trivialities of seeking guidance and head directly to the main entrance of the school. Standing there, he glanced around. Given the academy's somewhat remote location, students and teachers required horse-drawn carriages for transportation to various parts of Wuhan City. Thus, it was customary for a number of drivers to wait on either side of the school gate, perhaps due to the midday hour. There were only 3 carriages stationed by the entrance, as no faculty or students appeared to require their services. Upon noticing Hao Heng's emergence, the drivers gathered around him, smiling as they inquired about his destination and whether he wished to take a ride. Hao Heng glanced at their carriages and selected a particularly pristine and elegant white one. After inquiring about the price and providing the address of Bibidong's estate, he set off towards it. Half an hour later, peering through the iron gate at the castle within, Hao Heng turned back and handed 2 silver coins to the coachman, who expressed his gratitude. Approaching the entrance, he presented the passage token given to him by Bibidong. The token, the size of a palm, was gilded and bore an intricate engraving of a large spider with 8 elongated legs, one half dark red and the other half deep green. Upon seeing the token, the guard stationed by the iron gate promptly opened it, welcoming Hao Heng inside. Hao Heng first placed the box beside the guards, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch before proceeding to the castle. Upon entering through the grand doors, he chanced upon Chief Steward Clary, who was gracefully carrying a teapot. He hurriedly approached her to inquire about his master's whereabouts. Clary led him to the main reception hall. The opulent, lavishly decorated hall shimmered with golden hues. There, Bibidong adorned a stunning black off-shoulder gown, her hair cascading casually, draping over the back of the sofa. Expanses of her porcelain skin were exposed to the air, while the light from the crystal chandelier above cast a radiant glow upon her, enveloping her in an ethereal luminescence, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, a vision to be admired from afar, yet never to be trifled with. Hao Heng gazed at the sofa, where a woman of extraordinary beauty, surpassing all others on the continent, exuded an air of authority and grace, albeit with a touch less opulence than usual. He bowed respectfully, greeting her. Upon hearing his voice, Bibidong lifted her gaze from the book in her hands, closed it with a smile, and directed her attention to Hao Heng, inquiring, "What brings you home today? Do you have no classes? And where is Nar?" Hao Heng nodded slightly, casting a glance at the cover of the book she had placed on the table, titled How to Become an Excellent Emperor. Hao Heng remarked, "I have no classes, but my senior sister does." Bibidong paused for a moment, recalling that she had arranged for the 2 of them to be in the same classroom. Could it be that the academy was up to some mischief again? The academy protested its innocence. "Sit," Bibidong said, furrowing her brow and pointing with a hint of ire at the seat beside her. Hao Heng trotted to the designated spot and, foregoing any trivial chatter, immediately addressed his master. "Master, I have attained a soul power level of 20 and wish to venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire a soul ring. I kindly request your assistance in finding someone to accompany me." This was the very purpose of his visit. Earlier that morning, he He had gleaned from a book that the fire-breathing demon toad resided in the southern part of the Stardow Forest. However, Wuhuan City lay to the north. To seek out this creature, 3 routes were available. The first involved crossing the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Reaching the Star Luo Empire first, and then entering the forest from there to locate the volcanic region inhabited by the fire-breathing demon toad. However, due to the ambitious nature of the Star Luo Empire's emperor, who sought territorial expansion, the border was far from peaceful. Furthermore, the Star Luo Empire harbored an underlying hostility towards the Spirit Hall. Although they outwardly permitted passage, they would not allow anyone through the border without a compelling reason. Should one attempt to cross covertly and be captured, they might be mistaken for a spy from the Heaven Do Empire, leading to unnecessary complications and a waste of precious time, of which Hao Heng had little to spare. The second route entailed entering the Stardow Forest from the Heaven Do side, then making a lengthy detour around the perimeter towards the south. Yet, this option too was fraught with time inefficiency. Therefore, Hao Heng resolved to take the third route, traversing the inner circle of the Stardow Forest. Of course, this inner traversal did not imply crossing the core area of the forest, for who could ascertain the dreadful monsters lurking within? He dared not provoke them. He had examined a rough map of the Stardow Forest, which revealed a direct path leading to the southern region, avoiding arduous mountains and treacherous swamps. However, this path was densely overgrown and populated by soul beasts that had existed for millennia. Having never encountered a millennium-level soul beast, he was uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Moreover, within the forest's inner perimeter, he could not afford to create too much commotion. If he were to inadvertently attract the attention of beings such as the Golden Dragon King or Silver Dragon King, or even the Forest Sovereign, the Titan Giant Ape, he would stand no chance of survival. Thus, he wished to seek out Bibi Dong, hoping to borrow a powerful companion, ideally a title Douluo, but a soul Douluo would suffice as well. However, Bibi Dong found herself in a dilemma. Her grand plan had already begun to unfold when Qin Shuanji consumed that piece of cake. And now everyone was occupied with their respective duties. Who had the time to spare for him? While she felt delighted at her disciple's rapid advancement to level 20, she was equally troubled by the lack of available personnel. After much contemplation, Bibi Dong turned to Kelly and instructed, "Go summon Mark and Feng Yuan. I need them to come here." Kelly nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to leave, only to be intercepted by Hao Heng. "Wait." Hao Heng raised his hand to halt Ku Li's departure, then turned to Bai Dong and inquire, "Master, what is the soul power level of those two?" "Mark is a formidable soul king at level 52, while Feng Yuan is a soul king specializing in agility," Bai Dong recalled. "Ah, if they're merely soul kings, then perhaps it is best to dismiss the matter." Hao Heng responded dejectedly. Bibi Dong laughed and remarked, "You young lad, how is it that as merely a great soul master, you already look down upon the soul kings? When you ascend to the rank of soul Douluo, will you then disregard the title Douluo as well?" Hao Heng, feeling wronged, said, "No, master, haven't you been paying attention to the happenings within the academy? I've already dispatched 2 soul kings. What could possibly occur in the academy? You think I could defeat a soul king?" Bibi Dong, momentarily at a loss for words, contemplated reprimanding Hao Heng for his boastful tendencies. However, at that moment, Cleary approached and whispered a few words in Abibidan's ear. "What?" Bibi Dong exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. The normally astute and profound depths of her gaze were now filled with palpable shock. To vanquish a soul king at the level of soul master is not merely rare, had Cleary not informed her. She would have assumed that such claims were mere jest. This newly acquired disciple from the forest was exceedingly peculiar. After a prolonged contemplation, the only word that seemed to encapsulate Hao Heng's actions was extraordinary. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Bibi Dong transformed her astonishment into reproach, directing her frustration towards Cleary. Cleary, feeling somewhat disheartened, murmured, "I had previously mentioned that some matters were unfolding in the academy. I suggested assisting young master Hao Heng, but you remarked that no one has a smooth journey and that the minor conflicts within the academy should be resolved by themselves. You expressed confidence in your disciples not disappointing you." "Well, all right then." Bibi Dong feigned composure, clearing her throat a couple of times. As she turned her gaze towards Hao Heng, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes, and she said, Hao Heng, master, I am here." Hao Heng straightened his posture and heard Bibi Dong say, "If the Soul King cannot assist you, I truly have no one else." As she uttered these words, Bibi Dong felt an uncommon warmth rise to her cheeks. She, a saintess of the Spirit Hall, and a woman who currently wields considerable power within it, found herself utterly powerless in the face of a modest request from her disciple. Being a mentor, oh, how perplexing. Hao Heng could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment, contemplating that it seemed he would have to embark on the journey alone. After a moment's thought, Bai Dong added, "Why not wait a few more months? Once I have completed my current tasks, I shall personally accompany you to obtain the soul ring you desire." Hao Heng rose to his feet and, bowing respectfully, said, "Then there is no need to trouble, master. I shall seek an alternative approach." Upon hearing these words, Dong felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Rising from her seat, she regarded Hao Heng thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "How about this? I will provide you with a location where you may find the assistance you require." Noticing the earnestness in his master's demeanor, Hao Heng curiously inquired, "And what might this place be?" Dong replied solemnly, "This place is known as Soul Hunting Town." Chapter 59. Soul Hunting Town in this continent. There exists a group of individuals who refuse to serve any dominant forces or engage in the conflicts among soul masters. They cherish their unrestrained freedom, driven either by necessity or preference. Frequently, they venture into areas abundant with soul beasts, earning themselves the melodious title of soul hunting adventurers. The city established by this gathering of people is aptly named Soul Hunting Town. Nestled in the eastern region of the Tiando Empire, near the borders of the Stardo Forest, lies a soul hunting town. Soul masters who lack the qualifications to align with formidable powers and do not possess strong companions typically gather their resources to venture into the Stardo Forest in search of soul rings. They travel to Soul Hunting Town to assemble a temporary team. Although the strength of the soul masters within may vary significantly, they are seasoned veterans who have spent considerable time navigating the forest and are familiar with the myriad unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Should you be unable to find companions of satisfactory strength, it is imperative to enlist the guidance of someone well acquainted with the forest for a safer journey. At the entrance of Dong's estate, she accompanied Hao Heng, offering serious advice throughout their walk. Reaching the guard station, Hao Heng halted, bowing respectfully once more, and said, "Disciple understands. I shall take my leave now. Master, take care." Dong nodded in acknowledgement, responding softly. Hao Heng stood up and walked toward the guard, picking up his suitcase. Just as he was about to exit, he was halted by Dong's voice. "Wait." Hao Heng turned around in confusion and looked at Dong, asking, "Master, do you have any further instructions?" Dong stepped forward and pointed at the items in his hand, inquiring, "What is this you are carrying?" Hao Heng glanced at the suitcase in his hand, his expression peculiar as he remarked, This is merely an ordinary wooden box. I am aware that it is a wooden box. What I inquire is, what purpose do you intend to serve by bringing this item?" "Naturally, it is to store my change of clothing." Hao Heng, perplexed by her words, inquired further. Dong shook her head and remarked, "So foolish. It was also my oversight." As she spoke, she removed a ring from her finger, adorned with a gemstone the size of a quail's egg, its surface gleaming with a silvery sheen, and handed it to Hao Heng. "I had not anticipated that you would set out alone so soon, and thus I had not prepared this spatial soul guide for you and Nar. Please take this for now, and upon your return, I shall arrange for a custom creation specifically for you both." Hao Heng accepted the ring, examined it thoughtfully, and then turned to Dong, inquiring, "Master, wouldn't wearing this be a bit ostentatious? Moreover, you are well aware of my martial soul. If I were to summon it and inadvertently damage this exquisite piece, it would be such a pity. I cannot accept this." This was the true sentiment of Hao Heng. It was not that he considered it overly valuable. He had observed Dong change her rings daily for several consecutive days, each one distinct, and thus understood that she was not lacking in such adornments. However, wearing this piece would complicate his future summons of his martial soul, necessitating the removal of both his clothing and the ring, which seemed exceedingly cumbersome. Yet, Dong remained resolute. She could not allow even the slightest request from her young disciple to go unmet. This moment presented her with the perfect opportunity to assert her role as a mentor, and she was determined not to let it slip away. "Rest assured," she declared, "the material of this ring is exceptionally durable. Given your current strength, you are far from capable of damaging it. Furthermore, you can manipulate the area in which your body expands. Losing a finger is certainly preferable to having to forego an entire arm when lifting something. Now put it on." Upon witnessing this, Hao Heng obediently adorned his left pinky with the ring, envisioning the day he would transform into a colossus, towering at 100 or even 1,000 meters. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He realized he must devise a means to create a spatial soul guide that could expand and contract with his form. With this contemplation, he commenced operating this new device under Dong's guidance. Channeling his soul power into the soul guide, the emerald on the ring glimmered with a radiant glow. He pressed his hand against the suitcase, and in a swift motion, it vanished from sight. Controlling his soul power, he extracted the suitcase from the ring, and with a thud, it landed on the ground. After a brief play, he withdrew his soul power joyfully and smiled at Bibi Dong, saying, "Master, I shall take my leave." "Very well, travel safely and be wary of strangers," Bibi Dong replied. At that moment, she too experienced the maternal anxiety of watching her child embark on a journey. As she observed Hao Heng board the carriage and gradually disappear from view, she sighed and turned to return home. 3 days later, at the eastern border of the Tiando Empire, there lay a city with low walls and rudimentary materials, marking the sole entrance to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Hao Heng disembarked from the carriage, his countenance slightly pale after 3 days of arduous travel, the bumpy journey having taken its toll. Nevertheless, he had finally arrived. He leaped from the vehicle and raised his gaze, only to be met with a structure that barely reached 3 or 4 meters in height, hardly what one would envision as a city wall. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to the earthen fences he had encountered at the Xiangjia sect's Beast Garden. In astonishment, he inquired, "Is this it?" The driver who had accompanied him, an older and seasoned man, also surveyed the wall before him, his expression reflecting uncertainty. With a thick local accent, he replied, "It should be here. I follow the map." "Very well," Hao Heng conceded. Hao Heng did not linger on the matter, concluding that a mere glance inside would suffice to ascertain the situation. If need be, he could always procure another carriage. After handing a gold soul coin to the driver, he made his way towards the city gate. To speak frankly, this place bore little resemblance to a city. The walls were rudimentary, and there was not even a proper gate, let alone any guards. The entrance to the city was singular, and Hao Heng followed the flow of people into the interior. The city itself was modest, comprised of 4 streets, 3 horizontal and 1 long thoroughfare that bisected the other 3, forming a rectangle with the walls. The roads were far from ideal, riddled with potholes and dusty earth. When a carriage passed, clouds of dust arose, and pedestrians lacking any protective measures were inevitably left covered in grime. The buildings lined the streets, devoid of towering skyscrapers or opulent villas. Most were 2-story wooden houses, with the tallest reaching no more than 4 stories. Yet, despite their diminutive stature, these structures were well equipped, offering places to dine, lodgings, and shops for everyday goods. And the streets bustled with a considerable number of inhabitants. Hao Heng wandered through the city, and, as the sun began to set, he resolved to find a place to rest, postponing any matters until the morrow. He discovered a 4-story inn that appeared considerably clean and opted for a more luxurious room, albeit at twice the price of others. However, he paid little heed to the expense. After all, he possessed 2 substantial bags of gold spirit coins within the ring bestowed upon him by, with each bag containing at least several thousand coins. After cleansing the dust from his body, donning fresh attire, and satisfying his hunger, the night had enveloped the city. Hao Heng held a chicken leg in his hand, nibbling on it while his eyes gazed outside. Each household had adorned their entrance with a large lantern crafted from yellow paper, the flickering candlelight within radiating brilliantly. These lanterns resembled tiny suns, illuminating the surroundings, and the streets appeared even brighter than during the day. Hao Heng tossed aside a bare bone, devoid of any morsel of meat, onto the table. He then picked up a damp towel to wipe his hands, intending to summon a waiter to inquire about the possibility of finding companions. Just at that moment, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted from outside. He leaned over to glance down the staircase, where he beheld a throng of jubilant faces surrounding 2 stern-looking, muscular men, merrily making their way toward the end of the street. There stood a tavern that Hao Heng had observed briefly during his previous passage, a dilapidated exterior, yet inside, it was bustling with patrons. The intoxicating aroma of strong liquor wafted out, tantalizing the senses. Alas, as Hao Heng was still of tender age and possessed no taste for alcohol, he merely lingered a moment longer, captivated by the alluring scent. Hao Heng observed 2 robust men amidst the crowd, striding with an air of formidable strength, their fierce glares exchanged in a manner that suggested an unyielding readiness for conflict. At that moment, his insatiable curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to summon a waiter to settle his bill before descending the stairs to follow the throng. Chapter 60. Is this it? Due to his delayed descent, Hao Heng found himself trailing behind the crowd, only able to follow from a distance. Upon reaching the end of the street, he deliberately glanced up at the sign hanging above the tavern's entrance, "Drunken, Not Fallen Tavern." He paused, momentarily taken aback, softly murmuring to himself, "Isn't the purpose of drinking to seek intoxication? This not fallen notion does carry a certain intrigue." At that moment, someone passing by overheard his musings and remarked, "You must be new to this place, my friend." Hao Heng turned his head and beheld a man with a scruffy beard, a dark complexion, and disheveled hair, who sported a substantial beer belly and clutched a bottle in his hand. As the man spoke, a pungent odor of alcohol wafted towards Hao Heng. Instinctively, he felt an urge to retreat swiftly, but then he reconsidered, having just arrived in this unfamiliar place and lamenting the absence of guidance. He realized that this unexpected conversation might be just the opportunity he needed. Hao Heng suppressed his disdain and hurriedly inquired, "Indeed, my brother, how did you discern that?" The man smiled without uttering a word, took a swig from the bottle, and occasionally cast glances at the finger adorned with the emerald ring belonging to Hao Heng. Hao Heng, not one to be easily fooled, furrowed his brow and produced a golden soul coin from his grasp. The man raised an eyebrow, set down the wine bottle, and with a grin, reached out eagerly for the golden soul coin held by Hao Heng. Hao Heng evaded the question with a smile and said, "Brother, why don't you first enlighten me on how you discern that I am an outsider? Only then will I provide you with what you seek." The man, undeterred by any awkwardness, wiped his empty fingers on his clothing, which was dirtier than the floor itself, and replied, "What is so difficult about this? Merely by the astonishment with which you uttered the name of this tavern, it is evident that you seldom visit here, or rather, that you have never set foot in our humble town of soul hunters." Hao Heng was utterly perplexed and inquired, "Why is that so?" The man replied, "It is because anyone who has visited this city cannot possibly be unaware of the renowned establishment known as the Drunken Not Down Tavern. Their exquisite libations are extraordinary. The wine is robust, growing more fragrant with each sip. Remarkably, one can indulge without the slightest risk of inebriation. Instead, one feels invigorated, more robust with every drink. The tavern's reputation is so illustrious that even those from neighboring towns, several kilometers away, traverse the distance daily just to partake in its offerings. Tell me, how can you be oblivious to such a celebrated place?" Hao Heng inquired with a hint of perplexity. "How would I know?" Seizing the moment when Hao Heng was momentarily distracted, the man snatched the golden soul coin and bit into it with delight, murmuring, "Now I have the money for today's drinks." He hastily tucked the coin into his inner pocket, wary that Hao Heng might attempt to reclaim it. Concealing himself, he turned to Hao Heng and remarked, "It is said that the wine from this place loses its fragrance once taken beyond the city, transforming into ordinary water. Perhaps that is why its inebriating effects are only renowned in a few neighboring cities." With that, he slithered away like an elusive eel, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Hao Heng gazed at the figure retreating into the distance, his hand still poised as if grasping the golden soul coin. It took him several moments to realize that he had been robbed. "Darn it, I shall see if this tavern truly possesses such extraordinary liquor. If not, I swear I shall hunt you down." With a disgruntled huff, he flicked his arm and made his way towards the bustling tavern. Though the establishment appeared modest from the outside, he was unprepared for the hidden wonders within. The throng that had surrounded the two burly men consisted of at least 20 individuals, yet upon entering, the space felt remarkably spacious. Hao Heng stood at the entrance, surveying the interior. The tavern's decor was remarkably simple. Directly opposite the door was a long wooden bar, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Behind the bar stood a cabinet filled with an array of spirits, while to the far left, a door was concealed by a black curtain. The remaining space was occupied by numerous round wooden tables. Upon entering, Hao Heng was greeted by a voice brimming with desire, proclaiming, "Damage to the tables and chairs will incur a threefold compensation." Hao Heng rose on his toes to discern the source of the voice, but at that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The throng began to stir, with some clearing tables and others moving chairs, swiftly creating an open space. Two robust men stood their ground, gazing intently into each other's eyes, arms crossed and expressions grave. After a few minutes of tense silence, the burly man on the left spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Do not blame me for not warning you. Once the battle commences, a victor must emerge. Are you prepared?" The man on the right scoffed, a cold laugh escaping his lips as he raised his arm, fist clenched, and bellowed with wide eyes. "If I were unprepared, would I dare to challenge you, Captain?" He emphasized the last two words with ferocity, an overwhelming presence surging forth from him at that moment. The other man remained unyielding, standing firm like a mountain, impervious to the onslaught of his opponent's formidable aura, his expression unwavering. Hao Heng gazed eagerly at the two individuals inside, curiously inquiring what deep-seated enmity could exist between them. The person beside him glanced at him momentarily, assessing him before responding, "Brother, you must not be a local." "Ah, indeed." Hao Heng cast a glance at him and nodded slightly. The man, wearing an expression of understanding, continued, In truth, it is not unusual. They are all members of a soul-hunting team. The member on the right, perhaps due to a recent surge in his abilities, has become overly confident, believing himself capable enough to challenge the captain. Should he emerge victorious, he would ascend to the role of captain. This sort of occurrence is commonplace in our city. What? How absurd! Hao Heng had never encountered such an absurd notion. The leadership of a team could be exchanged merely through a straightforward contest of strength. It is essential to recognize that leading is no simple task, and the most powerful individuals are not necessarily the most suitable for the role. However, upon reflection, he realized that being situated on the outskirts of the starry forest implies that a stronger captain might indeed signify a more formidable team, capable of attracting exceptional members. Yet, observing their demeanor, it seemed that without a fair amount of bloodshed, the matter would hardly reach a conclusion. If disputes over positions arose daily, how many would be injured or even lose their lives? Moreover, why choose this tavern as the arena for their contest? Surely, a more open space would have been preferable. After Hao Heng voiced all the questions swirling his mind, he gazed expectantly at the other person. The individual cast a mysterious glance in his direction, then smiled and replied, "You will know if you continue to watch." With that, he disregarded Hao Heng and leaned forward, peering intently at the center of the arena. Hao Heng also raised his gaze and noticed two individuals, dressed similarly to the waitstaff he had encountered earlier at the hotel, approaching with a table which they placed in the center. Once the two who carried the table stepped aside, the burly man on the left took 2 strides forward, half squatted, and slammed his elbows onto the tabletop, bellowing at his opponent across from him. "Come on." The robust man on the right, unwilling to show weakness, shook his shoulders and advanced, resting his arms on the table, extending his hand to shake with his counterpart, their silence punctuated by piercing gazes. A waiter approached, placing his hand atop their clasped hands, and began to count down. 3, 2, 1, begin. Upon uttering the word begin, he promptly withdrew his hand, and a thunderous sound erupted as the two men unleashed their strength. At the very moment the waiter declared the start, their powerful arms nearly simultaneously tore through their short sleeves, the terrifying contours of their muscles narrating the silent clash of their might to the spectators. After 3 seconds, the faces of the two titans began to redden, and after 5 seconds, the first beads of sweat emerged. As time progressed, the din within the tavern gradually subsided. 1 minute in, their hands remained locked at the center. After 2 minutes, the burly man on the left trembled, conceding a slight arc. At 3 minutes, the man on the right attempted to shift the pressure, leaning slightly forward, yet the moment he moved, the left man's eyes sparked with intensity, reclaiming the advantage and gradually applying more force to the left. The right man's forehead glistened with sweat, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, which only grew as the arc of his arm diminished. Finally, after nearly 6 minutes, with a resounding thud, the back of the right man's hand was slammed against the tabletop. "Ha, kid, you think you can challenge me? You're still a bit green. Come back after a few years of training." The left man proclaimed triumphantly, wiping his brow and laughing heartily. The right man, disheartened, slumped over the table, biting his lip in frustration. After a few moments, he sighed and said, as expected of the captain, "Truly formidable. Well then, you're not too shabby yourself. Perhaps in a few years you might just surpass me. Never give up. Keep pushing forward, Captain." As the crowd dissipated after the left man's victory, the onlookers cheered for a moment before dispersing. Meanwhile, Hao Heng remained rooted in place, gazing blankly at the two formidable men, their eyes locked in a tender exchange, his mind echoing with a single thought. Is this it? Chapter 61. The beauty of the border town. Standing in this small border town, Hao Heng felt a profound sense of disconnection, believing he bore no animosity towards the locals. If there were grievances, they could have challenged him directly, yet he could not fathom why they resorted to such clumsy methods to mock him. Wasn't there supposed to be a passionate showdown? Wasn't there supposed to be wild combat? Was this truly the extent of it? Determining the captaincy through an arm-wrestling match seemed utterly nonsensical, a farce of grand proportions. Hao Heng stood amidst the throng, staring vacantly as he instinctively rearranged the table. He pondered whether to depart or to sit down and engage in idle chatter and boastfulness with those around him. Why did they exude such an air of nonchalance? Hao Heng wondered if perhaps he had not slept well the night before, leaving his intellect wanting. His expression resembled that of a book, with pages of anger and confusion flipping rapidly before ultimately settling into tranquility. Never mind. Hao Heng let out a sigh, turning to depart, intent on returning to his hotel for a restful slumber, planning to reconsider his course of action the following day. However, just as he was about to step through the tavern's entrance, that voice, imbued with desire, which he had heard upon his arrival, resounded once more from behind him. Are you leaving, young man? Would you not care for a drink? What does a voice filled with longing sound like? Prior to hearing those words, Hao Heng's mind was tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. Yet, upon the utterance of that phrase, he felt an itch in his ears, a tingling sensation coursing through his bones, and his heart began to race tumultuously, as if something within him was wildly colliding. Hao Heng turned around and cast a glance, a fleeting moment that ensnared his gaze. Amidst the haphazardly arranged round tables, a captivating figure emerged, a woman with golden waves that danced and shimmered, clad in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her voluptuous silhouette. Her features were enchanting, exuding an irresistible allure. Every smile and frown seemed to illuminate the dimly lit tavern, transforming its ambience. Each step she took, whether amidst the animated discussions or the quiet listeners, drew every eye in the room, as if their gazes were destined to linger upon her. A paragon of beauty, a term previously foreign to Hao Heng, surfaced in his mind as he beheld her enchanting emerald eyes, glimmering like precious gems. Young man, the red-dressed beauty approached him, noticing his dazed expression. A playful smile danced in her eyes, tinged with satisfaction, as she softly called out to him. Hao Heng felt as though he were immersed in a sea of blossoms, with fragrant breezes caressing his face, tickling his nostrils, and quickening the beat of his heart. When the enchanting beauty called out to him, it was as if he had awakened from a deep slumber. His eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. After what felt like an eternity, he finally uttered a soft exclamation, akin to a fool. The lady in the red dress covered her face and chuckled, her laughter more alluring than ever. Hao Heng wished fervently to block his ears, for such temptation was beyond his capacity to endure. Young man, would you care to join me at the bar? She invited again, gesturing towards the bar behind her and stepping aside to beckon him closer. Hao Heng, momentarily lost in thought, gently tapped his head a few times. When he regained his composure, he found himself seated at the bar, with no recollection of how he had arrived there. Casting a glance at the woman, who had her back turned while fiddling with various bottles, he quickly lowered his head, his hands gripping the surface of the table as he breathed heavily, silently lamenting within. Enchantress, you disturb my peace of mind. Hao Heng had never felt such a sense of turmoil as he did today. Each word had to undergo several rounds of scrutiny in his mind before he dared to utter it, fearing the slightest misstep. He was not the type to be rendered speechless in the presence of a woman, nor was he unfamiliar with the beauty of attractive young ladies. Yet, the one before him was undeniably captivating, as if she were destined to be the center of attention. As Hao Heng pondered aimlessly, the woman placed a cup of orange-hued liquid before him, gazing at him with a smile and inquiring, "Would you like to try?" Hao Heng glanced at the liquid in his cup, then looked up at the woman and shyly said, "That's sister. I am still young and cannot drink alcohol." Damn, how could I have such an expression? Whenever Hao Heng reflects on his own robust demeanor, he feels an overwhelming sense of shyness, as if he wishes to vanish into the earth. I understand that it is merely a cup of juice. Oh, Hao Heng exhaled softly, lifted his cup, and took a delicate sip. The beverage was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, infused with the fragrance of oranges and a hint of honey. Stealing a glance at the attributes panel he had just summoned, he noticed with relief that the status bar remained free of any chaotic additions, allowing him to relax further and take another sip. The enchanting woman in the red dress propped herself against the table, leaning forward with a smile gracing her lips, her chin resting on her hand as she softly inquired, "Young man, have you come from afar?" Hao Heng's fingers stiffened as he set down the cup and gazed at her, inquiring, "What leads you to that conclusion?" The enchanting woman in the red dress chuckled softly, gesturing towards the emerald ring adorning his finger, and remarked, "This piece is no ordinary trinket. Having operated this tavern for several years, I have yet to witness patrons from neighboring cities donning such valuable adornments so nonchalantly." Hao Heng raised his hand and glanced at the ring adorning his finger, pondering to himself. Indeed, it was rather ostentatious. Noticing his silence, the beautiful woman continued, "Allow me to speculate on the reasons that brought you to this remote corner." Hao Heng shifted his gaze towards her. "Firstly, one must dismiss the notion that she had come to my tavern solely to indulge in drink." Hao Heng chuckled softly and nodded. The lady in the crimson dress straightened her posture, raised her chin in feigned contemplation, and after a brief pause, confidently remarked, "Then there can only be one possibility. The young man seeks to venture into the starry forest to acquire a soul ring and has come to the city in search of a team." Hao Heng nodded and replied, "Indeed." The beautiful woman smiled, clapped her hands, and said, "What a delightful coincidence, young man." Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "From whence does this opportunity arise?" The enchanting woman crouched down, and before long, several dozen yellowed, crumpled sheets filled with information appeared before him. The woman continued, "In my tavern, we not only cater to the whims of the inebriated, but also engage in the business of job placement. This book before you lists the renowned soul hunting squads in the city. Peruse it, and should any of the teams pique your interest, I shall assist you in making contact. What do you think?" Hao Heng picked up the stack of documents and meticulously examined the first page, which bore the name of the soul hunting squad, the leader's martial soul, and the soul power level information. It also detailed the martial souls and soul power levels of the team members. At the bottom, there was a comprehensive record of the squad's history, including the number of clients they had assisted in finding suitable soul rings and their success rate, among other pertinent details. After carefully examining the first page, Hao Heng began to swiftly sift through the records. The more he read, the deeper his frown became, for the capabilities of those listed were disappointingly inadequate. The highest rank was merely a soul king, and that one was a support type, which failed to meet his expectations. Observing the displeasure on Hao Heng's face, the lady in a red dress gently inquired, "Is it true that among so many teams, none have caught your interest?" Hao Heng lifted his gaze to her and inquired, "Do you possess a map of the continent?" The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, then crouched down. When she re-emerged, she held a scroll of parchment, unfurling it to reveal a rather rudimentary map, which merely indicated the locations of the two great empires, the Spirit Soul City, and the three major gathering places of soul beasts. Hao Heng furrowed his brow, extending his finger to point above the starry forest, then drawing a straight line downwards. Stopping below the forest, he turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Sister, I wish to travel from here to there. Which team can take me?" The woman's expression shifted from astonishment to confusion, and then to irritation as she glared at Hao Heng and said, "Are you here to cause trouble?" Chapter 62. The irritable tavern owner in a dilapidated tavern situated on the outskirts of the starry forest near the border of the Tiando Empire. The charming tavern owner wore a scowl devoid of any joy. Her slender eyebrows arched upwards, knitting together in a frown as her strikingly round eyes fixed upon the handsome young man before her. With her pearly teeth slightly exposed, she bit her lower lip, and her hands, resting on the table, had clenched into fists. The patrons around seemed to sense her fury, casting glances filled with malice at Hao Heng's back. As if at the slightest command from the tavern owner, they would eagerly draw their axes and blades to rend him to pieces. Despite this threatening atmosphere, Hao Heng remained composed, calmly lifting his glass and draining the juice within, before shaking his head at the beauty and asserting, "I do not intend to jest. I genuinely wish to go there." The tavern owner slammed her palm on the table with a resounding thud, extending her finger to trace the path on the map that Hao Heng had just marked. She exclaimed, "You claim you want to travel from here to there. Do you even know what this place is?" She pointed emphatically at the area on the parchment marked with the 5 characters denoting the starry forest, her voice rising in anger. Hao Heng blinked, his starry eyes locking onto hers as he nodded in affirmation. "Of course. I am familiar with the 5 characters of the starry forest." The beauty, infuriated yet amused, questioned him, "Is it that you only recognize those 5 characters?" Hao Heng pondered for a moment and remarked, "Is it truly dangerous within?" "What do you mean by potentially perilous, young one? Do you even comprehend the nature of this place? This is the Douluo Forest. Do you think it resembles a circus or amusement park, where one can come and go as they please? Furthermore, according to the line you just drew, if one were to proceed in that manner, it would lead directly into the inner circle of the forest. Do you grasp the significance of the inner circle? It is teeming with 1,000-year soul beasts. And 10,000-year soul beasts roam freely, with even 100,000-year soul beasts lurking about in the depths of the Douluo Forest. And you dare claim you're not jesting with me?" The beautiful woman, visibly exasperated, raised her hand to push aside the strands of hair obstructing her view, then placed her hands on her hips, breathing heavily, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Hao Heng gazed at her in bewilderment and inquired, "Why do you shout so loudly? It is not as if you are being summoned. If someone is able to go, you may introduce them. If no one can, simply state that there is no one available." The beauty's expression froze momentarily. After a brief pause, she lowered her hand from her hips, clasped them gently over her abdomen, and performed a courteous bow, saying, "I apologize, esteemed guest, for my loss of composure. Please hold on for a moment." With that, she hastily approached the curtain on the left, lifted it, and stepped through. Hao Heng gazed at the door, initially believing it led to a kitchen or some such place. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he noted that no tables were adorned with delicacies. Apart from an array of vividly colored wines, there was nothing else. No sunflower seeds, no peanuts, rendering this establishment starkly different from other taverns. Moreover, while the atmosphere was indeed boisterous, it was peculiar that no inebriated patrons were causing a ruckus. Of course, Hao Heng had not frequented many taverns, so he refrained from claiming any expertise in such establishments. A young server approached him, offering a conciliatory smile as he refilled Hao Heng's glass of juice. With a tone laden with sincerity, he remarked, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Our landlady may be a tad irritable, but her intentions are not malicious. Please bear with us for a moment." Hao Heng initially intended to rise and take his leave, but upon reflection, he realized that since this establishment had already embarked on the business of mediation, it must signify that the tavern held considerable influence within city. If he failed to find suitable allies here, it would be a 90% chance that his visit was in vain. Moreover, the proprietress was rather attractive. After some contemplation, he resolved to linger a while longer. As he raised his glass, the liquor shelves behind the bar suddenly trembled, and the curtains swayed chaotically in the gusts emanating from within, accompanied by a few audible exclamations. His hand, clutching the glass, trembled slightly. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek elsewhere. As Hao Heng pondered this, preparing to depart from his position, he raised his head and noticed the service attendant, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation while respectfully holding a bottle of juice. Feeling a sense of reluctance to leave, he decided to finish the drink in his cup, bracing himself to wait. Just as the attendant was about to refill Hao Heng's fifth glass of juice, the tremors from the wine rack finally ceased. Moments later, the charming proprietress, her hair still glistening with beads of perspiration and a radiant smile adorning her face as if nothing had transpired, emerged. She took the bottle from the attendant's hands, dismissed him, and then seized the cup from Hao Heng. After pouring herself a full glass and consuming it, she attempted to pour again, only to find the bottle empty. Frowning slightly, she carelessly tossed both the cup and the bottle aside. Hao Heng heard a crisp sound resonate twice and widened his eyes to gaze at the proprietress. She returned his look, and their eyes locked in the middle. In the depths of her gaze, he perceived a flicker of fire, prompting him to seek an excuse to take his leave. Well, since he retracted his arm from the bar, his posterior already lifted from the chair, preparing to depart when the proprietress reached out decisively, firmly locking her grip around his arm. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light as she calmly said, "Young man, there's no need to rush away. I can assist you with your request." Hao Heng stood frozen in place, and then, with excitement, exclaimed, "Is that really true? Are you certain you can assist me?" The proprietress, likely taken aback by Hao Heng's reaction, withdrew her hand and, after a few playful chuckles, pointed to the map still resting on the table. She traced her finger once more over it, saying, "You must traverse through the inner circle of the starry forest, reaching the southern edge of the great woods. This undertaking is fraught with peril. It is essential to understand that the deeper one ventures into the forest's inner circle, the more formidable the soul beasts encountered become. Typically, even the most intrepid soul-hunting teams dare not approach the fringes of the inner circle, let alone undertake the task you are considering." Hao Heng nodded in agreement. He then observed the proprietress straighten her posture and turn to face the wine rack, her gaze sweeping across the array of colorful glass bottles, as she remarked, "To undertake this task and ensure its successful completion, at the very least, the entire team must consist of members who have attained the rank of Soul Emperor." Hao Heng promptly inquired, "Is there such a team in the city?" "No," the landlady replied with a shake of her head, as she retrieved a transparent glass bottle containing a clear liquid from the farthest corner of the liquor shelf. Turning to face Hao Heng, who wore an expression of disappointment, she smiled gently and said, "However, it is possible to form one." "Form one? How?" Hao Heng raised his head, asking with curiosity. The landlady took a new glass, uncorked the rubber stopper from the glass bottle, and poured the liquid into the cup as she continued. "Those soul emperors are rare, and most either become teachers at the academy, are recruited by the two great empires to be granted noble titles, or join various sects. There are still 4 within our humble town. If we can bring these 4 together, we shall have ourselves a soul emperor-level soul-hunting team." Hao Heng's face lit up with joy as he eagerly slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "Where are those 4? Quickly tell me." The proprietress glanced at him, her gaze then returning to the glass cup filled with a transparent liquid before she replied, "Do not rush. Recruiting a soul-hunting team requires a substantial amount of gold soul coins. I have them," Hao Heng asserted, boasting of his wealth. The proprietress smiled gently and said, "Even if you possess them, it would be of no use. If those 4 soul emperors could be swayed by gold soul coins, they would not be lingering in this desolate place. To recruit them, you must first fulfill their specific requirements." "What requirements?" Upon hearing that money was ineffective, Hao Heng felt somewhat indignant. He could hardly believe that anyone would be indifferent to wealth. However, upon learning of the special requirements, he furrowed his brow and hastily inquired further. The proprietress chuckled softly, her emerald eyes sparkling with intensity, an invisible aura emanating from her being. Hao Heng sensed a surging energy akin to a roaring river flowing before him. As he observed her, 7 soul rings materialized around her, encircling her in a magnificent display. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Then, she lifted the glass cup, her finger tracing the rim while releasing sparkling particles of luminescence that cascaded into the liquid. Once the glow ceased, she placed the cup before Hao Heng on the table and pointed to it, stating, "Drink from this cup, and if you can resist its intoxication, your team will gain a Soul Sage level support type, Soul Master." Chapter 63. Unfazed by intoxication, Hao Heng gazed in astonishment at the proprietress beside him, who was surrounded by 7 luminous soul rings. After she finished her words, he shifted his gaze to the cup she pointed at. The liquid within the cup was transparent and colorless, as pure and crystalline as the snow melt cascading from the Tian Mountain into the great river. Hao Heng leaned closer, able to see his own reflection clearly in the cup. Just as he reached out to grasp the glass, a hand descended upon the rim, firmly pressing down on the entire vessel. Hao Heng's gaze was befuddled as it traveled along the delicate, snow-white arm, ascending to meet the alluring visage of the proprietress. Her expression was indifferent, and her eyes, devoid of emotion, locked with Hao Heng's as she stated, "You must think carefully before making your decision." Hao Heng tugged gently, yet those hands remained steadfastly unwilling to release their hold. He gazed earnestly at the proprietress and declared, "I have made up my mind. Please let go of my hand." With that, he pulled at the cup once more, but to no avail. The proprietress pressed the cup down, slightly lifting her smooth chin, her expression revealing a hint of nostalgia as she softly murmured, "This wine is called unfalling drunkenness. It embodies my martial spirit and represents the culmination of my life's work. It is the most unique and extraordinary wine in existence. Those who partake, whether they sip half a cup or quaff from a large barrel without fear, will find their words and demeanor, as well as their facial expressions, entirely unaffected. Hence, it is named unfalling drunkenness. This is how others interpret it. However, its true essence lies in the notion of being intoxicated yet unfallen. Upon consuming this elixir, one first experiences a swift warmth spreading throughout the body, from the mouth to the throat and then to the stomach, akin to swallowing molten lava. If one lacks the requisite stamina to endure, this fiery liquor will sear through the body. The second phase occurs when the body acclimates to the potency of the wine, and a refreshing chill begins to radiate outward from the mind, as if a bucket of cold water has been poured over one's head in the depths of winter. Should one's mental fortitude falter, this icy sensation may easily lead to an untimely demise. The third and final stage arises when one successfully withstands the alternating extremes of heat and cold. At this juncture, one enters a state of remarkable clarity. All emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, fear, desire, as well as the senses of taste, hearing, smell, sight, and the awareness of life and death, dissipate entirely. In this state, one becomes truly intoxicated. Although intoxicated, the loss of emotional attachment grants one an extraordinary calmness, a superhuman tranquility, with thoughts flowing with remarkable swiftness. Every action is executed in the most precise manner, akin to that of a deity. Thus, unfalling drunkenness is also known by another name, awakening spirit wine. The common folk who partake in unfalling drunkenness experience only a mere fraction of its potency, just 1,000th of what this cup contains. Yet such a quantity suffices to render most devoid of emotions for an entire day. Should you consume this cup, it is possible that you may remain so for the rest of your life. At this point, the proprietress paused, her expression still serene. Yet the arm gripping the cup began to tremble ever so slightly. Hao Heng cast a glance at her hand, and when he looked up again, he found the proprietress gazing down at him with a serious expression. She inquired earnestly, "Are you certain? Do you truly dare to risk a lifetime of losing your desire by drinking from this cup?" Hao Heng gazed at her calmly, merely uttering 2 words, "Let go." A flicker of astonishment passed across the proprietress's face. She had not anticipated that, after hearing her account, Hao Heng would remain unfazed. After all, it pertained to the complexities of human emotions. If one were to lose all feelings, could they still be considered human? Was he genuinely unafraid, or merely oblivious to the implications? The proprietress hesitated for a moment before releasing her grip and cautioning, "Very well, if you insist, then go ahead. However, I must clarify the gravity of the situation. Should anything go awry, do not hold me responsible. Hao Heng disregarded her, lifting the cup to his nose and gently inhaling its aroma. The scent was surprisingly unexpected. He had anticipated a strong, pungent alcohol fragrance, yet it was not so. Instead, it bore a cool, refreshing scent reminiscent of mint, intertwined with hints of fruit. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of juice earlier. Chuckling softly, he shook his head and opened his mouth, leaning closer to the cup. Then, with a swift motion, he tilted his head back, downing the entire contents in one go. Releasing the cup and closing his mouth and eyes, raising his arms to embrace the world. Did he not understand the significance of human emotions and desires? The proprietress stared in horror as he finished the drink in one gulp, recoiling a few steps to lean against the alcohol rack. The other patrons, seasoned regulars, could not suppress their gasps. They were well aware of the consequences of consuming the intoxicating beverage. As Hao Heng drained the cup, not a drop remaining, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted within the tavern, the sound resonating so powerfully that even the surrounding walls trembled. In truth, did Hao Heng not grasp the importance of emotions and desires? No, he understood them better than anyone else. His martial soul was that of a giant. Emotions and desires resembled ferocious beasts, which humanity shackles with laws, morals, and self-restraint, binding them with chains and shackles. Yet, giants are unencumbered by such laws. They revere the might of destruction and unrestrained freedom. Thus their emotions and desires are uncontrollable, beyond anyone's governance. Previously, when his physical prowess greatly surpassed his mental acuity, the surging tide of anger had caused him to lose control over his body. Over the past month, he had been reading not only in search of spirit beasts, but also to discover whether he could temper his emotional fluctuations, striving for tranquility and composure, akin to a sage detached from worldly concerns. However, he ultimately failed. Before Luo Li had called out to him, his body had once again approached the brink of chaos, even beginning to influence his consciousness. This prompted him to contemplate the reckless sacrifice of 80 of his attribute points to dismantle the underlying sun fire. During these days, even though he could command all the soul power within him, he feared recklessly wielding the giant martial soul. He dreaded the day he might fall in love with the notion that everything appeared small, diminutive, and fragile, where anything could shatter with a mere touch. Should that day arrive, he would truly be lost, unable to reclaim his humanity. And now, this drink, which could help him restrain his emotions and desires, was indeed a timely blessing. What hesitation could there be? Hao Heng closed his eyes, and the moment the liquid touched his tongue, he felt a sharp sting coursing from his mouth to his brain. Within less than 3 seconds, the pain gradually transformed into an intense heat, as if he were holding a molten mass of iron in his mouth. However, he refrained from swallowing immediately, allowing his mouth to acclimate to this searing sensation. If he found it unbearable, he could expel it, lest it descend into his stomach, where it would be too late. Thankfully, after a few more minutes, he sensed the pain in his mouth diminishing, akin to the tingling sensation that follows consuming Sichuan peppercorns. He knew he had adapted, and soon his throat opened, allowing a small sip of the potent brew to flow down his esophagus. The burning sensation gradually traversed his throat, chest, and abdomen, lingering in his stomach before he dared to swallow a second mouthful. After half an hour, he was overwhelmed by a scorching heat, as if tiny flames danced within his veins, igniting every part of his body. First, it seared through his blood vessels, then his internal organs, muscles, and finally his skin. At that moment, he even felt a coolness emanating from the wound on his back. Suddenly, Hao Heng opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing, blood vessels rapidly filling the whites of his eyes, as his irises bulged outward. A chill rushed down from his head, swiftly spreading through his spine and limbs. His body was caught in an agonizing state, his flesh aflame while his bones felt icy. Under this tumultuous contrast, his consciousness weighed heavily, as if laden with lead, his eyelids drooping and his vision blurring. In his haze, he perceived dark, moss-like forms creeping from the edges of the room, from the corners, floor, ceiling, and walls, spreading and consuming all until everything succumbed to darkness. The sounds around him faded, the scents became indistinct, and the flavors of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty vanished from his mouth. In this abyss of darkness, he was unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Abruptly, he heard a cacophony of voices, laughter, curses, furious roars, and sorrowful weeping, like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man amidst the darkness. He lifted his head and gazed forward, encountering 7 versions of himself, each existing in 7 distinct realms. One self, beaming with joy, was transformed into a stick figure, held aloft by a grayish hand that gripped his head, stretching his mouth open in opposing directions until his tongue was wrenched out, rendering him voiceless. Another self, seething with rage, was bound to a cross, flames licking at his feet, intensifying with every roar of fury. A sorrowful self sat on the ground, eyes gouged out, hands covering the gaping voids, blood oozing through his fingers, pooling into a river beneath him. A compassionate self was confined within a beast cage, armed but unable to harm the ferocious creature beside him, repeatedly torn to shreds. A self filled with disdain lounged on a plush sofa, surrounded by stunning maids attending to his every need, their once fierce features softened. A terrified self nestled into the embrace of a tall woman, radiating a soft glow, her face obscured but exuding warmth and allure, a serene expression gracing his features. Lastly, a wickedly smiling self was bound by ethereal chains, a pair of scissors poised at his groin, incessantly snipping away at his burgeoning desires, his expression gradually devoid of yearning. Chapter 64. Inebriation within the dilapidated tavern. The vividly adorned proprietress approached the bar, her beautiful eyes fixated anxiously on Hao Heng, who had stood with his eyes closed for over half an hour. Hesitantly, she reached out a hand, contemplating whether to touch him. Regret washed over her for having produced that intoxicating drink to compel him to abandon his absurd and laughable journey. Yet it was too late. He had already consumed it. The elixir, a fusion of spiritual energy and alcohol, was swiftly absorbed by his body, rendering any attempt to induce vomiting futile. She pondered a troubling thought. While Hao Heng posed no immediate threat, his attire and the exquisite emerald ring adorning his finger suggested an extraordinary background, possibly linked to formidable powers lurking in the shadows. As a soul sage herself, albeit of the support type, she understood that the tempers of the strong were rarely forgiving. If she were to render this young man dazed or confused, it was highly likely that the formidable entity behind him would not heed her explanations. Perhaps it was best to flee now, to depart without delay. The proprietress's brow furrowed unconsciously, and at that moment, her finger prodded Hao Heng's cheek. "What do you intend to do?" Hao Heng was unaware of when he opened his eyes, his gaze drifting towards the jade finger that had been pressed against his cheek. Calmly, he inquired, "Are you all right?" The proprietress, startled as if by an electric shock, swiftly withdrew her arm and, in a hushed tone, asked, "Are you okay?" Hao Heng gently touched his chest, patted his backside, and surveyed his surroundings as if the previous sensations of both cold and heat were mere illusions. He felt not only an absence of discomfort, but also a newfound agility in his limbs, and his mind had become remarkably clear. The scenery around him appeared transformed, akin to a video illuminated by blue light, with every detail vividly presented before his eyes. He hastily summoned the system and examined the status section. Status: burns true solar fire, intoxication, emotions and desires, ceiling level 99, special enhancement acquired, mental 1000000. Hao Heng's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily glanced at his attributes. Strength 20,000, Constitution 198, 400, Speed 22,000, Spirit 1,200,000. Goodness, could it be that my spirit has suddenly increased by 1,000,000? Hao Heng roared inwardly. By all accounts, the increase in attribute points should be a positive development. However, he had previously suffered greatly due to the overwhelming strength of his physical attributes. Now, with his mental attribute soaring to a level far surpassing his physical prowess, and both strength and speed escalating by 2 magnitudes, he could scarcely fathom what further transformations his body might undergo. Hao Heng focused his thoughts, swiftly examining his own body. His soul power was under perfect control, his limbs moved with flawless precision, and his martial spirit was ready for summoning. Everything appeared to be in order, he mused. After confirming that his body was functioning well, Hao Heng let out a silent sigh of relief. He lifted his head, and a cacophony of voices reached his ears. At least 10 different individuals were engaged in conversation. Although their murmurs were faint, he could hear each word distinctly, as if he had pressed his ear to their lips. That fellow is truly remarkable. He downed an entire cup without faltering, and he appeared to be unaffected. Incredible. Who could argue otherwise? Why is he looking over here? Hao cast a glance at the several burly men whispering in the corner, his brow gradually furrowing. He seemed to comprehend the implications of an excessively heightened mental acuity. If that were the case, his expression shifted in alarm as he turned to gaze outside the tavern, his eyes sweeping across the rows of houses. The cacophony of sounds surged into his eardrums, prompting him to swiftly channel his spiritual energy to seal off his ears. It was utterly terrifying. Hao Heng swiftly averted his gaze, lowering his head to catch his breath, his pupils dilating. However, these emotions flickered across his face momentarily before he swiftly resumed a demeanor of indifferent calmness. He lifted his head to behold the enchanting proprietress, her visage etched with concern, her crimson lips moving as if uttering unspoken words. It was only then that he relaxed his restraint on his spiritual energy, allowing himself to hear her voice. "Young man, are you truly unscathed?" Hao Heng could distinctly sense the fluctuations in her emotions. He shook his head and remarked, "It is of no great concern. Now that I have also partaken of this cup of wine, our agreement shall be deemed valid." Hao Heng maintained an expression of calm as he lifted his glass in a gesture towards the proprietress. The proprietress, gazing at the empty glass, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. With a heavy countenance, she retreated back behind the bar. Hao Heng fixed his gaze upon her, his brows quivering as he inquired, "Do you wish to reconsider?" The proprietress lifted her head to meet his gaze, gently shaking it as she replied, "Having already given you my word, I shall not waver. However, though I'm soul saint, I am merely an auxiliary soul master. With just the two of us, I fear we shall not venture far. Thus, should you desire my allegiance, you must persuade the remaining 3 soul emperors in the city. Only with their united support can we hope to traverse the inner expanse of the Douluo forest and reach the southern reaches, to the destination you envision. Otherwise, all is but a futile discussion." Hao Heng pondered for a moment, finding her words to be quite reasonable. He then replied, "In that case, please share with me the addresses of the remaining 3 soul emperors, and I shall set off immediately." The proprietress, however, declined, stating, "It is late now, and the timing is not appropriate. Kindly inform me of your current residence. Return home for a restful sleep, and tomorrow I shall send someone to find you and disclose the addresses." Hao Heng nodded and remarked, "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he rose from his seat and turned towards the exit. The tavern keeper gazed at his retreating figure as he exited the establishment, then shifted her focus back to the empty glass upon the table. Grasping the cup, a soft luminescence emanated from her palm, enveloping the vessel. To her astonishment, a transparent liquid began to emerge from the cup as if conjured from thin air. She parted her crimson lips, leaning closer to the glass. But just as her lips neared the rim, her trembling arm caused several droplets to spill onto her hand. In an instant, she was jolted awake, her eyes flickering with panic, as if she were holding something revolting. Disgusted, she hurled the cup to the ground, shattering it and spilling the contents. The noise garnered the attention of the patrons within the tavern, all eyes turning to her. The tavern keeper gasped for breath, regaining her composure, and cast a fierce glare around the room, shouting, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes gouged out." A chill swept through the crowd, prompting them to avert their gazes hastily. Meanwhile, Hao Heng had returned to the inn. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, he reclined onto his bed. As he closed his eyes, preparing to drift into a peaceful slumber within the soft embrace of the blankets, an odd sound intruded upon his left ear. He turned to the left, where he discovered a young couple in the adjacent room, entwined in each other's arms, whispering sweet nothings. Hao Heng furrowed his brow. Rolling over to the right, with his ear pressed against the wall, he was met with a cacophony of noises emanating from below, snoring, creaking beds, the smacking of lips as they indulged in food. The once tranquil night had transformed into a cacophonous symphony, amplifying every minuscule sound in his ears. Strangely, however, he did not feel irked. Rather, he merely contemplated that their ruckus would disrupt his rest and mused that perhaps they ought to be silenced forever. This thought sprang forth suddenly in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, only to be followed by an inexplicable wave of fear, which, paradoxically, dissipated mere seconds later. Unable to endure the disturbance, he swiftly shut his eyes, employing his sleep restoration breathing technique to drift off quickly. Yet within the realm of dreams, those sounds grew even clearer, weaving a chaotic tapestry of visions in his mind. Chapter 65. The abrupt desolation of the mountain as dawn broke. Hao Heng awoke to find tranquility in his gaze, albeit tinged with a hint of fatigue. It had been a considerable time since he had utilized the sleep restoration breathing technique, yet this marked the first night of insufficient rest. Dreams had cascaded one after another, as if he were ensnared in an endless cycle. He had even awakened deliberately 5 or 6 times, for it was only through such interruptions that he could reaffirm his existence in the realm of the living. Summoning a server to bring him a basin of fresh water, Hao Heng washed up before proceeding to the dining area on the 2nd floor. As it was the early morning hours, with the sun yet to make its appearance, The dining area was sparsely populated, housing only a few individuals who regarded Hao Heng's arrival with puzzled expressions. Hao Heng naturally paid them no mind. His face cold as he approached the spot he occupied yesterday. He gazed out at the desolate street, pondering whether the enchanting proprietress would indeed summon the promised individuals. What would he do if she were to renege on their agreement? A waiter from the restaurant approached, holding a menu, and with a smile, presented it before Hao Heng. Hao Heng waved his hand, signaling for him to take it back, and directly stated, 20 pounds of roasted beef, 2 large bowls of braised duck legs and chicken legs, and 10 pounds of soul beast meat. Also, bring some juice and a pot of your finest wine. The server's mouth slightly agape, clearly startled by the sheer volume of Hao Heng's order. It was enough to satisfy 10 grown men. Could this guest possibly consume it all? After a brief moment of hesitation, he realized that whether the guest could finish it was of no concern to him. With a signature polite smile, he embraced the menu, offered a slight bow, and turned to depart. Hao Heng pondered that with such an abundance of food, he should be able to satiate himself to at least 80%. The increase in his appetite, stemming from his enhanced physique, had not diminished with his transformation into a more robust form. Rather, it had expanded even further. After an hour had passed, the restaurant began to fill with patrons, and platters emanating warm vapors of delectable meats were brought forth, heaping the elongated table before Hao Heng. Capable of seating 10, until it overflowed, some dishes even stacked upon a second tier. After expressing his gratitude to the waitress with an impassive demeanor, Hao Heng's appetite surged, and he began to devour his meal with the fervor of a tempest. The assortment of meats upon the table swiftly diminished. Within a mere 10 minutes, half had vanished. During this culinary interlude, Hao Heng indulged in what the establishment touted as their finest wine, yet upon taking a sip, he lost all enthusiasm. The taste and aroma bore no resemblance to the intoxicating elation he had experienced the previous day. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his voracious consumption of meat. He dragged over a large basin filled with chicken legs, commencing to devour them with abandon. Each chicken leg, roughly the size of his fist, was consumed in a single bite, leaving behind nothing but clean bones, devoid of even the slightest shred of meat. As he was halfway through another chicken leg, the server who had attended to him approached once more, presenting a note and informing Hao Heng, "Sir, a gentleman came by earlier and asked me to deliver this to you." Hao Heng wiped the grease and marinade from his hands with a damp towel, accepted the note, and nodded, saying, "I understand." Once the waiter had departed to a distance, he unfolded the folded note, which bore 2 lines, "Outside the city, beneath the northern desolate mountains." Inside the city, within the southeastern shops, Hao Heng pondered for a moment. He had indeed traversed from the north, passing by a desolate mountain towering with heaps of rubble, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. There a robust man was laboriously breaking stones. The path was particularly rugged and fraught with potholes, which led Hao Heng to overhear the coachman lamenting about a mountain that had seemingly sprouted overnight, obstructing the original road. Had it not been for this impediment, he would never have chosen such a dilapidated route. It was likely that this man was the one he was thinking of. Hao Heng's mind wandered back to that day when he inadvertently glanced out the window and caught sight of a figure. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, the contours of that person's form and facial features swiftly assembled in his mind, gradually becoming vivid and three-dimensional. Eventually, he even recalled the few beads of sweat glistening on their skin. It was utterly terrifying. Hao Heng quickly shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts. Redirecting his attention to the food before him, he hastened his pace of consumption, soon leaving behind a small mountain of empty plates on the table. After swallowing the last morsel of soul beast flesh, he swiftly rose and departed from the tavern, jogging northward away from the city. Once outside the city walls, he transformed into a 20-meter giant. In this form, he would expend no soul power, only a modicum of physical stamina. As he strode forward with great strides, the sun began to rise over the eastern mountains, and he soon arrived at the base of a desolate mountain. Standing more than 500 meters away from it, he gazed at the flanks of the barren hill. To his left loomed a peak exceeding 1,000 meters in height, mirrored by another on his right, both adorned with lush foliage. In stark contrast, the rocky desolation in between appeared rather jarring, as if it were never meant to exist in such proximity. Previously, during his casual passage, he had merely glanced at it without sensing anything amiss. Yet now, under the influence of his immense spiritual power, the peculiarity only intensified. There are people. As Hao Heng surveyed his surroundings, a brutish figure abruptly invaded his line of sight. The man, bare-chested, boasted a bald head and a disheveled, gray-black beard twisted into braids. His triangular eyes and hawk-like nose enhanced his fierce countenance. particularly accentuated by a scar that traversed his left eye and extended down to his cheek. One could not describe his visage as anything but menacing, especially when one considered his towering height of 2 meters and the formidable muscles upon his frame, resembling bronze cast in iron. Such a formidable man would likely intimidate even the most daring, leaving them hesitant to gaze upon him for long, let alone approach him for conversation. Hao Heng contemplated that it must be him. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he diminished in size to 10 meters, maintaining this form, believing that this way, he would not be discerned clearly, nor would he feel threatened. Hao Heng, satisfied with his own physique, strode confidently towards the burly man. The man stood within a colossal pit, seemingly excavated by human hands. After completing an unknown warm-up routine, he grasped a nearby pickaxe and prepared to advance, when suddenly the ground trembled beneath him. His expression shifted to one of alarm, mistakenly believing it to be an earthquake, and he quickly turned to identify the source of the tremor. At that moment, he was nearly blinded by a dazzling light. Shielding his eyes from the radiant glow, he gradually adjusted to the brightness, only to discover that he was not gazing at the sun, but rather at a formidable giant clad in golden armor, standing before him. His features grew increasingly dazed, his round, feline-like eyes widening in disbelief as they darted up and down, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. While he was momentarily entranced, the golden-armored giant spoke, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am the junior, Hao Heng. Honored to meet you, senior." His voice resonated like a great bell, causing dust to fall from the edges of the pit. The burly man, jolted back to reality, clasped his hands in return, stating, "I am sure, Jian. Not a senior at all." Upon hearing this, Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback. The voice was not as deep and robust as he had anticipated. Instead, it possessed a softer, somewhat bashful quality, reminiscent of a young boy. This unexpected contrast was surprisingly endearing. Chapter 66. The Giant Moves Mountain Senior. The situation unfolds as follows. At the eastern border of the Tiando Empire, near the soul-hunting town adjacent to the Douluo Forest, at the foot of a desolate mountain, the sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays cascading down, illuminating the golden armor and enhancing its brilliance. Hao Heng sat cross-legged on the ground, recounting to the burly man seated on a tree stump the agreement he had made with the tavern mistress upon entering the city the previous day. As the man listened to his narrative, a myriad of emotions played across his face, elation tinged with trepidation, a blend of joy and inner turmoil laced with a hint of anguish. He tugged at the beard on his chin, and Hao Heng noticed the biceps on his arms subtly flexing. Concerned that he might inadvertently tear out his own beard, Hao Heng called out urgently, "Elder, elder!" Startled, Shi Jian turned his gaze towards him, confusion evident in his eyes. Hao Heng then remarked, "What do you think of my proposal? If you can truly assist me in reaching the southern region of the Starry Forest, I am prepared to offer you 10,000 gold soul coins. Of course, this sum is not intended to belittle your worth. Rather, I believe you deserve such a reward. Should you feel this amount fall short, I am open to negotiation. Furthermore, I am willing to pay half of the sum up front. What say you?" Hao Heng felt that he had adeptly managed the humility befitting a junior, thus granting ample respect to this soul emperor. However, his mental perception hinted at a complex emotional landscape within this elder. It seemed he was filled with excitement and a yearning to depart, yet there appeared to be something he could not let go of, rendering him hesitant to leave. Hao Heng hastily added, "If you encounter any difficulties, esteemed senior, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall offer my assistance without reservation." Shi Jian raised his head and regarded Hao Heng intently, letting out a deep sigh as he replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. If my sister is able to come to terms with the situation and is willing to venture once more into the Douluo Forest, I would gladly accompany her. However," I sigh. Hao Heng pondered to himself, how could such a formidable man possess a charmingly youthful voice? While one could hardly fault him for the traits bestowed upon him by his parents, one must question why he exhibited a demeanor more delicate than that of a woman, lamenting in such a disheartened manner. Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Rather, he found himself curious about why this man addressed the tavern mistress as big sister and what transpired between them in the past. Only by uncovering the truth could he devise a solution, enabling them to serve him with genuine loyalty. Thus, Hao Heng adopted the guise of a curious child and inquired, "Senior, if it is not too much trouble, could you share the story of your relationship? If it is inconvenient, please disregard my question." Shi Jian, feeling despondent, lowered his head and offered a bittersweet smile as he replied, "There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. The matter is rather straightforward. My elder sister, the tavern mistress you have encountered, and I were part of the same soul-hunting team. Reflecting on those days, our team, though comprised of only 5 members, boasted soul emperor prowess in each individual, earning us the title of the continent's strongest soul hunting squad. As he spoke, his emotions surged fiercely, only to take a sudden downturn. 3 years ago, my sister broke through to level 70. After much deliberation among the 5 of us, we ventured into the Douluo Forest's inner region to procure a soul ring for her. The process unfolded smoothly, and we swiftly located a suitable soul beast, assisting her in obtaining the soul ring that granted you the drink you now savor. Given the complexities of the inner forest, we decided to depart under the cover of night. We exercised utmost caution, navigating without incident until we reached the outskirts, where one would expect not even a 1,000-year soul beast to dwell. We were already contemplating a celebratory feast upon our return when, to our utter disbelief, we encountered it. Shi Jian clenched his fists and struck the stump beneath him with great force, causing a fissure to spread from his blow, cleaving the stump in two and revealing the roots buried deep within the earth. Hao Heng cast a sidelong glance at several figures, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Shi Jian wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, raising his reddened gaze to meet Hao Heng's, gritting his teeth as he affirmed, "Indeed, it is. It looms like a mountain, its eyes gleaming in the darkness like the sun and moon. The sparse hairs upon its body resemble finely tempered steel needles, radiating an overwhelming aura that presses down upon us, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. It is so immense that we cannot discern its entire form, leaving us utterly ignorant of what kind of soul beast it truly is. Haven't you fought against it? How can you be unaware of its identity? Of course we have engaged it. Our elder sister's soul power was entirely drained, bestowing us all with a comprehensive enhancement. Even her beloved was compelled to drink a full cup of inebriation. All emotions were stripped away, yet despite this, we were ultimately vanquished by it, defeated with a mere finger." Shi Jian clutched his head, weeping and shouting, but suddenly fell silent, his confusion evident as he raised his gaze once more and exclaimed, "No, it should not be termed as defeated. We were utterly crushed. We were ground down without any capacity for resistance, akin to an ant. Even when we exerted 200% of our strength, we were still overwhelmed by that single finger of a finger that resembled a celestial pillar, crushing us with ease." Hao Heng gazed at the man before him, his eyes brimming with despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. The robust physique trembled uncontrollably, a sight that would elude the understanding of others, leaving them to wonder what could instill such fear in a soul emperor. Yet, Hao Heng comprehended the gravity of the situation. He felt as though he were confronting peers, fully capable of inflicting upon them suffering akin to that of the brawny figure before him, perhaps even surpassing it. Hao Heng composed himself and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Could it be that this incident, this very matter, has instilled fear in you, esteemed predecessors, rendering you reluctant to venture into the starry forest henceforth?" Shi Jian's eyes widened, glinting like sharp blades, piercing through Hao Heng. Yet, after a brief pause, he averted his gaze, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Youngster, you need not employ any provocation to incite my anger. As an adventurer, I have encountered countless perils since the day I embraced this path. Although that particular encounter was fatal, fortune smiled upon us, allowing us to escape with only one casualty. However, this does not signify that I have lost my courage or that I shy away from confronting those spirit beasts in the forest. It is merely that during our battle, that creature hurled me against this mountain, casting both me and the mountain into this location, obstructing a major thoroughfare. Until this mountain is removed, the road shall remain impassable, causing inconvenience to all travelers. I, Shi Jian, am a man. Though the mountain was not cast by my hand, it has come to be due to my actions, and thus I must bear this responsibility. The mountain does not budge, nor shall I. Therefore, young one, I wish to assist you, yet I find myself pressed for time. You may return." With that, Shi Jian spoke coldly, rising to take up a nearby iron pickaxe, striding toward the gaping pit at the foot of the desolate mountain, leaving behind a robust silhouette for Hao Heng. Hao Heng gazed in astonishment at the towering, desolate mountain that loomed before him, utterly dumbfounded by the realization that it had been hurled to this location by a soul beast. How utterly insane! After a brief moment of shock, his expression returned to one of indifference. After contemplating for a while, he rose to pursue Shi Jian. "Senior, if I can assist you in relocating this mountain, would you be willing to join my team?" Shi Jian turned around, looked up at him, and with a hearty laugh, replied, "Young man, while your martial spirit appears quite remarkable and substantial, it is still dwarfed in comparison to this mountain. I cannot possibly believe you could move it. Then how about this? Hao Heng calmly uttered a phrase, and a pearlescent orb of light enveloped his form. Then his body began to grow rapidly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. And still it continued to expand. 300, 500, 700, 1,000. It was not until he reached a height of 1,000 meters that he finally came to a halt, leaving Shi Jian in a state of astonishment, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Hao Heng chose not to elaborate further. He took a substantial step forward, approaching the desolate mountain, which stood nearly at eye level with him. Casting a sweeping glance, he noted that the barren hill was perfectly wedged between two towering peaks. To shift it, he could either push it backward or pull it forward, yet both options would require an arduous trek of approximately 2,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Hao Heng resolved to push the mountain backward, not only because a vast plain lay behind it, offering ample space for relocation, but also due to the convenience it afforded him in his endeavor. He raised his arms, pressing against the mountain's midsection, his eyes widening as he let out a thunderous roar, akin to the wrath of the heavens. The clouds above churned ominously, and the ground trembled for miles around. In the next moment, he exerted himself, channeling the immense strength of 20 million attributes into the mountain. The barren hill shuddered, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds as the friction between earth and stone intensified. The mountain rumbled ominously, debris cascading down as dust and mist billowed forth. As the mountain was not anchored to the terrain, Hao Heng's formidable push resulted in the entire hill shifting backwards by 5 meters, all under the astonished gaze of Shi Jian. However, the exertion drained his spiritual energy and physical strength, causing him to revert to his original stature of 10 meters. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a rare occurrence for him. Shi Jian hurriedly approached, his voice resonating with concern. "Young man, I recognize your capability to assist me, but the toll this exacts is exceedingly great. Would it not be wiser to seek help from others instead?" Hao Heng cast a puzzled glance at him and inquired, "What price? What can I possibly expend?" Shi Jian, growing anxious, retorted with anger, "Are you still feigning ignorance? It is abundantly clear that your condition stems from the exhaustion of both soul power and physical strength, leading to significant bodily wear. If you do not recover properly, you may be left with unforeseen repercussions. Therefore, heed my advice and depart swiftly. Return home to rest adequately, and I express my gratitude to you." "Recovery? Very well then. Shall I take a moment to recuperate?" Hao Heng, lost in thought, gently tapped his head, then leaned forward and fell into a deep slumber, his snoring echoing loudly. Shi Jian stared in disbelief, bewildered by the spectacle. Yet, a minute later, he watched in astonishment as Hao Heng rose again, transformed into a colossal figure, and pushed the barren mountain forward by another 5 meters, only to collapse back into sleep. Then awaken, push again, and sleep anew. This cycle repeated itself a dozen times, and Shi Jian observed as the mountain gradually shifted back over 50 meters. Suddenly struck by a thought, perhaps this lad could indeed assist in moving the mountain away. Chapter 67. The lingerie shop owner across the vast, untamed plains. The verdant grass swayed in the breeze, resembling a lush green sea, undulating like waves. In the midst of this expanse lay a straight pathway. An elderly man, driving a horse-drawn cart, transported visitors from afar towards soul hunting town. He gripped the reins tightly, his keen, eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed as if troubled by some lingering concern. As a seasoned carter, he had traversed this route for countless years. Once a smooth and comfortable thoroughfare, he could have navigated it with his eyes closed, allowing the horse to gallop freely. However, 3 years prior, a barren mountain had inexplicably risen from the ground, obstructing the path and forcing him and other travelers to detour onto a rough, perilous road. Each time he ventured down that path, he was reminded of the once comfortable mainland, and his mood inevitably soured. Now, even before reaching the rough road, his irritation began to mount. Sighing heavily, the old man glanced at the significantly widened detour, his hand poised to guide the reins for the turn. Just as he was about to signal the horse, he instinctively looked up towards the distance and was astounded to discover the mountain was gone. Gripping the reins tightly, he slowly brought the horse to a halt, standing up to rub his eyes and peer into the distance, confirming again and again that he was not mistaken. The mountain had truly vanished. The carter urged his horse forward once more, racing towards the location where the mountain had once stood, and was once again taken aback. For it was not that the mountain had disappeared entirely, but rather that it had been relocated to stand before a neighboring verdant hill. After marveling at this revelation, The carter joyfully cracked the whip, urging his horse to run even faster. For him, it mattered little who had moved the mountain. What was significant was that it was no longer there. As the cart sped past the two mountains, the carter noticed a burly man carrying a child, laughing and chatting incessantly, and he mused that they too must be rejoicing at the mountain's absence. Shi Yan, patting Hao Heng's shoulder with hearty slaps, laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Ha ha, my brother, I knew you could do it. I never expected that the mountain, which had troubled me for 3 years, could be moved in just an afternoon. How delightful. Come, let us go to the elder sister's place for a couple of drinks. Today, we shall not rest until we are inebriated." Hao Heng accepted his enthusiasm with an impassive expression, managing to squeeze out a faint smile, and inquired, "Senior, since the mountain is no more, will you be joining this expedition or not?" "Of course, I shall join," replied Shi Jian, thumping his chest. "I, Shi Jian, am a man of my word. What I have stated must hold true. Now that the mountain has vanished, I am unencumbered. It is merely a venture into the vast inner expanse of the starry forest. You shall go. That settles it." Hao Heng let out a sigh, gazing at the crimson clouds of the western horizon. He never anticipated that this desolate mountain would consume yet another day of his time. The fiery sun behind him was relentlessly diminishing his attributes by nearly 900 points each hour, were it not for his ruse of claiming a stomach ailment. Allowing him to retreat to a distance and let the lightning strike him a few times, his attribute points today might have plummeted to an alarming 100,000. After wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Hao Heng turned to Shi Jian and inquired, "Elder, the innkeeper's wife provided me with 2 addresses, one being yours and the other located in the southeast of the city, supposedly a shop. Do you have any knowledge of what this shop signifies?" Shi Jian pondered for a moment before responding, "Firstly, please refrain from addressing me as elder, as it is rather unappealing. If you do not mind, you may call me Lao Shi or simply Brother Shi. As for that shop, I suspect it belongs to the 5th sister." Hao Heng then inquired, "Dear Shi, are you aware of any needs or troubles that your 5th sister may have? Could you kindly enlighten me, so that I may prepare accordingly?" Shi Jian, scratching his bald head, pondered for a considerable time before sheepishly replying, "I apologize, my friend. Over the past 3 years, in our efforts to evade the incident from 3 years ago, we have seen little of each other. Consequently, I am not well acquainted with her current circumstances. However, I must mention that she possesses a particular flaw. She is exceedingly avaricious. If you are sufficiently generous with the golden soul coins, I dare say you could persuade her to join our cause." Hao Heng's eyes sparkled with determination. He believed that money could resolve his predicament. After examining the contents of the ring, he contemplated that while there was nothing else of value, acquiring funds posed no challenge for him. If necessary, he could always return to seek assistance from his master. How fortunate it was to have a strong backing. "Very well, let us hasten our steps," he urged, "so we may secure her consent before nightfall, allowing me to approach the tavern's proprietress for the last available position of the esteemed elder." Hao Heng spoke candidly and then strode toward the city. However, Shi Jian paused, his expression somewhat grim. It was only after Hao Heng called out to him a couple of times that he chuckled softly and caught up with him. Ultimately, the two did not manage to enter the city before nightfall. By the time they arrived, the streets were adorned with large yellow lanterns resembling miniature suns. The night market bustling with activity and throngs of people, which posed quite a challenge for Hao Heng and his companion in their search for a shop. Nevertheless, after their diligent efforts, they finally located the individual they were seeking within a lively women's lingerie boutique. The two men sat at a tea house across from the lingerie store, their gazes fixed intently on the opposite side. The passers-by cast them curious glances, and had it not been for Shi Jian's intimidating demeanor, they might have been mistaken for ruffians and subjected to public scorn. "Old Shi, are you certain that is the person?" "Rest assured, I would never mistake him." Hao Heng and Shi Jian engaged in a dialogue, as Hao Heng took a delicate sip from his teacup. He surveyed the shop, where a petite figure adorned in a simple white dress, with pink hair and a height of merely 1.5 meters, slightly shorter than Hao Heng, bounced around enthusiastically, ardently presenting an array of bold lingerie in hues of red, purple, and black. This diminutive lady, embodying a charmingly cute persona, possessed skin as delicate as porcelain and a complexion that radiated a rosy glow. Although one might assume she was much younger, Hao Heng would believe it. However, according to Shi Jian, this young lady, more appropriately referred to as sister, was likely approaching 50 this year, truly a testament to her remarkable beauty. Hao Heng drained his cup of tea and stood up, saying, "Let's go." Although Shi Jian hesitated for a moment, seeing that Hao Heng had already stepped into the middle of the street, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. Do give this a try, dear sister. With your splendid figure, this would suit you perfectly. Inside the store, the young proprietor, resembling a girl, waved a flamboyant dark purple lace-trimmed bodice in front of Shy Girl, believing that even if the girl was bashful, she would still be tempted to accept the offer, or at the very least, give it a try. However, upon observing the girl's facial expression, she was taken aback, for the girl exhibited not shyness, but sheer panic and confusion. A piercing scream echoed through the store as the girl shoved the young proprietor aside and dashed toward the exit. Other customers glanced over, hastily abandoning their items and fleeing the establishment. Confronted with their sudden departure, the young proprietor appeared bewildered, surveying her surroundings only to realize she was overshadowed by two ominous figures. Taking a few steps forward, she swiftly raised her arms in a defensive posture, her brow furrowed and eyes fierce. Turning to look behind her, she was met with the sight of a burly, menacing man alongside a strikingly handsome young man. The latter greeted her with a wave, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hi, how are you?" Chapter 68. The Cold and Ruthless What? Entering the starry forest again? Shiryen, have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds, or has a rock struck your head, rendering you daft? How is it that I never noticed your foolishness before? Have you depleted all your soul power to the point of being akin to a dog? Do you possess so little self-awareness that you still consider yourself human? In a ladies' lingerie store located in the southeastern part of Soul Hunting Town, the young proprietress sat cross-legged on a stool, pointing at 2 or 3 burly men who towered over her, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Shiryen stood there, scratching his head in embarrassment, too intimidated to retort, fully aware that any attempt at rebuttal might provoke even harsher insults. Hao Heng stood by, observing as the young shopkeeper paused her chatter to quench her thirst. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward and inquired, "Sister Wu Ling, may I address you as such?" This name had been imparted to him by Shi Jian prior to his arrival. Wu Ling shifted her gaze towards Hao Heng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if suddenly reminded of the presence of another. Lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers, she shyly replied, "Oh, of course." Hao Heng and Shi Jian stared wide-eyed at the bashful girl before them, in stark contrast to the boisterous woman who had entered the shop moments earlier. It was utterly inconceivable that they were indeed the same person. Hao Heng cleared his throat softly and stepped forward, addressing her, "Sister, I intend to form a team to venture into the Douluo Forest, with a straightforward goal of acquiring soul rings. I kindly ask for your assistance." Wu Ling raised her gaze to Hao Heng, her expression darkening further than before. The Douluo Forest was akin to her Achilles' heel. Any mention of it brought her pain. Yet, as she glanced at Hao Heng's handsome visage, her ire momentarily dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, she gently replied, "Since you address me as sister, I shall call you brother in return. Brother, the Douluo Forest is not a place for frivolity. Both its inner and outer regions are fraught with peril. As for me, although I have attained the rank of Soul Emperor and am regarded as a distinguished Soul Master, I would not dare to enter it lightly. It is a realm where lives are lost, and it is terrifying. You are still quite young. At your age, the soul rings you seek will likely be your first or second. I suggest you consider the Soul Hunting Forest instead. It is significantly safer than the Douluo Forest. Furthermore, if I were to accompany you, what would become of my shop? I sell dozens of undergarments daily, each yielding several gold soul coins. By day's end, I could easily pocket several hundred gold soul coins. If I were to join you, I would incur a substantial loss. I cannot go, I simply cannot." After a lengthy discourse, Wu Ling rose from her seat, turned around, and sat back down, deliberately facing away from Hao Heng and the others. Hao Heng and Shi Jian exchanged a glance, and Shi Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Hao Heng stepped forward, a glow emanating from his hand as he produced a small pouch, placing it near Wu Ling's ear. With a gentle shake, the bag jingled melodiously. Wu Ling, who had initially been hunched over with a sullen expression, straightened instantly upon hearing the sound, her eyes alight with intensity. She stifled the urge to turn her head, casting a sidelong glance at the other side of the pouch. Upon witnessing this, Hao Heng's eyes took on a cunning glint as he shook the bag a few more times. At last, Wu Ling could no longer contain herself. She rose abruptly, snatched the burlap sack from Hao Heng's grasp, and hurried to the side. Upon unfolding it, the dazzling golden brilliance within illuminated her eyes with an added radiance. Hao Heng, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled and said, "Sister, within this bag lies 1,000 gold soul coins, and upon the successful completion of the task, there will be more. Just take a look." Wu Ling, with her petite hands firmly gripping the opening of the sack, averted her gaze and pouted defiantly, declaring, "It's merely 1,000 gold soul coins, nothing of great significance." "Who cares? I could earn that in just a few days. Hao Heng chuckled coldly to himself. Who would believe that? Money is not so easily earned. He deliberately feigned a look of regret, stepping forward and grasping the burlap sack as he said, "What a pity it is. If you are unwilling, then I kindly ask you to return this to me." Hao Heng spoke as he tugged a couple of times, but Wu Ling stubbornly clung on, refusing to let go. Hao Heng withdrew his hand and coldly remarked, "Sister, do you think me so naive as to let you forcibly seize my possessions? Am I truly that kind of person? Then return the golden soul coins to me." "I shall not," came her retort. "Isn't that tantamount to theft?" Wu Ling stared wide-eyed at Hao Heng, her intent to speak further thwarted by his more commanding gaze. She recoiled slightly, reluctant to part with the heavy, shimmering bag of golden soul coins in her grasp. Swallowing hard, she tightened the bag's opening, knotted it, and concealed it behind her, then turned to Hao Heng. "I will accept these golden soul coins, but let me be clear, it is not theft. I shall join your team, but upon completion of our task, you must grant me an additional 1,000. Moreover, I must inform you in advance that should we encounter any insurmountable obstacles in the forest, I shall undoubtedly take flight and leave you all to your fates." Upon receiving her consent, Hao Heng smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to the team." Sister Wu Ling scoffed lightly, adopting a reluctant expression as she extended her hand to briefly shake his. Subsequently, the three of them arranged to meet at the Drunken Tavern the following day, and Hao Heng departed with Shi Jian, indulging in a lavish feast at their hotel. Meanwhile, Wu Ling stood at the entrance, watching their retreating figures. Long after they vanished from sight, she remained lost in thought, her bright eyes, often illuminated by the unique wisdom of a merchant, now dimmed as she gazed at the myriad of lights. Did she truly wish to avoid the perils of the forest? No, she yearned for adventure. The fervor of an adventurer was instilled in her the moment she chose this path, a passion that would never wane, save for death. This was the reason she lingered in Soul Hunting Town for the past 3 years. Yet, the impact of that silhouette from 3 years ago still haunted her. Despite her progress, she remained unable to conquer her fears and dispel her inner demons. Was this an opportunity? Wu Ling's eyes were clouded with confusion as she stared at the money pouch in her hand. In the next moment, a youthful maiden passed by the entrance, glancing inside with a mixture of shyness and longing. Wu Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she stepped forward, grasping the girl's arm, and exclaimed, "Oh, lovely maiden, do not depart. Come in and have a look." As the sun rose in the east, the early morning light still flickered in the lanterns, preserving a hint of its glow. Hao Heng and Shi Qian had arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Tavern. As they turned the corner, they beheld a charming girl adorned in light blue trousers and a long-sleeved top, draped in a black shawl, her head crowned with a brown, wide-brimmed, pointed hat. Wu Ling approached them with an expressionless demeanor, strolling down another street. She offered no greeting, feigning ignorance of their presence, and with a cold countenance. She walked ahead of them, making her way into the tavern. Hao Heng and Shi Jian remained unfazed, following her into the tavern. Perhaps due to the early hour, the establishment was eerily empty, devoid of even a single server. Wu Ling, feeling quite at home, casually selected a corner seat. Hao Heng intended to engage her in conversation, but upon seeing her expression, which suggested that the world owed her a fortune, he deemed it prudent to avoid provoking her ire. The trio waited in the tavern for half an hour before a sound was heard at the entrance, prompting Hao Heng to glance over. To his astonishment, the enchanting proprietress entered, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman clad in a long blue robe. His hair and beard were meticulously groomed, and he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of exceptional authority. The man bore a cold demeanor, not akin to Wu Ling's resentful chill, but rather an indifferent aloofness toward the world. Of course, such a demeanor could also be deemed as a form of cold elegance when displayed by an attractive individual. Upon his entrance, his gaze immediately fell upon Hao Heng. Without awaiting any explanation from the proprietress, he approached Hao Heng with an air of superiority and inquired, "I have heard that you, too, can indulge in a drink without succumbing to inebriation." Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. He squinted as he scrutinized Hao Heng, as if searching for discrepancies. After a while, he slowly declared, "I wish to engage in a contest with you." Chapter 69. The Edge of the Abyss 3 years ago. After I drank that cup of unyielding intoxication, I entered an extraordinarily enigmatic dream. In that realm, I felt as though I were a deity, capable of plucking stars from the heavens with a mere gesture, while the very mountains and rivers crumbled beneath my feet. I could spiral the vast river of time around my arm with a clenched fist, and with a mere touch, the boundless void trembled beneath my palm countless times. The indifferent middle-aged man turned his back, calmly recounting his tale. Hao Heng glanced at the other three individuals, who awkwardly turned their heads away, unable to meet his gaze. In his heart, Hao Heng mused, "Indeed, you must be quite inebriated." A man partially turned his body, looking at Hao Heng, and inquired, "Do you share such a sentiment?" Upon hearing this, Hao Heng pondered for a moment, recalling the scene he had witnessed in the darkness. Instantly, it felt as though countless ants were crawling and gnawing within his body, an unbearable itch consuming him entirely, causing his complexion to darken. The middle-aged man observed this spectacle, as if Hao Heng were reminiscing due to his words. He stepped forward, grasped Hao Heng's shoulders, and shook him gently, exclaiming, "There must be, am I right?" Hao Heng furrowed his brow, hastily interrupting his thoughts and banishing the bizarre scenes from his mind. He then lifted his gaze to the man, lightly shaking his head as he replied, "I am unclear. I cannot recall." A flicker of discontent crossed the middle-aged man's features as he released his arms and waved dismissively, stating, "Forget it. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that within that dream, I comprehended a divine technique. I have been practicing it for these past years, and in my estimation, should I master it completely, even a deity could fall before me." His voice carried weight, each word pronounced with emphasis, as if to lend credence to his assertion. Yet, regardless of how he intensified his tone, anyone who believed in such a claim of slaying a god surely possessed questionable intellect. However, given that Hao Heng was in need of his assistance, he replied, "Indeed. You are correct. So what then?" The man's lips twitched slightly, and with an expression that was a mix of amusement and indifference, he turned to Hao Heng, his eyes betraying a moment of gratification before swiftly reverting to coldness as he remarked, "You may believe, but they do not." He extended his hand, gesturing towards the three individuals within the tavern, and continued, "Their disbelief is irrelevant. As long as I master that technique, I shall avenge Lao Si. Thus, I require your aid in proving this by engaging in a contest with me." "Huh?" Hao Heng, filled with questions, hesitated before speaking. "What can a contest between us prove?" The man replied, "You should understand, once you drink and become intoxicated, you lose any extraordinary sensations, do you not?" He seemed to be questioning himself, and Hao Heng silently scoffed at this thought. However, upon noticing the man's eager gaze, he pondered for a moment before responding, "Would heightened perception count?" "Precisely. It is indeed the ability of perception," the man exclaimed, slapping the table with a cold demeanor yet an excited fervor. He continued rapidly, "Our contest will revolve around this variability. Allow me to demonstrate the technique I mentioned earlier. You intend to venture into the depths of the starry forest? Yes? If you can replicate 50% of my technique, I shall agree to join your team and protect you until you acquire a soul ring. Conversely, if you fail, it will merely affirm that you are not worthy of my companionship, and I shall resume my cultivation of this technique on the mountain, awaiting the day of its mastery. So what say you? Do you dare to accept?" Hao Heng met that blazing gaze with his own, resolute in the face of the challenge that lay before him. Having arrived at this juncture, he nodded affirmatively. "Very well. When shall we commence?" "Right now, let us proceed." Half an hour later, a party of 5 arrived outside the town of Soul Hunter. They traversed a dense thicket and reached the edge of a precipice, beneath which surged a tumultuous river. The opposing cliff, Hao Heng estimated, lay 1,000 meters away from their current position. He lowered his arm and turned to the indifferent yet somewhat handsome figure beside him, the man named Luo Yi, and inquired, "How shall we begin?" Luo Yi stepped forward, aligning himself alongside Hao Heng. Raising his hand, a brilliant light erupted from his palm. As the radiance dissipated, he grasped a striking silver bow, his expression grave as he introduced, "This is my martial spirit, the silver dragon bow." With a slight tremor in his hand, he drew the bow, and from its center, 2 streams of silver light radiated outward, resembling intricate patterns. Where the silver light swept, 2 vividly animated 3-clawed dragons emerged upon the bow's surface, their fierce presence evoking an unsettling sense of pressure, despite the bowstring remaining still. Luo Yi took a step forward, his posture straightening with remarkable rigidity as he lifted the great bow. With his empty hand, he traced the air, and upon a closer glance, a silver arrow had already been knocked onto the bowstring. Hao Heng stood to the side, his mind intensely focused on the man before him, who had been in an unusually sensitive state these past few days. He fixed his gaze unblinkingly on the man's right hand, which gripped the bowstring with unwavering determination. In the next moment, the man began to draw the string. As the bowstring, thick as a finger and reminiscent of some sinewy creature, was pulled taut, Hao Heng witnessed an invisible force rising from the man's feet, which were as steadfast as the roots of an ancient tree. This force coiled and spiraled upwards, gathering along his body and converging into his arm, ultimately merging with the bow. The further the string was drawn, the more potent this energy became. It was not the essence of the soul. Hao Heng was certain of that. If he were to assign a name to this energy, he felt that power would be the most fitting descriptor. The bow was not fully drawn. It had only been pulled halfway when Luo Ye's countenance became exceedingly fierce. His face flushed crimson, as though the blood vessels on his face were about to burst. He held his breath, and beyond the limits of endurance, that breath erupted into a deafening roar. Amidst the expanding sound waves, a beam of silver light shot forth from his hand, the piercing sound of the rushing wind surpassing even the intensity of that roar. Hao Heng fixed his gaze upon the arrow that had just been released, which soared through the air with astonishing speed. In a mere blink of an eye, the arrow struck the opposite cliff, embedding itself deep within the stone despite the distance of 1,000 meters. Although the exact depth of its penetration remained a mystery, the impact was unmistakable. Luo Ye, hunched over and panting heavily, wore an expression of indifference. However, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. Once he had regained his breath, he turned to Hao Heng and inquired, "What do you think? Did you witness that? This is what I refer to as a divine skill, no reliance on soul rings. Merely raw power, enabling the arrow to be shot 1,000 meters away. Have you managed to grasp it?" Hao Heng nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, gazing earnestly at him as he spoke. "Senior, could you possibly shoot another arrow?" Luo Yi paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well, but I must rest for half an hour first." With that, he settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to recuperate. Half an hour later, he rose punctually, once again summoning the silver dragon bow. Just as he prepared to draw the string, Hao Heng intervened and retreated, dashing into the woods under the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Before long, a colossal shadow loomed over the four, and before they could turn to look, a thunderous voice resonated from behind. "Senior, shoot quickly." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi immediately adjusted his mindset. For years, he had repeatedly asserted that he possessed divine skills, yet no one had believed him. Although he had not cared much for others' opinions, today, at last, someone could validate his abilities. If Hao Heng could comprehend his technique, anyone daring to suggest he was delusional would face dire consequences. With a swift mental adjustment, Luo Yi raised his bow, gathering strength, holding his breath, channeling energy, and released the arrow in a seamless motion, all completed in less than a second. Every action of his was observed by Hao Heng, now transformed into a towering giant. At the moment the arrow was loosed, Hao Heng promptly closed his eyes, his mind racing with calculations amplified to an extraordinary degree. The fleeting actions that unfolded in less than a second were dissected into millions of images in his mind, each forming rapidly and swept over by his consciousness. He had a mere 2 seconds before his soul's energy would wane, forcing him to relinquish his colossal form. Yet, 2 seconds proved sufficient. Within the first second after the arrow's release, he had analyzed all of Luo Ye's movements. A path obscured by mist emerged before him. In the subsequent fraction of a second, he utilized that time to tread upon this path of enlightenment, a sensation akin to being cast onto an expansive, profound, boundless plain. The azure sky stretched infinitely without a cloud in sight. Beneath him lay only the barren yellow earth. As he reclined upon the ground, it seemed to sink beneath him, as if attempting to entomb him, evoking an extraordinary feeling. However, this moment of insight lasted less than a second. As Hao Heng withdrew from his 1,000-meter form, due to insufficient soul power, he retreated to a 10-meter stance. He bore the unbearable pressure in his head, akin to the bubbling of a boiling kettle, as if something had been forcefully crammed inside. Summoning the system interface, he accessed his skills. Deep sleep recovery breathing technique, level 2, domain of thunder, first layer, 100. Second layer, for Mother Earth's gift, incomplete, skill description, a fragment of the path of Earth. The recipient, by merely standing on the ground, can receive the following enhancements. The rate of stamina recovery is accelerated to 1 second, and strength is augmented tenfold. Incomplete degree, 99. 99. Frenzied Divine Hunter Arrow, skill description. A formidable archery technique aimed at deities, with a 0.01 chance to imbue a hint of annihilation, evolving into the Frenzied Annihilation Arrow. This dramatically shortens the shooting speed, bestows the arrow with exceptional penetrating power, and significantly increases its range. It is ill-advised to face this arrow head-on. Minimum requirements: Spirit, over 1 million; Strength, over 1 million; Constitution, over 1 million. Note, the higher the Strength attribute, the greater the power of this arrow. The higher the Constitution attribute, the more frequently this technique can be employed, the higher the Spirit attribute. The the greater the accuracy of the archery. Upon observing the two behind him, Hao Heng understood that his headache was not in vain. Taking a few deep breaths to ease his discomfort, he maintained his 10-meter form and approached the four individuals. Upon his arrival, apart from Shi Jian, the other three could not help but display expressions of shock. Hao Heng stepped forward, lowering his gaze to inquire of Luo Yi, "Brother Luo, might I borrow your bow for a moment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yi lifted his bow, conjuring an arrow to present to Hao Heng. However, Hao Heng declined. Shaking his head, "It's too small." Luo Yi contemplated his own bow, which measured a length of 1.5 meters. A few minutes later, Hao Heng stood resolutely beside the precipice, his 10-meter frame grasping an enormous silver bow with an 8-meter span between its limbs. He wielded a 5-meter-long silver arrow, knocking it with practiced ease. As he drew the bowstring, the duration of the shot seemed to stretch to 5 seconds, a reflection of the archer's prowess, the bow's grandeur, and the arrow's length. Yet, Hao Heng felt no strain as he pulled the bow to its limit, on the verge of shattering with just a bit more force. An echoing sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, resonated as a silvery beam of light shot forth, striking the stone wall on the opposite bank. 3 seconds later, a thunderous crash reverberated from across the way, revealing that the once smooth cliffside had been indented into a triangular cavity, affecting an area exceeding 100 cubic meters. Chapter 70. Into the woods, after departing from the precipice, Hao Heng and his companions returned to the quaint town of Soul Hunter. According to the enchanting tavern owner, Sun Min, although their group was complete, they would still need to prepare some additional supplies before venturing into the great forest. Hao Heng found her words to be quite reasonable. Thus he entrusted her with full authority to handle the matter. Naturally, the expenses would be borne by him. They first returned to the tavern, where Sun Min announced a temporary closure and locked the doors. She then instructed Wu Ling and Shi Jian to go shopping while she remained in the store, sifting through the bottles and jars on the shelves, her intentions unclear. Hao Heng and Luo Yi sat at the bar, engaging in casual conversation, with Luo Yi predominantly taking the floor. It was unclear whether he had been bottling up his thoughts for too long or simply felt a kinship with Hao Heng. But once he began speaking, he seemed inexhaustible. His discourse, however, lacked substance, primarily revolving around grandiose claims of his powerful martial soul and the extraordinary prowess of his divine skills. Notably, he maintained an impassive countenance throughout his boasting, concealing any hint of arrogance, which Hao Heng found commendable. After approximately 4 to 5 hours, Shi Jian and his companion returned to the tavern, burdened with a large sack of goods. Hao Heng cast a glance at the assortment of odds and ends, presumably medicinal items and provisions. He took the initiative to stow them away within his emerald ring before the group departed from the tavern. Making their way toward Soul Hunting Town. The Star Doe Forest lies to the south of Soul Hunting Town, and upon exiting through the southern city gate, they proceeded straight ahead. Initially, a dirt path guided their way, but it was not long before the trail vanished entirely. The surrounding trees suddenly grew tall and dense, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Hao Heng realized they had entered the Douluo Continent, one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts. The infamous sanctuary of soul beasts, the Star Doe Forest. The group ceased their banter, their expressions shifting to one of solemn vigilance, forming a silent and orderly formation. Hao Heng and Shi Jian led the way, with Wu Ling positioned between them, followed by the couple, Sun Min and Luo Yi, at the rear. On the day he returned to the city with Shi Jian, Hao Heng had heard Shi Jian mention that Sun Min and Luo Yi had grown up together, sharing an innocent camaraderie, which led to their early marriage. They ventured across the continent together at a young age. However, since the fateful day 3 years ago when Luo Yi downed that fateful drink, his entire demeanor transformed. The once jovial face now bore an endless air of indifference, as he became consumed with the pursuit of mastering divine skills, causing a significant rift between the two. Hao Heng furtively cast a few glances behind him. The two individuals wore stern expressions, maintaining a measured distance from one another. However, this was not his concern. After a few fleeting observations, he redirected his focus, diligently and cautiously surveying his surroundings. The afternoon slipped away in an instant. The starry forest boasted a complex terrain, encompassing not only dense woodlands but also marshes, grand rivers, towering mountains, and deep valleys. As Hao Heng perused the map, he contemplated that traversing in a straight line to the southern region of the starry forest would require merely 3 routes. However, upon entering, he quickly realized the naivety of his assumption. Within the vast expanse of the forest, a direct path was an impossibility. Apart from the challenges posed by the terrain, The threat of soul beasts loomed large. Initially, perhaps due to the aura emanating from the group, they were undisturbed by any soul beasts. Yet, after 5 or 6 hours of travel, they were ambushed by a pitch-black rhinoceros soul beast, which had existed for a millennium. Fortunately, Hao Heng adeptly subdued the creature, pinning it to the ground with a single arm in a display of strength. Estimating the passage of time, he surmised that darkness would soon envelop the forest. It would be prudent to refrain from wandering during the night. Spotting a nearby water source, he suggested they rest there until dawn. After kneeling by the brook to wash the dust from his face, Sun Min rose, casting a playful glance back at Hao Heng, who was amusingly lifting the subdued rhinoceros soul beast by its neck, akin to a child with a puppy. Hao Heng lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the layers of foliage to behold the azure sky above, a vast expanse unmarred by any indication of the impending dusk. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, possessing the self-awareness to recognize that as a novice venturing into the forest for the first time, he could hardly rival the familiarity of those seasoned souls who traversed these woods countless times. Thus, he spoke, "Sister Sun, since you have taken a lead, the decision rests with you." Sun Min smiled and nodded, extending her hand towards Hao Heng and said, "Very well, then hand me that rhinoceros." Along with the bag of items they purchased at noon, Hao Heng gazed at the rhinoceros in his hands, its eyes devoid of brilliance. He dragged it over and gently laid it down beside Sun Min, before retrieving a bag from his ring. Sun Min first opened the bag, extracting several cloth packages and a bundle of iron rods, which she handed to Shi Jian, who had appeared by their side, unbeknownst to them. Shi Jian accepted the items and set them aside, summoning his martial spirit, a formidable bear with earthy yellow fur, towering an impressive 5 meters. In this state, he approached a tree and with a single powerful strike, shattered it effortlessly. A trunk that required both of them to embrace could not withstand his might. Once the dust from the fallen tree settled, Wu Ling approached, raising her hand in a gesture of summoning. A short staff, adorned with a transparent orb at its head, materialized in her grasp. 6 soul rings emerged beside her, one of which, a purple ring, illuminated brilliantly. The orb atop her staff transformed into a vibrant blue hue, and with a proud snort, she swung the staff downward. A blade of azure energy erupted from the orb, cleaving into the severed tree. As she continued to unleash her ethereal blades, the trunk was methodically sliced into uniformly sized segments of wood. Meanwhile, after breaking the large tree, Shi Jian returned to the clearing where Luo Yi had emerged, and together they began to arrange the iron rods and cloth packages. It was only when they had made considerable progress that Hao Heng realized they were assembling 2 tents. Hao Heng glanced around, noticing that everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Feeling somewhat reluctant to remain idle, he turned to Sun Min and inquired, "Sister Sun, is there anything I can assist you with?" At that moment, Sun Min had already severed the throat of the rhinoceros soul beast, allowing its scalding blood to flow into the river, transforming the crystal-clear stream into a crimson hue. Clutching the bloodied knife, she stood in the water, her back arched, surveying Hao Heng's tall figure. Raising her hand, she pointed the blade towards the rhinoceros's 2 short, stout hind legs and said, "Please help me lift it upside down." "Certainly," he replied. Hao Heng called out joyfully and stepped forward to assist in dealing with the soul beast, the rhinoceros. Sun Min, truly deserving of her reputation as a tavern owner, not only excelled in brewing, but also displayed remarkable skill in butchering. As Hao Heng watched her deftly skin, deb one, and cut the meat, he found himself entranced. Within the span of merely half an hour, a rhinoceros weighing 1,000 pounds and measuring 6 meters in length was transformed into piles of meat, forming a veritable mountain upon the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Ling busied herself arranging the fire, presenting several sharpened wooden sticks to Shi Jian. The group had already erected their tent, and as Wu Ling handed over the branches, Shi Jian promptly approached the meat mound, skewering substantial chunks of meat onto the sticks before placing them over the flames to roast. The 5 gathered around the bonfire, savoring the grilled meat. During this time, aside from Shi Jian suggesting to Sun Min that they procure some wine, which resulted in a scolding for both Sun Min and Wu Ling, the evening passed without further incident. As night deepened and the Milky Way illuminated the pitch-black sky with its enchanting glow, the 5 deliberated and decided that 2 men and 1 boy would take turns keeping watch. Luo Yi would guard the first half of the night, Shi Jian the middle, and Hao Heng the latter half. After discussing their itinerary for the following day, they left Luo Yi alone, maintaining a stoic demeanor by the bonfire, while the others retreated to their tents to sleep. Chapter 71. The hunters concealed in the night. The makeshift camp consisted of only 2 tents. Yet each was spacious enough that even 5 grown men could lie down without feeling cramped. In accordance with traditional customs, one tent was designated for men and the other for women. Hao Heng entered the tent alongside Shi Jian, initially expecting him to engage in conversation, for he had been quite talkative throughout their journey. However, to his surprise, Shi Jian collapsed in a slumber immediately upon entering, falling asleep even faster than Hao Heng could react. Not wishing to dwell on it, Hao Heng sought a corner, wrapped himself snugly in a thick, soft quilt, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. 6 hours passed, neither a second more nor less, and as the clock struck the appointed hour, Hao Heng opened his eyes. Within 3 seconds of awakening, his senses heightened, and he was momentarily taken aback to find the other 4 standing outside. Could it be that dawn had arrived? Hao Heng pondered thus, a faint blush gracing his cheeks as he recalled the earlier moment when he confidently thumped his chest, assuring Shi Jian that he would rise punctually to take his watch. If he were to sleep soundly until dawn, it would indeed be an act of self-deprecation. Yet, something felt amiss. The breathing technique he employed had never faltered in its timing. How could it possibly fail upon entering the great forest? Furrowing his brow, he delved into his thoughts. Suddenly, a slight tremor rippled through the ground, and a piercing wolf howl sliced through the fabric of the tent, reaching Hao Heng's ears. At that moment, he became acutely aware that the emotional fluctuations of those outside were decidedly unsettling. Hao Heng swiftly extricated himself from beneath the covers, donned his shoes, and drew back the tent flap to step outside. He cast a glance around, and as he had anticipated, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. With dawn approaching, not a glimmer of light could be discerned, and even the sky loomed ominously black, obscuring all visibility. Sun Min and the others stood back to back beside the campfire, each fixated on a distinct direction, their expressions etched with gravity. "What are you all doing?" As Hao Heng was about to approach, Sun Min suddenly shouted sharply, "Don't come any closer." As Hao Heng stepped out of the tent, he halted upon hearing Sun Min's urgent call. Yet, he felt an unusual sensation beneath his forward foot, not the firmness of the ground, but rather a soft, slippery texture. Lowering his gaze, he encountered a sight that sent chills down his spine. A black wolf, its eyes rolled back, tongue lolling, teeth bared, and a gaping wound in its belly. Its fur as dark as ink. Beside the black wolf, a yellow soul ring hovered, seemingly newly formed, with its energy still lingering in the air. Hao Heng lowered his gaze upon the black wolf when, all of a sudden, a piercing scream erupted from beside the campfire. He recognized the voice as that of Wu Ling, yet he did not turn to discern the cause of her distress. Just prior to her scream, Hao Heng had already sensed a shadow darting forth from the underbrush, surging towards him. Before Wu Ling's cry pierced the air, he had felt a chilling, acrid breeze sweep toward him, aiming directly at his neck. The shadow moved with astonishing swiftness, arriving before Hao Heng in the blink of an eye. Although he had sensed the apparition's approach, his reflexes were insufficient to evade it. However, as a sudden sensation of pressure constricted around his neck, a fierce glint ignited in Hao Heng's eyes. His soul energy surged throughout his being, propelling his head 10 meters into the air, while his neck thickened considerably. The shadow could never have anticipated this unforeseen transformation. It was violently repelled by the sudden expansion of Hao Heng's neck muscles, plummeting downwards. Hao Heng was not prepared to let it fall to the ground. He raised his palm upwards, ready to grasp it. However, the creature's fur was exceedingly slick, slipping through his fingers until he could only manage to grip it awkwardly with his nails. "Illo!" The creature cried out in anguish, thrashing wildly in an attempt to free itself from Hao Heng's grasp. Yet, with only his nails to hold on, he could do nothing but watch it fall from his hands. Just then, a sharp command reached his ears, prompting him to lower his gaze towards the source of the sound. There knelt Wu Ling, one knee on the ground, wielding a staff adorned with a soil-colored orb. Her head bowed to the earth, while a luminous yellow soul ring flickered beside her. In the next moment, a chilling sensation coursed through Hao Heng's body, compelling him to cautiously look down between his legs. He noticed a protruding earth spike, stained with blood, positioned less than 20 centimeters from him. This revelation rendered not only his face rigid, but also left him feeling ice-cold all over. Slowly, he maneuvered his body away from the spike, and once at a safe distance, he sighed in relief and turned to Wu Ling, whose expression had darkened. "Sister, could you please give me a heads up the next time you employ such a tactic?" Wu Ling tossed her head back with a haughty demeanor, giving a soft huff before returning to her previous stance. Meanwhile, Hao Heng cast his eyes down at the dark creature ensnared by the earth spike, prodding it with his hand. To his astonishment, it was identical to the vicious wolf he had just stepped on. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What level of soul beast is this? It moves far too swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than a yellow soul ring, even lighter in hue than the previous one, emerged from the wolf's lifeless form. Hao Heng widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "It can't be just a century old, can it?" I replied, "Come on, Hao Heng, don't jest. There are others around. This shadow wolf spirit beast only roams in the darkness and possesses incredible speed, despite its mere 100 years of age. Even a soul emperor specializing in agility would hesitate to claim they could capture its attack trajectory. Moreover, these creatures typically appear in packs, if one is spotted. It signifies that at least 100 of such spirit beasts are lurking nearby. No, it cannot be." Hao Heng found it somewhat difficult to believe, stuttering as he spoke. Yet at that very moment, a disturbance arose behind him. He turned his head slightly, and his peripheral vision caught sight of a black wolf hanging on either side of him. Hao Heng swiftly reached out and grasped them in his hands, one in each. These creatures appeared rather dim-witted. Despite his approach, they clung on tenaciously, indifferent to the fact that he had already captured them. With a firm squeeze, blood oozed between his fingers, and he discarded two mangled, bloody masses onto the ground. "Stop!" Sun Min exclaimed as Hao Heng held the two black wolves, but he failed to react and crushed them in his grip. He then stared blankly at Sun Min, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Sun Min sighed and lowered her hands, saying, "Never mind, let us prepare for battle." With that, she waved her palm, and 4 transparent glass goblets materialized in her grasp. Hao Heng was perplexed by her words. Yet upon hearing her mention preparations for battle, a sense of urgency gripped him instantly. Indeed, in the next moment, he felt shadows darting from the woods. He swiftly turned, only to be met with a powerful impact against his chest that nearly toppled him to the ground. Glancing down, he was astonished to find over a dozen vicious wolves clinging to his golden armor, with dozens more lurking behind. Chapter 72. Entering the Inner Circle Morning, a term so beautiful. It evokes a plethora of vivid imagery. One envisions dewdrops, glistening like pearls, clinging to the tips of leaves, reluctant to fall. The air is infused with a refreshing, invigorating aroma that cleanses the lungs. Radiant golden rays pierce through the darkness as the sun ascends from the eastern mountains. If the previous night had graced the earth with rain, one might even catch a whiff of the earth as fragrant essence. Hao Heng relished the fleeting moments upon awakening each day, for this brief interval allowed him to savor the beauty of the morning while liberating his mind from the clutter of chaotic thoughts. In his eyes, this moment of tranquility was far more precious than the most resplendent gem. However, this particular morning was anything but pleasant. After a night of fierce combat, his chest heaved violently, a tempest of murderous intent etched across his visage, and the once glorious golden armor he wore was now obscured by dark crimson blood. The ground was awash with blood, and heaps of shattered corpses lay strewn about. The air thick with a nauseating stench reminiscent of rotting leftovers festering in a bin for days, evoking a sense of revulsion. The previous night, a pack of wolves had attacked with reckless abandon, undeterred by the prospect of death. The other 4 members of his group had coordinated seamlessly, creating a small perimeter that no wolf could breach within 3 meters. Yet, Hao Heng bore the brunt of the assault. His massive frame, spanning 10 meters, became a conspicuous target, relentlessly besieged by the relentless tide of wolves. On several occasions, he found his head nearly submerged beneath the overwhelming swarm, and with Sun Min and the others nearby, he dared not unleash his area-clearing soul technique. Fortunately, the claws of these black wolves could not pierce his armor, causing him only minor inconveniences. After the ceasefire, Hao Heng experienced an unusual sensation. Despite the prolonged slaughter that should have left him feeling agitated, he found that, once the wolf pack retreated, the aura of bloodlust dissipated naturally. It was crucial to note that the blood and flesh strewn across the ground were undeniably real, unlike the spirits that vanished into light after being slain in the grave. For anyone else, the bloodlust generated from extinguishing nearly 500 lives would linger for weeks, if not longer. Yet Hao Heng's murderous intent faded swiftly, a fact so astonishing that few would believe it. Moreover, this was Hao Heng's first experience with such widespread carnage, yet he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. This was rather unsettling. He gazed down at his arms, stained a dark red with wolf blood, the viscous liquid clinging to his skin, its foul odor invading his nostrils. Strangely, he felt neither disgust, nor exhilaration, nor nausea. He simply found it unpleasant and lowered his hands, attempting to distance them from his nose. Was this the consequence of having one's emotion sealed away? It seemed even more dire. Hao Heng murmured to himself, He had initially believed that after the sealing of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, his anger would be subdued, potentially leading him to a more normalized state, free from incessant thoughts of destruction and annihilation. Yet, upon reflection, after a night of relentless slaughter, with rivers of blood flowing and mountains of shattered corpses accumulating, he found himself utterly devoid of any feeling in response to such a gruesome and repugnant spectacle. Hao Heng realized that sometimes indifference can be more terrifying than anger. "Are you all right, my dear brother Hao Heng?" As Hao Heng retracted his martial soul, Jian approached. Expressing his disdain for the blood that stained him, he patted Hao Heng's shoulder and inquired with genuine concern. Hao Heng cast his gaze upon him. Among the 4, Jian was the only one who needed to engage in close combat with the wolf pack. Thus, his circumstances were no less tainted than Hao Heng's, which allowed him to act with such disregard. Hao Heng shook his head and said, "I am fine. What about you, my dear brothers? What could possibly be the matter?" Jian, stroking his bald head, disdainfully kicked the wolf carcass beneath his feet, sending it flying into a tree, shattering it into fragments. With a cold snort, he remarked, "These creatures rely solely on their numbers, swift speed, and the advantage of concealment in the darkness to launch surprise attacks. Beyond these traits, they're utterly worthless. If we encounter them at dawn, I wouldn't even spare them a glance." Hao Heng gazed at the wolf carcass that had been brutally kicked open and inquired, "Brother, do we not just enter the Douluo forest? This should merely be the periphery, yet why are there so many spirit beasts congregated here?" Jian laughed heartily, patting Hao Heng on the shoulder as he replied, "My dear brother, do you truly believe that the outskirts of the forest are devoid of danger? This is precisely why the Douluo forest is regarded as the sacred realm of spirit beasts. This place is not akin to the hunting spirit forest. The density and variety of spirit beasts may exceed your wildest imagination, with peril lurking at every corner. Fortunately, we are all above the spirit emperor level, and you, my brother, are also exceptional. We traversed for half a day yesterday with relative ease, encountering few spirit beasts. However, for an ordinary spirit master, unless fortune favors them, if they dare to step into the forest, rest assured, if they survive for 5 minutes, they're destined for greatness in the future." Hao Heng initially did not anticipate such a dramatic scene. Yet, as he beheld the gruesome remnants strewn across the ground, he contemplated the grim possibility that had the assailants from the previous night been not mere brigands, but rather soul masters, grand soul masters, or even soul dignitaries, they could have been reduced to mere skeletons in an instant by this pack of savages. "Enough of your idle chatter, you two," Sun Min interjected, approaching with a glass in hand, extending it towards them. "Hasten to the river and wash up. We must be on our way shortly." Hao Heng observed as Jian took a sip from the cup and followed suit. It was not the same intoxicating drink from that day. Rather, it was a common spirit, somewhat fiery, yet Hao Heng's body was resilient enough to endure it. After consuming the drink, he sensed a gradual restoration of his inner strength and soul energy. Without further ado, he returned the cup to Sun Min and accompanied Jian to the riverbank to cleanse the blood from their bodies. Upon their return, they found that Sun Min and the others had prepared breakfast, which consisted once again of the meat from yesterday's rhinoceros. It was not that the group despised wolf meat, though it was indeed unpalatable, foul-smelling, and tough, but rather because there was not a single intact piece. And Sun Min had no desire to sort through the mingled scraps of meat. Following the battle from the previous day, it seemed everyone had developed a slight aversion to meat. Even Jian partook less than usual, while only Luo maintained a normal appetite, with most of the food eventually finding its way to Hao Heng's stomach. After a satisfying meal, the group packed up their tent and belongings. Embarking deeper into the great forest, they crossed a wide river, scaled high mountains, and delved into the thicket. Before long, they were ambushed by a soul beast, a yellow-skinned tiger with a single horn atop its head, measuring 5 meters in length. Not only did it possess sharp claws, but it could also launch attacks with its pointed horn. Initially, Hao Heng underestimated it and sought to take it down swiftly, only to discover that it was no ordinary beast. Its strength was formidable, and its speed astonishing. Not only did he fail to subdue it, but in a moment of carelessness, he was pierced in the thigh by its horn, nearly injuring his bone. Fortunately, after much effort, he managed to deliver a fatal blow after Luo shot an arrow through its abdomen. Grasping its head with one hand, Hao Heng forcefully smashed it against the rocks, striking it repeatedly until the stones shattered into fragments, thus ending the beast's wicked life. Once the fierce tiger lay lifeless beneath his hand, Hao Heng exhaled a sigh of relief and stood upright, a faint dark light glimmering at the corner of his eye. As he turned to seek the source of the light, he beheld a black soul ring emerging from the tiger's body, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a 10,000-year soul beast. As Hao Heng remained in a state of astonishment at having vanquished a millennium-old soul beast, Sun Min approached, gazing into the distance among the dense forest. After examining the fallen tiger, he nodded and remarked, "It appears we have entered the inner perimeter of the great forest." Chapter 73. It is coming at noon. Within the vast expanse of the great forest, emerald leaves surged like waves, the wind rising and causing the leafy billows to undulate endlessly over thousands of meters. A shadow, dark as night, swept across the sea of trees. Looking up, one would behold a colossal azure bird, its wings unfurled to a length of several hundred meters. The great bird flapped its wings, gliding through the air like a gust, leaving behind 2 trails of white mist at the tips of its wings. After soaring for over 10,000 meters, it finally slowed its pace, glancing back with eyes filled with terror that now sparkled with a hint of relief. The prolonged high-speed flight had rendered it weary. After a sweeping glance around, it set its sights on a towering tree with a broad canopy, suitable for landing. As it folded its wings and glided down, extending its sharp claws to grasp a branch, it came to a steady halt. A regal aura emanated from its form, and 2 tufts of deep azure feathers above its eyes stood erect, exuding an air of haughtiness. In that moment, it resembled a sovereign of the clouds, completely detached from the earlier panic of the fleeing bird. Surveying its surroundings, it found nothing but trees and mountains, devoid of any trace of soul beasts. Sensing the absence of other predators, the giant bird shed its pretenses. The recent flight had been nothing short of harrowing. Had it been any other soul beast, it would certainly have fallen victim to that monstrous creature. Fortunately, its kind possessed a pair of wings and unmatched speed. The giant bird raised its wings, wiping the sweat from its brow with its inner feathers, letting out a relaxed sigh. Closing its eyes, it allowed its racing heart to steady before preparing to take to the skies once more. However, the instant it reopened its eyes, all its attention converged on a mountain approximately 1,000 meters in height before it. Compared to other peaks in the great forest, this mountain was merely ordinary. Yet it was remarkably broad and peculiar, its surface entirely covered in grass that was not the usual blue-silver grass, but rather thick, erect strands of dark grass. Wait a moment, that is not a mountain. The colossal bird's pupils rapidly constricted to mere pinpoints as it lifted its wings, yearning to escape swiftly. However, after a couple of flaps, it felt as though it were shackled to the branch, its wings burdened by an unseen weight. Each attempt to soar only drained its strength further, rendering its body increasingly heavy, while an oppressive force descended from above. The giant avian staggered, nearly toppling from its perch, instinctively gripping the branch with its formidable talons to maintain its inverted position. Suspended upside down, it opened its eyes. Having attained its level of cultivation, it was far from foolish. It understood that it was under attack. Its gaze traversed the horizon, fixating on the ominous black mountain. Suddenly, that very mountain stirred, rising abruptly from the ground to an astonishing height, piercing through the clouds that veiled the sky. Following the mountain's ascent, the bird's eyes pierced through the mist, locking onto a pair of obsidian eyes that radiated brilliance akin to the sun, fixed upon it with a chilling intensity that betrayed unmasked fury. The gaze sent a shiver coursing through the colossal bird, icy dread surging from its talons to the very tips of its longest feathers. The side of the black mountain fissured, and a dark pillar detached itself, reaching out towards the bird. As the pillar drew near, the bird discerned that it was, in fact, a colossal hand complete with 5 fingers resembling those of a human. Its 10-meter-long body was ensnared within the palm of this gigantic hand. When it regained its senses, it found itself still inverted, previously dangling from the tree above a thicket, but now suspended between the fingers of the black hand, with a gaping maw filled with jagged fangs looming beneath. Gugagoo, gugagoo. The colossal bird struggled fiercely, tears streaming down its face, its beak emitting incessant coos, as if attempting to convey an unspoken message. The black mountain, seemingly attuned to the essence of its cries, closed its gaping maw, its fiery gaze widening as the giant hand relinquished its grip. The great bird flapped its wings, stabilizing itself in midair, preventing a disastrous fall to the ground. Though freed, it hesitated to flee, fully aware that if the towering creature desired its demise, escape would be futile, mere moments separating life from death. Once aloft and steady, the bird resumed its frantic cooing. Initially taken aback, the black mountain erupted in a furious roar, interpreting the bird's antics as mockery. The bird, displaying urgency, intensified its calls, gesturing towards the direction from which it had flown moments earlier. The creature's blazing eyes shifted to follow the bird's indications, but the forest remained undisturbed, leaves dancing gently in the breeze. After several minutes of silence, the Black Mountain's mouth gaped, fangs bared as if preparing to turn and devour the bird. Yet, just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the distant trees. Although the figure faced away, the Black Mountain discerned every movement with clarity. This shadowy form appeared to engage in acts of slaughter, resembling a human yet wielding dominance over the weak. The Black Mountain's expression darkened, baring its teeth and emitting a series of deep, rumbling growls, akin to the ominous thunder preceding a tempest. The bird, glancing furtively at the giant, seemed to gauge its mood, and after a brief moment, resumed its cooing, a glint of malice flickering in its eyes. Unexpectedly, the Black Mountain swung its head, fixing its unwavering gaze upon the bird, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The sudden onslaught of sound left the bird feeling as if its very soul was being wrenched from its body. When it regained focus, the world around it had transformed drastically, from an expansive sky to a blood-red wall of flesh and an abyssal black void. Above, a row of razor-sharp fangs loomed ominously. As they descended, they snuffed out the light and sliced into its form, tearing it apart. The bird barely had time to register the pain as a putrid, soft appendage shifted within its severed body, the fangs striking again and again, each time allowing fleeting glimpses of light before plunging it into darkness once more. The Black Mountain, seething with rage, fixated upon the distant figure that had appeared and then vanished, chewing thoughtfully before spitting out a mouthful of feathers. Its body shimmered with an inky glow, each flicker causing it to diminish in size until it transformed into a short-limbed, long-armed black-furred gorilla, standing 10 meters tall. It extended its hands, gripping the surrounding trees, utilizing their sturdy trunks to navigate the forest with remarkable agility, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the fringes of the vast, starry forest, in a secluded area, Hao Heng retreated from a towering height of 1,000 meters to a more manageable 10, gasping for breath. Before him lay a tree-like soul beast, shattered into several segments. The other 4 members of his group had just extricated themselves from the grasp of the creature's tendrils and were now converging towards him. Were it not for dire necessity, Hao Heng would have preferred not to resort to such an extraordinary stature to confront the soul beast. Although his considerable height afforded him an advantage in vanquishing aggressive soul beasts, it equally attracted unwanted attention. Previously, he had utilized a height of 200 meters, and after defeating the adversarial soul beast, he was immediately encircled by 2 more, drawn in by his imposing presence. Now, having reached a staggering height of 1,000 meters, he could only speculate on how many more would come. Today marked their 5th day within the Douluo forest. Throughout these 5 days, they had not ceased their battles. As soon as they defeated one challenger, they would walk a few hundred meters only to encounter another. It was a relentless cycle of combat, or the journey towards it, leaving no time for sustenance or rest. Had it not been for Sun Min's beverages that replenished their strength, Hao Heng feared that the 4 of them might not endure any longer. Hao Heng calculated that, in addition to the solitary unicorn tiger he had slain upon entering the forest, he had now dispatched another, previously concealed in the shadows, masquerading as an ordinary tree. This tree-like soul beast had engaged them in a deceptive game of bondage, and the number of ancient soul beasts that had perished at his hands had already surpassed 20. Such a claim would likely be met with disbelief, particularly given that he had only recently attained the 20th level. Yet, who could contest the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit? Didn't I advise you against utilizing excessive physical strength? Sun Min admonished, frowning as she stepped forward. Hao Heng looked at her helplessly and explained, "There's no other choice, Sister Sunday. You must have felt the vines of that enormous tree as well. Without utilizing the 1,000-meter physique, I simply cannot break free. I can't just stand by and watch it devour Sister Wuling, can I? However, the higher the form you adopt, the more soul beasts you attract. Last time, 2 ancient soul beasts nearly left us stranded in the vast forest. This time, all right. Wuling, who had just been saved by Hao Heng, interjected, standing between the 2. Since we are aware that those beasts may be approaching, why bicker? We should hurry and flee instead of waiting to be consumed." Sun Min shot her a glance, scoffed, and turned to leave. Shi Jian, with a goofy smile, looked at Hao Heng, nodded in gratitude, then followed Sun Min closely alongside Luo Yi. Wuling turned to Hao Heng and said, somewhat irately, "Don't think that just because you saved me, I'll be grateful. If it weren't for you and the money, I wouldn't have found myself in such peril. Therefore, saving me was merely your duty. Humph." After she finished speaking, she quickly turned and ran to catch up with the others. Hao Heng scratched his head, perplexed by their lack of gratitude and their reproach towards him. Yet, recalling the harrowing night 3 days prior when he was nearly surrounded by 2 ancient soul beasts, he understood. He turned to gaze into the dark, dense forest behind him. Earlier, while he was fiercely battling the tree, he sensed a scorching gaze spying on him from behind. However, due to time constraints, he needed to eliminate that tree within 2 seconds and disregarded that gaze. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt that the gaze was not only fervent but also exceedingly aggressive, leaving him with the unsettling sensation of being utterly exposed beneath its scrutiny. Hao Heng shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin, and hurriedly turned to chase after the 4, calling out, "Wait for me." Chapter 74. It approaches as nightfall approached. The clouds atop the western mountain glowed a deep crimson within the southern expanse of the starry forest. By the banks of a wide river, Sun Min stood, one hand holding a sheepskin map while the other wielded a charcoal pencil, sketching and annotating upon the parchment. The other 4 stood alert behind her, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. After a few minutes, Sun Min finally put away her charcoal pencil and turned to the group, saying, "Let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow, as long as we cross this river, we shall have exited the inner confines of the starry forest and reached the southern part of the great woodland." Hao Heng stepped forward and glanced at the river beneath his feet. It was not turbulent, merely 50 meters wide. He inquired, "Since we only need to cross the river, why not proceed right away?" Sun Min shot him an exasperated look and retorted, "It is about to get dark. Do you truly believe that the rivers in this vast forest are as safe as they appear on the surface?" Hao Heng offered a few apologetic chuckles before turning to retrieve the canvas and steel poles, commencing the construction of the tent alongside Shi Jian and Luo Yi. As night fell, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand in front of their face. After enjoying a modest dinner, the watch was taken up by Hao Heng, Shi Jian, and Luo Yi, with Hao Heng assuming the first half of the night's vigil. Once they had all settled into the tent, Hao Heng rose from the ground, facing the campfire, focusing his energy as he spread his legs and crouched slightly. With only an hour remaining, the relentless sun behind him threatened to diminish his attributes by over 1,000 points. In the depths of the great forest, he could not summon thunder at will to temper his body. Thus, he resolved to utilize any spare moments for training, striving to gain even the slightest enhancement in attributes. While exercising, he maintained his normal form, for it had been a considerable time since he had trained in his giant spirit form. Currently, at a height of 1,000 meters, his soul power could only be sustained for 2 seconds, and any further increase in stature rendered him unable to utilize it. The silvery moonlight danced upon the river's surface, shimmering like scattered jewels, while the evening breeze swept across the water, encircling Hao Heng's robust physique before drifting into the distant thicket. Aside from the sounds of water and wind, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. It was eerily abnormal, for not even a single insect could be heard chirping. Hao Heng opened his eyes, extending his senses into the thicket. Inside, there were indeed insects, yet they remained silent, as if gripped by an inexplicable fear. Were they afraid of him? That seemed implausible. They had camped here before, and those insects had chirped as usual. But today, a peculiar silence enveloped them. Unless, of course, there existed a presence so formidable that even these creatures could sense it. Insects possess a limited range of perception. Typically, they remain oblivious to a powerful being unless it consciously exudes an aura. However, their sensitivity is acute. At present, there was no breeze, no rustle of grass. Yet the insects were so terrified that they dared not make a sound, indicating that a being of immense power was approaching them, shrouded in an overwhelming aura. Hao Heng immediately rose to his feet, swiftly moving to the entrance of 2 tents. He pulled a rope beside the doors, and a series of bell-like chimes echoed from within. After 2 resounding rings, 4 figures leapt from the tent and quickly gathered around Hao Heng, their vigilance directed towards the surrounding wilderness. Sun Min squinted, surveying the dense forest with fury, and demanded, "Hao Heng, where's the danger?" Hao Heng gazed solemnly around and remarked, "Have you not noticed how exceptionally tranquil it is tonight? Even the insects have ceased their chirping." Silence. Insects. Hao Heng's words struck the 4 individuals like a thunderclap, leaving even the usually impassive Luo Yi pale and filled with trepidation. Wu Ling's delicate voice trembled as she exclaimed, "No, it can't be. Such a thing is not so easily encountered. No, it has already arrived." Sun Min, equally terrified, feigned composure as she lifted her gaze to the pitch-black sky. The others momentarily froze at her words, before following her gaze upwards. It seemed as though Sun Min possessed an uncanny ability to manifest her thoughts. No sooner had she spoken than two blazing beams of light pierced through the clouds, revealing a colossal shadow in the darkness, a towering mass that reached skyward like a mountain. In its presence, the group appeared as insignificant as ants beneath a great peak. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from above, prompting everyone to hastily cover their ears. Yet the sound waves proved too potent, rupturing their eardrums and causing blood to flow from their ears. Hao Heng felt as though his very insides were vibrating with the resonance of the sound. He looked up to see a shadow descending upon them, and his expression shifted dramatically. The shadow evoked a sense of familiarity. He often preferred to subdue opponents much smaller than himself by first controlling them with his hand. The sharp, icy wind accompanying the shadow jolted his rattled mind back to clarity. Hao Heng surged forward a few steps, channeling all his soul power, his form rapidly expanding until it reached 1,000 meters before coming to a halt. Upon attaining this colossal size, a layer of despair enveloped him. The entity before him was simply too immense. Even at 1,000 meters, he remained unable to discern the true nature of the being. The shadow seemed momentarily startled by Hao Heng's sudden transformation, pausing briefly before adjusting its direction and bearing down upon him. Hao Heng then beheld a titanic hand, its back cloaked in a layer of black fur, with a width of 100 meters. Hao Heng gathered strength in both palms and thrust upward. At the moment of contact with the colossal hand, the ground beneath him shattered into fine dust, and his body sank into the swirling debris of the deep pit. His complexion turned ashen, a tempestuous force ravaged within him, wreaking havoc, and the crisp sound of cracking echoed throughout his being. Hao Heng understood that these were the sounds of his bones fracturing under the immense pressure. The earth beneath him continued to sink deeper, and he grasped the intention of his adversary. It sought to crush him within the pit. Yet, the situation grew graver. His soul power was depleting rapidly. Once able to sustain himself for 2 seconds, he now estimated he could endure for barely one. Hao Heng felt his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. "Open your mouth." A sharp command pierced his ears, prompting him to instinctively comply. A bubble enveloped in liquid soared into his mouth, bursting forth with a rich aroma of liquor that filled his entire oral cavity. As he swallowed the potent liquid, a sudden surge of soul power erupted within him, replenishing his nearly parched meridians with an overwhelming tide of energy. He felt invigorated. A glimmer of determination flickered in Hao Heng's eyes as he harnessed nearly 200 million units of strength in a formidable upward thrust. However, it proved futile. The force emanating from that hand was incomprehensibly greater than he had anticipated. He felt akin to an ant, at the mercy of his adversary's whims. Moreover, Hao Heng sensed that his opponent was not exerting their full strength. Should they unleash their true power, he might very well shatter in an instant. Hao Heng, feeling increasingly oppressed, sensed himself sinking deeper, his head nearly submerged below the horizon. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Luo Yi, who was drawing back an arrow aimed skyward. Hao Heng let out a desperate cry. No, alas, it was too late. The arrow flew swiftly, and by the time his voice erupted, the projectile had already penetrated the shadow, akin to a droplet falling into the vast ocean, leaving no trace. However, the furious roar that followed indicated to all that the arrow had indeed made an impact, at least rousing the ire of that shadowy figure. Hao Heng relaxed his arm, and the enormous hand above him retracted. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, an intangible pressure descended from above, causing his body to tremble. It was perplexing. Although nothing was physically pressing down on him, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if the very air had suddenly turned oppressive, making even the simple act of raising his arm an arduous task. He glanced at the others, and the 4 individuals, even more distressed than he, lay prostrate on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. The domain, a gravitational domain. Hao Heng gritted his teeth, the blood vessels in his eyes spreading like a crimson web as he forced out a few syllables with great effort. Struggling, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where 2 towering shadows ascended, vanishing into the clouds. Chapter 75. A narrow escape in the inky darkness of the night. The sky tore open, revealing a vast chasm through which 2 colossal shadows, resembling celestial pillars, penetrated the cloud cover, stirring up a tempest. Hao Heng gazed upward, only to behold 2 immense whirlpools materializing in the previously tranquil sky, voraciously devouring the surrounding white clouds. It was gathering strength. Hao Heng's eyes widened, blood vessels clearly visible in the whites of his eyes, as an astonishing thought surged through his mind. Who could possess such extraordinary power? He yearned to dismiss his hypothesis, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. The weight pressing upon him grew increasingly oppressive, and he sensed that the force within him, which had ignited his soul power, was rapidly waning. In just a few minutes, or perhaps even within the next second, his soul power could be entirely depleted. No, he must escape. Hao Heng's face contorted in a grimace as he exerted considerable effort to lift his hands, clawing at the earth on either side. In a bid to extricate his massive form from the soil, he had contemplated the notion of shrinking. Yet he understood that diminishing his size would render him incapable of withstanding the immense pressure bearing down upon him, likely leading to a fate akin to that of the 4 individuals nearby. With a powerful push, he heaved his upper body from the pit, quickly collapsing onto his back upon the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed skyward. His blazing eyes, filled with intensity, did not cast their gaze downward. It seemed they had already concluded that there was no escape from its grasp. And indeed, this was the undeniable truth. Upon emerging from the ground, Hao Heng was immediately struck by a resounding, shattering sound resonating within his body. Just as he sought to investigate his internal condition, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through his muscles, causing his form to rapidly contract until it reached a height of merely 20 meters. When his body ceased its transformation, a profound heaviness engulfed his head, driving it forcefully into the earth. In that moment, he comprehended why Sun Min and the others appeared entranced, their minds devoid of any resistance. The force pressing down upon them was utterly astonishing, akin to an immense mountain bearing down upon their beings. The mere thought of rising was daunting. Even the attempt to move a single finger proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Above, the twin whirlpools in the sky spun with increasing velocity, nearly devouring the surrounding white clouds, transforming them into 2 colossal white rings encircling the towering shadows. As the mist beside the shadowy pillars ceased its swirling, a thunderous roar akin to a cataclysm reverberated through the heavens, sending ripples through the surrounding space, each wave relentless in its undulation. Hao Heng witnessed 2 shadows descending, accompanied by a despairing wail that echoed through the air. As he observed the ominous figures drawing closer, the coarse, elongated strands of their dark fur became increasingly distinct. In his mind's eye, a vivid tableau began to unfold. The earth fractured, dust and debris swirling chaotically, as a colossal pit emerged beneath the shadow's influence. The tremors reverberated through the ground, causing the 5 of them to plummet into the abyss. As the dust settled, the chasm was concealed, and they were ensconced in silence within the forest, buried deep underground, in the company of insects, ants, serpents, and scorpions. No, I refuse to accept such a fate. Hao Heng let out a thunderous roar, yet it bore no fruit. The pressure upon him, far from diminishing, only intensified under his resistance. Despair engulfed him as he lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of light, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Slowly, his eyelids descended. He was reluctant to part with this vibrant world. He had yet to truly behold its beauty. How could he succumb in such a manner? Yet, what good was his unwillingness? His lack of strength had led him to arrogantly venture into the heart of the forest, summoning forth this terrifying behemoth. All of this was self-inflicted. Hao Heng's eyes brimmed with sorrowful tears. Yet, just as his eyelids were about to close, a streak of ominous darkness descended from the heavens, piercing into his gaze. Hao Heng possessed an extraordinary perception, and in an instant, he opened his eyes to gaze at the dark silhouette. A colossal hammer surged forth from an indeterminate distance, rising from the earth, and then crashing down upon the head of that ominous shadow. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the black mountain as it swayed several times before toppling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Titanic, giant ape, do not dare to wreak havoc again. Disturb the peace of my wife. Hao Heng heard a roar echoing from afar, articulated in human language, and a wave of joy surged within him as he instantly comprehended that this was an opportunity for escape. Indeed, the oppressive weight upon him vanished in the next moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet, dashed to the edge where the 4 individuals were, grasped 2 of them in each hand, and then sprinted towards the opposite bank of the river. Fortunately, the water was not deep, barely reaching his knees, though it harbored some razor-toothed piranhas that nibbled at his skin without inflicting significant harm. Upon crossing the river, he heard the furious roars behind him. Turning back, he observed the towering black mountain rising once more, lifting its arm to retaliate in the direction from which the colossal hammer had struck. The hammer, undeterred, collided with the fist of the mountain, generating shockwaves that uprooted trees within a 100-mile radius. Even Hao Heng's formidable stature was not spared. He clung tightly to Sun Min and the others as he was momentarily lifted off the ground, etching the hammer's form indelibly in his mind. Although he was unaware of why the wielder of the hammer had come to his aid, he believed in the principle of repaying kindness. However, for the moment, survival was his priority, and he would address the matter later. Time passed in a blur as he fled, and it was only at dawn that he finally halted beside a pond. He set down the still days for, enduring his exhaustion as he bent down to drink from the water, calming the tumultuous heartbeat that had throbbed throughout the night. After a brief respite, he felled a large tree, transforming it into a form suitable for burning, and built a modest fire. Arranging the four of them in a neat line, he settled beside the fire against a nearby stone, drifting into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, he returned to the previous night. Yet, when confronted by the Black Mountain, he was no longer the frail and helpless figure he had been. In his dream, he had grown to a stature of 1,000,000 meters, with the mountain at his feet like a mere ant. Just as he raised his hand, poised to crush it, a chorus of cries erupted beside him, rousing him from his reverie. Hao Heng slowly opened his eyes, still heavy with sleep. After rubbing them a few times, he finally discerned his surroundings. Sun Min and the others had already risen, gathered around the fire, each face pale and drawn. Wu Ling even buried her face in Sun Min's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, indifferent to her appearance. No one spoke much. An air of trepidation lingered among them, mingled with gratitude for having narrowly escaped disaster. After resting for half a day, Hao Heng managed to hunt a lost wild buffalo, which they roasted and consumed before preparing to embark on their journey once more. I will not go anymore. I want to stay here. Just as everyone was about to rise, Wu Ling hugged her knees, sitting on the ground, her delicate face as pale as parchment, her eyes devoid of luster, and she spoke in a weak and helpless tone. Hao Heng gazed at the crowd, noticing their contemplative expressions, and a tremor coursed through his heart. Having come this far, he could not simply abandon their endeavor. Although they had already traversed beyond the inner perimeter and reached the outskirts of the great forest's southern edge, he still required their extensive knowledge of the wilderness, which could spare him from numerous perils. Thus, for the time being, he could not part ways with them. He hastily stepped forward and urged, Sister Wu Ling, we have already left the inner perimeter. We merely need to locate the volcanic cluster. There's little here that poses a threat to us. In just a few days, we shall. How can you be so certain there is no danger? Wu Ling erupted, rising to her feet in agitation, and bellowed at Hao Heng. It's all your fault. If you had not assumed that colossal form, would that terrifying creature have been lured here? Once again, we nearly lost our lives. How can you be so sure it will not pursue us again? I refuse to go to any volcano. I want to go back. I want out. As she spoke, Wu Ling's voice dwindled, and she cradled her head, sinking down in a crouch, weeping softly. Hao Heng's expression turned cold. He had not anticipated that after rescuing them, she would lay the blame for the impending crisis at his feet. Observing the faces of others, he noticed a consensus forming among them. After all, he was not one of their own. He let out a cold laugh and said, in that case, Sister Sun Min, what is your stance? Sun Min raised her head, casting a glance at Wu Ling, then turned her gaze toward Hao Heng. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she earnestly addressed him, young Hao Heng. We have once again traversed a perilous path. Our mental state has become unbalanced, significantly impacting our abilities. Therefore, the journey ahead must be undertaken by you alone. Here, take this. It is a map. Simply follow the line indicated. Sun Min produced the map she had kept close to her for the past few days and handed it to Hao Heng, pointing to a black line on it as she spoke. Hao Heng received the map, cast a gloomy glance at it, sighed, and coldly remarked, very well then. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, dear brothers and sisters, for the journey. This is a small token of my appreciation. Let's part ways amicably, with no debts between us. Should fate allow, we may meet again. Hao Heng withdrew a pouch of golden soul coins from the ring and handed it to Sun Min. After Sun Min accepted it, he tucked away the map and turned to enter the depths of the jungle alone, his expression shrouded in gloom. He now felt a sense of betrayal. Having rescued them, their lack of gratitude was one thing, but now, in his moment of need, their cowardice was disheartening. The way they regarded him was akin to gazing upon a harbinger of misfortune, as if they wished for an encounter with that monstrous being. How amusing, indeed. Chapter 76. The volcanic toad hunt the scorched earth, the withered yellow leaves, the darkened trunks, and the suffocating stench of sulfur permeating the air. Hao Heng slightly lifted his head, inhaling deeply a few times before opening his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, this was the place. It was the 12th day since he entered the vast forest, and the 7th day of his solitary navigation through its depths. Initially, he had thought that traversing alone would be a trivial endeavor, After all, he had already ventured beyond the inner periphery and believed he would encounter no peril. With a map in hand, he presumed he would swiftly locate his destination. However, reality proved that he was still quite youthful and inexperienced. In these past days, although he had not faced any life-threatening dangers, he had stumbled into a wolf pack, ventured into a tiger's lair, endured the bites of venomous insects, and had been pursued by a bear. If it were not for the soothing effects of the sleep recovery breathing technique, he might have found himself in far worse predicaments. As for the map, it only fueled his frustration. Lacking directional markers and characterized by a rather crude design, it led him astray on numerous occasions. Can you fathom the sense of helplessness and despair that enveloped him when, after crossing a foul-smelling swamp and painstakingly scaling high mountains, he discovered he had been moving in the wrong direction? Yet, fortunately, the heavens do reward the diligent. After several encounters with obstacles, he finally managed to find his way. Hao Heng crouched down, scooping up a handful of charred soil and bringing it to his nose for a deep inhalation. The earthy scent mingled with a potent whiff of sulfur confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed the place. He rose swiftly, sprinting forward as the trees around him grew increasingly sparse. It was not until he emerged from the forest and stepped onto a vast plain that he felt assured he had arrived at his destination. Before him lay an expanse of blackened earth, and ahead, the terrain ascended to reveal a volcano towering like a colossal chimney, its height reaching over 1,000 meters. The surrounding walls were remarkably steep, nearly perpendicular to the ground, and at its summit, a large opening belched forth dark smoke, casting a gray pall over the entire sky. Excited, Hao Heng began to sprint, his figure expanding from a normal size to 10 meters. In recent days, he had maintained an acute vigilance, accustomed to advancing in this colossal form, prepared for any imminent danger. Had it not been for the narrow gaps in the dense forest, he would have preferred to remain in his larger state, avoiding unnecessary disturbances. His movements were swift. Within minutes, he reached the base of the mountain. Fortunately, the rocky surface was not smooth, with numerous indentations and protrusions allowing him to climb step by step. When he encountered a lack of footholds, he forcefully pried open a fissure and soon found himself atop the mountain. The summit was just as he had anticipated, featuring a large, roughly circular magma pool with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The edges of the pool were broad and sturdy, enabling Hao Heng to practice his martial arts without the peril of falling in, which provided him with considerable comfort. He circumnavigated the magma pool, surveying the surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized that this volcano was not alone. Obscured from his view by the volcanic formation, he now discerned two additional, slightly shorter volcanoes behind it, both emitting plumes of black smoke. The temperature of the magma was intolerable for most. Standing beside the volcanic crater for just a few minutes had caused him to break into a sweat, despite having climbed without shedding a single drop previously. Now, drenched in perspiration, he removed his golden armor, retaining only a pair of shorts. Yet even this minimal attire offered little relief from the oppressive heat. He gazed around, surveying the landscape from his elevated position, but to his dismay, he found no signs of life. Could it be? Had he wandered into the wrong place once again? Hao Heng, feeling disheartened, sighed and resolved to descend the mountain to explore the other two volcanoes. At that moment, however, his ears caught some sounds emanating from the magma pool. In addition to the bubbling and hissing of the molten rock, there were faint croaking noises. His eyes lit up with curiosity as he hurried to the edge of the magma pool to peer inside. The magma was a mere 2 meters from the mountain's mouth, a searing red-yellow liquid that bubbled incessantly, producing a rhythmic crackling sound. Hao Heng initially scanned the mountain walls, hoping to find an opening or some crevice. But his efforts were in vain. The inner walls of the volcano were exceedingly smooth, devoid of any openings or even irregularities. Could the source of the sound be within the magma itself? Hao Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead, contemplating for a moment. He took a few steps back, summoned his soul ring, and unleashed the domain of thunder, skillfully directing the thunderous energy to converge above the cave entrance. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as a bolt of purple lightning, the width of a human arm, plunged into the magma pool. The molten rock erupted outward, and Hao Heng swiftly dodged to avoid the splatter. It was only when an object shot forth from within that he halted, stepping forward to firmly pin it down, preventing its escape. Cautiously crouching, he grasped the creature, his eyes widening as he examined it closely. It resembled a toad, with a red skin adorned by small black nodules on its back, reminiscent of stones, and its pair of eyes, good heavens. Hao Heng swiftly turned away to evade the molten lava orb expelled by the toad. Releasing his grip, he allowed it to leap away, plunging into the magma pool. He hastily crouched down to observe, yet it had already vanished from sight. Although it had escaped, a sense of elation filled Hao Heng, for he had at least discerned the whereabouts of these creatures. He stepped back a few paces and summoned the thunder once more, this time conjuring a bolt as large as a basin, causing the magma to erupt in a rain of fiery droplets. Unfazed, he invoked his golden armor, allowing the searing lava to cascade upon him, deftly catching the toads that leaped toward him. This time, for toads launched forth, he seized two with his hands, while the other two, attempting to return to the magma, were swiftly struck down by his timely thunder. Regrettably, the most aged among them was merely a century old. The others were only a few decades, which left Hao Heng somewhat dissatisfied. His first soul ring was already of a millennium caliber, and he believed that the second should not be inferior, lest it be of 10,000 years. Contemplating this, he rose again, raising his right hand high as the energy of thunder coalesced within his palm. A thunder spear gradually took shape, and this time, he infused it with all the accumulated thunder energy within him. Once the crackling spear was formed, he took a couple of swift steps forward and hurled it into the depths of the magma. Hao Heng lay beside the magma pool, gazing downward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, until the 10th second, when the volcano beneath him trembled with a seismic wave accompanied by a muffled rumble. He understood that this was the effect of the thunder spear's detonation. However, the magma did not erupt as it had before, nor did any toads leap forth. This left him somewhat vexed. He pondered whether the depth of the explosion was the cause. Resolving to descend the mountain first, he planned to replenish his thunder energy with a thunder cleansing technique before attempting again. As Hao Heng approached the edge of the volcano, poised to descend, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, causing the entire mountain to sway. He turned a glance at the lava pool and observed the molten rocks sinking within. Could it be that the volcano was on the verge of an eruption? Hao Heng, gripped by a sense of dread, quickly turned back and leaped downward. As he soared through the air, a thunderous explosion resonated from the summit of the volcano, and a column of molten lava, wide enough to span hundreds of meters, surged upward, shrouded in black smoke, piercing the heavens. Chapter 77, The Second Soul Ring Boom. The ground beneath him was soft, and Hao Heng plummeted into the earth, his internal organs subjected to a violent impact that nearly forced him to expel his stomach's contents. Fortunately, he had succumbed to slumber in midair, rendering him insensible to the pain. After a brief interval of half a minute, he extricated his head from the soil, shaking off the layer of dirt that clung to him. He looked upward to see the molten rain beginning to cascade from the fiery column. He hastily rose to his feet. His sturdy physique had fully recovered from the injuries sustained during his descent, leaving only a slight ache, which he bore with determination as he hastened his pace. Within a few minutes, he reached the edge of the forest, leaning against a tree with one hand. He gasped for breath, observing the relentless downpour of lava rain. As anticipated, the molten rain did not reach the fringes of the woods. Resting beneath a tree with yellowing leaves, he faced the torrential deluge of molten rain. A mere few meters separated him from the chaos. Yet he maintained an air of calm, betraying not a hint of panic. He gently brushed the dust from his garments, squinting as he peered through the curtain of molten lava, fixated on the mountain that continued to expel its fiery contents. He sensed that something extraordinary was poised to emerge. 3 minutes later, the molten rain abruptly diminished, and a resounding voice echoed from within the volcano. Quack! Following the two reverberating sound waves, a colossal shadow leaped from the peak, crashing down onto the ground still smoldering with uncooled lava, sending dust swirling in all directions. Hao Heng's expression grew solemn as he straightened his posture, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Before the dust had settled, a wave of heat surged towards him. Hao Heng focused his mind and precisely captured the object emitting the intense heat wave, a colossal magmasphere with a diameter of no less than 2 meters. To think that one would attempt to use this to drive him back was a gross underestimation of his capabilities. Hao Heng's expression remained composed as he positioned himself in a lunge, ready to counter the incoming magmasphere. When the fiery projectile approached, he unleashed a powerful punch, transforming the force of his blow into a wave of energy that shattered the magma sphere into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. After neutralizing the opponent's assault, Hao Heng swiftly retracted his foot and then advanced with a heavy step, leaving a deep crater and numerous fissures in the ground before sprinting forward. As the dust settled around the dark figure descending from the volcano, it revealed the form of a red-skinned toad, towering at nearly 20 meters. Its mouth hung slightly agape, from which extended a long, vibrant red tongue emitting wisps of white vapor. At the tip of the tongue was a small, fleshy bulb, and just beyond it was a basin-sized hollow, still glistening with traces of molten rock. Evidently, the magma sphere had been expelled from this very tongue. "Then, let us sever that tongue of yours," he declared. As Hao Heng raced forward with fervor, a sense of detachment enveloped him. Though he remained unaware of the age of the colossal toad before him, he felt no threat emanating from it, and thus, he harbored no fear. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the toad, swiftly reaching out to grasp its retracting tongue, which radiated an intense heat. The moment his hand made contact, a hissing sound erupted, echoing from his palm as he endured the searing pain. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the toad's pale abdomen, sending it soaring through the air. Maintaining his grip on the fiery tongue, he pivoted around his axis, generating a small whirlwind. After what seemed like an eternity of spinning, he forcefully slammed the toad against the mountainside. Releasing his hold, he cast a glance at the limp tongue that now lay on the ground, then turned his attention to his palm, which bore a charred surface, though fortunately, it was merely superficial. Following the path of the tongue, he observed the massive crater carved into the volcanic rock, with the toad's immense form disappearing into the depths of the void. Hao Heng bent down to grasp the tongue. The searing heat that once enveloped it had dissipated, indicating that it had likely perished. As he contemplated this, he tugged the tongue back, only to be confronted by a shadow resembling a spherical form lunging towards him. He gathered his strength and, with a swift motion, struck it with one hand, effectively halting the massive body of the toad. He cast the tongue aside and circled around the toad's corpse, which lay on its back, revealing its belly. It was then that Hao Heng noticed something peculiar. Where had the soul ring vanished? Could it have fallen into that cavern? Hao Heng took a few steps forward, gazing intently at the ominous black hole in the mountainside. Just as he contemplated whether to investigate further, the toad behind him, its once white eyes now darkened, suddenly revealed its pupils. Its tongue emerged once more, exuding warmth, and in a swift motion, it flipped over, extending its tongue towards Hao Heng's body, wrapping around him with alarming speed. Hao Heng had already heard the sound and turned around, but it was too late. His entire body was ensnared by the tongue of the toad. He could only watch helplessly as the toad leaped backward, opening its mouth wide, preparing to bite him. Although Hao Heng's stature was imposing at 10 meters, the toad's maw was even larger, and with little effort, Hao Heng was engulfed. The toad's visage took on a distinctly human-like expression of mockery, seemingly reveling in the success of its cunning scheme. With narrowed eyes, it hopped a few steps toward the volcano, preparing to return to its lair. However, on its third leap, its expression morphed into one of grotesque fury. It lost its balance and crashed face first into the ground, flipping onto its back, exposing its white underbelly to the sky and emitting a cacophony of anguished croaks. Gradually, its abdomen began to swell, first to 15 meters, then 20, until it reached a staggering 50 meters. Boom! Hao Heng emerged from the gaping maw of the toad, his form reverting to a height of 10 meters. He gazed upon the toad, now lifeless, its body adorned with luminous orbs coalescing into a circular halo. He let out a derisive chuckle and settled into a meditative posture at the periphery of the toad's remains. In order to withstand the relentless rain of molten rock cascading from the sky, he expanded his form to 20 meters, enduring the onslaught with unyielding resolve. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Mere minutes later, a faintly dark circular halo materialized above the corpse. The eternal soul ring. After a thorough and satisfied examination, Hao Heng closed his eyes, summoned the soul power within him, and drew the soul ring closer. Although the soul ring before him was over 10,000 years old, his physical prowess allowed him to absorb it with remarkable ease, encountering no significant obstacles. After battling against the residual ferocity of the soul beast within the ring for half an hour, Hao Heng finally succeeded in integrating the soul ring into his body. He then devoted another half hour to merging it with his martial spirit. At the moment the fusion was complete and he fully comprehended the information contained within the soul ring, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance, and exclaimed, "Wow." Without further ado, he accessed the system panel, his gaze sweeping over the skill section. Skills: Domain of Thunder. Gift of the Earth Mother, Fragment, Berserk Hunter's Arrow. Inner Fire Furnace, absorbing true fire into the body, consolidating fire into a furnace. Refining myriad objects from the universe. Nothing is unrefinable. Nothing is untransformable. Nothing is unmeltable. Current fire energy reserve: 0. No fire energy? The true fire of the sun will suffice. Hao Heng summoned his second soul ring, activating it with a radiant glow. He beheld the ground around him, where the steaming hot mist of molten lava exuded a faint red light, which began to converge towards his being. Yet, this was merely a fraction. The true essence lay behind him. From a scar that had remained unhealed for a month, golden flames suddenly erupted, akin to a condemned prisoner futilely struggling against the inevitable. Moments later, the flames subsided, and the charred wound began to gradually mend. Hao Heng glanced at the system panel once more. The internal furnace displayed the current energy reserves, solar flame seed, drawing from the true fire of the sun, embodying utmost brightness and vigor. Energy level, 89, currently in charging state, increasing by 5 energy points per second. Due to its unique nature, it is advisable to bask in sunlight frequently. Chapter 78, the second upgrade of the system. Hao Heng sat with his eyes closed amidst the rain of molten lava. Despite the relentless descent of the fiery droplets, his towering figure, reaching a height of 20 meters, with muscles as robust and solid as stone, bore not a single scar. The lava that fell upon him would lose its heat, transforming into solidified black masses. Hao Heng is currently preoccupied with the black, block-like substances on his body. Instead, he is intently observing a golden droplet located within his body, situated in the central dantian, approximately in the area just in front of the lungs, slightly to the left of the heart. This droplet is enveloped in a delicate layer of golden flames. Is this what is referred to as the seed of solar fire? Hao Heng contemplated thus, channeling his soul power into the second soul ring. Upon activating the soul skill, the soul power returned to his body, converging into a droplet of water. Then, a golden droplet unfurled, transforming into a circular surface of water. Subsequently, a golden alchemical furnace, characterized by 3 legs and 4 ears, emerged from the water surface. As the entire illusion ascended, the droplet contracted and was then cast into the furnace. Before long, golden flames ignited. Hao Heng cast a glance at the dwindling fire energy, which was already scarce and rapidly diminishing, pondering what he might forge. He first scanned his inner self, his gaze ultimately resting upon the sphere of golden blood nestled within his heart. After a few moments, he retracted his consciousness, opening his eyes to survey his surroundings, which were dominated by lava and scorched earth. Given that this soul technique claimed that nothing was beyond the realm of refinement, he mused, why not attempt to refine this lava? With that thought, Hao Heng seized a chunk of lava, half solidified at its base while still emanating vapor from its surface. He dragged the base along, his intent stirring the furnace within his middle dantian, which floated into his other hand. The aperture above the furnace opened, and he cast the lava inside, sealing the lid. After a brief interval of 3 to 5 seconds, he heard the system emit a mechanical sound. Beep. The inner fire furnace has completed the melting process. Congratulations, host, you have acquired fire energy 100 and a shard of stone. As Hao Heng gazed at the remnants of black debris left in his palm after the fire had dissipated, he couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance to the residue clinging to his body. A spark of mischief ignited within him, prompting him to rise and prepare to experiment with other substances for refinement. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ears. Beep. Host detected to meet the criteria for system upgrade. Shall the upgrade commence? The prospect of a system upgrade was indeed thrilling. Then let it begin, he replied. Beep. Host has consented to the upgrade. Please prepare for the countdown. 15 seconds, 14 seconds. Hao Heng set aside his playful spirit, summoned his golden armor, and mobilized the soul energy within him, preparing to channel it into the realm of thunder at any moment. The countdown echoed persistently in his ears. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. The assessment commenced. As these words resonated, several question marks materialized in Hao Heng's mind. He gazed up at the sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, puzzled by the fact that these clouds were a result of volcanic ash. Where were the thunderclouds? Where was the heavenly tribulation? Wasn't he had said that the assessment had begun? Why? Why does my body feel slightly warm? Hao Heng felt a peculiar warmth enveloping his body. Glancing down, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a translucent flame igniting upon the surface of his skin beneath the golden armor. The temperature was excruciatingly high, encasing him entirely, save for his head. At that moment, a countdown resonated within his mind, signaling the conclusion of the assessment. 200 seconds. 199 seconds. It dawned upon Hao Heng that this phase of the trial was no longer a thunderstorm, but rather this colorless fire. He swiftly removed the golden armor that felt akin to a furnace pressing down on him and settled into a cross-legged position. The nameless flame did not harm the exterior of his body, yet his physical attributes were plummeting drastically on the status panel, decreasing by several hundred each second. In mere blinks, thousands of attribute points were lost, leaving him uncertain of how he would endure the impending 200 seconds. Hao Heng, filled with anxiety, suddenly recalled that he had just acquired a soul skill capable of absorbing flames. Upon this realization, he couldn't help but chuckle, quickly closing his eyes to concentrate his soul power and activate his second soul ring. At the center of his dantian, beside a golden droplet, a small, colorless fireball began to materialize. This fireball steadily grew in size, expanding and pushing the Sunfire Seed aside. As Hao Heng examined his attributes panel once more, he noted that his constitution had ceased to diminish. Turning his attention to the skills panel, he discovered an additional feature beside the Sunfire Seed. Inner Fire Furnace, Current Fire Energy, Sunfire Seed, recommended to bask in the sun, Fire Energy, 154, True Flame for body forging, recommended to engage in physical training. Fire Energy, 85, 5 points per second. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hao Heng remained unperturbed. He simply settled onto the ground and even closed his eyes to rest, allowing his soul energy to remain in a state of vitality. 200 seconds swiftly elapsed, and at the appropriate moment, Hao Heng opened his eyes, just in time to hear the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for successfully passing the upgrade assessment. The task panel has been updated, and the upgrade package is ready for distribution. Would you like to open it? Open it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Profound Firebody Refinement Technique, Restorative Breathing Method for Sleep, Level 3, and an increase in height of 1,000 meters. Hao Heng swiftly glanced at the rewards. The Sleep Restoration Breathing Technique, Level 3, requires no elaboration. Built upon its Level 2 foundation, its restorative effects are amplified tenfold, with an elevation of altitude by 10,000 meters, resulting in a direct doubling effect. As for the Profound Firebody Refinement Technique, it is indeed intriguing. The sole effect of this technique is the conversion of fire energy into attribute points, devoid of any tier system. Each unit of fire energy exchanged yields 1 attribute point. Freely allocatable. He cast a few more glances at the comprehensive attribute panel. Host, Hao Heng. Martial Soul, Giant, height, 2,000 meters. Soul Power Level, 21 Soul Power Reserve, 2. 000, regenerating 1,000 points per second. Stamina, 100, regenerating 10 per minute. Note, upon depleting stamina, the host will no longer receive rewards while continuing task training. Strength, 200, 000 speed, 25, 000 physique, 180, 000 spirit, 200, 000 allocatable attribute points, 0 special abilities. Sleep Restoration Breathing Technique, Level 3, Thunder Cleansing Method, First Layer, 100. Second Layer, 6, Profound Firebody Refinement Technique, Equipped Item. Indestructible Underwear Skills, First Soul Skill, Domain of Thunder, Second Soul Skill. Inner Fire Furnace Passive, Gift of the Earth Mother. Savage Hunters, Arrow Humph. Hao Heng gazed at the filled page of tasks, a sense of pride swelling within him. Yet, after a few moments of self-satisfaction, the memory of that ominous shadow on the dark mountain loomed in his mind, causing his expression to darken. He scoffed inwardly, vowing that one day he would crush it, though he knew that day was not today. Taking a deep breath, he opened the task panel, the beacon of his aspirations for strength. However, upon opening the panel, he was taken aback. While the first 6 tasks remained, the updates revealed not 3 new tasks, but merely 1. Task 7. You have established a foundation of physical prowess. It is time to commence rigorous training. Complete a set of basic martial arts exercises. Reward: 1,000 attribute points to allocate at your discretion. Utilizing the giant martial soul for training grants an additional increase of 10 meters in height. Basic martial arts exercises? Where am I to acquire basic martial arts? As Hao Heng contemplated, a mechanical prompt resonated beside his ear. You have a system gift pack awaiting activation. Would you like to open it? Open. He responded. Congratulations, you have acquired the fundamental fist technique, which is now being instilled. Hao Heng's head trembled, as if something were forcefully attempting to intrude within. He clasped his head and crouched down, his complexion gradually contorting into a grimace. After several minutes, he lay down on the ground, panting heavily. Upon absorbing the essence of the foundational martial techniques, his initial impression was that anyone attempting to employ these techniques for combat would likely meet their demise before even unleashing their full force. The content was rich and the techniques numerous, rendering the entire system rather intricate. Completing a full set would require no less than 2 or 3 hours. Nonetheless, the results were remarkable. After mentally rehearsing the sequence, he realized that this set of punches could effectively engage nearly every muscle in his body. While not suitable for striking opponents, it served excellently for physical conditioning, which constituted its sole purpose and defining characteristic. Chapter 79. Qiansunji in action on the southern outskirts of the starry forest, beside a volcanic cluster. Hao Heng maintained an elevation of 20 meters. He continuously uttered sounds of exertion, grunts and shouts, as his fists and palms rapidly transformed their positions. At times, he thrust his knees, at others he raised his elbows, or executed shoulder thrusts. His movements were both practiced and swift, executed with precision and grace. The fierce energy of his punches and kicks erupted from his body, creating craters upon impact with the ground and leaving imprints on the trees, a display of power that was indeed somewhat intimidating. After executing a complete routine of the foundational techniques, Hao Heng slowly retracted his fists, placing his palms together and pressing downward while simultaneously channeling his energy upward. Exhaling through his partially open mouth, he expelled a deep breath of stagnant air, replacing it with fresh oxygen. Suddenly his body jolted, and large beads of sweat cascaded from his massive frame like a torrential downpour, darkening the already charred ground beneath him even further. Furrowing his brow, he noted that he had been allocated a mere 1,000 distributable attribute points, inwardly lamenting the paltry sum. Although he had previously earned only a few dozen points from completing tasks, receiving a direct 1,000 should have elicited elation. Yet, considering the vast chasm of disparity in speed he needed to address, over 100,000, this amount felt insufficient, far too meager for the 2-hour exertion that had cost him an entire reservoir of stamina. Hao Heng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he sighed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he lifted his gaze towards the now dormant volcano that had ceased to spew molten lava, his eyes gleaming with a sudden realization. Indeed, I could harness the fiery energy in exchange for attribute points, although the fire derived from physical training or the true sunlight gained from basking was scarce. A mere fragment of lava could yield 100 points of fiery energy. Just imagine the potential of such a colossal volcano. As he contemplated this, a green glimmer ignited in his eyes. This volcano was no mere geological formation to him. It was a treasure trove. He scrambled to the summit of the volcano, approached the central pool, and peered down. Following the recent eruption, the volcano was now in a state of tranquility, with the surface of the lava lying several meters below the rim of the pool. After a moment's thought, he steeled himself, banishing all hesitation, and leaped into the volcanic pit, his entire body submerging into the molten liquid. 3 months later, within the bustling and vibrant city of Wuhan, in a secluded manor area, Bibi Dong perched on the highest balcony of her castle, adorned in a delicate pink nightgown. Her hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and she sat in the most comfortable posture. Her eyes narrowed as she intently examined an ancient tome cradled in her hands, titled How to Unify the Douluo Continent. Suddenly, the rapid sound of footsteps echoed nearby, causing Bibi Dong to frown slightly. She closed the book, rose from her seat, and glanced over her shoulder. Klee hurried forward, her expression tinged with urgency. Before she could utter a word, Bibi Dong raised a finger, signaling her to remain silent, and continued, "Allow me to guess the news you bring." With her eyes closed in contemplation for a few moments, Bibi Dong opened them with unwavering confidence, declaring, "You have discovered the whereabouts of Hao Heng." Klee lowered her head and shook it gently. "I apologize, Your Holiness. Although we scoured the southern side of the Star Doe Forest based on information from the 4 captured Soul Emperors and found several volcanoes, we have yet to catch sight of young Master Hao Heng. However, our scouts reported encountering some enormous human footprints in the forest. So it is presumed that young Master Hao Heng is unharmed." "Presumed?" Bibi Dong's tone turned slightly frigid, her gaze sharp as it fixed upon Klee. Klee bowed her head even lower. With a sigh of resignation, Bibi Dong returned to her chair, disinterested, and resumed her examination of the book, continuing to peruse its pages. "What could be the cause of your anxiety? Is it that the poison within that old wretch Qiansunji has finally taken effect?" In recent days, her thoughts were consumed not only by the anticipation of news regarding her apprentice's journey, but also by the nagging concern of when the poison within Qiansunji would finally manifest. Regrettably, she was acutely aware that it might take some time for the toxin to take effect. However, she never anticipated that this span would stretch to a staggering 3 months. During this time, Qiansunji remained ensconced within the Pope's palace, never stepping beyond its threshold. According to the maidservants she had dispatched to gather intelligence, that old codger had not even ventured into the training room, instead choosing to languish in his chambers all day long. Bibi Dong found her patience waning. She had long instructed her loyal followers to be prepared for action at any moment. Yet this state of readiness had now dragged on for 3 months, and it was evident to her that their restlessness was escalating. Kelly lifted her head, excitement gleaming in her eyes, and approached Bai Dong, whispering in her ear. The Pope has emerged from the palace today, accompanied by the Jinwu clan, heading towards the offering hall. He may be up to something significant. Something significant? What precisely do you mean? Bibi Nong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Kelly smiled and produced a slip of paper, handing it to Bai Dong. Upon receiving it and unfolding it, Bai Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Within the offering hall of the Spirit Hall, several title-level offerings were gathered around a vast round table, their gazes fixed incredulously upon the figure at the forefront. Were it not for the garments symbolizing the Pope and his crown, the assembly would likely have laughed off his words and left in disdain. Those with a more volatile temperament might have even sought to subdue him physically. What an absurdity! How could Tang Hao, a candidate for the future leader of the Hao Heng sect, possibly what a soul beast? One bald offering, unwilling to accept such a notion, rose from his seat, thumping the table in incredulity. The Pope, though somewhat pale, exuded a spirited demeanor as he addressed the offering with a smile, saying, "Fourth offering, do not be so agitated. Who Tang Hao chooses to marry is of no concern to our spirit hall. However, if a soul beast seeks to infiltrate our human realm, it becomes our responsibility to intervene. The intellect of those creatures in the Star Do Forest rivals our own, though they have remained silent for some time. The fact that this enchantress has breached our human world and allied herself with a candidate from one of the three great sects, the Hao Heng sect, suggests that the soul beasts have not abandoned their designs against humanity. I cannot believe there is no conspiracy afoot involving those beings. Thus, I propose that we initiate a capture operation against Tang Hao's wife, bringing her back to the Spirit Hall for questioning regarding any nefarious plots, allowing us to prepare in advance." Qian Xuanji slammed his palm onto the table, his tone grave and his words laden with conviction. The gathered worshippers were momentarily at a loss, for if they were to execute such a capture operation, it would inevitably pit them against the Hao Heng sect. They harbored doubts regarding Tang Hao, this so-called prodigy of the Hao Heng sect, who is unlikely to be oblivious to the true identity of his wife. Any aggression directed towards him would surely provoke the wrath of the Hao Heng sect. Even the formidable Spirit Hall would hesitate to tear the veil of civility with such a colossal entity. Consequently, all eyes turned to the venerable elder seated beside the Pope. His eyes closed in contemplation. The old man exuded an ethereal presence, a blend of unyielding authority and the aura of a recluse, indifferent to worldly affairs, marking him as extraordinary. Qian Xuanji understood that the elder's stance was crucial for the acceptance of his proposal. Approaching the elder with respect, he leaned in and whispered softly, "Father, Father." The elder's rhythmic breathing was interrupted as he partially opened his bleary eyes, smacking his lips and giving a few dismissive hums before responding. "What is it? If the meeting is over, I shall take my leave." He began to rise, but Qian Xuanji, feeling a surge of embarrassment, gently pressed down on his arm, earnestly reiterating his intentions. The elder straightened his back, the weight of his years dissipating as he assumed a more spirited demeanor. Frowning, he directed his gaze at Qian Xuanji and said, "Share your thoughts." Qian Xuanji smiled. The elder's lack of opposition was, in itself, the greatest endorsement he could receive. Returning to his position of prominence, he surveyed the assembly, his heart racing with excitement. Despite having ascended to the Pope's throne and achieved the rank of title d'honneur over the years, he had always been haunted by whispers suggesting his success was merely due to a fortunate lineage. Though he had never voiced it, he yearned to accomplish something monumental to silence the naysayers and demonstrate his true capabilities. Now, an opportunity presented itself. While his ultimate aim was the soul bone possessed by that woman, should he successfully capture her and bring her back to Spirit City, any schemes or machinations would rest solely in his hands. Furthermore, if he were to extract any significant information, he might once again etch his name onto the grand historical monument of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps in the future, he could vie for recognition alongside his predecessors as one of the 10 most illustrious popes in terms of contributions to the Spirit Hall. Of course, fame was a fleeting concern. Qian Xuanji was indifferent to such superficial accolades. After gathering his thoughts, Qian Xuanji cleared his throat twice and declared, "Everyone, please direct your attention here." Chapter 80. Qian Xuanji strategizes and deploys troops in the depths of the offering hall on the western side of Spirit City. The grand doors stood resolutely closed. At the head of the table, Qian Xuanji turned slightly, while behind him, the Pope's foremost aide, Wu Yuanfei, wore a stern expression. His body was taut, and his fingers trembled slightly as they gripped a deep crimson wooden box. It was his first time entering what could be considered the epicenter of power within the spirit hall, and he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, intertwined with a surge of excitement that nearly brought tears to the eyes of the man in his 60s. Indeed, following his holiness was undoubtedly the right choice. As long as he remained by the Pope's side, not only would he enter this sacred space, but in the future, there would surely be a place for Wu Yuanfei here as well. He envisioned, with misty eyes, a future where he would sit in a chair, opining on matters of the continent, blissfully unaware of the Pope's pointed cough and sidelong glances. Unable to contain himself, Qin Xuanji called out, "Wu Yuanfei, are you not going to present the map?" Startled by the voice, Wu Yuanfei turned and met the gaze of the Pope, whose piercing eyes seemed to hold a deadly intent. His body shuddered, and he quickly complied, awkwardly opening the box in his hands to reveal a well-preserved parchment map. Qin Xuanji shot him a glare, but chose not to elaborate further, swiftly taking the map and unfolding it with Wu Yuanfei. After clearing his throat several times, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, listen closely. Although our target for this operation is solely the couple, Tang Hao and his wife, we must take into account Tang Hao's unique status within the Haotian sect. Therefore, if we are to act against him, we must be mindful of the Haotian sect." He pointed to the upper portion of the map, where a hammer symbol was drawn, and continued, considering the ambiguous relationships among the three major sects. We must also contemplate the attitudes of the other two sections. These three sects hold considerable influence over the Tiando Empire, and we must remain vigilant regarding any movements from the Tiando Empire. If the Tiando Empire harbors intentions against us, the Xinghua Empire, which has been at odds with us, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Thus, this operation must be executed with precision and without a single misstep. Qin Xuanji earnestly exaggerated the potential crises they might face. The bald elder who had just stood up had yet to sit down, and he regarded Qin Xuanji with a cold smile. "Your Holiness, to target Tang Hao would pit our spirit hall against all forces on the continent, which could be detrimental to us." Despite hearing this divergent opinion, Qin Xuanji's expression remained unperturbed as he replied earnestly, "Indeed, this time, our spirit hall may very well find itself at odds with the entire continent. However, should we succeed, we stand to gain two significant advantages. First, if we manage to capture a spirit beast that has existed for 100,000 years, our understanding of the Stardow Forest will undoubtedly deepen. In the present moment, rumors have emerged from unknown origins within the mainland, suggesting that our spirit hall is a formidable bully, poised to instigate conflict. I trust that all of you are aware that this is nothing but baseless gossip. Our spirit hall has always committed itself to the preservation of humanity, and it is inconceivable that we would partake in the petty squabbles of lesser powers. However, others are easily swayed. The foolish are quick to believe whatever they hear. If we do not clarify our stance, it is likely that in the future, whenever our spirit hall is mentioned, we will be perceived as an embodiment of malevolence. Thus, we must seize this opportunity to demonstrate our strength, compelling those who spread lies to be more cautious and, in the process, restore our reputation among the populace. Qin Xuanji, filled with fervor, emphatically slapped the map with his palms, his words punctuated with fervent zeal. The bald elder stepped forward, voicing his skepticism. "However, we must acknowledge that our spirit hall does not possess the might to stand against the entire continent. While it is true that we boast a considerable number of titled Douluos, let's not forget the presence of formidable forces among the two great empires and other factions. Should they unite against us, how shall we withstand their collective might?" Qin Xuanji frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the elder who consistently opposed him, and then surveyed the other elders, who appeared to be spectators enjoying the unfolding drama. Even his father remained silent. He exhaled deeply, suppressing his ire, and replied with a smile, "Do not fret. We cannot engage with everyone simultaneously, nor is it necessary. Our primary objective remains clear: Tang Hao and his wife. Moreover, I have received news that Tang Hao's wife is with child and is due to give birth in the coming days, which will undoubtedly weaken them. We need only to strike at that opportune moment, at which point their resistance will surely diminish." He continued, "Furthermore, regarding the Haotian sect, reliable sources indicate that another genius, Tang Xiao, who stands alongside Tang Hao in renown, is on the verge of breaking through to level 90. It is anticipated that during this critical period, the elders of the Haotian sect will be preoccupied and unable to assist Tang Hao and his wife. The sole variable remains the former sect master of the Haotian sect, who has long since vanished. We are uncertain of his fate, so I implore you, Father, to visit the Haotian sect for a few days. Should that individual reappear, I ask that you intervene." Qin Xuanji respectfully addressed Qian Douluo. The latter remained silent, his eyes closed, whether in slumber or contemplation, unknown. Qian Xuanji discreetly straightened, resuming his discussion while gesturing to the map. As for the seven treasure glazed tile sect, they present a challenge. The combination of the two Douluos from the Swordbone and that fellow Ningfengji is sufficient to contend with three title Douluos. However, I believe that as long as the Hao Heng sect remains uninvolved, the seven treasure glazed tile sect will not meddle in matters concerning an outsider. Nevertheless, for prudence's sake, I request that the second and third elders pay a visit to the seven treasure glazed tile sect for a few days. He then addressed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the other lower four sects, which have historically maintained amicable relations with our spirit hall. A mere delegation of a few soul Douluos to issue reminders will suffice. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, their master, Yu Engine, is a cunning old fox. He will not act unless there is something to gain. Thus, there is no need to trouble the 4 and 5 elders. I implore the two of you to remain in Wuhuan City. Qian Xuanji remarked with a stern expression and a hint of sarcasm. Elder 5 nodded with a smile, while Elder 4 huffed disdainfully, saying, "Does the Wuhuan Temple not have elders? If we are unnecessary, it seems that His Holiness, the Pope, wishes to keep us old bones outside." Qian Xuanji replied, "While the elders certainly possess the strength of title de law, they are not a match for the formidable powers of the Hao Heng sect and the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Moreover, there is no intention to engage them in direct combat. Thus, it is prudent for us to limit our numbers, which is why I request the presence of a few elders." He continued, "Additionally, I will dispatch a considerable number of soul-de-law to guard various Wuhuan temples across Tiando. Should any irregularities arise within your respective sects, please notify the nearest Wuhuan temple to facilitate preparations for conflict." The term war was emphasized heavily in his speech, as if the specter of battle loomed imminent. However, upon his conclusion, silence enveloped the room. Even Qian Daolu feigned slumber. Only Elder 4, with arms crossed, jested, "Your Holiness, I have heard you have not left the Pope's palace in quite some time. Recently, it has been the Saintess who traverses the city, leading us to believe you are preparing to relinquish your position and join us old bones. Can you still summon the will to act?" As soon as his words fell, the room fell silent, and many cast furtive glances at Qian Daolu, eager to discern any change in his demeanor, including Elder 4 and Qian Xuanji. Yet, disappointment washed over them as Qian Daolu remained with his eyes closed, indifferent to the exchange. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qian Xuanji's eyes as he raised his head and calmly replied, "Elder 4, your words are misplaced. The actions of Dong are merely my guidance in nurturing her, as she is my disciple. Should an outsider hear your words, they might mistakenly believe she harbors intentions of usurping her master and betraying her lineage, which is better left unsaid." "You." Elder 4 narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and then refrained from further comment. Qian Xuanji cast a dark glance at him before surveying the assembly and inquired, "My plan has been articulated. Do you agree or disagree? Please express your stance." The hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one willing to break the stillness. At that moment, a sound emanated from the grand door, creaking as brilliant light flooded into the room. Within the radiant glow, a woman clad in a long-sleeved purple-black ceremonial gown, adorned with a golden crown, exuded an air of nobility and elegance, her beauty transcending worldly standards. She entered with a commanding presence that demanded the attention of all. As she made her entrance, every eye turned toward her. Even Qian Daolu opened his eyes, momentarily knitting his brow before smoothing it out and gazing at her. Bibi Dong's icy gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately locking with that of her long-missed master. "What brings you here?" Qian Xuanji asked coldly and unfeelingly. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an aura that drew focus. "I support this plan." Chapter 81. The departure from the spirit hall, the sudden intrusion of Bibi Dong left Qian Xuanji perplexed. He was well aware of her desire to see him dead. Yet what astonished him even more was her unexpected agreement to his plan. Was this truly an unprecedented turn of events? He gazed out the window, and through the slight gaps in the curtains, the rays of light filtering in appeared exceptionally bright and gentle, transforming the world into something remarkably beautiful. Bibi Dong maintained her aloof demeanor as she casually chose a seat away from the crowd, disregarding the few glances cast in her direction. With her hands crossed, elbows resting on the table, her smooth chin rested on the back of her hand. Not far away, the bald fourth elder's lips moved incessantly as he vaguely and discreetly conveyed the plan proposed by Qian Xuanji to Bibi Dong. Upon the conclusion of his words, a flicker of amusement danced in Bibi Dong's eyes. She straightened herself, her fingers lightly tapping the table, and coldly declared, There should never be any emotional entanglement between humans and spirit beasts. Thus, I concur with the Pope's proposed plan to capture Tang Hao's wife. Bibi Dong, in her capacity as the saintess, technically lacked the right to sit at this table, let alone express her opinions. Yet, in this moment, no one dared to challenge her. Although the elders had long since distanced themselves from the mundane affairs of the Spirit Hall, there remained a few younger members within Spirit City who were still well informed about the current situation. Were it not for Qian Daoliu's presence, Bibi Dong could have easily taken command and ascended to the papacy with a mere gesture. Her stance held tremendous significance, outweighing even Qian Daolu's authority. As her words fell, Qian Daolu spoke in a weary tone. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Haotian sect. Rising from his seat, he ambled toward the exit, yet his murky gaze remained fixed on Bibi Dong, as if attempting to see through her very soul and discern her true thoughts. Once he exited, the second and third elders exchanged glances. Rising to their feet, they declared, "We shall set forth to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect without further delay." With that, they departed, leaving only 5 individuals in the room. Bibi Dong glanced at the 2 remaining elders, then turned her gaze, laced with disdain, toward Qian Xuanji. With an icy tone, she inquired, "Might I know how many personnel the Pope intends to dispatch? Please inform me promptly so I can issue orders for their mobilization. Otherwise, we risk missing our opportunity." Emerging from his reverie of a beautiful world, Qian Xuanji found it inconceivable that, as the Pope, he needed to inform Bibi Dong of the necessary personnel for mobilization. He regarded her with a gentle gaze and replied with a soft smile, "This matter is of great importance, and it is prudent that not too many are aware. I shall personally lead this operation, accompanied by the 2 papal guardians, 5 soul Douluos from the Qian clan, and 3 soul Douluos from the Wu clan. That should suffice." Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, yet a sense of joy blossomed within her heart. Though the Qian clan was formidable, they possessed merely 8 soul Do-level experts. With Qian Xuanji having already taken 5, only 3 soul Douluo remained. Rising to her feet, Bibi Dong flicked her sleeves, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Without uttering another word, she turned to leave. Qian Xuanji gazed at her retreating silhouette, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was only after the room was left with just himself and Wu Yuanfei that Wu Yuanfei's soft whispers brought him back to his senses. He regarded Wu Yuanfei, and recalling his earlier moment of distraction, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a cold expression, he demanded, "What are you still doing here? Is the intelligence and personnel all prepared?" Wu Yuanfei bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, we have confirmed the location of Tang Hao and his wife. The personnel have been notified to assemble. We can depart at your command." With a satisfied grunt, Qian Xuanji slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with the fierce fire of ambition as he thought to himself, "This time, I shall make it known to all that I, Qian Xuanji, am no mere puppet pope. I shall become the greatest pope of the Spirit Hall. The revival of the Spirit Hall begins with this battle." He pointed dramatically toward the door and proclaimed, "Let us set forth." Yes, within the Spirit City, in the Estate District, a wooden house surrounded by an array of chrysanthemums stood at the center. Bibi Dong sat elegantly in the main seat, her leg crossed, taking a delicate sip of tea before setting her cup down. She looked up at the 2 individuals seated to her left. One, a flamboyant man dressed in vibrant colors, and the other, a figure clad in black with a mask obscuring his face. These 2 were the current protectors of the Pope, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Their strength was beyond question. Yet now, in Bibi Dong's presence, while Ghost Douluo's expression was hidden, Chrysanthemum Douluo appeared at ease, though his gaze flickered restlessly. Bibi Dong let out a soft laugh, breaking the silence in the room. "There's no need for you both to be overly anxious. I am aware of your duties to safeguard the Pope, and I shall not compel you to undertake any unjust actions." Ghost Douluo's face remained concealed, but Chrysanthemum Douluo visibly relaxed, donning a smile as he asked, "Might I inquire as to the purpose of Her Highness the Saintess's visit?" Bibi Dong intertwined her fingers atop her alabaster thigh and replied, "Not long ago, within the Hall of Offerings, the Pope proposed a plan that has garnered the consent of several elders. This plan requires your involvement. I believe it will not be long before he summons you both. I only ask that you assure me of one condition. Should he not issue any directives during this operation, you must refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, you must not engage the same enemy alongside him. Such a simple condition. Can you agree to it?" Juhua glanced back at the enigmatic figure who wore a mask, concealing any expression. Yet, Juhua pondered, the Pope possessed the strength of a title de law, and not just any title de law at that. While it could not be said that there were no adversaries capable of inflicting harm upon him in this realm, such individuals were certainly rare. Furthermore, those who would not strike the Pope without just cause, rendering this condition seemingly devoid of difficulty. He quickly turned back to Bibi Dong, responding with a smile. If this is the only condition, then we can both acquiesce. Ah, splendid, Bibi Dong replied, nodding in satisfaction as she lifted her teacup to take a delicate sip. In her heart, she contemplated, Tang Hao, I have already aided you. Your fate now lies in your own hands. You should not disappoint me. At the very least, it should be achievable for Qiang Sunji to mobilize his soul power 10 times. Without further ado, a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the voice of Wu Yuanfei. Lord Juhua, the Pope summons you. Upon hearing the call, both Juhua and the enigmatic figure rose respectfully, bowing slightly to Bibi Dong before turning towards the door. Once they opened it, they ensured Wu Yuanfei's gaze did not wander, promptly closing the door behind them as they departed. As dusk approached, the world prepared to embrace the encroaching darkness. The streets of Wuhuan City began to illuminate with vibrant lanterns. Atop the city walls, Bibi Dong watched several carriages swiftly retreating into the distance, a smile that could not be concealed gracing her lips as the corners of her mouth curled upward. Once the carriages had vanished from sight, she turned to face the gathered assembly behind her. Apart from Kelly, those standing here were individuals of authority within Wuhuan City, capable of commanding others. Bibi Dong surveyed the faces before her, noting their expressions of excitement, their fists clenched tightly. For a part, Bibi Dong eschewed lengthy discourse, uttering a single, potent phrase. Let us begin. He shall not return. After that night, the Spirit City began to undergo significant changes. A multitude of personnel shifts occurred, with some inexplicably losing their jobs and becoming idle. However, they were fortunate compared to others who, in unknown corners, mysteriously lost their lives. Chapter 82. Hao Heng emerges from seclusion. Boom. At the southern end of the Douluo Forest, within a volcanic cluster comprised of 3 volcanoes. The tallest one today exhibited an unusual tremor. Massive black stones erupted from the summit's crater, crashing downward, accompanied by even stranger occurrences. These 3 volcanoes, which had never ceased their expulsion of black mist, suddenly experienced a remarkable reduction in the density of the emitted fog, allowing the land to bask in sunlight once again. Today, not a single wisp of black smoke escaped from the volcano's mouth, which was indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. Regrettably, the Douluo Forest remained a paradise for soul beasts, sparsely populated by humans. Due to the recent earth-shattering eruptions from the volcanoes, the surrounding soul beasts fled or sought refuge, resulting in a desolate area devoid of life for dozens of kilometers, save for the resilient plants. Crack! As the volcano trembled with unparalleled ferocity, a fissure erupted from the summit, cascading downward and outward, widening with each moment. As the crevice expanded, a colossal hand emerged from the volcano's mouth. This hand, a rich copper hue with a slightly pale palm, bore 5 human-like fingers, the shortest measuring 10 meters in length, while the longest stretched to 15 meters, and the palm itself spanned nearly 30 meters. It pressed against the volcanic opening, tearing the mountain apart as if it were mere parchment, subsequently pushing outward. A torrent of rocks tumbled down, revealing a dark abyss that led deep into the earth. The hand shimmered with a pearly luminescence for a brief moment before it swiftly retracted into the void. After a short interval, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the chasm. With a swift whoosh, a shadow rushed out with the wind, gracefully landing upon the ground before the volcano. This shadow, humanoid in form, towered at 20 meters, with a robust physique, its muscles resembling molten bronze and forged steel, emanating an overwhelming aura of strength. Its limbs were as thick as ancient trees, each foot measuring 5 meters, capable of covering distances of over 50 meters in a single stride. The flesh beneath its skin pulsated rhythmically, as if a serpent writhed within. Its face, composed of 7 orifices, was strikingly handsome, though lamentably devoid of hair. With eyes closed, its chest heaved, releasing billows of dense white mist from its nostrils, each plume as thick as a child's arm, lingering until it dissipated upon contact with the ground. After expelling a dozen streams of this white mist, its eyes finally opened, 2 brilliant crimson beams surging forth from their depths, extending 100 meters before fading into the atmosphere. The giant then opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, creating a massive vortex that drew in the surrounding air, filling its abdomen. As its chest ceased to swell, it unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like a tempest, with the force of 1,000 stampeding horses reverberating through the realms. I, Hao Heng, have returned. After expelling the stagnant, murky energy from his chest, Hao Heng retracted to a height of 10 meters, gasping for breath. His eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he surveyed his physique. He caressed his thigh and patted his arm. Over the past 3 months, he had thoroughly refined the 3 volcanoes, along with the underground magma, transforming them entirely into fiery energy, elevating all 4 of his elemental attributes to the million-level mark. Moreover, the 2 seeds of fire contained millions of units of this energy. Had he not feared that a sudden surge in strength would be difficult to control, he could have ascended to an even higher level. Nevertheless, even in his current state, he felt remarkably powerful. Raising his hand and pressing downward, the ground erupted with a fissure a foot deep and a finger wide, a testament to his newfound strength, so formidable that he himself could hardly comprehend its magnitude. In his mind, he compared himself to the black mountain creature he had encountered that night. The disparity was, well, still considerable, yet he no longer felt entirely helpless. If he were to confront it now, he might not emerge victorious, but he could certainly escape with ease. Enough of these thoughts. Hao Heng shook his head, dispelling the gloom from his mind. He raised his gaze to the heavens, reflecting on the considerable time he had likely spent this time around, pondering whether Bibi Dong might be worried about him. With that thought, he set off in a northerly direction. Naturally, he wasn't in a rush to return to the Spirit City. His primary concern was hunger, as he sought something to eat. Sensing that all the soul beasts in the vicinity seemed to have fled, he decided to venture inward, hoping to encounter some creatures undeterred by the threat of death. His luck had always been rather fortuitous, and at last, as dusk approached, he found himself by a great river, where he spotted a massive bull drinking. Standing 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, it promised to provide him with more than enough sustenance for a hearty meal. Hao Heng contemplated this and subsequently activated the internal furnace. This soul technique possessed 3 functions: fusion, refinement, and decomposition. To put it simply, it entailed merging, distilling, and breaking down. He tossed the unconscious bull into the furnace and summoned the solar flame seed, synchronously introducing it into the fire. As the flames surged, he meticulously controlled the furnace to extract the essence from the bull's body, condensing it into a singular piece of meat while reducing the remaining refuse to mere ashes. Half an hour later, Hao Heng heard a mechanical voice announce, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a piece of fresh beef rich in soul, energy, and warmth, along with a pile of waste material." Hao Heng opened his eyes and extracted a piece of warm, crimson beef, roughly the size of his palm, from the blackened residue. He approached the riverbank to cleanse it thoroughly. Regrettably, the flames in the internal furnace were but an illusionary fire, capable only of extracting energy from matter, yet unable to cook food to perfection. Otherwise, it would have been flawless. As he pondered this, he pointed his finger at a wooden rack prepared nearby. The fire surged towards his fingertip, causing it to glow a brilliant red. Moments later, a spark ignited within the wooden structure. He swiftly withdrew his finger and meticulously arranged the dry grass and twigs atop it. Once the flames roared to life, he carefully placed the prepared beef upon the rack, completing the preparations and awaiting the meat to cook. Hao Heng reclined by the fire, reflecting on everything he had learned from Sun Min and others. A wave of melancholy washed over him. He had arrived amidst a joyful gathering, yet now he found himself alone on his return, beset by solitude. How lonely it felt. But wait, why does this place seem so familiar? Hao Heng rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. All he could see were trees, bushes, and wild grasses. The forest appeared uniform, and one would reasonably assume it would not leave a significant impression on him. Yet, deep within his subconscious, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this place, as if he had wandered here before. His eyes widened as he meticulously scanned every inch of the terrain, and then his gaze traversed the river, landing on the opposite bank, where a jolt of recognition surged through him. The other side was also a sea of trees, their leaves bathed in a deep crimson hue under the setting sun. Elevated among the foliage, he felt the gentle evening breeze stir the dark red leaves, creating a symphony of rustling sounds that enveloped him in tranquility. Coupled with the exquisite scenery and the aroma of barbecued delicacies, one might assume that all was well. Unless, of course, someone like Hao Heng happened to gaze upon the vast hollow within the thicket, a stark reminder of the fearsome beast that had once crushed him on that fateful night. Hao Heng let out a wry smile, and it was at that moment he recalled that the river before him was indeed the very same one where their group had encountered peril. Across the water, the vast basin loomed, likely formed by the fierce clash between Brother Hammer and that ruthless assailant after their escape that fateful night. How terrifying! Brother Hammer was truly formidable, able to contend with such a formidable foe. One could only wonder if he still drew breath. Hao Heng measured the depth of the basin and its expanse, and was taken aback by the vastness of the area, maintaining a height of 1 kilometer. He realized that it would take at least 10 days of excavation to make any significant progress. This contemplation led him to a renewed understanding of the ferocious beast, and the once restless spirit of vengeance within him began to settle. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he became even stronger before seeking retribution against that creature. At the very least, he would wait until he could consistently maintain his height of 1 kilometer. Hao Heng settled back by the campfire, casting a glance at the soul power section. Soul power level 21, soul power reserve 2, 342, 523, 425, restoring 1,000 points per second. After a moment of calm consideration, he calculated that to maintain a height of 1 kilometer, he would need to restore 5,000 points of soul power per second. If the 4th level cultivation method could increase this by tenfold, then it would indeed be within my grasp. Hao Heng clenched his fists in excitement, yet upon reflection, he realized that after advancing to level 21, his physique had grown immensely stronger, and his mental fortitude had not waned. However, for reasons unknown, his cultivation speed had drastically diminished. Previously, he had ascended from level 11 to 20 within a mere 3 months, yet now, after another 3 months, he had only increased his soul power limit by over 3,000 points. Based on his estimations, it would take a 10,000 point increase to level up, suggesting that it would require an entire year to achieve such progress. Thus, he would need at least 8 years to reach level 30. Contemplating this, a shadow of disappointment crossed his face. The journey to becoming stronger was arduous and long. He reminded himself not to become overly proud. Chapter 83. Troubles for Brother Hammer. Within the inner circle of the Stardow Forest, nestled in a secluded clearing, stood a simple wooden cottage. From within, waves of fluctuating yet potent energy emanated, chaotic yet formidable. Because of this aura, no soul beast dared to wander within a kilometer radius of the house. On the small path leading to the door, a robust man, towering at 2 meters with disheveled hair and a stubbled face, slowly approached while carrying an antelope. With each few steps, he paused to catch his breath, striving to acclimate himself to the relentless fluctuations of energy. Despite the difficulty, there was no trace of distress or irritation in his eyes, only an abundance of tenderness. Each step he took brought him closer, and after several minutes, he finally entered the yard enclosed by a simple fence woven from bamboo. He casually tossed the still antelope aside and eagerly made his way to the door. Upon pushing it open, his gaze swiftly scanned the room until it landed on a silver-haired woman reclining in a chair by the window, gazing at the breathtaking sunset outside. Her beauty was striking. Her prominent belly hinted at her pregnancy, and though moments of pain occasionally flickered across her face, they were fleeting. More often, she admired the setting sun, a smile gracing her lips, revealing 2 charming dimples as she gently caressed her belly, her eyes sparkling as if lost in sweet daydreams. Seeing her at ease relieved the man's worries. He exhaled deeply, retracting his formidable aura to match hers, and stood before her, tenderly brushing her hair that cascaded over the back of the chair. The woman turned her gaze to him, her smile growing even sweeter. Attempting to rise, she said, "Hao, you're back." Tang Hao's cheeks quivered slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced a smile, his eyes filled with love as he looked at his wife. He nodded, saying, "I'm back. I brought home a sheep. I will take care of it shortly, so you can have a good meal." The woman's expression turned pained, her lips pouting as she exclaimed, "More to eat? I'm already so plump." She lowered her head, gazing at her rounded form with a hint of melancholy. Tang Hao gently pulled her closer, resting her head against his abdomen. With a soft chuckle, he whispered, "No matter how you change, you will always be my most beloved. My dear Ayin." Ayin's complexion was tinged with a delicate blush, her cheeks resembling the soft hue of powdered rouge as she emitted a gentle, feeble murmur. The two lingered in affectionate intimacy for a while, and as the remnants of the setting sun dipped below the western horizon, Tang Hao finally spoke. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave to pursue that antelope. Do not wander too far, and be swift." Ayin urged softly, grasping his hand. "Rest assured," Tang Hao replied, giving her hand a light pat before withdrawing it and heading towards the door. Just before exiting, he turned to offer his anxious wife a warm smile, then closed the door behind him. Once outside, Tang Hao hoisted the antelope once more, pushed open the fence gate, and made his way towards a nearby brook. Upon reaching the water's edge, he found a stone to sit upon, drew out his knife, and prepared to process the antelope when he sensed a formidable presence clashing with the aura that enveloped Ayin. In an instant, Tang Hao sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. Though he was unaware of the identity of the intruder, he recognized that his wife's well-being was now his greatest vulnerability. He could not tolerate any distress befalling her, nor could he allow her to wander freely. However, this intruder had not only trespassed into his sacred space, but did so with a brazen display, leaving no doubt in Tang Hao's mind that their intentions were malevolent. His expression darkened as he half-turned his palm, conjuring a hammer that radiated a sinister glow. As the weapon materialized, the dry twigs beneath him snapped with a crackling noise, crushed under its weight, and the pile of fallen leaves compressed several centimeters. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air, deftly navigating the branches as he surged towards the source of the ominous presence. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, the Een, gazing at the descending sun, clutched the armrest of a nearby recliner, her fingers trembling slightly as she caressed her ever-active belly. Her finely arched brows lifted in a subtle expression of concern. "My lord, this must be the place," a voice echoed in the forest. "If we follow this aura to its source, we shall capture that 10,000-year soul beast." The members of the spirit hall stood quietly, channeling their own energies to withstand the relentless pressure of the surrounding atmosphere. Wu Yuanfei stood confidently beside Qian Xuanji, who smiled knowingly. Qian Xuanji squinted his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. He sensed a powerful presence approaching them, and, without a second thought, recognized it to be Tang Hao. He turned to address his companions. "Everyone, we have located our target. Tang Hao is heading our way. Allow me to deal with him. Meanwhile, do not rush. Spread out and encircle this area tightly. It is imperative to maintain impenetrability. Remember, we must not falter. Once I have dealt with Tang Hao, I shall personally capture the 10,000-year soul beast. Understood?" Everyone is aware of the Pope's intentions. It is simply an aspiration to claim all glory for himself. Yet, who would dare to challenge the Pope? Thus, everyone summoned their martial souls. Qian Xuanji had brought with him the members of the Qian clan and the Wu clan, all of whom possessed the ability to fly. The 8 of them swiftly spread their wings and dispersed in 8 different directions. Only the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu Gui and Zhu Hua, remained stationary. Qian Xuanji furrowed his brow as he regarded the pair. They had been rather close to Bibi Dong in recent days. Were it not for their exceptional strength, he would have dealt with them long ago, showing them no kindness. However, with the impending battle, he tempered his emotions. "What are you two still doing here?" Zhu Hua hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to inquire. "Your Holiness, our duty is to ensure your safety. How can we allow you to face the enemy alone?" Although they had agreed to Bibi Dong's request within the spirit hall, maintaining appearances was still necessary. Otherwise, if trouble were to arise, Qian Daolu would question them, making it difficult for them to explain themselves. A flicker of anger crossed Qian Xuanji's face as he chuckled in disbelief. "Do you truly think that I, a title Douluo of level 95, would fear a mere soul Douluo like Tang Hao?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. You need not concern yourselves with my safety. Focus on watching the surroundings and prevent any soul beasts from approaching." With a wave of impatience, he turned away, and a surge of radiant light enveloped him. As the brilliance faded, 2 immaculate white wings sprouted from his back, cloaked in a divine glow, with 9 spirit rings swirling around him. The overwhelming presence of a titled Douluo emanated unabashedly from him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the air, pausing at an elevation where he shone like the brightest sun in existence. His singular purpose was to draw Tang Hao forth. Seeing his display, Zhu Gui and Zhu Hua ceased their words and turned away, reasoning that although Tang Hao was hailed as a rare genius of the continent, he was still merely a soul Douluo and could not possibly contend with a title Douluo. Once they had distanced themselves, Qian Xuanji withdrew his disdainful gaze and shouted into the distance. "Tang Hao, your wife has transformed into a soul beast and harbors ill intentions. I advise you against futile resistance. Surrender her at once so that we may take her back to the spirit hall for questioning." His voice boomed, echoing across the landscape. After the sound dissipated, a massive hammer, gleaming with a dark light and measuring 100 meters, surged forth from the forest, hurtling toward him amidst a howling gale, accompanied by a furious roar. "To hell with you!" Qian Xuanji scoffed, inwardly cursing the obstinacy of his opponent. He summoned his spirit ring, and a crimson long sword materialized in his hand. As he flapped his wings, he transformed into a beam of light and charged toward the colossal hammer. On a distant hillside, Hao Heng rose to his feet, still clutching a piece of meat that had finally been roasted to perfection. Gazing into the distance, he witnessed the collision between the hammer and the brilliant light, creating a vast shockwave. Swallowing the morsel in his mouth, he exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Brother Hammer is still alive. Chapter 84. Drawing the bow to shoot the sun goodness. Thor, you are still alive. As Hao Heng exclaimed this, a figure soared through the sky above him. His voice was so loud that the figure, upon hearing his words, immediately halted and glanced down. The figure was none other than Wu Yuanfei, a member of the encirclement dispatched by orders. He looked down and caught sight of the glistening bald head. Stepping back a few meters, he scrutinized the face and the body hovering 20 meters above. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and a cruel smile spread across his face. What an effortless catch. Kid, you possess a remarkable fate to still be alive at this moment. Yet your fortune is grim, as fate has led me to encounter you here. Recognizing Hao Heng, Wu Yuanfei grinned menacingly, a dark soul ring radiating beside him. He stretched out his thigh, transformed into a three-fingered claw, and prepared to strike downward. As Hao Heng reveled in the exhilarating news that Thor was still alive, a peculiar sound akin to a mournful wind pierced his ears. The sound sliced through the air like a razor's edge, instantly capturing his attention. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no other souls in sight. Just as confusion settled in, a sudden warmth enveloped his bald head. He looked up to behold a razor-sharp claw descending upon him. Goodness, an ambush! Caught off guard, Hao Heng instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. The razor-sharp claws raked across his arm, leaving 3 deep, crimson gashes before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters, crashing into a colossal tree. Meanwhile, his assailant gracefully executed a somersault, landing firmly on the ground. Wu Yuanfei furrowed his brow, lifting his foot to examine the 3 claws smeared with flesh and blood. A sense of dissatisfaction welled up within him. He had anticipated that this kick would either shatter Hao Heng's skull or, at the very least, sever his arm. Yet, all he had accomplished was to break the skin. Such a result was hard for him to accept. Meanwhile, regaining his composure, Hao Heng was equally astonished. Standing at a towering height of 20 meters, coupled with a foundational physique attribute of 1 million, a mere enhancement would yield 2 million points in physical prowess. The fact that his opponent could inflict any injury upon him signaled that this individual was undoubtedly formidable. Who are you, and why have you attacked me? Hao Heng assumed a defensive stance, his gaze fixed warily on Wu Yuanfei. For sneak attack, wound you? Boy, I can only lament that I did not reduce you to ashes and shatter bones. Wu Yuanfei gritted his teeth and spoke with fury. Hao Heng found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how he had offended the individual before him. He scrutinized the man intently, attempting to recall whether they had crossed paths before. To his surprise, a memory surfaced. The figure before him bore striking resemblance to the assessment instructor they had encountered upon entering the academy, adorned with crimson feathered wings and clawed feet, his body ablaze with golden flames. The more he pondered, the more the similarities between the two became apparent. Aside from the differing auras, they were nearly indistinguishable. Tentatively, he inquired, "What is your relation to that fiery instructor from the academy?" Wu Yuanfei paused, momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the identity of the person in question. After a few seconds, a sardonic smile curled upon his lips, wrought with fury. "You wretched scoundrel, not only have you harmed my sister, but you also dare to insult my Golden Crow lineage. If I do not tear your mouth apart today, I shall write my name, Wu Yuanfei, in reverse." With that fierce declaration, he stepped forward, launching himself at Hao Heng with claws raised. This time, however, Hao Heng was prepared. The opponent's speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous as he closed the distance. Although Hao Heng could not match the swiftness of his adversary, he had the foresight to anticipate the move. As soon as Wu Yuanfei made his advance, Hao Heng had already raised his fist, gathering power for a strike. Though his punch veered slightly off course, the residual force created a swirling vortex that redirected Wu Yuanfei's claws into its grasp. Upon contact with the massive fist, Wu Yuanfei's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he had perceived Hao Heng's formidable physique as nothing more than an imposing fade, a mere target. Yet, at the moment he felt the excruciating pain of his bones fracturing upon impact, he realized that this was no ordinary blow to withstand. Boom! Whoosh! With a powerful punch, Hao Heng sent Wu Yuanfei flying, crashing directly into the river and creating a spray of water that soared 10 meters high. As the water settled, Hao Heng retracted his fist, casting a satisfied glance. In recent days, he had not only seen an increase in his attribute points, but had also trained in fundamental boxing techniques, which had granted him a foundational understanding of his own strength, alleviating any concerns about his ability to harness it. That last punch had utilized 5 layers of strength, and he was confident that Wu Yuanfei would not fare well. However, where had he gone? Surely he had not drowned so easily? Hao Heng squinted, surveying the surface of the river, pondering the improbability of the situation. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the center of the river, soaring into the sky. Wu Yuanfei, his expression grim, felt the searing heat of the sun's fire swirling around him, evaporating the water clinging to his body. In a swift motion, he seized a large, sharp-toothed fish that had bitten him, incinerating it in his grasp until it turned to ash. He then cast a glance at his lower leg, which was bent at a right angle to his thigh. A wave of insanity threatened to overwhelm him. He could not believe that he had been so grievously harmed by that boy. Struggling to maintain his composure, he inhaled deeply, trying to quell the turmoil within him. That boy possessed immense strength, making it unwise to engage him in close combat. Thus, he resolved to use the sun's fire to eradicate him. A fierce glint ignited in Wu Yuanfei's eyes as he unfurled his wings, surrounded by at least 3 radiant soul rings. In the next moment, countless fiery feathers rained down upon Hao Heng, obscuring the sky. The sheer number of flaming feathers was staggering, resembling a colossal waterfall of fire cascading toward him. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Hao Heng thought to himself, how fortuitous. He could sense the immense power of the sun's true fire embedded within each feather. If he could absorb it, he would reap significant rewards. He released his height restrictions, ascending to 100 meters, and skillfully caught every single feather Wu Yuanfei had unleashed, ensuring not a single one was lost, while simultaneously preventing a forest fire. He activated his inner furnace, using his own body as a vessel to extract the sun's true fire from the feathers. In the sky, Wu Yuanfei observed Hao Heng's sudden elevation with a furrowed brow. He flapped his wings to gain additional height, hoping to evade Hao Heng's reach. However, upon glancing back, he was nearly driven to madness, for Hao Heng had successfully caught every one of his flaming feathers, undamaged and seemingly insatiable. Hao Heng, noticing his gaze, spoke amiably. "Is there more? Do provide some." Wu Yuanfei, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words. His delicate visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Yet, in that moment of fury, he comprehended the futility of confronting Hao Heng. However, this realization did not imply that Hao Heng would remain unscathed. A nefarious scheme began to form in his mind. I shall approach His Holiness, bearing my wounds, and lament that Hao Heng is an accomplice of Tang Hao. Surely, His Majesty would take great interest in exterminating such a villain. With this thought, he could not suppress a dark chuckle, turning to depart. Observing his movements, Hao Heng's eyes narrowed into a mere sliver. Depart? Such an endeavor would not prove so simple. Hao Heng is a man of gratitude and vengeance. He does not let enmities linger beyond a night. He reached down to touch his undergarment, and to his surprise, the previously unremarkable black fabric was adorned with a magnificent emerald at the waistband. This transformation was the result of his considerable effort, as he had melded his undergarment with the ring gifted to him by Bibi Dong using his inner fire furnace. He felt a profound satisfaction with his creation, though he couldn't help but ponder how Bibi Dong would react if she were to discover that her ring had become part of his undergarment. The emerald glimmered brilliantly, and as Hao Heng raised his hand, a shadowy, 10-meter-long bow materialized before him. Within the 3 volcanoes he had explored, there lay a vast iron mine. He thought it a shame to let such a resource go to waste, and extracted its essence to forge the iron longbow he now wielded. However, as the iron essence had transformed into an energy form, it required a material conduit for manipulation. Yet that was a manageable task. Hao Heng infused his soul power into the longbow, causing its ethereal form to expand to 50 meters, solidifying in his grasp. With a swift motion, he brushed against the emerald at his waist, conjuring a long iron arrow into his hand, which he then imbued with soul power, causing it to elongate and solidify. Standing atop the hillside, he gazed at the fiery bird that had soared nearly 1,000 meters away. Drawing his bow and nocking the arrow, he unleashed it in an instant, empowered by the ferocious might of the hunter's arrow. The massive arrow flew through the air with astonishing speed. Hao Heng witnessed a streak of light erupt from his hand, and in the next moment, the distant fiery bird hesitated, then plummeted downward. As he beheld the bird fall, his heart swelled with exhilaration at his first successful hunt, and he raised his fist in triumph. Then, he retracted the soul power from the longbow, reducing its size to 20 meters before stowing it away in his storage trousers, striding purposefully towards the direction in which the fiery bird had descended. Chapter 85, Golden Crow Longbow. Hao Heng strode purposefully towards the location where the avian assailant had fallen. Upon arrival, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The ground was stained with two pools of blood. One was from the upper half of a torso, severed and hanging from a tree, while the other oozed from the dismembered body of Wu Yuanfei, which was reduced to just its upper half. A quarter of Wu Yuanfei's body was entirely missing, leaving only a heart that thudded erratically amidst the remnants of his organs, along with a severed lung, as he leaned against a stone. His gaze filled with resentment directed at the sight of Hao Heng's horrified expression. I must clarify, he rasped, you initiated the ambush. The cycle of karma dictates that if you become a ghost after your demise, do not seek me out for vengeance. Otherwise, do not blame me for your soul's torment. To ensure Wu Yuanfei comprehended the gravity of his words, Hao Heng activated his first soul ring, his fingertips crackling with electricity directed at Wu Yuanfei, ensuring clarity in their confrontation. With a slight cough, Wu Yuanfei spat out blood, his spirit unyielding as he grasped a handful of dirt and let out a maniacal laugh. I never imagined that I, Wu Yuanfei, who sailed through life effortlessly, would meet my end at the hands of a mere child. I am unwilling to accept this fate, utterly unwilling. Yet do not revel too much in your triumph. When His Holiness the Pope deals with Tang Hao and his wife, he will undoubtedly avenge me. I am merely taking my leave ahead of you, but when you arrive, we shall settle our fates in the realm of the departed. With every ounce of strength, he raised himself, eyes wide in defiance, and roared with fervor. Upon concluding his proclamation, his body slumped, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. Clearly, he had succumbed to death. Surprisingly, the spectacle was indeed fearsome, causing Hao Heng to momentarily freeze. Yet, it was not solely Wu Yuanfei's words that startled him. As he reflected, the mention of the Pope and Tang Hao and his wife lingered in his mind. Hey, wake up! Clarify your words. Hao Heng extended his finger and gently prodded Wu Yuanfei's body, causing him to tilt awkwardly and his head to strike the ground. Observing his completely lifeless demeanor, Hao Heng realized that he could no longer respond to my inquiries. Rising to his feet, he gazed towards the source of the violent tumult still reverberating in the air. In the distance, he could see the clash of the hammer against a blinding light, but as he approached, he could only sense the residual waves of the battle. I must investigate. If Brother Hammer truly is Tang Hao, then I am compelled to assist him, not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also to avenge my master. Moreover, my master had previously mentioned that my wound was likely inflicted at the behest of the Pope. The methods employed by this individual involved the manipulation of solar flames. And given the Pope's apparent closeness to him, it seems that even if he did not directly orchestrate it, there must be a significant connection between them. In Hao Heng's eyes flickered a glint of cold light. Contemplating this, he lifted his foot, preparing to seek out the two combatants. The wound on his back, festering for a month, had cost him an immeasurable number of attribute points. This grudge, if left unavenged, would weigh heavily upon his spirit. Ignorance might have been bliss. But now that he was aware, his mood was undeniably affected. While it did not reach the level of a blood feud, it could still give rise to inner demons. If these demons were not vanquished, he would inevitably encounter obstacles in his future cultivation. Furthermore, considering the previous assistance from the Hammer Brother, if he truly was Tang Hao, Hao Heng would not hesitate to ally with him to eliminate the Pope, for that individual was destined to perish. Yet before departing, he glanced back at the blood-dripping corpse dangling from the tree, recalling Wu Yuanfei's earlier threat. No, he could not leave this wretch's body unattended. If he failed to vanquish Qian Sunji, it would indeed be known that this man perished at his hands, jeopardizing his return to the Spirit Soul City. With this thought, Hao Heng removed the corpse from the tree and dragged the upper half over to pile it together. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the two halves of the corpse. Perhaps due to the formidable nature he possessed in life, the lightning did not shatter the remains, but merely charred them slightly. Hao Heng surmised that there might be a multitude of visitors, and he dared not unleash his full might, lest he attract unwanted attention. After a moment of contemplation, he spread his palm open, conjuring a phantom of a furnace that descended upon the ground. He placed kindling within, infusing it with soul energy, allowing the furnace to expand to a height of 3 or 4 meters, before casting 2 severed corpses into its depths. After a wait of several minutes, he heard the voice of the system resonate. Congratulations, host. This refining has yielded a soul crystal, a fragment of the golden crow martial spirit, and a pile of refuse. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, pondering silently. If even a martial soul can be refined, is it possible for me to absorb it? The system remained unresponsive, yet a stream of information emanated from the inner fire furnace. Essentially, It conveyed that if he wished to absorb the martial soul, he must select a storage location for the soul imprint. Through the furnace's fusion capabilities, the martial soul could be assimilated into his body. However, the fused martial soul could only be utilized by him and could not have soul rings added to it. Conversely, if he chose not to fuse the martial soul, it would dissipate automatically when he stored the inner fire furnace, as the martial soul required a host to exist and could not be retained. What purpose could a martial soul without the possibility of soul rings serve? Hao Heng felt a twinge of disdain as he prepared to stow away the furnace and rush to Hammer Brothers' aid. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He halted the motion of retracting his hand from the furnace and, with a deft touch upon the emerald at his waist, summoned the iron essence longbow into his grasp. He stepped forward to rekindle the flames of the furnace, channeling his soul power to activate the internal fire once more, merging the soul crystal within. The golden crow martial spirit and the iron essence longbow into a singular entity. During this process, he periodically glanced towards the distant battle, noting that the two combatants were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand against one another, which allowed him to relax and focus on the intricate fusion of the three elements. After half an hour had elapsed, the system's mechanical voice resonated through the air. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Golden Crow Longbow Martial Spirit Fragmented. Upon hearing this announcement, Hao Heng sprang to his feet, approached the furnace, and extended his hand into the flames, which remained unfaltering and surged anew. Hao Heng furrowed his brows tightly. The sensation of merging with the martial soul was rather unpleasant, akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his flesh. Though it did not inflict pain, it was exceedingly bothersome. Fortunately, the merging process was brief, lasting merely 5 minutes. He withdrew his hand from the furnace, raised his arm high, and a burst of golden light erupted from his palm, illuminating the surroundings. Once the golden radiance dissipated, he found himself grasping a longbow adorned with golden and red flame patterns, its size varying with the amount of soul power he infused. He plucked the bowstring, drawing the bow to its full extent, gauging its resilience. Upon releasing, the melodious twang of the string brought an involuntary smile to his lips. With the enhancement of this golden crow longbow, each arrow he loosed would carry the essence of the sun's true fire. Naturally, this sun fire required sunlight for replenishment. Beyond that, he sensed that wielding this bow would significantly reduce his stamina consumption while employing the Berserk Hunter's arrow. Coupled with his breathing techniques, the expenditure felt almost negligible. However, there was no time for contemplation. During his fusion with the martial soul, the battle nearby had inexplicably ceased. Although Hao Heng understood that Brother Hammer was unlikely to be in peril, a sense of urgency gripped him. If the Pope were to escape, seeking revenge would become exceedingly difficult. Hence, he swiftly stowed the longbow and strode towards the location of the earlier combat disturbances. In the arena where Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji clashed, the ground lay shattered, vast swathes of trees uprooted and broken into pieces, leaving a large expanse cleared by the remnants of their battle. At this moment, Tang Hao had vanished without a trace, while Qian Xuanji knelt on the ground, radiating holy light, his complexion ashen, with a black soul ring beside him shining resplendently, desperately activated by his will. Qian Xuanji was baffled by the turn of events. Concerned about the imminent confrontation with a 100,000-year soul beast, and knowing Tang Hao was no ordinary soul Douluo, he had refrained from unleashing his full power to subdue him. Yet, as the battle progressed, he sensed Tang Hao's mental state growing increasingly unstable, his techniques becoming erratic. In his estimation, it would only take a few more moves to subdue Tang Hao, using him as bait to compel the ancient soul beast to yield. However, just as he sent Tang Hao flying and the latter turned to flee, an excruciating, bone-piercing pain erupted from within him, tearing through flesh as if he were being ripped apart. The sudden agony contorted his face. Since ascending to the rank of Douluo and becoming the Pope, he had not endured such torment for a long time. With no time to ponder, he immediately descended to the ground, activating a soul ring infused with healing powers, hoping to mend his wounds. Yet, the pain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified with the circulation of his soul power, making him feel as though he was on the verge of being torn asunder. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby woods. Chapter 86. The Death of Qian Xuanji, my lord. Are you unscathed? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Qian Xuanji exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to glance back and discovering it was Ju Huaguan and Ghost Douluo, accompanied by 7 other soul Douluo. Ghost Douluo moved with a slightly quicker pace, stepping out first, while the others followed suit, arriving before him after a brief interval of 10 seconds. He had no time to ponder. Suppressing the agony radiating throughout his body, he murmured, Tang Hao has already been injured by me. You must pursue him swiftly. The members of Juhua Guan gazed in the direction he pointed, their faces still etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Qian Xuanji could be wounded by a mere soul, Douluo. This was utterly disgraceful. Such was the collective sentiment in their hearts. They dared not linger, nor cast a glance at Qian Xuanji, fearful that their expressions might betray their thoughts. Without delay, the 9 of them set off, racing towards the direction he indicated. Once they had departed, Qian Xuanji's countenance turned a deep shade of ashen gray. He realized he had undeniably lost face this time. However, now was not the moment for concerns regarding pride. He adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged, his hands forming seals as his soul power coursed through his meridians, preparing to investigate the source of his excruciating pain. Yet, upon this examination, he was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Inside his body, his meridians and vital organs were shrouded in darkness, with gaping wounds in the walls of his meridians oozing pus. There was not a single healthy part, and this condition seemed to be worsening, seemingly originating from his own soul power. Upon this realization, Qian Xuanji was startled and hastily ceased the flow of his soul power. Just as he was about to retract his martial spirit, a streak of light, trailing flames, shot forth from the dense forest. Before Qian Xuanji could react, the light had already pierced into his abdomen. He felt this trivial pain and lowered his gaze to the object, a shaft entwined in golden flames, infused with soul power and a substance resembling iron. Grasping the arrow, he observed the blazing sun fire dancing upon it, his pupils constricting slightly as his face contorted in a fierce snarl. He bellowed towards that direction. Wu Yuanfei, you scoundrel! How dare you betray me? If I do not perish today, upon my return to the martial soul city, I shall ensure the annihilation of your Wu clan. The energy arrow in his grasp shattered under the immense force he exerted, thick, black blood gushing forth like a column from the small puncture in his eye. Moreover, the wound, now tainted by the sun fire, continued to expand, prompting him to urgently channel his soul power to staunch the flow. Meanwhile, within the forest, standing atop a stone and maintaining an unremarkable form, Hao Heng listened to the threat, scratching his head in confusion. Wu Yuanfei, the one who just perished? Just moments ago, he rushed toward this direction and inadvertently sensed 2 formidable auras approaching. To avoid detection, he first concealed his martial soul, then stealthily followed behind those 2 forces. He soon discovered Qian Xuanji kneeling on the ground, radiating a brilliant light. Prior to his arrival, he had contemplated whether to confront Qian Xuanji directly. Considering he was a titled Douluo, he feared that he might end up in a predicament, unable to achieve his goals. However, upon arrival, he could only exclaim in admiration, Brother Hammer is incredible. Qian Xuanji was already coughing up blood, kneeling in a seemingly lifeless state. Given the circumstances, if he did not dare to take action now, he would no longer deserve the name Hao Heng. Nevertheless, he decided to disregard such thoughts. He considered that there was no time to hesitate, and with a swift push from his toes, he ascended to the treetops. After changing his position, he drew an arrow and released it with a swift motion. Yet, this time, Qian Xuanji was prepared. He skillfully evaded the arrow that was upon him in less than a second. Hao Heng remained unfazed. He evaded as he pleased. Though the arrows of the berserk hunter consumed significant stamina, his recovery was equally formidable. With the aid of the golden crow longbow, he could replenish his energy within mere seconds, showing little concern for whether Qian Xuanji could avoid his attacks. Prior to this confrontation, Hao Heng had resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would never engage Qian Xuanji directly. Firstly, Qian Xuanji, in terms of reputation, was still his master's master. He feared that should he be seen to commit such an act, the title of betraying one's teacher and extinguishing one's ancestors would forever stain his name. Hao Heng valued his reputation as well. Thus, he decided to test the waters, hoping to eliminate Qian Xuanji from a distance. Secondly, he was uncertain whether Qian Xuanji's apparent weakness was feigned. He had no desire to gamble. If he dashed forward only to be abruptly dispatched by Qian Xuanji, it would be a source of great embarrassment. After all, Qian Xuanji was a titled Douluo. Exercising caution was always prudent. In this manner, Hao Heng maneuvered through the dense forest, releasing arrow after arrow from his golden crow longbow. Although Qian Xuanji initially evaded 10 arrows from the 11th onward, he found himself struck by 1 arrow for every 3 shot, and by the 20th arrow, he was hit once every 2. As the number of wounds on his body multiplied, his soul power began to wane. Enraged, Qian Xuanji seized a fleeting opportunity as an arrow was about to pierce him. In that fraction of a second, he raised his hand, enduring excruciating pain, and summoned his soul power to activate his spirit rings. Just as the arrow was about to embed itself into him, he conjured a colossal, 40-meter-long holy white sword that materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung the sword downward. Almost instantaneously, as Hao Heng released his grip, he witnessed the radiant sword of light descending upon him. A jolt of fear coursed through him. The speed was so tremendous that evasion was impossible. He could only brace himself. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "Damn it, he truly was deceiving me." Subsequently, Hao Heng expanded his form, instantly towering at 20 meters as he emerged from the thicket. The pearlescent glow enveloping him had yet to dissipate when he hurriedly unleashed a powerful punch, creating a vortex of killing wind to collide with the sword. The impact produced a thunderous boom, and as the punch met the blade, Hao Heng was thrust back several dozen meters by the overwhelming force. Remarkably, the sword did not crash to the ground. A sharp crack echoed through the air as a fine fissure began to spread across the blade. Within 3 seconds, the crack expanded to engulf the entire sword, culminating in an explosive burst that scattered countless fragments. It appeared that Qian Xuanji's strike, while visually impressive, was ultimately ineffective. "It's you," Qian Xuanji exclaimed, gazing at the towering figure within the forest, his eyes widening in disbelief. Though he had never encountered Hao Heng before, he possessed some knowledge of his own disciple, who bore the spirit of a giant. After expelling a plume of black smoke, he regarded Hao Heng with a cold smirk and said, "What? Has our master sent only you to kill me?" As he spoke, his gaze darted around, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Hao Heng ceased to feign and uprooted several towering trees before standing resolutely upon the path where the shockwaves from the clash of fists and sword had reverberated. He gazed intently at Qian Xuanji, narrowing his eyes as an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being. Qian Xuanji let out a disdainful snort and waved his hand, effortlessly dismantling Hao Heng's imposing presence. Hao Heng gazed at the pitiful sight before him, his opponent's body riddled with wounds and scars, leaving him perplexed about the true state of affairs. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to test the waters. "Old ghost, allow me to unleash a thunderous strike upon you." With that, he snapped his fingers, and Qian Xuanji's eyes widened in surprise as he looked skyward. A bolt of lightning descended from the void above, which he directed with a mere gesture. The lightning struck his fingertip, scorching the front half to a charred black. "Cough! Cough! Youngster, you are far too early to think you can harm me," he scoffed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Although Hao Heng's offensive maneuver had been effortlessly neutralized by Qian Xuanji, to the point of seeming trivial, a flicker of joy ignited within Hao Heng. He had not expended much energy in that lightning strike, and believed that even a formidable soul master would withstand it without issue. Yet, although Qian Xuanji had merely intercepted it with a single finger, the charred tip and the subsequent spitting of black blood were telling signs. He maintained an intentionally nonchalant demeanor in the face of Hao Heng's imposing presence, only dispersing the pressure without mounting a counterattack. He exhibited none of the formidable aura one would expect from a titled Douluo. If all of this were merely a fade crafted by Qian Xuanji, Hao Heng was prepared to concede defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Heng resolved to take a daring leap. With a fierce glare, he surged forward, his fists clenched and brimming with latent energy. The might of thunder coalesced upon the surface of his fists, forming an electrifying gauntlet. As he approached Qian Xuanji with remarkable speed, he unleashed a powerful strike. The thunder erupted, and the force of his blow howled through the air. This entire sequence transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Upon impact, the earth fractured, creating a chasm 10 meters deep, with dust swirling and lightning crackling. Alas, his efforts were in vain, for Qian Xuanji, possessing extraordinary speed, remained composed, observing from his position. Just as Hao Heng's fist seemed poised to strike, Qian Xuanji vanished in an instant. Hao Heng had yet to retract his fist when a blinding beam of pure white light flashed before him. Captivated by its brilliance, his gaze was drawn to it, and he soon perceived the world around him transforming into a slow-motion tableau of gray and white. The radiant light approached him with an excruciating slowness, an overwhelming luminescence descending towards his face. Yet, he found himself paralyzed, unable to muster any resistance, even as he sensed the horrifying fluctuations of power emanating from that incandescent beam. With a resounding thud, as the light made contact, one side of his face caved in, blood vessels bursting forth in a violent eruption. The crimson fluid seeped to the surface, pooling beneath his skin, rendering half of his visage a ghastly red. The veins, now a network of angry blue, snaked across his face, transforming him into a nightmarish apparition, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Hao Heng was also forcefully propelled backward, crashing into a massive tree, which then collapsed, sending him crashing to the ground. Enveloped by the thick dust that erupted from the impact, Qian Xuanji, hovering in the air with his wings unfurled, felt a brilliant light slowly dissipating from his thigh. Numerous arrow wounds on his body had been sealed by his soul power. Despite the pain still gnawing at his nerves, he remained composed, raising his hand high. The soul rings emanated a radiant glow, and a luminous sword began to form and extend in his grasp. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. As the light sword reached 200 meters, Qian Xuanji sneered coldly. Boy, though you are my disciple, your attempt on my life alone warrants your death 1,000 times over. Moreover, your wretched master seems to have meddled with my affairs as well. But fret not. You shall meet your end first, and soon I will ensure your master joins you in reunion. With his words lingering in the air, he swung his arm, aiming to strike downwards. The sheer force of the luminous sword disturbed the very atmosphere, stirring the winds and clouds, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in awe. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the swirling dust. A colossal arm emerged, and Qian Xuanji, still smirking, regarded the shadow materializing from the haze. He believed that even a titled Douluo would be gravely wounded by his strike. He could hardly fathom how Hao Heng might withstand it. But in the next moment, he was taken aback as the shadow broke through the mist, revealing itself. It was an extraordinarily massive hand, so robust that a single finger could easily accommodate a galloping steed. The hand opened wide, reaching out towards him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qian Xuanji swung his sword at the hand, yet the 200-meter-long blade barely grazed the elbow of the mighty hand, leaving only a deep crimson mark from the palm to the wrist, insufficient to cause significant harm. Staring in disbelief at his ultimate technique, which had only managed to inflict a slight discomfort upon his foe, Qian Xuanji was jolted back to reality by the fierce gust emanating from the descending hand. As he prepared to evade the approaching grasp, he was caught off guard when the wounds he had sealed with his soul power abruptly burst open, unleashing a torrent of black blood that sprayed forth like a fountain. The agonizing pain shattered his consciousness, leaving him immobilized as the colossal hand seized him, enclosing him within its grasp. As Hao Heng lay upon the ground, he was acutely aware that he had exhausted all capacity for resistance. Had he truly retained the powers of a titled Douluo, the force of the kick he had just received would have been insurmountable. Given his current physical prowess of 20 million points, it was more than likely that he would have suffered a fatal blow to his head. Instead, he merely endured a momentary pang. This was far more credible than Qian Xuanji's own proclamations of impending demise. He was not unfamiliar with the prowess of Bibi Dong and had witnessed the true might of a titled Douluo, which emboldened him to employ his ultimate technique without hesitation. As Qian Xuanji's consciousness faded into chaos, he was left with nothing but a primal instinct for survival, propelling him to stretch out his limbs and brace against the forces surrounding him. He sensed a power within that colossal hand that matched his own, and with his final breath, he bellowed, "You wretch, release me at once, or I shall see you torn asunder." As the dust settled, Hao Heng remained on the ground, gazing up at the massive fist towering hundreds of meters above him. He spat disdainfully and remarked coldly, "What need is there for such frivolous talk? You're merely a spent force, putting on a fade for whom? Your body has long since perished. Clinging to the last vestiges of life serves no purpose for you or this world. Allow me to escort you on your final journey, master." After Hao Heng let out a mighty roar, a black soul ring emerged beside him, illuminating the surroundings. From his chest, a golden droplet enveloped in flames ascended towards the massive fist in the sky. Upon the droplet's descent into the fist, a mournful wail resonated from within, echoing in all directions until the entire fist was engulfed in golden flames, the sound diminishing gradually into silence. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, obscuring the sunlight, and a gentle drizzle fell, as if the heavens were weeping for the loss of a formidable warrior. In Chapter 87, Tang Hao is trapped in a clearing of the forest, not far from a humble wooden cabin. The two Douluos of the chrysanthemum ghost glanced at the enormous fist wreathed in flames in the distant sky, exchanging a knowing look. His Holiness should be able to handle it, right? Logically speaking, as guardians of the Pope, they ought to have rushed back to ensure the Pope's safety upon hearing the commotion, despite being unaware of the situation or the identity of the assailant. However, they had pledged their allegiance to Bibi Dong. Her Majesty instructed us to first capture Tang Hao and his companions. Noticing the two chrysanthemum ghost Douluos standing still, a soul Douluo behind them spoke up with a suggestion. Chrysanthemum ghost lowered his head to glance at him, nodded, and replied, "Very well." After this brief exchange, the group advanced. The two Douluos unleashed their formidable power towards the rickety wooden cabin, which trembled violently, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. "Dang Hao, you cannot escape. Surrender obediently," the chrysanthemum Douluo shouted as he stepped forward. The cabin continued to shake, yet no response came. Anger flickered across Chrysanthemum Ghost's face as he gestured forward. Thousands of vibrant yellow chrysanthemums bloomed in the air above him, swirling gracefully before accelerating forward. The petals detached from their blooms, cascading down like a torrential rain of blossoms, enveloping the entire cabin. However, the flower rain did not strike the cabin as it neared. The ground around the cabin trembled violently, and vast patches of golden glimmering blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, growing wildly and intertwining to form a colossal cocoon. Encasing the wooden structure, the petals struck against the blue-silver grass cocoon, producing a metallic clatter. Witnessing this, Chrysanthemum Ghost furrowed his brow and waved to his companions, instructing, "Spread out and surround the cabin. Let us see how long they can hide." The 7 soul Douluos immediately sprang into action, encircling the blue-silver grass cocoon from 7 different directions. The Ghost Douluo approached Chrysanthemum Ghost and inquired, "Can we not break through?" Chrysanthemum Ghost cast a sidelong glance at him and replied softly, "How could that be? However, if we were to break through now and seize those within, it would rob Her Majesty of her achievement. Moreover, with the Saintess frequently inviting us recently, Her Majesty has grown quite displeased with us. In the ongoing rivalry between Her Majesty and the Saintess, we hold no bias. It would be wise to remain detached and not be ensnared in trivial matters." Upon hearing the words, Ghost nodded in understanding and stepped back a few paces, falling silent as the group waited in quiet anticipation. As the dawn pierced through the veil of night, the gentle patter of rain began to subside. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass cocoon enveloping the house started to tremble and disperse, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. The once vibrant blue-silver grass withered and turned yellow, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This desolation was not limited to the massive blue-silver grass surrounding the house. The nearby flora suffered similarly, with trees dying and flowers wilting. In an instant, the scene resembled a wasteland, shrouded in eerie silence and desolation. Witnessing this bizarre transformation, a sense of vigilance arose among the onlookers. The 7 soul Douluo encircling the house turned their gazes towards Chrysanthemum Pass. With a gesture, Chrysanthemum Pass signaled for them to disperse. He then stepped forward, sweeping his arm, causing countless chrysanthemum petals to whirl around him before converging into a long spear in his hand. A glimmer of cold light morphed into several sharp spearheads, producing a resounding hum as the spear was launched towards the dilapidated structure, its walls already marred by cracks. The wooden wall, unable to withstand the force, was pierced through, creating a gaping hole, and the spear continued its flight. However, as the spear penetrated halfway, it suddenly halted in midair, unable to advance further, and began to retract. Tang Hao emerged slowly from the breach in the wall, grasping the spear that had been thrust towards him with one hand while dragging a gray-blue cloth bundle with the other. His eyes were swollen, and a tear mark lingered on his cheek. Upon seeing the gathered crowd outside, his body trembled, and a profound sorrow transformed his demeanor, unleashing a tempestuous aura from within him. The resulting gust sent those beneath the tidal Douluo reeling, unable to maintain their footing. Chrysanthemum Pass stared in shock, exclaiming, "Tidal Douluo, you have actually become a tidal Douluo?" Tang Hao turned his gaze towards him, offering a smile devoid of joy, only a profound sadness lingering within. "Indeed, I have become a tidal Douluo. The distinction between a tidal Douluo and an 89th rank soul Douluo is but a single level, yet this level represents a monumental threshold. Among 10 soul Douluo, 9 remain trapped at this very barrier throughout their lives. Had it been another, crossing this threshold would likely elicit uncontainable joy, an eagerness to share their elation with the world. Yet, Tang Hao felt no happiness, for the cost was far too great, so immense that he struggled to comprehend it, so overwhelming that he wished with all his heart that it were merely an illusion. Gritting his teeth, he squinted, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill forth. He inhaled deeply, knowing this was not the time for lamentation. The most crucial task at hand was to escape with the child cradled in his arms. Only by doing so could he ensure that Yin's sacrifices were not in vain, fulfilling the promise he had made. A man must never betray his word. Tang Hao raised his head, his aura intensifying, casting a heavier pressure upon those around him. He repositioned the blue-gray wrap from his chest to his back, tying it securely. His grip tightened around the long spear, which suddenly erupted into countless petals of chrysanthemums, cascading to the ground and vanishing from sight. Step aside. With a grim expression, he summoned the Hao Heng hammer, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter, akin to a vengeful deity, unstoppable. Anyone who dared to impede him would face annihilation, whether man or Buddha. Chrysanthemum Pass observed the 9 soul rings that floated beside him, particularly noting the vivid red ring, and coldly mocked, "I once believed you, Tang Hao, to be a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Yet, in your moment of despair, you have chosen the path of self-interest. Although you have slain your wife and absorbed her soul ring, you shall not depart unscathed. You must await the Pope's arrival before any decision is made. You seek death." The words of Chrysanthemum Pass touched Tang Hao's bottom line, unleashing the pent-up fury within him. With a furious roar, Tang Hao vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he leaped into the air, his arm raised high, the Hao Heng hammer now enlarged to an impressive size of over 10 meters, crashing down towards Chrysanthemum Pass. With a solemn expression, Chrysanthemum Pass elegantly flicked his hand, summoning hundreds of shadowy figures from the ground. These figures transformed into chrysanthemums, entwined with roots and leaves, forming a massive shield-like wall before him. As the Hao Heng hammer struck the shield, it produced a sound that weighed heavily upon the heart. At that moment, the ghost Douluo, who had been lurking behind Chrysanthemum Pass, vanished and reappeared behind Tang Hao, extending a claw wreathed in black mist to seize the package on his back. Tang Hao's eyes flashed red. He swung the hammer in a swift arc, evading the black claw and striking back. The hammer descended relentlessly upon the figure. Yet the ghost Douluo had already evaded, resulting in the hammer merely dispersing a cloud of black mist. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum Pass altered his strategy once more. He spread his arms wide, shimmering with yellow light. As the yellow luminescence dispersed like raindrops, countless chrysanthemums sprouted from the ground, rapidly transforming the area into a sea of flowers. Observing this, Tang Hao's expression shifted in alarm. He raised his hammer high, growing it larger and larger until it reached a staggering 100 meters before swinging it down with tremendous force. Simultaneously, a wave of dark energy radiated from his body, exerting a colossal pressure that bent the chrysanthemums beneath him. Chrysanthemum Pass remained unfazed, his fingers dancing as the petals of the chrysanthemums detached from their buds, swirling together to form a massive yellow whirlwind that swept everything in its path, charging against the weight of Tang Hao's descending hammer. Each petal within the yellow vortex acted like a razor-sharp blade, sparking and clashing against the hammer upon contact. However, the might of the hammer was sufficient to shatter mountains, and the yellow whirlwind could only offer a fleeting resistance before being compressed and diminished. Just as the whirlwind seemed on the verge of being crushed, a smile flickered across Chrysanthemum Pass's face. With a subtle motion of his other hand, the chrysanthemums that had lost their petals began to grow frantically. In unison, they surged towards the Hao Heng hammer, intertwining and layering upon each other, forming hundreds of ropes that bound the hammer tightly in place. Tang Hao was taken aback, realizing he had fallen into a trap. As he attempted to retract his soul power and disperse his martial soul, the ghost Douluo reappeared at his side, 2 claws of black mist lunging at him. One aimed at the package on his back, the other directed towards his throat, executed with such precision that it was almost admirable. Unfortunately, they were indeed foes, and Tang Hao found himself on the defensive. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the ghost Douluo, as a black soul ring shimmered beside him, a layer of dark energy emanating from his body to shield him from the claws. In that moment, the scene froze. Chrysanthemum Pass held the Hao Heng hammer captive, rendering Tang Hao immobile, while the ghost Douluo pressured him to unleash his defensive soul skill, preventing him from retracting his martial soul, lest he suffer grave injuries. Tang Hao felt a surge of despair as he glared at Chrysanthemum Pass, noticing the smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth, which only deepened his gloom. He knew that this time, he might truly be trapped. What to do? He silently questioned himself, while on the other side, Zhu Huaguan looked on with satisfaction at the restrained Tang Hao, casting a glance towards the direction where the colossal hand had appeared moments before. He noted that it had vanished without a trace. Presuming that the battle at the Pope's location had concluded, he called out to several observing soul.Duos nearby. "One of you go and fetch His Majesty." "Understood," replied one soul.Duo, adorned with resplendent white wings, who then took flight towards the area where the giant hand had manifested. However, in the blink of an eye, right before everyone's eyes, the soul.Duo suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, losing control and plummeting to the ground. As the dust settled, all present beheld the unfortunate soul.Duo impaled upon the earth, a 5 to 6 meter long arrow, as thick as a baby's arm, piercing through his abdomen. This arrow was entirely white, adorned with a tail of white feathers, radiating a divine aura and entwined with golden flames. Chapter 88. The giant in action gazing at the writhing soul paw on the ground. All were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Tang Hao felt a surge of joy. Zhu Huaguan frowned, while the ghost Douluo's expression remained inscrutable. Meanwhile, the other 6 old Douluos felt a mix of relief and terror. Among them, the 2 from the Wu clan were particularly alarmed, having recognized the flames on the arrow that inflicted such agony upon their comrade as the true sun fire of their golden crow martial spirit. The remaining 4 angel soul masters also sensed a familiar presence emanating from the arrow. How dare you, Wu clan, betray his majesty and aid Tang Hao? One of them accused. You slander us. The loyalty of our golden crow clan to his majesty is as clear as day. The aura on that arrow is unmistakably yours. How can you shift the blame onto us? Then explain the presence of the true sun fire. Another countered. And what of your clan member, Wu Yuanfei? He has yet to show himself despite the uproar. Surely he cannot be oblivious to such a disturbance. As the 2 Wu clan soul Douluos found themselves at a loss for words, the 4 angel soul Douluos closed in, encircling them with malevolent glares, indicating their intent to engage. Enough, Zhu Huaguan bellowed. In the face of a formidable enemy, must you still engage in infighting? The 4 angelic warriors cast their gazes upon him, and due to the formidable prowess of their opponent, they were compelled to lower their heads and temporarily sheath their hostility towards the 2 Wu clan members. They then approached the angelic warrior on the ground, who was weeping and wailing, ready to extract the arrow from him. However, as the benevolent warrior's gaze met the arrow, it suddenly erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into numerous smaller luminous arrows that shot towards the encircling crowd. The onlookers were taken aback and hastily attempted to evade the onslaught, yet 2 individuals fell victim, suffering several puncture wounds. Their expressions soured as the damage inflicted by the minor arrows, though not severe, left them with superficial injuries. Their garments were torn, and while the bleeding was temporarily stemmed, a significant amount still seeped through, rendering them quite disheveled. In comparison to the fallen figure, they considered themselves fortunate. However, when juxtaposed with the 2 others who had approached, they felt a pang of misfortune, especially upon witnessing the 2 Wu clan members lurking in the background, stifling their laughter, which ignited their anger. Exchanging glances, one of them said, "Let's strike together and unveil the identity of this audacious foe." The other, consumed by fury, replied agreed. The 2 took to the skies, just as a beam of light swept across the horizon once more. Anticipating this, they deftly evaded it. But those left on the ground, be it the one known as Chrysanthemum Pass or others, were not so fortunate, suffering varying degrees of injury from the splintered arrows unleashed by the radiant light. Chrysanthemum Pass touched the laceration on his cheek and, observing the other 4 still in a state of shock, bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Go capture him at once." It was only then that the 4 snapped back to reality and took to the air to follow. At that moment, a panicked roar echoed from above. A monster! The crowd looked up to see one of the 2 who had just flown out. Moments ago, he had been filled with rage, vowing vengeance. Yet within less than a minute, he returned, his face now a mask of sheer terror, devoid of the composure befitting a warrior. No one dared mock him. Instead, they were more concerned about what he had encountered. As he descended, the crowd beheld his disheveled form and collectively gasped. His once pristine white wings were rag and torn. His entire being appeared as though he had rolled in a coal pit, exuding the scent of charred flesh, half of his teeth missing, and his face smeared with yellow mud. Who could inflict such devastation upon a warrior in such a brief span? Questions swirled in their minds. Yet before they could inquire further, a tremor coursed through the ground. It's coming. That creature, it approaches. The soul master, as dark as charcoal, retreated in terror, seeking refuge before the figure of Zhu Huaguan. Zhu Huaguan glared at him, then turned to investigate, eager to discern who dared to oppose their spirit hall. The ground trembled with increasing intensity, the sounds reverberating ever louder. Suspended in midair, Tang Hao and Gui Mei cast curious glances towards the source of the commotion. Although they stood higher than others, a mere 10 meters above the ground, they were surrounded by trees towering at least 100 meters. Thus, they could perceive nothing visually. Yet, all 3 sensed a faint ripple of soul power emanating from that direction. Simultaneously, a question mark appeared in the minds of the 3 titled Douluos. Observing the soul master's unfortunate state and hearing the ensuing noise, they had anticipated the arrival of a formidable opponent. However, To their astonishment, the sensed energy was only comparable to that of a great soul master. A stark contrast that left them momentarily dumbfounded. Just then, the tremors abruptly ceased, leaving everyone frozen in place, uncertain of their next move. Suddenly, the soul master, who had been fixated on the ground, let out a piercing shout. "Look up at the sky." Upon hearing his voice, everyone raised their gaze, only to be nearly blinded by the sight of a round, radiant bald head. However, as they were all formidable soul masters, they quickly focused on the more significant detail: how exceedingly large it was. Adorned with a remarkably handsome face, it smiled down upon them. To their astonishment, it even spoke. "Greetings to you all." Hao Heng greeted them politely, his voice resounding like thunder. Moments later, a colossal hand, sweeping from the treetops, loomed over the crowd. This immense palm, spanning several hundred meters in width, overshadowed the entire sky, transforming night into day in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhu Huaguan could no longer concern himself with Tang Hao. He swiftly retracted and then released his soul power, causing the Juhua flowers that had ensnared the Hao Heng hammer to loosen and bind together into a singular pillar, bracing against the gigantic hand. However, Hao Heng's form had ascended to a staggering height of 2,000 meters, wielding an extraordinary force of 20 billion points. A hastily constructed pillar could not withstand such might. The pillar held firm for merely 2 or 3 seconds before shattering, yielding to the overwhelming pressure of the colossal palm, which descended to meet the ground. 2 seconds passed, and then the giant hand retracted, vanishing without a trace. Hao Heng's physique contracted, reverting to a 10-meter form, and then he sprinted towards the location where Tang Hao and the others had been moments ago. As he approached the vicinity, he had already sensed 2 formidable waves of soul power. He recognized that he was no match for them. Thus, he sought a vantage point to launch a few arrows in that direction. He infused the angelic martial soul he had refined into his iron arrows, which he had yet to utilize. Just as he found a suitable spot, a birdman soared into the sky, providing him with a perfect target, which he struck directly. Subsequently, 2 more individuals flew by. However, at that moment, he had not summoned his giant martial soul and remained at a normal height, which afforded him some concealment, but lacked sufficient mental fortitude, allowing them to evade his grasp. Initially, Hao Heng contemplated relocating to shoot a few more arrows, but those 2 were far too swift, swiftly closing in on him, shouting threats. With no other recourse, Hao Heng summoned his giant martial soul and ascended to a height of 100 meters. In a brief skirmish, he managed to subdue one of them, causing the other to retreat in fear. From the captured individual's mouth, he extracted information about the situation on the ground. Suddenly inspired, he identified a nearby location and dropped from a height of 2,000 meters, unleashing a powerful palm strike. He doubted that the formidable Zhu Duo would dare to maintain control over Tang Hao under the weight of his 2 billion force. Of course, to avoid drawing the terrifying gaze of the Black Mountain once more, this time he did not rise but instead knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. Soon, Hao Heng arrived at the scene, which was in utter chaos. Countless trees lay collapsed and broken, and the ground was riddled with cracks of varying sizes. There were also 6 mounds of flattened flesh, with 3 survivors emerging from the pits of earth. Hao Heng noticed the 3 individuals simultaneously fixating on him, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Greetings, everyone." Chapter 89, Astonishing. I actually have an elderly gentleman. You possess remarkable audacity to interfere in matters of the spirit hall. Do you dare to reveal your name? Guohua's tone was rather ungracious as he shook off the dirt from his attire. He had never found himself in such a disheveled state, having to burrow into the ground to evade his opponent's assault. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would tarnish the reputation he held as a title de law. However, he found some solace in the fact that 2 others of equal standing had also made a similar choice, thus mitigating his sense of disgrace. Tang Hao gazed at the 10-meter-tall, golden-armored bald giant emerging from the woods. Initially, he had assumed that the reinforcements would be individuals from the Hao Heng sect, or perhaps those who had submitted to him. The figure before him was not entirely unfamiliar. In his memory, he believed he had never truly recognized him. Ghost Douluo. Hao Heng gazed at the 3 individuals before him, scratching his head and murmuring, "Well, do you believe me if I say I was merely passing by?" He chuckled lightly. Zhu Huaguan let out a cold sneer, and at that moment, a terrifying thought struck him. Just moments ago, a colossal fist had materialized in midair, seemingly engaged in combat with the Pope. The individual before him had also employed a gigantic hand to launch an attack. It was evident that he was the assailant who had confronted the Pope. His presence here, while the Pope remained absent, implied a disquieting possibility. Zhu Huaguan glared fiercely and stepped forward, demanding, "Did you harm His Majesty?" His words hung in the air, for the notion was simply too unbelievable. The fluctuations of soul power radiating from this individual suggested he was merely at the level of a grand soul master, while the Pope was a title Douluo. If this man had indeed brought about the Pope's demise, Zhu Huaguan couldn't help but feel that the Pope was rather ineffectual. Hao Heng remained silent. Yet Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. The ability to vanquish Qian Xuanji unequivocally indicated that the other party could not possibly be an enemy. While an enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, the fact that this individual chose to extend a helping hand in such a critical moment spoke volumes. He swiftly moved to stand before Hao Heng, took the burden from his back, and handed it to him, saying, "Brother, could you kindly look after this for me?" Oh, certainly." Hao Heng swiftly seized the package, which felt rather heavy. The contents within seemed to writhe, prompting him to shift from carrying it to cradling it. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, having discarded his burdens, appeared considerably more at ease. Grasping the Haotian hammer once again, he cast a cold glance towards the two titled Douluo, and with a chilling tone inquired, "Do you two still wish to engage in battle? If so, Tang is more than willing to oblige." Exchanging glances, the two Douluo silently conferred. In a sudden motion, the ghost Douluo flickered and transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into thin air. The flower Douluo raised his hand, summoning a long spear shaped like a chrysanthemum, and with a light leap, soared into the air, aiming to thrust it at Tang Hao. With a deft flick of his wrist, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, deflecting the spear with a powerful strike. Just as he was about to advance further, the ghost Douluo emerged from the void, his arms swirling to create a multitude of shadowy hands that reached for Tang Hao. Realizing he could not pursue the flower Douluo any longer, Tang Hao chose to confront the spectral menace instead. Observing Tang Hao, who resembled a war god facing two foes, the intensity of the battle escalating, Hao Heng decided it prudent to extricate himself from the fray. Clutching the package to his chest, he dashed towards the depths of the forest. No one paid him any heed, for both the flower Douluo and the ghost Douluo understood that once they subdued Tang Hao, capturing a powerful soul master would be a trivial task, albeit one complicated by the peculiar nature of this particular soul master. Hao Heng found a hillside from which he could observe the battle, dragging over a massive stone to sit upon. As he unwrapped the bundle, a pair of lively, blinking eyes met his gaze. Typically, newborns are not particularly attractive, yet the little one nestled within the wrapping was an exception. With fair, tender skin and a cherubic visage, the child possessed large, bright eyes that sparkled like flawless gems, captivating in their allure. Sucking on his finger, the infant displayed no fear towards Hao Heng, his eyes shimmering with curiosity as he regarded the imposing figure before him. Hao Heng had previously heard that if a newborn baby does not cry, it might adversely affect their health. He bared his teeth and made silly faces in an attempt to frighten the little one. However, the infant, undeterred by his antics, waved its arms and mimicked a gesture as if to scratch Hao Heng's face. "How could my handsome visage be so easily touched?" Hao Heng swiftly pushed him away, a look of disdain crossing his face as he turned his head aside. Yet, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the little one, curious to see if his refusal would evoke tears. However, the child showed no signs of distress. Instead, his large eyes sparkled with intelligence. One could only conclude that he was indeed a transcendent being. With that in mind, Tang San, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I do this for your own good. Hao Heng's face contorted into a sinister grin as he extended his hand, using the tip of his fingernail to glide around to the back of the package. He carefully pinpointed the location of the little creature's hindquarters and gently pinched a piece of flesh. The little one's expression shifted dramatically, and as Hao Heng gradually twisted the pinch, nearing a 45-degree angle, a sharp cry of wow erupted. Hao Heng displayed a contented smile as he observed the child before him, who was crying and flailing his arms. He rummaged through his pack and discovered two pieces of bone emanating a blue glow, causing his eyes to brighten momentarily. A soul bone of 100,000 years. To say he was not moved would be a falsehood. This was indeed a priceless treasure, were it not for the battle unfolding below. Where Tang Hao gradually gained the upper hand, he would have acted long ago, to avoid being pursued by a formidable titled Douluo in the future. Hao Heng could only suppress his excitement, sealing the pack and leaving a small opening for the child as face to show. His gaze drifted towards the combat below. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere. He was aware that the outcome of the battle would likely favor Tang Hao, thus he paid little attention. Instead, he pondered an event from a few hours prior. At that time, he had refined Qiang Sunji, obtaining a soul power crystal and an angel martial spirit. During his initial refinement of Wu Yuanfei, he He had been unaware of the essence of the soul power crystal, hence he did not extract it. However, this time, he was more astute, and upon retrieving the soul power crystal, he realized it was the very essence of a soul master's soul power, capable of being absorbed and transformed into his own. Hao Heng was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, unable to suppress the effects of his intoxication. He faced a significant dilemma. The speed of his soul power cultivation had unexpectedly slowed to a crawl. If he were to continue down this path of training, it would prove disastrous. He restrained the desires surging within him. After all, absorbing such a substance was akin to opening a door to sin. Once opened, it can never be closed. He would only tread further down the path of murder and soul refinement, spiraling into an abyss of ruin. His calm rationality reminded him that this was not a worthy pursuit. Moreover, the soul power crystal bore the ominous inscription of toxic, prompting Hao Heng to decide against it, preparing instead to cast it into the furnace alongside his martial spirit and iron essence arrows, thereby completing his set of bows and arrows. Yet at that moment, the golden essence within his heart unexpectedly spoke once more. Since the day he discovered its ability to communicate and its consciousness, Hao Heng had employed various methods to provoke it, hoping to elicit a response. While others' elders bestowed riches, techniques, and paths of cultivation, why did his elder reside within him, remaining utterly inactive? Despite his attempts, whether through soul power impacts or electrical shocks, the golden essence remained unresponsive, feigning death. In recent days, as he busied himself with the quest for a second soul ring, he had nearly forgotten about it, only for it to finally break its silence. "Boy, hand that over to me." The voice was ancient and profound, reminiscent of a wise elder who had traversed the vicissitudes of life and possessed great insight into the world. Hao Heng paused momentarily before recalling that there was something within his heart. Yet upon reflection, he realized that this entity had feigned death for so long, yearning for treasures without justification. He retorted boldly, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Why should I give it to you?" After a few seconds, the mass of blood responded, "Hand it over to me, and I shall reveal to you the path to divinity." Hao Heng let out a cold laugh, saying, "Do you think you can deceive me with this? Do you take me for a fool, so easily swindled? If you desire something, that is not impossible, but first, enlighten me about what you are, and then elucidate the matter of becoming a deity as you speak of. Otherwise, you shall not obtain anything from me." After a brief silence of more than 10 seconds, the weakened mass of blood replied, "Young man, my energy is insufficient to clarify the entire sequence of events. If you truly wish to know, you must first grant me that object." Hao Heng wished to retort a few more times, yet the frailty in that voice did not seem feigned. Upon reflection, considering the toxicity of the substance, he thought it might even prove lethal to this wretched creature. Thus, with a sense of displeasure, he replied, "How shall I present it to you?" He clasped the crystalline soul energy orb firmly in his palm. This time, his response was swift. He did not dwell on it further. As he held the translucent, crystal-like orb, he felt his heart begin to race violently. Lowering his gaze to his chest, he observed a golden light swiftly traverse from his heart to his shoulder, then to his arm, culminating in his palm. Hao Heng felt a warmth radiating from his palm. Upon examining it, he discovered a wound had opened in the center of his hand, from which golden blood oozed forth. Adhering to the soul power crystal, it bubbled and frothed like boiling water, visibly diminishing the size of the crystal. Upon witnessing this, Hao Heng expressed his displeasure, stating, "There might be poison above. If you wish to endanger yourself, do not implicate me." The golden blood seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to consume voraciously. Once the crystalline substance had entirely vanished, Hao Heng felt a tingling sensation in the palm of his hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wound had completely healed, and the mass of blood had once again returned to his heart. Hao Heng employed his soul energy to perceive the golden blood, which initially was no larger than a fingernail and possessed a dull luster. However, after consuming the soul energy crystal, it transformed into a size comparable to an infant's fist, compacting into a dazzling sphere. Had it not been for Hao Heng's considerable fortitude, it might have even obstructed his blood vessels. Clearly, the consumption of that soul energy crystal has indeed conferred significant benefits upon it. Hao Heng, embodying the essence of a lemon, lamented. Had he known to rid the contents of their toxins, he would have done it himself, sparing this wretched creature of its ill-gotten gains, reaping no benefits in return. It resided with him and consumed his provisions. With dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Hey, having devoured my possessions, do not feign death on me." Silence ensued, and Hao Heng furrowed his brow as the transparent flame of his forged body coursed towards his heart. It was then that the ancient voice resonated once more. The tale begins with the Great War in the divine realm that transpired tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 90, The Curtain Falls. In essence, tens of millennia prior, the divine realm was besieged by an invasion of malevolent deities from beyond, and while you repelled their assault, discord arose amongst yourselves, splitting into two factions. One advocated for sealing the breach of invasion, while the other championed the call to arms. You were the leader of the latter, yet, as the faction waned, your intention to lead the remaining deities in defiance of the divine realm was thwarted by an ambush, resulting in your demise, leaving only a droplet of your heart's essence behind. Hao Heng succinctly encapsulated the lengthy discourse of the old man into a single statement. Indeed, the old man replied in a calm voice. Hao Heng mocked scornfully, "You truly are worthless to have fallen victim to a sneak attack." In response to Hao Heng's biting derision, the old man did not exhibit anger. Instead, he continued to articulate, "In my lifetime, my divine rank was merely assessed as a third-tier ordinary deity. Yet my divine power is capable of shaking even the God King. The number of deities who have perished at my hands exceeds the count of my fingers. My strength is not something that a mere young whelp like you can appraise." Hao Heng felt a constriction in his heart, and he longed to refine that mass of golden blood. Its demeanor was excessively disdainful. Not only did it consume his resources without contributing, but it also relished provoking him, leaving him unable to retort. No matter how powerful you are, you can still be vanquished. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us discuss the path to divinity. Hao Heng deftly shifted the topic. After a few seconds of silence, the old man slowly began to speak. In truth, attaining divinity is quite simple. To put it plainly, as long as you can embody the principles within your being, you can achieve godhood. However, your current realm is rather low, and you may struggle to grasp the meaning of these principles. I shall wait until you grow stronger before divulging more. No, I understand. Please continue. Hao Heng scoffed, contemplating. You wretched creature. Do you think you can simply slip away like this? Not a chance. The old man paused for a few moments before resuming his discourse. The laws are the fundamental principles that constitute all things in the universe, akin to the legal frameworks of human society. While laws delineate the boundaries of human behavior, these laws are of a higher order. They govern the operational rhythms of existence, defining what is cold, what is hot, what is high, and what is low. For instance, the state of water when cold, and its condition when heated, are merely rudimentary manifestations of these laws. Stop. Spare me your convoluted explanations. I care not for the nature of laws. What I yearn to understand is how one may ascend to divinity. Furthermore, cease your incessant rambling. I warn you, if you fail to elucidate the path to godhood today, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Do not presume y est. Hao Heng, feeling somewhat vexed, issued a serious warning. The elderly man let out a sigh before responding. In the mortal realm, whether in the corporeal forms of humanity or beasts, there exists a limit that binds you. This constraint enables you to comprehend the laws and manipulate them, yet it precludes you from internalizing these laws, digesting them, and becoming true masters of their essence. If humanity aspires to ascend to divinity, there exists but one path: to absorb the crystallized essence of the laws left behind by the deities, which you seem to refer to as divine positions. Thus, is it only by inheriting a divine position that one can attain godhood? A hint of disappointment flickered in Hao Heng's eyes. Did he not understand that inheriting a divine position could lead to godhood? Of course, he was aware of it. He also knew the locations of divine thrones, such as the Angel Temple and Sea God Island. They were inescapable. All he needed was to seize the opportunity before Qian Rinxue, or Tang San, matured and claimed the divine position for himself. However, he hesitated. It wasn't that he harbored any particular sentiments towards them. Rather, he believed that neither the angel god nor the sea god was worthy of him. His giant martial soul was exceptionally formidable, and with the assistance of a system, he might even achieve the extraordinary feat of treating the sun as if it were a mere glass bead. To inherit a divine position that was inferior to his fully awakened giant martial soul would be nothing short of absurd. Thus, he contemplated whether this peculiar golden blood could offer alternative means to attain divinity, but the voice of the elder replied to him, affirming his thoughts. Indeed. Sigh. Hao Heng sighed and remarked, if it is merely this, then there is no need to keep you. As he spoke, he summoned the flames of body tempering, directing them into his heart, with the soul ring already manifesting beside him, awaiting the infusion of soul power. The elder's voice seemed to sense impending peril, and he hastily declared, Young man, I possess a divine position that I can offer you, enabling you to ascend to divinity. The flames spread out like a mirror, and the ethereal image of a furnace gradually emerged from surface. Though my divine position is only rated as a third-tier deity, its true combat prowess rivals that of a divine king. Moreover, I believe there is substantial potential for its advancement. If you were to inherit my divine position, I am certain you would surpass even the divine king in strength. As the furnace took shape, it encompassed a golden blood sphere, yet Hao Heng hesitated to ignite it. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What is this divine position? Is it truly that formidable?" "Indeed, it is immensely powerful." The elder's tone grew urgent, no longer willing to delay as before. "My divine position is known as the God of Strength, governing the laws of power, and is extraordinarily formidable. At the pinnacle of my life, when I unleash my full might, I could shatter entire realms, truly terrifying. Any adversary who faced me, regardless of their strength, would meet their demise with a single blow. Even the divine king would dare not withstand it. Of course, given your current capabilities, you may not comprehend the level of strength a divine king possesses, but suffice it to say, you must understand that my divine position is indeed immensely powerful. The God of Strength." Hao Heng listened with a hint of intrigue to the voice of the elderly man, reminiscent of a salesman from a bygone era, and promptly inquired if others are unable to withstand the might of your punch. "How is it that you met your demise through a surprise attack?" After a brief silence, the old man's voice, laced with suppressed anger, responded, "Those scoundrels, a dozen or more, conspired against me alone, daring not to engage me in close combat. My imposing stature hindered my pursuit, and they ensnared me, tormenting me with their vile machinations for a millennium, ultimately leading to my death." Hao Heng fell into silence, his imposing stature suggesting that he too might possess this vulnerability. "It seems that this divine position is rather ominous. Very well, then, could you inform me of the whereabouts of this divine seat?" Hao Heng pondered for a moment and decided it would be best to wait until he found the divine seat before proceeding. He extinguished the fire and stowed away the soul ring, then inquired. However, after he finished speaking, half a minute passed without a response. Why was there no reply? Hao Heng, perplexed, inquired in the divine realm? The elder hesitated, stammering, "The divine realm? How does one get there?" "Becoming a deity grants access." "And how does one become a deity?" "Attaining a divine position allows one to ascend." "Where is this divine position?" "It resides within the divine realm." "Are you mocking me?" In the end, Hao Heng refrained from vanquishing the golden blood orb, sparing its remnants of consciousness, and thereby granting himself a chance. Is there no way to enter the divine realm without a divine position? He posed as his final query to that consciousness. The answer was yes, but it is virtually impossible. For to enter the divine realm, one must not only breach the divine gate, but also endure the harrowing trials of divine punishment. Even true deities face significant peril on their journey to the divine realm. How much more perilous for one who is not a deity? Moreover, only deities possess the ability to summon the divine gate, thereby paving a path forward. Possible, yet essentially impossible. In other words, a glimmer of hope still exists. As the sun rose from the horizon, its golden rays parted the twilight like the lifting of a theatrical curtain. Hao Heng lifted the small creature in his arms, his expression solemn as he gazed into its eyes, contemplating the future. "Little one, you must grow swiftly. I am counting on you to carry me along. Do not let me down." The battle below the hillside gradually reached its conclusion. Tang Hao, battered and bruised, stood second, having fought valiantly against the battered and disfigured figure of Zhu Huaguan, whose ghostly mask lay in ruins. The two demons, recognizing that they could not subdue Tang Hao today, glanced at the golden-armored giant on the hillside before turning to flee. Yet, Tang Hao made no pursuit. He turned to look back, witnessing the giant holding his son aloft, perilously balanced above a steep slope of nearly 100 meters. Chapter 91. Caught with a swift motion, Tang Hao's figure flickered, leaving his previous position to land beside Hao Heng, his large, cowbell-like eyes fixed intently upon him. Hao Heng felt a gaze upon him and turned his head to look. He found himself being scrutinized by the intense stare. Hao Heng also fixed his gaze upon him. The two exchanged glances for an extended moment. At last, Tang Hao could no longer contain himself and pouted at Hao Heng's hand. "Oh, here you go." It was only then that Hao Heng remembered he was still holding onto the child and the soul bone. He quickly retracted his arm and presented the bundle to Tang Hao. Tang Hao cautiously accepted the package, gently opened the small flap, and upon seeing the little one's tear-filled, watery eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. He then looked up at Hao Heng and nodded slightly. "Young brother, though I know not the nature of our connection, your timely intervention in my moment of peril deserves my utmost gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to offer my help." Observing Tang Hao's courteous demeanor, Hao Heng returned the gesture with a bow. You need not be so formal, Brother Tang. Were it not for your aid several months ago, I might not be standing here today. Several months? Tang Hao pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at Hao Heng. Hao Heng, perceiving his confusion, succinctly recounted the incident involving the Black Mountain that had transpired months prior. Tang Hao's countenance darkened, akin to a pot's sooty bottom. 3 months ago, for reasons unbeknownst, the Titan Great Ape had inexplicably emerged from the heart of the Stardow Forest, wreaking havoc in the vicinity of their abode. In a desperate bid to fend it off, he nearly met his demise at its hands. Had it not been for the fact that Aine was 6 months pregnant at the time and still capable of intervening, he would have surely perished. Reflecting on that moment, he had intended to vehemently chastise the one who had lured the Titan Great Ape. Yet unexpectedly, today it had yielded a fortuitous outcome. Such is the unpredictable nature of cause and effect. Tang Hao sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. After a prolonged contemplation, he lifted his gaze to Hao Heng and inquired, Young brother, having slain so many of the Spirit Hall's members, and with the Pope meeting his end at your hands, it is likely that the Spirit Hall will not let this matter rest easily. What are your plans, or do you have a refuge in mind? Hao Heng pondered that upon his return, his master would likely have ascended to the position of Pope. At that moment, he would find himself as the Pope's disciple, which should pose no problems. However, there remained the formidable Douluo. Having killed his son, the latter might devise some dreadful schemes to retaliate against him, perhaps even taking direct action. How troublesome this could be! A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed his face, but it was swiftly captured by Tang Hao. Tang Hao the ma? If the young brother has no place to go, why not accompany me for the time being? Once this storm has passed, we can plan our next steps. Tang Hao had his own intentions. With 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall arriving, 1 dead and 2 injured, his achievements were enough to fill him with pride. Yet, the Spirit Hall could not possibly be limited to just 3 titled Douluo. Who knew how many would confront him next time? The loss of his wife had already left him with a heart full of anguish, his attachment to the world reduced to mere fragments, embodied solely in the small child he held. His singular wish was to nurture this child, the embodiment of his love with his wife, into adulthood. Yet, he feared that the Spirit Hall might dispatch 3, 4, or even 5 titled Douluo to thwart him. If he were alone, he might find himself cornered, facing certain doom. However, if he had a companion by his side, the situation would transform. In dire circumstances, he could perhaps serve as bait to divert the attacker's attention, allowing the young brother before him to escape with his son, thus eluding the clutches of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao harbored such thoughts, unbeknownst to Hao Heng, who was instead contemplating the unexpected fortune of being offered such an opportunity. Although he was aware that Bibi Dong would soon seize complete control of the Spirit Hall, and that he might even manage to secure the position of Holy Son, the threat posed by Douluo, a being of extreme prowess, was a gamble he could not afford. He worried that his act of killing the Pope might be revealed, and he contemplated seeking refuge in a few volcanoes, hiding away for a year or 2 before resurfacing. Yet, since Tang Hao had extended the invitation to stay by his side, who would refuse the presence of a powerful bodyguard? Was it preferable to retreat into the shadows, living like a pitiful rat? The 3 months of frenzied absorption of magma had indeed amplified Hao Heng's strength manifold, but the sensation of solitude in the claustrophobic underground had nearly driven him to madness on several occasions. If it were not for the lack of alternatives, he would never wish to return to such a place again. Hao Heng returned to his normal state, and under Tang Hao's astonished gaze, he clasped his hands and said, I shall trouble you for the time being, Brother Tang. Tang Hao gradually narrowed his wide eyes. Although he had initially surmised that Hao Heng's age might not be considerable, he had not anticipated him to be so youthful. He nodded and turned, saying, Then let us proceed. All right. Hao Heng hastened to catch up, falling in step beside Tang Hao. A few days later, within the borders of the Heaven Do Empire, in a quaint little town, 2 figures cloaked in black robes, one tall and the other small, swiftly entered through the city gates. Despite their peculiar appearance, they went unnoticed by passers-by. Even the guard stationed at the city gate merely conducted a cursory examination of their identification before allowing them entry into the town. Hao Heng tucked away 2 counterfeit identification documents into his backpack, letting out a sigh of relief. In recent days, in an effort to evade the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall, they had lived like mice, shunning the bustling cities, avoiding the main roads, and concealing their true identities. Though their situation was undeniably pitiful, it afforded them the precious gift of safety. After taking a deep breath, Hao Heng trotted over to Tang Hao's side and, lowering his voice, said, Brother Tang, I simply cannot resist any longer. My hunger is unbearable. Please grant me some time to indulge in a hearty meal, for otherwise, I shall find it impossible to move come tomorrow. In recent days, Tang Hao had witnessed the extent to which a person could consume, and he believed that among all he had encountered in his life, none could rival Hao Heng's capacity for food. After a moment of silence, he glanced up at the small town before them. The streets within were straightforward and unadorned, with most buildings being modest, no taller than 2 stories, primarily composed of wooden structures. The few taller edifices bore the names of hotels. After observing for a while, he pointed to a 4-story inn and remarked, "We shall stay there tonight. You can find your way over later." "All right," came the reply. Hao Heng's face, once marred by despondency, brightened with a faint smile upon receiving his agreement. He nodded and swiftly vanished into the throng, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Where could you possibly be, Hao Heng? At the entrance of the Soul Hall, a petite girl with waist-length blue and white hair, her face as frosty as winter and her skin as smooth as jade, stood with a heavy sigh. Luo Li had departed from the Soul City for approximately 3 days, having taken it upon herself to convey the latest orders from within the Soul Hall to this region. Yet, she bore a personal motive that did not conflict with her official duties. She sought the elusive Hao Heng, who had mysteriously disappeared for 3 months, only to resurface recently, rumored to have slain the former pope and to be a disciple of the current pope, though she had only searched for 3 days. Her inner agitation escalated exponentially each day. An orphan raised by the Soul Hall, she regarded it as her home, and Hao Heng was the person she held most dear within the sanctuary. Yet now, the one she cherished had committed the grave act of killing the head of their household, betraying their family. Luo Li found it unbearable to accept the rumors that painted him as an undercover agent of the Haoyin sect, allegedly premeditating the assassination of the Pope. She yearned for clarity and sought the truth from him. If only Hao Heng would assure her that the rumors were false, she would listen to his explanation. However, if he were indeed, as the whispers suggested, her resolve grew colder and more resolute. Even if he was the only person to have stirred her heart in years, she would not hesitate to plunge her icy blade into his heart. A servant brought forth her steed, a pure white horse. As she took the reins, the horse trembled, sensing the chill emanating from her, and bowed before hastily retreating. Without a glance back, Luo Li turned the horse's head, mounted swiftly, and urged it into a gallop. Passers-by scrambled out of her way. Those with fiery tempers considered confronting her, but quickly recoiled upon noticing her white robe and the emblem of the Soul Hall emblazoned on her chest. In recent days, the Soul City had been abuzz with the news of a grave incident, the assassination of the former pope. Consequently, various factions sensed the heightened tension surrounding the usually amicable staff of the Soul Hall, who now exuded an aura of menace, and none dared provoke them during such tumultuous times. Luo Li calmly guided her horse toward the city gates, preparing to journey to the next city. Yet, as she neared the exit, her gaze was inexplicably drawn to a gathering of onlookers. Upon spotting a familiar figure at the center of the crowd, she abruptly tugged on the reins, halting her steed. Her eyes narrowed with intensity as the chill radiating from her hand momentarily froze the reins, causing her white horse to tremble uncontrollably beneath her. Chapter 92. The Covenant, 50 baskets. You must be a monster. My heavens, I've never seen anyone eat so much. I could barely manage 2 beef buns, and he devoured 50 baskets. Truly remarkable. It is human nature to revel in the spectacle, thus. When a mound of cages rose before Hao Heng, a crowd inevitably gathered, observing him as though he were a wild beast, each exclaiming about the fist-sized beef buns. Hao Heng swiftly chewed the morsels in his mouth, barely swallowing before he seized another bun and stuffed it into his mouth, devouring with a fervor that could only be described as gluttonous. These past few days had indeed left him ravenous. In the face of the temptation to satiate his hunger, he was acutely aware that attracting the attention of others could prove detrimental. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. His immediate priority was to fill his stomach. Nonetheless, he was not entirely oblivious to his surroundings. As he voraciously swept through the food on the table, his senses extended outward, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. To his surprise, he indeed caught sight of a peculiar gaze directed towards him. Exposed, Hao Heng momentarily paused, slowly savoring the morsel in his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flickering at the corners. He placed his hand flat upon the table, beside which loomed a mountain of stacked cages. With the tips of his toes teasing the edge of the table, he prepared to instigate a commotion to facilitate his escape from his place. As he exerted a subtle pressure, causing the table to tilt slightly, a frosty hand, pale as jade, reached from behind and rested upon his shoulder. a chilling voice piercing his ears. Follow me. Hao Heng's expression was one of astonishment as he turned to look at the person behind him. Upon discerning her true identity, a warm smile graced his features as he softly uttered, Senior. Luo Li averted her gaze, a shadow flickering in her eyes. Gripping Hao Heng's arm, she maneuvered through the throng, guiding him towards a secluded alley away from the bustling crowd. Once they reached the deserted passageway, she pressed him against the wall. Hao Heng felt a chill enveloping his back, realizing that his hooded robe had likely been torn open. A sharp pain pierced through him as he heard Luo Li's somber voice inquire, Was it you who killed His Holiness the Pope? Hao Heng did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes, acutely attuned to the emotional fluctuations of Luo Li. Having absorbed the soul bone and imbibed the elixir of intoxication, his capacity to perceive emotions had ascended to a remarkably peculiar realm. Unless one possessed strength vastly superior to his own or deliberately concealed their intentions, it was nearly impossible to mask one's true thoughts from Hao Heng. If Luo Li genuinely harbored intentions to slay him, her emotions would undoubtedly reflect rage and resentment, rather than the entangled, conflicted feelings laced with a hint of concern and worry that he sensed now. Such intricate emotions he had only recently encountered while passing by a pair of infatuated lovers. He opened his eyes, dissipating the gathered soul power, and with a deep, composed sigh, he uttered, Come now, plunge the blade. To perish by your hand might be a divine blessing bestowed upon me. A flicker of panic crossed Luo Li's gaze as she gripped the frigid blade tightly, pressing it forward. The tip sank 3 centimeters into Hao Heng's flesh before she halted, her voice cold and commanding as she demanded, Do you think I lack the courage? Answer me swiftly. Did you kill the Pope? Hao Heng listened to her slightly hurried breaths, a look of sorrow crossing his face as he gazed at the tiles above the wall. An indescribable emotion brewed within his eyes, yet he offered no reply, instead speaking to himself. Once, a sincere affection lay beside me, yet I failed to cherish it. Now, I find myself consumed by regret. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would grasp it firmly in my hands. Come now, strike me down. If my death could bring forth your smile, then I would depart this world without regret. Hao Heng's words struck like arrows, piercing the very heart of Luo Li. Her arms trembled, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and with a quivering voice, she implored, Why? Why have you betrayed us? Hao Heng shook his head and said, I have not betrayed you. I am merely an ant caught amidst the tumult of power, subject to the whims of others, with no choices left to me. Luo Li drew forth the sharp blade, gazing vacantly at Hao Heng's retreating figure. She stepped back a few paces and urgently inquired, Who is it that can? Hao Heng turned around and gazed at the slightly shorter Luo Li. He extended his hand and gently wiped away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, smiling as he said, Knowing too much brings you no benefit. You intended to kill me, didn't you? Go ahead. Hao Heng grasped her hand, firmly holding the curved blade against his chest, closing his eyes, embodying a demeanor that suggested he was ready to face any fate. In the next moment, he sensed the chill in his hand dissipate, and the sharp edge pressing against his chest vanished. Luo Li broke free from his grasp, stepped forward to embrace his waist, burying her head against his chest, weeping and crying out, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Hao Heng gazed at her in bewilderment as she succumbed to her emotions. With a gentle laugh, he embraced her shoulders and caressed her head, saying, Fool, why do you feel the need to apologize to me? Luo Li lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red. It had been an eternity since she had shed tears, let alone wept for a man. Yet today, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Since the day she received the news, she had envisioned countless scenarios of how she would confront Hao Heng upon finding him. Would he admit his wrongdoings with decisive candor, or would he attempt to obfuscate the truth, weaving a web of deception? She had contemplated various responses, but the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of Hao Heng's explanations, she would either take him back to the spirit hall for questioning or eliminate him on the spot. These were the thoughts that occupied her mind, but were they truly what she desired? She had no answer before, but now she did. Absolutely not. Hao Heng gazed directly into her eyes, seeking to discern through those windows to her soul the true essence of love. Could he genuinely declare his affection for Luo Li? No, the words he had just spoken were merely sweet nothings, a product of his calm reasoning that had concluded the optimal approach for the current situation. Yet, was it possible for him to love Luo Li? Perhaps, though it might require some time, if he indeed harbored such thoughts. Coincidentally, he did possess those thoughts. Love was undeniably intricate, a phenomenon he had never encountered in such a peculiar form. He yearned to explore this elusive emotion. It was indeed the Holy Maiden. Was it not, Your Highness? Luo Li, witnessing Hao Heng's dazed expression as he stared in her eyes, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. However, she did not lose sight of her purpose in seeking explanations. She grasped Hao Heng's hand tightly, for the first time transferring the warmth of her touch to another. Hao Heng remained silent for quite some time before vaguely stating, "Perhaps Master has her own considerations." Although he did not answer directly, Luo Li's astute mind conjured an image. In this vision, Hao Heng was assigned by Bibi Dong to infiltrate the Stardow Forest, waiting like a venomous serpent for Qian Xuanji's arrival. Indeed, this was the scenario she had envisioned. Convincing herself, she tightened her grip on Hao Heng's hand, unwilling to let go. "Come back with me. If it is Her Highness, the Saintess, who has instructed you, she will surely find a way to restore your innocence. Moreover, in a few days, the Saintess will ascend to the throne as the new pope. I believe she will lift the bounty on you." Luo Li gazed at Hao Heng with hopeful eyes. "A bounty?" Hao Heng exclaimed, his voice slightly raised in astonishment. "Yes, 3 days ago. A warrant for you and that Tang Hao spread from Wuhan City. I learned the news that day, and then I requested the principal to arrange for my transfer to deliver the message." Hao Heng gazed at Luo Li, whose head was bowed in a bashful demeanor, and chuckled softly before shaking his head. "I cannot return just yet." "Why?" Luo Li suddenly lifted her head to meet his gaze. "Foolish girl, Qian Xuanji met his demise at my hands. Even if my master ascends to the position of pope, she cannot absolve me of the sins that stain my conscience. It seems my master has yet to grasp the entirety of the Spirit Hall situation. Otherwise, the bounty for my capture would not have spread beyond the Spirit City. If I were to return now and be discovered, they would compel my master to take my life, placing her in an impossible position." Hao Heng gently tapped her forehead with his hand. Luo Li covered her head, pondering for a moment, as if she grasped the essence of his words. Then, she lifted her gaze and said to Hao Heng, "Let us depart together to a place where no one knows us, free from all this chaos. To grow old together, as a pair of celestial lovers. Is that not so?" Hao Heng supplemented her words. Luo Li also sensed her excessive excitement. She lowered her head and softly replied, "No, I refuse to be a pitiful mouse hiding in the shadows. One day, I shall return to the Soul City with dignity. And only then can we be together openly and without reservation." Hao Heng's final words were delivered with such intensity that they rendered Luo Li's cheeks a deeper shade of crimson. Yet, a sense of concern creased her brow as she inquired, "However, this time the Spirit Hall has dispatched numerous formidable experts, including even the esteemed titled Douluo elders. How do you intend to evade their relentless pursuit?" Hao Heng chuckled, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I am currently with Tang Hao, a formidable titled Douluo. I am in no peril. But Tang Hao, isn't he an adversary of the Spirit Hall? This is unacceptable. You cannot remain in his company." The senior sister, biting her lip, pressed on, "I have no choice in the matter." The two exchanged a long, contemplative gaze. Luo Li then declared, "In that case, I shall accompany you." Hao Heng forced a bitter smile as he gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Senior, Tang Hao is currently on high alert. If I bring you along, he may choose to depart alone. In the event that we find ourselves besieged by the elders of the Spirit Hall, how shall we extricate ourselves? Surely, you cannot contend with even a couple of titled Douluos." Luo Li clenched her fists, her breath slightly heavy, and gazed steadfastly at Hao Heng. After a few moments, she dejectedly replied, "I cannot, but I refuse to lose you again. I fear that you truly might abandon me." Hao Heng felt the weight of her embrace around his waist. It was substantial. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "How about this, senior? Once I find a stable place, I shall write to you each month, informing you of my whereabouts. We can correspond through letters. What do you think?" Luo Li found this proposition agreeable, nodding her head and revealing a satisfied smile. Hao Heng gently pinched her cheek, then glanced outside as the crowd began to swell. "It's getting late, senior. I must go find Tang Hao," he remarked. Luo Li replied softly, loosening her grip around Hao Heng's waist. Hao Heng gently withdrew, gazing at her as he slowly turned to leave. Their clasped hands began to part, and just as they were about to separate, Luo Li suddenly stepped forward. Grasping Hao Heng's hand firmly, she inquired, "Hao Heng, I have one final question. Do you love me?" Hao Heng turned around, gazing into her eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he casually uttered the word, "Love." With the answer revealed, Luo Li's smile blossomed like a sweet candied fruit, and she nodded, saying, "Travel safely." Chapter 93. The eccentric uncle next door time is akin to a turtle in a pond. When you fixate on it, it moves sluggishly. Yet if you divert your gaze, it vanishes in the blink of an eye. Thus, 6 years have elapsed. As the silver moon sets in the west, and the rosy dawn has yet to break, A new day is on the verge of arrival. At that moment, the dim veil of night still enveloped the secluded village nestled within the mountains, and the stone tablet at the village entrance, inscribed with Saint Soul Village, emitted not a glimmer of light. Silence reigned supreme, with even the insect having ceased their nocturnal chorus, succumbing to slumber. The air was thick and murky, and the dew hung precariously, yet to coalesce. The hearth lay cold, devoid of smoke. Most inhabitants remained nestled in their beds, some embracing their spouses, others clutching their blankets, resonating with thunderous snores as they conversed with the land of dreams. However, within a dilapidated wooden cabin at a remote corner of the village, the door of a small compartment creaked open, revealing a slender crack. Through this crack emerged an eye, scanning the empty hall outside. Once assured of solitude, a tiny hand slipped through, grasping the doorframe, pulling it inward with delicate persistence. The metal fixture, perhaps rusted from the dampness, emitted a sharp, creaking sound. Yet the small hand remained patient, gradually widening the opening. At last, the gap was sufficient for a person to slip through. A diminutive figure with short hair, measuring no more than 3 feet, emerged from the room. On tiptoes, he cast furtive glances towards the larger room adjacent to the compartment, where intermittent snores resounded like rhythmic drumming, bringing him a sense of comfort. Reaching the entrance, he carefully removed the latch and opened the door, stepping over the threshold. Once he closed the door behind him, the little one plunged into the embrace of the night, darting away into the distance. In the enveloping darkness, he moved with a ghostly grace, agilely skipping along the path, his robe billowing against his body in the morning breeze, bringing a slight chill that prompted him to pause twice, nostrils flaring as if to sneeze, yet ultimately holding back. Continuing onward without hesitation, he exited the village and ascended a small hillside. After climbing breathlessly to the summit, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After a moment's respite, he gathered his focus, settling into a cross-legged position, prepared to commence his practice for the day. This place, discovered during his wandering the previous day, was open and expansive. Below him lay a breathtaking sea of flowers, and in the distance, mountains loomed shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal and elusive. For those yearning to witness the first rays of sunlight breaking the horizon, this spot was undeniably perfect. Moreover, the wildflowers below exuded not a cloying, overpowering fragrance, but rather a refreshing and soothing aroma, uplifting the spirit and nurturing the soul. Ideal for someone like him, who sought tranquility for focused cultivation. As the silver moon faded, the golden sun was set to rise. Tang San, estimating the time, opened his eyes wide, 2 streams of enchanting violet light dancing within them. At this moment, his mind was as serene as a bowl of clear water resting on a flat surface, devoid of distractions or ripples. It was only in such a state of tranquility that he could embrace the dawn, capturing the golden light that heralded the arrival of the first rising purple mist, essential for cultivating his purple extreme demon eye. In the sky, a cloud imbued with golden light drifted, and Tang San steadied his mind, secretly rejoicing. It is coming. A violet mist ascended from the distant mountains, behind which lay an endless expanse of golden light. In Tang San's eyes, 2 streams of purple radiance, one counterclockwise and the other clockwise, spun rapidly, forming 2 small whirlpools. The strand of purple energy, buoyed by the initial golden glow, was drawn towards him by the swirling vortex in his gaze. Just as it was nearly within reach, a sudden tremor emanated from the ground. Tang San, intently absorbing the purple energy, was caught off guard and was abruptly overturned, rolling down the slope, while the purple energy dissipated into the air, severed from its tether. No! With a hand shimmering with a jade-white brilliance, Tang San plunged it into the earth, halting his descent. He lifted his head just in time to witness the moment the purple energy vanished, collapsing to the ground in despair, wailing loudly. It was not until half the sun had emerged that he regained his composure, confronting the disheartening reality that his first training session in this new secret base had ended in failure. With a grim expression, he clenched his fists, feeling the tremors beneath his feet, and began to walk towards the source of the vibrations, the direction leading back to the village, but ascending the mountain. Under normal circumstances, Tang San would not carelessly venture up the mountain, especially at such a young age. For the mountains harbored wolves and leopards that would not be concerned with how meager or ample his flesh might be. However, today, he could no longer contain his frustration. He had surmised who it was that had interrupted his training and resolved to confront him for a candid discussion. Before long, he arrived at a mid-mountain location, drawn by the vibrations, and heard a series of sounds that were oppressively dull, as though a heavy stone were pressing down on his chest, interspersed with boisterous laughter. Recognizing those sounds, Tang San's expression hardened, clenching his teeth in anger, almost wishing to shatter his own molars. As he advanced a few more steps, he beheld a massive, ancient tree towering over 100 meters, against which stood a figure. The man had a flat, crew-cut hairstyle, stood 9 feet tall, exuding a rugged masculinity with his pronounced brows and large eyes. His physique was robust, each muscle finely defined yet not rigid, exuding a palpable strength. Even in the darkness of night, Tang San could clearly see the muscles undulating with every movement, a force emanating from him as if it were a tangible presence, overwhelming in its intensity. Experiencing such formidable power firsthand, Tang San's resolve to confront him wavered slightly. The weather was bleak. Perhaps it would be better to postpone their encounter until tomorrow, he thought, gazing up at the dim sky. Just as he turned to leave, a resounding voice called from behind. "Is that not little San? What brings you here so early?" Tang San froze in place, his face darkening ominously. He tightened his fists and took a deep breath. After several seconds, he turned around, donning a sunny smile and scratching the back of his head. "What a coincidence. Uncle Hao, what are you doing here?" Hao Heng approached, a towel in hand, wiping the beads of sweat that clung to his taut, smooth skin. His pair of bright, piercing eyes widened as he gazed at Tang San, and in a hushed tone, he remarked, "The dangers of this mountain are perilous. What brings you here alone? Do you not fear the claws of tigers, leopards, and wolves?" Tang San halted his hand, which had been scratching his hair, unable to meet the intensity of those fiery eyes. He averted his gaze, reluctant to speak further. Hao Heng gazed at him in silence, exhaling deeply, and said, "Forget it. You are clever and have your own opinions. I shall not pry further. However, the dangers lurking within these woods are far more complex than you might imagine. Tomorrow, I intend to visit your home and have a serious conversation with Brother Tang, urging him to keep a close watch over you. Do not blame me for my meddling. It is solely for your well-being." Goodness gracious! Tang San seethed inwardly, his disdain for the man before him intensifying. Since the day of his birth, apart from his father, this individual had been the most frequently encountered presence in his life. There was even a period when his father temporarily left his side, entrusting the then helpless child to this man, a testament to his father's unwavering trust. Logically, given the close relationship between his father and this man, Tang San should harbor no ill feelings towards him. Indeed, prior to the age of 3, his perception of Hao Heng had been quite favorable. However, after turning 3, several incidents drastically altered his attitude. One such incident involved this man residing in their home for several years and, astonishingly, mastering his father's blacksmithing skills. He established his own forge, and living in proximity to their household, combined with his father's habitual inebriation, naturally led the villagers to seek him out for their metalwork needs. Having learned his father's craft and usurped their business, was that not the epitome of ingratitude? Despite his father's unwavering kindness towards him, on one occasion, when Tang San voiced his grievances, he incurred his father's first and only severe reprimand. Moreover, Hao Heng would occasionally bring food and drink to support their household, yet Tang San could not bring himself to like him. Another matter arose after his 3rd birthday, when Tang San resumed the practices of his previous life, seeking secluded spots to secretly cultivate his skills. For reasons unknown, this man consistently discovered his chosen locations and disrupted his training with that same jarring presence. Although it did not happen every time, the accumulated instances over the past 3 years had certainly exceeded a mere handful, prompting Tang San to confront him in a fit of rage. "How, uncle?" Tang San grumbled, suppressing his fury. Hao Heng was preparing to return to his training when he was called by Tang San. Turning his head in confusion, he asked, "What is it?" Tang San lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with palpable dissatisfaction, and remarked, "You've known all along. Haven to you?" At this statement, Hao Heng was even more perplexed. "Known? What am I supposed to know?" Tang San stared intently at him, his expression seemingly questioning. "Are you still pretending?" However, noticing that Hao Heng genuinely appeared oblivious, he sighed in relief and said, "Uncle Hao, since you're already aware, I won't pretend any longer. Indeed, I am capable of cultivation." Hao Heng gazed at Tang San, who appeared to be on the verge of self-destruction, and a few question marks floated in his mind. Tang San turned his back, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his tone tinged with nostalgia as he began to recount. The story unfolds as follows. He then narrated an extraordinary tale about a day when he encountered a beggar on the outskirts of the village, nearly starving. Out of kindness, he offered the beggar several steam buns. After the beggar had eaten his fill, he patted Tang San's shoulder and remarked on his remarkable potential, subsequently gifting him an ancient tome. It was from this tome that he practiced his cultivation. Thus, Uncle Hao, I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing my training in the future. Hao Heng suppressed his laughter while listening to his storytelling, occasionally nodding in agreement, his heart already in a fit of mirth. However, upon hearing the final sentence, his brows furrowed as he regarded Tang San with a serious expression, inquiring, "Have I interrupted your cultivation?" Tang San replied earnestly, nodding his head in affirmation. Hao Heng, perplexed, inquired, "When have I ever disturbed your cultivation?" Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated that despite his clarity, Hao Heng would continue to feign ignorance. Suppressing his anger, he recounted the various cultivation locations he had previously discovered, along with the incidents he had encountered. Hao Heng, seemingly lost in thought, clapped his hands and remarked, "So, it was you who has been watching me." Chapter 94. Skipping stones since one fateful night 6 years ago. When Hao Heng and Tang Hao were guided by destiny to settle in Shanghan village, Hao Heng embarked on a daily regimen of training. He harbored dreams of one day returning to Wuhuan City with honor, brimming with determination, and never once allowing a moment to pass without rigorous practice. However, 3 years prior, while immersed in his training, he suddenly sensed a prying gaze upon him. Yet, devoid of any perceptible fluctuation of soul power, the presence seemed feeble. He assumed that the noise of his training was disturbing the peace, so in a bid to maintain amicable relations with his neighbors, he relocated. But to his surprise, mere days later, that same intrusive gaze returned. Thus, for 3 long years, he continued to move, ultimately being compelled to leave the village and seek solace in the desolate wilderness for his training. Upon first detecting that scrutinizing stare once more, Hao Heng felt a surge of anger. Having retreated to the outskirts of the village, he felt as though someone was deliberately seeking to trouble him. He resolved to confront the individual and demand clarity on their intentions. To his astonishment, he discovered it was Tang San. After listening to Hao Heng's explanation, Tang San stood there, wide-eyed and bewildered, before finally offering an awkward smile. "So that's how it is. Uncle Hao Heng, I shall not disrupt your training any further." With that, he turned to leave, feeling utterly embarrassed, having believed himself to be in the right, only to realize he had unwittingly interrupted another's cultivation. "Wait!" Hao Heng called out to him, and Tang San halted his steps, turned to look at Hao Heng, and inquired, "What is it, Uncle Hao? Is there something else you need?" After pondering for a moment, Hao Heng remarked, "The area of Shanghan village is rather limited, and the commotion I create during my training cannot possibly go unnoticed. Thus, if we simply let this matter rest today, you can expect to be continuously disturbed in your cultivation in the future." Tang San contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Hao Heng said, "How about this? You make a move against me, and I shall ascertain just how formidable the martial arts you acquired from that beggar truly are. If they prove to be inadequate, you might as well abandon them and join me in my training. However, if they possess merit, I would not be averse to conceding a little, and in doing so, I can also ensure that this secret remains hidden from your father." Tang San's eyes sparkled with interest, but upon assessing Hao Heng's physique, he wryly responded, "Uncle Hao Heng, you are significantly older than I. How could I possibly stand a chance against you?" Hao Heng placed his hands on his hips and laughed, saying, "Although you call me uncle, I am merely 5 years your senior. It is not my intention for you to surpass me. Such a feat is beyond your reach. I simply wish to observe whether the techniques you have learned hold any merit." "What?" Tang San's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the individual before him was merely 5 years older, which meant he was only 11. Furthermore, despite being in his teenage years, he had referred to someone so young as uncle for many years. Hadn't he suffered a great loss in doing so? Moreover, who had ever seen an 11-year-old develop to such a stature? Tang San was filled with questions and grievances, and he fixed his gaze upon Hao Heng, his expression shifting. "What are you still looking at? Come at me," Hao Heng urged, his gaze penetrating through the layers of trees, fixating on the sun rising beyond. "Be careful, Uncle Hao." Tang San felt that this uncle, whom he had called for 4 or 5 years, had quite an awkward title. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope for victory ignited within him, albeit a mere spark. He found it hard to believe that someone merely 5 years his senior could possess immense strength. Moreover, he was training in the techniques of the Tang sect. Fortified by these skills, he was convinced that he had at least some chance of success. As he contemplated, Tang San's footsteps wavered, his form transforming into an ethereal specter, akin to a shadow, rising to confront Hao Heng. Although what lay before him appeared as a swaying silhouette, Hao Heng's perception had already ensnared Tang San's figure, poised to strike as soon as Tang San drew near. With an uncanny swiftness, he extended a finger and lightly flicked the air before him. In the very next moment, from the previously empty void, a figure abruptly emerged, its forehead colliding precisely with Hao Heng's fingertip. Tang San heard a resonating buzz in his mind, and his body lost all control, hurtling backward to crash against a tree. Gradually sliding down the trunk, he clutched his forehead, wide-eyed and bewildered, staring at Hao Heng as if to inquire, "How did you see me?" Hao Heng yawned and remarked, "If your cultivation method is merely this, it would be wiser to abandon it altogether, for it is a waste of time. Instead, join me in some proper training." As he spoke, Hao Heng flexed his arms slowly, showcasing two prominently defined biceps, and flashed a grin that revealed a set of pristine white teeth. Tang Sin felt as though that smile was mocking him, which deepened the gloom in his heart. His expression darkened considerably. While he could tolerate mockery directed at himself, he would not stand for any derision aimed at the Tang sex techniques. Casting a glance around, he seized a handful of pebbles from the ground, transforming them into a shadowy projectile as he charged once more towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng furrowed his brow, contemplating internally, after being sent flying. One would think they would learn their lesson. If not, then let us do this once more. He raised his hand, poised to deliver another precise strike to Tang San's forehead. Now, as Tang San stepped within a 2-meter radius, Hao Heng extended his hand, his fingers flicking out with the same accuracy as before, landing squarely on Tang San's brow. A smirk crept onto Hao Heng's lips, but soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment, for he noticed that Tang San, even as he was propelled backward, wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tang San lifted his hand, sweeping it with a flourish. Several dark projectiles soared from his palm, which radiated a luminous jade-white glow. With the combined prowess of the crane control and dragon seizing techniques, the speed of the pebbles reached an astonishing 100 meters per second in mere moments. Swifter than the blink of an eye, aimed directly at Hao Heng's eyes and throat. However, as soon as the stones were released, remorse washed over Tang San. He regretted his decision, fearing that if he injured Hao Heng, his father might become enraged once more. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a resounding thud echoed as he struck the large tree before sliding down its trunk. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily opened his eyes and sprang to his feet, feigning concern for Hao Heng, eager to convey that it had been unintentional. To his astonishment, despite the stealth and swiftness of his earlier attack, not a single pebble had struck Hao Heng. In fact, he had effortlessly caught all of them in his hand. Hao Heng maintained a tranquil demeanor as he extended his fingers, revealing several stones held in the palm of his hand before Tang San. With a deliberate motion, he pinched one between his thumb and index finger, and then, whoosh, Tang San witnessed a flash of fire streaking overhead, accompanied by a deep, resonant boom that echoed in his ears. He recoiled, turning to gaze intently at the massive tree behind him, where he had struck moments before. A charred stone was embedded in the bark, from which dark tendrils of smoke wafted. Cracks began to spread from either side of the stone, elongating progressively until they reached the opposite side. A hissing sound pierced the air, followed by another whoosh as yet another stone, ignited with fire, struck the same spot. The tree began to lean backward, the hissing intensifying. Tang San beheld the coarse fibers of the wood hidden beneath the bark, and to his horror, it appeared as though those fibers were being rent asunder by an invisible arm of immense strength, snapping one by one with a sibilant sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more fiery projectiles flew forth, and finally, the tree could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Coughing, Tang San waved away the dust before turning in astonishment to look at Hao Heng. Hao Heng turned his back, hands clasped behind him, and walked towards his training ground, remarking, "One's strength can surpass a multitude of techniques. While skill is indeed vital, without sufficient power, it is merely a resplendent edifice built upon air, easily shattered." Chapter 95. Instilling a worldview, I had always known that this world was not simple. On the path back to Sacred Soul Village, Tang San's face flushed with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. Although he had previously heard the village chief speak of soul masters outside the village who wield tremendous power, hearing about them could never compare to witnessing their prowess firsthand. A seemingly ordinary villager living next door could shatter a massive tree, one that would take 2 grown men to embrace, with nothing but a pebble. The soul masters of the outside world, could they not simply wave their hands and transform the very landscape, or point with a finger and shatter the stars? Just the thought sent Tang San's blood surging within him. If Hao Heng were to discover that Tang San regarded him as an ordinary villager, one can only wonder what feelings would stir within him. He is currently immersed in contemplation regarding a particular matter. This little fellow beside him appears rather excessively weak. Is it possible for him to ascend to divinity as before? A profound sense of concern envelopes him. This is pivotal to his grand design and cannot be taken lightly. Perhaps it would be wise to train him together. Hao Heng contemplated such thoughts in his heart. Yet he was at a loss as to how to broach the subject with Tang San, given that the latter possessed martial techniques inherited from his past life. Would he even regard Hao Heng's cultivation methods with any merit? How could he persuade Tang San to willingly engage in training together? It was indeed a vexing dilemma. Uncle Hao Heng, have you ever encountered a soul master? As Hao Heng pondered how to persuade Tang San reached out and grasped his trousers. Tugging a few times, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hopeful starlight as he inquired. Hao Heng paused, fixed his gaze upon him, and, after a brief contemplation, nodded affirmatively, saying, I have encountered them. The light in Tang San's eyes intensified, and he inquired then, might you elaborate on what it means to be a soul master? What else could a soul master be but that same familiar visage? Hao Heng initially intended to respond in a certain manner, but upon reflection, his expression suddenly grew solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San and inquired, Little San, are you familiar with soul beasts? Soul beasts? Where are they? Tang San asked, perplexed. Hao Heng took a deep breath, a flicker of fear and terror evident in his eyes, and said, Soul beasts are ferocious creatures endowed with soul rings. For an ordinary person possessing soul power to become a soul master, the initial step is to absorb a soul ring. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, prompting Hao Heng to continue. But do you know what a soul beast truly is? I have encountered one, a soul beast of colossal proportions, towering like a mountain reaching 10,000 meters into the sky. Its eyes blazed like suns, its limbs were as sturdy as bronze pillars, and its fur was sharper and harder than steel needles. With each step it took, the earth trembled relentlessly, its very breath summoned a ceaseless whirlwind. Its roar surpassed the sound of thunder, echoing with the might of 1,000 galloping horses. As Hao Heng painted this vivid picture, a massive shadow cloaked in fur and armor materialized in Tang San's mind, and merely envisioning it caused beads of sweat to form on his palms. At this moment, Hao Heng abruptly turned around, fixing his intense gaze upon him, and spoke sternly. The spirit masters you mentioned are the valiant humans who dare to battle such soul beasts. Can such a creature truly be confronted by humanity? Tang San inquired, feeling a sense of suffocation overwhelming him. Hao Heng raised his fist, muscles taut and firm, and spoke earnestly. It is not a question of whether we can resist, but rather a necessity to do so. Should we fail to oppose, humanity will inevitably descend into the role of mere livestock, preyed upon by soul beasts. In such a scenario, even little ones like you may not see the age of 10, as you could be devoured by a soul beast on any given day. Tang San paused momentarily, his breath quickening as visions flooded his mind, an overwhelming tide of humanity, roaring with fervor, propelled by an unwavering resolve to advance. Casting aside the fear of death as they charged towards the towering soul beasts, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Uncle Hao Heng, can I truly become a soul master? Who among us lacks the yearning to be a hero? Upon hearing Hao Heng's words, Tang San felt his blood surge, igniting a fierce desire to confront a soul beast at that very moment, to engage in a battle of life and death. Hao Heng scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, surveying him from head to toe before sighing, becoming a soul master is not an easy endeavor. As he spoke, he shook his head and continued to walk forward. Tang San hurriedly caught up and blocked his path, inquiring, what must one do to become a soul master? Hao Heng gazed at his face, counting the time on his fingers, and remarked, you have about 6 months left. I estimate that you will awaken your martial soul then. If on that day your martial soul proves sufficiently powerful and you possess soul power within you, it signifies that you can embark on the path of soul power cultivation. Once your soul power reaches level 10, and you triumph over a soul beast to absorb its soul ring, you will become a soul master. It is that simple. Tang San, bewildered, inquired, simple? Hao Heng gave his swollen forehead a light tap and scoffed. Do you have any idea that among 10 children who awaken their martial souls, perhaps only half will actually possess soul power? Moreover, it is quite likely that such power will be minimal, indicating a lack of talent. Those individuals will never surpass level 20 in their lifetime, and in the conflict between soul beasts and humans, they won't even qualify as cannon fodder. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this ratio, Tang San felt a chill in his heart. He had not anticipated that the criteria for becoming a soul master were so stringent. Observing the dejection etched upon his features, Hao Heng squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued his verbal onslaught. Moreover, even if you manage to become a soul master, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Given your slight physique, it is likely that you would only serve as a support soul master, cowering behind your comrades in need of their protection, or perhaps as a control soul master of little significant use. It would be prudent for you to embrace reality and master your father's blacksmithing skills, becoming a smith in this village. You might even scavenge a meager meal from the crumbs that slip through my fingers. Nevertheless, this path may offer you a chance to survive in this sacred soul village. Hao Heng patted him on the shoulder, then turned around and continued walking forward. Tang Sen gazed at his receding figure, clenching his fists, his face shadowed with defiance. Is this world truly so perilous? Must I merely survive in this small village? No, I refuse to accept this fate. Since I have arrived in this realm, I shall leave behind proof of my existence. I will rebuild the Tang sect upon this land. After a moment of self-encouragement, Tang San rallied his spirit, lifted his gaze towards Hao Heng's silhouette, and resolutely declared, I will become a soul master. I shall undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Hao Heng came to a halt, turned around to face him, and sneered disdainfully. Don't even think about it, Tang San. What do you have to offer? Is it the martial arts you acquired from a beggar? Though those techniques possess a modicum of merit, you must have noticed that you cannot even defeat me. Do you truly believe you can conquer spirit beasts with them? Perhaps it would be wiser to simply cherish your life. Moreover, even if you awaken your martial soul and acquire soul power, with your slight frame, do you genuinely aspire to be a supportive soul master or a control soul master? In battle, would you merely cower behind your teammates, relying on their protection? It would be better to accept that living is quite sufficient. Tang San's face paled, his clenched fists loosened somewhat, and he lowered his head once more. Hao Heng gazed at him, sensing that the emotional tumult had subsided somewhat. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, well, it can't be helped. After all, I have acknowledged you as my nephew, being brothers with Brother Tang. Wait for me at my doorstep tomorrow at the third watch. Tang San lifted his head, watching Hao Heng as he paced away once more, a flicker of hope igniting in his otherwise dim eyes. Chapter 96. Taking a disciple as dawn broke in the secluded wooden house at the entrance of Holy Soul Village. Tang San pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the main hall, a figure sat robustly at the wooden table, his back turned to Tang San, as he held a large, grayish-brown ceramic bowl, tilting his head back in a hearty drink. Gulp, gulp. When the bowl was emptied, Tang Hao slammed it onto the table, seemingly still under the haze of last night's intoxication. He cradled his head with one hand while the other waved aimlessly in the air, as if attempting to grasp the water jug before him, but his fingers fell just short. Observing this, Tang San quietly closed the door, then swiftly approached Tang Hao's side, climbed onto the long bench, seized the water jug, and filled the bowl to the brim for him. Hearing the sound of water splashing, Tang Hao withdrew his hand, grasped the bowl, and after the sound ceased, took another hearty swig, with half of it cascading down his neck and soaking into his clothes. He placed the empty bowl on the table, pushed aside the water jug that Tang San offered, and with his eyes now open, inquired, Where did you go so early? Tang San blinked, maintaining his composure as he replied, I went to watch Uncle Hao Heng exercise. Oh, is that so? Tang Hao seemed to harbor no suspicion regarding his answer. He closed his eyes again, massaging his temples, and remarked, I'm hungry. Quickly prepare some breakfast. Of course, father. Tang San nodded in agreement, preparing to descend from the long bench. However, as he lifted himself momentarily, he returned to his seat, staring intently at Tang Hao, as if he had something to say. Tang Hao sensed this and opened his eyes to ask, Is there something else? After a brief hesitation, Tang San ventured, Father, Uncle Hao Heng wishes to take me as his disciple. Tang Hao's brow furrowed, and in his tranquil eyes, ripples of concern emerged. After a half-minute pause, he murmured, Go on. Tang San recounted the events of the morning, slightly altering the details, while carefully observing Tang Hao's expression. Upon finishing, Tang Hao nodded slightly and said, Indeed, Uncle Hao Heng is right. The outside world is fraught with peril. Being a soul master, perhaps it is better not to pursue that path. However, it is a good thing for you to train with him and strengthen your physique. Here's what we'll do. You go prepare the meal, and at noon, I shall take you there. Tang San smiled brightly, but after a moment's reflection, his expression turned somber as he said, But father, I just learned today that Uncle Hao Heng is only 5 years older than I am. The age difference is rather minimal. And if I were to take him as my master, Tang Hao raised his hand and gently patted his head, saying, In this world, age holds little significance. What matters is that Hao Heng possesses strength, knowledge, and the capability to be your teacher. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, and then proceeded to prepare breakfast with earnestness. For Tang Hao, The prospect of Hao Heng taking his son as a disciple brought him great joy. He had long sought an opportunity to lay a solid foundation for Tang San's physical development without revealing his true identity. If Tang San were to become Hao Heng's apprentice, he could leverage Hao Heng's guidance to instruct Tang San indirectly, perhaps even without needing to intervene directly. He held a profound trust in Hao Heng's abilities, having observed his rigorous training in Holy Spirit Village over the years. Although Hao Heng's method of cultivation diverged significantly from that of conventional soul masters, rarely engaging in meditation for soul power and instead practicing a complex and impractical boxing technique, this did not impede his strength. Tang Hao sensed that, despite the fluctuations of soul power within Hao Heng still being relatively modest, his true prowess had at least doubled since 6 years ago, which was a truly formidable realization. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding Hao Heng's capacity to mentor Tang San. Now, Tang Hao should contemplate what form of etiquette would be befitting for the apprenticeship, ensuring that he preserved his dignity. At noon, at Hao Heng's residence, a charming abode nestled against a bamboo grove, primarily constructed of bamboo, surrounded by a neat fence, adorned with blooming flowers on either side. Hao Heng sat in the courtyard. Before him, a circular bonfire encircled by stones, upon which rested a hefty pig weighing over 300 jin, nearly roasted to perfection. The skin, although char-black, concealed succulent juices that had rendered beneath its surface, exuding an enticing meaty aroma, indicative of an ideal cooking point. He withdrew a small knife embedded in the pig, tasted the dripping juices, and, savoring the balance of saltiness, revealed a satisfied smile. Setting aside the knife, he grasped the bamboo skewer that penetrated the wild boar with one arm, lifting it and approaching a stone table adorned with a pristine white cloth. Without hesitation, he placed the roasted pig upon the table and turned back to retrieve his knife, preparing for the next step in his endeavor. Just as he picked up the knife, 2 figures appeared at the fence gate, one large and one small. He hurriedly jogged to the entrance, opened the door, and exclaimed, "Brother Tang, you've arrived just in time. I've just finished roasting the pig." "Cool. Tang Hao smiled in response, leading Tang San into the courtyard. At Hao Heng's invitation, they settled onto the stone benches beside the table. Tang San gazed hungrily at the tantalizing roasted pig, his mouth watering, and involuntarily lamented how Hao Heng had usurped his father's business. Yet, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance indoors. He found no evidence of blacksmithing tools, leaving him perplexed as to how Hao Heng managed to forge iron implements. Hao Heng emerged from the house, carrying a tray adorned with several small bowls, each containing salt, sugar, vinegar, sauce, chopped scallions, cilantro, and chili peppers. He placed the tray upon the stone table and, with warmth, offered 2 small knives, saying, "Come, my friend, let us first indulge ourselves before discussing matters." Tang San, unable to contain his eagerness, seized the knife, ready to begin, when Tang Hao gently restrained his arm, advising, "Hold on for a moment." Tang Hao then turned his head towards Hao Heng and inquired, "Brother Heng, I heard from Shao San that you intend to take him as your disciple?" Hao Heng was taken aback, a few question marks floating in his mind as he pondered when he had ever expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple. He turned his gaze toward Tang San, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Is this truly the case?" Tang San blinked rapidly and, addressing both his father and Hao Heng, who were simultaneously staring at him, quickly replied, "Uncle, did you not say this morning that I should come to find you at the 3rd watch tomorrow? Does that not imply that you intend to teach me some training? If you are willing to instruct me, then does that not mean you are taking me on as your disciple?" He too wore a look of confusion. Hao Heng slapped his forehead, contemplating. This child has quite the imagination. Just because he trains alongside me, does he expect me to take him as my disciple? Who established such a notion? He turned to Tang Hao and smiled, saying, "Brother, I indeed wish to train with Shao San, but my intention is not to take him as a disciple. Although I may have grown a bit faster, I'm still quite young. How could I possibly take on a disciple? This is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." After a moment of silence, Tang Hao looked at him and inquired, "Heng Di, what are your thoughts on Shao San?" Hao Heng hesitated momentarily and said, This child is remarkable. He is my son, and having him as your disciple shall not tarnish your esteemed lineage." Tang Hao spoke candidly, his words carrying a deeper significance. "Tang San, possessing my bloodline, is destined to wield an exceptional martial spirit." Hao Heng comprehended his intent. However, being a disciple of Bibi Dong, accepting Tang San as an apprentice would complicate matters. Yet, he dared not disclose the identity of his master. Observing Tang Hao's demeanor, it seemed he had no choice but to acquiesce today. "What a predicament! My dear brother, it is not that this child, Tang San, lacks merit, Rather, I currently lack the capability to formally take on an apprentice. You must understand, this would be a disservice to the youth. Hao Heng, in a state of agitation, scratched his head. Tang Hao let out a sigh and said, I see. In that case, I must retract the apprenticeship gift I prepared for the little third party. What a pity. His broad shoulders obscured Tang San's view as he retrieved a weathered little booklet from his chest, repeatedly exhaling in frustration. Hao Heng glanced at the small booklet, his eyes suddenly widening, gleaming with an unmistakable brilliance, as he eagerly seized it to peruse a few pages. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, frowning slightly, and remarked to Ah Heng, never mind. Let me ask you, can the third party become your disciple? Are you willing to teach him? Absolutely. I would be more than willing to teach. Hao Heng silently tucked the booklet into his bosom, nodding with a composed demeanor. Chapter 97, A Letter. In the bright hall of the bamboo cottage, Hao Heng occupied the main seat. On the surface, his expression was solemn and devoid of mirth. In reality, he was so tense that his scalp tingled, having lost control over his facial expressions. After he agreed to accept Tang San as his disciple, despite his attempts to keep things informal, Tang San and his father insisted on a formal apprenticeship ceremony, which thwarted Hao Heng's initial intention of merely having a nominal affiliation, leaving him with no choice but to sit obediently. Before him, Tang San stood with a serious countenance, took a deep breath, and with a thud, knelt down, his forehead striking the ground thrice in succession. After rising, he knelt again and repeated the 3 bows, continuing until he had completed the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Subsequently, he took the tea bowl from Tang Hao's hands and presented it to Hao Heng, whispering shyly, Master, please enjoy the tea. Hao Heng, in a state of daze, took the teacup, and only after the scalding tea splashed onto his palm did he awaken from his stupor. He first glanced at Tang Hao, who stood at the door with a beaming smile, exuding an air of profound satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to Tang San, who appeared rather bashful. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Hao Heng finally acknowledged that he had genuinely taken on a disciple. He sighed and thought to himself, well, since he has already presented me with the utmost reverence, I shall dedicate myself to his instruction. Moreover, perhaps by accepting him as my apprentice, my master may defy fate and escape his sinister grasp. Wait, if I have accepted him as my disciple, does that not elevate my master to the status of his grandmaster? Hao Heng contemplated his master, recalling that day when the anguished cries reverberated through his palm, sending a chill racing up his spine. Could this act of killing his master become a traditional skill? He hastily shook off the ominous thoughts, turning back to find the father and son gazing at him. He cleared his throat twice and addressed Tang San, stating, From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. This is my first time taking on a student, so I have little to impart. However, there is one matter you must promise me. You must never betray your teacher or ancestral roots. Understood? As he uttered these words, Hao Heng felt a lack of confidence, beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead. Naturally, Tang San would not dare to refuse. He nodded earnestly, responding, Of course, master. With Tang San's affirmative reply, Hao Heng breathed a sigh of relief, brushing his waist before raising his hand to reveal a pair of silver-gray iron rings resembling bracelets. Extend your hands, he instructed. As Tang San complied, Hao Heng placed the iron rings upon him and infused them with soul power. In an instant, a flash of light dazzled, causing Tang San's eyes to widen, his hands to drop suddenly, and a look of struggle to appear on his face. Hao Heng steadied his shoulder and said, These are 2 small trinkets I crafted myself. They possess no extraordinary functions. Their sole characteristic is their weight. They can be manipulated through soul power, with a maximum weight of 200 pounds. Currently, they weigh 20 pounds. You shall wear them on your hands to assist in your cultivation, and once you have acclimatized, I will increase their weight. Yes. Tang San inhaled deeply, his face flushed, and he resolutely lifted his arms, declaring with unwavering determination. Good. Observing his commendable attitude, Hao Heng nodded in satisfaction. These little devices were originally invented for his own use, but due to either insufficient materials or incorrect training methods, their maximum weight was limited to 200 pounds. In his normal state, he could unleash several hundred tons of force with a single punch, rendering them rather impractical for him. Yet, as they were his first creations, he could not bear to discard them, and never anticipated they would find a purpose today. Hao Heng rose from his chair and approached Tang Hao, glancing at the weather outside before smiling at him. Brother, the weather is splendid today. I intend to take Tang San for some practice to familiarize him with the basics. Would you care to join us? No need. Since little San has already become my disciple, I shall leave everything in your capable hands in return. Understood. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, Hao Heng led Tang San out of the village and up the mountain to the spot where he had trained that morning. He initially planned to teach Tang San the foundational boxing techniques directly, having mastered each move over 6 years with remarkable proficiency. He completed a full demonstration in an hour, believing that with Tang San's intelligence, he would grasp the techniques with ease. However, he had underestimated the intricacies and challenges of these basic forms. What appeared to be simple, yet somewhat cumbersome boxing techniques left Tang San only able to comprehend the first 3 moves, while the remainder seemed as incomprehensible to him as a newspaper would to an illiterate individual, causing his face to flush with embarrassment and his pride to be somewhat diminished. Hao Heng observed that he truly struggled to grasp the concepts. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to allow him to begin anew, returning the long-neglected task list to the top. Push-ups, squats, long-distance running. He left the choice to Tang San, considering the iron rings on his wrists. Tang San resolutely opted for squats. Hao Heng dispatched him to the side to perform squats while he himself sought a place to rest. A set of fundamental boxing techniques had completely drained his stamina. He could only continue once his energy was entirely depleted. After glancing at Tang San a few times to ensure he was not shirking his duties, Hao Heng opened his own attribute list to examine the changes he had undergone over the past 6 years. Host: Hao Heng Martial Soul, Giant, Height, 2, 500 meters. Jinwu Longbow, damaged. Angelic Sacred Arrow, damaged. Soul Power Level, 30 Soul Power Reserve, 100, 000, 100, 000, regenerates 1,000 points per second. Stamina, 100, recovers 10 per minute. Note: 1 stamina is depleted. The host will no longer receive rewards for continuing training tasks. Status: Intoxicated, forbids emotional desires. Seal on India, 50, Strength, 3 million Speed, 3 million Constitution, 3 million Spirit, 3 million available attribute points, 0 special abilities. Sleep Restoration Breathing Technique, Level 3, Thunder Cleansing Method, First Layer, 100. Second Layer, 89, Thunder Charging, 100. Mysterious Fire Body Refinement Method, Current Stored Fire Seeds, Solar Fire Seed, Fire Energy, 5 million points. Body Refinement Fire Seed, Fire Energy, 8 million points. Fundamental Boxing Techniques, a common and intricate training regimen. Equipment: Indestructible Emerald Storage Underwear Skills. First Soul Skill, Domain of Thunder. Second Soul Skill, Inner Fire Furnace Passive, Gift of the Earth Mother, Recovery Speed of Stamina increased 1 second, Damage Level 9970. Fury of the Hunter's Arrow. For 6 consecutive years of relentless training, come rain or shine, he has forged a flawless testament to his dedication. The foremost enhancements lie in 2 aspects. First, each of the 4 elemental attributes has surpassed 3 million, albeit with varying degrees. Strength is notably high, Constitution slightly lower, Spirit next, and Speed the least. Through meticulous contemplation, Hao Heng discerned that as long as the disparity is not of a magnitude, such as the difference between millions and tens of millions, a minor gap is inconsequential. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he refrains from excessive endeavors. Moreover, his growth transcends mere numerical attributes. During these 6 years, he has persistently observed Tang Hao's forging techniques, integrating them with fundamental boxing principles to develop his unique combat style. Previously, his fighting approach was rather simplistic. He would unleash thunder from afar and deliver powerful strikes up close. However, this method proved rather naive. If every punch was executed with maximum force, the chances of exhausting his energy and allowing his opponent to seize an opportunity would inevitably arise. Hence, after diligent research, he mastered 5 distinct techniques of exertion: thrust, shock, blast, layering, and energy control. These 5 methods represent the pinnacle of his progress over the past 6 years. Though still possessing minor flaws, Tang Hao recently imparted some of his training experiences to Hao Heng, insights from a titled Douluo that he can undoubtedly analyze to rectify his shortcomings, with a mastery of his techniques nearing perfection in the near future. In addition to these valuable advancements, Hao Heng's soul power has reached level 30. However, he is not in haste to break through, as his current priority is to store fire energy. His thunder cleansing technique has also reached level 89, with the second-tier breakthrough promising a 100-fold increase in constitution. Without sufficient fire energy to utilize during this breakthrough, he fears it may lead to his own destruction rather than benefit him. Consequently, he has deliberately slowed the progression of the thunder cleansing technique. After reviewing his attribute list, Hao Heng rose to his feet, observing Tang San, who was drenched in sweat yet showed no inclination to rest. A sense of competitive spirit surged within him. How could he allow a mere youth to surpass him? Thus, he resumed practicing his vigorous boxing techniques until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the fiery clouds enveloped the sky. Hao Heng, carrying Tang San, who resembled a lifeless dog with his tongue lolling and eyes rolled back, made his way towards the village. Along the path, he fortuitously encountered the village chief, Jack. "Ah, Hao Heng, out for some exercise, are we? And is that young San? What seems to be the matter with him?" "Nothing much, chief. He merely accompanied me for some training and has fainted from exhaustion," Hao Heng replied. "Ah, the youth must exercise moderation. Young San is still so tender. He cannot treat his body in such a reckless manner," Jack exclaimed. "Oh wait, don't leave just yet. I have a letter for you again today. Let me find it." Hao Heng, who had been eager to escape the chief's incessant chatter, paused, his eyes gleaming with hope, and turned back. 6 years had elapsed, and while his inebriated state had not entirely dissipated, he could now perceive a glimmer of the beauty of emotions. Each month, as he received letters from those who missed him in distant Seoul City, and at the moment he penned his replies, he experienced profound joy. After a thorough search, the slightly bewildered Jack finally produced a brown envelope, sealed with a red wax heart, and handed it to Hao Heng. Hao Heng glanced at the back, where the address of Shenghan Village was inscribed. Beneath the address, a line read, "To my beloved. Indeed, it belongs to me." Hao Heng smiled and nodded at the village head, tucking away the letter. After bidding farewell, he departed towards his home, carrying Tang San. Chapter 98. The reply as I penned this letter. It has been over 2,000 days since we last met. I received your previous correspondence 3 days ago, and upon perusing it, I found myself quite dissatisfied, for it contained not a single declaration of love, nor even a word of fondness. I implore you, in your next letter, to fill an entire page with your affection for me. Otherwise, recently, many events have transpired within the spirit city. A long sheet of paper, measuring 40 by 20, was inscribed with words, leaving no blank spaces. The majority of its content expressed the sender's longing and affection for the recipient, the intensity of love nearly leaping from the page. Were another to read it, they would surely be enveloped in embarrassment, their skin prickling, as if they were tasked with crafting a magnificent spectacle from the ground up. Yet Hao Heng remained unfazed, his smile growing more pronounced. In just 8 minutes, he committed a total of 2,760 characters, complete with punctuation, to memory. To ensure not a single detail was overlooked, he read it once more, from the spaces between the words and lines. He could vividly imagine the figure of the writer at the moment of composition, every strand of hair, every eyelash, every expression and gesture perfectly etched in his mind. After reading it again, Hao Heng exhaled deeply, carefully folding the paper and placing it back into the envelope. With a swift motion of his fingertips along his waistband, he retrieved a wooden box measuring 120 by 60 by 30. Upon opening it, he found an array of letters identical to the one in his hand. He neatly arranged the correspondence within, securing the box before returning it to his storage space. After a flicker of green light from his fingertips, he produced paper, ink, and an envelope, then leaned over his desk to commence his own literary endeavor. Despite his modest education, he did not resort to flowery language. Instead, he bared his genuine emotions. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San had risen from the bed and, upon observing his master fervently writing, approached cautiously, careful not to disturb him. Standing on tiptoe for a glimpse, he found that, having learned from the village head, he could understand the familiar and simple language Hao Heng employed. After reading just 2 lines, Tang San felt an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling beneath his skin. Rolling up his sleeves, he noticed small bumps forming on his arms, and his toes curled tightly within his shoes, as if vowing to resist until the soles were worn through. Unable to contain himself, he stepped back, leaning against the wall, his eyes wide with trepidation as he regarded his master's remarkably strong physique. It was difficult for him to fathom that such sentimental words could flow from the pen of this rugged man. Minutes later, Hao Heng set down his pen, scanning the page filled with declarations of love, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He picked up the envelope, sealed it with a heart-shaped red wax, and inscribed on the back, "To the library of the Spirit Academy in Spirit City, for Senior Sister Luo Li." Hao Heng turned around and noticed the expression of panic on Tang San's face. He inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" "Tang San's, I am fine." Hao Heng nodded and said, "Very well. There is a well behind the house. If you wish to bathe, you may attend to it yourself. I shall retrieve your clothes later from your home. For tonight, you shall rest here, and we will resume training early tomorrow morning." Allericht, Master," Tang San replied with a vacant gaze. his tender heart already wounded by the words in the letter. As he watched Hao Heng prepare to exit the room, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Leaning against the doorframe, he inquired, "Master, to whom was that letter addressed?" It was rather sentimental, wasn't it? Hao Heng glanced back at him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What do you know? This is love." With that, he tossed his head and strode out of the room, heading towards the village chief's home. A few days later, in the renowned Martial Soul Academy of Martial Soul City, a figure with cascading blue and white hair, seemingly a celestial being, was graced by the gentle caress of the wind. Luo Li, with an ethereal beauty that could rival the legendary beauty of the fish and the swan, exuded an aura that urged strangers to keep their distance. Clutching a steaming pancake she had just purchased, she forced herself to maintain a calm demeanor as she hurried along. Within her icy blue eyes, a flicker of flame burned brightly. Based on the calculations from the countless letters exchanged over the past 6 years, she anticipated that the correspondence from her beloved would soon arrive. Fearing she might miss it, she rose at the break of dawn, hastily gathered her belongings, and made her way to the library. Upon arrival, however, she found the typically serene entrance devoid of any presence. The wind merely stirred up a few specks of dust. She quickly approached the mailbox at the door, unlocked it with her key, and found it empty. The fire in Luo Li's eyes flickered out, and she sighed in disappointment, muttering, "Isn't it supposed to be today?" After closing the mailbox, she restored her expression to one of neutrality, swiftly opened the library's grand door, placed her belongings down, and mechanically commenced her work for the day. A large stack of returned books lay on the table, which she should have organized yesterday. Yet her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of the anticipated letter, leaving her unable to focus on her tasks. Today, however, that could not be the case. Luo Li gently slapped her cheeks, urging herself to awaken her spirit, her eyes widening with determination as she prepared to begin. She bent down to immerse her petite form in the pile of books when suddenly, 2 sets of footsteps echoed from outside. At such an early hour, it was rare for students or teachers to visit the library, so Luo Li abruptly lifted her head, peering outside, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. She trotted out from behind the table, but the moment she stepped out, she halted. The newcomers were not the bearers of her letter, and Luo Li felt an unshakable certainty about this. For before her stood 2 stunning women. It was not that she believed women were incapable of delivering letters. Rather, these 2 women were so exquisitely beautiful that even she, with her own natural allure, felt dwarfed in their presence. Upon glimpsing the woman in the lead, she could not suppress a gasp of awe. In this world, how could such beauty exist? The woman in front was tall and regal, adorned in a white robe intricately embroidered with golden threads, a crown of jewels atop her head. Her visage was breathtaking and commanding. Though her lips curled into a welcoming smile, anyone, even an ignorant child, would likely refrain from mischief in the face of the formidable aura she exuded. Beside her, slightly behind, was a striking blonde woman, clad in a black and white Gothic maid's dress, her face adorned with a kind smile. Whom are you seeking? Luo Li concluded that these 2 individuals were not here to read. Her gaze lingered on the exquisite crown adorning the head of the woman ahead, and a terrifying suspicion began to take root in her mind. The woman in front, having heard her inquiry, raised her crimson lips in a smirk and turned to extend her hand towards the person behind her. The maidservant promptly presented an object to her. As this item was revealed, Luo Li's already pale complexion grew even more ashen, though this pallor was tinged with fear. The woman then handed the object to Luo Li, her voice soft and gentle as she remarked, "This envelope bears your name, Luo Li, does it not?" Luo Li gazed at the envelope in her hand, undoubtedly the one she had longed for. Yet at that moment, she wished for it not to be present, especially not in the hands of this woman. Biting her upper lip, she felt a surge of anger rise to her throat, yet she dared not voice it. Her fingers, pressed against her thigh, trembled slightly, lacking the strength to reach out and accept it. "What is it not yours?" the woman inquired, a hint of curiosity dancing in her expression. Luo Li raised her head to meet her gaze, and after countless moments of contemplation, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, and replied solemnly, "It is." She did not notice the radiant smile that blossomed on the woman's face as she heard the words. "That is splendid. Please write a letter for me to contact him. Ask him if he still recognizes me as his master." Chapter 99. Farewell. Step out a bit more. Strike swiftly, like a leopard pouncing, with force emanating from your fist. Just like this. In the dense forest, Hao Heng stood beside Tang San, his expression grave as he stood with legs apart, delivering a punch that sent ripples through the air, the sound of his fist blending with the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Tang San, eyes wide, could hardly tear his gaze away from Hao Heng. Over the past 6 months, Hao Heng had sincerely taught him, and he had practiced diligently. In just half a year, his appearance had transformed dramatically. Once frail and delicate, his physique had grown robust, with his coarse linen garments now straining against the emerging lines of muscle, threatening to burst apart. He had also surpassed a height of 1 meter, standing slightly taller than his peers, and an aura of masculinity now radiated from him. Having received direct instruction from Hao Heng, Tang San nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath before retracting his fist and launching it forward with force. Though the sound was not as resounding as Hao Heng's, it still held a certain charm. Hao Heng, upon hearing the words, nodded in satisfaction and said, "The foundational boxing technique consists of 99 forms, of which you have mastered 63. In due time, you shall be able to execute a complete set of movements." "Yes, master," Tang San replied, retracting his fist and breaking into a smile. Who could have anticipated that just a few months prior, he regarded this foundational technique as cumbersome and intricate, believing its practical effectiveness to be inferior to his inherent Tang Sec skills, and doubting its benefits compared to running or squatting. Initially resistant to learning, he found that after mastering more than 10 forms, he could visibly perceive his body growing stronger. From that moment on, he practiced boxing daily. A single day without practice left him feeling uneasy. It is safe to say that, regardless of who one may be, every individual ultimately succumbs to the undeniable allure of genuine dedication. Hao Heng let out a soft grunt, raising his gaze towards the waning sun in the western sky. Before addressing him, Village Chief Jack mentioned today that the soul masters from the Spirit Hall will come to the village tomorrow to conduct the soul awakening ceremony. That will suffice for today. Let us return and rest early to rejuvenate our spirits. Very well. Tang San naturally had no objections. After exchanging a brief word, the two began to gather their belongings and departed from the woods, making their way down the mountain. Just as they neared the village entrance, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "Hao Heng, wait!" Hao Heng turned his head to look back. The village chief was seated atop an ox cart, being pulled along, waving and calling out to them. They stepped aside, and once the cart came to a halt, Hao Heng inquired, "Village chief, is there something you need?" Jack remained silent, turning around to open a bundle. Observing this action, a frown creased Hao Heng's brow. 6 months prior, 2 letters dispatched from Spirit City shattered his tranquil, reclusive existence. One was from Luo Li, devoid of the previous romantic sentiments, filled instead with concern. She succinctly recounted her encounter with Bibi Dong and urged Hao Heng to hastily flee from Holy Soul Village. The other was from Bibi Dong, lacking superfluous words but conveying a clear message. There was no longer a place for Hao Heng within the Spirit Hall, and he must not reappear in Spirit City. Yet, she shifted her tone, inquiring if Hao Heng would consider returning. If he was willing, she had a plan and advised him to remain patient. Hao Heng did not fully comprehend her intentions. However, upon receiving the letter, he found his training regimen augmented, albeit slightly. It was not a matter of insufficient diligence, but rather that his existing workload was already substantial, leaving little room for further increase. Simultaneously, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Aware that his situation had been compromised, Bibi Dong could uncover the truth, and one could only speculate whether Douluo could do the same. He realized that he still had a considerable distance to traverse in order to overcome Douluo, prompting him to contemplate escape on several occasions. Yet, reflecting upon Bibi Dong's schemes, he could only muster the resolve to restrain himself, enduring the agonizing wait. Furthermore, since the arrival of those 2 letters, his communication with Luo Li had ceased entirely for 6 long months. "Here, I present to you your letter." Hao Heng accepted the letter handed to him by the village chief. Glancing at the back, his furrowed brow softened slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement to the village chief, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you, chief." The village chief responded with a smile, inquiring whether they would like to share a ride into the village. Hao Heng did not decline, and once they were in the cart, it swayed gently as it made its way towards Shenghan village. As dusk fell, Hao Heng sat in the courtyard, tending to the meat roasting over the charcoal fire. He cast a glance towards the makeshift bathroom, enclosed by bamboo, from which the sound of water could be heard. From his pocket, he retrieved the letter and unfolded it for a closer examination. His expression shifted from confusion to gravity, and, finally, to contemplation. Hao Heng cast the letter and envelope into the charcoal fire, watching as they transformed into ash. The following morning, Tang San walked towards the bamboo house with his head lowered, his expression grim. He had just awakened his martial soul, astonishingly reaching innate full soul power. Yet his martial soul turned out to be nothing extraordinary, just ordinary blue silvergrass. Although he sensed an unusual energy in his other hand, he feared that his blue silvergrass would greatly disappoint his master. With a heavy heart, he approached the bamboo house, his brow furrowing even deeper. Though he had only spent half a year with Hao Heng, the man who had consistently cared for and taught him, he could not say that his feelings for Hao Heng surpassed those for Tang Hao, but they were at least equal. He regarded Hao Heng as a second father and naturally did not wish to let him down. Alas, blue silvergrass. Sighing in front of the bamboo house, he steeled himself, pushed the door open, and spoke, "Master, I'm back." "Oh, father, what are you doing here?" As he opened the door, he saw a tall figure, but it was not Hao Heng. It was Tang Hao, frowning deeply. Half turning, he glanced at the entering Tang San and handed him a piece of paper. Confused, Tang San accepted it and read it earnestly. "Little San, my beloved disciple, due to certain matters, I must leave you for a while. Do not think of me too much. However, during my absence, you must not neglect your training. The methods for practicing the latter 18 forms of the dominant, invincible, thunderous proud fist are placed beside this letter. I trust that with your talent, you might just understand them. Oh, and one more thing. By the time you read this letter, you must have completed your martial soul awakening. Let me guess. There must be soul power within you, perhaps innate, full soul power? But back to the point, regardless of how much soul power you possess. If the village chief asks you to attend the primary soul master academy in Notting City, you must go. If someone competes with you, defeat them. You must go to the academy, for know this. Mere training alone cannot make one strong. Knowledge and insight are equally important, understand? Well, I've said enough. When we meet again, I will test you. If you fail my examination, just wait for the iron fist of love. Farewell." Tang San stared blankly at the letter in his hand, and after a long while, he lifted his head to look at Tang Hao, asking vacantly, "Father, where has master gone?" Tang Hao shook his head, stepping forward to pat his shoulder. "I don't know, and you need not know. Just train hard, and do not let your master down." Tang San lowered his head, gazing at the letter in his hand, gently nodding, his eyes brimming with profound reluctance. Zhenshuang City, a unique fortress within the realm of the Heaven Do Empire, stands as humanity's northernmost settlement on the continent, a city that boldly reaches into the frigid north. The towering city walls rise to a formidable height of 100 meters, their surfaces adorned with a smooth layer of ice. The city, though not small, is eerily quiet, its streets almost devoid of life, a condition greatly influenced by the perpetual snowfall that blankets the area. Yet, Zhenshuang City is not entirely devoid of vibrancy. In the southeastern corner, where the street bends, there lies a quaint tavern. Its entrance features 2 grand iron doors equipped with transparent glass windows, shielding the bustling warmth within from the howling blizzards outside, while the lively atmosphere entices passers-by to venture in. However, today's tempest is particularly severe. Not a single soul wanders the streets, and the tavern hosts only 2 or 3 occupied tables. The young attendant at the door leans against the wall, arms crossed, his head bowed, the gray fur cap atop his head and his high-collared cotton coat concealing his entire face, with even breaths emanating from within his garments. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resound from outside, startling the attendant, who nearly stumbles to the ground. He hurriedly grasps the doorknob and peers through the glass window, where a broad, towering figure fills his vision. As his gaze ascends, he locks eyes with a pair of fiery, intense orbs. The attendant, jolted into alertness, swiftly opens the door to welcome the newcomer. "Please come in." The visitor casts a glance at the drowsy and flustered attendant before directing his attention towards the other patrons inside. After a moment of appraisal, he finds his destination and strides toward a table nestled in the far corner, where 2 figures sit, one large and one small. Chapter 101. The Assassination Operation Inside the Tavern of Zhenshuang City. Hao Heng sank into his chair, his eyes glimmering with a subtle light as he scrutinized the 2 women before him. The woman on the left, slightly older, bore a natural visage devoid of makeup, allowing a few wrinkles to surface. With a gentle lift at the corners of her mouth and her eyes partially closed, she exuded a warm and benevolent aura. She was clad in a dark green, wide-sleeved cotton dress. The one on the right was a young girl with golden hair and azure eyes, her gaze vacant or perhaps indifferent. Sporting 2 small ponytails, her beauty was striking and charming, yet her expression was one of world-weariness, leaving Hao Heng disinclined to engage in further conversation. Hao Heng cast a glance at the woman to his left, his lips slightly parted. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against initiating a conversation. Instead, He rummaged through the inner pocket of his thick overcoat for a while, eventually extracting a silver-white sword and shield emblem, which he placed upon the table, nudging it forward with his finger. The lady to his left widened her eyes slightly upon accepting the emblem. She withdrew her arms from beneath the table and presented him with a letter. Hao Heng received the letter, tore it open, and unfurled the paper, casting a cursory glance over its contents. A fortnight prior, a missive had arrived in the village of Holy Soul, relaying the entirety of Bibi Dong's scheme to him. This letter merely served to confirm the identities of the two individuals before him and to underscore certain details. After perusing the letter, Hao Heng folded it neatly and placed it upon the table, closing his eyes to reflect upon the principal elements of the plan. It seemed that the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire was soon to embark on a journey to the far northern lands to hunt for soul rings. Bibi Dong had instructed him to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the prince's entourage with the two individuals at hand, or to shadow him until a chance arose to eliminate him, allowing Qian Rinxue to take his place. This letter had imparted crucial information to Hao Heng. For instance, it indicated that at least 3 formidable soul-level guardians would accompany the prince for protection. In order to avoid drawing attention from various factions, they would be concealing their true identities during this expedition, necessitating that Hao Heng locate them first. Initially, aside from the task of locating individuals, this endeavor appeared quite straightforward. Hao Heng could easily contend with 3 Soul Douluo opponents without much effort, even without relying on his imposing physique. However, the letter further stipulated that he must not create too much commotion and, ideally, should avoid engaging with those 3 Soul Douluos altogether, which complicated matters significantly. Hao Heng opened his eyes and cast a glance at the young lady to his right. If he were not mistaken, she must be one of the protagonists of this incident, Qian Rinxue. He scrutinized her for a moment. 6 years ago, they had crossed paths, and judging by her reaction, it seemed she had forgotten him, or perhaps he had changed so drastically that she could not recognize him. Hao Heng leaned towards the latter possibility. After all, he was the nemesis who had slain her father, and he found it hard to believe that Qian Rinxue could ever forget the name Hao Heng, which had once resonated throughout the continent alongside Tang Hao. After some contemplation, Hao Heng decided that since he had pledged to take responsibility for this matter, it would be prudent to conceal his true identity to prevent discord within the team. He spoke up. Since this is our first encounter, why not introduce ourselves? The woman to his left, slightly older, chuckled softly and said, "Reporting to you, my lord, I am Yunyan, and I am responsible for assisting with the disguise of the substitute." The young lady on his right, however, maintained a stoic expression and simply stated Qian Rinxue's substitute. Hao Heng nodded and said, "Very well. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant moving forward. I am the captain of this operation. You may refer to me as Meng." "Yes, Lord Meng," Yunyan replied, slightly bowing her head, maintaining a stoic expression. This is not the place for discussion. Let us move to another location to deliberate on the details." As he spoke, Hao Heng rose to leave, yet noticed the two of them still seated, and inquired with curiosity, "Is there anything else?" "My lord, perhaps you should first address the matter at hand," Yunyan remarked with a hint of a smile, gesturing subtly towards something behind Hao Heng. Hao Heng turned around and beheld a group of inebriated men, their cheeks flushed and their gazes hazy, encircling him. At the forefront stood a burly Mohican, towering over Hao Heng by a head, his lustful eyes fixated on Qian Rinxue, who was seated in a chair. Only when he sensed Hao Heng blocking his path did he come to a halt, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Hao Heng and growled, "Get the hell out of my way." Hao Heng stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the pungent amalgamation of sweat and alcohol emanating from his opponent, which assailed his senses. His brow furrowed deeply in distaste. Before him, the Mohican giant remained utterly still, his eyes wide with indignation as if provoked, displaying a fierce countenance while extending a finger menacingly towards Hao Heng's eyes. Behind him, the inebriated men, with their arms draped over one another, wore foolish grins, oblivious to the drool trickling from the corners of their mouths, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. A piercing scream echoed through the tavern's walls, resonating out into the street. "Ah!" Hao Heng's expression turned slightly frigid as he seized a finger that sought to invade his eye, twisting it backward. With a sharp crack, both he and the burly man before him understood that the finger had been severed. The distinction lay in the fact that he heard the sound while the man felt the excruciating pain. You! The large man withdrew his finger, his face paling from the intense agony, the effects of intoxication dissipating considerably. He retreated a few steps, merging back into the crowd, hunched over and cradling his hand, tears welling in his eyes as his expression oscillated between fear and fury. It was not until half a minute had passed that he unleashed a furious roar. "What are you waiting for? Cut off his arm." His voice reverberated through the air, prompting those surrounding him to spring into action, charging towards Hao Heng. Their fierce and menacing countenances indeed somewhat daunting. Yet it was all a fade. They were merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any spiritual might. Among them, a few wielded sickles and hoes, but the rest posed little threat. Alas, Hao Heng lowered his head with a sigh, and when he raised it again, his gaze remained unperturbed. With a single arm raised, he grasped the air before him, drawing it back to his chest, then flinging it away. Controlling his breath, he unleashed a spray of force, an invisible, lethal needle. The intangible air was ensnared by his unfathomable and terrifying power, unable to escape, and was cast forth like droplets of water, transforming into hundreds of unseen, ethereal needles. As he retracted his hand, the expressions of those encircling him changed dramatically. Their garments bore multiple puncture wounds, from which tiny jets of blood erupted. Within mere seconds, the ground was littered with a cacophony of cries and tumultuous lamentations. Hao Heng gazed at them, shaking his head with a sigh. Little did I expect that the martial skills I painstakingly developed would be unleashed for the first time against you pitiful lot. What shame! After expressing his sentiments, he turned to the two women who had risen, visibly astonished, and said, "Let us go." With that, Hao Heng maneuvered through the crowd towards the entrance, the two women trailing behind him. As he pushed open the door, a biting cold wind swept across his face, and his keen hearing picked up a furtive whisper. "Those fools, having offended me, Li, think they can escape. Humph. I swear if you manage to leave Frost Town, I shall dance in the snow without a stitch of clothing for the entire town to witness." Hao Heng returned to the tavern and turned to the fellow huddled in the corner, clutching his finger. He addressed the two women behind him, instructing them to wait outside for a moment. He then strode towards the man known as Li, and under the gaze of dread in his eyes, he reached for his mohawk. "My lord, please, I was wrong. It hurts." Chapter 102. The local tyrant, although Zhenshuang City is remote and small, its climate is particularly harsh, with heavy snow falling 9 out of 10 days, and one day experiencing a torrential blizzard. Consequently, the resident population is not substantial. However, due to its proximity to one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places, the extreme north, and being the final resting stop before entering the polar region, many travelers choose to stay here for a night to rejuvenate themselves, preparing for the treacherous journey ahead. This results in a significant flow of people. This presents one of the challenges for Hao Heng and his team in their current mission. To identify the 4 individuals hiding among such a vast crowd is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, for the sake of maintaining operational secrecy, only 4 individuals are genuinely involved in the mission. Hao Heng is the main attacker and team leader. Qian Renxue serves as a decoy, and Yun Yan is the disguise artist. While the latter two do not contribute to combat strength, it is fortunate that there is said to be an insider among the 3 guards of the prince. However, they must first locate them to establish contact. Despite the inadequate personnel configuration, the limited number of operatives weighs heavily on Hao Heng. Yet, no matter how daunting the task may be, it must be accomplished. He initially intended to guard the entrance of Frost Town, utilizing fluctuations in soul energy to locate individuals. Given the imminent threat of soul beast attacks upon Frost Town, which was fortified with solid walls on 3 sides, the soul entrance situated on the southern wall became his focal point. By safeguarding this location, combined with his acute perceptive abilities, it seemed highly probable that he could apprehend someone. However, the enormity of this task was daunting. The daily influx of individuals entering and exiting the gate numbered in the tens of thousands. His master had not specified what rewards he would gain upon completing this task, and Hao Heng was not a fool. In the absence of viable options, one might resort to foolish methods. Yet when easier alternatives exist, why not embrace them? In the heart of the town, beneath an upscale tavern, lay a series of modest rooms, the ambience of which was far from appealing. It was a place where only those who could not spare even a single silver soul coin would consider staying, given the dampness and the persistent, unpleasant odor of mildew that permeated the air. Yet, when traveling to such remote areas, who would not carry extra funds? Consequently, the lack of patrons rendered it an ideal setting for clandestine activities. After rendering the burly man unconscious and ensuring that the 2 women secured their accommodations, Hao Heng ventured alone, burdened with a sack containing a person, to this secluded locale. After several attempts with a rusted key, he finally unlocked the door, forcefully kicking it open and unceremoniously dropping the sack onto the filthy floor. He turned back to close the door, surveying the dismal surroundings. The dim light illuminated a chaotic mess on the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, perfect for instilling a sense of pressure and intimidation. Approaching the sack, he found the opening and untied the ropes. The moment the cords fell away, a shadow sprang forth, lunging towards Hao Heng's head. Hao Heng, maintaining his composure, raised his hand and pressed down, pinning the shadow to the ground, producing a dull thud. Bang! Whoa! Hao Heng lowered his head, his piercing gaze slipping through his fingers to meet the pair of eyes brimming with fear. He chuckled softly, shaking his finger in admonishment. You are quite the dishonest one. Meanwhile, the burly Mohican struggled wildly, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his scarab gradually veined with blood. Hao Heng released his grip on the young man's cheek, lifted him, and assisted him in sitting on the edge of the bed, regarding him coldly. You insufferable wretch, focus your mind. This is a matter of life and death. I shall speak, and you will respond by nodding if you agree, or shaking your head if you do not. Do you understand? MHM. Very well. Tell me, do you possess a modicum of influence in this city? Why? No. MHM. What do you mean by MHM? Respond properly. Either nod, or shake your head. After a cordial conversation lasting half an hour, Hao Heng finally comprehended the audacity of this individual, who even dared to threaten that he would not leave Frosttown. Within this town, apart from the Lord's Mansion, 3 factions vie for power: the Qingyin Gang, the Xiongba Gang, and the Alang Gang. These 3 forces control 80% of the town's populace, meaning that should one randomly select a native from the streets, regardless of gender or age, there exists an 80% probability that they are affiliated with these factions. This individual is the younger brother of the Xiongba Gang's leader, whose brother, Xiong Nu, is a formidable soul saint of level 73, wielding the powerful white bear martial spirit. This fellow typically exploits his brother's influence to engage in nefarious deeds. When Hao Heng pressed him to disclose the worst act he had committed, the revelation was so vile that it nearly rendered the term scum an insult to true scum. Hao Heng was on the verge of striking him down, had it not been for the fact that he still possessed some utility. Upon extracting information about the power dynamics within the town, Hao Heng resolved to conquer the so-called 3 major factions before news of the Crown Prince of Tiando's departure reached him. He intended to compel them to serve his interests, aiding him in monitoring the city gates, thereby saving him considerable effort. Emerging from the underground chamber, he found it was already night, and a heavy snowfall blanketed the world in white. The streets were sparsely populated, and Hao Heng glanced around, dragging the dejected Xiong Li in the direction he indicated. To the east of the town stood a tavern emblazoned with the name Xiongba. The establishment spanned 3 luxurious stories, exuding opulence, with patrons adorned in gold and silver, dressed in fur and velvet, indicative of their affluent status. Inside the tavern, the first floor featured a circular stage at its center where scantily clad dancers swayed provocatively. Surrounding the stage was a grand circular bar, with the periphery lined by a series of plush booths, arranged in a zigzag pattern, complete with circular tables in between. Ascending to the second floor revealed spacious private rooms, furnished with every conceivable amenity. The third floor was reserved for exclusive use, guarded at the entrance by 2 rows of 6 burly sentinels. Although clad in ordinary attire, their erect postures and perpetually stern expressions betrayed their professional training. Despite the late hour, the Xiongba Tavern buzzed with life. The first floor was lively, filled with the laughter of inebriated dancers, the clinking of glasses, and the sounds of musical instruments intertwined seamlessly. The second floor, though quieter, occasionally echoed with raucous laughter from within. The third floor, however, reverberated with furious roars emanating from behind a deep red door, causing the trained guard stationed at the entrance to instinctively scratch their ears in discomfort. It has been half a day. Do you understand? If you do not find my brother soon, I will have you torn to shreds, every last one of you, and fed to the dogs. In a somewhat desolate room during the afternoon, several inebriated men, defeated by Hao Heng, knelt vacantly on the red wool carpet. Before them stood a tall, somewhat corpulent man clad in pure white robes, adorned with a large gold chain around his invisible neck, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle. His face contorted in anger as he spat vitriol at the men before him. At that moment, the door swung open, and a server dressed in black trousers and a white shirt entered, visibly anxious. He collapsed before the robed giant, exclaiming loudly, "Boss, we found the second in command." The giant, in a fit of urgency, grasped the server's shoulders, lifting his head to meet his panicked gaze. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and after a few seconds, he heard, "He's downstairs tied up by a man." Chapter 103. Disturbance with a resounding crash. 2 heavy red doors flew past Xiongba, slamming against the wall behind him. Startled, Xiongba looked towards the entrance, where dust billowed into the air. The 6 guards outside now lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, unconscious. No, 4 of them were down. One was pressed against the door, while another stood trembling, his legs shaking violently, as if he might collapse at any moment. Narrowing his eyes, Xiongba swatted aside the server before him, kicking away those who obstructed his path, and advanced a few steps, determined to confront the reckless individual daring to cause trouble in his domain. However, he paused, for he beheld a hand extending from the entrance guard's vicinity, casually pushing against the side of the guard's face, sending the lone, standing guard flying like a severed kite, crashing into the wall and lying motionless. Xiongba narrowed his eyes further, a ferocious aura emanating from him, bearing down upon the figure emerging from the swirling dust. Within the confines of the sealed 3rd floor, the air resonated with a sound more piercing than the howling winds and blizzards outside, a chilling, relentless gust. Hao Heng emerged from the haze, casting a brief glance at the multitude gathered in the hall, before finally focusing his attention on Xiongba, whose inner spirit power blazed like a roaring bonfire. After appraising him from head to toe, he inquired, "Are you Xiongba?" Perceiving that his imposing presence failed to affect the other, Xiongba ceased his probing, reining in his aura as he warily scrutinized Hao Heng. In a low voice, he replied, "Who are you? I do not recognize you. I do not recognize you either. However, I have a matter I wish for you to attend to." Hao Heng rubbed his ears and flicked away the dirt from his fingertips. As if recalling something, he turned and stepped into the swirling dust, returning moments later with a robust Mohican man tightly bound. Upon seeing him, Xiongba's eyes widened in fury. Having lost their parents in childhood, he had always cherished and protected his younger brother, never allowing him to suffer even the slightest grievance. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his own formidable prowess, there were still those audacious enough to brutalize his brother to such an extent that he could scarcely recognize him. Hao Heng observed the tightly clenched fist of his opponent, the sleeves of his shirt straining against the fabric, revealing the inner lining. With a smirk, he hurled the man away, who tumbled several times before landing at the feet of Xiongba. "I bear no ill will. I simply wish for your assistance with a task." Xiongba stepped over Xiongli, delivering a forceful kick that sent him crashing into the individuals kneeling behind him. He then turned to face Hao Heng, a cold sneer curling his lips as he raised his head to roar. As the roar echoed through the air, his physique began to swell, first tearing through the fabric of his upper garments, followed by his trousers succumbing to the transformation. In a mere half-minute, he towered as a 10-meter-tall, white-furred behemoth, his head brushing against the ceiling, eyes glinting with a fierce light fixed upon Hao Heng. "You dare harm my brother and expect my assistance? How utterly absurd!" With a thunderous roar, Xiongba summoned 7 soul rings, 2 of which shimmered in yellow and purple. As their radiance burst forth, he raised his arms. A layer of white light swept over them, causing his limbs to swell to twice their size. He then advanced with colossal strides, swiftly charging towards Hao Heng. The very building trembled beneath the weight of Xiongba's heavy footsteps. With arms extended, 10 razor-sharp claws, each a foot in length and slightly curved, glimmered ominously at their tips. Coupled with his massive form and fearsome visage, it was a challenge for anyone to maintain composure before him. Yet, Hao Heng felt a rush of excitement. At last, he had found a worthy adversary. Hao Heng silently inhaled, his fist clenched, and a fervent fire ignited within his eyes. With a resounding whoosh, a menacing claw sliced through the air, aiming towards the unmoving Hao Heng with terrifying force. Naturally, Hao Heng did not remain passive. He adjusted his stance, twisting his waist, and unleashed his long-primed left arm like a cannonball, colliding with the approaching bear paw. Boom! The meteor-like impact resonated. Thud! With astonishing speed, his fiery fist struck the broad, heavily padded bear paw, not only halting its advance, but also eliciting a peculiar expression from the bear as it gazed at its own hand in disbelief. In the next moment, a shockwave erupted from the back of its hand, leaving a bald patch on the fur-covered paw. Ack! The great white bear let out a pained cry, its arm recoiling as it staggered back several paces before crashing onto the floor, a look of panic etched across its beastly face. Its obsidian-like eyes fixated on the man before it, whose fist still radiated warmth. Hao Heng released his clenched fist, allowing some of the tension in his arm to dissipate, and cast a dispassionate glance at the great white bear, saying, "I haven't even warmed up yet. You wouldn't be finished already, would you?" To be frank, Xiongba was quite tempted to concede at this moment. While his palm was not severely injured, merely a small fracture in the bone that would heal within a few days, What troubled him most was his inability to discern the true strength of the man before him. In his previous encounters, adversaries had always made their martial spirits and soul rings abundantly clear, engaging in a display of might before summoning their abilities for a clash. In battles among equals, the victor was typically determined by who possessed greater soul power and physical stamina, as well as who wielded their soul skills with greater finesse. However, this individual before him disregarded the code of martial ethics, not even summoning his martial spirit. Was he looking down upon him? To make matters worse, he had effortlessly neutralized Xiongba as offensive and countered it. Having been a leader for over a decade, Xiongba understood that some individuals were best left undisturbed. Yet, the burdens of adulthood often left one with little choice. Were it not for the crowd gathering below, eager to witness the spectacle, he would have preferred to engage in a sincere dialogue with Hao Heng. However, with such a ruckus attracting attention and Hao Heng's audacious remarks, he could not afford to appear weak. How could he maintain his authority as a leader thereafter? Xiongba lowered his hands, his eyes reddening, and a black soul ring emerged beside him, illuminating the air. Seventh soul skill, explosive bear form. He bellowed, his physique expanding once more. He raised his arms, his sharp claws piercing the ceiling, tearing it apart as snowflakes drifted in, landing upon him. He reached a towering height of 30 meters, surpassing even the height of the entire building, a testament to its robust structure that could support his form. "You wretched fool, today you shall meet your demise." Xiongba has spoken, he declared, lowering his gaze to Hao Heng, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. With a powerful tremor, a wave of white light emanated from his body, engulfing the vicinity. Those swept by the light felt their bodies grow rigid, their minds remained alert. Yet they found themselves unable to move. Embrace your fate as the mighty bear descend upon you. Hao Heng gazed upwards at the two enormous bear paws descending from the heavens, contemplating that the radiant white light must be a manifestation of a domain's soul skill, effectively rendering his body immobile. He remained unperturbed, for he understood that to encase a physique as robust as his in ice would require an immense amount of energy, one that the bear, Xiongba, could not sustain for long. Indeed, as he had surmised, when the bear paws were but half a distance away from striking him, he felt a release in his body. While an ordinary person would require a moment of recovery, after more than 6 years of rigorous training, he possessed perfect control over every inch of his form. In an instant of liberation, he flickered and vanished from sight. With a thunderous crash, the two mighty bear paws, enveloped in blinding white light, shattered the solid ground, piercing through to the second layer. After creating 2 massive craters on the surface of the first layer, it finally came to a halt. Xiongba's expression soured. He realized that his attack had missed its target. Not only had he failed to strike his opponent, but he had also wreaked havoc upon his own territory. His bear-like eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately searching for Hao Heng's elusive figure. At that moment, 2 low growls resounded near him. Quake shattered the mountains. Meteor shower. Xiongba felt a pang of delight as he glanced down at his protruding belly, thinking, "Fool, you dare to assault my most fortified area." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Hao Heng unleashed a flurry of dazzling punches, delivering hundreds within 10 seconds. The air itself could scarcely bear the weight of the numerous transparent fist shadows, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, occasionally tearing open black rifts. Each of these fists ultimately found their mark on the great white bear's abdomen. In an instant, the bear's bulging belly was concaved by the force of the blows. Moreover, Hao Heng's attack did not merely dissipate upon impact. His fist's power penetrated into the bear's body, transforming into a multitude of vibrating sources that wreaked havoc within, tearing muscles, rupturing blood vessels, and displacing internal organs. Xiongba, having reverted from his spirit form, lay prostrate on the ground, rear elevated, clutching his quivering, sunken belly, blood seeping continuously from his fingertips. Hao Heng stood before him, gazing at him with a look of satisfaction. "So have you yielded? Are you willing to assist me?" Hao Heng crouched down, gently patting his plump cheek as he inquired. After a moment, Xiongba finally regained his composure. Although he could not rise, he still wore an expression of fury. "Do not revel in your triumph. The reason our 3 factions, Xiongba, Qing Ying, and Yilang, have stood firm in Frosttown for decades is not merely due to our inherent strength, but rather our mutual understanding of the adage that when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Even the lord of the city dares not act against us. Given the commotion just now, the leaders of the other 2 factions are likely on their way. You are doomed." "Oh, is that so?" Hao Heng gazed at him with an impassive expression and inquired. Suddenly, a howl of a wolf echoed from afar. Hao Heng turned his head to look. In another corner of the city, a 10-meter-long white wolf was dashing across the rooftops, charging towards him. A cry of an eagle pierced the air, and upon glancing upward, he noticed a shadow spiraling in the sky. With a faint smile at the bewildered expression of Xiongba, he rose to his feet, raising his hands. Golden light emanated from his left hand, transforming into an ornate golden longbow, while white light surged from his right, morphing into a sacred-feeling white-feathered arrow. He knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring taut, forming a crescent shape. The arrowhead pointed skyward. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth. The shadow in the air hesitated momentarily before plummeting downward. It landed on the ground, taking on a human form. Meanwhile, the white wolf, charging from a distance, witnessing this spectacle, frantically scraped its claws against the rooftop, sending sparks flying, before abruptly halting its advance and turning to flee. Hao Heng sheathed his bow and arrow, leaping into the air with grace, his figure slicing through the snowy curtain, appearing atop the wolf's head. With a powerful descent, he delivered a crushing blow, the force of his punch penetrating the white wolf's jaw and landing upon the wooden structure beneath. In that fleeting moment, a cacophony of thousands of splintering sounds resonated through the heavens and earth as the wooden edifice disintegrated in the blink of an eye, transforming into a cloud of dust and debris. The white wolf, in turn, morphed into a gaunt middle-aged man, lying amidst the ruins, unconscious and unresponsive. Hao Heng leaped forward, swiftly lifting the person sprawled on the street. He returned to the third floor of the tavern, unceremoniously tossing the two figures in front of the dim-eyed Xiongba, and, with a light chuckle, inquired, "Is there anyone else who can assist you?" Chapter 104. Testing the waters in the heart of Zhenshuang City. Atop the highest tier of an upscale restaurant, on the 7th floor, there lay a pristine room, suffused with the aroma of incense and bathed in ample light. A graceful silhouette, clad in a pure white silk nightgown, leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hands, allowing her damp golden locks to cascade down her back as she gazed at the activity in the west. Situated at such a height, though the entirety of the battle was obscured, the outcome remained discernible. How formidable! Observing from afar, the lone man standing amidst the debris of the third floor. The icy visage of the silhouette revealed a flicker of astonishment, followed by an involuntary exclamation. Beside her, an elderly woman gently blew away the steam rising from her teacup. After sipping, she turned to the direction of the gaze and remarked with a smile, "This is only natural. After all, His Majesty entrusted such a significant undertaking solely to him. Without sufficient strength, he would hardly bear the responsibility." It appeared that the mention of someone displeasing to the silhouette elicited a cold huff as she tossed her hair back, a wave of heat flushing her scalp. After drying her long hair, she turned and retreated into the room, making her way to the bed adorned with a golden silk quilt, slipping under the covers. Lying in the warmth of her cocoon, Qianruo Shui found herself utterly devoid of sleep, her mind replaying the earlier scene. One man with a single punch had effortlessly triumphed amidst the three colossal figures. Such strength made her wonder if he could conquer. 7 days later, in the perpetually snow-laden Zhenshuang City, a rare warm sun graced the land. The streets within the city were astonishingly bustling with activity. On the 2nd floor of the upscale restaurant at the city center, in a private room, the leaders of the three major factions governing Zhenshuang City sat, resembling elementary school children, their heads bowed as they observed the elegant dining of three individuals. Of course, elegance pertained solely to the two ladies, entirely excluding the man who was noisily devouring his meal. "Have you still not found it?" Hao Heng picked up a clean, damp towel to wipe away the grease from his mouth and hands, then turned to the three trembling individuals and inquired. 5 days prior, he had received word that the prince and his entourage had departed from the imperial capital of Tiando. He had immediately instructed the three formidable factions, whom he had persuaded with his fists, to release their members to closely monitor the bustling crowds. Given the swift pace of the luxurious carriage, they should have arrived within the past 2 days. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Ming," one of them stammered, "but I assure you, our Xiongba gang has exerted every effort to locate them." "Our Qinian gang has done the same," another chimed in. "The Yiling gang has even sacrificed 5 or 6 of our members in the search. We, the Xiongba gang." As the three vied for recognition of their efforts, Hao Heng slammed his palm on the table, fixing them with a piercing gaze that silenced them instantly. "Enough. If they have not been found, continue your search until they're located. You may leave now." After a brief silence, Hao Heng waved his hand, signaling them to depart, then turned his attention back to the food. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door was rapped upon, and the leader of the Qinian gang stood at the threshold. He reached out to pull the door open, revealing a gaunt figure with shifty eyes. This intruder scanned the room with a greedy gaze, which lingered on Qian Ruxue for 2 seconds. Upon sensing Hao Heng's glare, he quickly recoiled, sidling up to Xiong Ba and whispering secrets into his ear. Once he finished, Xiong Ba's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to speak to Hao Heng in a hushed tone. Mr. Meng, we have found them. Hao Heng paused in his action of grabbing the pig's trotters, stood up, and addressed the 2 women, saying, Please continue your meal. I shall go take a look. After uttering these words, he led a few associates out of the room, guided by the slender informant, as they made their way towards the southern part of the city. Within a few minutes, they entered a private room on the 2nd floor of a restaurant. Hao Heng squinted as his exceptional eyesight penetrated through the curtain's crevice, landing upon a young man with white hair in the opposite restaurant's private booth. The gentleman wore a warm smile, his features refined and his demeanor exuding an air of cultured elegance, reminiscent of a learned scholar well-versed in classical texts. With every gesture and movement reflecting a sense of decorum, Hao Heng shifted his gaze, scrutinizing the 3 individuals seated alongside him. One was a stout bald man, broad of forehead and round of neck, his face taut with tension. His muscular arms rested on the table, fingers curled in a loose grip, and his eyes gleamed with a menacing aura, reminiscent of a butcher surveying his livestock. Another was a gaunt middle-aged man with a long beard, his tall, slender frame cast in shadow, and his narrow eyes flickered erratically, instilling a rather unsettling impression. The last was an elderly man with sparse white hair, who leaned on a cane. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and his eyes were squinted shut, as if he were teetering on the brink of slumber. Hao Heng swiftly moved among the faces of the 3 individuals, grappling with a vexing predicament. In the letter from Bibi Dong, he was merely informed of an undercover agent lurking beside the prince, yet the identity of this infiltrator remained undisclosed, devoid of even the slightest hint regarding their characteristics. Thus, the only avenue for Hao Heng to acquire information about the mole was to await contact from them. Naturally, this was contingent upon the certainty that these 4 individuals were indeed part of the prince's entourage. Hao Heng had never been one to embrace waiting. He preferred to take the initiative. With a subtle glance at Xiong Ba, who nodded in understanding, he stepped out of the room. Moments later, the door to the adjacent chamber was abruptly flung open, and several burly men surged inside, resembling a raucous flock of drunken revelers. Upon their entrance, a young man retreated to the corner, shielded by an elderly figure in front of him. A stout man radiating menace, and a shadowy middle-aged man approached, attempting to shove the intoxicated individuals out, but the drunken mob, too inebriated to comprehend reason, retaliated with a slap to the stout man's face. Instantly, he erupted like a volcano, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clutching a curved knife that, despite its rusted surface, gleamed ominously at the edge. In that moment, Hao Heng acutely sensed the fluctuation of the stout man's soul energy. Indeed, it was the aura of a soul fighter. As the situation escalated towards violence, the young man, still cowering in the corner, raised a finger and spoke urgently towards the stout man. Reluctantly, the shadowy middle-aged man interposed himself, pushing the stout man back into the corner, creating a barrier between him and the drunken chaos. During this maneuver, he too employed his soul energy, confirming his identity as a soul fighter. With the drunken men unimpeded, they continued their raucous antics, overturning tables and wielding chairs as makeshift weapons. One individual collapsed before the elderly man, only to rise and, with a fierce glare, swung a fist towards him. Just as the punch was about to land, the elderly man opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable presence that sent the assailant crashing to the ground, simultaneously incapacitating the others. This overwhelming force was not something a mere soul fighter could conjure. Several minutes later, the restaurant owner arrived with staff in tow, offering apologies and pleading on behalf of the drunken men, ultimately arranging for the 4 to be relocated to another room with a new feast. Once the commotion subsided, Hao Heng drew the curtains and turned to the awaiting individuals, affirming, "Excellent, let us proceed with the next phase." Understood, the 3 gang leaders responded obediently, exiting the room to execute Hao Heng's prior instructions, dispersing to act independently. Chapter 105. Chaos. Little did I expect that within the borders of the Tiando Empire, such barbaric locales still existed. It is truly unfathomable. After a hearty meal, a refined young master stepped out of the restaurant, observing the brawl unfolding in the streets. Reflecting on the earlier intrusion of the drunken men, he fanned himself lightly, furrowing his brow in a lament for his nation and its people. Young master need not dwell long on this. Such impoverished and inhospitable terrain inevitably breeds its share of unruly citizens, remarked the shadowy middle-aged man standing nearby. Indeed, the young master replied with a gentle nod, his fan still swaying. The white-haired elder scanned their surroundings and pointed toward the tall building in the distance, suggesting, as night falls, it would be prudent for us to retire early, so we may restore our strength in preparation for tomorrow's journey into the extremes. Upon the young master's agreement, the four individuals advanced in the direction indicated by the elder. However, after a short while, an uncanny atmosphere enveloped the streets. It was midday, with the sun shining brightly, an ideal time for commerce. Yet, the shops lining the streets, in a peculiar frenzy, began to shut their doors and windows in unison under the gaze of the four. The pedestrians appeared equally strange. As if they were acutely aware of an impending event, their expressions hurried and their steps rapid as they sought refuge in narrow alleys. The rotund man reached out to stop a passerby, inquiring in a low voice, "Hey, why are you all suddenly running?" The startled individual, akin to a frightened deer, widened his eyes, anxiety deepening on his face. He grasped the rotund man's hand, attempting to break free in haste. Unable to extricate himself, he spoke in a quivering voice. "You must be newcomers to Frosttown. Don't just stand there foolishly." The second-in-command of the Shionba gang was just beaten by the son-in-law of the Qingyin gang's leader. "The two factions are likely to clash. You must hide quickly." Having hurriedly relayed his warning, the man seized the opportunity while the rotund man pondered, forcefully pulling his hand away and stumbling into an alley, where he lifted the lid of a garbage bin and jumped inside. The two factions? The rotund man turned to the young master, seeking clarification. What two factions? They're all mere rabble and traitors. I shall observe what commotion they can stir up. Let us proceed, the young master replied, closing his fan with a scoff. He was confident that, with 3 soul warriors guarding him, no harm could befall him. Besides, with his status, he could hardly stoop to hiding in a garbage bin. Thus, he continued forward. The 3 guards exchanged glances and quickly fell in line, encircling him protectively. As they progressed, the streets became increasingly desolate. After turning a few corners, the entire town seemed lifeless, enveloped in an eerie silence. Shops were tightly shut, the streets devoid of any soul, and the entire landscape draped in a shroud of snow, causing even the warmest attire to feel somewhat chilling. As the 4 solitary figures traversed the forsaken streets, an unsettling feeling began to permeate the air, particularly for the young master, who appeared increasingly perturbed. "Old Wu, how far are we from the inn?" he asked, controlling his breath to mask his rising anxiety. Old Wu, the elderly man with white hair, was the only member of the group who had previously visited Frosttown. He lifted his head, squinting through his dim, aged eyes, and after a few breaths replied, "We are nearly there, just 3 more corners to turn." 3 corners, then that is reassuring, the young master responded. The young master exhaled softly, releasing the pent-up frustration within his chest, and continued onward. However, after a short distance, they halted. The sound of crunching snow echoed from around the corner ahead, and the 4 of them fixed their gazes upon it. 1, 2, a throng, an overwhelming multitude, an uncountable sea of faces, each etched with anxiety, emerged from a bend, occupying the entire street as they advanced towards them. The 3 guards simultaneously summoned their soul power, preparing to unleash their martial spirits for battle. They harbored no fear of this crowd. Given a moment, any one of them could bury this multitude beneath the snow. Yet, their foremost duty was to safeguard the young master behind them. "Young master, shall we take another route?" inquired the shadowy middle-aged man, turning partially to face him. The young master, momentarily stunned by the sheer number of people, only snapped back to reality moments later, responding haltingly, Yes, yes." The 4 turned around to retreat, but after just a few steps, they found themselves halted once more. A second wave of people approached from behind, equally vast in number. The 4 were caught between these 2 surging currents, and despite the formidable strength of the 3 guards, concern for the young master weighed heavily upon them. As the 2 throngs drew nearer, a voice from the crowd bellowed with fury, "Kill." Instantly, brilliance erupted from both sides. They were not merely ordinary folk, for among them were soul masters. Soon, the 4 found themselves cornered by the converging masses. The 3 soul Douluos exerted their might, carving out a small space around them. Yet the sheer volume of people pressed in relentlessly, forcing them to defend against attacks. The rotund man wielded a rusted blade with wild abandon, a maniacal thrill evident in his demeanor as he relentlessly hacked at those who approached. The shadowy middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings with a cold gaze, his fingers deftly weaving intricate seals. From the snow at his feet, dark spikes of thorny black brambles sprang forth, flailing wildly and sending any who dare to draw near flying away. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder summoned a golden tower that ascended above him, showering radiant light that formed a protective golden barrier around him, isolating him from the outside world. This shield was impervious, unyielding to blades, fists, and energy alike. The bewildered young master was naturally drawn within the sanctuary of golden light. Due to the ferocity of the rotund man and the ruthlessness of the middle-aged man, it wasn't long before both throngs instinctively began to distance themselves from the four. Young master, shall I cleave through them all? The rotund figure gazed at the two factions still embroiled in combat, licking the blood that had splattered onto the corner of his mouth. A glimmer of eager anticipation illuminating his eyes as he exclaimed. The young master, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the ongoing battle, was bewildered. Having lived for years in the safety and tranquility of the imperial city, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Instinctively, he nodded in agreement. However, the shadowy middle-aged man interjected sharply, admonishing, "No, you foolish glutton, have you forgotten the rule that soul masters must not actively harm civilians? Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the spear hall afterwards?" The rotund man curled his lip in disdain, ceasing his speech but casting envious glances toward the throng of passionately fighting soul masters. Though they possessed greater strength than ordinary individuals, their prowess was modest, at most that of second-ring soul masters. In such chaotic circumstances, compounded by their limited influence, even if the spirit hall received reports and sought accountability, it would be nearly impossible to ascertain the truth. Their lack of skill afforded them the liberty to act without much consideration. While those of their caliber had to ponder the potential ramifications from the spirit hall, it was indeed a nonsensical world. Muttering a few choice words about the spirit hall in his heart, he retrieved a clean cloth from his pocket, wiping the blood from his blade. "There is a narrow alleyway. Perhaps we should seek refuge there," suggested Elder Wu, pointing toward the nearby alley as the two factions began to converge again. Agreed. Sensing that he was unlikely to encounter danger, the young master regained his former bravado and declared resolutely, leading the way into the alley, with the other three guards hastily following his lead. Chapter 106. A fortuitous encounter. Hurry, hurry. Noticing the distance to the alley's entrance, the young master urged, his sole desire being to distance himself from these unruly commoners and reach a luxurious hotel where he could find warmth and comfort, complete with hot baths and fine wine. In just a few strides, he entered the alley and exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to survey the narrow passage. It was cramped, deep, dark, damp, and ominous, with the air heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. Truly an undesirable location. He inwardly cursed the two factions, vowing that upon his return to the imperial city, he would recommend to his father the dispatch of forces to eliminate these treasonous rabble-rousers. The battle outside swiftly filled the void they had left, and the rotund man, now blocking the entrance, valiantly continued to fend off the assailants. However, as the blood on his blade accumulated, despite his excitement, he recalled the earlier warning from the shadowy man and shouted back, "Young master, we must venture further inside." With a face full of disdain, the young master held his breath upon hearing his voice and continued to venture deeper. Perhaps it was the man's peculiar excitement for exploration that drew him into the shadowy, narrow passage. After traversing roughly 20 steps, he paused, gazing at the three figures before him. The alley was a dead end, with three individuals concealed at its deepest point. The sudden emergence of these three from the darkness caused the young master's sensitive heart, previously unsettled by the two factions, to race uncontrollably. Just as he was about to call for his guards, his gaze passed through the burly man at the forefront and fell upon a golden-haired girl wrapped in a brown plush coat behind him, illuminated by the faint light above. The young master discerned her clear, mirror-like eyes, her smooth, fair oval face, delicate lips reminiscent of peach blossoms, and her tousled golden hair, accompanied by a lamb-like gaze that exuded innocence. The young master, accustomed to being protected, felt his tender heart, named fear, pierced and shattered by a sharp arrow, while simultaneously, a desire to protect others stirred within him, causing his heart to beat vigorously. If only he could lock eyes with that girl, unbound by time, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, even 100 years would not suffice. His blood raced, and just as it reached its peak, a robust figure abruptly obstructed his view. The young master's gaze shifted upward to meet a pair of vigilant eyes. "Who are you?" he demanded as he noticed the burly man raising a fist the size of a sandbag. It was then that he snapped back to reality, quickly wiping the glistening corner of his mouth and adjusting his attire before clasping his hands in a friendly gesture. "I am Shwechingha, arriving from afar to seek the soul ring." I intended to rest in the city for a night, but found myself caught amidst a conflict between two factions. Hence my retreat here. I harbor no ill intentions. Are you here to evade the villains as well?" Before the burly man could respond, a timid yet sweet voice, reminiscent of a mountain spring, reached Xue Qinghe's ears, causing his breath to hitch. He turned to look downwards, where a delicate, enchanting face blinked at him. Cautiously curious as she asked, "Are you all right?" Upon meeting her gaze, Xue Qinghe felt yet another arrow strike his heart, causing it to momentarily cease its rhythm. Before he could formulate a reply, a thorny vine erupted from the ground before him, launching towards the burly man, ensnaring him and lifting him into the air. "Are you unharmed, young master?" A shadowy middle-aged man approached from behind Xue Qinghe, his small eyes glancing over him towards the middle-aged woman, the girl, and the burly man suspended in midair. Xue Qinghe felt a surge of satisfaction that this brute could no longer obstruct his view of the beauty. Yet, he soon observed the girl's eyes glistening with tears as she anxiously gazed at the suspended man, her alabaster hand reaching out helplessly as she softly called, "Brother." He coughed twice and addressed the shadowy middle-aged man, saying, "It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. They have come here seeking refuge as well. Please, set them down quickly." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, retracting the thorns, allowing the burly man to tumble from the air. The burly man seemed taken aback, his face still etched with panic, clumsily striking the ground. "Brother." Xue Qinghe heard the beautiful woman call out again. Turning to look, he saw that she had already helped her brother to his feet, while the burly man, with a gaze fraught with vigilance, fear, and anxiety, shielded the beautiful woman and the middle-aged woman behind him, preventing them from being seen. "Ah, my good fellow, it is all a misunderstanding. My bodyguard was merely concerned for my safety and meant no harm. Surely, you can understand?" Xue Qinghe explained cautiously. The burly man furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he nodded. However, his demeanor still indicated that he was firmly protecting the two women behind him, revealing his lingering mistrust of Xue Qinghe and his companions. Xue Qinghe remained unperturbed, gracefully waving his paper fan and adopting the demeanor of a refined young gentleman as he inquired, "I have previously introduced myself, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Might I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, the burly man continued to frown, his gaze penetrating as he glanced behind Xue Qinghe. In a robust voice laced with a strong rural accent, he replied, "I am Meng. I brought my sister and mother to this far northern land to obtain a soul ring. They were fighting outside, so I brought my sister in to take shelter." From his words, Xue Qinghe sensed a glimmer of assurance. This man appeared to possess some strength and had a rather simple disposition, which boded well for their interaction. He particularly enjoyed befriending such individuals. Of course, his primary motive was to cultivate friendships, as having many companions made for a smoother journey, and any connection with his sister, who was pure, lovely, and possessed an exquisite demeanor, was purely coincidental. "Oh, I see. Please forgive my curiosity, but may I ask whether it is you or your sister who seeks to acquire the soul ring?" Xue Qinghe inquired with genuine interest. Hao glanced back at the towering figure of Qian Ringshu, pride evident in his eyes, his chest puffing up slightly as he proclaimed, "It is I, along with my younger sister, who is of greater significance. At merely 12 years of age, she has already attained the 30-level Soul Master realm. Once she acquires her soul ring, she shall ascend to the Royal Academy in the imperial capital of Tiando. 12 years old, yet possessing the strength of a level 20. Truly, a prodigious young lady." Xue Qinghe was taken aback. At 15, he had only just reached level 30 and had thought himself quite formidable. Yet he was astounded to discover such a genius existed in the world. Stealing a glance at the girl behind Hao, he observed a blend of shyness and pride in her expression, which led him to believe Hao's words. "I must have her. She shall become the future queen of the Tiando Empire, my queen." As he fixated on the enchanting and exceptionally gifted girl, the youthful fervor within Xue Qinghe surged, his ears ringing with the devilish whispers of greedy desire. He swallowed hard, striving to suppress his emotions while feigning contemplation. "I see. Allow me to ponder this. A 30-level soul power should rightly be paired with a 1,000-year soul beast. May I inquire, my dear friend, what is your soul power level? Could you contend with a 1,000-year soul beast?" Hao Heng revealed a troubled expression, scratching his head and muttering to himself, I'm only at level 30. I cannot possibly defeat a Millennium Soul Beast. Can I? Why must it be a Millennium Soul Beast? Surely, a mere 10-year or 100-year Soul Beast would suffice. How fortuitous. Xue Qinghe scrutinized the tall man, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, nearing 30, and could not help but feel a sense of superiority. but he did not show it. Instead, with a furrowed brow, he replied, "This won't do, my friend. I have heard that the Tiando Royal Academy not only values the talents of its students, but also considers the configuration of their soul rings. The first and second soul rings must be of 100 years, while the third and fourth require a millennium. Those who do not meet these requirements, no matter how talented, will not gain admission. If your sister only possesses a 100-year soul ring, she will not be accepted." "What? How can this be? My sister is so talented, but we cannot defeat a millennium soul beast. What shall we do?" He was increasingly anxious. Xue Qinghe stifled a laugh behind his paper fan, observing the agitated figure before him, and continued, "How about this, Brother Meng? The guards I brought with me are exceptionally strong. If you're willing to join us, I can arrange for them to assist you in obtaining millennium soul rings as well." "Really?" Hao Heng displayed a look of surprise. Yet his expression shifted as he warily inquired, "But we are not acquainted. Why would you wish to assist us? Surely you harbor some ulterior motive." Xue Qinghe chuckled lightly and replied, "My friend, you are overly concerned. Just observe my demeanor. What schemes could I possibly entertain? I merely feel an inexplicable camaraderie with you and wish to forge a friendship. Moreover, I cannot bear to witness a 12-year-old prodigy squandered over a soul ring. Wouldn't you agree, sister?" He winked at the girl, peeking timidly from behind Hao Heng, displaying what he presumed to be a charming smile. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she quickly retreated. The burly man scratched his head thoughtfully and remarked, "Ah, I see now. It seems I have nothing to offer you in return. Very well, we shall join you. I have made a commendable friend in you, a truly good person." Xue Qinghe smiled silently, fanning himself as his gaze discreetly darted towards the girl hidden behind Hao Heng. He believed that after a few days of companionship, this enchanting maiden would inevitably be captivated by the charming, gentlemanly demeanor he intended to reveal. At that moment, he would propose to assist her with her enrollment, and with her affection, success would be within his grasp. In his heart, he had already claimed her as his own, even envisioning names for their future children. "By the way, Brother Meng, why did you bring your mother along while hunting for soul rings? Is she a powerful soul master?" "No, my mother is an ordinary person. She suffers from aphasia, and we fear for her safety. Thus we must keep her close." "Oh, I see." Chapter 107. Departure. It was a sun-drenched afternoon, and I found myself in my garden, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant flowers. The enchanting fragrance transformed the air into a sweet ambrosia. "My lord, the people outside have ceased their actions. We should make our exit," murmured the shadowy middle-aged man, who had quietly entered and whispered in Xue Qinghe's ear. Furrowing his brow, Xue Qinghe glanced at the man, then turned to Hao Heng and his sister, smiling as he said, "I apologize. It appears that the tale of my awakened martial spirit will have to wait. Let's step outside first." Hao Heng cast a wary glance at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly, before following them outside. The sky once again began to shower down snowflakes as large as goose feathers, rapidly obscuring the bloodstains on the ground, as if a pristine white cloth were being drawn over the earth, burying all filth beneath its surface. Once outside, Xue Qinghe first surveyed both ends of the street, ensuring no one was around, before exhaling a sigh of relief and stepping out. As Hao Heng and the others emerged from the alley, his gaze immediately fell upon the striking young girl, who was hiding behind the broad shoulders of the burly man. The alley was shrouded in darkness and had a poor environment, but outside, the faint sunlight filtering through the snowflakes cast a radiant sheen upon the girl's smooth skin, creating a translucent glow that left Xue Qinghe in awe. "Brother Meng, might I inquire if you have found accommodation? We did have a place, but we intended to leave the city today and thus canceled our room. Little did we know we would encounter this situation." "Oh, then you may as well join us for another night in the city and set off tomorrow." "Very well." As Xue Qinghe conversed with the simple-hearted burly man, the shadowy middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly. He pulled Xue Qinghe aside and, lowering his voice, asked, "My lord, may I inquire as to your reasoning behind this?" Xue Qinghe looked at him with curiosity. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man cast a furtive glance at Hao Heng and the others. "Why allow them to accompany us?" "Well, I learned from my conversation with them that they, too, seek to enter the polar regions to obtain soul rings. I thought it prudent to bring them along for companionship, as you three are rather taciturn and do not enjoy conversing. Having them along would provide me with someone to talk to. But their origins are unclear. If they harbor ill intentions towards you, it might be." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "Oh, why worry so much? Besides, even if they wish to harm me, you are here, aren't you? You three-souled Douluos can surely handle two soul sages, can't you?" Xue Qinghe waved his hand dismissively and patted the man on the shoulder. "Enough of this fretting. Let us proceed." With that, He turned and walked back. The stout man and the silver-haired elder approached the middle-aged man, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual dissatisfaction. Given their strength, they should have been treated as treasures by any faction on the continent. Yet, the Tiendo royal family showed them little regard. A mere young prince seeking soul rings required them to accompany him, and this prince was disobedient and self-important, even inviting strangers into their ranks. If they encountered any danger, wouldn't that simply increase their burdens? All three felt uncomfortable, but what could they do? They had to fulfill their duties as loyal servants. Thus, they hurriedly followed suit. The group arrived at the inn. Later that night, in a room on the 7th floor of the inn, there was a knock at the door. Hao Heng stood at the door, gently knocking. After a brief moment, the door was opened, and Yunyan nodded, stepping aside to allow him entry. He glanced around before stepping inside. Within the room, Qian Rinxue, freshly emerged from her bath, sat by the window, gazing out at the heavy snowfall. Hao Heng approached him with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. It is likely that we shall embark on our journey tomorrow. The undercover agent has yet to seek me out, presumably because they remain uncertain of our true identities. Therefore, I must ask you to endure a little longer, pretending until we delve deeper into the polar expanse to reassess our plans. Qian Rinxue did not turn around, but let out a soft hum, acknowledging his words. Hao Heng had little to elaborate on. He had merely dined well, and, passing by, felt concern for the young lady, fearing she might be emotionally distressed. However, observing Qian Rinxue's demeanor, he surmised she was sensible, discerning, and possessed a sound understanding of right and wrong. Thus, he was poised to take his leave. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, Qian Rinxue's voice unexpectedly resonated. "Wait, Mr. Meng." Hao Heng turned around and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled like the stars, her steps light and graceful. One hand grasped her collar while the other toyed with the damp strands of her long hair cascading from her shoulders. With her delicate lips lightly biting, she approached Hao Heng, gazing deeply into his eyes with a warmth that seemed capable of melting his heart. She was employing the art of seduction, a tactic she had learned from him 6 years prior, while cultivating in her chamber. She was struck by devastating news. Her father had been slain in the Stardow forest by one of her mother's disciples, a man named Hao Heng. From that moment on, resentment festered within her, and she vowed to exact revenge upon her father's murderer. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. She had clashed with Hao Heng before and had been utterly defeated. Moreover, he possessed the strength to vanquish even a title de law. How could she hope to prevail against him? Thus, she resolved from the outset to seek external assistance. But where could she find such power? The Spirit City? That was preposterous. She understood that the Spirit Hall now operated under the will of that woman, Bibi Dong, and even her formidable grandfather had been rendered powerless against her. Would Bibi Dong ever lend her aid? Qian Rinxue was certain of one thing. She would not, for if Bibi Dong truly intended to apprehend her disciple, she would not merely issue a warrant. Hence, Qian Rinxue consented to the woman's scheme of masquerading as the prince of the Tiendo Empire, harboring her own ambitions. She aimed to utilize this guise to assemble her own faction, allowing her to track Hao Heng's movements and potentially hunt him down. However, she was conscious of her current weakness and knew that she could not attract powerful allies just yet. Initially, she had planned to bide her time for several years. Yet today, a man named Meng had imparted to her a technique known as the art of seduction. Now, she yearned to test if such a strategy would prove effective against a powerful adversary. "Mr. Meng, do you think this will suffice?" Listening to her voice, sweet and tinged with an intoxicating charm, and gazing into her mesmerizing eyes, Hao Heng, a young man brimming with vitality, found himself unable to withstand her allure. His composure faltered, and he quickly turned away, his voice betraying his unease as he stammered this. "This is enough. I shall take my leave now. Rest well." With those hurried words, he hastily exited, as if fleeing from something. Qian Rinxue observed this scene unfold before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. More radiant than the blossoms of spring, her thoughts swirling enigmatically. The following day, the sky darkened, and the surroundings were shrouded in shadow. Hao Heng stood outside the city gate, gazing at the snow-capped mountains shrouded in darkness. He turned to Xue Qinghe, who was chatting with a lovely young girl beside him, and inquired, "Brother Xue, where shall we go?" Hearing the question, Xue Qinghe glanced at Hao Heng, then turned to the elder Wu behind him, silently indicating for him to decide. Wu, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Naturally, we shall head north." Xue Qinghe waved his hand grandly and declared, "Very well. We shall proceed north." Chapter 108. Exposed amidst the boundless expanse of pristine white snow, a party of 7 braved the biting winds and swirling snow as they trudged forward. The white-haired elder led the way, conjuring a golden tower that unfurled a radiant barrier, shielding the group from the tumultuous elements. Though the snow beneath their feet varied in thickness, Xue Qinghe remained in good spirits, eager to engage the petite maiden beside him. "Dear girl, may I inquire your name?" he asked. "Just call me Xue," she replied. "Brother Qinghe." The endearing title, Brother Qinghe, filled Xue Qinghe with warmth, stirring the fervent blood within him. He grasped his right hand tightly with his left, striving to conceal his excitement. "Then, may I call you Xue?" he ventured timidly. "Certainly," she responded, a smile gracing her lips as she stood beside Hao Heng, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, casting a glance at Hao Heng, whom he found particularly bothersome. He wished to reposition himself closer to the young girl, rather than standing beside this rugged man. However, the barrier's limits constrained him, and he was reluctant to venture out into the frigid winds, even for a moment. "Oh, by the way, I have yet to learn what martial souls you and Brother Meng possess. Could you kindly disclose them? This way, Uncle Wu can consider suitable soul bees for you." After a moment of contemplation, Hao Heng addressed him, stating, "My martial spirit is a fist. I seek a soul ring that can amplify my strength." Qian Renxue interjected, "I desire a soul beast that can fly swiftly." Understanding their needs, Xue Qinghe pondered, but his rudimentary knowledge of the extreme north left him unable to identify suitable soul beasts for both of them. At that opportune moment, old Wu chimed in, "Young master, we must first proceed to the ice lake I previously mentioned. There resides a soul beast, the ice-feathered jade-legged goose, which is well suited for your martial spirit. Along the way, we shall traverse a frost forest, which is likely to house appropriate soul beasts for both of you." "A forest? In this vast expanse of snow? How could there possibly be a forest?" Xue Qinghe questioned, bewildered. "You will understand soon enough," old Wu replied enigmatically, withdrawing his attention to concentrate on maintaining the protective barrier against the biting wind and snow. The group quickened their pace, the howling cold rendering conversation scarce. Even Xue Qinghe, who had intended to lighten the mood for Qian Renxue, fell silent, focusing on his footing. After several hours of travel, the dimness transitioned into darkness. It was then that they caught sight of shadowy figures of trees swaying in the wind from a distance. Xue Qinghe widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "In this desolate and perilous land, there are indeed trees that can thrive." Old Wu shook his head and remarked, "Those trees are indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, let's move a bit further. You will comprehend everything upon arrival." Under his urging, the group resumed a brisk pace, and after half an hour, they reached the edge of the forest. Hao Heng's gaze was peculiar as he stepped forward, braving the biting wind and snow. He patted the great tree before him, which, though only 3 or 4 meters tall, possessed a formidable girth of nearly 2 meters. It bore little resemblance to a traditional tree, appearing more like a massive tree stump. Yet, this tree was remarkably lush, adorned with a profusion of leaves. Even more astonishing was its smooth, crystalline surface that emanated a silvery blue luminescence, reminiscent of ice, while its interior thrived with vitality, showcasing branches adorned with snowflake-shaped leaves of diverse patterns. Old Wu explained, "This is a tree unique to the far northern lands, known as the ice tree. The tallest specimens rarely exceed 5 meters, yet the more robust ones can span over 10 meters in width. Its entire form resembles ice, yet it possesses the ability to absorb cold air. We shall construct a tree house from it tonight and rest within. We will set off at dawn." After his introduction, Old Wu called for Fatty to step forward, issuing him a few instructions. Fatty brandished his sharp blade, its cold gleam flashing as he swiftly felled several trees. He then moved to stack the fallen timber and wielded his knife once more, slicing the ice tree into equal-sized ice panels. Nearby, a shadowy middle-aged man approached, and on the ground beside him, several dark circles appeared. Thorny vines extended from these circles, reaching toward the ice panels to bind them together. Within half an hour, a simple ice house, perfectly square and spanning over 50 square meters, was erected. Old Wu beckoned everyone to enter the shelter. But as Hao Heng was about to step inside, he was halted. "Young friend, my 2 colleagues need to maintain the stability of the ice house. Why not accompany me? Let's hunt some wild game for dinner." Snow Qinghe, standing within the house, turned to Old Wu with a puzzled expression. "Old Wu, didn't Tiwi bring provisions?" "Indeed, we have provisions, but they are not particularly palatable. We have yet to venture deeply into the far north, where we can still make a fire to roast meat. If we do not go tonight, we will be left with only dry rations starting tomorrow," Old Wu clarified, casting a glance at Hao Heng. Hao Heng fixed his gaze upon the elder's eyes, nodded slightly, and exchanged greetings before retracting his foot to step into the room. Old Wu then turned to the two figures within, addressing them with a note of caution, urging them to remain vigilant in safeguarding the young master, as well as the two companions. The portly man and the shadowy middle-aged gentleman regarded him with a mixture of perplexity, utterly bewildered by the old man's intentions. After all, they found themselves amidst a gathering of soul beasts, where danger lurked at every corner, yet the elders seemed preoccupied with thoughts of sustenance. However, prior to their departure, they had agreed upon a plan, with Old Wu, who had ventured to the far northern reaches, taking the lead. Despite their confusion, they felt compelled to obey his commands. Once they acknowledged his directive with a nod, Old Wu turned and ventured into the forest. Hao Heng then glanced at Shuqinghe, requesting that he look after the two ladies. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he hastened to catch up with the white-haired elder, keen to discern his intentions. "From whence do you hail, young friend?" After they had walked a considerable distance, Old Wu deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside Hao Heng, inquiring with genuine curiosity. Hao Heng had already concealed his naive demeanor, donning a cold expression. His keen perception had alerted him to the subtle movement of soul energy within the individual beside him. Had he uncovered something? That seemed implausible. His plan was supposed to be flawless. He mentally revisited every word, every expression, and every action since encountering Shuqinghe, each executed with such precision, devoid of any flaw. Yet, why did this individual openly display a readiness to resort to hostility against him? "You must be curious as to why I summoned you alone," Wu Lao remarked, suddenly halting his steps and distancing himself from Hao Heng, chuckling softly. Hao Heng halted his steps and turned to gaze at him, his brows furrowed deeply. "The reason I have garnered the young master's favor and secured the position of guide lies solely in my 3 years of experience living in this frigid northern land. The weather here could be encapsulated in a single word: cold, an unrelenting chill that could claim lives. I have never encountered a place on the continent colder than this. The biting cold here, within the confines of Frost Town, can be mitigated by mere garments for the average person. Yet beyond the city's borders, one can only seek refuge in enclosed spaces or channel their soul energy. Even 1,000 meters north of the city, even those of the soul sect must harness their soul energy to withstand the cold in order to move with any semblance of ease. Therefore, my young friend, could you elucidate why, despite being an ordinary person, Lady Mother did not succumb to the cold when we first exited the city, prior to my activating the protective barrier? Furthermore, how is it that you, in this wintry landscape where even I must muster my energy to combat the chill, remain unperturbed without employing any soul power?" Chapter 109. One of our own nightfall amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, within a grove that appeared as if sculpted from ice. Hao Heng's fist quietly clenched. He was engulfed in a foul mood, pondering why his seemingly flawless plan felt utterly foolish upon the other's remark. A wave of frustration surged within him. No, it was not merely a hint of irritation. It was an overwhelming, unadulterated force, akin to the flow of a river converging towards his fist. Contemplating a strike, Old Wu squinted his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face, seemingly unperturbed by Hao Heng's demeanor. Yet, considering his status as a soul Douluo, what could he possibly fear? Unless Hao Heng were a titled Douluo. Young man, one must act with a modicum of rationality. Do not, just as Old Wu was articulating his thoughts. Hao Heng's fist swung forth, its force more piercing than the cold winds of the heavens, landing squarely upon the weathered visage of Old Wu in an instant. However, although Old Wu had not anticipated such decisive action from Hao Heng, he had nonetheless prepared, as Hao Heng's figure vanished from sight. A protective barrier descended from the golden tower above, shielding him within its embrace. Hao Heng's fist descended with a resounding impact, reverberating like the deep toll of an ancient bell. The snowflakes cascading around them were swept away by the ensuing sound waves, creating an extraordinary void amid the swirling flurries. As he unleashed this powerful blow, a sense of clarity enveloped him. He realized that possessing such strength rendered futile any attempts to engage in cunning tactics he was ill-equipped for. He resolved, regardless of Bai Dong's demands, that upon his return, he would join forces with the undercover agent to eliminate the other adversary without further ado. As this conviction solidified, he raised his other fist with fervor, striking fiercely at Wu Lao's golden barrier. Meteor shower. Enormous, shadowy fists erupted from Hao Heng's own, resembling real meteors with their elongated, luminous trails as they crashed into the golden shield. Wu Lao appeared taken aback by the ferocity of Hao Heng's assault, as he formed a seal with his hands. The wrinkles on his weathered face smoothed, and the aura of age was supplanted by a vigorous vitality. His cheeks flushed with color, and strands of hair defied gravity, swirling as if caught in an unseen breeze. Despite exerting all his strength to maintain his defense, he found himself retreating step by step under the relentless barrage of intangible fists, until he finally leaned against an ice-laden tree, using it as leverage to halt his backward motion. Hao Heng, dissatisfied to find that his technique had merely dimmed the brilliance of the luminous shield, transformed his fists into a poised gesture. He retreated his right foot, bending his knee to gather strength for an impending assault. However, this time, Old Wu was a step ahead. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with golden light, and his fingers swiftly danced in intricate patterns. The small golden pagoda above him soared into the air, and a black soul ring beside him radiated a brilliant light. A cascade of golden luminescence descended from the pagoda, enveloping Hao Heng within its embrace. Observing the young man ensconced in this golden aura, Old Wu let out a cold snort and remarked, "Youngster, temper your fervor. See, you have suffered a setback." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a horrifying scene unfolded within the golden shield, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Within the protective barrier, a pearlescent glow began to emanate from Hao Heng's robust physique, swelling like an inflated balloon, rapidly colliding and, in the blink of an eye, expanding to 10 meters, then 20, finally ceasing only upon reaching a staggering 100 meters. Old Wu stood agape, gazing at the towering giant, paralyzed by astonishment, and altered his hand seals to elevate the golden pagoda, seeking to enlarge the shield. But would this prove effective? Hao Heng informed him that it was futile. A spark of determination ignited in his gaze as he firmly planted his feet, channeling strength into his shoulders, and then charged towards the edge of the luminous barrier. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air, sending a shockwave rippling from his shoulder. The brilliance of the golden shield intensified, appearing as impervious as ever. Yet, Hao Heng was acutely aware that it was on the brink of collapse, much like the elderly man beneath them, who, despite his imposing presence, had already exhausted his strength. Stepping back a few paces, he extended his palm, gathering the oscillating energy within. With a force akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back, when Hao Heng's hand made contact with the barrier, it shattered into countless fragments, reminiscent of a mirror splintering upon impact with the ground, before he could fully harness his power. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly lifting his head and reaching for the small tower above him. "No, don't!" Old Wu's voice echoed from below. Ignoring him, Hao Heng grasped the golden tower in his hand. The residual tremors of power lingered in his palm, and after merely a few seconds, the tower shattered into a myriad of starlit particles. On the ground, Old Wu appeared gravely injured, blood spewing from his mouth in an arc through the air. As he was propelled backward, his head struck the ground with a thud, and fortunately, the earth was blanketed with a layer of snow. Otherwise, given his current pallor, whiter than the snow beside him, he would likely have met his demise. Hao Heng reverted to his original form and advanced towards him, his fists clenched tightly. The sheer power emanating from his fists created a terrifying cyclone that swirled around him. As he approached Elder Wu, he raised his fist, ready to deliver a swift blow. However, a fleeting glance revealed that Elder Wu seemed to have something to convey. His fingers trembled as he pointed toward his own chest. Hao Heng gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Suddenly, a jolt of unease struck his heart as he recalled an unpleasant thought. He quickly crouched down, unfastened the button on his chest, and after rummaging through, he retrieved a silver-white sword and shield emblem from the inner pocket of his garment. "You are an undercover agent," Hao Heng exclaimed in astonishment. Old Wu, appearing distressed, nodded several times. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Hao Heng reproached, gripping the badge tightly. Old Wu's lips trembled as he exhaled weakly, lamenting, "You never afforded me the opportunity to speak." Hao Heng pondered for a moment, realizing that he had indeed acted with undue haste. The relentless barrage had left no opportunity for the old man to respond. Observing the elder, whose breaths had become shallow and labored, a frown creased his brow. What should he do if he were to inadvertently kill the undercover agent? The remaining two would undoubtedly align themselves with the prince, although summoning the giant martial spirit would allow him to effortlessly overpower them. Revealing his true identity could prove detrimental. No, the old man must not perish. Hao Heng surveyed his surroundings, an expanse of white stretching endlessly before him, with only ice-laden trees and drifting snowflakes to behold. Nothing else in sight, let alone any life-saving herbs. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique." Rising to his feet, he took a few steps back, and two soul rings, one purple and one black, emerged from within him, hovering beside him. With a snap of his fingers, the purple soul ring shimmered, and suddenly, the air around him was filled with faint crackling sounds, intermittently accompanied by flashes of thunderous arcs of electricity. Hao Heng snapped his fingers once more, and a cloud of thunder, no larger than a palm, gathered above the old man's head. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, descended upon Old Wu's body. Instantly, Old Wu's squinting eyes widened in shock, and he sat upright with vigor. The scant hair on his head turned to char, and a fragrant mist emanated from his body, yet his aura undeniably began to recover, little by little. It was a success. Hao Heng's face lit up with delight as he applauded. This electric shock therapy was specially devised for Tang San during the 6 months since he took him as a disciple. After all, Tang San lacked his own method for tranquil recovery and breathing exercises. His body had been subjected to intense training, which could potentially lead to significant issues. Therefore, Hao Heng pondered whether stimulating the body cells through electric shocks could expedite his recovery. However, after 2 attempts, Tang San firmly refused to endure any more shocks and voluntarily reduced his training intensity. Consequently, Hao Heng set aside this rudimentary recovery technique, never anticipating that he would have the opportunity to employ it once more today. Chapter 1:10 Eternal Ice Dew. The thunderclouds dispersed. Hao Heng retracted his soul ring, coughed twice, and approached Elder Wu with concern, inquiring, "How are you? I hope there are no serious issues." Elder Wu gazed at him with a melancholic expression, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Thanks to the esteemed captain, I now feel remarkably light and well. There are no significant problems." Hao Heng nodded and remarked, "That is good, but you must take responsibility for this matter. If you had disclosed your status as an undercover agent earlier, there would have been no need for this tedious conversation. You would not have endured an unnecessary beating." Old Wu gazed at Hao Heng with an expression of disbelief, nearly bursting into an expletive. He had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. However, reflecting on the situation, he realized that had he not underestimated the younger man due to his age and sought to impart some wisdom to this junior, perhaps he would not have suffered this indignity. Sighing, he decided to let it go. Shaking his head, he looked at Hao Heng with a serious demeanor and inquired, "I wonder what strategies the captain has in mind to ensure the plan continues." Upon the mention of strategies, Hao Heng's face flushed. He truly wished to abandon the notion of further scheming. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "Why don't we simply return? Let us resolve matters decisively and eliminate those 2 troublesome individuals. It would certainly facilitate our actions afterward." "Absolutely not," Old Wu interjected, waving his hand in refusal. "I recognize the captain's formidable prowess, yet that Feng Mian is a controller of soul.With caliber, with exceedingly troublesome abilities. Should he ensnare both of us, allowing that butcher, Old Seven, to escape with the prince, the consequences would extend beyond a mere failure of our plan. Moreover, after eliminating them, how would the new prince return and explain to their families the murder of their kin? Such an act would yield only detriment, not benefit." Listening to Old Wu's analysis, Hao Heng, feeling vexed, scratched his head and paced back and forth, asking, "What then shall we do? Do you have a better plan?" At this question, Old Wu's face lit up with a confident smile, deep-set wrinkles blooming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. "Indeed, I have a plan, but I wonder if the captain is willing to hear it." "Enough of the pleasantries. Speak quickly." Hao Heng, sensing the man's reluctance to divulge further, inquired hastily. It was then that Old Wu quickly responded, "Deep within the extreme northern territory lies a spring of ice, which remains unfrozen throughout the year, perpetually flowing with water. The reason for this phenomenon is that beneath the spring lies a reservoir of millennial-old ice dew. Consuming a single drop of this ancient dew confers immense benefits upon the human body, and its essence possesses an irresistible allure for the soul beasts inhabiting this frigid expanse. If we could procure this dew, it would incite a surge of beasts. In that moment of chaos, the 3 of us, soul masters, shall stand at the forefront, ensuring the safe passage of the others. At that juncture, we kindly ask the captain to seize the opportunity amid the turmoil. But is it truly so simple to provoke a beast tide? What if it does not materialize?" Hao Heng stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation as he inquired. Old Wu chuckled softly and replied, "Rest assured, Captain, if we procure the ice dew, the beast tide shall undoubtedly follow." "How can you be so certain?" Hao Heng inquired with confusion. "Because I in my old age inadvertently consumed a drop and endured the terrifying pursuit of beasts. The scent of the ice dew is quite potent. Even after a year, the creatures of this frozen land can still detect it. This is the reason I was compelled to depart from Frost Town. Now I understand. You must hasten to retrieve the ice dew." The captain exclaimed, Alas, I cannot go. The elder replied with a chuckle. It is a task that must be undertaken by the captain. Why so? I am but a guide and cannot be away for long. The ice dew lies deep within the far north. The round trip requires at least 7 days. Given your formidable strength, entering and exiting this frozen realm should be as effortless as returning home. Thus, it falls upon you to fetch the ice dew. Very well then. Where is this ice spring located? Lean closer. An hour later, within the house beside the ice forest. Shwe, let me tell you that day. I was resting in the garden when, suddenly, Shwe Qinghe sat beside Qian Renshue, recounting tales of his grand garden when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The shadowy figure of a middle-aged man opened his eyes, an unusual glint in his gaze. He whispered, "Why has only one returned?" With a wave of his hand, a thorny vine extended, pulling the door open. Old Wu entered with a grim expression, dragging a white-skinned elk behind him. Shwe Qinghe rose, gazing at the empty space behind him, and asked, "Old Wu, where is Brother Meng?" Old Wu tossed the elk to the ground and replied heavily, "As soon as we stepped outside, we encountered this beast. We pursued it, but it cunningly led us to a snow slope, causing an avalanche. I lost track of young Master Meng." What? Upon hearing this, both Qian Renshue and Yun Yin displayed expressions of shock, particularly Qian Renshue, who stood up only to falter and collapse back in her seat, her tears cascading down. Shwe, do not panic. Suppressing his own elation, Shwe Qinghe anxiously turned to Old Wu and asked, "Did you not search further?" Old Wu sighed, "I did search, but found no trace of young Master Meng." "Do not fret, Miss Shwe. I believe that fortune favors the brave, and he should be unharmed. Earlier, I was conversing with him about the direction of the ice lake. Perhaps he has arrived there ahead of us." "Indeed, Sister Shwe, I have seen that Brother Meng is no ordinary man. He will surely be fine." Shwe Qinghe sat back in his original position, reaching out as if to rest his hand upon Qian Renshue's shoulder. Yet, Qian Renshue tossed her head aside and dove into Yun Yin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Shwe Qinghe's hand fell empty, his expression darkening for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining his composure. After Elder Wu settled down, the two other soul Douluos cast glances his way, exchanging silent inquiries regarding the unfolding events. However, Elder Wu's solemn demeanor rendered him unresponsive to their curiosity. 2 days later, the sun rose again in this desolate and simplistic world, where the transition of day and night was imperceptible. One could only observe the changes in the sky, watching as the impenetrable darkness gradually transformed into a faintly discernible gray mist, allowing one to ascertain whether it was day or night. Amidst the icy expanse, a figure moving against the wind and treading on snow advanced resolutely. He naturally adhered to Elder Wu's counsel, preparing to venture alone into the depths of the far north towards Hao Heng. In just 2 days, he traversed over 10,000 zhang of icy forests. It must be said that the giant martial soul was exceedingly effective for travel, although it bore the singular drawback of easily attracting the attention of soul beasts. Fortunately, the soul beasts that sought him out during this time were not particularly formidable, and he managed to utilize his inner fire furnace and his self-created thunder grilling technique to transform them into delectable sustenance, replenishing his physical energy. Hao Heng halted his steps and gazed up at the sky, which was shifting from a murky gray to an encroaching darkness. Another day had passed. He had followed the direction indicated by Old Wu, yet there was no sign of the ice spring. Beyond the frozen forest lay only a vast expanse of snow, the scenery repeating itself with an astonishing 90 similarity. This was even more mentally taxing than the days spent absorbing magma underground. In the depths below, regardless of the passage of time, he was aware of his immobility. Yet here, after traversing several hundred kilometers, he looked up to find the surroundings unchanged. He began to ponder whether he had fallen into some kind of illusion, endlessly treading in place. No, he could not continue this foolish journey any longer. Hao Heng lowered his head, gasping for breath as thick columns of air surged from his nostrils. A milky aura enveloped his body as he traversed 100 meters, then 500, finally halting at 1,000 meters. The perspective at 10 meters differs significantly from that at 100, and the vantage point from a height of 1,000 meters is even more expansive. He raised his gaze, and, just as he was on the verge of despair, he glimpsed a colossal shadow in the far distance. Chapter 111. The beast tied an iceberg, maintaining his 1,000-meter form. Hao Heng gazed at the iceberg before him, which reached only to his waist and spanned a mere 200 square meters in a trapezoidal shape. Old Wu had previously mentioned to him that the endless ice spring lay atop the iceberg. Could this be it? Hao Heng's gaze swiftly traversed the icy expanse, and he indeed discovered a small aperture. Just as he intended to lean forward for a clearer view, a large snowball suddenly plummeted from below, striking him squarely on the cheek. The snowball was anything but soft. Upon impact, Hao Heng felt a searing sting as if his face had been struck by a solid stone. Lowering his head, he beheld a colossal gorilla, over 20 meters tall, covered in thick white fur, thumping its chest and bellowing at him. Hao Heng was utterly oblivious to the messages being conveyed. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the creature before him. Noticing that the colossal being disregarded his presence, the gorilla's demeanor appeared to grow increasingly irritable. With arms outstretched and encircling, a shimmering azure light flickered within its embrace, and in but a fleeting moment, yet another massive snowball materialized in its grasp. Here it comes again. Hao Heng gazed at the large snowball hurtling toward his chest, his expression darkening. He raised his hand to shield himself, successfully intercepting the projectile before pushing it back. It struck the white-furred gorilla squarely. The gorilla, caught off guard by the snowball infused with a fraction of Hao Heng's strength, experienced a moment of dizziness, its body swaying uncontrollably. After taking a few steps forward, it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, its face meeting the icy surface beneath. Hao Heng gazed at the ludicrous sight of it, with its comically protruding crimson backside, unable to suppress a chuckle. He then seized it, intent on employing a thunderous barbecue technique. However, upon observing its fluffy white fur and its daft, bewildered demeanor, coupled with a physique reminiscent of a human form, his appetite waned. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Heng rolled it on the ground, coating it in snow until it assumed a spherical shape. Using his hand as a catapult and the snowball as ammunition, he launched it into the distance. As he watched it transform into a distant star, he nodded in satisfaction before redirecting his gaze to the ice mountain before him. With a firm step, he ascended, shrinking his form back to a 20-meter stature. Upon reaching the heart of the ice mountain, the small hole he had previously observed had morphed into a circular ice lake, measuring 4 or 5 meters in diameter. The surface of the lake mirrored a deep azure hue, reflecting the overcast sky, devoid of beauty yet oddly captivating. Hao Heng circled around it, cautiously extending his hand into the lake's surface to make contact with the water. According to the old man Wu, the temperature of the lake was chillingly low, akin to the liquefaction of cold air. Any ordinary soul master, not to mention entering the water, would risk being instantly frozen into a statue simply by a mere touch. He gently pierced the surface with a finger, and in the next moment, a wave of bone-chilling cold surged into his body, causing him to hastily withdraw his hand. Upon inspection, he found that the finger had already turned a purplish hue, showing signs of necrosis. Could it truly be that frigid? Hao Heng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing deeply into the lake's surface. As his eyes penetrated the water, he discerned a profound azure hue at the bottom. It was then that he realized the water itself was not inherently deep blue. Rather, it was a mysterious, deep blue object resting at the lake's floor, resembling ice yet not quite ice. Surely, it must be the eternal ice revealed at last. Hao Heng gazed intently at the object resting at the bottom of the lake, lost in contemplation. A wave of regret washed over him as he pondered why he had thrown the gorilla away so carelessly, stripping it of its fur and wrapping it around his hands, only to reach down and retrieve it. Frustrated, he struck his head lightly. The chilling sensation of the cold penetrating his fingertips snapped him back to reality. Observing his increasingly stiff fingers, he contemplated for a moment, and with a flicker of inspiration, a translucent flame ignited at his fingertips. Uncertain of its efficacy, he watched as the deep purple hue above gradually lightened, wisps of white vapor curling from the tips of his fingers, forming a delicate line. Seeing that the forging fire was effective against the cold, Hao Heng sighed in relief, grateful to avoid the dire fate of amputation. Yet suddenly, his eyes widened as if a brilliant idea had struck him. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he mused, the chill of this lake water is beyond the ordinary. If I attempt to reach down with my diminutive stature, I risk losing a limb. Thus, retrieving it in such a manner is utterly impractical. However, since my forging fire proves effective against this frigid energy, it stands to reason that this coldness is a form of energy itself. Therefore, why not refine this millennial-old ice stew? Resolute in his decision, Hao Heng approached the edge of the ice mountain, leaping gracefully downwards, then turning back to assess the towering glacier. It was neither excessively large nor insignificantly small, standing at 500 meters tall with an area of 200 square meters. He realized that his spiritual power might be insufficient to sustain the inner fire furnace at such an immense scale, necessitating preliminary adjustments. Hao Heng stepped forward and struck the ice mountain with a powerful fist. With a resounding bang, a few ice shards fell, proving to be surprisingly resilient. With a slight shudder of his body, he ascended to a height of 100 meters, gathering strength before unleashing a forceful palm strike. Quake, shattering mountains and splitting earth. The ice mountain trembled several times, revealing a fissure. Observing this development, Hao Heng took a brief pause of 5 to 6 seconds before delivering another powerful blow, further widening the crack. Subsequently, he channeled the immense power that surged within him into the ice mountain. Thunder, Iron Mountain's embrace. Pierce, torrential rain of pear blossoms. Crash, meteoric collision. Time became an abstract concept as the originally trapezoidal ice mountain gradually transformed under his relentless efforts into a lamp-like structure, crowned with a sphere atop a central pillar, resting on a broad base. Within this sphere, the ice spring and eternal ice dew resided. During the construction, he contemplated excavating beneath the ice spring to release the water flow. However, he reconsidered, pondering that the icy chill emanating from the water might also originate from the ice dew, making its loss a regrettable waste. Thus, he opted to create an ice lamp instead. Hao Heng reverted to his 10-meter stature, ascending to the platform he had previously reserved beside the ice lantern. He settled into a meditative posture, with his soul rings manifesting beside him. The black rings shimmered with an ethereal glow. A transparent, colorless flame emerged from his palm, coalescing into the illusion of a furnace. It soared towards the icy spring, lifting its lid and turning upside down to lower itself, enveloping the 10-meter diameter ice sphere within its embrace before igniting. Feeling the rapid depletion of his soul power, Hao Heng's heart tightened. He hastily closed his eyes, engaging in his breathing technique, and succumbed to a deep slumber. An ominous sense of danger loomed. Amidst his dreams, he sensed a chilling breeze above him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a great feathered bird descending, its talons, sharp as iron hooks, reaching towards his crown as if intent on prying open his skull. Hao Heng extended his hand to shield himself, intercepting the sharp claws that threatened him. The talons pierced into his flesh, yet fortunately spared his handsome visage. After letting out a silent sigh of relief, Hao Heng, filled with indignation, seized the leg of the azure feathered beast with his other hand, forcefully extracting its claws from his arm, skin and flesh included. He then swung the creature, slamming it repeatedly against the icy surface until its head was a gruesome mess, devoid of consciousness. Only then did he casually discard it over the edge of the platform, his appetite having vanished. However, as he cast the azure bird aside, a fleeting shadow caught his eye, stirring a sense of unease within him. Looking down, he was met with a sight that obliterated the snowy ground below. Numerous formidable spirit beasts loomed silently, their imposing forms standing tall. Gazing upwards, he observed flocks of avian spirit beasts swirling in the sky, resembling drifting clouds from a distance. Despite his formidable strength, the sheer number of spirit beasts, akin to an overwhelming tide, sent shivers down his spine. He stealthily repositioned himself, bracing for the impending conflict. Yet, upon preparing for battle, he noticed that the beasts seemed oblivious to his presence, their gaze fixated on a fire furnace suspended not far from him in the air. Chapter 112, The Fleeing Gulp. What is it like to be surrounded by spirit beasts numbering in the thousands? Hao Heng conveyed to you that the situation was dire and utterly dreadful, akin to being subjected to searing flames. Both his mind and body were involuntarily gripped by a sense of panic. He diminished his size, retracting his colossal martial spirit, and lay cautiously upon the icy platform. Peering anxiously at the immense soul beast below, his expression darkening progressively. These soul beasts were predominantly over 10,000 years old. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would naturally harbor no fear, even capable of relinquishing one hand. Yet, the multitude of soul beasts below exceeded 1,000, a dense and ominous mass, not to mention those looming in the skies above. Hao Heng pondered, could it be that the soul beasts from the entire extreme north have flocked here? What could possibly possess such a potent allure as this 10,000-year ice dew? Hao Heng retreated from the edge of the ice platform, gasping for breath as he steadied his racing heart before turning his gaze towards the inner furnace. At that moment, the inner furnace hung suspended in the air, its body shaped by a colorless, transparent flame. Due to its transparency, Hao Heng could see that within it lay a deep blue ice sphere, now condensed to the size of a fist. He released his perception, allowing his consciousness to lightly touch the ice sphere. In the next instant, an invisible chill emanated from the void, and Hao Heng felt as if his very soul had been frozen, his body stiffening momentarily. A few seconds later, he quickly regained his composure, letting out a loud sneeze. His nose felt somewhat congested, an indication of cold. Could it be that such a robust body as his could succumb to illness? Hao Heng found it incredible. He shook his head a few times, redirecting his focus back to the furnace. He sensed that the object was nearing completion, and when it was finally forged, chaos would ensue. Steeling himself, he continued to channel his soul power into the soul ring, intently watching the increasingly diminutive ice sphere within the furnace. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. Half an hour after an hour had elapsed, a chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the celestial treasure, the eternal ice dew." For the first time, there was no waste produced. Hao Heng should have felt elated, but there was no time for joy. As the system's voice resonated, the internal fire of the furnace extinguished due to his depleted soul power, and the ice sphere plummeted downward. The soul beasts below went into a frenzy, their roars reverberating through the air. The previously tranquil beasts revealed their fangs, engaging in brutal combat with one another, while avian soul beasts swooped down from the sky. Joining the fray, the ice sphere descended closer to the ground. The nearest soul beast defended against the attacks from others while fixating on the sphere's trajectory. After a fierce struggle, a grayish-white bear emerged victorious over its rivals, spreading its arms wide, its mouth agape in delight as it prepared to catch the ice sphere in its jaws. However, it did not succeed. A shadow swooped down from the sky, intercepting the ice sphere. The bear, enraged, looked up, ready to confront the audacious thief, but was stunned upon seeing its adversary. Standing at 50 meters tall, it dwarfed most of the surrounding soul beasts, making the bear feel as small as a pup in comparison. Despite the enormity of its foe, the bear's desire for the treasure surged within it. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a gray light from its body and charged at the giant with outstretched claws. Yet, barely 2 steps forward, a colossal footprint descended from the heavens, crushing it into the ground. I must escape this place. My 1,000-meter form can only endure for a few moments. I cannot linger here for too long. Hao Heng was acutely aware that his soul power was insufficient to instill fearlessness amidst the ferocious beast horde. He raised his fist high, piercing the clouds above. Bon meteor collision. His foundational strength was on the order of millions. Now, at a kilometer, he had transcended by 3 whole magnitudes, propelling him into the enigmatic realm of the tidal Douluo. Ever since he discovered the existence of laws within that mysterious drop of blood in his heart, he had sought insights from Tang Hao. Tang Hao revealed that upon surpassing the tidal Douluo threshold, one could indeed perceive the heavens and earth with greater clarity. However, he could not articulate the experience of comprehending the laws, sharing only what he could convey to Hao Heng. After several transformations into his ultimate form, and through his formidable mental prowess, Hao Heng fully grasped the teachings imparted to him. Ultimately, he perfected this technique, truly, the meteor collision. At this moment, Hao Heng held his fist aloft, as power surged through his arm into his fist like a mighty river, and though his fist had yet to move, the formidable force generated had already radiated outward, creating immense whirlpools around his fist that violently twisted and devoured the surrounding air. Hao Heng extended his arm into the clouds, creating a vast void in the somber sky. Golden rays of light cascaded through the cloud cover, illuminating his clenched fist, which intermittently flickered with dark lightning. Below, the soul beasts, blinded by their greed for treasures, had been roused by the terrifying pressure emanating from the mighty divine fist. The weaker ones lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed with fear, while those of moderate strength dragged themselves away in a frenzied escape, drenched in terror. The more formidable beings harnessed their soul power to withstand the overwhelming force, retaliating with soul techniques against the colossal figure. Yet, the shock was not confined to those present. In the heart of the far northern realms, several 100,000 meters away, within an unfathomable chasm, a pair of crimson eyes opened, radiating a fierce glare that pierced through the clouds. Adjacent to a boundless, sunlit lake, a scorpion lay peacefully slumbering by the water's edge, its body as sculpted as ice. Its upright stinger pointed towards Hao Heng, from which a single droplet of azure liquid seeped. In a dark world beset by relentless blizzards, a humanoid figure aimlessly traversing the snow halted, turned its gaze skyward, and with a chilling voice, uttered in human tongue, "To disrupt the rules is to court death." Hao Heng braced himself, enduring the relentless onslaught from both the earth and the sky. While the pain was not unbearable, the assaults from the soul beasts within this frigid expanse were imbued with a freezing effect. If he did not extricate himself promptly, he risked being encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. This simply would not do. Hao Heng's eyes widened, a fierce glint flashing through them. In the next moment, The fist that had been gathering power for 5 to 6 seconds began to move. A tremor surged forth, sending ripples that expanded the hollow in the clouds by yet another fold. The fist slowly adjusted its angle before descending with deliberate slowness. This process was agonizingly gradual. For some of the weaker soul beasts, their hearts unable to withstand the impending doom, their eyes glazed over as they departed from this world with the colossal fist's descent. The hundreds of soul beasts that had relentlessly attacked Hao Heng understood that the inevitable blow could not be averted. Each beast employed their own methods, hastily fleeing from his vicinity, dispersing in all directions. As the fist descended to a height of several hundred meters above the ground, the terrifying power it wielded began to gradually release its fury. The space beneath was rending apart, revealing ominous black voids and fissures that instilled fear. The fist continued its descent, and the frequency of the fissure's emergence grew ever more frantic. Beneath the fist, the snow-covered ground had been carved into a vast pit by the forceful winds generated by the impending strike, and the fist plunged into the chasm. Boom! The sound was faint yet overwhelming, accompanied by a piercing tinnitus that left many unprepared soul beasts bleeding from their ears, collapsing to the ground. The terrifying power concealed within the fist erupted, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent a towering snowstorm, hundreds of meters high, radiating from the center of the fist in all directions. The earth shattered beneath, as wide fissures spread wildly, reminiscent of a spider weaving its web. Some soul beasts were buried beneath the snow, others fell into the crevices, and some were directly obliterated into a mist of blood by the expanding force of the fist. The ground trembled violently, and the entire realm was thrown into chaos. Half an hour later, the snow continued to fall, filling the gaping fissures, restoring tranquility to the surface, devoid of footprints or bloodstains, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the still healing void in the sky desperately narrated the terror of that singular punch. The soul beasts gathered once more, seeking the whereabouts of the giant. Yet Hao Heng had vanished with the ancient ice dew. In the core of the polar region, within an unfathomable chasm, a 20-meter-tall, white-furred gorilla lay prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down like a human child deprived of a cherished toy, incessantly pounding the earth while wailing in dismay, as if lamenting some grievous injustice. Before it stood a similarly white-furred gorilla, slightly over 10 meters tall, its expression somber. After listening to the lamentations of the one on the ground, it raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Under a burst of white light, the giant gorilla's form rapidly expanded. In a blink of an eye, it reached 100 meters, then 1,000, finally halting at 5,000 meters. The smaller white-furred gorilla ceased its cries, sitting up to wipe away its tears, gazing enviously at the towering behemoth before it. A massive hand swept from aside, lifting it up and presenting it before the colossal gorilla. A deep, furious voice resonated from the giant gorilla. "You wretched creature. You bring disgrace upon our Titan, Snow, Demon, Ape clan. You couldn't even guard a simple item, and now only know how to weep. Very well. Take me to confront the human who defeated you. I wish to see if he is truly as formidable as you claim. Let's go." As the words fell from his lips, the colossal gorilla raised its mighty arms, grasping the edge of the abyss, and leaped forth into the expanse beyond. Meanwhile, in two other perilous locations, the great scorpion glanced towards the abyss, then lowered its head to resume its slumber, while a figure cloaked in snow let out a cold snort before continuing its aimless journey. Chapter 113. A catastrophe in the frigid realm of ice and snow. At the base of a towering iceberg resonated the sound of thuds. A giant, standing 20 meters tall, gripped the neck of a wolf-like soul beast, adorned with a fur of white and blue, and forcefully smashed its head against the icy wall. After a barrage of blows, a gaping indentation measuring 2 to 3 meters formed in the ice, perfectly matching the size of the wolf soul beast's head. The giant glanced at the now mangled and lifeless creature in his grasp, its blood and flesh a gruesome blend of red and white, before carelessly tossing it aside into a heap of wolf carcasses. Hao Heng leaned against the iceberg, sliding down onto the snow. His face, which had been weathered by the biting wind and snow, bore traces of exhaustion. At this moment, he yearned to lie down and indulge in a deep slumber. Following the impact of his punch yesterday, he had depleted all his soul power, leaving no time for rest or replenishment. Throughout his journey, these soul beasts had pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless tracking system, coming at him in waves. While they posed no mortal threat, they kept him in a constant state of vigilance, forcing him to barely restore enough soul power to maintain the operation of his martial spirit. The immense recoil from that punch had already pushed his body to its limits, and now it was in an even worse state. He sensed that if he were to lie down now, he could easily sleep for over 10 days, not solely due to the need for physical recovery, but primarily because his spirit was utterly fatigued. Hao Heng gasped for breath, lifting his left arm. His fist had remained clenched since seizing the Millennium Ice Dew, never once relaxing. The chill of the ice was beyond his imagination. Initially, he felt a sharp sting, but mere minutes later, he lost all sensation in his left hand. Now, a layer of ice measuring 5 to 6 centimeters thick had formed on the surface, rendering it akin to a frozen orb. After a moment's hesitation, Hao Heng gritted his teeth and forcefully swung his left fist against the iceberg. With a resounding thud, cracks appeared in the ice, and he broke the seal upon his fist. Using his right hand, he pried open the fingers of his left hand, which had turned a deep, purplish-black hue, devoid of feeling, revealing the ice-blue Millennium Ice Dew, which resembled a sugary pill to him. As he gently cupped it with his right fingers, a layer of frost instantly formed on its surface. The piercing pain, akin to being struck by lightning, jolted Hao Heng's senses. With a shudder of his left arm, he swiftly discarded the object onto the ground and summoned the body-refining flame to envelop his hand, expelling the cold from his left hand. Once he regained a semblance of sensation, he refocused on the Millennium Ice Dew, furrowing his brow in thought. Douluo had claimed that consuming this substance would be immensely beneficial for the body. Perhaps it was worth a try. He slowly extended his tongue and licked it. The next moment, his complexion turned an alarming shade of green, reminiscent of leaves, and he collapsed to the ground, losing control of his martial spirit, which retreated into his body. The frigid energy surged into his mind, akin to thousands of needles simultaneously piercing through. After a considerable duration, Hao Heng managed to kneel up, covering his mouth, cursing old Wu for his predicament. His ears twitched as he heard a distant rumble. Raising his eyes, he saw a dark line advancing towards him across the unobstructed expanse of ice. Hao Heng recognized the presence of a beast horde and muttered a curse. Truly, each beast possessed the keen senses of a dog. After uttering this, he swiftly retrieved the eternal ice dew, his expression grim, channeling his soul power. He opened his emerald-hued undergarment and carefully stowed the precious item within. Although the emerald fabric withstood the frigid aura of the eternal ice dew, a chill still seeped through, causing his face to shift between hues of red and blue. He had no time to dwell on this discomfort. Clenching his legs together, he rose, leaned against the icy wall, and continued his flight towards the icy forest. In the heart of the icy grove, beside a vast lake of ice, Shui Qinghe stood up, feeling refreshed. After shaking off the snow that clung to him, he kicked the corpse of the soul beast that had provided him with his third soul ring into the lake with a splash. Stretching his shoulder, which ached from maintaining a single position for too long, he approached a massive stone. There, Qian Rinxue nestled in Yun Yan's embrace, her expression cold and distant. As Shui Qinghe approached, her eyes flickered, quickly revealing bloodshot whites. Her cherry-red lips formed a pout, exuding an air of sorrow that was truly heart-wrenching. "Xue, do not be disheartened. Look, my third soul ring," he exclaimed, summoning the newly absorbed purple soul ring and raising an eyebrow. "It's a millennium old." Qian Rinxue wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, feigning strength as she inquired, "Brother Qinghe, do you think my brother will not come back?" Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback by her question. He calculated the time elapsed since their arrival at the ice lake, the capture of the soul beast, and his subsequent absorption of the soul ring. 3 days had passed. During this time, not only had there been no sign of anyone, but even the soul beasts had vanished without a trace. If nothing unforeseen had occurred, then Mengge should be lost. Yet, seeing the tension on Qian Rinxue's delicate face, he refrained from causing her further distress and hurriedly reassured her. "No, how could anything have happened to Mengge? I suspect he has merely lost his way. If we wait a few more days, he should arrive. After all, we are unfamiliar with these paths. It is quite understandable for him to be lost." "Is that truly the case?" Qian Rinxue pressed, her gaze fixed on Shui Qinghe's uncertain countenance. "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" he replied earnestly, patting his chest. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the nearby woods, the 3 soul dog guardians. They approached Shui Qinghe and saluted respectfully. "Young master, have you successfully absorbed the soul ring?" inquired the shadowy middle-aged man. "Indeed, I have succeeded," Shui Qinghe replied, lifting his chin with pride upon realizing that someone finally acknowledged the crux of the matter. The middle-aged man sighed in relief and said, "That is good to hear. Since you have successfully acquired the soul ring, we should leave this place swiftly. My companions and I have been patrolling the vicinity for quite some time, yet we have not encountered a single soul beast. This is peculiar. There may be impending danger. No, I cannot leave until my brother is found. Snow Qinghe had not yet spoken when Qian Rinxue, unable to contain herself, sprang up and exclaimed urgently. The brooding middle-aged man furrowed his brow at her, thinking, the young girl is no longer a child. How can she still be so naive? He then turned his gaze back to Snow Qinghe, preparing to continue his persuasion. Snow Qinghe, feeling awkward, delicately dug a small hole in the snow with the tip of his foot. Logically, having acquired a soul ring, he should have departed at the earliest opportunity. He had endured enough of the biting cold and sought no further suffering. Yet, he had developed feelings for the young lady and, not long ago, had promised to remain for a few more days. Perhaps. Snow Qinghe hesitated, unable to summon a definitive decision. Elder Wu cast several glances at him and casually suggested, why not stay a few more days? After all, we are merely on the outskirts of the extreme north, where soul beasts do not exceed 10,000 years. With our combined strength as soul Douluos, we would certainly be capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. The brooding middle-aged man looked at him in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. Such words could not possibly come from someone who had fought on the brink of life and death and attained the rank of soul-Douluo. The more powerful one became, the more they understood the terror of the three major soul beast gathering places, and the less likely they were to lower their guard. How could one utter such dismissive words? Just as the group deliberated on whether to leave, the stout man, who had been quietly sharpening his blade, suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as he pointed the blade toward the forest. The others looked up, and moments later, a figure sprang forth. Upon seeing this individual, reactions varied. Some were astonished, while others were overjoyed. Qian Rinxue dashed forward and, under the envious gaze of Snow Qinghe, leaped into the figure's embrace. Tears of joy streaming down her face as she cried out, "Brother!" Hao Heng, astonished, lowered his gaze to the young girl who had thrown herself into his embrace. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his face, but he quickly reacted, tightening his hold on her and gently murmuring, "It's all right now. Brother is back." The girl, Qian Rinxue, buried her face and sobbed. A few minutes later, Shui Qinghe approached, clearing his throat softly. "All right, dear sister Shui," he said as I mentioned. "Brother Meng must have simply lost his way, which is why he returned so late. Now that you are reunited, there is no need for further tears. You have cried enough these past few days, lest you ruin your beautiful eyes." Turning to Meng, he inquired, "Where have you been? You appear quite disheveled." Shui Qinghe's words drew the attention of those nearby, and they turned to regard Hao Heng, their brows furrowing as though they were staring at a creature of the extraordinary. Hao Heng was clad in tattered garments, if they could even be called garments, for they were merely ragged scraps meant to provide modesty. His bronze skin glistened, showcasing robust muscles, marred by bloodstains, bite marks, and claw wounds. At a glance, one could count no fewer than 10 injuries, each a testament to the perils he had faced. Yet, what astonished them even more was the fact that despite his apparent disarray and numerous injuries, his countenance bore no trace of negativity beyond a hint of fatigue. His gaze steady, as if the wounds upon his body were but a figment of imagination. Hao Heng took several deep breaths, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, and shouted urgently, "Everyone run! I have caused a great disaster." Chapter 114. Transformation. As Hao Heng's voice faded, Shui Qinghe erupted into hearty laughter after a full 3 seconds. "Ha! Meng brother, there's no need to be anxious. We have returned, and with us, no danger can threaten you." Qinghe replied, "I am not jesting with you. This matter is genuinely perilous and poses a threat to all our lives. We must make haste to escape." Hao Heng exclaimed anxiously. Shui Qinghe stepped forward, discreetly patting Qian Rinxue on the shoulder, and reassured him, "Fear not, my brother Meng. With my 3 guardians by my side, even if a 100,000-year soul beast were to appear, we would still possess the strength to battle." "My lord, you truly speak boldly," thought the 3 soul Douluos. Momentarily taken aback, yet refraining from challenging Shui Qinghe's audacity, knowing full well that a 100,000-year soul beast could not possibly manifest here. Observing Hao Heng's continued distress, Shui Qinghe elegantly fanned himself with a paper fan, exuding a charming demeanor. In contrast to Hao Heng, he radiated an aura of calmness in the face of danger. And with a light chuckle, he inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Meng? Have you truly attracted a 100,000-year soul beast?" Hao Heng ground his teeth, contemplating for a moment before solemnly declaring, "It may be even more perilous than a 100,000-year soul beast." Shui Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, and the 3 soul Douluos tightened their expressions. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from the sky. Shui Qinghe looked up to see a majestic, white-feathered eagle swooping down towards them, its talons sharp and menacing. He thought to himself, is this it? You claim it's more dangerous than 100,000-year soul beast? Brother Meng, you truly underestimate the might of such beasts. He cast a glance at the shadowy middle-aged man and said, Uncle Feng, grant Brother Meng some insight. Let him witness the true power of Soul Douluo. Though the shadowy middle-aged man was displeased with Shui Qinghe's ostentation regarding his strength, he had no choice but to comply. As the saying goes, to serve the ruler is to be loyal to the ruler. With a flick of his fingers, he formed a seal, and 8 soul rings materialized around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 2 yellow and 1 purple glowing simultaneously. He raised his hand and scattered several black orbs resembling sheep droppings into the sky. Upon reaching their apex, the orbs burst forth in a brilliant display, releasing numerous robust, thorny black thorns. 10 of these thorns emerged from the air like entwined serpents, coiling around each other. With a swift motion of his hand, a dark light flashed upon the thorns. In an instant, 7 black spears materialized in the sky, piercing towards the descending white-feathered eagle. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere, followed by a mournful cry of the eagle, which soon plummeted to the ground. Before the eagle could touch down, Shui Qinghe turned to the inexperienced Hao Heng and explained, What do you think, Brother Meng? Did you see that? Even a soaring eagle in the skies, when commanded by a Soul Douluo, can be dispatched with a mere gesture. Uncle Feng, is that not so? Naturally, Shui Qinghe wished to provide the shadowy middle-aged man an opportunity to showcase his prowess, understanding that such displays should not be entirely his own, lest it incite discontent among others. However, the shadowy middle-aged man remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the horizon. Shui Qinghe furrowed his brow, turning to regard the peculiar man, intending to call out, but he noticed that the other 2 soul Douluos wore expressions of disbelief. Not one to be foolish, he promptly glanced back at the sky, only to see layers of dark clouds looming above. Just as confusion enveloped him, a large hand suddenly grasped his shoulder, hurling him away. Shocked, Shui Qinghe turned to see the stout man, who had just acted, facing away from him, and in indignation at his rudeness, he heard the stout man bellow, Run! Young master, flee quickly! Shui Qinghe rose to his feet, gazing intently at him, poised to utter something, when, in the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. He beheld, not far away, a multitude of soul beasts, their expressions grotesque and their massive forms exuding an aura of dread, charging towards them with a bloodthirsty fervor that sent chills through the air. A mere glance revealed that there were well over 100 of these monstrous creatures. Shui Qinghe was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and lost in a tumult of emotions. Before he could regain his composure, a powerful shoulder lifted him up, propelling him in the opposite direction of the trio, swiftly distancing them from the gruesome onslaught of the soul beasts. The scene before him transformed rapidly. As the ice trees began to thin out, Shui Qinghe finally snapped back to reality. He pounded his fists against the broad back of the one carrying him, indignantly shouting, Put me down! Hao Heng, upon hearing the sound, turned his expressionless gaze towards him, his footsteps striking the ground heavily, carving a deep mark as he placed Shui Qinghe down. Facing Hao Heng, Shui Qinghe trembled, smoothing the creases on his clothing. His expression a tumult of emotions he had never encountered in his lifetime. Initially, he felt disdain, which morphed into panic, followed by anger, and then a flicker of gratitude for being rescued from his stupor. He inhaled deeply, his voice laden with gravity, Meng. His utterance was abruptly halted as a crimson blade pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. Shui Qinghe, bewildered, glanced down at the sword tip, only to turn and find the wielder was the enchanting beauty he had been obsessively thinking of over the past few days, his eyes widening in shock. Qian Rinchue's demeanor was frigid as she withdrew the blade, the blood from Shui Qinghe's heart splattering onto the earth. Clutching his chest, he coughed blood, pointing a trembling finger at Hao Heng and then at Qian Rinchue. His expression one of profound unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground, his pupils devoid of life. Qian Rinchue scoffed. This man had spent days scheming to entangle her, devising various ways to take advantage of her. Had she not been exceptionally astute, any other naive girl would have fallen prey to his vile intentions. At merely 12 years of age, how dare he? What a scoundrel! She advanced and kicked Shui Qinghe, flipping him over, contemplating that had the circumstances allowed, she would have made him endure the 10 most brutal tortures prepared for her father's murderer, preparing to spit in his face. Just then, a hand reached from behind, covering her mouth. Miss, please refrain from being so agitated. His face still holds value. Yun Yin's voice prompted Qian Rinchue to regain her composure, albeit with embarrassment, as she held the saliva in her mouth, unable to swallow or spit. She nodded quickly, and when Yunyan released her, she hurriedly dashed to a hidden spot, discreetly expelling the contents of her mouth. Upon her return, she cast a furtive glance at Hao Heng, relieved to find he was oblivious to her. Hao Heng had no time to concern himself with her. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon Yunyan. With her hands radiating a soft yellow glow, Yunyan approached Xue Qinghe, crouching before him. She placed her hands gently on his cheeks, and 7 soul rings manifested, shimmering in succession. After the 7th soul ring had glimmered, 5 minutes had elapsed, and her hands withdrew from Xue Qinghe's face, revealing a transparent facial mask. "Miss, come here." Upon hearing Yunyan's call, Qian Rinxue approached her with an expression of disdain. Eyeing the mask, "You can't maintain a stern face, miss. Relax." Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, allowing her facial muscles to quickly soften. Yunyan cradled the mask in her hands and carefully adhered it to Qian Rinxue's face, meticulously sealing the edges. Hao Heng stood silently behind her, observing. When Yunyan's hand withdrew, a soft yellow glow enveloped Qian Rinxue's form. 5 minutes later, as the radiance dissipated, Qian Rinxue turned her head. Hao Heng felt a tearing pain at the corners of his eyes. He could no longer widen them in astonishment. From her aura to her visage, from her gaze to the tips of her hair, including her physique and the unseen aspects beyond, she was strikingly similar. If it were not for the lifeless body of Xue Qinghe still lying on the ground, Hao Heng would undoubtedly refuse to believe that he was truly deceased. Now, he comprehended why Bai Bai Dong was so confident in her ability to portray Xue Qinghe. Presently, if Qian Rinxue herself were to declare that she was not Xue Qinghe, others would likely deem her to be mad. Nonetheless, a peculiar feeling lingered within him. Hao Heng stroked his chin, assessing Xue Qinghe from head to toe. He picked up the paper fan from the corpse, unfurled it, and with a gentle flick, smiled with his eyes and asked, "What is it, Brother Ming? Is there something amiss with me?" Hao Heng nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon his own exposed body, and his eyes brightened as his fingertips reached for his shorts. Both Yunyan and Xue Qinghe were momentarily taken aback, wishing to avert their eyes. However, Hao Heng was quicker, pressing the emerald on his shorts and retrieving 2 sets of men's clothing. He tossed one set, identical to the attire worn by Xue Qinghe. At him, what man would dare to wear a skirt in such frigid weather? Hurry and change. Chapter 115. A great trouble, what shall we do next? Shall we depart on our own, or wait for the 3 of them to catch up? After changing into the new attire, Hao Heng dug a substantial pit in the ground, meticulously collecting Xue Qinghe's belongings and tossing some of them to him before placing his body in the pit and burying it. This act, albeit small, represented the last flicker of conscience within Hao Heng. Will they catch up? Xue Qinghe remarked indifferently, fanning himself with a paper fan. He had witnessed the recent surge of soul beasts, and, even he, had been frightened by their sheer numbers and overwhelming presence. Rest assured, soul are not so fragile. They may not be able to quell the beast tide, but escaping is quite manageable. Then we shall wait for them to catch up. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to return to the Heaven Do Imperial City alone. Indeed, after Hao Heng and Xue Qinghe had exchanged their thoughts, Yunyan, who was standing by, remarked, "Since the 2 of you have reached an agreement, my duty here is fulfilled, and I shall take my leave. You intend to depart? In this frigid weather? Will you be able to manage alone?" Hao Heng turned to Yunyan, his expression filled with doubt. Yunyan smiled gently and replied, "Although I may lack combat prowess, I possess other means of ensuring my survival. Moreover, if I choose not to leave, how will you explain the circumstances surrounding Miss Xue Er's demise?" Hao Heng pondered for a moment, acknowledging the reasoning with a nod. "Very well, let us disperse," he added. "I shall return to the Spirit City and await the favorable news from both of you." Yunyan gently placed her hand on her knee, slightly bending at the waist before straightening up, then turned to walk in another direction, swiftly vanishing from Hao Heng's sight within seconds. Observing her departure, Hao Heng then addressed Xue Qinghe. "Shall we proceed?" Indeed, Xue Qinghe was about to step forward when suddenly a force upended his stature, as he found himself ensconced in Hao Heng's embrace, racing through the woods. "Hey, this is unnecessary." Hao Heng paid no heed to the calls beckoning him. He slowed his pace, and with his body bearing the weight of injuries, the fatigue etched upon his visage conveyed a sense of utter exhaustion. This was indeed the reality. Although he had managed to glean a few moments of respite in place, his considerable size implied that once depleted, the journey to restore himself to peak condition would demand an even greater span of time. The brief interlude allowed him to regain enough strength to release his perceptive abilities, and he remained ever vigilant, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous scene unfolding behind him. It was a cacophony of chaos, imbued with terror. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, silence enveloped the surroundings, and three figures surged into his awareness, akin to parched dragons breaking through the water surface. Upon turning to glance, he recognized them as the three soul fighters, each bearing wounds, their garments in tatters, as they harnessed their soul energy and sprinted forth with fervent urgency. Hao Heng observed their escape according to the plan he had devised and intended to greet them, but in the next moment, a palm print materialized on his chest, propelling him through the air. Exhausted, he had not even sensed the opponent's attack. When he finally crashed into an ice tree and lifted his gaze, he beheld a thorny figure, Shueqinghe, being flung away, swiftly retreating into the distance alongside three other silhouettes. How absurd! Are they in such a hurry to reincarnate? It's merely a surge of soul beasts, and they have not even pursued us. Without so much as a farewell, they dared to strike me. After venting his frustrations while seated on the ground, he eventually rose to his feet, casting a long gaze into the distance, preparing to flee in a direction devoid of soul beasts. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was not a single sign of soul beasts in the vicinity. Were they yet to catch up, or had the allure of the eternal ice dew diminished? Hao Heng felt the lingering chill of his shorts, and peculiar greetings surfaced in his mind. After gazing into the distance a few more times, he suddenly noticed something strange. Why had the surroundings become so dark? Upon deeper contemplation, he recalled that just a moment ago, while digging the pit, the sky appeared somewhat bright, a blend of gray and white. Logically, if it were to darken, it should take several more hours. Yet now, the heavens had abruptly plunged into darkness. What could be the reason behind this? Hao Heng could not be oblivious to the situation. It was as if the sky had been obscured, akin to transforming into a figure soaring through the vast expanse. The light was drawn away by something far more imposing. In that fleeting moment of realization, a chill coursed through Hao Heng, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He was just about to make his escape when, suddenly, the sound of a powerful gust swept through the air. The sky split open, revealing a gaping hole the size of a palm, and a colossal white hand descended, aiming directly toward Hao Heng's position. Hao Heng felt an unfriendly breeze enveloping him, striking his cheeks with a stinging pain. He gazed at the enormous white hand, recalling that night in the starry forest when a similar, albeit larger, hand had provoked his ire. What is wrong with you lot? Must you relentlessly pursue me? After a furious roar of impotent rage, Hao Heng swiftly dug a pit in the ground with his hands and concealed himself within. He had grown wiser. After all, even with all his strength, he could not withstand it, so why not lie down comfortably instead? It was so much more pleasant, and he wouldn't be struck. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hand descended, shattering countless ice trees into shards, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hao Heng, nestled within the earth, absorbed the full brunt of the seismic shock. Spitting out a mouthful of blood felt like a mere trifle. He sensed his internal organs had shifted slightly. An injury to the internal organs was indeed a grave matter. Hao Heng could not help but feel a surge of panic as he quickly racked his brain for a solution. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, his mind taut with tension, and his spiritual energy nearly depleted. How could he possibly withstand that terrifying white-haired giant hand? Why was that hand attacking him? Could it be in pursuit of the Millennium Ice Dew? Wait, I still possess the Millennium Ice Dew. Hao Heng extracted the everlasting ice dew from his shorts, and in an instant, a layer of frost enveloped his fingers. Gazing at the small ice orb in his hand, he noticed the colossal hand above him retracting slightly, stretching upwards, yet showing no intent to depart. Resolving to embrace fate, he pondered that life and death are predestined, while fortune resides in the heavens. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he observed the giant hand poised to descend once more. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth wide and placed the ice orb inside, swallowing it whole, from his mouth to his throat and finally to his stomach. A chilling wave surged through him. Hao Heng's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his form curling inward like a boiled shrimp, quaking violently. An icy veil obscured his vision, while his skin's pores opened, releasing a dense fog. Every inch of him, skin, bones, blood, and cells, was succumbing to the freezing grip of the ice, leaving him scarcely able to react. With a resounding thud, the giant hand crashed down once more, and the explosive shockwave momentarily halted the encroaching chill that threatened to engulf Hao Heng's mind. In that fleeting moment, he made a choice. He closed his eyes and initiated his breathing technique. The profound restorative powers of this method enabled his body, though ensnared by frost, to strive toward a state of vitality unimpeded by the icy tendrils. Yet, without breaking free from the cold, movement remained beyond his reach. Curiously, the giant hand inadvertently aided him. Waves of tremors cascaded through him, preventing the ice within from solidifying too thickly. Just as layers began to form, they were shattered by the force of the vibrations. Furthermore, the frigid air seemed to harbor an essence that nourished his being as the ice fragmented. It merged with his flesh and bones, and Hao Heng felt an invigorating strength gradually surging within him, even amidst the biting cold. Chapter 116. Trapped in the pit, time slipped away unnoticed, and when Hao Heng regained consciousness, remnants of the cold still lingered upon him. He was no longer immobilized, yet a sharp ache pulsed through his bones. Above him, the giant hand continued its relentless assault upon the earth, reminiscent of a playful child at play. Hao Heng pondered the reason behind this phenomenon, and upon rising, he noticed that the snow beneath him had completely melted into water. The warmth flowed from higher altitudes to lower, revealing that his body was so cold that the snow had melted around him, albeit not spreading far. It merely deepened the pit in which he concealed himself by a few meters, perhaps around several dozen. He surmised that he was too diminutive a presence for that colossal beast, and his hiding place too profound for it to detect. After stretching his limbs and taking several deep breaths, he gazed up at the sky, several dozen meters above, and let out a cold snort. He felt a surge of newfound strength within him. Opening his attribute panel, he was astounded to discover that after 6 years of toil to elevate his attributes to 3 million, he had merely consumed the ancient ice dew and, in less than a day, had increased his attributes by 2 million. What could possibly account for such an extraordinary phenomenon? Indeed, it seemed that devouring rare treasures of heaven and earth was the true path to power. Hao Heng reminisced about his grueling days, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He shook his head, then, with a swift motion, propelled himself from the small pit. Once outside, the energy within him surged through his limbs, unleashing a formidable aura. With his spirit power now at its zenith, he felt liberated. In a mere 3 seconds, his height transformed from nearly 2 meters to an astonishing 2,500 meters. He discerned clearly that the colossal hand belonged to a massive white-haired gorilla, towering just twice his height. However, Hao Heng felt no trepidation. With all his attributes soaring to 5 million multiplied by 2,500, he sensed an exhilarating surge of power. At this moment, he believed he could confront even a deity, let alone a mere white-haired gorilla. After Hao Heng let out a furious roar at the gorilla, he raised his fist, expending no energy to gather strength. With a single, powerful punch, his fist shattered the air that stood in his way, creating a massive vacuum ring that enveloped his arm. The very fabric of space was torn asunder, and an invisible tempest of void transformed into shimmering black ripples cascading down his arm. Not only did it leave him unscathed, but it also rendered his fist even more formidable. Powerful, unstoppable, indomitable, and capable of breaking through anything. In this moment, Hao Heng felt as though he had grasped something profound. He seemed to genuinely perceive the elusive, ineffable principles that could only be understood intuitively. However, time was fleeting, and he had merely 10 seconds at his disposal, leaving no opportunity to contemplate these principles. At that moment, his mind was singularly focused on a singular thought: to strike the white-haired gorilla away or to annihilate it on the spot. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the giant with azure skin, the Titan snow demon ape was momentarily taken aback, rooted to the spot. It was only when Hao Heng's fist was already in motion that it comprehended the impending threat. From that fist, it sensed the specter of death looming over it. As a sole beast of over 100,000 years, it realized that if it did not regard this encounter with the utmost seriousness, as the ruler of the far north, it could indeed meet its demise today. With a roar that resonated through the heavens, the Titan snow demon ape summoned a tempest. The clouds thickened ominously, and the raging blizzard intensified 100-fold in an instant, coalescing into a curtain of snow that enveloped it entirely. It drew back its arms in a powerful arc, creating 2 whirlpools that spun furiously around its fists, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, devouring the blizzard that clung to its hands. Concurrently, a blue-white ring of light emanated from beneath its feet. As the ring swept over Hao Heng, he experienced a familiar sensation, reminiscent of his battle against Xiongba in Jinshuang City. The blue-white ring sought to freeze him in place. Yet having endured the trials of the millennial ice dew, he found himself undeterred. Even if the realm unleashed by the white-haired gorilla was 100-fold or 1,000-fold more potent than that of Xiongba, it mattered not. No force could halt the advance of the giant. After a brief 3 seconds of suspension in midair, Hao Heng stepped forward once more. The thickening layer of snow beneath him instilled a sense of solidity, empowering his punch with greater resolve as he drew nearer to the Titan snow demon ape. The Titan seemed to have gathered its strength, the snowfall around it ceased, and it encased its fists with two glowing silver snowballs. It maneuvered the snowballs to collide, launching them toward Hao Heng's formidable fist. The convergence of their strikes resulted in a cataclysmic shockwave that erupted after a fleeting moment of silence, dispersing the cloud cover that had loomed over the far north for countless millennia. In just 2 seconds, the darkness was pushed back 1,000 miles, sunlight pouring through the breach. Yet before it could touch the ground, it was devoured by the rifts created by the two colossal forces. The snow beneath the giants retreated in all directions, revealing the icy layer below, which cracked open, yielding unfathomable fissures. Boom! In the 7th second of Hao Heng's punch, he sensed that the two fists opposing him were not as formidable as he had anticipated. A faint smile graced his lips as he realized that his current state was indeed invincible. He leaned forward slightly, intending to channel the power from within his arm into the arms of the white-haired gorilla, aiming to first shatter its limbs and then deliver a blow that would pierce its abdomen. However, in the next moment, a wave of emptiness and weakness surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his body. His soul power had been exhausted. Cursing inwardly, Hao Heng hastily pushed forward, managing to propel the snow demon ape several steps back. Yet his own form rapidly diminished, and he found himself plunging into a seemingly bottomless pit that had appeared beneath his feet. The Titan snow demon ape staggered back a few steps, sensing an emptiness ahead as its opponent vanished unexpectedly. It unleashed its arms, sending two snowballs, encased in its fists, soaring thousands of meters. Upon collision, they erupted with a thunderous roar, creating two colossal storms clashing against each other. After a considerable time, the Titan snow demon ape's racing heart finally settled. It leaned forward, gazing into the abyss that even it could not fathom. Ancient legends spoke of a frigid chasm beneath the ice in the far north, from which all coldness emanated. Previously, the Titan snow demon ape believed it was the chasm it had claimed as its territory, for the walls there occasionally exuded a chill. Yet this chasm, which was so profound that even its massive form could not discern the bottom, was something entirely different. As the Titan snow demon ape peered into the abyss, a surge of icy blue gas erupted from below, sweeping over the fissured ice that Hao Heng had shattered. Astonishingly, the hundreds of meters of ice began to visibly mend at an incredible pace. The icy breath engulfed the Titan snow demon ape, and despite its accustomed existence in a frigid realm, it genuinely felt the cold. It recoiled, its body trembling as it shrank to a height of 20 meters, disregarding the abyss behind it, and turned to flee. It perceived that the events of the day would haunt it for a lifetime. The sudden emergence of a terrifying giant and the endless chasm were beyond its imagination. The world seemed utterly mad, transforming into an unfamiliar visage. It felt weak and resolved to retreat into seclusion to diligently cultivate its strength. After his departure, the icy mist failed to repair the ice layer, sealing the opening, and the previously scattered icy vapors transformed into dark clouds that obscured the sky, causing the snowfall to resume. Chapter 117, The Dominance of the Extreme Realm. Gazing at the gradually freezing ice layer above, Hao Heng's mind momentarily faltered. He now lay merely 10 meters from the ice surface. Indeed, this pit was not as bottomless as it appeared from above. Surprisingly, it was quite shallow. As for why the bottom was invisible from above, Hao Heng speculated it was due to the eerie, azure luminescent membrane beneath the ice. After lying on the frigid ground for a brief moment, he attempted to sit up, but upon the thought's inception, he discovered a troubling issue. His body had become frozen once again, this time without even feeling the cold. Moreover, this layer of ice was thick and solid. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a pale blue mist seeping from the two walls beside him. Most of it ascended while only a small portion settled downwards. Unfortunately, his body lay ensnared in a small pit of condensed icy vapor, with only his head and neck exposed. This was dire. If he remained still any longer, he might find himself utterly immobilized. Hao Heng held his breath, and the soul power within him, which had just begun to recover, surged forth, awakening his giant martial soul. In an instant, his head swelled to a size of 10 meters, yet his body remained unchanged, bound in place. Unbelievable! A surge of panic coursed through Hao Heng as he attempted to move, yet despite his vigorous efforts to shake his neck, his body below remained utterly unresponsive. He summoned the fiery essence within him, the flames of his training and the solar embers, in a bid to expel the chilling cold that had invaded his being. However, With each attempt, he felt the constriction upon his body intensify. It dawned on him that the frigid air from the outside had not penetrated his interior. He was instead battling the remnants of the ancient ice dew that lingered within him. Alarmed, he promptly ceased his efforts. After a moment of struggling, he reclined his head back, resting it upon a stone, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ice surface thickening before him. This is dire. Surely, I shan't perish in this desolate place. The more he pondered, the more suffocating his thoughts became, as familiar faces flitted through his mind. No, I cannot succumb here. I have promised my senior sister that we would meet again, and I have vowed to Baiyu that I would train alongside him. With these reflections igniting a fierce will to survive within him, Hao Heng resumed his struggles. Yet the icy layer encasing him had nearly imprisoned his body within the pit, and the ice formed from the chilling air was alarmingly solid, akin to diamond. Hao Heng twisted and grimaced for a while, then, utterly exhausted, continued to lean against the stone, gasping for breath. Well, so be it. While dying in this forgotten place is indeed tragic, I have yet to truly live. Hao Heng let out a furious roar, struggling momentarily in a desperate attempt to extricate himself, while ice remained unaware. Ultimately, however, he failed. He lay there, utterly devoid of strength. Fearing that if he succumbed to slumber, he might never awaken, he refrained from employing his breathing techniques for recovery. It was a deadlock. As despair enveloped him, Hao Heng lay on the ground, closing his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming steady. The surroundings fell into silence. Save for the faint sound of his breath, the soft whisper of the wind, and the subtle sound of crawling. Wait, the sound of crawling. Hao Heng's eyes widened in an instant, his focus sharpening as he gazed in the direction of the sound, just to the side, at the base of the wall. As his vision transitioned from blurred to clear, his eyes rounded in surprise, revealing a hint of joy. Before him lay a group of diminutive creatures, each possessing a core of tubular, ice-blue material approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in length, reminiscent of a spotlight. Encasing this tubular substance was a layer of transparent, rubber-like material, plump and resembling a caterpillar, albeit more pristine and endearing, with 2 straight little antennae atop their heads. Not far from them were larger counterparts of the same kind. Could it be the ancient soul beast, the ice crystal worm? Over the past 6 years, the correspondence between Hao Heng and Luo Li was not merely a means of maintaining their relationship. He had occasionally requested that she send him a few books for his studies. Initially, Luo Li was reluctant, but after his persistent appeals, she eventually acquiesced to this act of self-borrowing. Of course, Hao Heng ensured that each book was returned in pristine condition. Although the volumes he perused did not amount to even a fraction of the entire library, they nonetheless imparted a wealth of knowledge. He was particularly well-versed in the specialized lore of soul beasts, and these ice crystal worms, nestled in the corner of the wall, were among the most extraordinary. According to records, ice crystal worms are oviparous creatures, with newborns reaching lengths of up to 10 meters. As they age, their size diminishes, and they possess no means of attack, subsisting solely on cold energy. The older they become, the less they prefer to move, often remaining stationary for extended periods. Yet, the most remarkable aspect lies in their innate soul skill, extreme dominance. This is a soul skill coveted by every soul master, whether for offensive or defensive strategies, support or control, as it grants the ability to survive in extreme environments. What constitutes an extreme environment? Places of extreme cold or heat, toxic miasma, immense pressure, or low oxygen. These are all polar realms. The more extreme the environment, the greater the defensive capabilities provided by this soul ring. However, there exists a limit. Otherwise, how could the ice crystal worms have been hunted to the brink of extinction in the outside world? Hao Heng once beheld the last soul master to possess the supreme body-soul ring, a defensive soul king. Remarkably, he withstood the onslaught of 5 soul Douluos in a full-force strike from a tidal Douluo, emerging unscathed. It is no longer adequate to describe this soul ring and its corresponding soul beast as merely extraordinary. Yet, due to its unparalleled nature, this soul beast was hunted to near extinction by soul masters long ago, illustrating the adage that fortune often conceals misfortune. Hao Heng gazed hungrily at the dozens of creatures nestled in the corner, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. He envisioned that if he were to acquire the soul rings of these beings and combine them with his inherent physique, he could attain invincibility. Just the thought sent his heart racing with exhilaration, causing him to fidget restlessly. However, after a few moments of movement, he recalled his current predicament, frozen in place, with those insects situated several hundred meters away, all lying still and unwilling to budge. How could he possibly reach them? Despair washed over him, and he lay back with some force, causing a dull pain to throb in his head. Yet, it was this fleeting discomfort that ignited a spark of inspiration in Hao Heng's mind. His eyes widened as he realized, of course, he still harbored the chilling essence of the 10,000-year ice dew within him, while the soul beasts outside were fervently yearning for it. Surely, these ice crystal insects would have no reason to refuse. With this thought, Hao Heng summoned the fire of body tempering, channeling the cold energy toward his head. He then pursed his lips and gently blew towards the cluster of ice crystal insects. The chill transformed into a visible stream of white mist, drifting toward the diminutive creatures. The larger ones were deemed too substantial for his scheme and thus excluded from consideration. Once the mist reached the wall and dispersed, Hao Heng halted, watching intently. Several seconds passed, yet the ice crystal insects remained utterly motionless. Hao Heng sensed an impending crisis once more. Just as he contemplated new strategies, the ice crystal worms began to stir, slowly undulating their bodies at a pace of half a meter per minute. This speed left Hao Heng utterly astonished, urging himself internally while exhaling audibly. Finally, after enduring several hours of anxious waiting, the first ice crystal worm was merely 3 centimeters away from his outstretched tongue. "Come on in." Hao Heng tilted his head, his tongue eagerly extending forward, his gaze ablaze with intensity. The ice crystal worm seemed to sense the impending danger, halting in its tracks as its tiny antennae brushed against one another. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, it succumbed to temptation and inched forward. The instant the ice crystal worm moved, Hao Heng's eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light. His tongue swept across the ground, curling around it and drawing the first ice crystal worm into his mouth. Chapter 118. Promotion. This was his last lifeline. Having just emerged from despair, Hao Heng felt no revulsion. Moreover, the ice crystal worm appeared rather endearing. Once placed in his mouth, it resembled the icy jellies he had savored in his past life. Delightfully soft and yielding, Hao Heng neither bit nor swallowed it. Instead, he found a place in his mouth to hold it down, patiently awaiting the arrival of the second, third, and fourth until the final one arrived. Only then did he close his mouth, a smile illuminating his face as he summoned the second soul ring. The inner fire furnace ignited, the forging flames surging into his oral cavity, molding into a furnace, with the walls of his mouth serving as the furnace's confines. It blazed forth, refining the abundant soul power from the bodies of the numerous tiny ice crystal worms. The forging fire was a form of energy, and it appeared that the tardigrade's body could absorb energy to enhance its strength. Even when Hao Heng introduced the true sun fire into the mix, he found himself with no means to subdue it, which left him somewhat vexed. After a while, Hao Heng sensed that the bodies of the dozen worms had transitioned from softness to hardness, causing a slight itch in his throat. Realizing he had no effective means to deal with them, he prepared to expel them. To prevent their escape, he resolved to expel them one by one, planning to grip the others with his teeth while using his tongue to push out the first one. Having felt their hardness, Hao Heng did not hold back and bit down with considerable force. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a refreshing liquid, and he realized that he had crushed the ice crystal worm. Promptly, he summoned the inner fire furnace once more to continue the refining process, this time encountering no obstruction. Hao Heng blinked in confusion, contemplating for a moment. He bit down on the sole remaining ice crystal worm that was still valiantly holding on, only to discover that its resilient body could be easily penetrated with just a gentle exertion of force beneath the flames. This revelation indicated that the ice crystal worm was incapable of withstanding more than one extreme condition at a time, revealing a vulnerability that was somewhat troubling. Hao Heng let out a sigh of dissatisfaction. Yet as he reflected on the moment when he failed to discern their weaknesses and was utterly powerless against them, a smile crept upon his face, and he chose to dismiss those chaotic thoughts. After a considerable passage of time, Hao Heng opened his eyes, and the system's notification resonated beside him. "Congratulations, host. This fusion has yielded a 10,000-year soul ring, pseudo, and a heap of refuse." A surge of joy welled up within Hao Heng, as he surmised that the furnace had indeed begun to amalgamate those soul rings. Yet, he pondered the extent to which the efficacy of this pseudo, 100,000-year soul ring might differ from that of the genuine article. Regardless, he resolved to proceed with the fusion. He swiftly summoned his soul energy, directing it toward his mouth to connect with the soul rings. The process of merging the soul rings proved to be remarkably effortless. The malevolent aura emanating from the rings seemed to dissipate. In less than half an hour, Hao Heng successfully integrated this soul ring into his giant martial soul. With a resounding boom, a wave of energy surged forth, shattering the icy barrier and liberating the shackles that had restrained his soul power. An overwhelming torrent of soul energy surged through his being. Hao Heng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the capabilities of the soul ring. Indeed, it was the extreme body dominance he had envisioned, a power that, under the most extreme conditions, enhanced his physical attributes up to a staggering 10,000-fold, contingent upon the intensity of the extreme pressure he endured. Simultaneously, he discerned the distinctions between his pseudo and authentic forms. Although he lacked a soul skill, he possessed the remarkable ability to withstand 3 types of extreme energies concurrently. This revelation elicited a bittersweet sensation within him. The loss of a 100,000-year soul skill was undeniably distressing. Yet, contemplating the ability to endure 3 forms of extreme energy offered a modicum of solace. A notification chimed, detected that the host meets the criteria for system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? As he had anticipated, the system upgrade was imminent. With no reservations, he consented. However, during the countdown for the upgrade, a thought struck him. During his first upgrade, he had absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Golden Armored Bear, which had summoned a thunderstorm. In the second upgrade, he had absorbed the soul of the fire-eating demon toad, which had summoned the flame of body forging. Now, with his third upgrade, he absorbed the ice crystal worm, which bore some relation to ice. Could it possibly summon an ice calamity? If that were the case, it might thicken the layer of ice enveloping him. If that were indeed true, he would find himself trapped in a state of despair. Although he had recently broken through, he remained unable to penetrate the icy barrier. Should it grow thicker, he would undoubtedly face the peril of being ensnared within. Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. Hao Heng silently offered his prayers, yet they proved futile. As the system's countdown concluded, a dark rift tore open in the void above him. A frigid blizzard descended, striking him squarely in the face. The moment the wind swept through, his complexion turned a shade of green. In addition to his soul power rapidly flowing into the new soul ring, his body became terrifyingly powerful, but he also felt as though his soul was frozen, with all senses dulled to a crawl. The few minutes of assessment time felt like an eternity, not merely an expression. Gritting his teeth, Hao Heng resolved that he would not succumb to this torment. He would not perish from the cold, so he decided to sleep instead. As he activated his breathing technique, despite the tempest of frost and snow above, he drifted into a sweet slumber. It was not until over a minute later that he finally opened his eyes to the rift in the void. As anticipated, his head had also succumbed to the freeze, encased in a layer of ice, leaving only his eyelids capable of movement. Fortunately, due to the new soul ring, as long as his soul power remained uninterrupted, he would not freeze to death or starve. However, being trapped in this state felt akin to death itself. No, he thought, such thoughts were unacceptable. Better to endure the struggle of life than to seek a release in death. Hao Heng blinked, dispelling the unwelcome thoughts from his mind. He then opened the system panel to examine his attribute changes. Upon glancing at the display, a tremor involuntarily coursed through his frozen cheeks. Host, Hao Heng Martial Soul, Giant, Height, 5,000 meters, Status, Severe Cold Invasion, Soul Power Level, 31 Soul Power Reserve, 250,000, 250,000, Recovery of 5,000 per second, Stamina, 100, Recovery of 10 per minute. Note: once stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing task training. Strength, 5,000, 000 Speed, 5,000, Constitution, 5,000, 000 Spirit, 5,000, 000 Distributable Attribute Points, 0 Special Abilities, Sleep Restoration Breathing Technique, Level 4, Thunder Cleansing Technique, First Layer, 100. Second Layer, 99. Profound Fire Body Refinement Technique, Enlightenment Meditation on the Path of Chaos Equipped Item, Indestructible Emerald Underwear Skills, First Soul Skill, Domain of Thunder, Second Soul Skill, Inner Fire Furnace, Third Soul Skill, Supreme Body of the Extreme, in operation. Constitution Attribute Points multiplied by 1,000. Passive, Gift from the Earth Mother, Deficiency, 98. 75. Berserk Hunter's Arrow. His soul power had increased by 1.5 times due to the absorption of the soul ring. The doubling of the martial soul limit appeared to be a reward for leveling up. Furthermore, there was the Level 4 breathing technique and an additional ability. The Enlightenment Meditation on the Path of Chaos, a lengthy name that seemed formidable. He decided to ponder it later. What on earth is this 5 billion in Constitution attribute points? Surely, if the ice on my body melts, my meager mental power will be unable to control my form. Is this an attempt to trap me here indefinitely? Chapter 119. Enlightenment Meditation on the Path of Chaos. Hao Heng now found himself utterly immobilized, a consequence of the ice that surrounded him, compounded by his own attributes, with the icy grip being the predominant factor. However, his mind was more agile than before. Previously, he could only perceive changes within a radius of several dozen meters around him. Now, he meticulously extended his senses and astonishingly detected the wall 200 meters away. Although this newfound ability was of little practical use and could not facilitate his escape, he quietly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his memories. From the recesses of his mind, he extracted the profound technique imparted by the system, the art of tranquility and enlightenment, a method steeped in chaos and clarity. He recited the lengthy incantation of this technique, which, although cumbersome and seemingly foreign to both this world and his past life, was effortlessly completed as it had been inscribed into his mind by the system. At the very moment he ceased his recitation, a refreshing chill emanated from the center of his brow, spreading throughout him. He sensed that the agitation born from his confinement dissipated like embers extinguished by a deluge of cool water, leaving not a single spark behind. His vision sharpened, and his mental acuity doubled in a fleeting moment. Even with his eyes closed, every detail within a 400-meter radius crystallized in his mind, as vividly as if he were standing amidst the stones of the walls and the icy air above. This sensation lingered for several minutes before gradually waning. Hao Heng furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Is this all there is? If it merely allows his spiritual energy to double, he may indeed be trapped in this icy abyss for eternity. He could hardly believe it. The profound clarity of understanding, meticulously cultivated, transcending into a state of ethereal enlightenment. Hao Heng recited the names of the techniques, contemplating their meanings. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. How could such a meager reservoir of spiritual energy lead to true understanding? He closed his eyes once more, silently reciting the incantation, allowing his spiritual energy to expand. Yet, as the final syllable of the incantation faded into the ether, an inexplicable impulse compelled him to repeat it. Upon completing the second recitation, he found his spiritual energy had doubled. After a third, it had again doubled. It dawned on him that by continuously reciting the incantation within the duration of the amplification effect, he could perpetually augment his spiritual energy, refreshing the time frame. Thus, having uncovered the secret of the incantation, Hao Heng repeated it over and over, amplifying the effect to 4 layers, 5 layers, up to 50 layers. However, after the 40th layer, the rate of amplification began to decline sharply, and by the time he reached the 50th recitation, the increase approached a near-zero threshold. Upon completing the 50th recitation, Hao Heng opened his eyes wide, and within their depths, 2 vibrant blue beams danced and lingered. He felt as though he had become akin to a legendary celestial being, as the world transformed into a simpler realm. Ice was no longer ice. Earth was no longer earth. Stone was no longer stone, and water was no longer water. All matter in the world became mere lines, akin to the ice that encased him, which in his vision appeared as countless deep blue threads, each smaller than a hair, intricately woven and arranged. He savored this sensation. Previously, during his encounter with the white-furred gorilla that had caused his fall into this place, he had experienced a fleeting premonition, but at that time, consumed by the battle. He had no opportunity to reflect. Now, however, this ability to see through all things was exquisite and extraordinary. As he reveled in this sensation, more enchanting than any leisure the world could offer, Hao Heng did not lose sight of his objective. The blue light in his eyes flickered as he retracted the waves of spiritual energy, focusing them on the icy layer enveloping him. He could feel the delicate threads composing the ice, and with a flick of his spiritual energy, he could move them. He concentrated his spiritual force to sever dozens of these threads, distinctly perceiving a layer of ice had been removed, albeit one thinner than paper. Nevertheless, he was elated. If he could peel away one layer, there would surely be a second, a third, an unending process. He was prepared for a laborious struggle akin to that of the ancient foolish old man who moved mountains. Yet, when he redirected his attention back to the ice surface, despair washed over him. The layer he had just removed swiftly reformed due to the descending chill, and within mere seconds, hundreds more layers had accumulated atop it. Cursed be this fate. Despite the current setbacks faced by the legal institution, a tempest of fury surged uncontrollably within Hao Heng's mind. Just when he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, reality delivered a heavy blow. His expression darkened as he resolved to retract his mental energy before devising a plan. However, As his immense mental force converged upon his brow, he discovered a thick thread extending from within his body, leaving him perplexed. Reciting the incantation once more to maintain his focus, he directed his mental energy along the thread, feeling it retract until it reached the icy ground beneath. The ground? What could this possibly mean? Questions swirled in his mind. He enveloped himself in the slender connection with his mental energy, noting the few strands present. Detaching one from above, he was suddenly struck by a wave of weakness coursing through his limbs. This sensation of frailty was faint, had it not been brimming with mental power. He might not have even noticed it. What could this possibly signify? Hao Heng felt a sudden unease, inexplicably weakened. If he did not identify the source of his problem, he would find himself, like a vast dam succumbing to an anthole. He focused his mental energy, scanning every part of his body. Strangely, from the minutest cell to the largest organ, there was no visible change, yet the sensation of weakness was undeniably real. Hao Heng, with an expression of bewilderment, opened the system interface and cast a glance at his attribute points. His strength attribute now stood at 5,730,000, a reduction of 20,000 from before, while the other attributes remained unchanged. This, after scrutinizing the various attribute values for a moment without uncovering the issue, Hao Heng was about to close the system. However, just before he could do so, he caught sight of a small line of text tucked away at the bottom. The gift of the Earth Mother. Hao Heng recalled that day, standing before the precipice, as he endeavored to comprehend the arrow shot by Luo Yi. In that fleeting half-second, he was enveloped in a peculiar sensation, akin to being buried beneath the earth, becoming one with the soil. He was the earth, and the earth was him. Could it be? This is the essence of the law? The light in Hao Heng's eyes grew even brighter. He hastily concentrated his spirit, directing it along the line that connected him to the earth, surging downward. Initially, he felt nothing. However, as he released half of his mental energy, the chilling aura emanating from the ice surrounding him seemed to diminish against his skin. It was as if he returned to that day, lying upon the vast, untamed expanse of the earth, inhaling the unique fragrance of the soil, becoming one with nature. After 5 minutes, this sensation abruptly ceased. Hao Heng awoke from his profound slumber, his eyes wide open, peering through the icy layer towards the outside. Beneath the lightless confines of the ice cave, he attained a moment of enlightenment. This was the principle. This was the essence of the Tao. He summoned the system and, upon glancing at his power attribute points, found they had surged by over 100,000. Lowering his gaze to the section on the Mother Earth's gifts, he noted a significant decrease of 2 in the incomplete values. Chapter 120. The Return. The sage proclaimed, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Hao Heng is currently immersed in the process of enlightenment. Although he is reluctant to face death after attaining understanding, he seeks wisdom as a means of survival, while simultaneously relishing the journey of discovery. This sense of comfort and joy mirrors the moment in a mathematics exam when, just before the paper is collected, one suddenly grasps the solution. The path to enlightenment is akin to gradually unraveling answers, where the closer one draws to understanding, the more focused and taut one's spirit becomes, leading to an obsession that ultimately renders the passage of time, the sole evidence of his existence, entirely forgotten. Regrettably, Hao Heng was unable to uncover the final answer. When the residual value bestowed by the Earth Mother reached 60, his mental capacity could no longer immerse itself in the Tao. His mental prowess had reached its limit. Yet Hao Heng did not press further. After careful calculation, he recognized that the upper limit of his mental amplification was determined by the peak attributes of his physical form. He understood that as long as his attributes could increase in the future, he would continue to pursue the Tao without haste. Hao Heng meticulously organized the insights he had gained from his recent enlightenment, firmly embedding them in his memory before embarking on a new phase of consolidating his spiritual energy. Upon reaching the 50th level, the pinnacle of amplification, he summoned the soul force within him. The incomplete gifts from the Earth Mother had been replenished, bestowing upon him not only the path to enlightenment, but also nearly doubling his power. He had now become a man of 10 million strength, with a determined push. He strained against the ice layer surrounding him, which trembled slightly before swiftly returning to its original state. Although he had not managed to break free, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a testament to the validity of his efforts over the past days. Yet, paramount was the realization that he had never intended to rely solely on brute force to shatter the encasing ice. It was a crude approach, and as someone who had now attained a semblance of enlightenment, he bore the weight of responsibility and preferred not to act recklessly. His strategy was to unravel the ice enveloping him through the understanding of the path of ice. During his contemplation of the earthly path, he had discovered that as his mastery over it deepened, he could either shatter the ground with sheer force or tear it apart with his spiritual energy with far greater ease than before. The reason for this newfound ability was not merely a surge in his strength. Rather, as he employed his spiritual energy to probe the earth, he noticed that the lines forming the soil and stones had thickened considerably compared to when he first embarked on his journey. Manipulating them with his spiritual energy had thus become significantly simpler. Therefore, Hao Heng resolved to comprehend the path of ice and subsequently employ his spiritual prowess to dissolve the cursed ice encasing him, granting him the freedom to exit. However, the path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty. His entry into the earthly path had only been facilitated by a moment of profound realization, which is not solely reliant on heightened spiritual energy, but also contingent upon timing, talent, and environmental factors. The trifecta of favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relations is indispensable. In his current predicament, he found himself only partially aligned with the favorable location. Nevertheless, he felt unperturbed, for time was abundant. He was neither starving nor freezing, allowing him ample opportunity to contend with the ice layer. Resolute in his decision, Hao Heng concentrated intently on the ice enveloping him, the nearby ice, and the chilling air around him. Without the alternation of day and night, he could not perceive the passage of time, yet he sensed that a long, interminable duration had elapsed. As dusk descended upon the western mountains, the far northern lands were swiftly enveloped in darkness. At the gates of Jinshuang City, the patrolling guards held a lantern wrapped in yellow paper. At this hour, the streets within the city were nearly deserted, let alone the city gates. A few negligent guards gathered together, and one of them, encircled by the others like a moon amid stars, proposed, given the frigid weather and the lateness of the hour, "It is unlikely anyone will be entering or exiting. Shall we close the gates now and make our way to the dominators of the world? I have heard they have a few new dancers arriving tonight." The individual known as the chief, rotund and with prominent ears, surveyed the snow-covered landscape, his narrowed eyes scanning from left to right. After confirming the unchanging expanse of white, he nodded with a smile and declared, "Very well. We shall close early today and head to the dominion of supremacy for some merriment." His words elicited jubilant cheers from the guards, who shouted in celebration. However, among them was a rather sharp-faced lad, his brow furrowed in concentration as he gazed into the distance. The chief approached him, bemused by his unusual demeanor, for this young man was typically the most enthusiastic about visiting such revelries. He raised his hand and playfully slapped the lad on the shoulder. Startled, the young man lost his footing and tumbled face first into the snow. The chief erupted into laughter, lifting him by the collar, and teasingly remarked, "You, who usually boast the loudest about going to the Dominion, why are you so silent today? Have you been drained of spirit, lacking the energy to even stand?" Though any man would typically defend himself against jests regarding his prowess, the lad merely adjusted his helmet and pointed skeptically toward the horizon he had been observing. "Chief, is there not a figure over there?" Noticing the seriousness etched on the young man's face, which suggested he was not jesting, the chief squinted into the darkening snowfield. Yet, he could discern no signs of life. Indeed, even if there were a figure, he would be unable to see it. Realizing he had been tricked, he cast the lad back to his previous position and grumbled, "You rascal, trying to fool me. Hurry and follow, or you shall treat us tonight." With that, the chief strode toward the city gate, intending to gather his comrades to close up for the night. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, the young man's trembling voice reached him once more, "Chief, Chief." Impatience welled up within him as he turned, ready to admonish the intruder. But just as he twisted his head, he felt a coarse, heavy hand resting upon his shoulder. This was the headquarters of the Dominant Alliance, a formidable presence in the underworld. A few years prior, after undergoing significant reconstruction, the headquarters had risen an additional 5 stories atop its original 3. The scope of its operations had expanded, yet the lavish, sprawling office that once belonged exclusively to the leader was conspicuously absent, at least to the eyes of outsiders. In truth, only the closest confidants of the leader knew that he still possessed a grand office occupying an entire floor, though it was hidden beneath the ground. The entrance to this subterranean domain was heavily guarded and shrouded in secrecy, rendering it nearly impossible to locate without a guide. However, the atmosphere underground today was palpably different. The leader, a rotund figure, trembled slightly, standing to the side with arms crossed, resembling a subordinate. His eyes, akin to small plums, reflected a sense of panic as they frequently darted toward the grand table that had once been his exclusive domain, crafted from pure gold and accompanied by the finest Soft as sofas, he usually forbade anyone from approaching within 5 meters, fearing the dust from their bodies would tarnish its surface. Yet today, his territory had been usurped by another. Without a shred of courtesy, a young servant passed by with a tray, only to be halted by the leader. Accepting the items with both hands, he approached reverently, placing them atop a tray already overflowing with dishes. As he stepped closer to the table, a glance at its surface, slick with oil and broth, caused his breath to catch momentarily in his throat. Yet 6 years prior, he had learned the invaluable lesson that one must never offend the wrong individuals, even in moments of fleeting indignity. This wisdom had enabled the dominant alliance to eliminate and absorb the 2 other major factions, solidifying its status as the sole power in Frosttown. He, the leader, was both pliable and resolute. "Boss, is the food to your liking?" Hao Heng's mouth was stuffed with an assortment of delicacies. Having not tasted meat for several years, he felt capable of devouring an entire cow. Upon hearing Xiongba's voice, he thought of the considerable amount he had consumed and deemed it time to switch to lighter fare, as his stomach was now somewhat satiated. He attempted to swallow the food in his mouth, straining to open his throat, yet it remained lodged. Xiongba promptly handed him a bowl of soup, which he tilted back to drink heartily. Once the food was washed down, he exhaled contentedly and remarked, "Well done. Ah, my lord, do take your time. There is more to come. Indeed, it is time for vegetables and fruits." Hao Heng nodded, pouring the remaining half bowl of soup into his mouth. "Indeed, my lord. I have prepared a private chamber for you above, complete with enchanting beauties. After you have dined sufficiently, perhaps you might." Xiongba evilly spoke, attempting to divert Hao Heng towards his exclusive domain. However, after a prolonged discourse, he glanced down to find Hao Heng, one hand cradling the soup basin, the other holding a piece of herbal residue, lost in thought. "My lord, what troubles you? What is this?" This is Angelica sinensis, also known as Dongke. Is there an issue with this herb? Zongguai, we truly ought to return. Chapter 121, Reunion, Part 1, Wuhuan City remains as vibrant as ever. Hao Heng drew back the curtain of the carriage, leaning forward to gaze at the throngs of people bustling in and out of the city gates. After many years, he had finally returned. This time, he intended to present himself with honor. "Sir, may I see your identification?" The carriage driver peered in and addressed Hao Heng. Retracting his head, Hao Heng produced a Soul Master token from his chest pocket and handed it to the driver, upon which a single character, Mighty, was inscribed. Of course, the name under which one returns is of little consequence. What truly matters is the manner of one's return, open and upright. Upon inspecting the token, the guards, upon realizing that a Soul Master was seated within the carriage, exhibited a much more respectful demeanor. They returned the token to the driver, who then handed it back to Hao Heng, inquiring about his origins and destination before allowing the carriage to enter the city. Hao Heng instructed him to escort him to the Soul Master Academy. On their journey, they passed by a flower shop. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to stop and purchased a bouquet of vibrant, crimson roses. Entering the academy through the grand entrance with an air of confidence, he radiated an undeniable presence that deterred the guards from obstructing his passage. Thus, he traversed unhindered until he arrived at the library's entrance, where a throng of individuals gathered, clamoring and shouting in excitement. Curiosity piqued, Hao Heng gazed upon the crowd, where he beheld a somewhat effeminate blonde gentleman kneeling on one knee, cradling a vibrant crimson rose that mirrored his own appearance. He was professing sweet nothings to a tall, ethereal beauty with waist-length icy blue hair and skin as delicate as jade, ultimately extending an invitation for a date. As he concluded his declaration, the onlookers erupted in a chorus, urging the maiden to accept his proposal. With hopeful starlight shimmering in his eyes as he gazed at the enchanting girl, she extended her hand toward the rose he held. An icy aura emanated from her touch, and in the blink of an eye, both the flower and the blonde gentleman's hand were encased in ice. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, the girl coldly commanded leave. Following her words, she lifted her gaze, casting a chilling glance over the spectators. Her gaze was so terrifyingly frigid that none could withstand it, prompting them to disperse in haste. Only Hao Heng remained, a smile gracing his features as he stepped forward. Observing his unwavering demeanor, the crowd quietly gathered once more. The beauty had not anticipated that amidst the chaos, someone would dare to approach her with flowers, despite the palpable panic in the air. With a flicker of cold light in her eyes, she summoned a long sword radiating frost in her hand, its purpose unmistakable. Yet, he appeared unfazed, advancing steadily until he halted a mere meter from her, offering the blossoms. The maiden raised her sword, aiming for his head. eager to test the mettle of this bold soul. However, in the next instant, a voice resonated beside her, halting the blade mid-air. "Sister, I have returned." Those few words, delivered in a rugged tone, struck like a series of heavy blows to Luo Li's heart. Since sending the final letter by Dong 6 years prior, she had awaited a reply every single day, an interminable wait that stretched across 6 long years. The sword fell from her grasp with a clang, and tears glistened in her eyes as she stepped forward, coming to stand before Hao Heng. She lifted her gaze to meet his, biting her lip in silence for what felt like an eternity before finally whispering in a voice only they could hear, tinged with emotion, "You scoundrel. Why don't you come and hold me?" Hao Heng finally awakened, extending his arms to embrace the petite shoulders of Luo Li. She opened her hands, encircling his waist, and then extended 2 fingers to press against his tender flesh. The worries, longings, and tears accumulated over 6 years surged forth in that moment, transforming into a powerful force at her fingertips. "Senior, it hurts. Endure it." "Oh, may I call out then?" "No." The handsome blonde man on the ground gazed at the entwined figures and then glanced at his frozen arms. Dejected, he rose from the ground, bowed his head, and squeezed through the crowd to escape the scene. Had it not been for Hao Heng's imposing demeanor, he might have mustered the courage to engage him in conversation. "Senior, have you been here for 6 years, thinking of me?" Upon entering the library, one would immediately behold a long table laden with books. Behind it sat a chair, and regardless of the hour, visitors would often find a blue-haired beauty engrossed in her reading. Yet today, the occupant of that chair had transformed into a robust, virile man of striking handsomeness. Luo Li nestled against Hao Heng's thigh, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head against his firm yet soft chest. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a sweet smile graced her previously icy visage. "Senior, I miss you too." "Really?" "Indeed, more genuine than gold." "Umzo, Xinhua, could you please release your fingers?" "No." Rejected without mercy, Hao Heng cast a pained glance at the ceiling. He dared not muster the energy to resist, struggling to suppress his body's natural inclinations. Desperately, he sought to divert her attention. The discomfort was unbearable. "Senior, how about we stroll outside? Let's go on a date." "No, it's hot outside. I don't want to walk, be seen, or bask in the sun." Once again rebuffed, Hao Heng continued to endure. Suddenly, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled. "Senior, could you please stand up for a moment?" Luo Li rose, only to witness Hao Heng reaching into his trousers. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she covered her eyes with her hands. Indeed, so much time had elapsed. He was no longer a child, and as his girlfriend, perhaps she ought to assist him with certain matters. "What is that?" Hao Heng gazed at the glimpse of Luo Li's eyes peeking through her fingers, placing the small box he held upon the table, and with a mischievous grin remarked, "Senior, shall we read aloud the letter you penned for me? I long to hear you recite it in your own voice." Luo Li paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing deeper. Memories of the words she had inscribed on the letter surfaced in her mind, invoking a sense of embarrassment. Just as she was about to decline, she caught sight of the playful smirk adorning Hao Heng's face. Who is afraid of whom? "Move aside." Luo Li pushed Hao Heng away, retrieving a box from beneath the table, unlocking it, and upon lifting the lid, she discovered it was filled with letters as well. Hao Heng was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards the outside. "Senior, how about we take a stroll?" "No, we need to read the letters." "Come on, you read one, and I'll read another." "No way." In the heart of Wuhuan City, within the resplendent Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, appearing somewhat fatigued, lowered her head before the table, diligently annotating and expressing her opinions on a myriad of matters. The door swung open, and Kelly entered, carrying a cup of tea. Without lifting her head, Bibi Dong softly instructed, "Place it on that table over there. There's no room to bring it closer." Kelly continued forward and set the tea before Bibi Dong. Upon noticing that it was not a new document, Bibi Dong's frown eased, and after taking a sip from the cup, she smiled at Kelly, saying, "Thank you." Kelly returned the smile, though a flicker of hesitation crossed her face, as if she had something to convey. Observing that Kelly lingered, Bibi Dong inquired, "Is there something else?" "Your Majesty, today a man sought out Miss Luo Li." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong initially thought it was a trivial matter to bother her with, glancing at the mountain of documents piled on her desk. However, realizing Kelly was not one to overlook the obvious, she scrutinized Kelly closely. "Are you saying?" Kelly slowly nodded twice. Bibi Dong, suddenly standing up and slapping the table, displayed a relaxed expression as a weight lifted from her heart. She murmured to herself, "She has returned, that's all that matters." After a considerable pause, she turned to Kelly and instructed, Go, bring him to see me. Understood. After Kelly bowed and excused herself, she closed the door behind her. In the vast room, only Bibi Dong remained. Chapter 122. Reunion, Part 2. As Kelly approached the entrance of the Wuhuan Academy library, she paused before entering, hearing a murmur of whispers emanating from within. Straining to listen, her face flushed with an odd mix of embarrassment and incredulity. It was utterly unimaginable that the deep, masculine voice inside could utter such saccharine words under any circumstance. Strangely, amidst the few lines spoken, one could always find the word love, yet the tone conveyed not a hint of affection, but rather resembled a rousing speech meant to bolster the spirit before battle. Kelly could no longer contain herself. She rubbed her cheeks, forcing a slight smile that revealed 2 dimples, and swiftly approached the doorway to peek inside. A ruggedly handsome boy lounged in a chair, one hand clutching a piece of stationery, his gaze locked with that of the girl nestled in his arms. Those syrupy yet grandiloquent phrases flowed from his lips, and even more astonishingly, the blue-haired girl blushed, her delicate face radiant, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she looked at him. Indeed, one was audacious enough to recite, while the other was bold enough to absorb it. Knock, knock, knock. Noticing her arrival had gone unnoticed by the couple, Kelly could no longer restrain herself. With a frown, she raised her hand and knocked several times on the grand door. Hao Heng heard a sound at the door, closing the letter and turning to look with Luo Li. They beheld a familiar figure clad in a black and white maid's long dress, her appearance evoking a sense of recognition. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Heng hesitantly inquired, "Is it Director Kelly?" Kelly smiled, bowed gracefully, and then rose, saying, "Young Master Hao Heng, you truly have an excellent memory." Indeed, Hao Heng thought to himself, and then asked, "Since Director Kelly is here, it must mean that Master is aware of my return." "Yes, His Majesty has sent me to summon you," Kelly replied. Hao Heng felt Luo Li's grip on his hand tighten slightly, prompting him to glance down at her. "I do not wish to be separated from you any longer," Luo Li declared through gritted teeth, her voice lowered but resolute, her eyes conveying unwavering determination. This time, even if the entire spirit city were to rise against Hao Heng, she would stand steadfastly by his side, unyielding and unwavering. Hao Heng gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax, and whispered in her ear, "Rest assured, my master is unlikely to let me go again, otherwise I would not have been sent to find her." However, Luo Li remained somewhat anxious and refused to release Hao Heng's hand. Hao Heng pressed his lips against her rosy mouth, lingering for a full half-minute. Seizing the moment when she was still in a daze, he lifted her effortlessly and placed her upon a chair. Luo Li attempted to rise, but Hao Heng firmly pressed down on her shoulders, commanding with an air of dominance, "Stay right here and wait for my return." With that, he swiftly stood, maneuvered around the desk, and strode confidently after Kelly. Luo Li sat there in a daze, her mind awash with images and the lingering scent of Hao Heng. After a considerable time, she gently traced her fingertips across her lips, squeezed them together, and then broke into a soft giggle. Mischievous. The smile gracing her face today was more abundant than that of the past 6 years combined. Hao Heng followed Kelly, striding confidently down the street towards the papal palace. He no longer felt the weight of fear regarding Douluo. Even if a confrontation were to arise, he was certain of his ability to leave unscathed, a testament to the solid sense of security that power bestows. Although his stay in the Soul Master City had been brief, most of his time was spent in the library, delving into the knowledge of soul beasts. This was his first visit to the papal palace. Even before arriving, he had indulged in grandiose fantasies about its grandeur. Yet upon his arrival, the majestic palace, renowned throughout the Douluo Continent, left him utterly astonished. Having lived in the countryside, where his most luxurious experiences were limited to Bibi Dong's manor, he was now entering a colossal palace where even gold was utilized as a building material, merely considered a moderately expensive substance. Overwhelmed by the opulence, he found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. After marveling at the splendor, he followed Kelly to the innermost corridor of the papal palace. Upon reaching the end, he stood before 2 tightly shut dark golden doors, a wave of nervousness washing over him. Although the individual within was his mentor, he was still the Pope. His experiences taught him that those who wield the greatest power in this world are often devoid of compassion. Moreover, Bibi Dong had not even imparted any teachings to him, her somewhat unworthy disciple. He considered himself a rather inadequate mentor, yet even he had taught Tang, sent a few techniques for physical training. Hao Heng found himself utterly perplexed by Bibi Dong's thoughts. His previous unwavering belief in Luo Li had merely been a fa ade to reassure her. Now, as he stood at this juncture, doubts began to gnaw at him. He questioned whether the fragile bond he shared with Bibi Dong could endure the weight of his presence and provide her with the benefits she sought. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the possibility that Bibi Dong might indeed turn against him for her own gain. Such a fate would mean losing not only his master, but also the last semblance of a home he could cherish, having grown up without parents. Kelly stepped forward and gently rapped on the grand door. After a brief pause, a commanding voice resonated from within, bidding her to enter. Kelly cautiously opened the door just wide enough for a single person to pass through, then turned to Hao Heng, offering him a soft smile that signaled he was welcome to follow her inside. Hao Heng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and strode forward without hesitation. Stepping through the doorway. As he entered, Kelly swiftly pulled the door shut, the sound reverberating like thunder, startling Hao Heng enough to glance back. After years apart, he marveled at how much she had grown, yet he wondered why she seemed so timid. Could it be that she was afraid? Of me? Hao Heng turned his head, and a dignified and imposing woman approached him. Her nearly unchanging, exquisite beauty allowed him to instantly recognize her as his master, Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spear Hall. Hao Heng clasped his hands, preparing to bow in greeting. Just as his head dipped, an overwhelming pressure surged towards him from the front, swift and fierce, as if a colossal demonic spider had emerged from behind, extending its razor-sharp claws and unleashing a gust of formidable wind, an icy chill sweeping over the top of Hao Heng's head. Hao Heng stumbled momentarily, and as he regained his composure, a faint smile graced his lips. Upon sensing this overwhelming aura, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort. It was not due to any masochistic tendencies. Rather, he realized that if Bibi Dong intended to strike at him, she would not rely on mere intimidation. Instead, the instant he crossed the threshold, a pair of spider spears would have been aimed directly at his heart. That would be the proper stance for confrontation. Master, it has been quite some time. Must you test me the moment we reunite? After a sincere bow, Hao Heng rose without awaiting instructions from Bibi Dong and spoke with ease. Observing Hao Heng maintain his composure under her formidable presence, Bibi Dong smiled. She approached him, patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and remarked, "It seems that during these years away, you have not neglected your training. This is excellent. There will be less for me to teach you. I wonder, when you surpass me, will you still acknowledge me as your master?" Hao Heng withdrew his smile and replied solemnly, "A master is indeed a master. I have prostrated before you. How can I not acknowledge you? To deny you would render my bow meaningless, and I am unwilling to suffer such a loss." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes, playfully tapped Hao Heng's arm, and turned away. "Come here, let us sit down and converse." Chapter 123. Arrangements. The two made their way to a cozy sitting room and took their seats. On the table lay an exquisitely crafted tea set. With graceful movements and refined poise, Bibi Dong prepared a cup of fine tea and placed it before Hao Heng, inviting him to taste. Hao Heng raised his cup and savored a sip. He was a man of simple tastes. Whether it was inexpensive tea or fine brews, to him, they merely served the purpose of quenching thirst, with little distinction in quality. However, this particular cup, before even touching his lips, released a delicate and elegant aroma that wafted through his nostrils and filled his lungs, imparting a sense of comfort that resonated deep within his being, while also bestowing a tranquil clarity. As he gently sipped the tea, brewed with freshly boiled water, the temperature was rather high. Yet, with Hao Heng's robust constitution, he was unscathed by the heat. In fact, this warmth softened the initial bitterness of the tea, allowing the subsequent sweetness and fragrant aftertaste to linger richly in his mouth. The lingering aroma was delightful. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. Hao Heng squinted his eyes, savoring the flavor with great seriousness, before he spoke. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, took a sip herself, then set down her cup. She smoothed out the creases on her garment before turning to Hao Heng and inquired, "Well then, what are your plans upon your return?" Hao Heng placed the empty cup upon the table and turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, shaking his head as he spoke. "I too am uncertain, master. 6 years ago, I intended for you to assume a different identity and infiltrate the Heaven Do Imperial City alongside Schwerer, biding your time until the opportune moment to return to Wuhuan City together. Yet little did I know, you ventured forth and vanished without a trace, leaving me in a state of concern for quite some time." Bibi Dong cast a reproachful glance at Hao Heng. Hao Heng promptly straightened his posture, a look of contrition upon his face as he spoke. "I apologize for causing you concern, master. I have encountered some unavoidable circumstances that prevented my departure. Thus, it is of little consequence." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual. "Times have changed. I no longer fear anyone. I have heard from that girl named Luo Li that you wish to return to Wuhuan City with honor. Therefore, in 10 days' time, I shall arrange a grand ceremony for you, bestowing upon you the title of Holy Son of the Wuhuan Palace. From henceforth, you shall remain in the city to assist me in managing this vast entity, if that suits you. Hao Heng, moved, clenched his fists, astonished by Bibidong's words. If indeed she were to hold a grand ceremony for him and appoint him as the Holy Son, the weight of the pressure she would have to bear would be unfathomable. Just managing the likes of Qian Douluo was a daunting task, let alone the notorious reputation of Hao Heng, known as the demon who had slain the previous pope. The current pope's decision to declare the murderer of his predecessor as the Holy Son would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar, shaking the very foundations of the Spirit Hall. Hao Heng felt it unnecessary for her to go to such lengths for his sake. Merely hearing those words from her lips was already a source of great contentment for him. As for whether her intentions were genuine, he had no desire to test them. It seemed unnecessary. Master, given my current notoriety, if you were to insist on appointing me as the Holy Son, I fear the Spirit Hall would not acquiesce. Such an act could lead to a loss of public trust, potentially affecting your standing, he expressed. I believe that unless I acknowledge it myself, no one will recognize me as the Hao Heng who once killed the Pope. Therefore, I have resolved to operate under the name of Meng within the city, ensuring that my true identity remains concealed for the time being. Listening to his heartfelt words, Bibidong pondered for a moment before sighing. I am sorry to impose such a burden upon you. It is no burden, Hao Heng replied, shaking his head. Furrowing her brow, Bibidong contemplated for a long while before turning to Hao Heng and suggesting, how about this? For the time being, you can serve as an elder in my papal hall. After a while, I will promote you to the position of a bishop in one of the outer halls. Once you have garnered some renown, you may return to the Spirit City as a bishop of the Holy Hall. Does that sound feasible? As Hao Heng listened to Bibidong's arrangements, he blinked in confusion. The titles of elder and bishop held little meaning for him, yet he understood that the positions Bibidong assigned would not be of low stature. However, having grown accustomed to freedom, the abrupt responsibility felt daunting. Upon entering the parlor, he had noticed the cluttered desk laden with documents, and the thought of being confined to such labor made him uneasy, as if invisible chains were binding his every movement. Master, I am reluctant to assume the role of bishop or elder. Higher positions come with greater responsibilities, and as a disciple with little experience in such matters, I will be ill-suited for it. If you wish for me to merely enjoy a comfortable life, I could manage, but to oversee affairs, that might lead to significant mishaps. So perhaps it is best to reconsider. Bibidong chuckled. You young man, what I offer is something for which others would scramble desperately. Yet here you are, unwilling to accept it. Very well, since you cherish your freedom, I shall not impose. Rising from her seat, she added, allow Klee to accompany you for a stroll within the Pope's palace and to procure a few fitting garments. I will attend to some matters, and we shall dine together in the evening. Certainly, master. Please attend to your tasks. I shall take my leave. Indeed, Bibidong nodded in agreement, escorting Hao Heng to the door. Once he departed, she closed the door and returned to her solitary chair, picking up her pen to revise documents, yet found herself unable to begin. How could she so casually dismiss the arrangements concerning Hao Heng? In her position as Pope, she had long been accustomed to placing every piece in its rightful place, especially when it came to a talented youth capable of matching her own presence. This was not merely a stone, but a gem of immeasurable value. If she could not help him shine, how could she find peace come nightfall? Moreover, he was her disciple. Despite their titular relationship, the reality of their bond was woefully scant. She had already missed the prime opportunity to fulfill her role as a teacher. To solidify their mentor-disciple connection, she needed to take concrete actions that would make Hao Heng realize that his teacher was genuinely capable and not merely a figurehead. This consideration led her to proclaim that in 10 days, she would confer upon him the title of Holy Son. Reflecting on it now, she acknowledged her haste and lack of foresight. Returning to the matter at hand, determining the appropriate position for such a gifted and powerful gem, and how best to sculpt him to reveal his brilliance, posed a significant challenge. Bibidong felt a warmth in her head, setting down her pen and closing her eyes, gently massaging her temples. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Klee entered with her arms crossed. Weren't you supposed to accompany Hao Heng around the palace? Bibidong inquired, puzzled. Klee replied, young master Hao Heng mentioned he needed to leave for a while, likely to seek out Miss Luo Li. Very well. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, are there any special arrangements for the evening banquet? Unless there are special arrangements, I have instructed the staff to prepare as usual. Very well. Do it as you see fit, but make it plentiful. That child has quite an appetite, so do take heed. Yes, I shall take my leave now. After inquiring about the matters at hand, Cleary bowed and was about to exit. However, Bibi Dong called her back just as she was about to cross the threshold. Cleary, could you ponder a position that requires considerable strength, is of great significance for accumulating prestige, yet does not involve much responsibility? As she spoke, a hint of envy flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. She too seemed to desire such a role. Cleary paused, momentarily taken aback, and asked, Your Majesty intends to arrange for young Master Hao Heng, does she not? Indeed, this lad has a curious method of cultivation. Although his soul power is not particularly high, his true strength is remarkably formidable, yet he is disinclined to take on responsibilities. I am at a loss as to how to position him, Bibi Dong lamented, massaging her temples in frustration. After contemplating for a moment, Cleary's eyes brightened as she stepped closer to Bibi Dong, leaning in to whisper softly, Your Majesty, not long ago, the newly appointed leader of the Wuhuan Academy's battle team submitted a resignation. What have Nar and the others done this time? Wait, are you suggesting? Cleary nodded, and Bibi Dong, resting her chin on her hand, pondered deeply before suddenly slapping her palm on the table with determination. Very well. Let him assume the role of the team leader. Chapter 124. The contest. As night fell, the streets were adorned with lanterns. Hao Heng escorted Luo Li to the papal hall for a banquet. Due to the hurried circumstances, the event did not involve elaborate preparations or ostentatious displays. After Hao Heng, Luo Li, and Bibi Dong settled down, they began to serve the dishes. The two women sampled a few bites, leaving the remnants to Hao Heng, who seemed as though he hadn't eaten in days. This task was familiar to him. However, after his enlightenment, he felt a shift within himself. Although he consumed his food swiftly, he no longer devoured it ravenously as before. Each movement was imbued with a certain elegance and decorum, reminiscent of a gentleman raised amidst the teachings of aristocratic etiquette, evoking no disdain from onlookers. While he was enjoying his meal, Bibi Dong informed him of her intention to appoint him as the head teacher for the Golden Generation, inquiring about his thoughts on the matter. After careful contemplation, Hao Heng gladly accepted the appointment. He had initially wished to remain at the Soul Master Academy for a period, both to nurture his relationship with Luo Li and to compensate for the knowledge gaps resulting from his lack of formal education by immersing himself in literature. Now, with such a convenient and effortless position presented to him, it would be utterly unreasonable to decline. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Hao Heng set off from the quaint manner arranged for him by Bibi Dong yesterday, treading lightly upon the gentle breeze as he made his way towards the Soul Master Academy. First, he arrived at the library with breakfast in hand, sharing a meal with Luo Li. Only after this did he follow the directions provided by Klee the previous day to locate the training grounds of the Academy's battle team. This year's team members, perhaps due to their extraordinary talents surpassing those of previous students, or perhaps because it included a favored disciple of the current pope, were referred to within the Spirit Hall as the Golden Generation. The resources allocated to the Golden Generation for their training were historically unparalleled in the annals of the Soul Master Academy, exemplified by the very venue before him. Constructed specifically as a training ground tailored to their unique needs, modeled after the standards of a soul fighting arena. Hao Heng lifted his gaze to scrutinize the immense elliptical structure before him, exclaiming in awe, the Academy truly dotes on those few. They are nearly being worshipped. After this reflection, he composedly approached the grand entrance, his figure melding into the shadowy corridor. As he was to serve as their supervising instructor, Hao Heng had taken advantage of a casual conversation with Luo Li that morning to glean some insights about the Golden Generation. For instance, he learned that they had successfully banded together to vanquish 9 supervising teachers, employing methods that were quite humiliating to drive them away. If Hao Heng wished to remain in this place without revealing his true identity, he would inevitably have to engage with them. However, given his current prowess, he had no fear of confronting them, regardless if it were 7 or even 70. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy that would both win their hearts and respect, while preserving their dignity. Indeed, it posed quite a formidable challenge. As Hao Heng contemplated, his footsteps emerged from the darkness into the light. The air was rent with the sound of explosions. He turned to behold a fiery figure suspended in mid-air, engulfed in flames, relentlessly bombarding a swiftly shifting phantom with fireballs. The phantom's speed was astonishing, its movements so elusive that even Hao Heng found them inscrutable. Yet, the phantom was not merely evasive. After the fiery figure had scorched the ground with flames, it plunged into the billowing smoke. 3 seconds later, 3 shadows surged forth from the smoke, brandishing sharp blades aimed at the fiery figure. With a swift motion, the fiery figure gathered the flames from its body into a shield, thwarting the 3 shadows' advance. However, Those three shadows were mere illusions. As their blades struck the fiery shield, they flickered and transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, two curved blades, glimmering with an ominous light, emerged from the void behind the fiery figure, targeting the unguarded sides of its neck. This was the moment they had awaited. Fiery circle. Suddenly, the fiery figure, seemingly startled by the realization that the three shadows were illusions, unleashed a fierce roar, flames erupting from its eyes. A ring of fire burst forth from its waist. The blade-wielding phantom, taken aback by this unforeseen move, swiftly crossed its blades to defend itself, managing to shield its chest from the oncoming flames. As the fire made contact with the blades, the fiery figure bellowed, fiery explosion. In an instant, the energy contained within the expanding ring of fire detonated uncontrollably, transforming the area within a 2-meter radius into an inferno, an unassailable realm of flames. Yet, the phantom was not defeated. Hao Heng observed as it retreated just before the fiery energy erupted, sustaining merely superficial injuries. But where was it now? He scanned the surroundings, searching for the phantom's location. As the spectators glanced upon the arena, just as the fiery ring reached its maximum expansion, a chilling voice whispered in the fiery figure's ear. "You have lost." Upon hearing the voice, the fiery figure gathered a flame in its hand, preparing to turn, only to be halted by the blade that pierced the flames, making contact with its skin. As the flames dissipated, the fiery figure transformed into a robust youth, standing 9 feet tall with a strong build and a crew cut of fiery red hair. The shadow behind him revealed itself to be a handsome figure with long hair obscuring half of his face and haunting, dead fish eyes. The red-haired youth, frustrated, punched the air and declared, "Damn it, I lost again. You're as slippery as an eel." The figure with dead fish eyes sneered, "Is it not your own folly? You waste your soul energy using soul techniques to scorch the ground. How long do you think you can endure that? You are merely lucky. Let's go again, and I will surely bring you down before you can even approach me." This marks the 56th time you have made that claim. As the young man with a striking red buzz cut was about to speak, a rhythmic applause resounded. Clap, clap, clap. 5 individuals descended from the audience, gathering beside the 2 combatants on the stage. Among them was a captivating young woman who stood at the forefront, hands on her hips, her lips curling into an enchanting smile as she gazed at the man approaching them. "Young sir, have you mistaken your way? This place is not easily accessible," she teased. So alluring was her voice that even Hao Heng felt his bones tremble beneath him. He ascended the stage, maintaining a distance of over 20 meters from the 7 individuals before him, and remarked with a smile, "I have not erred. I am your new team leader. You may call me Teacher Meng or Mr. Meng." "Team leader?" Hulaina inquired softly, her gaze scrutinizing Hao Heng with a hint of skepticism. "Is that so? You hardly seem like a teacher." The truth was, Hao Heng appeared remarkably youthful, despite his tall and robust physique. His features had scarcely changed over the 6 years due to prolonged freezing. Had he not matured early, Hulaina would not have addressed him as young sir, but rather as little brother. Hao Heng spread his hands, glanced to his left and right, then turned to her with a smile and inquired, "Is that so? I don't believe I resemble a teacher either, yet I indeed am one." "Oh, do you think you possess the qualifications to be our teacher?" Hulaina's enchanting eyes sparkled with intensity, while her hands were concealed behind her back. The individuals behind her gradually parted, forming a fan-shaped formation that encircled Hao Heng. Hao Heng observed their formation and chuckled, shaking his head. "Are you not afraid that I might strike first, unleashing a thunderous blow to take down the girl on your far right, and then systematically dismantle you one by one? Or do you believe you can outpace me in initiating the attack?" A formidable aura, reminiscent of a raging flood, emanated from Hao Heng, stirring a tempest that surged toward the group before him. In Hulaina's eyes, a pink glimmer danced around the edges of her pupils as she chuckled lightly. "It seems our teacher has come prepared. In that case, words are futile. Let us engage in a battle and see if you possess the qualifications to lead us." Each of them exuded their own distinct aura, yet in comparison to Hao Heng's, theirs resembled the vast ocean against a river or a ferocious wolf against a meek sheep. However, their energies intertwined, allowing them to contend with Hao Heng. Just as the clash of auras reached its zenith, Hao Heng unexpectedly withdrew his energy, allowing the opposing force to bear down upon him. To him, it felt no more than a gentle breeze, devoid of any real power. Witnessing his nonchalance, Hulaina and the others realized that their opponent was formidable and reigned in their initial underestimation, preparing to make the first move. Yet, Hao Heng spoke. "I shan't engage you in battle. I have a more entertaining idea." Hulaina paused momentarily, instinctively inquiring, "What idea?" No sooner had she uttered the words than a wave of dizziness surged through her mind. As a control-type soul master, she quickly recognized that they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 125. Dream Training. Hulaina fought against the waves of dizziness coursing through her head, bracing herself to steady her swaying form, her electrifying gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The arena, the audience, and even every chair remained unchanged. Her teammates were all present, with no unusual alterations. She redirected her attention, locking her gaze onto Hao Heng's eyes. Could it be that I am overthinking this? She pondered, only to hear Hao Heng speak again. With arms outstretched, he welcomed them with the warmth of a host greeting guests, smiling. Welcome to the dream world. The phrase dream world sent a jolt of realization through Hulaina, and before she could fully comprehend, Yin stepped forward, pointing at Hao Heng. What are you playing at? If you intend to fight, summon your martial soul quickly instead of spouting nonsense. Hao Heng glanced at him, narrowing his eyes with a light chuckle. You don't believe me? Tch, anyone who does is a fool, Yin retorted, crossing his arms with disdain. Well, let's demonstrate, shall we? Hao Heng pondered for a moment, and after a few seconds, he suddenly snapped his fingers. You there? Yes, you go and stab him. Hao Heng pointed at Xie and coldly remarked. Are you foolish? Why would he heed your words? In the next moment, he felt a sharp object pierce his body from behind. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a bloodied, glimmering blade protruding from his abdomen. Turning around, he faced Xie, who wore an expression of sheer terror. Xie's eyes widened in panic, innocence flickering in his gaze as he stammered, It wasn't me, I didn't know, truly not. Enough, Hao Heng interrupted. Stop looking at him. It was I who commanded him to do it. Hao Heng approached Yan's side. Yan clutched his abdomen, his cheeks twitching, his thighs trembling, on the verge of collapsing. At that moment, Hao Heng suddenly shouted, Stand firm. Yan's body jolted, instinctively obeying, only to realize that aside from slight pain in his abdomen, he was otherwise unscathed. In my dream, I can only inflict pain for now. If I wish to bring about death, further research is required. What is your intention in bringing us here? Hulaina inquired, stepping closer to the muttering Hao Heng. Hao Heng glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands behind his back and approached the edge of the arena. Turning to face them, he inquired, Do you not consider yourselves formidable? Perfectly. Let me be the one to assess your capabilities. With that, he leaped down from the stage and settled into the audience's seats. The members of the Spirit Hall battle team were perplexed by his intentions, exchanging puzzled glances. Suddenly, 7 beams of white light descended from the heavens, landing upon the ground, and 7 figures emerged from the radiance, summoning their martial spirits and manifesting their soul rings. Astonishingly, they were a team comprised entirely of soul masters. While this team might pose a challenge to other academies, they paled in comparison to the Spirit Hall Academy, which also boasted a full roster of soul masters, including 3 soul kings, all wielding top-tier martial spirits. Moreover, among their opponents stood a blue-silver grass soul master. Even a cautious Hulaina couldn't suppress a chuckle at this point. Yan initially found the pain in his abdomen somewhat bothersome, but after a brief moment, he felt ready to engage. Hey, I say, can you summon something stronger? This is utterly insufficient for a proper fight. Hao Heng gazed at the arrogant expression of his opponent and chuckled lightly. Let us see after the fight. Tch, such pretense. Yan arrogantly tossed his head, directing his gaze towards his adversary. The members of the Spirit Hall summoned their martial souls, charging towards their foes, marking the commencement of a fierce battle. Observing the combatants on the stage, Hao Heng relaxed his posture, watching with keen interest. This dream realm was a technique he had acquired from his matches since enrolling. Yet he had largely neglected it, even forgetting its existence at times. His initial use of it occurred during a period of freezing. He had just reached the pinnacle of understanding the path of the earth and was preparing to delve into the icy path. However, the challenge of conjuring something from nothing exceeded his expectations. Countless days passed without any progress until one day he dreamt of mastering all paths. Within that dream, he grasped a fragment of the icy path's entryway. Alas, the vision was hazy and indistinct. Subsequently, he pondered how to stabilize his dreams, which led him to this technique. Through the soul bone, he could not only manipulate everything within the dream, but also draw others into it, thus initiating the prelude to the climactic battle between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 7 devils on the stage. Of course, once they awoke from the dream, they would forget 90% of their experiences. Having taken on the role of their guiding mentor, Hao Heng felt compelled to contribute, ensuring they would not face the humiliation of being defeated by an entire team of the Spirit Hall, especially given that they were outmatched by a trio of Soul Kings. Presently, The Shrek 7 devils on the stage were indeed stronger than their true counterparts, as they were crafted from Hao Heng's impressions, fighting under his mental guidance. Their strength mirrored that of the Soul sect, yet their reflexes were on par with the elite, and their synergy reached a level where 7 individuals moved as one. Should the Spirit Hall team triumph over them, it was reasonable to assume they would not falter against the real Shrek 7 devils. Perhaps Hao Heng contemplated this as the competition neared its conclusion. As he had anticipated, merely 3 minutes later, the members of the Spirit Hall lay defeated upon the ground. With a complete lack of coordination, each had fought independently. They truly exemplified an exceptional team. Hao Heng ascended the arena, approaching the 7 individuals sprawled on the ground. After surveying the scene, he inquired with a smile, "So, how is it, my esteemed geniuses? Can you hold your ground?" Yin, begrudgingly rising to a seated position, replied, "You must be up to some trickery. My abilities have been severely hampered. Moreover, those individuals are not." Enough. Before he could finish, Hulaina abruptly interrupted him. Struggling to stand upright, she leaned on the ground, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she calmly addressed Hao Heng. "Let us regain our strength. You are capable of this. Let's begin anew." Hao Heng observed her still brimming with fighting spirit and nodded with a smile. "I shall grant your wish." With a snap of his fingers, everyone felt their exhausted soul power and physical strength restored, their painful wounds healed. They gathered around Hulaina, their eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Each of them was a prodigy, a paragon of excellence. How could they so easily succumb to defeat? Moreover, they sensed that the opposing soul power was merely at the soul sect level. Thus, they believed that with their newfound experience, they could surely triumph over their adversaries. Yet, they were soon vanquished a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and a 10th time, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The clouds in the sky were painted a deep crimson. Hao Heng stood at the highest point of the observation platform, his gaze penetrating the window as he reminisced about his dinner appointment with Luo Li. Turning back to the 7 individuals sprawled on the arena, panting heavily, he declared, "It's getting late. We shall meet again tomorrow." With that, he leaped gracefully out of the window, landing with a thud that created a small crater before drifting away. The others on the arena gradually rose to their feet. Hulaina remained seated, clutching her throbbing head in agony. Yin, beside her, patted his own head a few times, expressing his distress. "Why do I suddenly feel so unsettled? What did that guy do to us? It seems we have lost multiple times. How could that be? We can't possibly lose," Yin countered, though his conviction wavered. Hulaina steadied herself, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction in which Hao Heng had departed, asserting, "No, we lost. We shall continue tomorrow." Chapter 126. Despondency. Early in the morning, within the library of the Martial Soul Academy, Luo Li donned a flowing light green garment, her face delicately adorned, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. She tossed the lock and key onto the table, briskly entering her workspace and taking a seat, propping her chin upon her fragile cheeks. In her crystalline eyes, a glimmer of amusement danced. The joy she felt was unmistakable, and in a moment of exuberance, she covered her cherry lips with her pearl-like fingers, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she secretly chuckled. The icy blue of her gaze had lost its previous chill, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Occasionally, Luo Li glanced outside, and after roughly half an hour, a strikingly masculine figure emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Hao Heng entered the library, holding an oiled paper bag filled with steaming dumplings, his expression devoid of emotion, moving as if he were a mere automaton. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past his gaze, prompting him to halt abruptly to avoid a collision. Once he regained his footing, he looked down to find Luo Li gazing up at him with a radiant smile, twirling playfully in his presence. "What do you think?" she inquired, stepping closer and tilting her head against Hao Heng's shoulder. Hao Heng tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a glimmer of light flickered in his vacant eyes. With a beaming smile, he raised his hand to gently stroke Luo Li's head, saying, "Senior sister, why have you changed your hairstyle today? You've even applied eyeshadow and some makeup." Luo Li clutched his clothing tightly with both hands and asked anxiously, "Is it unattractive?" "Impossible. Senior sister, you are always beautiful, no matter what." Hao Heng gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, whispering sweet words. Upon hearing her beloved's praise, Luo Li felt as if she were enveloped in a warm spring breeze, her laughter ringing like the delicate chime of wind bells. After indulging in a moment of intimacy, they retrieved 2 chairs to sit down. Luo Li stood up, untying the cotton thread from the oil paper wrap, revealing steaming, snow-white buns inside, and handed one to Hao Heng. Hao Heng did not immediately extend his hand to receive it. He stared blankly, his expression indifferent. It was not until Luo Li waved her hand before his eyes that he came to his senses, took the bun, and murmured his thanks before silently consuming it. Observing the unusual demeanor of Hao Heng, Luo Li felt a surge of concern. She had noticed his odd behavior for several days now. She sat down beside him, entwined her fingers with his, and asked gently, "What has been troubling you these past few days? Why have you been acting so uncharacteristically? Have you encountered something distressing?" Hao Heng gazed at her with a gentle smile, just about to utter that everything was fine when Luo Li interjected, "You mustn't deceive me." Observing her earnest and unwavering expression, Hao Heng could no longer contain himself. His brows furrowed tightly together, and he sighed in exasperation. "Senior sister, how can there be individuals so foolish in this world? What should be a simple task has taken them several months without success. I find myself growing increasingly frustrated on their behalf." His words were directed towards a few members of the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team. When he had initially brought the seven into the realm of dreams several months prior, he had presumed that, given their capabilities, they would swiftly overcome the illusions of the Shrek's seven monsters and advance to the next phase of training. Yet, unbeknownst to him, whether due to their lack of intelligence or his own shortcomings, they had suffered defeat for a full 6 months, losing over 1,800 times in approximately 10 attempts each day. The entire team had become desensitized to their failures, and Hao Heng had grown weary of witnessing their incessant losses. With the competition fast approaching and other Spirit Master Academy teams already taking residence in the hotels of Spirit City, the state of his group was deteriorating rather than improving. As their supervising teacher, he felt as though his head might explode under the pressure. He even contemplated joining the team himself to fight on their behalf. At this rate, they might not even pass the preliminary rounds, let alone the finals. The thought of a team possessing 3 Soul Kings and the entirety of a Soul Sect faltering before the finals was unbearable. As the leading teacher, Hao Heng would undoubtedly be etched in the Academy's history as a figure of shame, enduring infamy for millennia. Luo Li, her heart aching at the sight of Hao Heng's increasingly strained visage, reached out to caress his face gently and embraced him, offering solace. "There's no need to rush. Everything will turn out well." Enveloped in her comforting embrace, feeling the silky smoothness akin to satin and inhaling her fragrant presence, Hao Heng allowed his frustrations to dissipate, his demeanor visibly brightening. He patted Luo Li's shoulder softly and spoke in a low voice, "Senior sister, let's have breakfast first. You needn't worry excessively. They are among the Academy's most talented individuals. Even if they are struggling now, perhaps they will regain their composure once the competition begins." "Indeed, I understand," she replied. In the tranquil training grounds of the Martial Soul Academy, designed specifically for battle teams, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All the youthful individuals sat upon their benches, resembling lifeless wooden figures, their faces marked not by exuberance, but by exhaustion and despondency. The only one exhibiting any semblance of emotion was Hulaina, perched at the edge of the arena. She gazed upon her companions, her delicate, heart-shaped face betraying a frown, her elegant brows knitted together, and her pearly teeth biting in her lip. As the captain of the team, Hulaina recognized the profound dilemma that had beset them. Their confidence had been utterly shattered by the new instructor's dreamscape, crushed to dust. Each time they emerged from this dream realm, their memories were tainted with the echoes of failure, and yet more failure. They retained no recollection of anything beyond their defeats. Not even the visage of their adversaries or the tactics that had led to their downfall remained in their minds. They entered the dream space only to be relentlessly vanquished, returning to their dormitories laden with exhaustion and despair. The following day, the remnants of yesterday's anguish lingered, compounded by new frustrations, creating an unending cycle of torment. 2 members of the team had already succumbed to their inner demons, trembling at the mere mention of dreams or combat. What can be done? The competition loomed just days away, and Hulaina's heart was heavy with worry. "Enough is enough. I no longer wish to participate," Yin exclaimed, slamming his palm against the armrest of his chair, leaving a deep imprint. With his eyes shut tight and head bowed, his voice quivered with the weight of unshed tears. "I cannot endure this any longer. At this rate, I cannot even bear to look at the arena. We must confront that individual today. We refuse to partake in this nonsensical dream." "Are you surrendering?" Hulaina interjected coldly, stepping forward. Yin fell silent for a moment. "No, that is not it. I am not surrendering. Look up at me," Hulaina commanded sharply. Yan's body trembled as he struggled to open his eyes, the moisture within them reflecting in Hulaina's gaze. She then turned to the others, her voice rising with authority. "You all look at me. The team members directed their attention towards her, their emotions laid bare before Hulaina. Fear, concern, sorrow, and anguish. Every conceivable negative sentiment was etched upon their faces. They had indeed suffered a crushing defeat. Are we truly to surrender in this manner? Even if we do not know who our opponents are, even if our pride has been ground to dust, even if we cannot secure a single victory, are we to simply give in? Are you willing to accept this? I am not willing. No one responded to her, so Hulaina answered herself. Clenching her fists, she struck the edge of the arena, unleashing her fury and creating a substantial crack upon the platform. 6 months, 183 days. We have endured 1,800 defeats, as that teacher informed us. You must ask your own hearts, is it truly impossible to overcome them? Why does my heart insist that they are not as formidable as they seem? That they are indeed far weaker than us? If only we could be a tad more earnest, just a little, we could triumph over them. Yet after 6 months, we have exhausted every tactic at our disposal. Had there been a way to conquer them, we would have done so long ago. Yin lowered his head, painfully clutching his temples. Hulaina approached him and placed her hand gently on his shoulder. No, we have one more move left. Yan's trembling body paused for a moment, slowly lifting his head to gaze at Hulaina, his expression vacant as he inquired, What? Hulaina met his eyes directly, her irises shimmering with a pink starlight. My memories tell me that their 7 fighters move as one. So, why can we not become one as well? Chapter 127, The Struggle, Part 1. Hao Heng stepped cautiously through the corridor and into the venue. As he approached the radiant light ahead, he felt as though the very floor beneath him was bristling with thorns, compelling him to flee. Yet he understood that evasion would not remedy the situation. With a sigh, he steadied his expression and plunged into the brilliance. Despite the turmoil brewing within him, he knew he must not reveal any disquiet to those around him. He needed to project an air of confidence, convincing them that he possessed the insight to restore their former state or even propel them further. Otherwise, he sensed that this group was on the brink of collapse. So what say you, geniuses? Are you ready to face the consequences today? Hao Heng, with his customary sarcasm, stood at the entrance, surveying the entire venue, and then displayed a look of astonishment. The day before returning home, he had deliberately entered through the entrance, pretending to casually observe the expressions of the crowd. From his estimation, today, most individuals would likely wear a countenance of dejection. However, as he located them seated in a row in the front of the audience, awaiting quietly, he found no trace of negativity. Everyone maintained a neutral expression, their faces devoid of emotion. With a graceful leap, Hao Heng approached them, his gaze sweeping across their cheeks, only to discover a hint of rosy light concealed in their eyes. You all. He turned his attention to Hulaina, who occupied the foremost seat. Hulaina regarded him with calmness and said, Mr. Meng, we are ready. Let us commence. As she was his senior, Hao Heng refrained from allowing her to address him as teacher, instead permitting her to call him Mr. Meng. Hao Heng observed the poised and prepared Hulaina, choosing not to inquire further. With a nod, he snapped his fingers, drawing everyone into the realm of dreams. The familiar arena reappeared, along with 7 figures that were both known and unfamiliar. As they materialized, Hulaina led the way, rising from her seat and approaching the platform, her expression impassive. This time, Hao Heng did not leisurely take a seat as before. Instead, he positioned himself at the very edge of the arena, attentively watching the 2 sides summon their martial spirits. He understood that Hulaina had unleashed her ultimate move, and should she fail to vanquish her opponent, despair might well follow. Before arriving, Hao Heng had contemplated allowing them to pass with ease, to help restore their confidence. Yet, seeing Hulaina's earnest demeanor, he resolved to honor her determination, this delightful junior sister. Both sides unveiled their martial spirits. On the left, blue silver grass, pink rabbit, white tiger, black cat, light tower, sausage, and black flame firebird. On the right, fox, scimitar, fireman, fire monkey, golden bird, scepter, and green-shelled turtle. There was no grandiose display of momentum. Instead, they both launched their most powerful attacks from the outset. The Spirit Hall battle team featured a golden bird spirit master, whose wings unfurled, soaring into the air, letting out a resounding cry, as 4 soul rings of yellow and purple materialized beside her, 2 of which shone brilliantly. Red and white rings appeared from thin air, encircling her, then merging with her cry, spreading downward through sound waves, infusing the bodies of her 5 companions beneath. Strength augmented, speed enhanced. After nearly 1,000 matches, Hao Heng recognized the type of amplification upon seeing the rings. With a thought, The left side Tower Spirit Master's exquisite tower erupted with radiant colors, again red and white, dividing into two streams of each color, with red streams entering the white tiger and black flame firebird, while the white streams infused the rabbit and black cat. After almost 2,000 battles, it was astonishing that the auxiliary spirit masters still failed to grasp the limitations of their amplification capabilities, using them so recklessly, a true case of obstinacy. Hao Heng seethed with anger, controlling the luminous soul rings surrounding the white tiger. The white tiger's soul master, enveloped in a golden aura, surged forward while above him. The black flame firebird soul master flapped its wings, charging towards the opposing golden bird soul master. The black cat and the rabbit crouched low, concealing themselves on either side of the white tiger. Meanwhile, the soul master wielding blue silver grass occupied a central position, advancing yet remaining within proximity of the two support soul masters behind them. Their movements occurred almost synchronously, devoid of any visible communication. In the face of their charge, Hulaina and her companions remained unperturbed. Yin stood resolutely at the forefront, raising his fist engulfed in burning flames, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the white tiger soul master. The fire monkey and the green-shelled Xian turtle flanked him, their gazes fixed upon the small feline and rabbit behind the white tiger. Hulaina and Xieyu diverged, each veering off in opposite directions, circling around to confront the two support soul masters at the rear left. The golden bird soul master had already descended to the ground, taking refuge behind Yin and his two companions alongside another soul master wielding a golden scepter. The white tiger soul master and the black cat and rabbit sped past Hulaina and Xieyu, unable to glance back. However, the blue silver grass soul master reacted, halting in place, his hands emanating a blue glow, his eyes shimmering with purple stars. Realizing his abilities could not detain the two, he concentrated all his strength to conjure a serpentine blue-silver grass rope extending 100 meters, aiming it at Xieyu. Sensing the gust from the approaching grass rope, Xieyu halted his advance, gripping the knife handles backward, his figure flickering as it split into three phantoms. The grass rope hesitated momentarily before resuming its pursuit, breaking through two of the illusions and racing towards the third, yet that one too was a mere fade. The genuine threat lurked just behind the blue-silver grass soul master, a blade thrusting towards his chest. However, Hao Heng, controlling the 7 participants from below, had anticipated this move, a smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, the blue-silver grass soul master suddenly darted to the side, executing a ghostly maneuver that left behind an afterimage. Xieyu's 2 curved blades pierced through the illusion, passing through the air, but before he could retract his blades, the ground beneath him glimmered with a blue-silver halo. From that halo sprouted dozens of iron-hard blue-silver grass strands, their tips intercrossing to form a cage encircling him. In the air, the black flame firebird, having failed to strike the opposing support soul master, reversed its flight and unleashed a searing line of fire directed at the cage containing Xieyu. Alas, how can you strike when none remain at the forefront? Hao Heng lamented for the spirit hall, contemplating whether he should relent. However, in the next moment, a blazing fireball soared from another direction, colliding with the fiery line in the sky and erupting into a cloud of black mist. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the malevolent Yu frantically wielded his sharp blade, forcefully carving an opening in the cage before dashing towards the white tiger spirit masters without a backward glance. This left the sausage spirit master, who had been preparing 2 small wings of sausage, and the pagoda spirit master, momentarily stunned. The blue-silver grass spirit master emanated a radiant blue light, with his purple spirit rings flickering, as he aimed at the oblivious and retreating malevolent Yu. Ready to unleash his attack, a figure suddenly blocked his path, their gaze imbued with a pink hue. In an instant, the spirit power he had amassed dissipated due to his distraction, causing his body to lose control like a marionette severed from its strings. Seizing the opportunity, Hulaina extended her claws, lunging towards the throat of the blue-silver grass spirit master. Observing this, the black flame firebird descended, spreading its wings to shield the blue-silver grass spirit master. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals charging ahead the fastest found their feet ensnared by the icy blocks summoned by the soul skill of the azure shell Xian turtle. The fire monkey pounded his fists against the golden barrier surrounding the white tiger spirit master, while behind him, the flame lord raised his arms high, a colossal ball of swirling flames gradually expanding in size. Synopsis: Hao Heng traversed into the Douluo Continent, awakening the giant spirit and acquiring a self-discipline system. By completing tasks, He could grow stronger and surpass height limitations. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and even 100,000 meters.